The man lived in the kingdom of Diest for a whole year. During the day, he hammered in the blacksmith shop just to earn a full meal. At night, the man looked at his only gold coin and tossed and turned, thinking over and over what to do with his savings. In order to save this gold coin, he would not even buy a piece of black bread without sawdust. But in this land, human life is worthless, and subhumans are treated like livestock, driven and bought and sold at will. The average civilian worked tirelessly for a year and could only earn 2 gold coins. The man's meager savings were only enough to buy the lowest grade slaves. Humiliation and resentment burned through the man like a raging fire day and night. That day, the man huddled in a cold corner of the slave market, watching the teams of slaves being taken away, his heart filled with anxiety and confusion. At this moment, a line of small words suddenly appeared in front of the man's eyes. Identification. Inner voice listening functions unlocked. The man suddenly felt happy and secretly planned to use identification to pick out a good quality and cheap slave to help him turn things around. However, it seems that the slaves who can afford are either broken arms and legs or starving to death. Not only can they not fight, but even their survival is a problem. Just as the man turned around in despair, he caught a glimpse of something strange at the end of the team. A skinny Catgirl took advantage of the slave trader's distraction and slipped into the alley silently, her movements as nimble as a real cat. The man followed the muddy footprints, and just as he approached a pile of debris, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Don't come over." The next moment, the Catgirl pounced out, clutching a sharpened wooden spoon. The man instinctively raised his foot and kicked the Catgirl to the ground. When a man squatted down to check, the identification panel in front of him suddenly flashed. Slave quality, epic agility, S perception S. Reiner's eyes widened. The girl before him possessed a nearly 1 in a million gift of agility and perception. Her measurements also had room for improvement. Reiner had truly struck gold this time. Reiner continued to poke Nora with the stick, then whispered in extremely fluent demi-human language. "Wake up, you can't sleep here." A few seconds later, Nora, who had fallen to the ground, dazedly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Reiner, she instinctively shrank back, revealing her sharp teeth. "This!" Nora's body trembled slightly, and she looked extremely frightened. "Let me go, please." Reiner slowly extended his hand, forced a smile that he thought was quite kind, and then began to half-coax, half-lie. "I'm not a bad person. Do you want to come with me? I can help you." Nora was slightly stunned, and the mud and water on her body swayed slightly with her movements, but her eyes were still full of vigilance. "Do you speak Deviento?" Deviento is also known as the demi-human language. When Reiner first traveled to this world, the system implanted the language system into Reiner's brain. Whether it was the Elvish, Demonic, or Orcish language, Reiner could easily master it. In theory, Reiner is fluent in all known languages in this world. A little bit. Reiner nodded and continued. "So, do you want to come home with me? I can help you." Nora's eyes were fixed on Reiner. Although she didn't speak, her mind was already racing. "There's no way Reiner would help me for no reason, but I don't have any other choice." Reiner sneered inwardly. "Isn't that nonsense? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Of course, Reiner, was attracted by her talent. After all, talents with S-level attributes like this were extremely rare. Even slaves who sold for several gold coins might not possess them. Reiner slowly stood up and continued to persuade. "There aren't that many kind-hearted people in this world. You're stuck in a human city by yourself. If you don't come with me, you'll be caught and sold again in no time." Before Reiner could finish his words, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. The slave trader approached with a guard, whip in hand. It looked like he wouldn't be getting away with anything this time. The moment Nora saw the whip, she instinctively protected her head. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" The guard raised his hand to whip. "You dare to run away, you beast! You won't learn your lesson if I don't whip you." Reiner quickly reached out to stop him, pointed at Nora beside him, and tossed the purse in his hand over. "I'll buy this slave." The slave trader looked at Reiner, then looked down at the purse, and after a rough count, he showed a sly smile. "There is not enough money. How much do you need?" Reiner asked. Demi-human cats are natural beauties and are very popular among the aristocracy. Not to mention that Nora is still a virgin. She deserves at least 1 Diest gold coin and 3 silver coins. Your bag of money is worth only 1 gold coin at most. After hearing this, Reiner took out another cloth bag from his waist without hesitation and threw it over. It contains the slime's magic core. "Take it to the Adventurers Guild and you can exchange it for 2 silver coins. Seeing the slave trader hesitate, Reiner added, since Nora is as skinny as a monkey and almost attacked me, please sell her to me. I'll definitely buy slaves from you in the future. Just consider it a friendship. Deal. The slave trader quickly put the items away, turned around, and left. Come on, this slave needs to be indentured. Indentured? Reiner asked. Demihumans are notoriously cunning and difficult to tame. If you don't get the bond mark, she might kill you when you're not prepared. The slave trader explained without turning his head, while continuing to add details. In short, it was a method of controlling slaves. Once the indenture was imprinted, Nora would be forced to serve Reiner, with virtually no ability to resist. If Reiner died suddenly, Nora would suffer heart failure and die from the backlash of the contract. The group walked through the streets and finally came to a damp and dirty basement. Several slave maids suddenly came forward and held Nora down, causing her to struggle in fear, her eyes full of panic. The slave trader held a seal in his hand and slowly approached the struggling Nora. He then turned back to Reiner and asked, "Where should I put the seal?" "Most people like to put it on their buttocks." Reiner said, "Stamp it on the arm." As the slave trader pressed the seal heavily, Nora's eyes lit up instantly, and she let out a few shrill howls before fainting. Nora fell into a coma after the seal was applied, and Reiner took Nora back to his home outside the city of Mellowed. Task: purchase a slave, current status, completed, rewards distributed. As soon as the system prompt sounded, 10 diced silver coins with coyote patterns printed on them appeared out of thin air beside Nora. Reiner leaned over and picked them up one by one and put them away. Quest update: take Nora to the Adventurers Guild to accept the commission and complete it. Quest reward: a bottle of holy water that can be used for healing. As the task prompt ended, the blue characters gradually disappeared from Reiner's sight. Reiner continued to look down at Nora, who had not yet woken up. According to the slave trader, Nora should wake up soon. But now, she has been sleeping for almost the entire afternoon and still has no response. Reiner picked up a small wooden spoon and poked Nora's cheek, then brushed away the messy hair on her forehead and looked at her face carefully. Although Nora was so thin that she was almost skin and bones, and her face was dirty, her facial features were surprisingly delicate and attractive. Her eyebrows were like the stars and moon in the distance. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her nose was straight and upturned, and her lips, although pale, were still full and soft. If Nora were clean and dressed up a bit, she would definitely be considered a beauty. Just as Reiner was observing her, lost in thought, Nora's eyebrows twitched slightly. She slowly opened her eyes and met Reiner's gaze. "Ah!" Nora screamed, pushed Reiner away, and quickly hid aside. Nora was like a frightened cat, and the hair on her ears stood up instantly. "Stay away from me. Calm down, this is my home. You are safe." Nora looked around cautiously, carefully confirming the surrounding environment. Seeing that Reiner didn't come closer, Nora quietly extended her tongue and licked the deed mark on her arm. "It's all over." Nora silently lowered her head, tears falling silently. Seeing this, Reiner changed his tone to a gentle one and comforted her softly in the demi-human language. "Don't worry, I will treat you well." Nora did not respond, but just lowered her head and remained silent. But Nora's stomach made a clear rumble. Nora was indeed hungry. The greedy slave traders, driven by their desire to control their slaves, naturally couldn't let them eat their fill every meal. Judging from Nora's current state, she probably hadn't eaten anything proper in days. "Wait." Reiner turned and went to the kitchen, took out a piece of black bread, sliced it, poured a spoonful of broth left over from last night, and brought it out. At this time, Nora was still curled up in the same place and motionless. Reiner handed the black bread to Nora, and Nora looked up at Reiner. But Nora did not reach out to take it immediately, her eyes full of concerns. "Is this for me? Will he poison it?" Finally, hunger overcame doubt. Nora carefully picked up a piece of black bread and took a bite. After confirming that everything was all right, Nora began to eat voraciously. The black bread was dry and hard, and some unscrupulous bakeries would mix it with sawdust and straw, which made it easy to choke. "Slow down. No one will snatch it from you." Nora nodded, but continued to stuff the bread into her mouth. In less than 10 minutes, the black bread on the plate was eaten up, but Nora still seemed unsatisfied. Seeing this, Reiner went back to the kitchen and cut half a loaf of black bread. This time, Reiner wiped the slice on the bottom of the pot, allowing the bread to fully absorb the remaining soup, and brought it out again. Nora ate voraciously again, not even leaving behind the last crumbs. Reiner handed Nora a glass of water, and she took a few sips to moisten her throat. Delicious. I wonder what our next meal will be. Leaner looked at her with his chin in his hand and said softly, as long as you are obedient, you can have meals like this every noon and evening. Noila nodded, responded softly, and then licked the remaining breadcrumbs at the corner of her mouth as if to savor the taste. Haven't you eaten for a long time? Nora nodded again, still not very talkative. Reiner sat down opposite Nora and asked curiously, What's your name? Nora Hill. Then I'll call you Nora from now on. Okay, master. Reiner glanced at Nora and saw that the linen Nora was wearing was extremely dirty, so he went out to the small pond and fetched 2 buckets of water. After returning to the house, Reiner said, Take a shower. I'm a clean person, and I'm uncomfortable with your current state. Reiner took a clean wool blanket from the closet and handed it to her. Nora looked at Reiner warily, but remained silent. He wants to sleep with me. That's pure slander. Who would be interested in a malnourished, skinny girl? Reiner prefers a plump, cool, and elegant woman. Reiner said calmly, Don't look at me with those dirty eyes. I'm not interested in skinny girls like you. I like plump women. Nora remained silent as she laboriously dragged the bucket into the adjacent cubicle. Reiner went to the kitchen to prepare something for himself. He hadn't eaten yet. There were only 3 pieces of black bread left in the basket, and after buying Nora, all Reiner's savings were reduced to only 10 silver coins. The monetary system in this world is quite chaotic. There are many types of currencies among different countries and races, and their values vary. For example, in Reiner's kingdom of Diest, 1 gold coin was worth about 18 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was worth about 24 copper coins. A loaf of black bread cost about 2 copper coins. 3 pieces of black bread per person a day cost 6 copper coins. Now that Nora is here, it means 12 copper coins will be spent every day. 10 silver coins, minus other expenses, will not last long. Reiner decided to go to the Adventurers Guild in Merlit again tomorrow to take on some commissions to earn a living. He also wanted to see how Nora fought after eating. While Reiner was lost in thought, Nora finished her bath, her hair still wet and wrapped in a clean wool blanket. After washing away the dirt, Nora seemed to be reborn, and her appearance was instantly improved, just like an ugly duckling turning into a swan. At this moment, Nora's inner voice drifted back to Reiner's ears. Sure enough, Mom was right. Don't wash yourself too clean. Reiner stared at me right after I got out of the shower. Reiner and Nora's eyes met. Nora suddenly wiped some dust on the wall, then rubbed the dust on her face. Dirty again. Reiner was speechless, his face darkening. Letting Nora be. Anyway, as long as she could make money for Reiner in the future, that was all that mattered. It was already late at night, and Reiner just lay down on the bed. Nora was curled up in the corner, still huddled up in a ball. Reiner and Nora shared the room, silent all night, but neither of them slept a wink. Nora was worried that Reiner would do something inappropriate to her at night. Reiner, on the other hand, was afraid that Nora would kill him while he slept. Although the slave trader praised the seal as a magical thing, Reiner still had doubts about it. As daylight approached, Reiner couldn't help but ask, You should know that you can't kill me, right? We have a contract. Nora's eyes instantly changed to a fierce look. Of course I know. Nora cursed the slave trader in her heart. Just as Reiner bent down to put on his shoes, a voice in his heart quietly drifted into his ears. Maybe I can escape. Reiner looked up suddenly and saw Nora gazing at the woods outside the village, her expression dazed. Chapter 3. Buy some suitable weapons for the Catgirl. It rained lightly at night, and the air was filled with a faint smell of earth. The mud and water on the path, mixed with gravel, made it look particularly dirty. Nora walked barefoot in front, carefully observing the movements around her as she walked, as if looking for an opportunity to escape. Although Nora appears to be quiet on the surface, her mind is actually already wandering, thinking about how to take the opportunity to escape. Reiner, walking behind, couldn't help but remind Nora, I advise you not to think about that. There are monsters everywhere outside the city, and it would be even more troublesome if you encounter bandits blocking the road. Reiner said, If you encounter a monster, biting it to death is a relief. But if you fall into the hands of bandits, your life will be worse than death. Nora turned around, her eyes a little panicked, and she muttered softly, I didn't want to escape. How does this person know what I'm thinking? In fact, Reiner had already seen through Nora's little tricks. She looked around like a little thief, and everyone could see that Nora was guilty. But Reiner was not too worried. Even if she really ran away, Reiner could call Nora back at any time thanks to the slave contract on Nora's body. After walking for about an hour, Reiner and Nora finally arrived at their destination, the city of Merode. Without further delay, Reiner led Nora to the corner of the city, stopping in front of a dilapidated old tower. This was the Adventurers Guild of Merode. Reiner walked in as usual. It was bustling with activity, packed with all kinds of people. Hooligans, merchants, farmers, hunters, mages, knights, nobles, thieves, prostitutes. All kinds of people were there. Nora stuck close behind Reiner, looking at the strange and noisy scene, her face clearly showing some discomfort. A few scoundrels whistled at her, and she whistled back, baring her teeth. Reiner turned and said nonchalantly, "Ignore them. Just ignore them. There's no need to cause trouble." Reiner continued, "But if someone makes a move, then you should teach them a lesson so that they will remember what regret means. This place is a mess. Either you bully others or others bully you. Kindness is not the rule of survival here." When Reiner first crossed over, he was still a college student. He had suffered a lot to survive until now. Nora ignored those people and continued walking with her head down. At this moment, Reiner's eyes swept to a girl in the corner. The two of them looked at each other briefly, but Reiner didn't think much of it. Reiner's skin color was different from this place, and being stared at was already a common occurrence. Reiner and Nora squeezed to the counter, and Reiner took on a task to clean up 40 slimes. The reward was 1 silver coin, and the location was near Reiner's hometown village. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Nora was visibly relieved. Finally out, Reiner glanced down at Nora, his eyes resting on her muddy feet. Nora didn't have any shoes yet. Seeing Nora running around in the dirty water, Reiner couldn't stand it anymore, so he took Nora to a shoe store in the city center. The shoemaker reluctantly measured Nora's feet and then recommended a few pairs of old-fashioned shoes. To be honest, those shoes were quite ugly. Reiner immediately fell in love with a pair of finely crafted short boots in the store. They were decorated with gem fragments. The style was nice, but the price was a bit shocking. He asked, and sure enough, the price was 15 silver coins. Reiner was broke, so buying this pair was out of the question. The more important thing right now was to get Nora basic equipment. So, he settled for a cheap pair of straw sandals, which cost him only 20 copper coins. Nora looked down at the straw sandals on her feet and whispered, "Thank you." Then, Reiner took Nora to the weapon shop. After all, they had shoes, but they still needed a decent weapon. The owner of the weapon shop was an old blacksmith, reeking of alcohol. But when he heard that I was going to pick weapons for the Demihuman slaves, his face immediately darkened, and he pointed coldly at the pile of rusty scrap metal in the corner. Reiner didn't bother to pay attention to his attitude and just said to Nora, "Pick one that suits you." Nora walked to the dagger rack and picked out a dagger that looked like a cross dagger in less than 5 seconds. "Is this okay?" Nora asked. Reiner raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Reiner had always looked down on daggers. They were short, had low damage, and were useless against monsters. But Reiner thought again. Nora has high agility, but weak strength and endurance. Such a weapon is suitable for Nora. Nora nodded. Her eyes were firm. At this moment, the old blacksmith interrupted again. "Don't let the Demihumans touch me." Reiner interrupted him impatiently. "How much is this dagger?" 6 silver coins. The blacksmith frowned and quoted the price. Reiner took out a silver coin and slapped it on the table. "I want it." Then he turned to Nora and asked, "What else do you need?" Nora didn't say anything, but just looked at the set of throwing knives for a while. Nora said, "This seems to be useful." Reiner understood and turned to ask the blacksmith, "Where is the set of throwing knives?" 3 silver coins. Reiner handed over the remaining money, accepted the weapon, and left the shop. The 10 silver coins he'd earned last night were now nearly gone, leaving him with only 4 copper coins. "I could just buy 2 loaves of black bread for lunch today." As they walked down the street, Reiner looked at Nora, who was clearly nervous, and suddenly said, "From now on, just tell me what you want. As long as my finances allow, I'll buy it for you. Do you understand?" Nora nodded slightly and whispered, "I see. Reiner seems to be really good to me. He gives me food, clean clothes, and now he's bought me shoes and weapons. Maybe Reiner really is a good person." Hearing Nora's inner thoughts, Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. After all, Reiner was a veteran fan of animal-eared girls, unlike these barbarians. More importantly, Nora's attributes are quite outstanding, and she will definitely bring Reiner a lot of profits in the future. Therefore, it doesn't hurt to treat her a little better. The next thing to do is to make Nora willingly make money for Reiner. Chapter 4. Catgirl's first actual combat. After buying the weapons, Reiner also bought 2 pieces of black bread for lunch. Then, Reiner took Nora on the road back to the village. Along the way, Nora couldn't help but pull out the dagger from her waist, playing with it from time to time, her eyes full of satisfaction and joy. You didn't need to listen to Nora's inner thoughts. Just looking at her wagging cattail, you could tell how much Nora loved this weapon. Reiner's eyes fell on Nora's tail, and for some reason, he suddenly had an urge to reach out and touch it. Nora immediately noticed Reiner's gaze, turned around alertly, and hid her tail behind her, muttering in her heart, "Why are you always staring at my tail?" Reiner was caught by Nora, so he had to pretend nothing happened and coughed twice. He quickly looked away, climbed up the wooden wall at the entrance of the village, and looked outside. At the edge of the distant forest, several clumps of green slimes were slowly approaching the village. While individual slimes posed little threat, large numbers could cause trouble, corroding wooden walls and destroying crops, a loss no less severe than that wrought by bandits. Therefore, regular slime removal is a basic task for maintaining village safety. Reiner jumped down from the wooden wall and walked directly towards the forest with Nora. As soon as they approached, they smelled a foul odor. In the stomach of the slime in front, a half-digested rabbit carcass could be vaguely seen. Reiner turned and asked Nora, "Do you know how to kill a slime?" "I know. Mom taught me to stab the shiny core in the middle of it." Nora nodded, drew out her dagger, and approached the slime. Nora's movements were quick and decisive, and she struck the slime's magic core with one blow, easily finishing it off. After the kill, Nora carefully wiped the slime off her dagger, as if cherishing a treasure. Reiner walked forward, picked up the remaining magic cores in the slime's corpse, and put them into the bag on his waist. This could be exchanged for money, 10 for 1 copper coin. Nora tilted her head, clearly confused. "Copper coins? What does that mean?" Reiner thought for a moment and then rephrased. "What do you orcs usually use to exchange things?" "Dried meat, bones, hides," Nora answered honestly. So is still barter. No wonder he hadn't understood. Reiner raised a magic core and pointed to the black bread on his waist. 20 such magic cores could be exchanged for a piece of black bread. Nora suddenly realized and nodded vigorously. Then Nora continued to slash at the next slime, clenching her dagger. With a capable assistant, the efficiency of clearing the slimes doubled. Reiner was secretly delighted. It seems that buying Nora was a good choice. When I have more money in the future, I will definitely buy a few more slaves to directly increase productivity. Maybe within a few years, I can live a comfortable life in this world. While the slime clearing process was monotonous, it progressed quickly. Before long, the bag was filled with magic cores. Reiner counted them, 36 in total, for more needed to complete the task. The remaining few would probably have to be searched deep in the forest, but the terrain there was complex, and bandits and even goblins were common. Normally, Reiner would never take such a risk. Reiner looked up at the sky. The sun was already obscured by thick, dark clouds. So he took out some black bread from his bag and said, "Let's eat something first. We'll go deep into the forest and take care of the remaining for later." Nora nodded, staring at the bread eagerly, her throat clearly watering. As soon as Reiner handed it to her, Nora couldn't wait to bite it. The black bread was hard and dry, and most people would have a hard time chewing it. But Nora ate it quickly. "Slow down. No one's going to snatch it from you," Reiner reminded her helplessly. Before he finished speaking, Nora had already bitten off a large piece of bread, chewing it until her mouth was full of crumbs. Nora's bite force was stronger than he had imagined. Reiner took out a water bag from his waist and handed it to Nora. Nora tilted her head back and gulped down a large gulp before returning to the battle. In less than 5 minutes, the entire loaf of black bread was devoured by Nora. Reiner cut a little and tasted it himself. The taste was still the same, dry, salty, and irritating to the teeth. Reiner sighed and said, "If I have money in the future, I will never eat this again." Nora asked doubtfully, "So what do you want to eat?" "White bread." "White bread?" Nora was a little confused. "White bread is 1,000 times better than this. It doesn't have bran or sawdust, and it's made with eggs and milk. It's soft and sweet. If you put some jam on it, it tastes tisk." Before I could finish, Nora's inner voice came over. "I don't understand it, but it sounds incredibly delicious. I wish I could have a bite." Nora's eyes were filled with longing, her mouth almost watering. It was no wonder a slave like Nora had probably grown up eating food worse than kitchen scraps. Only the prettier ones had decent food, while the rest had to survive on slop. Reiner looked at her and smiled. "Wipe your saliva, work hard, and I will treat you to white bread when I make money." Nora's eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded repeatedly as if she had been injected with chicken blood. In Nora's eyes, white bread was simply a god-level delicacy that she had always dreamed of. However, Reiner knew that this thing was not cheap. A large loaf of brown bread cost only 2 copper coins, while a small loaf of white bread cost 20. In other words, an ordinary farmer's entire year's income could only buy about 40 loaves of white bread. It was a luxury food that only nobles or merchants could afford. But seeing Nora's greed, Reiner secretly made a decision. After completing the task today, even if he only bought 1 piece, he would let Nora taste it. Reiner cut half a piece of black bread and handed it to Nora, saying, "You are too thin. Eat more and gain more strength to work." Nora was stunned for a moment, then took it carefully, and then secretly looked at Reiner while chewing it. "He is really nice to me. Completely different from others." Nora was eating when her ears suddenly twitched as if she had detected something, and she stood up immediately. Nora's ears perked up and her body tensed. "Master, there's movement in the woods over there." "It's the slime," Nora said as she carefully stuffed the half-eaten black bread into the bag. Reiner looked in the direction Nora pointed, and indeed saw a green figure jumping. Nora's perception ability was very strong. She could even hear such subtle movements. She was really a gifted helper. Reiner walked forward, swung his mace, and smashed the slimes to pieces. Then he walked deeper into the forest. Soon, the last 4 slimes were also dealt with successfully. The magic core in the bag shook with a crisp sound, indicating that the mission was successfully completed. At this moment, a familiar prompt sounded in his mind. Chapter 5, Good Performance, Reward, Catgirl White Bread. Mission completed. Escort Nora to the Adventurers Guild and complete the slime commission. Reward, a bottle of holy water. As soon as the system notification sounded, a small bottle of crystal clear holy water quietly appeared in Reiner's hand. Reiner had never heard of such an item and was not sure of its purpose or effect, but his intuition told him that it would definitely be useful. The next moment, the system sounded again. New task, buy a loaf of white bread for Nora. Reward, a jar of jam. This was exactly what Reiner wanted. After all, he had earned 1 silver coin from the mission he had just completed, which was more than enough to buy a piece of white bread. At worst, he could just make up for it by taking on another mission next time. Reiner patted Nora's shoulder and was about to speak when Nora's inner voice reached him first. "Something's wrong? Master, be careful, we're being watched." Nora lowered her body slightly, her hand stealthily reaching for her waist bag. Before Nora could finish her words, an arrow flew through the air and struck her right arm, staining her sleeve red with blood. 2 more arrows followed, one deflecting off course, the other blocked by Reiner's raised round shield. Nora endured the pain and swung 3 throwing knives back at the source of the arrow. A scream echoed from deep within the bushes. Then, for bandits wearing animal skins and masking their faces rushed out from the bushes, brandishing daggers in their hands. Nora's ears pricked up, and without a pause, she immediately threw out the remaining 3 throwing knives, instantly knocking one of them down. The other 3 split up, one of them swooping down to attack Nora from behind, while the other 2 rushed straight towards Reiner. After a year of traveling through time, Reiner was no longer the naive boy he once was. Reiner leaned sideways to block the attack with his shield, and while the opponent was off balance, he struck him on the knee with a hammer, knocking him down. Another robber attacked him, but Reiner leaned back to avoid the dagger and then hit him on the head with a hammer, killing him directly. Reiner was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Nora had been knocked down by another robber, with a dagger stuck in her chest and blood gushing out. Reiner rushed over and swung his hammer, sending the man flying. But he was seconds too late. Nora had already passed out from the pain. Reiner quickly took out the holy water he had just obtained. Item: holy water. Instructions: pour into wounds for faster healing. Note: ineffective on dead creatures. Reiner didn't dare to delay. He first pulled out his dagger and then lifted the wool blanket from Nora's chest. He found that the cloth was wrapped tightly. There was no time to untie it, so Reiner simply used the dagger to cut the cloth and poured holy water into the wound. A miraculous scene unfolded. Nora's bloody wound healed within a dozen seconds, leaving only a shallow scar. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief, draped the blanket over her again, and quietly waited for her to wake up. A few minutes later, Nora opened her eyes, slowly sat up, threw back the blanket, and looked down at her chest, her face filled with shock. "How could this happen? Wasn't I just dying?" Reiner asked softly. "How do you feel?" Nora was stunned for a moment and subconsciously covered her chest. Thank you, master. Then, Nora tried to pull out the arrow from her right arm. Don't move. Reiner quickly stopped her. The arrow has barbs on it. Pulling it out now will tear more tissue. Let's deal with it when we get home. After clearing the scene, Reiner looted the bandits' belongings. He found 3 hunting bows, 5 rusty daggers, and several sets of animal hide clothing. Although he didn't find any money, this equipment could be sold for a considerable amount. 20 minutes later, Reiner put away his spoils and took out a bandage from the wooden box. He first pressed it against Nora's wound to stop the bleeding, then broke the arrow with force and pulled it out. Fortunately, no major blood vessels were injured, so the bleeding was minimal. Bear with it, Reiner said, rinsing the wound with water and then pouring some strong alcohol on it to disinfect it. Nora trembled in pain, her claws leaving scratches on the wooden table. Reiner comforted her while quickly sprinkling wood ash on her body and finally wrapping it with layers of bandages. Don't move your right hand for the next few days. I'll check and change the dressing every day. Be careful not to get an infection. Noila nodded gently and whispered, Thank you. At the same time, the voice in Noila's heart came quietly again. I am so lucky to meet such kind people. Reiner told Nora to rest, and he took the things he had found from the bandits and went to the village to sell them. He sold the hunting bow to the hunter, and the animal skin coat was in great demand during the change of seasons, so it was worth the money. The dagger was sold cheaply to the blacksmith. After this round, Reiner earned a total of 4 silver coins. It was still early, so Reiner and Nora headed to the city again. Reiner first submitted his quest at the Adventurers Guild and redeemed the slime magic core as a reward. At this point, Reiner had only 5 silver coins and 4 copper coins left in his coin purse. Then he went to the bakery and bought 2 loaves of white bread that Nora had been longing for, and also bought 10 loaves of black bread for daily use. After buying all these, Reiner only had 3 silver coins left in his wallet. I'm almost eating dirt. Reiner sighed as he walked, but Nora didn't pay any attention to Reiner's sigh. Nora was staring at the bag the whole time, or more precisely, the white bread in the bag. Nora's mouth was watering all the way home. When she got home, she immediately sat in a corner, looking at Reiner cautiously. Can I have a bite? I'll just have a taste. Nora's heart was filled with desire, but she never spoke. Reiner looked at Nora and smiled mischievously. Are you hungry? Come and have some white bread. At this moment, the system prompt popped up again. Task completed. Buy white bread for Nora. Reward. A jar of jam. A small jar of attractive red jam appeared out of thin air in Reiner's hand. Then, the system gave the next task. New task. Go to the Dawn Forest in the north of Mellowed. Reward. 5 silver coins. Reiner frowned. The Dawn Forest wasn't far away, but the specifics of what they were supposed to do hadn't been specified yet. But once there was a mission, Reiner never procrastinated. Reiner came back to his senses and saw that Nora was still sitting there without moving. He called out again, Kitten, come and have some bread. Nora was slightly stunned and hesitantly raised her hand and pointed at herself. You mean me? Reiner smiled as he cut the white bread and spread a thick layer of jam on it. Of course, you performed very well today. This is a reward. Nora immediately trotted over, took the bread with both hands, her expression serious, as if she was worshipping a god. Come on, you can eat now. Nora nodded solemnly and took a bite of the white bread. The sweetness of the jam instantly spread in her mouth. A few seconds later, 2 lines of tears slid down Nora's cheeks. Nora choked and said, It's so delicious. Chapter 6. So many things can happen with a Catgirl in 10 years. It has been 5 days since Nora was brought back by Reiner. Because Nora's right hand has not fully recovered, Reiner has only taken Nora to kill some slimes around the village these days. As they get along, Reiner finds that Nora is a girl who looks cold but actually has a warm heart. Nora doesn't talk much, but she's full of curiosity about new things. And most importantly, Nora no longer thinks about running away. One evening, Reiner suddenly asked Nora, When you were first brought back, you always wanted to escape. Do you have any relatives waiting for you? Nora replied expressionlessly, No, my father was killed by a monster while hunting a few years ago, and my mother fell off a cliff while collecting herbs a while ago and is gone too. Noila spoke calmly, but before she could finish a few words, tears quietly slid down from the corners of her eyes. Noila quickly wiped her tears with the back of her hand. I promised my mother that I would live strong and not cry easily. Nora said, The reason I'm afraid of humans is because my friends once told me that humans are terrible. They bully the weak and like to take advantage. If I fall into the hands of such people, I will live a life worse than death. But you seem different from them. You've always been polite, never scolding or hitting me, and even giving me food. After listening to Nora's explanation, Reiner nodded gently. Don't worry about me in the future. I'll never let you go hungry. Noila was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and responded softly, Thank you. After a while, Noila asked hesitantly, Master, can I redeem myself in the future? Redeem me? Reiner was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Of course, but it will cost a lot of money. Then, how much? Let me do the math. Reiner bent down, picked up a small stone, and added up a few numbers on the wooden wall. I'll pay for your food, clothes, holy water, weapons. I'll add them all up and calculate it as your friendship price. As long as you earn 20 gold coins from me, I will set you free. For Reiner, this number would not only break even, but also make a fortune. If Nora were truly free, Reiner could go to the slave market and buy another one. Nora tilted her head, a little confused. 20 gold coins? How much is that? Reiner explained carefully. 1 gold coin is equivalent to approximately 400 copper coins, so 20 gold coins equals over 8,000 copper coins. You can understand that this means we'd have to exchange it for over 4,000 pieces of black bread. Nora blinked. More than 4,000? Does that mean it's enough to fill a whole room? Reiner thought for a moment. About the same. Half a village would be filled with so much black bread. Nora's eyes widened in shock. Reiner smiled and continued to coax her. If you work hard, you can save enough in 10 or 8 years. That doesn't sound like a long time. I'll work hard for you, and you must keep your word when the time comes. Of course, as long as you really have saved enough money, I will let you go and I will never regret it. But then again, Nora might not want to leave by then. This world wasn't friendly to Demihumans, and a life with enough food and a bit of freedom would be the most precious kind of stability. If you really had the chance to be free, where would you like to go? Reiner asked casually. Nora didn't answer, but just raised her head slightly and looked at Reiner, her eyes dodging. But Nora's inner voice could be heard quietly. I heard there's a forest in the north of the city, with abundant grass and water, a paradise suitable for demihumans. If I could be free, I'd like to go there. Reiner's heart trembled. Wasn't that place the Dawn Forest? The target of Reiner's next mission was precisely there. Perhaps I could take Nora there to see it. However, the paradise Nora imagined was probably just a legend. After all, the forest was so close to the city, and if there were actually demihumans living there, it would have long been a hunting ground for slave traders. If you really want to settle down, who wouldn't want to go to the wilderness far away from humans, rather than the forest on the edge of the city? Nora obviously didn't know that her voice had long been eavesdropped. Nora, on the other hand, lowered her head with an apologetic look and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you what I'm thinking. Reiner narrowed his eyes and smiled. The forest shrouded in morning mist to the north of the city is incredibly beautiful in the early morning. I heard there are some demihumans living there. Isn't that where you want to go? Nora was stunned, her expression changing immediately. Impossible. How did Reiner know that? I didn't tell you. Nora pondered for a moment, then finally couldn't help but whisper, Master, have you been there? Reiner shook his head casually. No, I just heard others talk about it occasionally. They also gave that forest a name, Forest of Dawn. Nora murmured, pretending nothing had happened, then stood up and stretched her arms. Reiner saw this and reminded her, Don't move. Your hand isn't healed yet. It's healed now. I think I can go out to work now. Reiner was worried, so he removed the bandage and saw that the wound had recovered quite well, with only a shallow sunken scar left. Nora moved her arms without any difficulty. It had to be said that the Demihumans' recovery abilities were truly remarkable. While a human wounded by an arrow would likely take a month to recover, she recovered in just 3 to 5 days. Since Nora is fine, it's perfect. We can prepare to set off to complete the mission. Let's go to the Dawn Forest tomorrow. Nora thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll find out if that place is as the rumors say. Maybe I can actually move there once I'm free. Reiner sighed softly. Even if Nora were truly free in the future, who knows if the world would become even more chaotic? Reiner looked at Nora's lively cat ears and felt itchy for some reason, so he tentatively said, Can I touch your ears? Nora was stunned for a moment and immediately covered her ears with her hands, shaking her head repeatedly. Why? Why are you touching my ears? Absolutely not. How about the tail? Reiner probed again. Nora's tail was furry and looked soft, so it must feel amazing. As a result, Nora became even more alert, shrinking to the side and avoiding his gaze. No, This is even worse. Nora lowered her head and bit her lip, then raised her head seriously. I will work hard. Please, don't have that kind of idea about me. Reiner looked at Nora's serious and vigilant expression, and suddenly felt that this cat girl was quite interesting. Chapter 7. The cat girl suppressed her shame and was willing to have her ears touched. Before setting off for the Dawn Forest, Reiner gave Nora another set of throwing knives in the city. Because while gathering intelligence, he learned that the road to Dawn Forest had recently been plagued by banditry, and a group of goblins had appeared in the forest. It was rumored to be quite chaotic. To prevent any unforeseen events, he needed to be fully prepared. Fortunately, Nora and Reiner were lucky. They walked all day and didn't see any goblins, let alone the legendary bandits. There were still many fresh horse hoof prints along the road, which showed that there were many people walking on this road. Nora walked in front, and from time to time she secretly looked back at Reiner, her eyes as if she was on guard against some pervert. Reiner wants to touch my ears. I have to be more vigilant. Reiner was a little speechless when Nora looked at him, so he just said directly, "Don't worry, I promise not to touch your ears." After hearing this, Nora quickly ran to Reiner's side and explained in a serious manner, "I'm not guarding against you. I'm exploring the way. I have good ears, so I'm suitable to walk in the front." Reiner said seriously, "There are only two of us. Why should we explore the way? Let's go into the forest quickly. Follow me and don't run around." Nora responded softly and finally followed Reiner obediently. As we walked further, the trees became denser and the dirt road under our feet was gradually covered with pine needles. At the end of the road was a lush, primeval forest. Nora and Reiner had officially entered the Dawn Forest. Perhaps because of the dim light in the evening, Reiner didn't think this forest was anything special at first. But the system popped up first. Mission: go to the Dawn Forest north of Merode. Current status: completed. Rewards distributed. 5 silver coins suddenly appeared in Reiner's palm, cold and heavy. Counting the money he earned from the missions of the past few days, and deducting the cost of buying Nora a throwing knife, Reiner now had 8 silver coins in his pocket. If he saved up a little more, maybe he could go to the slave market and pick out a new employee. Mission update: preliminary exploration of the Dawn Forest. Mission reward: 5 silver coins. Reiner frowned. He hated this kind of vague mission the most. How many steps, or laps, did initial exploration entail? It wasn't made clear at all. Reiner was grumbling when Nora suddenly poked him in the shoulder. "Master, do we still need to keep going? It's getting dark." In the dim evening light, Nora's eyes looked particularly bright, and her cat ears trembled slightly in the wind, making her look particularly smart. "Don't go. Find a place to rest for the night." Reiner lit a bonfire behind a huge rock. Nora and Reiner quickly ate some dry food and took turns to keep watch and sleep. The next morning, Reiner finally understood why this forest was called the Forest of Dawn. When the sunlight penetrated the mist and fell on the branches and blades of grass, the hazy golden color seemed to cast a gentle light on the entire world. The air was filled with the scent of earth and flowers, and every breath was refreshing. "So it's true. This place is really beautiful," Reiner sighed softly. Nora stood aside, lost in thought, staring into the distance. Her inner voice drifted softly into Reiner's ears. "It's so beautiful. If my parents were still here, they would surely love this forest too." Nora's ears slowly drooped, and her eyes looked a little lost. Reiner didn't disturb Nora. When Nora came to her senses, she heard Nora whisper, "Master, where are we going next? Let's just take a walk in the forest first. The mission isn't completed yet." "Okay." Nora nodded and followed Reiner obediently, as usual. As they were walking, they suddenly heard the neighing of horses in the distance. Reiner alertly dodged behind a tree and looked through the gap. A group of about 10 men were escorting several demi-human slaves. 5 exhausted-looking orcs were tied to the back of the carriage. "Who's there?" 2 guards drew their weapons and approached. Reiner walked out of the bushes and raised his hands. "Don't be nervous. I'm just passing by." Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, the 2 men put away their swords. One of the slave traders came over and said impatiently, "Don't hide behind trees next time. There are a lot of goblins in the forest lately. Don't let us hurt you by mistake." Reiner nodded and casually asked, "How could there be so many demi-humans in this forest?" "Oh, you didn't know? Hasn't the news spread a long time ago? But you're too late. We've almost cleared out all the demi-humans here." The slave trader waved his hand after he finished speaking. "Just make way. We are leaving." Looking at their receding backs, Reiner felt a suppressed anger coming from Nora. These bastards. Nora gritted her teeth, her eyes piercing the slave traders. If she hadn't been unable to defeat them, Nora would have rushed forward long ago. Reiner patted Nora's shoulder gently. Let's go, don't cause trouble. Nora nodded, but suddenly asked in a low voice, Master, will you also sell us demihumans? Reiner was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands. No. Nora breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly held Reiner's hand with her little hand. Being captured is already pitiful. If you run into a bad person again, it will be completely over. Nora's eyes were filled with tears as she whispered, Okay, I promise you I won't. Reiner squinted at Nora and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. But I have a condition. You have to let me touch your ears. Nora was stunned. Huh? Reiner repeated it again. Nora lowered her head and thought for a moment with a red face. Finally, she closed her eyes and whispered, Yes, please touch it. It's okay, it's just my ears, I can bear it, Reiner chuckled. Don't touch it for now, let's talk about it when we get home. Nora opened her eyes, lowered her head and turned her face away. Her face flushed red, just like a ripe apple. Reiner and Nora continued to stroll through the forest. Not long after, the system sounded another reminder. Mission completed. Initial exploration of the Dawn Forest. Reward, 5 silver coins. Reiner looked at his wallet and saw that it was a little fatter. He sighed to himself that since Nora came along, the missions were being completed more and more smoothly. Just as Reiner was considering whether to return to the city to report, a new prompt suddenly popped up on the system. Mission update. Trigger the Dawn Forest hidden mission and complete it. Reiner froze. This again? Den quest. The trigger conditions weren't listed? This was a scam. Just as Reiner was frowning frantically, Nora suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, Master, it seems like someone is calling for help up ahead. Chapter 8. Abducting a legendary horse girl. Hidden quest triggered. Rescue a demi-human girl. Completion reward. A bottle of holy water for healing. Nora, lead the way. Let's go take a look. Reiner's eyes were serious, and he quickly followed Nora's footsteps. Soon, Reiner and Nora came to the depths of the woods. In front of me, I saw a black-haired demi-human girl covered in wounds, waving a dagger with all her might, fighting fiercely with several goblins. Her right leg had been pierced by a sharp weapon, and the blood was flowing profusely. Her movements were obviously restricted, and her situation was precarious. Several dead goblins lay on the ground, indicating that she had considerable fighting ability. Reiner hid behind the bushes and observed her carefully. She had long limbs, tight muscles, and pointed ears. He didn't have time to confirm her race until that powerful ponytail came into view. So, it's a horse, Reiner thought, his eyes fixed on the situation on the field. The demi-human girl could no longer hold on, her dagger knocked away by the goblin, and she stumbled to the ground. Don't come near me. Get away. Her voice was tinged with tears, trying her best to scare off the enemy. But the goblins ignored her and continued to swarm her. Reiner frowned and winked at Nora. Nora nodded and quickly threw 3 throwing knives. The first 2 were blocked by the leather armor, but the last one hit the goblin's vital point, piercing directly into the throat. The other 3 goblins saw that the situation was not good and turned around and ran for their lives with squeals. Hidden quest completed. Reward distributed. A bottle of warm, clear holy water appeared in Reiner's hand. But the system message wasn't finished yet. New quest. Decide the fate of the demi-human girl. Kill her, free her, or enslave her. Different choices have far-reaching consequences. Reward, unknown. Another option? Reiner's mind stirred, and he put the holy water into his pocket expressionlessly. For a mission like this, Reiner naturally observed first, then decided. Nora ran forward quickly and helped the girl up. How are you? Can you walk? I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. The girl gritted her teeth and endured the pain, but her eyes involuntarily swept towards Reiner. Seeing the strange man approaching, she was terrified. She hurriedly picked up the dagger and held it to her chest. Don't come over. She even put the dagger to her neck. Don't force me. I would rather die. Nora immediately held her hand. Calm down. Reiner is a good person, really. Reiner stopped and said gently, I'm not a bad person. Don't be afraid. The girl was slightly stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. You understand, Devante? Reiner nodded. The girl's eyes turned red, and she cried while questioning, Why are you humans always like this? We just want to survive. She was very emotional and talked incessantly for a long time. Reiner was confused. I'm not a slave trader. Why are you telling me this? However, Reiner still secretly used identification on the girl. Name, Martina Shelley. Age, 19. Race, subhuman equus. Status, severely injured, bleeding, starving. Talent details, strength, S. Endurance, A. Agility, B. Perception, C. Spirit, C. Intelligence, D. Current slave rating, legend. Seeing the word legend, Reiner almost laughed out loud. Not only were her stats top-notch, her looks were also quite striking. Her figure was even more impressive than Nora's. This was a treasure trove delivered to his doorstep. At this time, Nora quietly pulled Reiner and said, "Master, what are you going to do with Martina?" Reiner thought for a moment and said, "It's simple. Either let Martina go or take Martina home." Martina struggled to get up, but Nora stopped her. "You're bleeding now. It's dangerous to keep going. The goblins will follow the smell of blood. Not to mention, there are slave traders outside the forest. You'll be walking into a trap if you go out." Martina's eyes wavered as she listened to Nora's sincere words. "I have nowhere else to go," she whispered. Reiner, seeing the time was right, said calmly, "Why don't you come with me?" Martina's expression immediately became alert. "Umph, I don't believe you have good intentions. You must have ulterior motives." Martina subconsciously covered her chest and glared at Reiner. "What do you want from me? My body? Or something else?" Reiner was speechless for a moment. He silently added in his mind, "Of course, it's both physical strength and combat power." But before Reiner could explain, Nora spoke first. "I didn't believe Reiner at first, but Reiner really never bullied me. Reiner bought me clothes and food, gave me time to rest, and never forced me to do anything I didn't want to do." Martina was still full of doubt. "Are there really such kind-hearted humans?" Nora looked at Martina seriously. "I swear on my soul." Martina was silent. After a long while, Reiner finally spoke. "I can't support you for nothing. You must work to earn money, sign a master-servant contract, and obey my orders." "Contract?" Nora pointed to her arm. "Look, it's this mark. Once it's on you, if you disobey orders, you'll die. The rest is the same." Martina's eyes were complicated. "So, once you sign, I can't object even if I regret it?" Reiner nodded. "Yes, but I'm a man of my word. After 5 years, you can choose to stay or leave freely." Martina fell into deep thought, her eyes filled with struggle and sadness. Humans are the most deceptive, but where else can I go? Finally, Martina whispered, "You really will let me go in 5 years?" "Of course. By then, you'll have earned enough money from me to buy 2 of you. Might as well save some merit and let you go." Martina was speechless for a moment. She looked up at the sky and whispered, "Mom and Dad, if you are still alive, please protect me from being hurt again." Martina then raised her head and said firmly, 10 years is too long. 5 years. I'll take it." Reiner chuckled and nodded. "Deal." Reiner knew that 5 years was enough time to change a lot, especially in this world so hostile to demihumans. Perhaps, by then, Martina wouldn't even want to leave. Chapter 9. Signing a contract with the Museum. On the way back to the city, Martina was unable to walk due to her leg injury and was carried on Nora's back. Reiner was dragging the torn leather armor he had stripped off the goblin's corpse in one hand, wondering if he could take it to the Adventurers Guild to exchange for some money. As the outline of the city of Merode in the distance gradually became clear, Reiner decided to complete the task first and take Martina to stamp the slave contract. At this moment, a voice quietly floated into Reiner's mind. "When can I eat? I'm so hungry." Reiner turned his head to look at Martina, and his eyes happened to meet Martina's. Reiner had no intention of starving Martina. She simply had an incredible appetite. She had devoured almost half of the 3 days' worth of dry food. Martina, Reiner, and Nora hadn't eaten since morning, and their stomachs were rumbling. "Just bear with it a little longer. I'll buy you something to eat once we get to the city." Martina nodded without saying anything. Soon, Martina, Reiner, and Nora passed through the city gate. The flow of people in the city made Martina a little flustered. Martina's inner voice echoed through Reiner's ears. "There are so many people. I'm done for. I was so stupid to actually follow Reiner. Now I can't escape." Seeing Martina's nervous expression, Reiner turned and went to the bakery, bought a few pieces of black bread, and handed them to Martina. Martina was stunned for a moment, then took it without hesitation and devoured it. Then, Reiner took the tattered leather armor to the Adventurers Guild. Ultimately, it only fetched 10 copper coins. "That's all it's worth," Reiner sighed, then headed straight for the slave market with Martina and Nora. As soon as they got close, Martina instinctively began to struggle. Where are we going? The slave market, Reiner said calmly. Don't be nervous. We're just going to get a stamp. We won't sell you. Nora also comforted Martina. Don't worry. The master will not break his promise. Although Martina did not resist anymore, her heart was still full of doubts and anxiety. Entering the slave market, Martina was horrified by the familiar scene. Subhuman slaves were displayed like livestock, ready for selection. If you don't obey, you will be whipped. In the corner, there is a pile of dead demi-human corpses, rotting and stinking. Martina's body can't stop shaking. Although Nora maintained a calm demeanor, she cursed the slaver's cruelty. Reiner grabbed a slaver and explained his intentions. They were led into the basement. Martina slumped in a chair, her hands clinging tightly to Nora's legs, as if they were her only support. Where did this slave come from? The slave trader looked Martina up and down, a lewd smile on his face. With this appearance, the nobles will definitely like it, especially these legs and this face. If she were a little shorter, she would be even more perfect. Nora and Martina didn't understand what was going on, but they could sense something was wrong from the tone. Nora, no, my master promised me. Reiner would never betray me. Martina, it's over. Am I being sold out? I'll give you 5 gold coins, the dealer said with a smile. If she's still a virgin, I can give her more. Reiner's face darkened. I said, I won't sell it to you. 8, the dealer said anxiously. 8 is not a higher price. Reiner sneered, thinking to himself, 8 gold coins? You want to buy a legendary demi-human? Are you worthy? Finally, the stamp was completed. Martina, due to her strong constitution, only became weaker but did not faint. Before leaving, Reiner went to the bakery to buy some white bread, hoping to improve Nora and Martina's mood. By the time they got home, it was already late. Martina sat quietly in the corner, looking at Reiner without saying a word. Reiner actually didn't sell me out. Maybe there really are good people among humans? No, it's too early to jump to conclusions. We still have to observe. Reiner smiled and waved to Nora and Martina. Come and eat, and then you can apply the medicine. Reiner brought out the white bread and jam, and Nora happily sat down. Martina hesitated for a moment, then leaned over. She sniffed the jam, then took a bite of the white bread. The sweet taste brought Martina to tears. She devoured the food, even licking the leftovers from the corner of her mouth. Martina's reaction was exactly the same as Nora's. And this white bread is just SOSO. Reiner looked at Martina and Nora and said calmly, don't cry. Work hard, and I'll make sure you can have this white bread every meal. Martina and Nora exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. Then, the system notification chimed again. Mission: determine the fate of the demi-human girl. Completed. You chose to take her as a slave. Reward distributed. Reiner suddenly felt several heavy pieces of metal in his hands. He looked down and saw 3 dais gold coins emblazoned with a giant dragon. An unprecedentedly generous reward. Activate achievement. Lord of the Beast-Eared Girls effect. Easier to gain the favor and trust of demi-humans. Reiner stroked his chin. This achievement was quite useful. If he came across the right demi-human next time, recruiting them should be much easier. But the next second, the system came back. New mission. Clear the goblin lair in Dawn Forest. Reward: 10 gold coins. How shouldn't the kingdom army be dispatched for such a large-scale mission? Reiner immediately started complaining. I'm just a third-rate adventurer, and you want me to go and destroy the goblin nest alone? As he was cursing, Martina suddenly unwrapped the linen wrapped around her body right in front of Reiner. Chapter 10. Be obedient and look at your legs. Martina's skin was a healthy wheat color, and the lines on her body were unusually smooth, especially her strong and powerful legs, which almost showed the traces of an athlete's training. Martina's waist and abdomen are tight, without any excess fat, and the outline of her waistline can be faintly seen. She looks like the goddess of track and field in the school team. But Martina, like Nora, is used to wrapping her private parts tightly with cloth strips, appearing particularly conservative. This man seems to be always sizing me up. I have to be on my guard. Martina lowered her head to pick up the linen cloth from the floor and wrapped it again, her expression clearly complicated. Reiner noticed Martina's actions and said, It's no use wrapping it up. You need to take a shower soon, and I need to apply medicine to your wound. Martina nodded reluctantly, but still reluctantly took off the cloth again, sat at the dining table with her legs crossed and waited. Reiner poured 2 buckets of hot water into the wooden basin, tested the temperature, and waved to her. The water is ready. Come and take a shower. Martina slowly walked to the stall, peered inside, and wondered, could it be that Reiner has to watch me wash? I want to shower alone, Martina whispered. Of course you shower alone, Reiner said unhappily, pushing Martina in and closing the stall curtain. Throw out those dirty rags of yours. They're unhygienic and can easily lead to infection. I've left the clean clothes at the door. Got it. Soon, Martina threw a pile of rags out from the crack of the door, and the sound of water running could be heard from the cubicle. Nora silently put the rags into the tub without saying a word. Half an hour later, Martina reached into the cubicle and took clean clothes. After a while, Martina finally changed her clothes and came out. Reiner waved to Martina. Come, let me see how your leg has recovered. Martina stood there hesitantly for a moment, then limped to Reiner. Alas, I'm still a bit of a frivolous human after all. Reiner didn't bother to pay attention to Martina's inner thoughts. He squatted down and carefully examined the wound. The wound that originally penetrated the thigh was now beginning to heal. Granulation tissue was growing, and scabs were forming. Are all of you demihumans so resilient? Reiner sighed, walked to the corner, took out a set of woolen bedding, and spread it next to the fireplace. As long as we have food and water, we can slowly get over even the most serious injuries, Martina nodded in response. Reiner became increasingly curious about how such a physically strong race could be conquered by humans. As he was thinking, Martina patted Reiner's shoulder and whispered, I don't know what to call you yet. What's your name? My name is Reiner. You can call me whatever you want. You can call me Master or my name. Reiner turned to Martina and asked, What about you? Don't even think about asking me to call you Master. My name is Martina Shelley. Just call me Martina. Martina answered seriously, her expression calm. Reiner nodded and pointed to the bedding on the ground. You will sleep here tonight, and Nora will sleep next to you. No problem. Martina glanced at the warm fireplace and thought quietly to herself. I have to be careful tonight. Reiner seems to be very interested in me. Reiner sighed inexplicably and ignored Martina's misunderstanding. Reiner had now let it go. As long as Martina could help Reiner make money, nothing else mattered. Reiner quickly finished a shower and fell onto the bed, ready to rest. He had been exhausted from the past few days, and now all he wanted was to sleep until dawn. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, a familiar voice quietly floated into his mind. Nora, Martina is asleep. The Master seems to be asleep too. Reiner immediately had several questions in his mind. What are you doing at this hour of the night? No, let's talk about it tomorrow. He's also very tired today. Reiner opened his eyes and saw a pair of blue eyes staring straight at him, just like a scary scene in a horror movie. Why are you not sleeping so late at night? Reiner was a little speechless. Nora took 2 steps back, pointed at the cat ears on her head, and said, I'm here to fulfill my promise. I said I would let you touch my ears when I come back. After hearing what Nora said, Reiner remembered that this was indeed the case. Come on, get on the bed. Reiner was finally free to pet the cat. Nora was still a little wary. Only touch the ears. Don't think about anything else, Master. You're not allowed to have any bad thoughts about me. Okay, you're so thin now, and I'm only interested in your ears. If it's just touching your ears, that's fine. Okay, then I'll come over. Nora slowly sat down on the bed with her back to Reiner. The black cat ears on Nora's head trembled slightly, and she looked a little nervous. Reiner reached out and touched the furry ears. Nora shuddered reflexively and uttered a soft hum. Well, I really don't like having my ears touched, but my master seems very happy, so I'll have to bear with it for a while. You don't like it? Reiner asked while rubbing his ears. It's not that I don't like it, just don't be too forceful. My ears are very sensitive, and I'll feel uncomfortable if you push too hard. After hearing what Nora said, Reiner slowed down his movements and gently poked the fuzz inside his ears with his fingertips. Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't cared about me then, I would have been dead by now, Nora whispered. The best reward is for you to do your best for me now. By the way, is there anything you particularly want to eat? Black bread would be nice. Nora shook her head. No. Reiner smiled. Just tell me what you want to eat. I will try my best to satisfy you. It would be nice if I could eat meat. Reiner silently took note of this sentence. In this world, the price of meat is considered extravagant. A chicken, duck, or goose costs at least 3 silver coins, and a pound of beef or mutton is ridiculously expensive, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. But Nora, a cat-like subhuman, was a natural carnivore, so forcing her to eat black bread was too much. But this girl was always stubborn, and her words were completely different from her thoughts. Thank you, Master. Now I am really satisfied. Hearing Nora's lie, Reiner simply increased his strength and scratched the fluff in her ear as a punishment. Tomorrow morning, Reiner planned to go to the city to buy some equipment for Martina and also buy some nutritional supplements for Nora, such as the 2 kunkins. Chapter 11 by Martina, A Good Sword. Early in the morning, Reiner brought 2 demihumans to Melad's weapon shop to choose weapons. Since we are going to defeat the goblins, we must equip Martina with suitable weapons. And demihumans seem to have an inexplicable liking for weapons. As soon as she entered the weapons store, she squatted in front of the shelves and looked left and right. But after looking for a long time, she still couldn't find a weapon that suits her. Watching Martina trying back and forth, the old blacksmith in the weapon shop stood by and stared, looking quite impatient. Reiner asked, "How is it? Have you chosen?" Martina was currently holding a 2-handed sword taller than a person, swinging it back and forth between shelves. "Not yet. Can you help me take a look at this?" Reiner took the sword and tried to swing it twice, but the 2-handed sword was too heavy and he was not used to it all. He looked at the muscles on Martina's arms. Although her biceps were not as big as his, they could burst out with an extremely terrifying force. Maddie added, "It would be better if the blade of this sword was wider. The current sword is too light for me. I want a heavier and stronger sword." Reiner repeated her words to the old blacksmith beside him. He looked up at Martina and cursed, "A beast is a beast, all about brute force." Although most people in this world have a natural hostility towards demihumans, Reiner couldn't help but feel disgusted when he heard him cursing people casually. The old blacksmith turned and entered the warehouse, and with some difficulty moved out the heavy long wooden box. After prying open the wooden lid, he moved the straw on top with his hands, revealing a shiny, new giant sword. Looking at the sword from different angles, you can see different colors of luster. The blade of this 2-handed sword is particularly wide, and you can feel its heaviness just by looking at it. "I thought this old fellow would lie in the warehouse forever." The old blacksmith scratched his ear. Martina bent down and picked up the sword with one hand, seemingly without any effort at all. She waved it casually, and the terrifying sound of it breaking through the air sent chills down people's spines. Martina couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This is the best weapon I've ever seen. It not only feels good, but is also very sturdy." The old blacksmith asked, "What is this beast saying?" Reiner translated her words and told them to the old blacksmith. "This beast is quite knowledgeable. Tell her that this sword is forged from finest steel and mithril, and is the nemesis of all evil. It is the most proud work of my life. There is no armor that it cannot cut through, and no evil spirit that it cannot kill. I can't believe that the person who recognizes this weapon the most is a demi-human. I swear this is definitely the best 2-handed sword in this city." The old blacksmith kept talking so much that Reiner's ears were almost calloused. He simply translated it for Martina. The old man said this is a good sword. Then he asked the old blacksmith how much. The old blacksmith narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then replied, "At least 15 diced gold coins." Reiner was speechless for a moment, although he had already prepared for the old blacksmith to ask for a high price. After all, iron is still quite scarce in this era. What's more, this sword is mixed with mithril, which can exorcise demons and evil spirits. That stuff is top-grade forging material, so expensive that even the kingdom's most elite knights can't afford it. At this moment, the system's voice also appeared. "Host, please plan your economy wisely and spend money wisely. The materials and craftsmanship of this sword are top-notch, and it is totally worth the price." The old blacksmith continued. Reiner sighed, but its price would require a farmer to go without food or drink for at least 7 years to save up enough. A hint of merchant cunning flashed in the old blacksmith's eyes. "Are you an adventurer?" Reiner nodded. "How about we make a deal?" Reiner glanced at him warily. "You say?" The old blacksmith walked quickly to the front desk and took out a worn map from the cabinet. He pointed to a wilderness west of Melode City and whispered, "There's a group of bandits hiding in this area. Their leader is a jerk named Reynard. If you can capture him and bring him to me, I'll give you the sword. How about that?" After that, the old blacksmith handed over the portrait of Leonard. He has a beard, a scar on his face, and one of his eyes is blinded. It's a classic villain face. Reiner put the portrait into his pocket and asked, "Is there any grudge between you two?" The old blacksmith clenched his aged fists and said angrily, "He killed my only son. Why not a bounty hunter? I've looked for it, but found nothing in the past few months." The old blacksmith shook his head. Reiner pondered for a moment, then asked, "How many people are there?" The old blacksmith shrugged. A few or a dozen, who knows? Only the living ones. It's best if he's alive. If he's dead, you need to bring me his head. The old blacksmith looked grim. Reiner nodded. I'll give it a try. Don't get your hopes up. Reiner plans to put the main storyline aside and do a side quest first. After all, the rewards given by the old blacksmith seem to be more generous than those given by the system. Walking to the shelf, he asked Martina to choose another two-handed sword, then took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to the old blacksmith. Seeing Martina holding the sword in her right hand without any pressure, Reiner felt as if something was missing. You hold the sword in one hand, so why not use a shield in your left hand? Martina thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Reiner took out another 10 silver coins and bought a heraldic shield hanging on the wall. After buying equipment for Martina, Reiner looked at Nora beside him. She was squatting in front of the shelf, carefully selecting throwing knives. The two looked at each other. Should I ask the master? This throwing knife looks pretty good. A set of throwing knives costs 3 silver coins, and 2 sets are only 6 silver coins. Reiner feels that there is no need to be so frugal. This thing is a consumable. If you throw away a handful and don't have a chance to recycle it, it's gone, so naturally the more the better. If you need anything, just say it directly. Don't be shy. Noila scratched her face and said in a low voice, I want to buy some more throwing knives. Reiner took out 6 silver coins and placed them on the table, then picked up 2 sets of throwing knives and stuffed them into her waist bag. Now there are only 2 gold coins and some scattered copper coins left in my pocket. Reiner went to the armor shop again and customized light leather armor for the 3 of them. The craftsman looked at Reiner and couldn't help but teasingly said, I've been in this business for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone buy armor for their slaves, and it's a female slave. After taking the measurements, you still have to wait 3 days before you can pick it up. During this time, he wanted to go to the west of the city to find out about the gang of robbers and see if he could find an opportunity to kill them. Thinking of this, Reiner looked at Martina beside him. How is your leg? It seemed that her legs were almost healed and she could jump and run along the way. Almost recovered, Martina said expressionlessly. Reiner nodded. Then you can show it later. Chapter 12. Leading the robbers to collect the reward. The city of Melode is not big, with only a small gate on the east side. After leaving the city, Reiner walked around the city wall before arriving at the wilderness to the west of the city. The place was overgrown with weeds taller than people, and there wasn't even a decent path. There are usually secret sentries next to the bandit camps. They might be noticed by the robbers before they even get close. Noila, go ahead and explore the way. If anything happens, come back to me. Be careful and be smart. Nora nodded, took out her dagger, turned around, and dived into the weeds. Martina looked at Reiner and asked doubtfully, What about us? Wait, judging from the talent panel, Nora is undoubtedly the most suitable one among them for exploration. If the 2 of them followed, they might even make things worse. But after waiting for a while and seeing that Nora had not come back yet, Reiner couldn't help but worry. Fortunately, Nora finally came back half an hour later. She had a few green leaves stuck in her hair. I searched the surrounding area and found no trace of other people. The bandits might be hiding in the woods ahead. Okay, you lead the way. Reiner followed Nora into the bushes. The 3 of them walked for about a few hundred meters when Nora suddenly stopped in front. There's someone coming up ahead. Her ears pricked up, probably because she heard an unusual sound. Do you need me to catch him? He doesn't understand demi-human language and might resist in a panic. Learn from me. Reiner took a deep breath and began to teach Daist language on the spot. Be quiet. I have something to ask you. Follow me. Nora learned it in one go, and although she had a slight accent, it was not difficult to understand the meaning. If he dares to resist, just kill him. Clear. Nora went out again. Soon, the grass not far away shook. When she came back again, the dagger was covered in blood. He was dishonest. I killed him. Fine. The 3 continued to advance through the weeds. Nora stopped again before she had gone far. At the same time, another man's voice was heard from a distance. Turner, remember to buy some wine. Do you hear me? Seeing no response, he shouted a few more times. Turner, don't play dumb. I'll beat you up. Reiner winked at Nora, and she immediately understood and went out. In a moment, Nora caught the man back. He saw several people with terrified expressions on their faces, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Don't hurt me. I'm willing to tell you anything. This man was bald, with no hair on his face except his eyebrows. He was not Leonard. Reiner took out the portrait and showed it to him. Do you recognize this person? The man took a quick look and said repeatedly, I know him. This is our leader. Where is your camp? Seeing the man hesitate slightly, Nora exerted a little force, and the dagger cut the skin on his neck. No, the camp is in the woods ahead. Please let me go. Reiner winked at Nora. The man's neck was immediately cut. The three continued to grope towards the woods. After about a few hundred meters, Nora stopped again. Master, I heard their voices. I'm going to explore the way ahead. You wait here for me. Okay, be safe. Nora slipped out again. If the bandit leader is really killed this time, Nora will definitely take the credit. This time he waited a long time for Nora to come back, her face covered in blood. Injured? No, I killed a sentry during the reconnaissance. This is his blood. Nora wiped the blood off her face with her arm and continued. I only saw 15 bandits, including the man in the portrait. Reynard. Nora nodded and responded. Yeah. Are there any other secret sentries nearby? Nora shook her head. I only saw one. Reiner took a deep breath and began to think. 15 people will definitely not be able to win in a head-on fight. Nora, you assist us in the dark and kill as many as you can. The two of us will be in the front to attract their attention. Be careful. You too. Nora slipped out from the side. She looked sneaky. Reiner turned back to look at Martina and said softly, just follow me. Do whatever you do. Be smart. Understood. After waiting there for a while, Reiner suddenly stood up and walked towards the woods. It was evening now, and the sky was getting darker. Not long after walking, Reiner saw a fire in the woods in the distance. That should be the camp Nora mentioned. Reiner continued walking until he saw several bandits sitting around a campfire. One of the men was the Leonard the old blacksmith had mentioned. Leonard also saw Reiner, but perhaps because of the poor light, he could not see his face clearly. Boo! Reiner pretended to be timid and lowered his voice. I'm lost. Which direction is Melody? Reynard pulled out a dagger from his waist and walked over with several bandits. He had a malicious smile on his face. Lost? Reiner quickly took a few steps back, holding his round shield in front of him. I'm sorry, I don't mean any harm. I just came to ask for directions. Leonard smiled, but said nothing, his eyes always on Martina. Mirelord is not far from here. Just keep walking east, and you will see it. Leonard stepped forward and put his hand on Reiner's shoulder. Just then, someone in the camp screamed. The robber looked back in confusion. Reiner took the opportunity to hit Leonard on the back of the head with his shield, knocking him unconscious. The other bandits came to their senses and rushed towards Reiner at the same time, waving daggers. Martina swung her sword, and with the sound of whistling wind, the two bandits in front were beheaded before they could even utter a cry. By the time the three remaining bandits realized something was wrong, it was too late. Martina chopped it into pieces as if it were melons or vegetables. Nora also walked out of the camp at this time. Master, I have taken care of everything here. So do we. Nora nodded, crawled back into the bushes, and began to be alert to her surroundings. Martina saw Leonard lying on the ground and raised her knife to strike again. Stop, you can't cut this. Reiner quickly grabbed her. Why? Isn't he a robber? He's the leader. He's still useful. He's more valuable alive than dead. Martina nodded, not quite understanding. Reiner took out a rope and tied him up like a knot. Then he took Martina to search the camp. This group of robbers did not seem to be rich. After searching for a long time, they only found a dozen copper coins. Seeing that it was getting darker and darker, and this remote place was not safe, Reiner called Nora and carried the still unconscious Leonard away. Chapter 13, Can I Touch Your Tail? Okay. This is a misunderstanding. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the location of a large treasure. After waking up, Leonard has been trying to bribe Reiner. Where? Tell me the location first. You have to let me go first. Otherwise, how can I be sure that you will? Reiner said to Martina, our friend talks a lot. Help him get some sleep. With a muffled sound, Leonard fainted again. Reiner took it to the blacksmith shop in the city. Although it was just evening, they had already closed their shop and were ready to rest. Reiner knocked hard on the door. After a long time, the old blacksmith finally opened the door. He shone the candlestick on Reiner's face, looking a little impatient. It's you? What's wrong? Reynard, I caught him for you alive. The old blacksmith's body shook violently. He pulled Leonard's hair, looked at him closely with a candlestick, and then punched him, swearing at him. He quickly walked back to the blacksmith shop, lit all the candles in the shop, and then tied Leonard to a wooden chair. Shouldn't we also fulfill the promise of the sword? Of course, I'm a man of integrity. Please wait for me for a moment. I am Busse. Reiner watched as he took out a large pile of tools. There are sickles and there are fire tongs. Leonard will hardly survive this night. After waiting for a while, the old blacksmith finally dragged the wooden box out of the warehouse. Here is what you want. Reiner opened it and took a look. Seeing that everything was fine, he asked Martina to take the sword and left. What happened next had nothing to do with him. When passing by the brightly lit tavern, Reiner smelled the bacon and suddenly remembered that he had to buy some meat for Nora to supplement her nutrition. Reiner went in and bought a processed chicken, ready to go back and reward Nora. If he hadn't spent all his money on customizing 3 sets of leather armor, he would definitely have bought a pound or 2 of smoked pork for Nora to eat with it. By the time he got back to the village, it was completely dark. The 2 animal-eared girls were covered in blood, and Reiner asked them to take a shower first before they could eat. He was roasting a chicken in front of the fireplace. While he was grilling, Nora suddenly sat down next to him, her hair still wet. She stared at the roasted chicken rolling in the fire, and her saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth. It smells so good I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Reiner reached out and pinched her cheek. Wipe your saliva. This is specially bought for you. You can eat it soon. Thank you, master. Her eyes were still fixed on the roast chicken. Martina also finished her shower. She grabbed the basin and poured the dirty water out the door, then came over to take a look. Meat? Yes, do you eat meat? Martina shook her head. I prefer grains and vegetables. It seems that the only way to reward her at the moment is white bread. Let me see the wound on your leg. Martina stretched out her legs. Her wound was almost healed, but the scab had not yet fallen off. Then it's none of your business. Go to the kitchen and get 2 pieces of brown bread. The jam is in the cupboard. Spread it on yourself. Okay. Martina ran away happily, leaving Nora and Reiner sitting by the fire and roasting something. After a while, the chicken was roasted. Reiner took it out of the fireplace and placed it on the table. Although Nora was extremely greedy, she never tried to grab it. She just sat aside and watched quietly. Wait a while before eating. It's too hot now. Reiner looked towards the kitchen and saw that Martina had not come out yet. So he reached out and touched Nora's cat ears. Seeing that her ears were still wet, Reiner took out a towel from the cabinet and helped her wipe her ears. You must dry the water in your ears after taking a shower, otherwise you might get sick, understand? Noila Mo lowered her head and replied softly, Well, I remember it. When I was little, only my parents would clean my ears. My master was so kind to me. It felt so warm. But why? She stared at the roast chicken in front of her, lost in thought, until Reiner placed the bowl in front of her and she came back to her senses. Reiner tore off 2 grilled chicken legs and put them in her bowl. Eat it and stop thinking about it. Nora nodded, stuffed the chicken into her mouth, and ate it ravenously. You can see that she is very greedy. Eat slowly and don't choke. I bought 2, which is enough. Soon, only the chicken frame was left of the roast chicken on the table. Reiner hadn't eaten meat for a long time, so this meal tasted particularly delicious to him. He secretly made up his mind that once he had money, he would at least live a life of worry-free food and clothing like before he traveled through time. Just as he was imagining the future, Noila suddenly stood up. Master, you take a rest. I will clean up. Thank you for your help. Reiner picked his teeth, sat at the dining table for a while, then went to the pond to fetch a bucket of water and started taking a bath. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed and soon felt sleepy. Martina had already fallen asleep in front of the fireplace, holding the sword. Just as Reiner was about to cover himself with the quilt and go to sleep, a voice floated into his mind. Master, he should still be awake, right? Time to let him touch his ears. At the same time, Nora lowered her voice and called in Reiner's ear, Master. Reiner opened his eyes and saw her squatting beside the bed, staring at him eagerly. What's wrong? Reiner asked knowingly while lying on his side. Touch your ears. Reiner patted the edge of the bed, and Nora sat on it naturally. Next, he rubbed her ears. As she was touching, Nora suddenly let out a whimper of pain. My ears are itchy. I really don't like having my ears touched. Reiner slowed down after hearing her inner thoughts. This is fine, just keep it this way. It feels good after having my ears touched for a long time. Oh, I should take this opportunity to say thank you. Noila suddenly said, Thank you for taking care of me, master. Thank you so much. Not really. Cats are meat eaters. I'll buy you more meat from now on. Why are you so nice to me? What? Is it to my body? Master, I ask you a question. Can you not be angry? Ask. Nora suddenly fell silent. She seemed to be brewing. I actually had such thoughts, which simply tarnished the master's kindness. Nora, you are so shameless. She cursed herself harshly in her heart, using almost all the harsh words she could think of. What cute contrast. Reiner looked at her cat tail swaying from side to side, and suddenly had other ideas. He asked seriously, "Nora, can I touch your tail?" Chapter 14, Female Adventurer. After 3 days at home, Martina's leg had healed, and the scab had fallen off, leaving only a small white scar. At the same time, today is the day they set out for the Dawn Forest to defeat the goblins. At this moment, they were at Melod's armor shop, picking up the light leather armor that Reiner had customized there 3 days ago. This light armor has a limited protective area, only protecting the chest, forearms, and thighs, but it is light and cheap. 3 sets of light armor only cost 2 gold coins. If it were chainmail, it would probably cost 3 or 4 gold coins per piece. Not to mention the plate armor with better defensive performance. The price of that thing would make anyone shake their head. How is it? Does the breastplate fit? If it feels tight, be sure to tell me. Nora was fine. Her size wasn't particularly large, so she didn't have to worry about that. Martina can't do that. Hers is huge, and it's uncomfortable to be squeezed all the time. Mine is fine. I just fit in. After hearing what they said, Reiner nodded with satisfaction and then left the armor shop. Passing by the square, Reiner saw Leonard hanging on the gallows. His death was extremely tragic, with his hands and feet chopped off. The old blacksmith was chatting enthusiastically with passers-by under the execution platform. Martina also saw the old blacksmith and poked Reiner with her finger. "What's wrong?" She pointed at the two-handed sword on her back and asked, "Reiner, how much is this sword? I will make money and pay it back to you." 15 gold coins. How much is that? Martina blinked in confusion. Like Nora, she was completely illiterate and had no concept of numbers. Reiner said seriously, "The village we live in is filled with black bread. That's about it. When he has time in the future, he will definitely teach the 2 animal-eared girls how to read and do arithmetic. Otherwise, communication will sometimes be too difficult." Thinking of this, Reiner glanced at Nora. The 2 of them met eyes. She looked away quickly as if she felt guilty. Ever since Reiner suggested touching her tail that night, she became very twisted and always had all kinds of messy thoughts in her head. It's okay for him to peek at me, but why should I peek at him too? "Mom and Dad, what's going on? Can someone tell me?" Seeing this, Reiner reached out and touched her cat ears. Maybe she has gotten used to it, because she has been touched so much recently, and now she doesn't mind having her ears touched. Sometimes he would even stretch his head forward for Reiner to touch. "It's so itchy. I'll wait until tonight to touch it." Martina is watching. Reiner looked at Martina, and sure enough, her eyes were wide open, watching the 2 of them with great interest. The 2 looked at each other for a while. "Martina, what are you looking at me for? I won't let anyone touch my ears." Reiner didn't want to touch her ears either. He had observed carefully before and found that there was a layer of smooth and short hair on the outside of the horse's ears, while the inside of the ears was the fluff that could be used to keep warm. If you really touch it, it definitely won't feel as good as Nora's. Cat girls are still interesting. Martina spends all day thinking about either eating or sleeping. On the way to the Dawn Forest, Martina wondered, are we going back just to defeat the goblins? Yes. Reiner remembered that when he met Martina, she was fighting goblins. You are more experienced. Are these goblins easy to deal with? Martina shook her head vigorously. They're not easy to deal with. Although they look short and thin, they're all very cunning. When they encounter an enemy they can't defeat, they'll beg for mercy first, then attack when the enemy is least prepared. They're also very good at using traps, so you have to be careful. Reiner's main purpose of coming this time was to test the waters. If the risk factor is very high, he will retreat and make other plans later. Do you know the exact location of their lair? Martina shook her head. I don't know. I heard rumors and fled here not long ago, and then I met you. In that case, let's just look for it slowly. Nora's reconnaissance is very strong, so if we really want to find it, it shouldn't take much effort. At this moment, Noila, who was walking in front, pricked up her ears. Master, there is someone in front. Robber. Reiner picked up the mace, and Martina drew her giant sword. Nora shook her head. It seems not. The 3 of them continued walking forward for a while, and Reiner saw more than 20 middle-aged strong men holding various weapons. They formed a long line and, led by 2 knights at the head, were heading towards the Dawn Forest. Reiner noticed the female adventurer at the end of the team. She seemed to be the only woman there. At the same time, the female adventurer also noticed Reiner. She first looked him over, then said in a friendly manner, Are you Mr. Reiner? Do you know me? Reiner looked her up and down. The blonde girl was wearing a dark brown corseted dress and looked only 17 or 18 years old. She was obviously well educated. She had a great temperament and was well-spoken. Perhaps she was the daughter of a fallen nobleman. Reiner had met her a few times while taking on quests at the Adventurers Guild, but they had never communicated. The female adventurer nodded. I've been paying attention to you for a while. Your skin color is very unique, different from ours. Reiner nodded, because he came from the Far East and was a descendant of Yin and Huang. The female adventurer smiled and asked, Are you here to defeat goblins? Reiner nodded and looked at this group of adventurers. He suddenly felt worried that the mission would be snatched away. Host, rest assured, as long as the goblin's lair is cleared, the mission will be completed and will not be stolen. However, some achievements may not be activated. That's okay. He doesn't have a collecting habit anyway. Just leave out some insignificant achievements. You too? Reiner asked. Well, a few days ago, a famous slave trader was killed by goblins here. The Lord issued a bounty for the goblins' capture. There are only 20 spots available, and I'm one of them. How's the pay? It's quite generous. If the crusade is successful, each person will receive 10 silver coins. She smiled and then extended her hand to Reiner. You probably don't know my name yet, do you? My name is June Icebaker. Reiner thought for a moment and then extended his hand. Just call me Reiner. June Ice looked at Nora and Martina. She seemed particularly interested in the two Demihumans. After observing it for a while, she asked Reiner, Is this your slave? Yes. Their eyes are very clear. You must be very good to them. Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. He treated the two animal-eared girls as his own children, so they were naturally different from those slaves whose future was bleak. After chatting with June Ice for a while, she was suddenly called to the front of the line. Seeing this, Reiner quietly followed the team. At this moment, Nora's inner voice floated into Reiner's ears. She is so beautiful. She must be the master's woman. Chapter 15, I can see 5 colors. It was already night when the team arrived at the Dawn Forest. The adventurer team built 2 campfires in the woods. They sat around them chatting and bragging, looking very happy. Reiner sat in the back, leaning against a tree, and munched on black bread with the 2 animal-eared girls. He couldn't get along with this group of rough old men. He preferred to stay alone in a quiet place to rest. Most importantly, Nora and Martina also don't like crowded places. After eating, the 3 of them sat under a tree to rest. Martina looked sleepy, but there were too many humans around, so she didn't dare to sleep peacefully. Just go to sleep if you're tired. You don't have to worry about what anyone will do to you. Martina nodded, leaned against Nora's shoulder, and closed her eyes. Just then, a knight with his entourage came over. Like Reiner, he was very young and looked to be in his 20s. Why haven't I seen you before? The knight raised his head slightly, looking a little arrogant. I just happened to be heading to this forest, and since I saw you were going your way, I decided to follow you, Reiner answered truthfully. There are a lot of bandits in this area, so it's safer to travel together. The knight remained silent. His eyes were sharp and made people feel uneasy. What's wrong? Speak more respectfully next time. The knight said coldly, then walked away from him. 100 question marks arose in Reiner's mind. What's the meaning? Do I have to address him as Sir Knight or Master Knight? Reiner cursed as he looked at his back. Martina muttered to herself. What's there to be proud of? He might not even be as good as me. She closed her eyes again and continued to sleep soundly. Reiner looked at Nora beside him and reached out to touch her furry animal ears. Aren't you going to sleep? Master, you rest, and I'll keep watch. Later in the night, I'll wake Martina up and have her keep watch. No need, you rest first. I'll wake you up later in the night. Reiner scratched the hair in her ear. Nora yawned sleepily and squinted her eyes at Reiner. Then I really fell asleep. Go to sleep. She closed her eyes after getting Reiner's permission. Martina is so heavy, and the tree behind her is so hard. You can rest your head on my shoulder. Nora stole a glance at Reiner and seemed a little hesitant. After struggling for a long time, she finally approached cautiously. We'll be too heavy. Don't tense up like that. Relax and get some rest. I need to sleep after you finish sleeping. Oh. Nora did as she was told, took a long breath, and completely relaxed her body. It's much more comfortable now. The owner is so thoughtful. Even Nora herself didn't realize that now, no matter what Reiner said, she did it one by one, without even doubting it. Soon she fell asleep leaning against Reiner. Reiner just quietly watched the adventurers in the distance. They were jumping and dancing around the fire, looking very happy. Just then, a familiar figure walked towards him. It's June Ice. So, you're hiding here? Why don't you go over and play with them? Chill. Reiner pointed at the 2 sleeping animal-eared girls beside him, signaling her to speak more quietly. Junice quickly covered her mouth and sat down next to Reiner. I like quietness, so I won't make a fuss with them. What about you? In addition, because of the different cultures they grew up in, Reiner has almost nothing in common with the people here. In his eyes, these people's emotions were changeable. They may be happily drinking and bragging in the last second, and may start fighting over a trivial matter in the next second. I'm just like you. I also like quiet places, Junice said in a low voice. She sat up and looked at the sleeping Nora and whispered, she seems to trust you very much. This is the first time I've seen a demi-human so defenseless. She sounded like she dealt with demi-humans often. Are you a slave trader? Junice shook her head and continued, I have many demi-human servants in my family, and I used to come into contact with them frequently. After that, she took out a book and started reading and lit a ball of fire in her palm for lighting. It was Reiner's first time observing a magician casting a spell up close, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The fire came out of nowhere from the palm of her hand. Junice looked at Reiner and smiled softly. Does it feel amazing? Reiner nodded and continued. Can you teach me? Junice hesitated, seeming a little embarrassed. I can try to teach you, but I have to say in advance that not everyone can learn magic. You might try for a long time, but still get nothing in the end. Okowo. Junice sat down across from Reiner and took his left hand. Close your eyes. I'll give you a simple test. Reiner closed his eyes, and everything around him suddenly became pitch black. Junice whispered, Don't be afraid. Calm your mind and tell me, what did you see? I've closed my eyes. What can I see? I can't see anything. Junice laughed softly a few times. You are a very interesting person. I don't ask you to see with your eyes, but with your heart. Reiner was becoming increasingly confused. Junice was like a seasoned charlatan, and she made him confused. At this moment, a giant crystal miraculously appeared in the dark sight. Reiner raised his head, stared at the crystal, and said slowly, I saw a crystal. There was joy in Junice's tone. You are very lucky to have the talent to become a wizard. That magic crystal is where you will store your magic power in the future. Its size determines the upper limit of its capacity. How big is it? It's hard to describe. It's like a mountain. I can't see the end, and I don't know how big it is. Reiner said seriously. Junice suddenly felt a little confused. Really? Some magicians' magic crystals are like apples, and some are like big trees, but I've never heard of a magic crystal as big as a mountain. What else did you see? Then a hint of light green appeared in Reiner's sight, and then penetrated into the magic crystal. Light green mist. It penetrated into the magic crystal. Junice whispered, Congratulations. That's the wind element, one of the 5 basic elements. You are the chosen one who can use wind magic. Then, Reiner saw a flash of yellow again. Then came red, purple, blue. Let me ask you something. Is there any magician who can use magic of 2 or more attributes at the same time? Junice laughed again, this time her voice full of pride. Of course I do, and it's right in front of you. I can skillfully use water and fire magic. Is there a magician who can use 3 attributes? It's unheard of. Having both at the same time is rare in the world. Reiner's sweat dropped. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered, What if you could see 5 colors? Chapter 16, A 1 in a Million Magical Genius. Nora followed Reiner, stealing glances at him from time to time. What on earth did the master do last night? It was already dawn when I woke up, and that human woman was with him the entire time. Reiner yawned, because he discussed magic with Junice all night and didn't do anything shameful. At the same time, the system's voice also appeared in his ears. Congratulations to the host for activating the achievement, Enlightenment of Magic. So, does this achievement give any bonuses? None. It seems like another insignificant achievement. Reiner looked around. After last night's test, colorful elements always appeared in his vision. As long as the body has the slightest contact with it, it will be directly absorbed into the body. Every time it absorbs, the crystal in his spiritual world will be added with a faint color. Junice said it was a natural element closely related to the release of magic, probably something like a blue bar. However, the elements cannot be used interchangeably, so they can only be counted as 5 blue bars with different attributes. At this moment, Nora patted Reiner's shoulder and whispered, Master, do you want to take a nap? I think you seem very sleepy. No, 1 night without sleep is nothing. A few years ago, I stayed up all night in an internet cafe for 3 consecutive days. What? Nora was confused. It means playing for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights. Oh, Nora closed her mouth and stopped persuading. Now the adventurers are divided into many small teams and are searching the entire Dawn Forest. It shouldn't be long before they find the goblin's nest hidden in this woods. Master, do you need me to come over and help you? Nora asked again. No need. Reconnaissance is not a safe job. Try not to go if you can. Reiner reached out and touched Nora's ear. He didn't want his animal-eared girl to take too much risk. It won't be too late to help once they really find a nest. Martina nodded and said seriously, Reiner is smart, at least smarter than me. Reiner was not happy at all when a beast-eared girl with an intelligence talent of D said this. Just then, June Nice patted his shoulder from behind and asked in confusion, What are you doing here? Just wait. I'll go over and help them after they find me. Reiner said honestly, then asked June Nice, What about you? Searching the nest isn't my job. I'll only be needed if someone gets hurt. June Nice sat down under a tree, holding her staff, then lowered her head and began fishing. Remember to call me before you leave. Okay. Reiner patted Nora and Martina on the shoulders. Rest here for a while. After that, he sat down next to June Nice, and, after thinking for a while, he asked shamelessly, Can you lend me your magic book? June Nice opened her eyes and handed over the book in her arms without thinking. Books are precious things in this world, let alone books that record magic. I don't know the exact price, but it's definitely not cheap. Reiner stroked the rough and worn cover of the book and gently opened the first page. June Nice just watched quietly from the side. After a long moment, she asked softly, Can you read? Of course, I know more than just words. I also know many languages. After all, I have a system plug-in, so if I encounter something I don't understand, I can just translate it directly. June Nice suddenly said in another language, What a nice day today. Reiner replied in the same language, This is Rosino. It's sunny today, which is indeed a good day. The kingdom of Rosno is a neighboring country of Diest. The two countries are not far apart, and usually only a few residents living in the border areas know this language. Reiner spoke to June Nice in several different languages. She could occasionally respond with a few words, but most of the time she was silent. This made Reiner show off. June Nice was full of admiration. I never thought that you could be proficient in so many languages besides the demi-human language. That's amazing. Reiner smiled awkwardly. June Nice continued, After we get back this time, I'll be your magic teacher and you'll be my language teacher. How about that? If you have time, yes. If you have time, you can come to the Adventurers Guild to find me. I spend most of my time there. Okowo. After completing the mission this time, he could take a short break for a few days with the 10 gold coins he earned. You can take advantage of that time to discuss it with her. June Nice is a well-educated girl, and Reiner feels very fulfilled when he is with her. Reiner concentrated on reading a book, while June Nice concentrated on fishing. At this moment, a voice floated into Reiner's ears. The master was having a great time chatting with her. I really envy them for having so much to talk about. Reiner looked at Nora. The guy was hugging his knees and peeking at him. After their eyes met, she quickly looked away, pretending to be busy. Oops, I disturbed the master. Reiner reached out and rubbed her ear, then continued to read. This magic book only records fire magic. Reiner glanced at the catalog and then started learning from the most basic fireball technique. He raised his hands and chanted the spell while reading the book. But after trying for a long time, there was no response at all. June Nice woke up and said with a smile, You have to concentrate when casting a spell. If you want to really use it, you need to practice day after day. Reiner memorized the spell silently, then closed the book and focused his attention. Soon, he felt a slight burning sensation in the palm of his hand. Wisps of smoke also emerged from his hands. June Nice opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed in surprise, Your talent is definitely superior to mine. You actually learned the fireball technique just by watching it a few more times. You haven't learned it yet? It just started smoking and it died. I've almost learned it. As long as you can control the balance of elements in your body, you'll be able to. Before June Nice could finish her words, a small, scorching fireball appeared in Reiner's palm. Nora and Martina were also amazed. It was obvious that this was also their first time seeing magic. At this moment, he only felt that his palms were burning and painful. How do you shoot this thing out? Just first this and then that. June Nice was a little incoherent and couldn't speak clearly for a while. Reiner couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and threw the fireball out. It hit a pine tree right on target and ignited it instantly. June Nice picked up the staff, chanted a spell quietly, and shot a water ball towards the fire, extinguishing it directly. That was a close call. June Nice said very seriously, Reiner, I am now even more convinced that you are definitely a one-in-a-million genius. Chapter 17, Exploring the Goblin Lair. Just when Reiner was learning magic, the knight I saw last night came riding over. He wasn't wearing a helmet, and with a gloomy face, he said to Junice, "Come over here. We've found a location of a nest." New. The young knight's gaze fell on Reiner again, and he said nothing. Reiner glanced at him, but didn't speak to him. Junice looked at the two of them and saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. She quickly patted Reiner's shoulder and explained to the knight, "This is my friend." The knight still said nothing, just looked at Reiner silently, then rode away. "Do you know him?" Reiner asked Junice. "Of course, Demas of Merode. He is an upright and selfless knight, and also the son of a lord. He often helps poor civilians, but as you can see, he can be a bit harsh and unreasonable toward strangers." Reiner quietly memorized his name, narrowed his eyes, and muttered, "I see, he's quite mean." Junice smiled and continued, "Let's follow." At this moment, Nora's voice floated into Reiner's ears again. There seemed to be a faint resentment. The master was chatting happily and didn't even talk to me. Reiner looked back at Nora. Just as their eyes met, she immediately looked away guiltily and looked around. "I'll tease her when I get back. Now the mission is important." After following the knight for a while, Reiner came to a small hill covered with pine trees. Several goblin corpses were lying at the foot of the hill. "Look up." Reiner saw a cave entrance hidden by pine trees. The adventurers had already been lying in ambush on both sides with weapons in hand. The knight tied his horse to the hillside and then climbed up on foot. Reiner followed closely behind and climbed up the slope. Another knight pointed his sword at the cave entrance and said in a cold voice, "Demas, they're hiding in there and won't come out. Let's go in." Although Reiner has rarely killed goblins in this world, but in most games, goblin lairs are usually interconnected, and it is impossible for them to have only this one entrance and exit. It is impossible to completely block them in the cave. As long as they want, they will definitely have a chance to escape. Demas turned around and said arrogantly, "Junice, shoot a fireball into the cave so I can see inside." Junice raised her staff and walked to the center of the cave. After briefly chanting a spell, she shot a fireball into the deepest part of the cave. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated, and Reiner could vaguely see the goblins who were unable to hide. "There don't seem to be many of them. Light a fire and let us in." The adventurers took out their torches and lit them. Demas and another knight took the torch and rode in front, with the other adventurers following behind them. Martina, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. She asked in confusion, "Reiner, what are they doing? Aren't they afraid of death? What's the meaning? These aren't ordinary goblins. They'll set traps in their caves. If a boulder falls, they'll have nowhere to hide and be turned into meat patties." Martina added, "If you're careless, you'll die." Watching them walk further and further away, thinking that Junice was also in the team, Reiner shouted anxiously, "Wait a minute." Demas, who was at the head of the team, stopped and, like a dozen other adventurers, turned back to look at Reiner. Reiner translated Martina's words and said them out loud. But what I got in return was their ridicule. How could goblins use traps? They're just a bunch of green skin beasts. Young people shouldn't be so timid. If you're so scared, why don't you go home and hide? The team then continued to move deeper into the cave. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Respect the fate of others and let go of the desire to help others. Although Martina didn't understand Deist, she guessed the general idea and spread her hands. Then let them die. What a bunch of foolish and arrogant people. People are divided into stupid and smart people, and goblins are naturally divided into smart and stupid ones. Junice ran over and asked breathlessly, "Reiner, is everything you said true?" "I can't be sure, but it's very likely." "Then I'll go and help you persuade Demas." Reiner shook his head. "He won't listen. Just stay with us. Besides, I'm not sure. I just want to give them a warning." Junice lowered her head as if thinking, and after a moment she said, "Then I'll follow you." Reiner nodded. The four of them followed the team from a distance. Not long after walking, Nora grabbed Reiner and said, "Master, something seems to be wrong." "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thick stone wall fell behind him, and the whole cave trembled. Everyone's retreat route was completely blocked, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They could only keep moving forward to find a way out. Reiner took out the mace and said, "Nora, from now on, keep your ears open. If anything happens, tell me." "Good." The four of them walked deeper into the cave. Not long after walking, they met two followers who were returning. They looked at the stone wall behind them and wondered what happened. Reiner pointed behind him. The mechanism has been activated, and our retreat is blocked. The two attendants walked up to the stone wall, kicked it hard, and then ran back quickly. Junai shrugged and said, "It seems you were right, but Demas doesn't listen to you. I have cleared out several goblin nests, but this is the only time I encountered such a strange thing. Come to think of it, the goblins here are indeed unusual. This is the first time I've seen goblins making their own armor." Before Junai could finish her words, she heard a painful wail coming from the front. The four of them ran over. An adventurer stepped into a trap and had his calf pierced by a wooden splinter. He was now screaming in agony. "Bear with it." Demas cut the wooden spikes with his sword and worked with his followers to pull the adventurer up. Junai took the initiative to step forward and pulled out the wooden splinter with force. Then a stream of water flowed out of her palm and wrapped the wound. Soon, the torn calf stopped bleeding and gradually began to heal. "It's healed, but you can only walk for the time being, otherwise the wound will burst open." Demas left the injured behind and continued on with the other adventurers. Reiner, Martina, and the others followed them from a distance. There were many traps in this cave. Almost every time we walked a certain distance, we would hear news of someone getting injured, and the number of people in the team kept decreasing. Including the two night squires, there were only a dozen or so people in their team who could move, and they had been almost halved by various traps. Demas also gradually became cautious from his initial indifference. After a while, a ray of light appeared in the depths of the cave. Chapter 18: A Hero Saves a Beauty. The adventurers entered the room one by one. Reiner always had an ominous premonition, so he looked up and observed carefully. I was afraid that once I entered the room, I would be cut off from my retreat by the falling stone wall, just like what happened just now. Nora narrowed her eyes and found a clue. But before she could get close, the ceiling of the cave began to crack and huge rocks fell down. The adventurers who had already entered the room had their retreat blocked, and Reiner and the others were also trapped in a long and narrow passage. Several adventurers were buried deep under the rocks, and for a moment the cries for help, crying, and roaring were mixed together. "Help! There are a lot of goblins in the room. Despicable beast!" Reiner heard the sound of many swords clashing, and the people in the room must have been ambushed by the goblins. The adventurers who had not yet entered the room and avoided the boulders were all helping to move the rocks and rescue people. Even Junai was struggling to move the rocks, helping to the best of her ability. "We'll help too." Nora and Martina bent down to move the stones after receiving the order. Soon they rescued a person from the pile of rocks. It's a pity that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and the huge rocks smashed his chest. He was dead beyond dead. "There are still survivors here. Come and dig," an adventurer shouted. The crowd gathered around, removed the stones from his body, and pulled him out together. This man was lucky. Although his 2 legs were broken by rocks, at least he was still alive. Junai treated him while Reiner continued digging with several adventurers. Suddenly, the ground shook and small pieces of gravel rolled down. Reiner heard the adventurers in the room exclaim, "Oh my God, it's really huge. We can't hold on any longer." Reiner shouted. What appeared? Hey, maybe it was because it was too noisy inside or what, but no one answered him. After waiting for a few seconds, Reiner heard Demas shouting a morale booster on the other end. Then there was a loud noise. Several adventurers sped up their efforts to move the rocks. "They can't hold on any longer. We need to hurry." After the last stone was pushed away, light finally came in. Several adventurers rushed in, but soon rushed out one after another. Reiner looked back at the few people, then walked in carefully with the 3 of them. As soon as he stood firm, he saw corpses everywhere. There were human ones and goblin ones, all mixed together. Then he met a pair of cloudy eyes. A giant goblin was standing in the center of the room, surrounded by a group of smaller goblins. It differs from other goblins not only in size, but also in its equipment. Not only was he wearing rusty iron armor, but he also held a blunt knife in his right hand. The murderous aura he exuded was terrifying. Reiner also noticed that the goblin general was swinging a bloody iron hook in his left hand. Demas and a few remaining adventurers and followers were confronting him. The other knight was embedded in the wall, blood oozing from the cracks in his armor. He was already dead. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my ears. "Warning, you are staring into the eyes of the goblin general." Demas turned around and yelled, "Watch out for its hook." Before he could finish his words, The blood-stained hook attacked Reiner. His round shield was hooked, and the sudden force pulled him to the ground. Seeing this, the goblins rushed forward and fought with Demas and the others. A few cunning ones tried to go around, but as soon as they got close, Martina chopped off their heads with a sword. Nora, stab its eyes with a throwing knife and make it blind. Nora threw out 3 flying knives with lightning speed, one of which pierced the goblin general's right eye, causing it to roar in pain. Junice shot a fireball at it, but it seemed to have no effect on the thick-skinned goblin general. The scene became chaotic again. Martina, find a chance to solve it. As soon as Reiner finished speaking, Martina rushed forward like a wild horse. Nora took over her position and worked with Reiner to clean up the goblins who wanted to attack from behind. With Martina's help, Demas and his men were unstoppable and soon reached the goblin general. At this moment, the goblin general suddenly exerted his strength and rushed into the formation like a bison, swinging his machete and killing several adventurers one after another. Oh! Martina rushed forward, brandishing a greatsword. Although she was not as big as the goblin general, she was able to fight him back and forth. Clang! After another confrontation, Martina cut off a piece of the goblin general's machete. Seeing that it was no match for Martina, it swung out its chain hook to entangle her sword, and after struggling for a few seconds, it threw her away. Nora took the opportunity to throw 3 flying knives, but he caught them with his arms. The goblin general then swung the hook again, this time aiming at Nora. Careful! Nora nimbly dodged to the side and easily avoided it. After the goblin general's hook missed, he did not rush to retract it. Instead, he swung it towards Nora, and the hook swept across like a whip. But Nora dodged it with a light leap. Just as she was feeling happy about this, Reiner suddenly realized something was wrong. 2 goblins took advantage of their distraction and quietly came around. Nora frowned and stabbed one of them with a dagger to kill it, but was grabbed by the arm by the other one. The goblin general's hook attacked again, but she could only struggle and watch the danger approach. At the critical moment, Reiner instinctively rushed towards Nora, hoping to knock her away and get them both out of the range of the hook. Unfortunately, he was a little slow and got hooked somewhere and was directly pulled away. After being dragged twice, the other end of the hook stopped moving. Reiner struggled to get up and found that the goblin general was dead. Martina, covered in blood, chopped off his head. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the other goblins fled in all directions through the secret doors. At the same time, Reiner felt a sharp pain. The hook thrown by the goblin general before his death pierced his arm firmly, and blood was now dripping down the iron hook. Nora, covered in dust, ran over. Master, your hand. Martina also came over at this time, holding the general's head. She leaned over to take a look, then said, "Do you want me to help you pull out the hook? Pull out and let the blood flow faster. Just wait for Junice to come and let her take care of it." Nora turned and was about to go find Junice. Reiner quickly grabbed her with his good left hand. "Just wait until she comes over. There are people who are more seriously injured than me." After a while, Junice finally came over. "Bear with it." She pulled the hook off with all her might, and Reiner almost fainted from the pain. But soon he felt the pain ease. "The bleeding has stopped and the wound has healed, but you can't move for 3 days, otherwise it might burst open at any time." "No." Junice stood up and ran towards the other wounded. At this moment, Reiner suddenly felt a little itchy. He turned around and saw that it was Nora who was carefully licking his wound. Chapter 19. Nora apologizes. They're on their way back now. Of the original 20-odd people, now only less than 10 can walk on their own. Demas borrowed a trailer from a passing slave trader, which was now piled with the bodies of adventurers. His face couldn't be seen because he was wearing a helmet, but one could probably guess that he was in a bad mood, because the 2 most trusted followers he brought with him were one dead and one injured. According to Junice, the other knight who died was a good friend who grew up with him. Although Reiner doesn't like Demas, he is indeed a knight worthy of admiration. At least in the battle, just now, he did not retreat at all in the face of fear and always rushed to the front. If he is a proud person, then this blow will definitely have a significant impact on him. At this moment, Nora's voice also floated into Reiner's ears. "It was my master who got hurt. I should have been more careful. I'm such an idiot." Reiner touched Nora's ear with his only free left hand. "Don't lick your wounds anymore." Noila Mo was slightly stunned, and a hint of imperceptible inferiority flashed in her eyes. "I'm sorry, this is what my mother taught me. She said that if you're injured, you can lick the wound so that it will heal faster." She would do this when I was injured as a child. I'm a demi-human, so it's normal for my master to dislike me. I'm just too stupid. Reiner had no idea what she was imagining. He just felt that the wound was covered in dirt and blood, and it was too unhygienic to lick it. How did you become disgusted with her? It's pure slander. I just feel like there's dirt on it. If you lick it like that, you'll eat all the dirt and make yourself sick. Nora blinked. Her deep blue eyes were particularly beautiful. It's okay, master. I will spit it out. It turns out that he didn't dislike me. I just thought too much. Reiner rubbed her animal ears again. At this moment, Martina suddenly squatted down in front of him and said, Reiner, do you want me to carry you? My leg is not injured, so there's no need. Reiner refused. You can see that Martina is very happy now. A series of inner thoughts drilled into Reiner's ears. This sword is really useful. If Mom and Dad were still alive, they would be proud of me for taking down such a big guy. Just then, Junais caught up from the back of the team. She was panting with exhaustion, her cheeks pale. Treating the wounded had consumed a lot of her energy, and she was almost exhausted. It's finally over. This time was really terrible. I must rest for a while after I get back. Junais walked around to Reiner's right side and asked with concern, Does your hand still hurt? Let me help you heal it again. Bring it on. As Junais continued to heal Reiner, Nora's resentful voice drifted over. This woman, I waited so long for her to come over, causing the master to bleed in vain. Reiner looked at Nora. She frowned slightly, as if she was angry. This is understandable. After all, many people were injured much more seriously than Reiner at that time. His arm was only pierced by an iron hook, and it did hurt, but compared to those adventurers with broken arms and legs, it was much better. Thank you, Reiner said. Junai smiled and said, No big deal. The crowd walked from day to night and finally returned to the city of Melode. Reiner felt exhausted. He was too lazy to go back to the village and planned to stay in a hotel in the city for a day and go home tomorrow. After a brief goodbye to Junais, he left the team. After taking a few steps, a male voice came from behind. Reiner. I looked back and saw it was Demas. He rode on his horse, looking down at Reiner. What can I do for you? Demas tossed over a bag of money. Here's your share. Reiner glanced at the bag and saw that it was filled with copper coins, with a few silver coins occasionally visible. I didn't go to the Adventurers Guild to accept the quest. I just helped out on the way. He threw the money back. If he didn't accept the mission, he didn't accept it. Reiner didn't want to take advantage of this. Demas threw the money over again and said, Take it. You've done a lot of work. Also, I apologize for my rudeness at that time. Then he turned around and rode away on his horse without giving Reiner a chance to refuse. After he walked away, he turned back and said, Reiner, I owe you a favor. After saying that, he left without looking back. Reiner looked at Nora and shrugged. He went to the tavern to buy 2 smoked chickens, and then took the animal-eared woman to find an inn in the center of the city to rest. Looking at the small, simple, dungeon-like room, Reiner doubted whether he had ordered a deluxe double room. Especially the pillows covered with mold. The sanitary conditions are worrying. He was worried that he would wake up with a few mushrooms growing on his head. Reiner went downstairs and wanted to ask the hotel owner, but when he accidentally saw a large bunk bed where 7 or 8 people were sleeping, he decisively gave up the idea. His room was truly a paradise by comparison. Reiner sat at the table and took out black bread and smoked chicken. Martina came over to eat consciously, while Nora sat on the bed with her knees hugged, watching the two of them. Sorry to come over. I don't feel like eating today. Reiner was speechless for a moment. He had no intention of blaming Nora. Why don't you come over and eat? Noila shook her head. I'm not hungry, master. You guys eat. Reiner put down the black bread in his hand. Really? Look into my eyes and say it again. Nora and Reiner looked at each other, but she soon looked away guiltily. My hand is injured and I need someone to feed me. Martina blinked and looked up at him. Reiner quickly gave her a look, telling her not to get involved. Noila understood and walked toward him quickly. I'll feed it. She cut the brown bread into thin slices and fed Reiner 1 slice at a time. Then she pulled off a smoked chicken leg and put it to Reiner's mouth. Maybe Nora herself didn't even notice. When she saw the meat, she couldn't help but drool. Help yourself to a bite. I know you must be hungry. Seeing Noila still hesitating, he emphasized, Do you want me to feed you myself? Nora shook her head vigorously and then stuffed the meat into her mouth. She blamed herself again. Nora, you idiot. Why do you always make your master angry? You are so stupid. Reiner was speechless, but he didn't have the energy to struggle anymore. He planned to wait until tomorrow to explain things to Nora. After eating, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the room was completely dark. He could hear Martinez snoring and could feel Nora poking his face. The master seems to have woken up. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Nora replied with a trembling voice. Master, please punish me. Chapter 20, Petting the Cat. Punish you? How? Reiner reached out and touched Nora's ear. He couldn't let go of the furry feeling. At this moment, Nora suddenly started to stammer and couldn't fart for a long time. But her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. Touch my tail. Reiner chuckled and followed her inner thoughts and said, I have an idea. How about you let me touch your tail? Unexpectedly, Nora refused without hesitation. No. Reiner was confused. Agree in your heart, but disagree in your mouth? Is this the so-called mouth says one thing, body says another? Left brain and right brain fighting? Soon, a few more words floated into Reiner's ears. Nora felt annoyed at this moment. How could I refuse? Nora, are you crazy? You weren't that stupid before. Reiner found it a little funny to see her feeling guilty and blaming herself for something like this. He took advantage of the situation and said seriously, If you agree, can it still be called a punishment? Sit on my bed and stick out your cat's tail. All right. Nora sat on the edge of the bed, feeling aggrieved. Her black tail was as elusive as a shadow in the night. Reiner took advantage of the moonlight, seized the opportunity, and acted decisively, always catching her tail. Nora screamed, looking at Reiner pitifully. You can only touch it, don't pull it, otherwise I will have diarrhea. It feels like I've been caught and can't resist. It's a weird feeling. Reiner smiled knowingly. Then put your hand close to the base of the tail and straighten it out all at once. Nora made a sound of pain. Her hands gripped the bed so tightly that her nails dug into the wood. How strange. At this moment, Martina's inner voice floated over. What are they doing? Could it be that Nora is? Reiner looked up at the opposite side. Martina's eyes looked particularly bright in the reflection of the moonlight. I accidentally woke her up. I need a pee. When will they finish? Haven't they finished petting me yet? I'm dying of suffocation. I should have known not to drink so much water. It turns out that you were woken up by the urge to pee. That's okay then. Nora seemed to have not noticed that Martina had woken up. She was still begging for mercy in a low voice. Master, I was wrong. Please let me go. I will definitely be more careful next time. Martina, their relationship is not ordinary. No wonder Nora trusts Reiner so much. Never mind, I'm dying of anxiety. The guy suddenly sat up straight. Nora was so frightened that she jumped up, and then she paced back and forth in the room pretending nothing had happened. Martina sat on the wooden barrel in the corner, quickly finished her business, and then lay back on the bed and fell asleep. Only 10 seconds passed before Reiner heard her snoring again. But Nora was so frightened that she stood by the bed at a loss. All her thoughts drifted into Reiner's ears. I was seen. What will Martina think of me from now on? She'll definitely think I'm a shameless woman. Forget it. Just this once, I will never make the same mistake again and give my master the chance to punish me. Reiner suddenly became curious about what touching the tail meant to the Demihumans. When he meets Junice again one day, he will definitely ask her about it. Seeing Nora sitting opposite, Reiner suddenly couldn't help teasing her. How about, let me hug you? Nora's cat ears perked up. She shook her head vigorously without saying a word. The owner is a bit frivolous. Touching the tail is the limit. Hugging is absolutely not allowed. When she thought about it, Reiner suddenly felt it was interesting. Anyway, there's still a long way to go, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. At this moment, the system's voice appeared again. Mission: clear the goblin nest in the Dawn Forest. Current status: completed. Mission reward: already issued. 10 diced gold coins with dragon patterns printed on them appeared beside the bed. Reiner carefully put it into his purse. Activate achievement: Goblin Slayer. Bonus effect: none. He didn't kill the goblin general either. In the end, it was all his fault. Martina is your slave. If she kills someone, it means you killed them. Reiner thought about it and realized that this did make some sense. Quest update: learn the most basic magic from Junice. Mission reward: 5 silver coins. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Junice said she needed to rest for a few days, so she probably wouldn't go to the Adventurers Guild during this time. This task may have to wait for a few more days. Thinking of this, Reiner yawned, and soon sleepiness swept over his whole body. He didn't sleep last night, and after an intense battle today and walking all day, he was really tired. Closing his eyes, he soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Reiner went to the market to buy some things and prepared to take Nora home to rest for a few days. As he was about to leave Melid, he suddenly thought of trying his luck at the Adventurers Guild. The guild is very deserted today, with almost no adventurers to be seen. Reiner looked around and soon spotted Junice sitting alone in the corner. She was stroking the white cat in her arms intently and didn't notice Reiner approaching at all. "Aren't you supposed to be resting these days? Why are you still in the Adventurers Guild?" Junice looked up at Reiner and said softly, "As long as you don't accept any commissions, you can rest. Did you come to me to learn magic?" The white cat in her arms kicked its legs and ran away, hiding in a pile of debris in the distance. "Yes, you teach me magic and I teach you languages of other countries. Didn't we make an agreement?" Reiner said seriously. Wanting to complete the mission was only one reason. Another reason was that he felt that he was indeed too weak now and had to improve his strength. Simply training the body is too slow and the upper limit is too low. From what we can see now, his talent for magic seems to be pretty good, so maybe we can give it a try in this area. Just then, Reiner heard people whispering around him. Looking back, he saw several adventurers secretly discussing him. Junice lowered her voice and said, "Word of your deeds yesterday has spread throughout the guild. I guess in a while, a lot of people will come to you specifically for help. Same as what the system says. The Goblin General was killed by Martina, but she was Reiner's slave, so the credit naturally went to Reiner. Come to think of it, he hasn't rewarded Martina properly yet. As a good host, it is very important to treat everyone equally." Reiner planned to buy her some white bread before going back. Just then, Martina's inner voice floated over. "When do you eat?" "When you're hungry." "Where are we going to practice later?" "Let's go now and go outside the city." Junice stood up holding the staff. Reiner glanced at Martina, then said, "Wait for me for a moment." Chapter 21 Learning Magic from Junice. Reiner bought a whole bag of white bread with 1 gold coin. After taking out a few pieces, he handed the rest to Martina. "Eat. These are all yours." The system's alarms were ringing frantically in his ears. "Host, please pay attention to your financial planning. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this." Reiner complained in his mind. "If I don't spend the money, then what's the point of earning it? Besides, I'm not wasting money. I'm rewarding Martina for killing the Goblin General. It's important to distinguish between rewards and punishments." The system fell silent. When Reiner came to his senses, he found that Martina swallowed, and her eyes moved back and forth between Reiner and the white bread, but she did not reach out to take it. She seemed to be struggling. In the past, she would have taken the bread and eaten it bite by bite. Just as Reiner was beginning to feel doubtful, Martina's inner voice drifted into his ears. "Is this my last meal? Or will I be petted like Nora after I finish it? I definitely won't let you pet me." She just thought about these words in her mind, but didn't say them out loud. Reiner always felt that he was treated as a pervert. He is clearly a man with a strong sense of justice. "Eat it quickly. You were very brave yesterday. This is your reward." Martina suddenly understood, lowered her guard, and breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is? What else? What do you think you're going to do?" Martina didn't answer, but her face turned red. "I'm so dirty." She untied the bag, took out the white bread, and started eating it in small bites, occasionally glancing at Reiner. "This amount of white bread must be very expensive. Reiner spent a lot of money on me, and the day of redemption is getting further away." Reiner glanced at her and gave 2 pieces of white bread to Nora and Junice respectively. The 4 of them ate while walking. Junice took a bite, looked at the white bread, and said, "I haven't eaten white bread in a long time. It's delicious." Reiner looked at her, suddenly curious. "If you don't eat white bread, what do you usually eat?" Junice shrugged. "Stewed peas or brown bread. If I had the money, I'd make some vegetable soup." Reiner was slightly stunned. These things were basically eaten by civilians. And Junice doesn't look like a commoner. "What's wrong?" Junice said as she put half a loaf of white bread into her waist bag. "You must be a noble, right?" Junice smiled, then reached out and patted Reiner on the shoulder and asked, "Which noble would be like me, playing with cats every day in the Adventurers Guild?" Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked her over. In short, this guy has fair skin, thin arms and legs, and doesn't look like someone who has ever worked. Moreover, training a magician requires a lot of money. Whether it is hiring a tutor or buying books, it is a considerable expense. Civilians simply don't have this condition. Jenna's staff is usually covered with a black cloth, which is only removed when in use. Although her staff was made of wood, there was a bright red ruby on the top, which was definitely not a cheap item. So her family must be well off. Either they're aristocrats or wealthy businessmen. Don't guess randomly. Just treat me as a wandering wizard, Junai said with a smile. Soon, several people arrived outside the city of Mellowed. Junai found an open space and then took out the magic book she carried with her. She handed it to Reiner and said, Look, if there's anything you don't know, just ask me. I have a water-attributed magic book at home. If you have time tomorrow, I'll bring that book with you. Okay, I will come to the Adventurers Guild to find you tomorrow morning. Reiner nodded, then began to read it carefully. Nora and Martina were free to move around. The two animal-eared girls seemed to be talking about something interesting, and Martina was laughing the whole time. No wonder they trust you so much, Junai said suddenly as she followed Reiner's gaze. What's wrong? Reiner, you're not like ordinary people. I thought no one except me would feed white bread to Demihumans. Junai laughed. You've also fed white bread to Demihumans? You're not ordinary. Junai came close to Reiner and said mysteriously, Are you really curious about my identity? I'm a little curious. Reiner glanced at her and continued, Just tell me directly. I won't tell anyone. Okay, I'll tell you. Junai sighed and said helplessly, Actually, I'm not from Diest. I escaped here. A noble, right? Junai nodded. She might be the daughter of a duke. Which country did you flee from? I can't tell you that. Junai shook her head and said sincerely, Please forgive me. Reiner guessed that she was from Rosno because, besides Diest, she spoke Rosno the best. Junai propped up her chin and looked directly into Reiner's eyes. Now it's my turn to ask. Can you tell me why you are so kind to the Demihumans? Demihumans are still human. From what I've observed, they're a bit stronger and have a few minor differences from humans, but overall they're pretty much the same. And they're more simple and kind. If you treat them well, they will find ways to repay you. You and I have the same idea, Junai said with a smile, then patted Reiner's shoulder. Continue studying, I won't bother you anymore. After learning magic from Junai in the morning, Reiner finally learned how to cast a fireball, and in the afternoons, he began teaching Junai other languages. She studies very seriously and memorizes things very quickly. She can memorize 20 words by heart in less than half an hour. Watching her write out the words completely, Reiner was moved and said, You learn really fast. If you keep going like this, it won't be long before you can learn Barnet. Reiner never passed his English exam. He was often caught by the teacher to memorize words and was a frequent visitor to the English teacher's office. Junai narrowed her eyes. You learn magic very quickly. I knew nothing about learning other countries' languages before and was often scolded by my teacher. Later I got the hang of it and learned it in no time. Reiner sighed. If the system hadn't enabled him to switch languages, he would have probably starved to death in the first week after traveling through time. That's pretty impressive. You know at least a dozen languages, right? If you don't want to be an adventurer one day, you can make a lot of money as a teacher. Junai closed her notebook, then stood up from the lawn and brushed the dirt off her butt. It's getting late. Let's stop here for today. I'm going back first. Reiner glanced at the sky and saw that it was almost evening. I should go back too. See you tomorrow. Reiner waved goodbye. He called out, and the two animal-eared girls who were playing not far away came running back. Martina suppressed a laugh, and Nora blushed, but neither of them spoke a word. Chapter 22, if you want to touch Uma Musim's tail, you have to defeat her. On the way back, the two animal-eared girls walking in front were fighting all the time. Martina always makes that lewd laugh that makes Nora angry. Okay, stop messing around, both of you. Although this road is patrolled by militia, there are still occasional bandits here. So you'd better be careful, Reiner said softly. Yeah. Nora ignored her. The two beast-eared girls may not know that their thoughts have already reached Reiner's ears. Martina, she actually likes being touched on the tail by Reiner. She must be thinking about men. It won't be long before they have sex. Nora, Martina is so annoying. I clearly didn't mean that. She deliberately misled me and said the wrong thing. I'll teach this girl a lesson when I get back. Reiner speculated from this. It's likely that Martina saw Nora being touched on the tail last night and teased her about it. I thought it was something else. After he was done stroking Nora's tail, he would start thinking about Martina. After arriving home, the two started chasing each other in the room again. But in the end, Nora was better and easily grabbed Martina's ponytail. I was wrong. Don't pull my tail. Nora snorted softly and let Martina go. Then he picked up the axe and went outside to chop wood. Reiner said seriously, I want to touch your tail too. Huh, no way. At the same time, her inner voice also floated over. What's going on? Are you suddenly interested in me? No, absolutely not. Why? Nora can touch it. Martina waved her hand. Tails have a special meaning to us. Women can touch women's tails. Reiner, you are a man, so you can't. What about the ears? No, Reiner, you are too weak. Martina said seriously. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. Reiner was deeply touched by Martina's words. If it were a one-on-one fight, he really couldn't beat Martina. Then I will directly use the power of the contract. Martina quickly covered her ears and said, if you can beat me, I will willingly let you touch my ears, or even my tail. But you can't force me. Let's be reasonable. When I agreed to work for you, you didn't say I wanted to be touched on the tail. A real man will never break his promise. So Reiner, as long as you beat me, I will let you touch me. Reiner thought about her performance yesterday. Martina can grab the goblins' necks and throw them out like sandbags, knocking down a large number of goblins. This monstrous strength. Want to defeat her? It's good enough that I'm not tortured by her. But if he learns magic, it is not certain who will win or lose. You said that if I beat you from now on, I can touch your tail as I please, right? Martina nodded confidently. Of course, I'm a man of my word. As long as you can beat me, I'll do whatever you want from now on. Hee, there's no way you can beat me. I can fight at least 20 humans with my bare hands. That's what you said. That's right. I will never go back on my word. Martina said seriously. She successfully aroused Reiner's desire to win. After defeating Martina, she will definitely suffer. After dinner, Reiner sat on the bed and recalled the spells in the book during the day and began to think about the fireball spell. After a while, Nora suddenly poked Reiner's shoulder. Master, I've boiled some hot water for you. You can take a bath now. Reiner thanked him, then took out his clothes for changing and went into the compartment. He still has some mobility issues with his right arm. If the movement is a little bit too big, you will feel a sharp pain. Just then, the curtain of the cubicle was drawn open. Nora walked in. Reiner turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Nora didn't say anything, but her thoughts reached his ears. It's just a favor, nothing to worry about. The owner's hand is injured, and it's difficult to bathe with one hand. I'm just helping. Reiner thought about the image for a moment. He was bare buttocks, and Nora was rubbing his back. A bit embarrassing. Before he traveled through time, he was the kind of person who had to wear shorts even when going to a bathhouse. Just as he was thinking about it, Noila Mo finally spoke. Master, let me help you wash it. After all, your hand is injured, and it may be a little inconvenient to wash it yourself. Her face turned red. You can see that she is also embarrassed. Reiner quickly refused. No, go and rest. Noila sighed and left the cubicle. Then I'll go to rest first. Good night, master. Reiner finished taking a bath with great difficulty. As for the clothes, they were left to Nora. Ever since he bought her home, Reiner has never washed his own clothes and basically relies on Nora to do it all. He came out of the cubicle and found two animal-eared girls sleeping in each other's arms. Just when I was about to sigh at how cute they were, Nora's thoughts drifted over. The master has finished washing. Martina has fallen asleep. It's my turn. It turns out he was pretending to sleep. Reiner sat down on the bed, and Nora stood up and walked towards him. The two of them were used to it. It's time to touch the ears before going to bed. Reiner felt a little tired after just rubbing it twice. He looked at Nora's tail swaying from side to side, and a bold idea came to his mind. He reached out and grabbed it decisively. Ah! Nora yelled, then turned to look at Reiner. Martina just turned over after being disturbed and did not wake up. What's wrong? Nora said aggrievedly. You can't touch my tail. After saying that, she carefully pulled the tail out of Reiner's hand. You could touch it yesterday. Noila lowered her voice and said, That's a punishment. It's different. Reiner suddenly became dramatic and hugged his right arm. It hurts so much all of a sudden. I feel like my skin is cracking. How could it suddenly hurt? I just wanted to touch my tail. Nora turned around again and exposed her tail. You can touch it, but it's best not to wake Martina. Otherwise, she will laugh at me again tomorrow. Reiner was not polite at all and grabbed her tail and stroked it up and down. Enjoying the pleasure of hair passing through his fingers, Reiner felt like he was being healed. But Nora's experience was completely different. She was always nervous, afraid of being pulled by the tail. This made Reiner a little confused. What is the special meaning of touching the tail? Nora hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Only very close friends can touch each other's tails. As soon as she finished speaking, her inner voice floated over. Among the opposite sex, only my husband can touch my tail. If I let anyone touch my tail, I will be considered a loose woman. Reiner suddenly realized, no wonder Nora was so resistant. Aren't we close friends? How sad. Reiner said this deliberately, wanting to hear how she would answer. But Nora was choked by her own words, and she couldn't refute it even after she stammered. In the end, he could only offer his tale and let Reiner do whatever he wanted. Chapter 23, Goblin Attack. Early in the morning, Reiner heard two animal-eared girls arguing outside the room. "You definitely let Reiner touch your tail again last night," Martina teased. "I didn't." Nora tried to refute, but seemed a little lacking in confidence. "Nora is so pitiful. She's gone astray. I will never let Reiner touch her tail, not even just a touch in my life," Martina said confidently. They all said there was no more. Reiner yawned, and the sound outside the window suddenly fell silent. Nora probably noticed that he was awake. Reiner packed up and took them out. He had an appointment with June-Ice and was going to learn magic today. As soon as he arrived in Mellowed, Reiner saw several knights surrounded by citizens in the square, including Demas. Reiner leaned in to listen for a few words, and when he saw that they were recruiting soldiers, he walked away. When we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, June-Ice had already arrived as promised. She was wearing a black cloak today, almost wrapping herself completely. "Reiner, come here. What's wrong? Is someone following you? You're dressed so warmly." June-Ice blinked, looked down at her clothes, and suddenly realized, "You were talking about this. I just felt a little tired today, and I had nothing to wear, so I put this on. By the way, let me tell you something serious." Reiner nodded. "I heard that several villages outside the city were attacked by goblins last night. Those goblins came from the Dawn Forest. The Lord is recruiting soldiers and is preparing to turn the forest upside down. Should we go there too?" When Reiner heard that he had to fight the goblins again, his face was full of resistance. "Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a few days?" "That's right. After hearing what you said, I suddenly don't want to go there anymore." June-Ice sighed. "The most important thing is that after the last time, I feel that defeating goblins is still somewhat dangerous. Not only are there a lot of them, but they're all wearing armor. If we encounter the leader, we might even risk our lives." June-Ice nodded. "That's right. It's too dangerous. Those aren't ordinary goblins. The effort and reward are totally disproportionate. Let's go. Let's continue studying outside the city." Reiner waved, and June-Ice followed. She kept her promise and brought another water magic book with her. Reiner opened the catalog and began to study eagerly in order to defeat Martina as soon as possible and catch her tail. June-Ice explained, "Water is very gentle, and the water element is very calm. Water magic is the complete opposite of fire magic and doesn't have particularly strong offensive power. Most of it is auxiliary magic that can effectively restrain enemies or be used to heal companions. I recommend you start with hydrotherapy or water polo. They're not particularly difficult." Reiner thought for a moment and then replied, "I'll learn hydrotherapy first. If Nora and Martina get hurt, I might be able to help. Although Nora is agile, she is relatively fragile, and if she is hit by the enemy, the injuries will usually be very serious. Although Martina has thick skin and strong muscles, she also has great endurance. But she is the #1 position in the team after all, and she often encounters bumps and bruises, so she needs a nurse to boost her health." June-Ice smiled and said, "You really do care about them." "Of course," Reiner replied, thinking about the hydrotherapy that June-Ice had performed. "I feel like this magic is a bit useless in the heat of battle. After all, the enemy can't just stand there and watch you squat on the ground healing your teammates. Is there water magic that can heal companions from a distance?" June-Ice nodded. "Of course there is, but it's very complicated and consumes a lot of magic power." "Consume magic power? That doesn't matter. Reiner's magic crystal is as huge as a mountain, and the blue bar will definitely be incredibly thick in the future. These days, he absorbs various natural elements around him whenever he has the chance, and he doesn't worry about consumption at all. Can I just learn the magic you mentioned?" June-Ice suddenly laughed, as if she had thought of something happy. After a long while, she shook her head and said, "No, we have to start from the basics." Reiner shrugged. "In this case, let's take it one step at a time." June-Ice handed over the magic book and opened it to the page on hydrotherapy. "It's just like learning Fireball. You need to write down the spell first, and then think about releasing it after you have memorized it." She suddenly stood up, as if looking for something. "What's wrong? I need a living creature to practice on." Reiner immediately shouted to someone not far away, "Nora, help me catch a bug." Not long after, she brought a beetle the size of a palm. Looking at the bug lying on the ground, Reiner used him as an experimental subject without mercy. After a day, Reiner had already mastered the basic technique of hydrotherapy. Now, he could treat some scrapes or very superficial wounds. Reiner, you learned so fast. You are very talented and will definitely become a famous magician in the future. Junai couldn't help but praise. You're a quick learner, too. Junai stretched, stood up, and brushed the dirt off her skirt. I hope you can learn slowly, otherwise after a while, I won't have anything to teach you. Reiner shrugged. It's okay. If I have time, I will continue to teach you other languages. Reiner, you are so kind. Junai smiled, then looked up at the sky. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Be careful of goblins when you rest at night. Reiner nodded and waved goodbye to her. Before leaving, he released the beetle that he had tortured all day. Just then, the system's voice appeared. Task: learn the most basic magic from Junai. Current status: completed. Mission reward: already issued. He put 5 silver coins into his purse. Task update: trigger the hidden task and complete it. Mission reward: unknown. Reiner was a little crazy. It was another hidden mission. The lack of a clear goal made him feel a little confused. Just then, the system voice appeared again. Recommended course of action: 1. Spend a night at a hotel in Mellowed. 2. Go home and rest as usual. 3. Camping in situ. Reiner fell into deep thought and decisively chose the second option. It was night. Reiner locked the doors and windows tightly and was just about to go to bed when he heard a loud noise, followed by a series of rapid, ringing bells all around. Then came the villagers' exclamations. The goblins are coming. Quick, protect the children. Then the wooden house across the pond caught fire, and the flames illuminated the entire village. Reiner hurriedly woke up Martina, put on his equipment, and ran out with Nora. He looked around and saw that the wooden wall protecting the village was full of goblins, and the militia in light armor were fighting them desperately. Chapter 24: Martina was attacked. The mission has been triggered. Protect the village and eliminate the goblin general. Mission reward: a staff of unknown quality. If the villager survival rate is lower than 60, the mission will be considered failed. Current villager survival rate: 98. Reiner looked around and saw many villagers rushing out of their homes with pitchforks and sickles, fighting with the short goblins, but he still couldn't see the goblin general. Nora, take us to where there are the most goblins, quickly. Nora nodded and ran with Reiner deeper into the village, finally stopping on the west side of the village. Reiner knew why there were so many goblins all of a sudden. The wooden wall on the west side collapsed, and a steady stream of goblins were rushing into the village through the gap. Many goblins were dragging the looted food and running out as if they were risking their lives. The several militiamen who were responsible for guarding this place had all fallen in a pool of blood. At this moment, the system started to prompt frantically. Current villager survival rate: 98, 97, 96. It drops by 1% almost every few seconds, and the rate is accelerating. Martina, find a way to stop them. Martina rushed in wielding a greatsword. In just a moment, the horde of goblins was split in two. She stood alone in the gap, like a lone man blocking the pass. Reiner and Nora were behind her, responsible for cleaning up the goblins that occasionally slipped in. Master, they've climbed up the wall. Nora threw 2 throwing knives, killing the goblins standing on the wall. Then she nimbly climbed up the wooden wall and looked outside. Oh my God, they've set up a ladder outside, and they've all climbed up. Perhaps it was because the gap was blocked by Martina that they found another way. He looked at the wooden wall, and suddenly an idea came to him. Reiner muttered a spell and cast a series of fireballs at the wooden wall, quickly setting it on fire. After only a few tens of seconds, the wooden wall protecting the village began to burn, and the fire continued to spread in all directions, and the vision became brighter. In order to protect the village, he has no choice but to resort to this last resort. For a moment, the wailing of goblins could be heard everywhere, and the air was filled with a faint smell of burning. Martina, back off! Reiner also set the fallen city wall on fire. The flames made the goblins outside no longer dare to approach. They held the area for now. The rate of casualties among villagers also slowed down, finally stopping at 76. Reiner walked over to Martina and asked, "How is it? Are you hurt?" She shook her head vigorously. "I can chop all day. Then let's go support other places." After Reiner said this, he felt a little surprised. "Where's the goblin general? Why haven't I seen you?" At this moment, a loud noise was heard not far away. Reiner saw with his own eyes that the wooden wall was kicked open by a big green foot, and the sturdy logs broke into several pieces. Then a huge goblin general rushed in. He was wearing iron armor, and his weapon was a giant mace that could knock down the house in one blow. A group of goblins followed his footsteps and rushed into the village. Reiner pulled the two of them into the shadows. He frowned slightly, fearing that he could not defend the village. What will happen if the mission fails? Is there any punishment? He asked in his heart. Do it with confidence, no punishment. At this moment, Nora also spoke. Although Martina is very powerful, she can't fight the Greenskin general and clean up the Greenskin monsters around her at the same time. We can't stop so many goblins, Master. Let's run away. Looking at the defenseless goblin general, Reiner murmured, Martina, can you defeat him? Honestly, I probably couldn't beat him in a one-on-one fight. What about a sneak attack? How confident are you? Martina glanced at the greatsword in her hand. If he has his back to me, it would only take a moment to kill him. Before the flames reached them, Reiner and Nora climbed up the wooden wall and ran towards the goblin general. Just then, Reiner saw a villager waving a pitchfork and confronting the goblins. He did not give in at all because his wife and daughter were hiding behind him. Get away, you filthy beast. Stay away from my family. Reiner quickly fired several fireballs, blowing the surrounding goblins away. This sudden movement caught the attention of the goblin general. He turned around just in time to see Reiner and Nora running along the wooden wall. The goblin general commanded, Stop them. Don't let them get here. Several goblins threw hatchets at him, and Reiner dodged left and right, but was still hit, and his right arm was still injured. Nora took the opportunity to throw a flying knife at the goblin general's eyes, but it blocked it with its hands. While his vision was blocked, Reiner fired a fireball at him. But the power was too small, and it caused almost no damage, but it did succeed in angering the goblin general. I'm going to bite your head off. He suddenly threw out the huge hammer and smashed through the wooden wall. Reiner lost his balance and fell. Master! Nora jumped up, gripped the dagger tightly, and stabbed it at the goblin general's head. But she was punched in mid-air and flew out, rolling several times on the muddy ground, with the throwing knives in her waist bag scattered all over the ground. Weren't you very proud just now? The goblin general said somewhat arrogantly. He picked up the hammer and raised it high. At the critical moment, Reiner hurriedly said in fluent orc language, I give up. Don't hurt us. The goblin general was surprised. Humans can actually speak our language, but it's too late now. You'll have to pay with at least one leg. Just as the hammer was about to fall, the sharp sword struck his shoulder armor. Reiner picked his nose and said, Did you take my teasing seriously? Immediately afterwards, Martina shouted loudly and exerted force with both arms, splitting the goblin general in two. She did not stop what she was doing, but chopped off the goblin general's head in extremely fast speed and stepped on it hard. After seeing the goblin general being killed, the goblins lost their will to fight. After dropping the looted items, they rushed out through the gap. Martina stepped on the goblin general's head and laughed triumphantly. Reiner, we have such a tacit understanding. A mere green monster. Reiner was just about to get up to check Nora's injuries. She was knocked away by the goblin general's punch, and now lies motionless on the ground. She must be seriously injured. At this moment, Reiner caught a glimpse of the gap again. A goblin had drawn the bowstring and was aiming at Martina. Danger! Ah! An arrow pierced through the leather breastplate and pierced directly into her left breast. Chapter 25. Sleeping with the Catgirl. That green monster ran so fast. She disappeared when I chased her. If I meet her again next time, I will. A blessing in disguise. Martina opened champagne at halftime, but was ambushed and shot by a goblin. Fortunately, she was protected by the breastplate, and her figure was strong enough to successfully block the attack. Her first reaction after being shot by an arrow was not to cry out in pain, but to rush out with a big sword, wanting to kill the goblin that attacked her. This is simply insane. Nora was only scratched. She was dizzy for a while, and then sat up on her own. She looked fine. Master, how are your injuries? The cut isn't deep. I can heal it myself. Reiner touched her head and signaled her not to worry. Perhaps because of the head injury, Nora looked a little dazed. She gently grasped Reiner's arm and licked the wound again. Soon, the village militia also arrived here. Perhaps all the goblins in the village were cleared out and the crisis was temporarily resolved. Reiner glanced at Martina. She was fiddling with the arrow stuck in her chest, as if trying to pull it out. What do you want to do? Don't move. Martina was stunned for a moment, then quickly stopped what she was doing. This arrow is so painful. It hurts every time I move. Don't move even if it hurts. You let your guard down before the goblins have even finished running away. Don't you deserve it? Reiner patted her shoulder and led her towards home. The road was littered with goblin corpses, and a village woman was crying while holding a decapitated corpse. He couldn't bear to see the miserable situation in the village any longer, so he quickened his pace and went home. His house was also robbed. Reiner checked carefully and made sure there were no goblins hiding inside before closing the door. After lighting the candles, he let Martina lie on the bed, then carefully picked up the breastplate and took it off through the holes. Good job. It's true, those 2 lumps of fat were really useful. They actually blocked the fatal arrow for her. Looking at Martina's wound, he fell into deep thought again. Although Martina is brave, she's too easily injured. It would be great if she could get a stronger set of armor. Reiner shook his head. Stop overthinking it. Treatment is what's important. He took out the holy water he had obtained from the previous mission and put it aside for future use. If the arrow is pulled out later and she bleeds heavily, then use holy water to treat her directly. If the bleeding is not heavy, then treat her directly with hydrotherapy. By the way, use her to practice. Just as Kleiner took out the dagger and was about to cut the cloth wrapped around her chest, she was caught by Martina. She asked warily, "What are you doing?" "Nonsense. What else can I do besides helping you heal your wound? Do you want to keep this arrow stuck in you forever?" Martina remained silent, her eyes fixed on Reiner. Wouldn't that mean I'd be seen naked? I didn't expect this guy to be shy. She had urinated in front of the 2 of them at the hotel before, and Reiner thought she didn't care about such things at all. "I'm not interested in looking at your stuff. Stop wasting time. Take a shower and get some rest. The village is not safe today, and we have to take turns to keep watch," Reiner said seriously. Martina nodded reluctantly after hearing what Reiner said. Reiner cut the cloth with a dagger, and 2 fat rabbits jumped out. One of the rabbits was injured and had an arrow stuck in its body. "Still looking? What kind of look is that? Dirty, obscene." Martina covered half of her face with her hands and urged, "Hurry up." Reiner swallowed and held the arrow. "Bear with it." He pulled out the arrow. Bright red blood also flowed out, but fortunately the blood vessels were not damaged and the amount of bleeding was not large. "Stop touching it. Stop touching it. Please heal it quickly." Reiner covered his hands, recalled how to use hydrotherapy, and then chanted the spell. The blood dyed the water a light red. But Martina's wound was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a small crack. "It's fixed. Try not to touch the wound for the next few days." Martina sat up suddenly, walked to the cupboard and rummaged through it, and soon took out a piece of white cloth. "Don't tie it. Let it relax for a few days. Once the wound is fully healed, you can tie it however you want." Reiner took a look and couldn't help but add, "By the way, tying it will affect its development. If you keep tying it, it won't grow up. It's better if it doesn't grow big. Why does this thing have to be so big? It's so troublesome." Martina's tone was full of displeasure. Reiner noticed that her face seemed to be red. "This is so embarrassing. Nora will definitely take this opportunity to mock me tomorrow. You're covered in blood. Go take a shower and rest. You'll be on guard for the rest of the night." "Got it." Martina put on her clothes, then went out with the bucket. Reiner looked at Nora beside him and reached out to touch her head. "How is it? Are you still feeling bad?" "Well, he hit me on the head, but it's okay. I just need to rest for a while." Reiner opened the system and glanced at her status bar. Name, Nora Hill. Current status, weak, dizzy. Reiner was relieved only after confirming that there was no concussion. "You rest. Martina and I will be on guard today." Nora nodded and laid down on Reiner's bed. She fell asleep in seconds, her breathing even. Reiner covered her with a blanket, giving him a chance to treat the wound on his arm. If it weren't for the dull pain in his arm, he would have almost forgotten that his right hand had been chopped by an axe again. Fortunately, the wound was not deep this time, and the bleeding was quickly stopped with hydrotherapy. Reiner took off his leather armor and breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Nora had not had time to take off her armor, and it would definitely not be comfortable to sleep like that. So he helped her take off her armor. Just then, sleepiness suddenly came over me. Reiner thought for a while, and then lay down on the bed. Coincidentally, Martina also came back from fetching water at this time. "Martina, you stay for the first half of the night. I'm sleepy and want to sleep for a while. Call me in the second half of the night." "No." After receiving the reply, Reiner lay down with peace of mind. A cold wind blew in from outside the window, and Reiner suddenly felt a little cold, so he also crawled into the quilt. Looking at Noilamo's defenseless sleeping face, he suddenly had the urge to hug her. Just as he was about to take action, Nora's body twitched slightly, and then she moved closer to Reiner and hugged him tightly. Just as Reiner was confused, Nora made a cute purring sound. Maybe she felt cold too, so she came closer. Reiner also hugged her carefully. After feeling it carefully, I found that Nora's body was so slender, like a fragile blade of grass. There was a faint smell of sweat on her body, and for some reason, it made people feel at ease. Reiner was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyelids. Chapter 26, Obtaining a Special Staff. In the morning, as soon as Reiner opened his eyes, he saw Martina sitting at the head of the bed. She had obviously stayed up all night, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. Seeing Reiner wake up, she smiled meaningfully, and then her inner voice also floated over. Finally woke up, Nora hugged me so tight. Reiner looked down. He found Nora still curled up in his arms. The bed was surprisingly warm, making Reiner reluctant to get up. At the same time, his hand subconsciously touched Nora's tail. The most comfortable thing is to pet a cat in the morning. At this moment, Nora suddenly moved slightly and then stretched comfortably in Reiner's arms. She seemed to think she was sleeping with Martina. The two hands pressed on Reiner's body like a kitten needing milk. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong and opened her eyes. Normally, when she opened her eyes in the morning, she would see a pair of gigantic light bulbs. But today, his chest muscles are as strong as wooden boards. Nora slowly raised her head and met Reiner's eyes. Woke up. Master. She looked confused and seemed to have not yet come to her senses. Then, his inner thoughts came into Reiner's ears like a string of cannonballs. Why am I in a master's bed? I remember that I had a headache and felt dizzy yesterday, and fell asleep as soon as I closed my eyes. Is it just sleeping, nothing else? I think I'm still wearing clothes. Nora lifted the quilt and took a peek inside. Seeing that her clothes were still neat, she gently covered herself with the quilt again. Nora, you're so useless. Will you die if you take a few more steps to get back to your sleeping spot? Luckily, the master didn't do anything, otherwise I would. Nora shook her head vigorously and got out of bed. She said nothing. Her back always turned to Reiner, but she seemed unaware that her ears were red. Reiner didn't want to embarrass her, so he decisively changed the subject. He asked Martina, "Didn't we agree that I would be on guard the rest of the night? Why didn't you wake me up? You two were sleeping too soundly, hugging each other. If I wake you up, it will easily wake Nora as well, so I won't wake you up." After saying that, she turned back to look at Nora and said jokingly, "Especially Nora. She hugged me so tightly." Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Nora, who was drinking water, choked and then glared at Martina fiercely. Reiner got up, washed up, and went out. None of the three had breakfast today, because goblins broke into the house last night, turned the kitchen upside down, and looted a few pieces of black bread. The villagers spontaneously cleaned up the village and built walls. At this moment, a little boy stopped in front of Reiner and said timidly, "Thank you for saving me last night." After saying that, he ran to the side. Reiner nodded and continued walking forward. It was pitch black last night, and he had no idea which villagers he had rescued. But more and more people greeted him along the way, a treatment he had never enjoyed before. After arriving in Mellowed, Reiner saw that there were several times more soldiers patrolling the city gate than usual. Reiner heard a lot about what happened last night from passersby. Mellowed was also attacked last night, but it is a town after all, with stone walls for defense, and the soldiers guarding the city are no pushovers, so the town was easily defended. After buying a few pieces of black bread, Reiner rushed to the Adventurers Guild. Seeing that Junice had not arrived yet, he took the two animal-eared girls to sit in the corner and started to eat black bread in big mouthfuls. A familiar figure soon appeared among the adventurers coming and going. Junice is here. Her hair was a little messy, as if she had just woken up. Sorry for the long wait. Goblins invaded the town last night, and many of the city defense soldiers were injured. It was already very late when I went back to rest, so I overslept a little. It's okay, let's get out of town. The two went to the open space outside the city again, ready to start studying. Martina didn't get enough sleep last night, so she lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Just as Junice lowered her head to look for a book, the system's voice appeared in Reiner's ears. Mission accomplished. Task rewards are being drawn. After a few seconds, the system voice sounded again. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Just when no one was paying attention to Reiner, a heavy metal staff appeared out of thin air in his left hand. There's also a deep red spiral gem floating on the top of the staff, which is both a special feature and the finishing touch, making the entire staff look like a divine artifact. In an instant, Reiner felt the magic power in his body become restless and surge into the staff. Soon, the handle of the staff began to shine with red light. Identification completed. Staff name, Breath of the Manic Red Dragon. Introduction. Forged by the most famous dwarf craftsman in ancient times, the fire magic stone at the top of the staff seals the soul of the red dragon, which has an extremely powerful bonus to fire magic. Note, the real staff was destroyed thousands of years ago. This staff is a replica, but it can exert its full power. The quality of this staff is legend. Reiner's eyes widened. Just when I was about to marvel at the generosity of the system, I heard its voice again. Quest update. Kill the Goblin Tyrant. Mission reward. 15 diest gold coins. Reiner gasped. The Goblin Tyrant should be a Lord-level monster. It is not easy to deal with. After all, the three of them had such a hard time even dealing with a Goblin General, let alone a Goblin Tyrant. Junice raised her head, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the staff. She was surprised and said, "Wait, what is this?" "My staff," Reiner replied with a smile. Junice took a closer look and then exclaimed, "My God, this must have cost a lot of money. Where did you get it?" Reiner smiled and replied, "A secret." Junice exclaimed in amazement a few times, then asked, "Can I touch it?" "Can." Junice leaned in to examine it carefully as if she had found a treasure, fiddling with the ruby floating on the top with her hands. "If I'm not mistaken, the handle should be made of fine gold, right? Not only is it indestructible, it also has a strong affinity with magic. Most importantly, even a small piece is worth a fortune. Where on earth did you get that from?" "It's still a secret." Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. Junice couldn't let go of the staff, and then asked sheepishly, "Can I try it?" "Can." After getting permission, she carefully picked up the staff and then chanted a spell towards the open space in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a fireball condensed at the top of the staff, and its color was constantly changing. Junice's laughter was a little excited, but the fireball suddenly went out. Chapter 27, What on Earth Do You Want From Me? Strange, what's going on with this staff? Junice asked puzzledly. She kept trying to cast the simplest fireball spell, but failed again and again. It was clear that a fireball had condensed at the top, but it went out at the last moment. After several consecutive failures, her patience was almost worn out. "This staff keeps draining my magic power, but it can't release any magic, whether it's water magic or fire magic." At this moment, the breath of the red dragon suddenly flew up and flew in the air, as if it had life. Reiner and Junice looked at each other, neither of them understanding what was going on. Nora raised her head and looked at the staff, exclaiming in amazement, "Amazing! Awesome!" After a few minutes, the staff seemed to be tired and fell back beside Reiner, hitting him on the head with the gem on the top. Junice opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Your staff actually has its own thoughts. It recognizes its master. No wonder I couldn't use magic just now. It turns out it's because he didn't let me use it." To verify her guess, Reiner seized the breath of the red dragon and chanted a spell towards the clearing in the distance. As the last word was spoken, a scorching fireball instantly formed at the top of the staff. And with the injection of magic power, the fireball became bigger and bigger. Finally, it hit the grass in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Martina, who was awakened by the shock, sat up suddenly and shouted in panic, "What happened?" After the loud bang, a gust of hot air rushed towards me. Reiner opened his eyes in the heat and saw a vortex of fire appearing on the grass in the distance, which gradually dissipated within half a minute. And that area, within 40 meters, was completely turned into a scorched earth. Awesome. So amazing. Junice was stunned. Even Reiner himself was particularly surprised. According to the settings of some games, the staff can indeed increase the power of the mage's skills, but this power increase is too terrifying. If he had this staff last night, the Goblin General would have been dealt with in just one move, and Nora and Martina would not have been injured at all. With the help of this staff, he might be able to easily defeat the Goblin Tyrant. Just then, Nora poked Reiner's thigh and pointed in the direction of the city. Reiner turned his head and saw two knights coming towards them. It seems he accidentally caused a commotion. The leading knight stopped his horse beside Reiner and asked in a somewhat blaming tone, "What are you doing? Were you responsible for the explosion just now? The horses are frightened and are running rampant in the city." Junice stepped forward and said, "Respected knight, we are researching extremely powerful magic to deal with the goblin invasion." The knight was slightly taken aback, then his tone softened considerably. "I see. But as a knight, I have a responsibility to protect the safety of every civilian. Your actions are too reckless, and I cannot allow you to continue your research here. Junice nodded. We get it. Reiner stood aside and listened to them silently. Junice was clearly better at dealing with this sort of thing than he was. At this moment, a familiar voice came into Reiner's ears. Adney, go back first. Let me take care of it. The other knight was Demas. Although he hadn't seen him for several days, Reiner remembered his voice. Then I'll leave it to you. Knight Adney returned to the city. Demas took off his helmet, sat on his horse, looked at the two of them, and asked Junice, Did you use that magic just now? Junice shook her head and pointed at Reiner beside her. Reiner used it. Demas looked at Reiner, observed his staff, and said, Reiner, join the expedition. Tomorrow we will go to the Dawn Forest again and thoroughly clear out the nests inside. As far as I know, there are only 4 magicians in this city, and I need your help. Reiner fell in a deep thought. According to the information he got from the system, this time they will most likely encounter the Goblin Tyrant in the Dawn Forest. Although I don't know the exact level of this thing, it is definitely a level higher than the Goblin General. The 20-man adventurer team suffered heavy losses when fighting against a general and was almost wiped out. If you encounter a Goblin Tyrant, the result is probably self-evident. Of course, but the reward. How much do you want? 1/10 of the spoils isn't that much. Reiner thought about it and felt that this kind of high-level monster probably had hidden treasures. If he found a box of gold, even just 1/10 of it, he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Demas agreed decisively. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow morning, we will gather at the city gate and head towards the Dawn Forest. New. Demas glanced at Reiner's staff again and warned, Don't use that dangerous magic for now. Save your magic power and use it to deal with the goblins tomorrow. After saying that, he left. Junice smiled, then looked at Reiner. To be honest, I thought you would ask for a lot of money, but I didn't expect you to only ask for 1/10 of the spoils. Reiner was stunned, not understanding what she meant. The loot that could be looted from the goblins is nothing more than some rusty daggers or wooden sticks. The better ones might be leather armor or iron armor. 1/10 of the loot is not worth much, maybe just a few gold coins in total. Junice explained. Notre asure. Junice smiled. Reiner, you're really interesting. Goblins only know how to eat, sleep, and reproduce. All their activities revolve around these 3 things. If there really is treasure, it would probably be bacon stolen from a villager's house. Reiner, lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. No wonder Demas agreed so quickly. Video games are very harmful to people. After a moment of silence, he consoled himself. It's okay. Just consider it a good deed. I'm a kind man. Junice nodded and said in demi-human language, You are indeed a kind man. Your 2 demi-human companions must think so. Nora nodded. Martina fell asleep on the grass again without knowing when. At this moment, Nora's inner voice drifted back to her. My master is of course kind. He not only gives me nice clothes to wear, but also makes sure I have enough food to eat every day. He is the best human being to me, bar none. Reiner looked down at Nora. This guy was thinking about some random things again. Why is he so kind to me? What does the master want from me? Chapter 28, heading to the Dawn Forest again. As usual, Reiner returned home on time in the evening. But today is a little different from usual. There were many washed vegetables placed at the door of his hut, with carrots and cabbages being the most common. Reiner looked around and found several children hiding behind the tree in front of his house. Among them was the little boy who came to express his gratitude this morning. He is very shy and hides when Reiner makes eye contact. The inhabitants of this world actually give people a feeling of being sometimes fierce and sometimes simple. Reiner thanked him. Thank you. The children smiled shyly and then ran away. Reiner asked Martina and Nora to move the vegetables into the house. Vegetables are extremely perishable. Green vegetables are rarely seen in the market here. Most farmers grow their own food, so Reiner rarely gets to eat vegetables. Looks like I can make my own stew tonight. When Reiner was resting at night, he had just gotten into bed when something cold touched his thigh. When I lifted the quilt, I saw that the breath of the red dragon was actually inside. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. What were you doing in my bed? If you want to sleep, go sleep on the weapons rack. The breath of the red dragon stood up. It hit Reiner's head hard and flew to the fireplace. Reiner had just warmed the bed when he felt Nora coming over. When I turned around, I saw that this guy was indeed standing by the bed. Although the two of them didn't communicate much, they had a very good understanding of each other. Nora lowered her head and Reiner touched her ear. As I was touching her, I accidentally touched her shoulder. So cool. The weather is getting colder now. You must wear more clothes when you go out. You are small and cannot withstand the cold. Nora nodded, still saying nothing. But the voice in his heart drifted into Reiner's ears. Why are you so nice to me? Why do you care about me so much? Why? I don't understand. Reiner patted the side of the bed. It's cold outside. Do you want to get under the covers and feel it? It's warm. Nora was slightly stunned and shook her head vigorously. Yesterday was an accident. Today I am clear-headed and will not fall asleep again. Come on, you're so cold. What if you catch a cold? Noila shook her head again. No, I'll go back to bed soon. Reiner coaxed. Can't you just take a moment, come on? He became more and more fond of this Catgirl. Nora has a cold face every day, but her inner world is so lively. This contrast is really cute. If I could develop her into my wife, that would be great. Not only is she pretty, she also has a good figure, but it would be even better if she could gain a few more pounds. Nora is now just a bag of bones. Thinking of this, Reiner couldn't help but rub her ears. Nora fell into deep thought. Martina is already asleep, so is it okay for me to lie down for a while? After a brief struggle in her heart, she nodded gently. Okay, just for a moment. After saying that, she carefully lay down on her side. Reiner covered her with a blanket. Give me your hand. I'll warm you up. Oh. Nora reached out her hand woodenly and placed it on Reiner's chest. It's so warm. However, the two of them still kept their distance under the quilt. After a while, Nora didn't seem to dare to get too close, so she turned over and moved away. Seeing the kitten in his arms run away, Reiner mustered up his courage, gently supported Nora's belly, and held her back. Why are you so far away? Come closer. Although this guy didn't struggle much, he was already in turmoil. Master, his hand is on my stomach. What does he want to do? For some reason, Nora's body temperature suddenly rose. Reiner held her gently, feeling the softness of her body. As expected of a Catgirl, just hugging her is healing. Ah, what should I do? What should I do? Martina, save me. It's a pity that Martina, whom Nora regarded as her savior, was sleeping like a dead pig at this moment. After lying for a long time, Noilamo spoke. Master, it's getting late. I should go back to bed. Her voice was quieter than a mosquito. Reiner shook his head and said shamelessly, I'm cold. Let me hold you for a while. You can't like a girl when pursuing her, but you must be thick-skinned. Noilemo said helplessly. Okay, just one last time. Master is so warm, even warmer than my own bed. Please finish this quickly. I'm already very sleepy. Reiner half-jokingly said, Why don't you sleep in the bed with me tonight? You'll need to warm the bed if you go back now. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but Nora got anxious as soon as she said it. She shook her head vigorously, then struggled. No, I really should leave, Master. I want to sleep by myself. My head is full of resistance. No, we absolutely cannot sleep together. I've touched her ears, touched her tail, and even cuddled her. This is my bottom line. Seeing that she was so determined in her heart, Reiner decided to let go as he knew that trying to keep her would only have a negative effect. Chasing Catgirls must be done step by step. As soon as Reiner loosened his hand, Nora was like an arrow shot from a string and went straight back into the bed. Nora didn't sleep all night. She's been having wild thoughts. Reiner also stayed with her all night without sleeping, eavesdropping on her thoughts in bed. Reiner's words had a significant impact on her. What on earth does the master want to do? He actually asked me to sleep in the bed with him. Could it be that you have such thoughts about me? Impossible. The master said he doesn't like my figure. Even if he did like her, he would have liked Martina. She has the best figure. Could it be that he just wants to use me to entertain himself? Impossible. The master is not that kind of person. Reiner yawned. He felt a little sleepy after listening all night. If he hadn't promised Demas to go to the Dawn Forest together to fight the goblins, he would probably have already started sleeping. Thinking of this, he sat up from the bed, woke up Martina, packed up briefly, and set off. When they arrived at the gate of Melid, Reiner saw a team of about 200 people. There are militiamen, adventurers, and even a few ruffians here. Dozens of knights were standing on horseback in front of this ragtag army, seemingly talking about something. Reiner's eyes met with one of the knights, who nodded slightly. Although he couldn't see the face because of the helmet, he guessed it was most likely Demas. Just as Reiner was standing in the team doing nothing, a pair of hands pulled him over. It's Junice, she said with a smile. Reiner, let's go together. I don't know anyone here, so I needed help take care of it. Reiner hadn't expected her to come. Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a few days? After thinking about it, I decided to come over. After all, since you're here, I'm alone here without any acquaintances, and I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. As the two chatted, Nora's thoughts came again. Nora, you're such a fool. Even if the master was truly sexually unsatisfied, he would only seek out humans. How could he possibly choose a demi-human like you? Don't let your imagination run wild. Chapter 29, Cunning Goblin. On the way to the Dawn Forest with the team. When Reiner was chatting with Junice, he would often hear Nora's inner thoughts. Master wants to hold me while I sleep. What does that mean? It was obvious that what happened last night had caused her considerable trouble. She was lost in thought all the way. But as soon as Junice talks to Reiner, she falls into self-denial again. In addition to her lack of security, Nora also has a slight inferiority complex. Reiner reached out and gently kneaded Nora's animal ears. He made up his mind secretly. When he returns this time, he will definitely make Nora his wife. During the lunch break, the four of them sat side by side and ate black bread. A cold wind blew, and Nora, who was sitting next to Reiner, shivered. Winter is coming soon. The temperature is around 10 degrees now, which is a bit cold. Martina is fine. She is big and energetic, so she is more resistant to cold. But Nora is different. She is particularly afraid of the cold. Sometimes I sneeze when the wind blows. Reiner held a small fireball in his palm and held it out to Nora to keep her warm. Nora nibbled on the black bread and said in a low voice, "Thank you, master." Then her inner voice came back. "My master is so kind to me." Martina on the side blinked and stretched out her hand. "Reiner, turn up the fire a little. My hands are cold. I want to warm them too. Just warm yourself inside your clothes." Martina narrowed her eyes and looked at Reiner very seriously. "Why are you still biased? Nora is a human, but I'm not a human." Okay, I'll grill it for you." Reiner continued to inject magic power, and the fireball gradually grew bigger. Seeing this, Junice also extended her hand. Finally, other strange adventurers also gathered around. Seeing this, Reiner picked up some branches and made a bonfire for everyone to roast. After he had some free time, he looked at Nora beside him. The guy was secretly rummaging through his bag and took out another piece of black bread and started to eat it. Just as Reiner was wondering if she wasn't full, Nora's inner voice drifted over. "Eating more will help you gain weight." The owner said she likes women like Martina. Reiner was slightly stunned. He never said he liked Martina. Although Martina is beautiful and has a good figure, she's almost 1.8 meters tall and looks very strong. He prefers petite, delicate, and voluptuous women. But since Nora thought so, she must have meant this as well. But she is a stubborn person, so it is probably impossible to get her to say it on her own initiative. Reiner walked over and sat down next to Nora. While Martina was maintaining the great sword and Junice was talking to other adventurers, he quietly put Nora's little hand into his clothes. "Master, master!" Nora cried out softly, then shut her mouth. "Don't move. Let me warm your hands." Nora lowered her head and didn't move. Reiner noticed her blush. The master is so warm and strong, unlike Martina. Nora carefully spread out her hands. Her palms felt like ice. Reiner shivered from the cold. "Your hands are so cold." "Yes. I'm sorry. I've been very afraid of the cold since I was a child, and this happens in winter." Having said this, Nora began to think wildly again. "When I was little, my mother always warmed my hands. It's amazing that my master does the same thing. He's so kind. When I get back, I'll buy some more clothes and a pair of gloves." Noila nodded, but suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Is it too expensive?" Reiner smiled and said, "It's okay. This is a gift for you. It's not included in the ransom." Nora was slightly stunned. The comfort during this period made her forget her original purpose, to make money to redeem herself. But now, she has a new idea. Where can I go without him? There is no place for us in this world. He may be the only human being who will treat me well, so I must stay with him. Reiner was slightly stunned when he heard her inner voice. I didn't expect Nora's thoughts to change so quickly. When I first bought her, she was always thinking about running away. Now I have the idea of staying. On the other hand, Martina, day after day, all she thought about was eating and sleeping, and she never thought about these issues at all. No wonder the intelligence is D. Just as Reiner was complaining, Martina also looked up at him, and their eyes met. She put the sword down and blinked in confusion. "What are you looking at me for? Is there food again?" After hearing her thoughts, Reiner sighed. "That's it for now. No matter how stupid Martina is, she will figure it out after a while." After resting for an hour, the team continued on their journey. As we got closer to the dawn forest, we began to see traces of goblins around us. Looking at the goblin's body lying in the grass by the roadside, cut in half, Martina slowly said, "I didn't expect green monsters to appear here." Reiner patted her shoulder and said, "Although there are many people here this time, you should still be a little careful." Martina nodded, moved closer to Reiner, and whispered, "I have a feeling a lot of people are going to die this time." Reiner had a similar premonition, but he still hit Martina on the head with his staff. "We haven't even reached the forest yet, and you're saying such unlucky words. If you encounter danger again this time, don't be careless like last time. I don't want to treat those 2 pieces of meat for you again." Martina snorted softly and muttered softly, "I think you're just hoping for a few more pinches, right? That's obscene." By evening, the team finally arrived at the dawn forest. Along the way, Reiner saw many goblin corpses, most of which were killed by the knights walking in front. Occasionally, news would come from the front that adventurers were injured. This is not a good sign. Junai's came back from the front. She looked a little tired. "Reiner, you have to be careful too. These cunning goblins have set up many traps on the road. They're incredibly cunning. They know knights wearing thick plate armor are difficult to kill, so they wait for the knights clearing the way to get far enough away before triggering traps to attack the adventurers following behind. Several have already been caught and rendered incapacitated." Reiner suddenly had a bad feeling. This war seemed to have started when they decided to go to the dawn forest. At this moment, Nora's inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. "Something seems wrong. Master, we seem to be surrounded by green monsters." Nora tugged at Reiner's clothes. Reiner blinked in confusion. They were at the edge of the dawn forest, with endless woods in front of them and dense and lush bushes on both sides. "Sure." Nora's ears pricked up high. "They're everywhere. I can hear their voices. If you don't believe me, light the surrounding area on fire. Soon, green monsters will jump out." Cold sweat broke out on Juna's forehead. She understood the subhuman language and lowered her voice. "I'll go tell Demas." Go quickly. Chapter 30, One-Eyed Ogre. Soon, the news of being surrounded by goblins spread throughout the team. Although the adventurers were still continuing with their actions, they were already wary of the goblins in the bushes. Soon Junai's came back and whispered in Reiner's ear, "Demas and the others have noticed it too. He asked you to use Fireball to set these bushes on fire. It is unrealistic to withdraw now. As long as the goblins realize that the team is no longer advancing deeper, they will definitely launch a surprise attack first. In that case, it is better to strike first. You burn the left one, and I'll burn the right one. After you see me cast the spell, you can do the same." "Okay." Junai's took off the black cloth covering the staff. The 2 of them split up, came to the outside of the team, found a relatively open place, and then began to chant spells in a low voice. Seeing the gem on top of the red dragon's breath emit a dazzling red light, Reiner suddenly aimed his staff at the nearby grass and released a fireball. The magic power, after being blessed by the staff, is extremely terrifying. A tongue of fire about 20 or 30 meters high rose from the ground, and a terrible heat wave swept over, instantly turning the nearby bushes into a sea of fire. Then a heart-wrenching scream came from the bushes. The goblins, covered in flames, rushed out and started a melee with the adventurers. After the 2 sides fought, Reiner was afraid of accidentally hurting his allies and did not dare to use magic again. He could only stand back to back with Nora, holding up his staff and using it as a hammer, knocking down one by one. The staff, forged from pure gold, was indestructible. Reiner was only worried that the fire magic stone on the top would be smashed by him. "Host, use it boldly. This thing is almost indestructible. It won't break even if you hit a few goblins. It can't be broken no matter what. This thing is comparable to vibranium." "No, that's why I said almost indestructible, but you can use it against goblins without worrying about it. It will definitely not break." After listening to what the system said, he swung even harder. "I have to say, the center of gravity of this staff is forward, and it feels pretty good when swung like a mace. Martina, go help the others. Nora and I can protect ourselves." "Good." Martina was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, brandishing her sword and charging forward. Nora always held a small dagger and followed Reiner closely to protect him. The battle lasted about 10 minutes and ended with the adventurer's victory. Reiner used the hydrotherapy he had just learned to treat the wounds of the injured adventurer. Just then, Martina returned to Reiner. She was covered in blood and looked a little excited. "Reiner, this is just the vanguard. There must be more green monsters waiting for us behind." Reiner felt the same way. These goblins weren't even wearing leather armor, and their equipment was a notch lower. They definitely couldn't be the elite goblin force. They were more like cannon fodder used to consume the enemy. Junice wiped the sweat from her forehead and said as she treated the wounded, "I never thought goblins could be so strange. I've encountered goblins in groups of 3 or 5 before, and I've never heard of them acting like this." After driving away the small group of goblins, the team continued to move deeper into the woods. Just now, Demas and his team also fought with goblins in front of the team. After walking forward for a while, Reiner saw a huge blue-gray corpse lying on the ground. He had only one eye and exuded a foul stench. He had many wounds on his body, and it was obvious that the knights had taken a lot of effort to knock him down. Martina took a quick glance and muttered, "I didn't expect there would be ogres here. Do you recognize this thing?" "Of course, I lived here for a while." Martina lowered her head in thought, as if recalling something bad. "This thing usually only moves around in the north of the forest, and it will eat anything that moves. Although this monster is not smart, it has brute force. I can't defeat it because of its thick skin and flesh. Before, I would stay away from it when I saw it." Junice said in demi-human language, "One-eyed ogres often cooperate with goblins. It seems we need to be more careful." Reiner nodded and continued to move forward with the team. To be honest, after experiencing several dangerous situations, Reiner felt that the profession of adventurer was more and more dangerous. You'll encounter danger every few days, and if you're not careful, you might even lose your life. He hoped to earn enough money for retirement in the next few years, buy a house in Melody, and then retire with Nora and live a peaceful and stable life. But for now, he should be spending his money elsewhere. Ever since Nora was knocked unconscious by a punch from the Goblin General and Martina was hit by an arrow in the chest, Reiner has been thinking about changing his armor. Light armor made of hard leather is light, but its protective performance is too limited and it can only cope with low-intensity attacks. If you encounter a bow, an arrow, you will be shot through. But if they put on chainmail, the possibility of them getting hurt would definitely be greatly reduced. Reiner looked at Martina, who was walking in front, imagining what she would look like wearing plate armor and fully armed. At this moment, Martina shuddered twice, and then her inner voice came. "Why do I feel like someone is staring at me with an obscene look?" She barely hesitated before looking back at Reiner. The two looked at each other. Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Look at the road." Martina turned her head and said nothing, but her thoughts drifted over. Is Reiner still thinking about me? In a sense, she was right. Reiner was attracted by her strong physique. She was as strong as an ox. Martina is so fierce. If she wore full armor, she would be absolutely awesome. Nora's inner voice also floated over. "Master, why are you always staring at Martina?" And staring at her butt. He really likes big butts. I really should eat more. This is pure slander. What Reiner just saw was Martina's beautiful and strong thighs, and a little further up was her butt. He turned to look at Nora, and just as he was about to hold her hand, he saw his cat ears move, and then he heard her inner voice. "There seems to be some strange movement in the woods. Is it another green monster?" Nora stood on tiptoe and looked to the side, then reached out and tugged at Reiner. "Master, there is something in the woods. I can hear the goblin muttering something." "Which direction?" Nora's ears moved like radars, listening carefully. Then she pointed to the depths of the woods and said, "There." Reiner narrowed his eyes. It was pitch black in the deep woods and nothing could be seen. Then a light source as big as a torch appeared and gradually expanded. Junice looked over and frowned slightly. "This is—" Reiner was suddenly startled and shouted, pushing Nora and Martina out of the team. "Disperse." Chapter 31 Survive. Reiner shouted in time, and the adventurers around him dispersed their teams in time after hearing his shout. Then a dazzling fireball passed through the woods and hit the center of the team. Several adventurers who were unable to dodge were set on fire by the flames, rolling and howling. The surrounding trees were also set on fire. Reiner quickly used water magic to put out the flames on them, and then went to put out the flames on the tree. Nora glanced towards the woods and then drew the dagger from her waist. "Master, there are green monsters coming." Reiner looked back and saw countless dark shadows moving in the depths of the forest. Several knights shouted one after another in the team. "Enemy attack! Disperse the team! Light the torches!" Adventurers kept coming to Reiner to borrow fire, and then passed it to each other. After dozens of seconds, the surroundings were illuminated by sufficient light. Reiner looked around and saw that there were dense crowds of goblins all around, probably nearly 1,000 of them. There were also several one-eyed ogres mixed in. They moved slowly and powerfully, holding rough wooden sticks in their hands. Reiner wanted to give them a fireball, but was worried that it would set the entire forest on fire. Now they were facing the goblins and the wind. The fire would blow towards them, and they would be the ones burned in the end. Although fire magic is powerful, it has too many limitations. The goblin on the opposite side, who could use magic, had no such concerns at all and kept throwing fireballs at them one after another. In less than half a minute, there were considerable casualties in the team. At the same time, groups of goblins rushed to them and started fighting with the adventurers. But the opponent's fireball spell did not stop for a moment and continued to bombard the adventurers. A few unlucky goblins were accidentally injured as soon as they rushed to the front of the formation. Is that guy crazy? He even killed his compatriot. Junice shouted angrily and then raised the staff that was emitting blue light. Reiner, protect me. Nora and Martina came closer. As the spell was chanted, cold raindrops fell on Reiner's face. Then raindrops fell from the sky. Suddenly, heavy rain fell in the forest. The rain extinguished the adventurers' torches, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. At the same time, the power of the opponent's fireball was greatly weakened. Reiner and Junice were in sync and used their staffs to accumulate fireballs in the rainstorm to provide light for the adventurers. With the protection of water and light, the situation gradually turned around. Although the skinny goblins have the advantage in numbers, their quality is not good enough. With the cooperation of the adventurers, we can kill as many as come. But the huge one-eyed ogre can easily tear through the adventurers' defenses. With one blow from his stick, he could knock several adventurers away. Martina, keep an eye on those big guys. As soon as they get close, you have to take them out. Good. Martina rushed forward and killed the ogre with one sword. This monster without any armor can be destroyed with one blow by Martina, who is holding a big sword, no matter how thick its blood is. The situation was completely reversed, and the morale of the adventurers became increasingly high. Gradually, knights rushed into the dense forest and fought with the goblins. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Warning, you are being watched by the Goblin High Priest. Warning, the host's life is seriously threatened. Warn. Before the system finished speaking, Reiner heard the roar of thunder in the air. He was suddenly shocked. Junice had told him that there were 5 types of natural magic. Lay is one of them. The main quest has been changed to survive. Task reward, 10 gold coins. He yelled at everyone to disperse, but it was all too late. Reiner only saw a flash of white lightning. Master, wake up. Nora's voice came and went, and Reiner felt a sharp pain in his ears and a burning sensation on his skin. The blinding light made it difficult for him to open his eyes. That's great, you're okay. Nora's voice was filled with tears. Thanks to my parents, the master is still alive. After Reiner adjusted for a while, he finally opened his eyes. Nora's face was covered in mud and water, her cat ears were dirty, and her whole body was soaked. The breath of the red dragon also came over, and the ruby on its top was emitting a faint flame to keep the two warm. Where am I? Reiner sat up with difficulty. He looked around and found himself in a forest. Then a sharp pain came from his head, and he remembered everything. It's morning already? Well, after you were knocked unconscious by thunder, I took you away. Nora shook off the rain on her body trembling slightly. Escaped. Reiner's head hurt, and he was still dazed. That damn goblin priest is so despicable and insidious. First it attacked them with fireballs, forcing Junice to use water magic to protect the team, which played into its hands. Nora whispered again. I was far away at the time, and my body was only numb for a moment, but most of the people were knocked down by the lightning, so I took you and escaped. Reiner still remembered that Junice was not far away from him at that time. Where are Martina and Junice? Nora shook her head. I don't know about Martina. She was far away from us at the time and should not have been knocked down by the thunder. But Junice was struck by lightning, and she was still lying on the ground when I took you away. Reiner gasped. If it was true as she said, Junice was probably dead. Nora saw that Reiner looked unhappy and began to apologize repeatedly. Master, I'm sorry. I can't carry 2 people, so I can't run with her. It's not your fault. It's my fault for not thinking about it beforehand. Originally, he was going to kill the goblin tyrant, but who knew that the goblin high priest would appear halfway? This guy can not only use fire magic, but also thunder magic. I suffered a loss due to the information gap. At this moment, Nora's ears twitched, and she covered Reiner's mouth. Shoo. After waiting for a while, she lowered her voice and said, Master, the goblins are searching for us now. The whole forest is full of goblins. We must be careful. Reiner nodded and asked, Where are we roughly now? This question stumped Nora. She tilted her head and thought, maybe in the north? I'm not sure. It can't be in the north. Unless Nora ran more than 10 kilometers overnight carrying Reiner. Given her physical strength, it was obviously impossible. Can you lead me to someone else? Preferably Martina. Nora narrowed her eyes slightly. I'll give it a try. The rain just stopped, and their scent has been washed away. Follow me. Reiner followed Nora while treating his skin burned by lightning, and soon heard the voice of the system. Chapter 32, I have a plan. The main mission has been completed. Task rewards have been issued. Main quest updated to Kill the Goblin Tyrant. Side quest update. Kill the Goblin High Priest. Task reward, 10 gold coins. Although Reiner really wanted to kill the Goblin Priest, the most sensible thing to do at this moment was to find Martina and Junice and take them back with him. After searching in the forest for a while with Nora, the two returned to the path where they fought yesterday. The place had obviously been cleaned up, and the heavy rain had washed away the bloodstains from last night. At this moment, Reiner saw nothing but mud on the ground. Although Nora always quarreled with Martina, and even fought with her occasionally, she didn't feel good at all now. Poor Martina. Even if she was strong, she couldn't withstand so many goblins. She must have been eaten. She loved eating so much, but she didn't even have a full meal before she died. Reiner glanced at her and said comfortingly, There are more than 200 people. The goblins can't eat them all at once. Martina still has hope. If all of these people were captured, the goblins could only cook about 50 of them a day. I just hope that goblins don't like to eat a woman with muscles like Martina. At this moment, Noilimo covered her nose and whispered, Master, I seem to smell meat. It's human flesh. Reiner's scalp tingled. He swallowed and said, Take me there. Nora bent over and led the way. The two of them went into the dense forest one after the other. After walking for a long time, Reiner also smelled the strong aroma of meat. But when he thought about cooking human flesh, his stomach started to churn. After walking for a while, Nora suddenly stopped in the bushes and then slowly pushed away the leaves with her hands. After taking a look, she gave her place to Reiner. Master, you should see it. Reiner glanced outside, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The goblins cleared a large area of the forest in front and built a number of simple flat-roofed wooden houses. In front of the wooden houses, there were more than 10 large iron pots. Some body parts were being cooked inside. Most of the meat is green. These beasts actually eat each other, which is beyond Reiner's imagination. In front of the iron pot stood a goblin that was slender, skinny, and looked like a stick insect. His body was covered with strange runes, and he wore a terrifying ghost mask on his face. There were several bloody human heads hanging on the top of the staff he held. This is most likely the goblin priest who launched the sneak attack and cast magic last night. In the center of the open space, there is a throne carved out of stone. Lying on the throne was a giant goblin that was fat, covered with pus-filled sores, and looked like it had little fighting power. Its eyes were scarlet, and it wore a light yellow crown on its head. This guy is probably what the system calls the Goblin Tyrant. Help! There were two strong, one-eyed ogres slaughtering carefully selected adventurers. Nearly 100 adventurers were tied to the ground like insects. They were divided into two groups. It seems that one group is planned to be slaughtered and eaten, while the other group is temporarily kept in captivity. Reiner did not see Martina and Junice among those people, but he saw Demas. The guy's plate armor was stripped off, and his woolen coat was stained with mud and water. But even so, he did not give in and continued to curse the goblin loudly with the most vicious words. Even the goblin couldn't understand a word. Nora's ears suddenly perked up. She pointed to the bushes not far away and said in a low voice, I smell Martina and Junice. Master, let's go over there. Reiner followed her through the trees. After a while, she emerged from the bushes. Swish! A big sword came towards him. Fortunately, I stopped in front of her in time. Nora. Martina looked at Reiner behind her, her frown softening. I'm so glad you're all okay. Reiner. Junice was there too. She was followed by several adventurers. After a few seconds of pausing, she said self-reproachfully, I've caused so much trouble for everyone. Reiner declined to comment. Junice simply made what she thought was the right choice at the time. If it were Reiner, he would probably do the same. Who could have expected that this goblin high priest could also use magic of 2 attributes? If we don't use water magic to defend ourselves and continue to be bombarded by fireballs, the casualties will probably not be much better. Reiner took a deep breath and looked outside the bushes. Let's find a way to get them out first. For every 2 minutes of delay, an adventurer will be ripped apart by the one-eyed ogre, so they need to make a choice quickly. Are we the only ones left? Reiner looked around. There were only 10 of them in total. An adventurer replied, "That's right. If you count the ones in the pot, the number of people is roughly the same. The injured ones were basically all cooked in the pot by the goblins. With all due respect, we should run away now. I just counted and there are at least 10 ogres and 200 goblins nearby. 10 of us can't cause any trouble." Junice lowered her head, as if blaming herself. Another adventurer also said, "Yes, let's run away before we are discovered. If we are discovered, it will be too late to run. It is indeed dangerous to rescue them, but there is still a chance. The goblins are now very loose and not on guard at all, which is a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Martina can deal with the 10 ogres, and the remaining goblins and the remaining adventurers are all quite reputable. As long as they cooperate a little more closely, there will not be any big problems." Reiner asked Martina, who was covered in blood, "Can you defeat the 2 goblins in the middle?" Martina snorted disdainfully, then raised a finger. "As long as I can get close, it only takes a moment." It was pretty much what Reiner thought. The fat-bellied goblin tyrant has difficulty moving and has almost no combat power. The goblin priest was obviously just a long-range mage with high attack and low defense. If Martina got close to him, he would have almost no power to resist. Reiner looked at Junice and asked, "What would happen if I were here and charged up my fireball to sneak attack the goblin priest?" Junice shook her head. "You'll be noticed when you're charging. If I'm not mistaken, the goblin priest should have some magical perception or something like that." "That's easy." Reiner turned around and looked at everyone, saying softly, "Next, I plan to try to rescue our companions. It may be dangerous, so those who don't want to participate can withdraw." The adventurers looked at each other, but no one spoke. "Let me put it another way. Who's willing to join?" Reiner glanced at everyone. "I, Lord Demas, saved my father on the battlefield. And me, Lord Adney once helped me, and thanks to him I now have the money to treat my sister's illness. My brother's in there, so I'm joining in." Seeing that everyone was willing to join, Reiner gathered them together. "I have a plan." Chapter 33, Goblin Tyrant. Reiner poked his head out and took a look outside. Seeing that the goblin high priest was still busy fiddling with the seasonings in the broth, he propped his staff against the bushes and began to chant a spell in a low voice. In an instant, the goblin priest in the distance noticed something was wrong. After looking around, he finally found Reiner, who was about to launch a sneak attack. He raised his staff and roared, "Goblins, capture him!" The goblins around stopped what they were doing, picked up their weapons, and attacked Reiner. The one-eyed ogre who was in charge of slaughtering adventurers also ran towards him with a butcher knife in hand. The other ogres faced Reiner and stood around the priest and the tyrant. Reiner gripped his staff tightly and aimed at the attacking goblins. After thinking it over carefully, he raised his staff an inch and aimed at the goblin priest in the distance. But the goblin priest did not dodge or evade, showing no fear at all. The fireball brushed past the ogre's body and hit the goblin priest, but the expected explosion did not happen. Instead, it was deflected by an invisible force and exploded in the open space. At the same time, the domino hanging around his neck broke. Reiner frowned. "What is this? Some kind of amulet?" The goblin priest laughed so hard that he was out of breath, like a broken bellows. The goblin tyrant, who had been sitting behind him, seemed to have lost his patience. He roared, "Kill that human." The goblin priest chanted a spell. Reiner used his staff to knock an approaching goblin to death, then fled towards the cabin, using their house as a cover for himself. Unexpectedly, this goblin priest did not regard his companions as human beings at all. He blew Reiner away with a fireball and set several wooden houses on fire. Reiner's boat was burning. He recited Chinese classics, lowered his head, and used water to put out the fire. Seeing the goblins coming from all directions, Reiner set fire to force them back while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Junies!" As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball shot towards the goblin priest, but was deflected again by the mysterious power. But this also successfully attracted the attention of the goblin priest. However, they saw that the adventurers who had been tied up just now had their ropes quietly cut by Nora. They picked up the weapons piled aside and began to resist. The goblin priest roared in frustration. Sly humans. Big guys. Go and catch them. I don't need you anymore. The hulking, one-eyed ogre ran toward them. The goblin priest was using fireball to counter Junus' water ball. Reiner climbed onto the roof to avoid the goblins surrounding him. Now the entire goblin tribe has become a mess. The goblin priest's attention was also completely attracted, and there was no one-eyed ogre around to interfere. The timing is perfect. He lay on the roof, dodging the arrows, and then swung the staff of fire vigorously. Martina rushed out. She brandished her two-handed sword and strode towards the unsuspecting goblin priest. Ah! Demihumans! Cunning demihumans! Priest! The frightened goblin tyrant rolled off the throne. The goblin priest finally came to his senses. It chanted a spell and prepared to attack Martina with a fireball. But it was a step too slow, and Martina's two-handed sword slashed directly at its neck. The goblin priest's head fell down, and his tall body fell backwards weakly. Martina shook the blood off the sword in a cool manner. Well done, Reiner praised. He was lying on the roof and could see everything clearly. The goblins realized something was wrong and rushed back. Quick, protect the king. Seeing this, the one-eyed ogres stopped fighting with Demihumans and the others and ran towards the goblin tyrant. But Martina's two-handed sword is not a vegetarian. He killed as many goblins as came, and in a short while the goblin tribe was flooded with blood. You want to save him? Martina stepped on the goblin tyrant's face, then cut open his stomach with a sword, and colorful intestines flowed out. Ah! The goblin tyrant howled in pain. Standing on the roof, Reiner couldn't help but complain, "Stop playing with it. How dirty is this thing? Don't you find it disgusting?" Martina was also very annoyed, so she stabbed his throat with a sword and put an end to it completely. Then he rushed into the goblins and started killing them. Suddenly, Reiner felt something was wrong. The goblin priest's body was actually wriggling quietly. The severed head rolled back strangely and finally connected to the neck. Behind Martina, unfortunately, this guy had been entangled by the goblins and couldn't get away for a while. Junus also noticed something was wrong. She subconsciously cast a fireball, but was once again deflected by an invisible force. Demas picked up his sword and rushed forward, but was knocked several meters away. The goblin priest raised his staff high, roared, and set his body on fire. Then a large number of goblins fell to the ground inexplicably and turned into mummies in just a few seconds, while the green souls gathered at the top of the staff. Martina rushed forward, swung her two-handed sword violently, and killed the goblin priest again. But before he died, he injected that soul into the body of the goblin tyrant. Reiner had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He ran over, yelling at them to get out of the way, and then shot a fireball to set the corpse on fire. The goblin tyrant's body burned in the vortex of flames, and a burnt smell filled the air. "Reiner, are you okay?" Junus walked up to him holding the staff and asked in confusion. "I just saw something green go into this guy's body." "What's green?" Everyone also cast doubtful looks at Reiner. "Didn't you see? That green thing is like a soul." Junus asked tentatively. "Could it be the evil energy you're talking about?" "Yes." Reiner felt very familiar when he heard this word again. Before he traveled through time, he had heard of this word in some film and television works. "My teacher said, only a small number of people in this world can see the flowing evil energy. It is the power of the devil. If it is true as you said, then we should now." Before Junus could finish her words, Reiner saw the goblin tyrant standing up in flames. His skin was charred, his bloody intestines emitted a foul stench, and veins bulged on his shrunken legs. "Get out of the way." Nora reacted the fastest and pulled Junus away. The two adventurers closest to the tyrant were not so lucky. They were strangled by the neck, and their milky white souls were sucked out of their 5 orifices. They instantly became mummies. The flames on the tyrant's body were extinguished, and his broken body began to recover gradually, but soon began to decay again, and he looked very painful. "Let's go together. Get rid of him." "Ah." The tyrant was extremely fast. He threw out 2 withered corpses, causing everyone to stumble. Then he picked up the ogre's fallen butcher knife and rushed towards the adventurers with a roar. Chapter 34, Is Your Magic Crystal Really as Big as a Mountain? Blood and flesh splattered. The unarmored adventurers were like grass in front of him, and he killed dozens of them in one encounter. The fireball shot by Reiner and Junus could set his body on fire, but it never slowed him down at all. He will heal himself. This attack is useless. Martina let out a battle cry, used her shield to knock the tyrant off balance, and then took off one of its arms. The tyrant glanced at the mutilated limb, and a new arm covered in slime emerged. Martina frowned slightly. It's incredible. Cut off his head. As soon as Reiner finished speaking, the tyrant suddenly exerted force to push Martina away and rushed towards him like a madman. A knight in armor stood in front of him and took the blow head-on. His plate armor was actually cut by a knife. Not even the goblin general possesses such unparalleled power. Go! Reiner turned and ran. The tyrant grabbed the knight's waist and slammed him against the wall like a stone. Soon after, more knights in armor rushed over, wielding swords and slashing wildly at the tyrant. They were not strong enough to chop off the tyrant's bones. The tyrant swung his butcher knife violently, and in an instant, flames flew everywhere. The plate armor on the knights was chopped into holes, and they were forced to retreat several meters to create some distance. The archers hiding in the dark shot several arrows in succession, but it was completely useless to the tyrant. Martina came running out of nowhere. She stepped on the knight's shoulders and jumped high, cutting off the tyrant's head in midair. But the behemoth did not fall down and was still waving its butcher knife around. What a monster! He won't die even after this. Martina's eyes were full of fighting spirit. She was not afraid at all and rushed to the tyrant again, removing his two legs at an extremely fast speed. But when he was leaving, the tyrant slashed his left arm and his entire hand fell off. Nora seized the opportunity and rushed over, holding Martina's broken arm and rolling out of the battlefield. Reiner, let's roast him, Junice shouted anxiously. She unleashed a fireball that set the tyrant on fire. His stump healed much more slowly in the flames. With a broken leg grew back, Martina dragged her injured body forward and cut it off again. Reiner kept chanting spells, and the fireball on the top of the staff was rapidly compressed, and its color gradually changed, finally turning into a beautiful sky blue. Stay away. The adventurers retreated one after another, away from the battlefield. Seeing that the tyrant had grown new limbs, Reiner no longer hesitated and shot out the fireball. Boom! The moment the blue fireball hit the tyrant, an extremely strong heat wave swept through the forest, and the ground shook terribly. Reiner was blown away, and his cloak immediately caught fire. He tore off his cloak and threw it aside, then looked up at the blurry figure in the flames. One could vaguely see that his flesh and blood had been stripped away and finally turned completely into a pile of ashes. I don't know how long the flame burned. When Reiner came to his senses, he felt a burning pain on his skin. He was burnt. After making sure that the goblin tyrant was dead, Reiner turned to look at Martina, then walked over quickly. This guy was very fierce. He didn't even make a sound, even after his hand was chopped off. He just sat there as if nothing had happened. No pain, Martina replied calmly. It hurts, but I can bear it. Nora handed the severed arm she had recovered to Reiner. Master, you are injured. I'll just heal myself later. Hydrotherapy will heal the burn quickly. He touched Nora's animal ears and said softly, You performed very well today. Nora nodded, and her inner voice drifted over. These are what I should do. Reiner looked back at Junice. Her face was pale, and she had passed out. She had been using fireballs in the previous battle and seemed to have overdrawn her magic power, so she fell into a coma. Just lie down. It shouldn't be a big deal. Reiner picked up Martina's arm, looked at the smooth-cut surface, and said, Bear with it. I'll help you press it back. Oh, Reiner grabbed her arm and pressed it down, while his other hand was performing hydrotherapy to help the wound heal. Even someone as strong as Martina had her wounds torn like this, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her body began to shake uncontrollably. It hurts, it really hurts. You can scream out if you can't help it. No one will laugh at you. No, just hurry up, Martina said softly, her breathing becoming more rapid. Reiner overestimated the therapeutic effects of hydrotherapy. The incision was too large, and the entire bone was cut. The arm just stuck on and fell off again. Martina shed tears in pain. If it really doesn't work, then just leave it at that. I'm just as strong even without a hand. Just then, Demas came over. Reiner, I need your help. Many people are injured. Wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Reiner took out holy water from his waist bag. Since he got the medicine, he has always carried it with him in case of emergency. Reiner poured some holy water on Martina's broken arm and then pressed his arm back on. Soon, the flesh and blood began to heal at an extremely terrifying speed, leaving only a light scar. Martina looked at her arm and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said in disbelief, My arm doesn't hurt anymore. Reiner, you're amazing. Don't move around even if it doesn't hurt. Just sit here and wait for your arm to heal. Good. Reiner turned and walked towards the other injured adventurers. Many people also had their arms chopped off. He had no experience in treating this condition, so he could only try to use hydrotherapy to glue the broken limbs together and then fix them with wooden boards. He wasn't sure if he could be cured, and he had to wait until Junice woke up to know for sure. During this time, Demas had been following him, and he seemed to want to say something when he hesitated. After a while, seeing that there were fewer people around, he finally spoke. Reiner, I owe you another favor. We are in an employment relationship. I just did my job well. If it weren't for you, we would have probably become the dead souls under the ogre's knife. Reiner waved his hand and lowered his head to use hydrotherapy to heal the burns on his body. It's just good luck. If there was any mistake, I wouldn't be able to save you. Demas nodded and said nothing more. After a long silence, he spoke again. If you need any help in Mellowed, you can come to me. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the knights. Reiner said nothing and continued to treat his burns with his head down. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Junice move not far away. How are you? Junice sat up with difficulty, hugged the staff, and nodded. Then he suddenly turned around and said, Reiner, is your magic crystal really as big as a mountain? Chapter 35 Nora is my woman. Before returning, the adventurers completely destroyed the goblin tribe. He burned all the wooden houses to ashes. Companions whose bodies could still be identified were taken back by carriage, while those that were damaged beyond recognition had to be buried on the spot. Demas chose a beautiful stream to bury them. There were about 200 people in the team when they came, but less than 100 people when they left. Although this campaign completely eradicated the goblins, the losses were also heavy. Reiner walked tiredly on the way home. Because there were many wounded soldiers and a lot of spoils in the carriages, the team moved very slowly. They didn't arrive in Mellowed until noon the next day. Reiner said hello and prepared to go back to the village to sleep. I haven't paid you yet. Wait until you've dealt with the things before going back. Demas said calmly. Give it to me later. I guess we'll have to meet soon. I'm going back to sleep first. Reiner said sleepily, then turned and left the team. As soon as he returned to the village, he saw that the door of the wooden house was filled with vegetables donated by the villagers. Put those ingredients in. I'll take a break. The two girls with animal ears carried the things into the kitchen. Reiner was a little dirty, so he leaned against the wall and fell asleep in the blink of an eye. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed, his body cleaned and his clothes changed. There was something warm next to him, and then he touched a pair of warm and soft cat ears. Nora whined and poked her head out to look at Reiner, awake. Well, it's midnight. Yes, Martina and I have already eaten. Are you hungry, master? Reiner shook his head. Noila Mo yawned and prepared to get out of bed. Then I'll go back to sleep. Reiner quickly reached out and pulled her back. Don't go. Sleep a little longer. It's so cold outside. He wanted to hug the Catgirl again. Seeing that Nora was unwilling, he continued. I haven't touched the tail and ears yet. Then I'll just sit. If you sit down, I can't touch your ears. Lie down. It's so cold outside. What if you get sick? Nora didn't say anything and just laid down in the bed obediently. Reiner gently rubbed her cat ears, then tentatively put his arm around Nora's waist. My master won't let me leave again. Although she didn't say anything, she was quite afraid that something would be done to her. Reiner asked with a smirk, Who gave me a bath? Nora immediately said, Martina blocked it with a towel and didn't see anything. She said so, but her heart betrayed her. We washed them together, so I saw everything. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little weird when he heard Noila's inner thoughts. Who changed the clothes? Martina too. Martina changed her clothes, I changed my pants. Reiner took hold of her tail and tugged gently. Nora whispered softly, Be gentle. Reiner nodded and hugged her tighter. Nora is like a cat. Her body is surprisingly soft, and there is always a faint fragrance that makes Reiner always inexplicably want to smell it. After holding her for a while, Reiner grabbed Nora's little hand again. Although it was pitch black, Reiner could feel her body temperature rising. Nora blushed. There are also many messy thoughts in my mind. She was still a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. She felt conflicted and reserved. Recalling the adventures they had experienced together during this period, Reiner's affection for her increased a little more. So his mind heated up, and he whispered in her ear, Noila, be my woman. Nora's brain went into a state of panic. She clutched the quilt tightly and didn't speak for a long time. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Stop joking, Master. This is not funny at all. Martina, come and save me. Reiner poked her ear, causing Nora to shudder. Why aren't you talking? Master, stop teasing me. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Reiner rubbed Nora's furry animal ears again. Nora fell silent again. Her mind was full of random thoughts. What will happen if I don't agree? Will my master still treat me like this? If I agree, then do we have to start doing that right away? No, I'm not ready yet. My mother said I must seize opportunities that can make me happy, and my master is very good to me. I can't miss this. This might be my last chance to change my fate. Nora held Reiner's hand tightly and responded softly. I promise you, but that kind of thing can't be done for the time being. Her breathing was rapid. After a few seconds of pausing, she continued with a sobbing voice. I'm still too thin. It's not tasty at all. I have to wait until I gain some weight. Then you can always touch the tail, right? Reiner was no longer polite and started from the base of the tail and stroked all the way down. The cat's tail feels really good. The two of them lay on the bed and whispered to each other for a long time. Nora was already tired, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. While she was dreaming, Reiner actually heard her inner voice. Nora's voice was filled with joy and excitement. Mom, I have home. When Reiner got up in the morning, the first person he received was Martina's scrutiny. She was holding a long sword, squatting beside the bed and spying on the two people. Reiner saw her as soon as he opened his eyes. What are you doing? You scare me. Martina narrowed her eyes and asked seriously, Why are you two sleeping together again? The sound of their conversation woke Nora up. She looked back at Martina, and her face quickly turned red again because she was too shy. Martina said in a serious tone, Reiner, are you bullying Nora again? A strong male will not bully a female. Reiner immediately retorted, When did I bully her? Don't slander me. Then he put his arm around Nora's waist. Martina looked down and stared. He seemed very surprised by this action. Reiner said slowly, To tell you the truth, Nora is already my woman. She promised me last night. Martina was even more surprised. She said with certainty, You must have threatened Nora. You farted again. As the two were arguing, Nora slowly spoke. I volunteered. I fell in love with my master. I want to have a home. Martina scratched her head. Although she didn't say anything, her inner thoughts came out. This isn't right. How did Nora fall in love with Reiner? Just because she gave him a bath, she fell in love with him? Isn't it just a little older? Is it necessary to be like this? Reiner felt offended. Chapter 36. Get them a proper set of armor. Reiner took them to Mellowed early in the morning. On the way, he would steal glances at Nora from time to time, and the two of them, who were so in tune with each other, would always meet each other's eyes by chance. The owner caught me again. It's so hard to sneak a peek. Reiner took her hand, but Nora broke free after a while. She is a stubborn person. As soon as Martina looks at her, she will subconsciously pull her hand away. Before they knew it, the three of them had arrived in Mellowed. The purpose of Reiner's trip was to find a suitable set of armor for Martina, and if he had extra money, he would rent a house in the city. It's not particularly convenient to always run back and forth between the city and the village. Most of Reiner's activities need to be carried out in Mellowed. For example, if you want to take on a quest at the Adventurers Guild or buy weapons and armor, you basically need to go to a town. He is now well off. He originally had 10 gold coins, but after going to the Dawn Forest and completing 3 tasks, he now has a total of 45 gold coins. Thanks to the system's tasks, he earned in a short period of time the amount of money a farmer would have to earn in 20 years. Although this amount of money was not enough for him to make the leap into higher classes, it was enough for him to spend at the moment. As soon as he entered the city gate, Reiner heard a familiar voice. Hey, Reiner. Looking back, Demas was standing on the city wall with his hands on his hips, wearing only a chainmail. He took out a bag of money from his waist and threw it to Reiner. Reiner took the bag, opened it, and took a look. It was full of silver coins, with an estimated total value of 3 gold coins. So many? The spoils must have sold for quite a bit of money. Dumas nodded and then tossed over another bag of money. Although the purse was small this time, it felt heavy to Reiner. When I opened it, I saw that it was filled with gold coins, at least a dozen of them. Are you serious? Reiner's eyes widened. Of course, this is a bounty offered by the tyrant and the priests. You have contributed the most, so the majority of the bounty should be yours. Reiner shook the purse and put it in his waist bag. Okay, thank you. Just as he was about to leave, Demas called Reiner again. What? Do you regret it? Demas shook his head and continued. If I don't have anything else to do during the day, I'll spend most of my time here at the city wall. Um. Um. The two of them obviously had nothing to say to each other. Seeing Demas turn around and chat with the knight beside him, Reiner also left with the animal-eared girl. He first went to find a shoemaker and got each of them a pair of short boots that fit them. The straw sandals on their feet were almost worn out after being worn for a month. And the weather is getting colder, it's time to slow down. It can be seen that Nora is quite satisfied with her new shoes. She squats down from time to time to wipe them carefully. Even Martina, who is usually carefree, takes good care of her shoes. These shoes are really nice. You humans really know how to enjoy life, Martina said seriously. Nora nodded in agreement. Reiner glanced at her and said abruptly, "These shoes will be deducted from your redemption fee. Go ahead, knock. I'm actually quite happy to do things for you. At least I don't have to worry about going hungry," Martina said seriously. Just as Reiner was about to take Martina to the armor shop, the system's voice appeared again. Mission update. Preliminary exploration of the ruins south of Melid. Mission reward, 5 silver coins. To be honest, Reiner was so rich that he looked down upon these 5 silver coins. But based on the principle of completing a task, he still had to try to see how salty it was. But the most urgent thing is to find a set of armor for Martina. Although this guy is brave, he is still a human being after all, and he is at the vanguard of the team, so protection is definitely necessary. When he saw Martina's hand being chopped off in the Dawn Forest, he secretly made up his mind to buy her a set of armor when he returned. After arriving at the armor shop, Reiner was the first to ask about the price of the chainmail. The blacksmith said seriously, "There are many types of chainmail, I don't know which one you want. Some only protect the torso, while others also have shoulder guards. Is there any full defense? It's only half a body, and it's not cheap at all. Iron's been expensive lately, plus the labor and other miscellaneous costs. 8 diced gold coins." Reiner gasped. The price was quite different from what he had guessed. He thought it could be done with 3 or 4 gold coins. The leather armor of the 3 of them only cost 2 gold coins in total. Where's the plate armor? Plate armor is more expensive. The main thing is to look at the area of protection. The price of full body armor is different from that of half body armor. Reiner approached the craftsman and asked in a low voice, "Do you know Lord Demas?" "Of course I know. He is a noble knight worthy of respect. Can you get that kind of plate armor?" Reiner was very satisfied with the defensive performance of that thing. He could just stand there and let the goblin general chop him a few times without any problem, so his fighting power is self-evident. The craftsman glanced at Nora and Martina behind him and said seriously, "That kind of plate armor doesn't suit you. It's very troublesome to put on. The knights need their squires to assemble it for a long time before they can go into battle. It's also not cheap." Reiner asked tentatively, "How much?" "About 30 gold coins." Reiner rubbed his chin. Although it is expensive, it is still affordable. "How much trouble is it exactly?" "It needs nails to fix it." Just listening to this makes Reiner full. No wonder Demas came wearing only half a suit of plate armor when fighting the goblin tyrant in the Morning Forest. The craftsman took a look at the leather armor on the men and was very impressed by Reiner. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Who is this armor for?" Reiner decisively pointed at Martina behind him. The craftsman frowned. "You're such a weirdo. Why are you giving demi-humans such fine clothing? Can't you just buy them after they die?" Reiner was speechless for a moment. It's not easy to get a legendary demi-human. Anyway, he had been to the slave market before, and the most he could identify was the epic Nora. Before that, the best were only rare. "Don't worry about it." Reiner waved his hand. The craftsman sighed, thought for a moment, and then said, "A set of chainmail and a half set of shoulder plate armor for the upper body, and then arm guards and gauntlets. As for the lower body, lately, a kind of skirt armor is popular among noble ladies. It is both beautiful and convenient for movement." Reiner thought about it, and felt that although this thing had a protective effect, it was not practical. With the skirt armor and shin guards, the protection is already very comprehensive. "How much would it cost to match it, as you said?" The craftsman picked up a stone from the ground, scratched it on the wall, then turned to Reiner and said, 18 gold coins in total. Chapter 37. Sooner or later, I have to kiss Nora. Reiner discussed it with Nora and the others. This set of chainmail and plate armor weighs nearly 20 kilograms. Martina was fine. She had endless energy and could wear a heavy bucket helmet on her back. But Nora obviously can't. Asking her to carry 20 kilograms of things and jump up and down would tire her to death. Moreover, her most outstanding feature is her agility, and wearing too much might be counterproductive. After careful consideration, Reiner gave up the idea of putting chainmail on her, but kept everything else as it was. Reiner himself removed his skirt armor and strengthened his leg guards and shin guards. He had no fondness for the skirt armor. After taking the measurements and paying the deposit, Reiner took them away. Then he went to see the tavern owner. As an important place for information transmission in the town, the pub owner is good at dealing with people from all walks of life and is often one of the most well-informed people in a local area. With their help, Reiner quickly found a single-story cottage for sale at the corner of the city. The house has wooden floors and looks clean and tidy. It has a total of 4 rooms, 3 of which can be used for living and 1 for storing miscellaneous items. This room also has a relatively complete kitchen. There is also a 9-square-meter vegetable garden in the backyard of the house, where you can grow some vegetables when you have nothing to do. The only thing I am not very satisfied with is that the cubicles for washing and defecation are too small and quite rudimentary. But even so, it's much better than the cabin in the village. Reiner was moved. How much is the rent for this house? The owner of the house was an old man, leaning on a cane with gray hair on his temples. He spoke weakly and haltingly. 1 year, 2 diaster gold coins. How much does it cost to buy this house? The old man didn't speak. He looked around with his cloudy eyes and slowly said, 40 gold coins. This house was given to me by the Lord when I was young. The title deed is still there. Let me think about it. Reiner paid the rent. He plans to live there for a while to check it out, and if it really is good, he will consider earning some money to buy the house. After renting a house, Reiner rented a carriage from the innkeeper and started moving his belongings back and forth. The villagers seemed very reluctant to let Reiner move out, but they still helped move the things in the house. It was not until the evening that Reiner finally finished moving the house. Looking at the messy house, he started to tidy it up. It was almost late at night when we finished. After taking a shower, Reiner knocked on Nora's door. Seeing no movement from inside, he slowly pushed the door open. Seeing that the bed was empty, he turned and went to Martina's room. Nora is indeed here. The 2 of them crawled into the same bed again, their 2 big eyes staring at Reiner. Nora's cheeks were a little red, as if they had done something wrong. What's wrong with you 2? You look sneaky, Reiner asked puzzledly. It's okay. Martina's mouth corners slightly raised, as if she was about to hold back her laughter. Their thoughts kept drilling into Reiner's ears. Martina, I can't answer Nora's question. After all, I've never been with a man. But I can't believe that Nora has already started to think about that kind of thing. But from the current point of view, following Reiner is indeed a good destination. If I have nowhere to go in the future, I might as well just keep working for Reiner. But I don't intend to do that with Reiner. Nora, luckily I have good hearing and cover my mouth when I heard footsteps. It would be so embarrassing if the master heard it. Reiner could probably guess that the 2 of them were probably talking about little secrets between women. Are you 2 planning to sleep together tonight? Nora didn't say anything, still lost in thought. Martina nodded. It's a bit cold in the room, and there's no fireplace, so I plan to keep warm with Nora. I'm going to light some charcoal and put it in the room to keep it warm tomorrow. Reiner narrowed his eyes and said seriously, it could kill people. Don't do this. I'm not a fool. If I accidentally set the house on fire, I will open the window and escape. And you should be able to put out the fire quickly, right? Martina blinked and answered seriously. Reiner said seriously, when charcoal burns in an oxygen-deficient environment, it produces carbon monoxide. This substance is colorless and odorless, but it is poisonous. It reacts with hemoglobin, reducing the blood's oxygen-carrying capacity and leading to poisoning. Not only will it cause nausea, vomiting, and dizziness, but it can also be life-threatening. Martina scratched her cheek, her eyes clear and stupid. What's oxygen? What's hemoglobin? After that, she looked at Nora beside her and asked, what is Reiner saying? Can you understand? Nora also shook her head. It's a pity that there is no 9 years of compulsory education in this world. When I have time in the future, I will definitely teach them some common sense in life. Anyway, remember my words. Don't light charcoal in the room. If you really want to, make sure to open the doors and windows for ventilation. Otherwise, you might die. Do you understand now? The 2 animal-eared girls nodded and repeated Reiner's words. Seeing that Martina was acting as a third wheel, Reiner felt it was not appropriate to attack Nora, so he went back to his room obediently. Late in the night, he heard the sound of the door opening. Then, Nora's inner voice came. Master is asleep? It seems I am late today. I should have come earlier. Reiner looked back and saw Nora approaching stealthily. You haven't slept yet? I'm used to my own bed. If I move to another place, I won't be able to sleep for a while, but I'll be fine after a couple of days. Reiner yawned and lit the candle on the bedside. Noila, M.O. whispered. When we were outside, I felt that you slept very peacefully. Sleeping outdoors is different from being in a room. Neither of them spoke again. Nora sat obediently on the edge of the bed, waiting to have her ears touched. But Reiner grabbed her waist and hugged her tightly for a while. Let's sleep together. Don't leave tonight. Noila, M.O. responded softly, lifted a corner of the quilt, and crawled in. The two of them were looking at each other on the bed. The atmosphere feels a bit weird. Nora suddenly leaned in closer and closed her eyes. In the dim candlelight, her rosy and plump lips were particularly attractive. Reiner couldn't help but kiss her. Unexpectedly, Nora was so scared that she shrank back and fell off the bed. Master, what are you doing? Reiner was also startled, not knowing why she reacted so strongly. Aren't you asking me to kiss you? It's just a matter of course. No, I'm just getting ready for bed. Nora crawled back into bed and whispered. It was a little too sudden. I didn't expect you to kiss me. Reiner hugged her and said softly, then let's kiss once every morning and evening from now on. He could feel Nora getting hot in his arms. Chapter 38 Junais is the Ruins Guide. At breakfast, Nora stared at the black bread for a long time before taking a bite. She had been in a daze ever since I kissed her this morning. I still haven't recovered from it until now. Her inner thoughts bombarded Reiner's ears. My master doesn't dislike me at all. It's our first time kissing, and it feels weird, a little breathless. Reiner was speechless for a moment. That's because Nora didn't breathe the whole time. She was so nervous that she couldn't move, and her face was as red as a tomato. Thinking of this, Nora suddenly stole a glance at him. Reiner asked knowingly, what's wrong? No, it's okay. Nora lowered her head and started chewing the black bread again. Martina looked at the two of them, with a somewhat intriguing smile on her face. It was obvious that she was very curious about what happened after she fell asleep. It seems that Nora has become a real woman. I must ask her how she feels tonight. The morning ended in this strange atmosphere. Reiner walked out of the house with the animal-eared girl, and just as he was about to take a deep breath, he smelled a strong smell of shit. I don't know which animal dumped its excrement on the roadside again. What a terrible bunch of guys. Seeing this, Reiner didn't plan to stay around, but walked towards the Adventurers Guild. Since killing the Goblin Tyrant, his reputation in Melid has skyrocketed. Strangers often greet him when he walks on the street. Even the old blacksmith in the weapons shop, who had a particularly bad temper, would nod slightly when he saw Reiner. After arriving at the guild, many adventurers greeted him warmly as soon as he entered the door. Reiner felt a little confused, but being respected is never a bad thing, so he sat down in the corner where Junais usually stayed and began to wait. He planned to continue learning some magic from Junais, and also tell her about his plan to explore the ruins in the south of the city. At this moment, Nora's inner voice floated over again. The master is waiting for that woman again. Reiner didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that her voice was tinged with jealousy. Alas, since my master is a strong male, there will definitely be many women around him in the future. I hope that by then, he will still like to touch my ears and tail. Reiner thought Nora was overthinking it. He and Junais are just ordinary friends. But it was normal for her to be anxious. After all, Junais was really beautiful. Reiner reached out and touched Nora's ear. After waiting for a long time, Junais finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. She was dressed simply as usual, and in her hand she held her staff, which was covered with a black cloth. She turned around and saw Reiner, then walked up to him and greeted him. Good morning, Reiner. Good morning. Junais sat down across from Reiner and suddenly lowered her voice. You're becoming more and more famous now. How does it feel? It's okay, but I'm not used to being noticed. It's better to just ignore the air. Once you become famous, you can take on more and more commissions and rewards, which is a good thing. I hope so. Reiner propped his chin up with his hands and said seriously, do you want to take a mission today? Let's go outside the city and learn from each other. Junais was slightly taken aback, then patted her waist bag. I didn't bring the book. How about you wait for a while, and I'll go back and get it for you. You're already very proficient in fireball and water therapy. You can continue to learn. Reiner sighed and waved his hand. Forget it then. One day won't be too late to learn it tomorrow. Then I'll teach you today. May I? Of course, this kind of thing doesn't matter. We are friends. There's no need to care so much. Junais smiled softly. Thank you, Reiner. On the way out of the city, Reiner told Junais that he was going to the ruins in the south of the city. South City ruins? Yes, I want to go and see it. Junais blinked and said worriedly, Reiner, Do you know anything about the ruins? Reiner said without hesitation, No. That's right, I don't recommend you go, because the ruins are very dangerous for inexperienced people. There once existed an extremely powerful ancient country on this continent. However, for unknown reasons, that ancient country was swallowed by darkness overnight, and nearly 1,000 cities were moved to all parts of the world by a mysterious force. There are two types of ruins, namely the ruined city on the surface and the lost city underground. The former is safer, but has been almost plundered by explorers of all generations. The latter is more dangerous, but there may be many valuable treasures inside, such as ancient magic books or expensive metals. The one you're talking about belongs to the latter, the lost city. Junie's felt her mouth was dry after talking so much, so she took out her kettle and took a sip, then continued. If you're lucky, you might get treasure. If you're unlucky, there are many hidden traps and countless evil spirits in there, and you could lose your life if you're not careful. Reiner scratched his head, puzzled. Who told you all this? It feels like reading a novel. Junie's eyes were full of respect. My magic mentor, she is an extremely experienced ruins adventurer. So I can't go? Junie, who had been very serious, suddenly smiled and said, You can go, but you have to be well prepared and have a guide to lead the way. Reiner scratched his head. When he was about to go back, he went to the tavern to ask the owner if there was any guide in the city who could lead the way in the ruins. Seeing that Junie looked at him with a strange expression, Reiner asked casually, Why? Do you know the ruins guide? Junie suddenly puffed out her chest proudly. Reiner, you are talking to a ruins guide with rich experience. Is it reliable? Reiner narrowed his eyes. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little unreliable. When asked this question, Junie seemed to feel guilty. She lowered her head and said cautiously, I've been to the ruined city twice and the lost city once with my mentor. It shouldn't be a problem. Real? Junie nodded heavily. Well, although it is a bit of an exaggeration to describe myself as experienced, I still know the most basic things. Do you want money for leading the way? You look like you really want to go. Junie put her hands on her hips and said seriously, This is a good opportunity to gain experience, so of course I want to go. But if you find any valuable treasure, remember to give me some as a favor. The two reached a consensus. Reiner said, I ordered custom armor at the armor shop. We'll go there once it's ready. It'll probably take about a week. Just tell me one day in advance if you're ready. Junie smiled. Chapter 39 Nora's Mother. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Reiner spent most of this week learning magic from Junie. Occasionally, I would take on commissions to earn some extra money. Seeing that the deadline for armor delivery had arrived, he couldn't wait to go to the armor store. The craftsman in the armor shop also moved the finished items out of the warehouse. Everything is here. Put it on and try it on. Reiner nodded, asked Nora to spread her arms, and couldn't wait to help her change. I have to say that plate armor is indeed a bit difficult to wear, and the belt must be pulled very tight to install it securely. But as he put on each piece of equipment, Reiner's mood became happier. As the last shin guard was installed, Martina exclaimed, How cool! Reiner took a few steps back and looked at Nora. Her look reminded Reiner of an anime character. Nora is like Saber with black hair and animal ears. Reiner took Martina's two-handed sword and handed it to Nora. Lift it up and let's see. Nora raised her sword obediently. Reiner narrowed his eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. Master, the sword is so heavy. Nora's hands were shaking. Martina's two-handed sword weighs at least 20 kilograms. Reiner returned the sword to its owner and patted Nora's waist. Move around a bit and see if it affects your flexibility. Nora stretched her limbs and finally did a very agile backflip. Although the body has become heavier, it's almost silent and fits perfectly. Then there's no problem. Reiner turned around and helped Martina put on her armor. At first, he was a little curious as to why Martina's plate armor was a size larger than Nora's, until the two lumps of fat on her chest fit perfectly into it. Then he suddenly understood. Just because of these two pieces of fat, he spent 20 more silver coins. After putting on the armor, Martina looked extraordinary, with a terrifying sense of power in her every move. Her entire outfit weighs at least 40 kilograms. But the slightest movement would cause a metallic friction sound between the chainmail and the plate armor. He had heard similar voices in Demas. This sound may affect concealment and is completely unavoidable. Reiner, I feel invincible. Martina puffed out her chest and said seriously, I feel like I can single-handedly take on 10,000 green monsters right now. She wielded the great sword like a true warrior, but something seemed to be missing. Looking at Martina's beautiful face, Reiner suddenly understood. She still needs a helmet. Reiner picked up an iron bucket helmet from the shelf and put it on Martina's head. How does it feel? It's a little loose and the view is obstructed, but it's not a big problem. Reiner put the iron bucket helmet on his head and walked around. Unexpectedly, this type of helmet obstructs vision so little. He could clearly see everything outside through the gap. Reiner took off his helmet and looked back at Nora. She immediately understood what Reiner meant and replied softly, "Thank you, Master, but I don't need it." That's right. Nora's best qualities are perception and agility. The helmet has a certain impact on hearing and vision, so it is best for her not to wear it. Reiner handed the helmet to the craftsman. "Do you have a smaller size?" "No. Almost no women come to buy things from me." The craftsman took a tape measure and measured Martina's head. "I can get you a helmet today, after tomorrow at the latest." "Okowo." Reiner handed over a gold coin, which was the money for the helmet. The three of them walked out of the armor shop and immediately attracted many people's attention. They probably had never seen anyone give Demihumans such fine armor. "Reiner, how much is this armor?" "I'll return it to you when I make money." "Including the helmet, that's 20 gold coins in total." Reiner patted her shoulder. "Why don't you just forget about redeeming yourself and stay with me forever?" Martina smiled, then said seriously, "Since you said so, I'll follow you from now on." Reiner nodded. He couldn't ask for more. It would be best if I could keep this legendary demi-human like her by my side. It's not very convenient to wear armor. Let's take it off and go to the Adventurers Guild to find Junais. Reiner returned home and sat down on the stool. After taking off his armor, he was too lazy to move. Looking at the table that had not been cleared yet, he fell into deep thought again. At this moment, Nora, who was quick and nimble, came over and cleaned the table. Reiner glanced at the gold coins in his pocket and saw that he still had 15 gold coins. He suddenly had the idea of buying another slave. Although Nora can also be a maid, but she usually comes back tired. If possible, he would like to buy another slave. The quality doesn't need to be very good, as long as she can be a full-time nanny at home. Let's go to the slave market again. Nora and Martina pricked up their ears at the same time. Although they knew Reiner would not sell them out, they were still wary when they heard those 4 words again. "I want to buy another demi-human to do the laundry and cooking for us full-time, so that we can have an easier time." They were both silent, and neither of them spoke. "Nora, although I feel disgusted by that, if they are bought by their owners, their future lives will definitely be much better. It will be a good thing for them." "Martina, Reiner is a kind person anyway." Even though he eavesdropped on their thoughts, Reiner would still pretend to know nothing and ask, "Why aren't you talking?" Nora said, "We all listen to the master." Seeing this, Reiner decisively took them to the slave market. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. It is almost winter now, and the temperature is basically around 10 degrees. However, the clothes worn by these slaves in the market are still so thin. He was barely wrapped in a tattered piece of linen, which offered little protection against the cold. Looking at the slave traders shouting hard, Nora and Martina couldn't help but feel disgusted. Seeing this, Reiner also wanted to buy a slave as soon as possible to avoid making them unhappy. Martina suddenly tugged at Reiner's clothes, pointed at the demi-human child beside her, and pleaded, "Reiner, if possible, please buy the child back. They are still young and shouldn't be treated like this. Try your best. Children who are too young can't do the work. If you want to buy something, only buy one that's around 14 or 15. Reiner took a closer look, but suddenly realized that Nora had not followed. She moved among the slaves, as if looking for something. "Nora, what are you doing? Come here." Reiner walked to her and touched her animal ears. Nora grabbed his clothes and pulled them excitedly, then shed 2 lines of tears. "Master, I smell my mother's scent. She is here." Chapter 40 Demas' Help. Reiner was bewildered. Didn't Nora's mother die? He still vaguely remembered that Nora herself said that her mother died because she accidentally fell off a cliff while picking herbs. But he still searched in the slave market with Nora. When Reiner caught the slave traders, he asked, "Do you have any cat-like demi-humans for sale? Black hair and blue eyes." "Of course it's all here." Reiner didn't know who Nora's mother was, so he tried to identify someone who looked similar, but after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. Just then, Reiner saw Nora in the front stopped. Following her gaze, Reiner saw a cat-like demi-human with lifeless eyes. She has long black hair, and just looking at her profile, she is a replica of Nora and is exceptionally beautiful. "Madam, you still have your charm." Apart from her poor mental state, she was fine. At least she did not look malnourished, and there were no obvious external injuries on her body. Appraisal completed. Current slave quality is rare. Name, Daisy Hill. Age, 34. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, D. Stamina, D. Agility, B. Perception, C. Spirit, E. Intelligence, A. Reiner was sure that this was Nora's mother. Without waiting for her to speak, Noila M.O. hugged her directly. Daisy looked down at Nora, stunned for a moment before she said in disbelief, "Nora, my daughter?" Noila M.O.'s tears could not stop flowing out. She was about to cry and kept repeating, "Mom, is it really you?" Daisy opened her eyes wide, tears rolling down her cheeks, and hugged Nora tightly in her arms. This scene of reunion after a long separation moved Martina, and she quietly wiped away her tears. At this moment, the two people who blocked the team's progress attracted the slave traders. He angrily swung the whip in his hand and was about to hit her, but Nora broke free from Daisy's arms, stood in front of her, and bared her teeth fiercely. Reiner quickly reached out to stop him. The slave trader was about to start cursing when he turned around and saw that it was Reiner. He swallowed the words back and said slowly after a few seconds, "Sir, take care of your slaves. We should move on." Reiner nodded, then pointed at Daisy and asked, "How much is this slave?" "I'll buy it." The slave trader looked in the direction he pointed and shook his head. "What a coincidence. This cat-like subhuman has already been reserved and is not for sale. Why don't you pick another one? These are all top-quality specimens, all raised until they're strong and healthy before being sold. Each one only costs 4 gold coins, which is a great deal." Reiner held up 2 fingers. "I'll pay double." "Sir, this is not about money." 3 times. "Gentlemen, 4 times." Reiner raised his voice, attracting the gazes of the animal-eared girls around him. As the saying goes, there's basically no problem in this world that cannot be solved with money. If there is, it means that the money given is not enough. Unfortunately, Reiner only has 15 gold coins. If even that much money can't pry him open, then we have to find another way. The slave trader shook his head and sighed deeply. "Under normal circumstances, I might have broken my contract and sold her to you for such a high price, but the one who betrothed her is a noble we cannot afford to offend." "Who?" "My lord." Reiner was slightly stunned. "I heard from Jumais that Demas seems to be the lord's son. Maybe we can ask him for help. Leave this demi-human to me. I'll be right back." The slave trader said, "Then you'd better hurry." Reiner wanted to take Nora away, but she stood there and was reluctant to leave. She held Daisy's hand tightly and refused to let go. "We should go. I'll find a way." Daisy was a little surprised to hear Reiner speaking demi-human language. "Sir, can you speak demi-human language? I'm leaving my daughter in your care. She's a very smart child, so please treat her well." After that, she touched Noila's hair again and said softly, "Don't worry about me. I will survive well." The slave trader urged them on, and the team continued to move forward. Noila M.O. rubbed her eyes, lowered her head in despair, and choked with sobs. "Master, that's my mother. I know, don't be discouraged." Then, Nora's inner voice floated into Reiner's ears. "Nora, you must not make things difficult for the master anymore. He's been very good to you. I can't ask for more. But if Mom is bought by a bad guy, everything will be over." Reiner patted her ears, trying to soothe her. He didn't know whether it would be any use looking for Demas. "After leaving the slave market, I searched for him at the city gate for a long time, but couldn't find him. Normally, Demas would sit on the city wall and gaze into the distance like an NPC, but today was an exception. The section of the city wall where he often sat was now empty. Reiner had no choice but to grab a few patrolling soldiers and ask them. Finally, we learned that Demas was training militia in an open space outside the city. Reiner walked out of the city and headed east. After a while, he saw Demas wearing chainmail and training a team of militia with several other knights. They were holding spears and stabbing dummies made of straw. Reiner came closer and waved at Demas, then began to recall his full name. When Demas approached, he coughed twice and greeted him in a somewhat flattering manner. "Lord Demas Russell Meller, good morning." Although he was very reluctant to say this, he was asking someone to do something after all, so he imitated the other adventurers and said it in a respectful manner. Demas narrowed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and said expressionlessly, "Reiner, just call me Demas. You don't have to talk to me so stiffly like others. Tell me what you want to ask me. I will help you within my ability." Reiner pointed at Nora behind him and said, "Then I won't be polite. Has your family bought a lot of demi-human slaves recently? One of the slaves is her mother. I hope to buy her back and reunite them." A flash of respect crossed Demas's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "What does that demi-human look like?" "A cat-like subhuman with long black hair and blue eyes. She's a high-quality slave." "Got it." Demas whistled, and his warhorse came galloping over from the side. "I'm leaving first. You come over too." After saying this, he rode towards Melid. Reiner and Nora followed closely behind. As soon as they returned to the city, they saw Demas riding a horse and leading Daisy towards them. Nora quickened her pace and threw herself into Daisy's arms. Chapter 41, Bringing the Mother-in-Law Home. Nora hugged Daisy tightly. "Thank you," Reiner said seriously. "Fortunately, I didn't have a bad relationship with Demas at that time. Otherwise, Nora's mother would not have come back so easily." He took out 5 gold coins from his pouch and handed them to Demas. Demas just glanced at it and refused. "I'm not helping you for money. But let's be clear. I can't ask you for help and then ask you to pay, right?" Reiner held out his hand. "Take it. Even though this money may not mean much to you, I don't want to take advantage of you." Demas thought for a moment and took a few gold coins away. "Then I'll go back first." "Okay, bye." Looking at Demas's departing back, Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Then he reached out and patted Noila's shoulder. "Let's go home first." The mother and daughter hadn't seen each other for so long, and they had a lot to say. After arriving home, Nora kept chirping. "I've known her for so long, and this is the first time I've seen her so talkative." Normally, if Reiner didn't talk to her, she would sit alone in the corner, sharpening her dagger. If there was nothing to do, she would basically not speak on her own initiative. But her inner world is quite rich, and she is as talkative as she is now. Daisy was obviously not so brave to speak, and kept dealing with Nora in a low voice. She was a little afraid of Reiner and was always observing his expression. Nora seemed to have seen through Daisy's thoughts and whispered, "Mom, our master is a very kind man. He treats me very well. Not only does he make sure I have enough food to eat every day, he also gives me warm clothes to wear and never beats or scolds me. He is different from other people." Immediately afterwards, Daisy's voice also floated into Reiner's ears. "Silly child, you have no sense of propriety. I didn't hit or scold you just because I was in a good mood. If I were in a bad mood one day, it would be over. And if he's really a good person, you should flatter him and please him. There's no place for us subhumans in this world anymore. If we can survive by relying on a good person, we're lucky." Daisy stole a glance at Reiner, then dropped to her knees and lay on the ground. "Thank you, master." Nora blinked and was about to reach out to help Daisy up, but after thinking it over, she took her hand back. Reiner was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, "We don't do this kind of thing. Let's not do it again in the future." "Yes." Daisy stood quietly by, not moving. Reiner pointed to a stool nearby. "You sit here." "Yes." Daisy is like an NPC. She will move when you give her instructions. "Nora said that you slipped and fell off a cliff while picking herbs. What happened after that?" Daisy fell into deep thought, paused for a few seconds, and then replied, "I was lucky. The branches cushioned my fall, even though the mountain was high. I only broke my leg. Just then, a human discovered me, and I was captured. After living in a small house with other companions for a while, I was taken to this city and sold. And then, what just happened. Reiner scratched his head. "I slipped and fell off a cliff and was finally caught by others. If she, a demi-human with a wounded leg, were left in the valley, she would most likely starve to death or be eaten by monsters. This could be considered a blessing in disguise for her." Reiner looked at Martina beside him. She hasn't spoken much since just now and seems to be in a very low mood. She envied Nora's mother for being alive and being able to be reunited here. Reiner asked tentatively, "Your family?" Martina interrupted directly. "They are all dead. I buried them with my own hands." This topic was killed immediately. At this moment, Daisy spoke up. "Master, is there anything I can help you with?" Reiner nodded and said seriously, "Of course, each of us has our own division of labor in this family. Nora, Martina, and I are the 3 of us who make money and support our family. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for taking care of our daily life, mainly including 3 meals a day, daily laundry, and cleaning the house once every 10 days. In addition, we're not far from the well, so you will also be needed to fetch water. As long as you make sure these tasks are completed, you can allocate the remaining time as you wish." Daisy bowed her head slightly. "Okay, master." Her inner voice came back again. This is a small price to pay if you can get stable food and shelter. Also, come with me to the slave market tomorrow to get the indenture. Nora gently grabbed the corner of Reiner's clothes, and the words on the tip of her tongue could not come out. My master has done so much for me. If this continues, it will be too much. It's just a deed mark. Reiner reached out and touched her animal ears. Besides being a deterrent, the bond mark actually serves as a form of protection for you. Once you've been imprinted with the bond mark, you can no longer be contracted by others. Otherwise, slave traders might have ill intentions towards you. Noila nodded. I listened to my master. Then let's eat. I see you're all hungry too. Reiner looked at Daisy and asked knowingly, What's your name? She whispered Daisy Hill. Then Daisy, we will all need to rely on you for care for a long time from now on. Daisy replied softly, It would be my pleasure. Nora took her to the kitchen to familiarize herself with it. Then he took out 4 pieces of black bread and a smoked chicken. Reiner took a look and said, Let's switch to white bread. The new member has arrived, so he can eat something good first. Nora's eyes became moist. She took her mother's hand and whispered, Mom, white bread is very delicious. You will definitely like it. The 2 cat girls walked into the kitchen hand in hand. He and Martina were left staring at each other. After a while, Daisy came out with white bread. Although Daisy remained calm, it was not difficult to tell from her inner voice that she was actually quite greedy. She was lucky. Although she was a little older, she was classified as a high-quality slave because of her outstanding beauty. Naturally, the food she eats can't compare to Nora's. She could eat black bread from the slave traders, while Nora had to drink slop. Mom, you must try this white bread. Nora helped her cut the bread and scooped a spoonful of jam and spread it on the wooden plate. Daisy took a bite, and although she found it delicious, she didn't gobble it up. She ate very elegantly and kept observing Reiner's expression. Although in terms of attributes, the difference in intelligence between her and Nora is only 1 level. But she is much smarter than Nora. It was already evening after dinner. After taking a shower, Reiner sat in his room and studied magic. Nora's room is next door, and she sleeps with Daisy. Reiner waited for a long time today, but Nora didn't come over to touch her ears. Chapter 42. Nora takes the initiative. The next morning, when Reiner woke up from bed, he saw Daisy holding a plate and sitting quietly waiting. Nora sat at the head of the bed. She looked in a pretty good mood. Daisy lifted the plate with both hands and said softly, Master, it's time for breakfast. I'm used to eating after I wash up. Just put on the dining table. Go and do your own thing. Daisy responded and quickly walked out of the room. Nora closed the door, climbed onto the bed, nudged Reiner's chest with her head, and said in a low voice, Master, touch your ears. You didn't come last night, and I waited for so long. Reiner couldn't help but complain. Without Nora, he couldn't even sleep well. I was in my room with my mom yesterday, and I accidentally fell asleep. I am sorry. Reiner rubbed his ears vigorously with one hand and gently pulled his tail with the other. Nora carefully climbed onto Reiner, cupping his face with her cool little hands. She mustered up the courage to close her eyes, her red lips slightly parted. I haven't washed up yet. Let's kiss each other after I wash up. Reiner turned his face away. Nora blushed. It was obvious that her actions just now made her very ashamed. After all, usually Reiner is the active one and she is the passive one. But today, she took the initiative. Nora straightened Reiner's face and said in a voice smaller than a mosquito, It's okay. This time, without waiting for Reiner's reaction, she kissed him directly. When they separated, Reiner's tongue felt a slight tingle. You bite me. Nora's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head and said, I have some pointy teeth. I didn't mean to do that. After saying that, she suddenly knelt on the bed and said, Master, thank you for helping me. I will always remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you. At the same time, Nora's inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. In order to save my mother, I even sought help from people I didn't have a good relationship with. Master, this kindness, can I really repay it in this lifetime? Reiner raised an eyebrow and asked, Really? Reiner thought for a few seconds and said seriously, Then give me a child. The air suddenly froze. Nora's skin color changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, her fair skin turned light pink. In the room, which was not very spacious to begin with, Reiner could even hear her heavy breathing. My mother had me when she was younger than I am now. And the master is a charming man. Not only is he good to me, he is also very kind. I must catch such a man. Nora was a little incoherent and kept hesitating. Don't be anxious. Straighten your tongue first. Nora took a deep breath, and after a few seconds, she whispered, yes, as long as the master doesn't despise me as a subhuman, you can do whatever you want. After all, I am a master's woman. Reiner doesn't dislike catgirls. After getting Nora's affirmative answer, he suddenly felt a surge of blood. Reiner, who had been single for more than 20 years, could not resist the temptation and instantly became an iron hammer. Noila noticed something and shrank back subconsciously. Master, Yotsant do this during the day. After that, she rushed out of the bedroom, leaving Reiner alone in the room to cool down. After breakfast, Reiner took the 3 animal-eared girls to the slave market. Before leaving, he kept telling Nora and Martina that no matter what they saw in the slave market, they must not act impulsively. Nora had nearly lost control when she met Daisy at the slave market yesterday. If Reiner hadn't stopped him, the slave trader with a whip would have been killed on the spot. Nora would most likely be caught and executed on the spot. I remember, Nora said solemnly. After arriving at the slave market, the 3 beast-eared girls kept silent and followed Reiner obediently. After Daisy was marked, she passed out and was carried on Nora's back. Reiner was about to go back, but he passed by the armor shop and went in to take a look. The craftsman saw Reiner coming and walked towards him quickly. You came just in time. I'll take care of the helmet for you. After saying that, he took down a bucket helmet that was 1 size smaller from a shelf. Reiner took it and handed it to Martina beside him. She tried it on and nodded. This helmet fits now. Reiner paid the money, took the helmet, and walked towards home with a few people. Now fully equipped, he was ready to explore the ruins south of the city. After Daisy woke up, Reiner said, we're going to be away for 2 or 3 days. You have to stay home by yourself during this time. There's food in the kitchen, and you know the location of the well. Daisy was still a little dazed. After a few seconds of silence, she replied softly, yes. Then the 3 of them put on their armor and prepared to set off. Before leaving, Daisy opened her arms and hugged Nora. After leaving home, Reiner went straight to the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, the 3 fully armed men attracted a lot of attention and were watched by many civilians. When they arrived at the guild, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The adventurers all cast their eyes towards him. And Junice, as usual, was still sitting in the corner of the Adventurers Guild petting the cat. Since Reiner was wearing a helmet, she didn't recognize him first. It wasn't until she saw the staff in Reiner's hand and Nora without a helmet that she cautiously asked, are you Reiner? Reiner raised his mask and asked with a smile, how is it? This set of equipment is pretty good, right? Junice put the cat down and trotted over to Reiner, gently stroking the armor on his body. Not bad. The workmanship of this plate armor is pretty good. What made you think of buying a set of armor? Be careful about your life. Being an adventurer is dangerous. You could get hurt if you're not careful. So wear something thicker. If a mage builds meat, he can still fight even if he's caught by Lan Ling Wang. Junice looked at Nora and Martina behind her and continued. You should have spent a lot of money, right? That's a total of 44 gold coins. I definitely spent quite a bit. Reiner pointed to the entrance of the Adventurers Guild and continued. Well, now that I've bought my equipment, can we go conquer the ruins? Junice nodded. Any time is fine, but be sure to bring plenty of water and food. I've done some research over the past few days. The ruins south of the city are small. If you want to go deeper, it will only take 2 days. That's easy. I brought 5 days' worth of rations for 4 people. Let's get going without further ado. Just then, a deep and hoarse male voice came from the side. Sir, are you planning to go to the ruins in the south of the city? Reiner turned around and saw an old farmer with a beard and dirt on his hands. You don't have to call me sir. I'm not a noble. My name is Reiner. Mr. Reiner, can you do me a favor? I will pay you. Chapter 43. Take the mission and go to the ruins in the south of the city. My child is an adventurer like you. 5 days ago, he followed a group to the ruins south of the city to earn money to treat my wife's illness. But there has been no news since then. I am very worried about him. The old farmer was sitting across the table, his head down, looking a little uneasy. Reiner looked at Junice beside him. What do you mean? Although the situation inside the ruins is very complicated, it is a small ruin after all. If they haven't come out in 5 days, it can only be that they have encountered danger. Junice paused and continued. How many people are there? The old farmer thought for a moment and replied, about 6 people. He rarely told me about these things, so I'm not very clear about them. Do they have experience exploring ruins? The old farmer shook his head again. He should know nothing about it. Junice rested her chin on one hand and thought, if it were 6 experienced adventurers, it's unlikely they would be wiped out, unless. Seeing that she was keeping it a secret at the critical moment, Reiner couldn't help but ask, unless what? Reiner, the dangers within the ruins are far more than just the countless traps and evil spirits. That place is shrouded in darkness, which constantly erodes one's sanity. Any slightest negative emotion will be infinitely magnified there. If one's mental endurance is insufficient, one's spirit can easily collapse and fall into a frenzy. Reiner was slightly stunned. Both beast-eared girls have the attribute spirit on their attribute panels. He vaguely remembered that Nora's spirit was D and Martina's spirit was C. I thought it was only related to magical talent, but I didn't expect it to be closely related to sanity value. Reiner inquired softly, "What's your son's name? How old is he? What does he look like? Does he have any distinctive features?" The old farmer said without hesitation, "Pierre Craig. He is already 19 years old, and he has a scar on his nose, which was left by a fight with someone when he was a child." Reiner silently noted it down and then asked, "What will you give me as a reward?" The old farmer took out a tattered and yellowed book from his backpack. Junice took one look and became very interested. She took it and began to read it. The old farmer continued, "This book was found by my grandmother when she was young. Unfortunately, I can't read, so I don't recognize the words on it." Junice flipped through the pages of the book, her brows gradually furrowed. "I don't recognize these words either. Reiner, please take a look." Reiner took the book and immediately activated the translation function. In his eyes, the words on the pages began to reorganize rapidly and finally turned into words that he could understand. At the same time, the system also provided an answer. Osayaka. The language on it is Osayaka. After that, he began to look through the catalog. It turns out that this is a magic book that records rock magic, which is exactly what Reiner needs right now. At this moment, Junice suddenly said, "Reiner, Osayaka is the language of the western part of the old empire." "Well, what's wrong? The old empire has been destroyed for thousands of years, and its language has long been lost. Where did you learn Osayaka?" Reiner looked up at Junice and saw that her eyes were wide. "You can't just say he has a golden finger, right?" Looking at the magic book in his hand, he had an idea. How could it be lost? Someone must have been able to make it. Look, the book is still in good condition. Logically, a book thousands of years old should have been eaten by insects. It must have been made within the last 100 years. Junice narrowed her eyes and said seriously, "Many ancient books and volumes have received divine blessings, so it's not difficult for them to remain intact for thousands of years. My mentor used to be so busy translating the books of the old empire that he was completely exhausted. He had found many knowledgeable scholars, but to no avail. And you actually can?" Reiner's sweat dropped. "What the hell is this? It's a sacred blessing. Junice is really hard to fool. Not all of them, just a few words here and there." "Really?" Junice bent down, put her face close, and asked sincerely. Nora, who had been silent all this time, spoke in her heart. "She's so close." Reiner continued to deal with it. "Really? I'm not lying to you. I'm the most honest person." Junice observed him carefully for a long time before speaking. "You have so many secrets." At this moment, the old farmer across from me spoke again. "Mr. Reiner, can you help me?" Seeing an opportunity to change the subject, Reiner quickly returned the book and said, "No problem. Just send us a request, and we'll go find it now." "Okay." The old farmer turned and walked towards the counter. Reiner said to Junice beside him, "Lead the way, guide." The four of them quickly left the city. On the way to the ruins in the south of the city, Nora scouts ahead, while Reiner, Junice, and Martina stay behind. The journey was smooth, and they successfully arrived at a wilderness in the south of the city. Reiner looked around and saw nothing but weeds and forest nearby. He asked in confusion, "Where are the ruins?" "The lost city is underground." Junice stepped on the compacted soil on the ground. "Should we start digging now?" Junice was amused. She reached out and patted Reiner on the shoulder. "You are such a humorous man. There's usually a strange, kind of magic stone near ruins. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary stone, but it's covered in all sorts of magical runes." After saying that, she used her staff to push aside the grass and led the way. Soon she found a stone that had been eroded by wind and rain for a long time, and there were indeed many crooked runes engraved on it. This is the entrance to the ruins. Also, after using the magic stone, you can't use it again within a short period of time. You need to wait for a while. Junice taught carefully like a teacher. "Reiner, remember the teachings. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? I don't understand you." Junice smiled and bent down to blow away the dirt on it. Let's go in when you're ready. Reiner turned around and looked at the two beast-eared girls. Nora and Martina are ready to go. Anytime. Junice nodded and took Reiner's arm. The two looked at each other. Reiner asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me?" "I wanted to ask you something." Junice looked at Nora and Martina and said in fluent demi-human language, "It's best to have physical contact with each other when entering the ruins, otherwise you might be teleported to a different location." When the two animal-eared girls heard this, they ran over happily and followed Junice's example, holding Reiner's hand. "It doesn't have to be like this. As long as Nora and Reiner are in contact, it's okay for you to hold Nora's arm, Martina." "Oh." Martina decisively let go of Nora's arm. Seeing that everyone was ready, Junice placed her hand on the magic stone. Chapter 44. Exploration in the Ruins. In just a moment, Reiner's vision turned dark. He felt as if he was instantly dragged into endless darkness by a magical force, and all his senses were dulled. It wasn't until Junice's palms started to ignite with flames that she came to her senses. "Reiner, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Reiner nodded. He just felt a little eerie, but other than that he didn't feel any discomfort. Reiner looked around and found himself in a dark, ancient building. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth. The rough stone walls were covered with moss, and there was a palm-sized spider on the ceiling. The wooden door leading outside was rotten and fell down with a poke of his staff. "There may be traps around here, Reiner. Be careful. Let me explore the way ahead, and you follow behind me to provide light, master." Nora reached out and pulled him back and walked in front himself. Several people walked out of the stone house one after another. Reiner looked around, and what came into view was an old and dilapidated street. There were rows of ruins on both sides of the road, and further away was a black fog. There's not even a distinction between day and night in this place. Everywhere I look, there is darkness that penetrates deep into my bones. Just as Reiner was about to amplify the flame in his hand, Junice stopped him in a low voice. "Try not to attract too much attention in the ruins. I heard there are many difficult skeleton soldiers in here. It will be troublesome if we attract them. What is the overall structure of this ruin? I'm a little curious." Junice carefully observed her surroundings and slowly began to explain. "I heard from my mentor that the lost city is a sphere emitting a magical barrier, so it should be round. As for diameters, they range from a few hundred meters to several kilometers, some large and some small." "Then how are we going to get back?" Junice smiled and said, "You just come in and you're already thinking about leaving?" Reiner said tactfully, "No, you're the only one familiar with this place. If we get separated by accident, then we don't know how to get out, so we're doomed, right?" In fact, he was worried that Junice might accidentally die. "It's simple. There are several magic stones in the ruins that could be used for teleportation. Just find them and use them." "How do I use it?" "Physical contact, then injecting any kind of magic power will allow you to teleport." Junice blinked. Reiner probably understood. When he returns, he must try it himself. This way, next time he can bring Nora and Martina to explore. Reiner looked around and asked again, "Where should we go next?" "Anywhere is fine. I know nothing about this relic." Reiner thought about it and decided that the most urgent task now was to complete the system task and find the adventurer named Pierre Craig. He patted Nora's shoulder and whispered, "Can you smell anyone else? I need to find someone." Noila raised her head and sniffed around, then whispered, "I can give it a try." She led the way in front, and the other three followed closely. Suddenly, Nora stopped and drew a dagger from her waist. Martina also drew her greatsword. Just then, a creaking sound came from the front. A ragged skeleton stepped out of the darkness. It has no weapons in its hands. Nora subconsciously took a step back, and her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. "A corpse that moves?" In contrast, Martina is much calmer. He was not afraid at all when he saw the skeleton monster. Reiner remembered that Nora's spirit was a little weaker than Martina's. Then the mental resistance to such terrifying things will be relatively weak. Reiner raised his staff and knocked the skeleton down with a water ball technique. The round head rolled into the ditch beside him. Then he reached out and touched Nora's cat ears, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. I will be with you." Junice looked at the two of them and said seriously, "Teammates who are encouraged will reduce the risk of mental breakdown. If she is very scared, you can comfort her more." Nora argued cunningly. "I'm not afraid. I just feel a little surprised." Martina looked at the bones on the ground and said expressionlessly, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a pile of bones." I've seen things 100 times scarier than this. Junai bent down and searched among the bones, then broke off a piece of bone and handed it to Reiner. You could take the skeleton thumb bone to the Adventurers Guild to exchange for money. How much? Reiner already had a rough estimate of this. A monster that was so easy to kill should not be worth much money. Junai whispered, the same price as the slime's magic core. As expected, 20 thumb bones were needed to buy a piece of black bread. But based on the principle that no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat, Reiner will still pick it up honestly. The four continued to move forward. I have to say, there are quite a few monsters in these ruins. In just a short distance, Reiner had killed dozens of skeletons. Although they did not have any equipment, they looked like ordinary civilians in their lifetime. Didn't you say there might be treasure? Reiner asked doubtfully. Yes, it might be hidden somewhere, or perhaps it has been taken away by other adventurers. I heard that a few decades ago, the profession of ruins explorer was quite popular, and many people found treasures and became rich overnight. In recent years, this profession has gradually become deserted. Reiner spread his hands. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether he has treasure or not. After all, he came here just to complete the system task. It would be a pure bonus if Pierre could be found. After walking for a while, Nora, who was in the front, stopped again. She looked down at the ground, then picked up a stone from the roadside and threw it hard. With a dull thud, the dirt road ahead collapsed rapidly, turning into a bottomless pit. Reiner asked in confusion, "That's amazing. How did you figure that out?" The trap was very secretive, basically no different from any other road, but Nora's eyes were so sharp that she could detect the clues at a glance. I just felt like there was something empty underneath, so I took a stone and tried it out. I actually guessed right. Reiner had a clearer understanding of her perception ability. At this moment, Junai raised her staff and pointed it in the direction of the pit. Nora took out the dagger again. "Master, there's something in the pit. There's a kind of monster called the crypt spider. They hide in these trap caves. They're very dangerous." As soon as Junai finished speaking, Reiner saw a dark figure rush out of the cave and rush towards them at high speed. It was a black spider about the size of a bison. "Ah!" Martina let out a battle cry, burst out with great force, knocked the demon spider over with her shield, and then split its head with the sword. The demon spider twitched and shed large amounts of green blood, and finally lay on the ground with its four legs facing the sky, completely lifeless. Reiner was about to praise Martina when he caught a glimpse of Nora's expression. Chapter 45. Nora is corrupted by darkness. Junai walked over to her and praised softly. "Martina, you are amazing. You actually knocked the demon spider away in one go." Martina seemed to enjoy being praised, her tone revealing a hint of joy. "Of course, this thing is so light, it will fly away if hit." As they were exchanging business compliments, Reiner walked over to Nora, stroked her cat ears, and said soothingly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Nora looked back at Reiner and quickly stood up. "I'm fine." Her words may deceive people, but her heart cannot. "I feel dizzy and breathless, as if something is strangling me. What's wrong with me?" Reiner quickly called out, "Junies, what's wrong with Nora? She's feeling unwell." She said the ruins would erode one's sanity. Nora has been in a bad state since she came in, probably due to the influence of the ruins. Junai walked over quickly, reached out and touched her forehead, and asked gently, "What's wrong? What do you feel uncomfortable?" "I don't want to become a burden to my master. No discomfort." Seeing this, Reiner spoke for her. "She's dizzy and can't breathe." Nora blinked in confusion and asked in unison with Junai, "How did you know?" Reiner said nonsense seriously. "Nora is my woman. We have a tacit understanding. I guessed it." As soon as these words came out, Noilamo's face turned a little pale and red. Junai touched her chin, her expression somewhat meaningful. She clearly had a different perspective on Reiner. "Is that so, Nora?" "Well, I am a master's woman. I am willing." Junai immediately concluded. It seems her thinking is a bit confused. I asked if the symptoms matched, but she answered with something else. Nora hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "It has been eroded by the ruins, but it's only mild. Apart from some physical discomfort, it won't cause any other effects." Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What does it look like when it's serious?" "She'll have hallucinations and go crazy." Junai looked at Nora, examined her carefully, and then continued, "But the probability of this happening isn't high. She'll only have a mental breakdown if the team is in danger. But this possibility is not very high. With Martina here, Basically, no monster can harm us. Reiner patted Nora's shoulder and said softly, "Rest here for a while and relax." Uh-huh. Reiner looked at Martina beside him. She was squatting beside the corpse of the demon spider and observing it carefully. This guy's mental quality was much stronger than Nora's. At least for now until now, her expression has not changed. Junais walked over to the demon spider and carefully poked it with her staff. After making sure it was dead, she smashed its fangs with her dagger. You can also take this to the Adventurers Guild to exchange for money. 1 fawn can be exchanged for 10 copper coins. Rounding it off, 1 demon spider can earn you about 1 silver coin. 18 of them are roughly equivalent to 1 gold coin. If you can keep killing like this, the income will be quite considerable. But the most urgent task is to find the old farmer's son. Junies, how much does a magic book usually cost? The price varies depending on the attribute. Awakening fire magic is more common, so books with the corresponding attribute are more expensive. Awakening lightning magic is relatively rare, so the price of books is slightly lower. Junais looked at Reiner and then asked, "Why? You want to buy a book? Is the rock magic book expensive? Approximately how much?" "It's pretty standard. For Diest, it'll cost about 20 gold coins. But Melod is a small city. If you want to buy books, you have to go to a big, bustling city." Junais poked Reiner with her staff. "You haven't answered me yet. Why are you asking this?" After thinking for a moment, Reiner answered honestly, "Remember the book that the old farmer showed us?" "Of course I remember. It's a magic book?" Junais guessed it immediately. Reiner nodded. "Yes, it contains records of ancient rock magic. You actually told me that." Junais blinked, and her serious expression looked a little cute. "Should I keep it all for myself then? If I were you, I would keep it all for myself." Junais said with a smile, "You don't know the words in this book anyway, so I'll just trick you and give you some money to send you away." Reiner couldn't help but curse. "You are such a dog, but that's what I thought at the beginning. After I find the old farmer's son and get the book, I'll give you some money." Junais waved her hand and said, "No, I was just joking. Just take the book. I just want to follow you to explore the ruins." "I understand. You are a noble lady, and you are not short of money." Reiner reached out and touched Nora's cat ears. Junais smiled and said nothing. Reiner felt that she was actually quite short of money. It is said that it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Junais is a noble. If she really had money, she should eat white bread every meal. And I've known Junais for so long. Whenever they had time, the two of them would learn from each other outside the city. She always has black bread for lunch every day. Reiner sighed. Don't think about it anymore. Junais is not his wife. Why is she guessing all day long? Just then, a gust of cold wind blew from the front of the road. Nora stood up suddenly and sniffed hard. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling uncomfortable anymore?" Reiner reached out and scratched the fluff in Nora's ear. She was already used to this and said calmly, "Master, I smell blood. Follow me." Nora drew her dagger and continued down the street. There was obviously something ahead that attracted the group of skeletons. Martina took the lead, wielding her greatsword to clear out the skeletons in front of her. Junais looked down at the skeletons at her feet and murmured, "The sword in Martina's hand seems to be very powerful." The skeletons fell apart as soon as they touched it. "I heard from the old blacksmith that it was mixed with mithril, but I don't know if it's true or not." "It's probably true. Mithril is the nemesis of evil." Junais turned to look at him and asked, "You must have spent a lot of money, right?" Reiner shook his head. To round off, this is completely freeloading from the old blacksmith. But seeing how Martina was messing with the sword, I'm afraid it won't last much longer. After a few minutes, no one took action and Martina cleared all the skeletons on the street. She picked through the pile of bones with her greatsword, then turned back and said, "Reiner, you should come and see this." Reiner walked over to her and looked down. What came into view were 3 unrecognizable corpses. 2 of them were completely disfigured and exuded a strong stench of decay, making it impossible to identify them. Chapter 46, willing to sleep peacefully in Reiner's arms. Could it be that Pierre Craig, the man we've been looking for, is dead? Junais came over to take a look and decisively kicked the 2 rotten corpses aside. "Reiner, this thing is not a human. It's a ghoul." "Ghoul." Martina took off her helmet, her forehead covered in sweat. "I forgot to mention this thing just pounced on me, but I didn't think much of it and just hacked it to death." "That's all right." Reiner squatted in front of the body and bravely turned it over. Although the corpse had been gnawed beyond recognition, one could still vaguely tell that it belonged to a middle-aged adventurer in his 30s or 40s. Not the one we're looking for. Junice nudged the corpse with her staff and saw that it was still flexible. He looks like he died not long ago. Perhaps the person we're looking for is nearby. Then, she used fireball to set the corpse on fire. Try to dispose of the corpses in the ruins, otherwise they will turn into ghouls after a while. Reiner quietly wrote down what she said, and then took Nora's little hand. The piles of corpses around her made her so uneasy that her body couldn't stop shaking. Don't be afraid. I'm with you. I'm not scared. Nora still insisted. She didn't know that the voice of her heart was like a cannon of pearls, drilling into Reiner's ears all the time. Can you still smell the other adventurers? Nora shook her head. I can't smell it, but I can still look around. Reiner looked around. It's pitch black here, and I don't know what time it is outside. She felt that after so much trouble, it was probably evening now. Junice, should we take a break, or keep looking? I'll listen to you. She shrugged, although Reiner really wanted to find the adventurer and go back to claim the reward. But seeing that Nora was not in good condition, he was worried that something might happen if she continued like this, so he decided to take a break. The four of them found a relatively sturdy, old stone house nearby. After checking to make sure there was no danger, they sat inside to recover their strength. Nora didn't have a good appetite. After taking a few bites of the black bread, she put it in her waist bag. Still feeling bad? Noilemo still said stubbornly, It's not uncomfortable. Just tell the truth. I don't like others showing off. Reiner said seriously. Nora was slightly stunned, and her voice softened. She said pitifully, It's a bit uncomfortable. Reiner asked Junice, Will sleep help with her condition? Yes, she can, but can she sleep in this environment? Junice looked up and around. The ceiling, which had not been cleaned for years, was covered with cobwebs. Occasionally, you can see insects the size of a palm scurrying back and forth in the shadows. If memory serves, Nora isn't actually afraid of bugs. But after her mind was disturbed, she became afraid of insects. Master, I don't really want to sleep. Nora muttered softly, and then her thoughts drifted over. If you sleep here, you will be bitten by these bugs. Reiner narrowed his eyes, took off his arm guards, plate armor, and chainmail one by one, and patted his chest. Take off your plate armor and sleep with me. Nora shook her head. I can't sleep. Martina and Junice are watching. This is so embarrassing. She just loves to be twisted. You have to coax her a little more before she will do what you say. Reiner helped her take off the plate armor, and then picked her up. Master, master! Nora shouted in panic, and her skin color began to change. Shoo! It will be troublesome if you attract the skeleton later. You need a rest now. I can't sleep. How will you know if you don't try? Reiner hugged the soft Nora and gently stroked her cat ears. If there weren't other people present, he would definitely take the opportunity to give Nora a good massage. At first, Nora was reluctant to lie in his arms, but later she couldn't help but curl up, her eyes full of sleepiness. Master is so warm, it always makes me feel at ease. I really want to be held like this forever. The two of them snuggled in the corner, while Martina and Junice sat upright across from them. Suddenly, Junice, who was sitting opposite her, called her Nora. How did you fall in love with Reiner? As soon as these words came out, Nora's body gradually became hot. She was silent for a long time, and finally spoke under the gaze of everyone. I didn't. Junice put down the brown bread she had taken a few bites of, and added some magic to the fireball on her staff. This is not something shameful. What is there to be ashamed of? The first time I saw you was in the Adventurers Guild. You accepted a quest and left. At that time, I was secretly watching you in the corner. At that time, you looked at Reiner with extreme caution, like a frightened hedgehog. And it's only been 2 months, and the way you look at Reiner has changed. You're increasingly willing to rely on him. Nora covered her ears, trying not to hear what Junice was saying. She was cricketing Junice like crazy in her heart. Stop talking, stop talking. Can't I just admit that I like my master? He not only saved my life, but also kept me well fed and clothed, and was very gentle to me. Who wouldn't like a man like that? Reiner felt a little embarrassed as he eavesdropped on Nora's thoughts. Ultimately, the situation of beast-eared girls in this world is too difficult. Even if we just treat them like ordinary people, it would still be considered preferential treatment for them. Martina munched on the black bread and said vaguely, Nora won't admit it. She's a stubborn person. In my opinion, strong men are the most attractive, but Reiner is too weak and has no appeal to me. Reiner was speechless for a moment. This horse racing girl's words are really irritating. In a few months, when Reiner's magic has reached perfection, she must be severely tortured. At this moment, Nora spoke up. Martina is an idiot with muscles in her head. She doesn't understand anything. You're stupid. Why do you need so much? Anyway, all I want is to have enough food and clothes. If there's a chance, it would be best if I could have a child with a man who's better than me. You idiot with muscles all over your head. Nora cursed again under her breath, then twisted in Reiner's arms and closed her eyes. Reiner coaxed her softly a few times, and Nora fell asleep quickly. The three awake people fell silent at the same time. After a long time, a scream broke the tranquility in the ruins. It was a man's scream, not very far away. Nora was awakened by the sound and looked at each other in confusion. What the hell is that sound? It's creepy. Martina put on the helmet. Reiner and Nora hurriedly put on their armor. I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. Maybe it's the person we're looking for. Chapter 47, Finding Pierre. The crowd shuttled through the dark alleys, and after running about a few dozen meters, they encountered groups of skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were different from the ones they had encountered before. They were wearing incomplete rusty iron armor and holding broken swords full of gaps in their hands. Hearing the voice coming from behind them, they all turned around to look at Reiner and his group. Just as Martina was about to rush forward to kill everyone, she was caught by Reiner. Let me do it. I'm a little faster. He raised his staff and released a fireball in front of him. Crack! Crack! The slowly approaching skeletons were ignited by the fireballs, and the surroundings instantly became a sea of fire. A strong burnt smell filled the air, and before long they began to fall down in large numbers. Reiner noticed that Junais had been staring at him, so he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Junais hesitated to speak, then shook her head. "I'll ask you again when we get out." After clearing the alley, Nora looked out onto the street. "Master, there are monsters outside eating people." Reiner walked forward and took a look and saw that the street corner ahead was surrounded by zombies, and there were also many skeleton soldiers around. They were gnawing at the corpse. "Martina, clear them out. Be as careful as possible. These skeletons are armed." "Don't worry." Martina rushed out of the alley and fought with the skeleton soldiers. Half a minute later, only corpses were left on the ground. Reiner walked up to the two bodies and took a quick look. Although they had been eaten beyond recognition, one of the bodies had female features, so Reiner decisively ruled it out. And another body. Not a single part of his body was intact. His eyes were gouged out, his entire face was peeled off, and his head was split open. Reiner shook his head. He's completely unrecognizable. I don't know if he's the person we're looking for. Before he traveled through time, he often loved watching suspense videos on his phone. I know that forensic doctors can roughly estimate the age of the deceased by looking at the skin, bones, and teeth. But he doesn't know how to look at it specifically. Junais said softly, "We've seen 3 bodies so far. If they were a team of 6, that means 3 more are missing." Just then, Nora's ears perked up again. She closed her eyes and sniffed carefully, then took Reiner's hand. "Master, follow me." Martina and Junais chased after them. After running for a while, Nora went into an alley and stopped. "We're here." Reiner followed her gaze and stared at the shadows directly in front of him for a few moments. As soon as he stepped forward, he was stopped by Nora. "Let me do it." She lowered her voice, then took out the dagger and walked forward. After taking a few steps, a man holding a dagger emerged from the shadows. Nora dodged nimbly, allowing him to stab her in vain. Reiner raised his staff and pointed it at him. "Calm down, we are not monsters." The man looked up in the dim light and met Reiner's gaze. His face was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, and he kept mumbling something, looking a little unconscious. Reiner saw that he was not very old, and there was a very conspicuous scar on his high nose bridge. There is no doubt that the person in front of him is the target of this mission. But to be on the safe side, he still asked, "Are you Pierre Craig?" The man suddenly gasped for breath and glared at Reiner angrily. Junais grabbed Reiner's shoulders and pulled him back. "Be careful, his mind has been corroded and he is now in a frenzy. Don't bother asking. In this state, he won't answer anything you ask. There aren't many adventurers willing to enter the ruins, and since his features almost match, it's probably him. What should we do? Has he gone crazy?" Reiner couldn't help but worry about Nora, although she felt much better after a good sleep. "Get him out of here. He'll be back to normal in no time." "That's fine, but what if you don't take it out?" Junais continued. "Either the monster kills them, or their spirit breaks and they are assimilated into monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, Pierre rushed towards the others again. Nora dodged and tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face. After getting up from the ground, he roared angrily. Reiner looked at Martina, let him sleep for a while. Martina quickly stepped forward, leaned back to avoid the dagger, and then knocked him unconscious with a shield. Reiner stepped forward, kicked the dagger away, and tied him up with a rope. Although 2 people are still missing, the mission has been accomplished. Is there any other scent nearby? Nora shook her head. Reiner looked at Junice and asked, shall we go back? We have no choice but to go back. It's hard for you to move while carrying him. Let's go back. Junice sighed and continued, it's a pity that we haven't explored the situation here yet, and we haven't found the treasure yet. It's okay. We'll come here often in the future. Junice nodded. The 4 began to search for the magic stone that could help them leave the ruins. Reiner followed them, carrying Pierre on his back. After wandering in the ruins for a long time, Junice found a magic stone on the street. She didn't leave in a hurry, but looked around carefully. What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd come back next time? Take note of your surroundings first. It's best to memorize the location of every magic stone when you come to the ruins. If you run into danger next time, it'll make escaping a little easier. After Junice finished explaining, she walked towards a magic stone. As everyone held hands, Reiner's vision changed drastically. In just a moment, several people left the ruins. It was just daybreak now, and it was obvious that only a day had passed. Reiner emerged from the weeds and walked towards the city of Mellowed, carrying Pierre on his back. Junice yawned and said sleepily, I want to sleep. You be going back later? No, I have something else to talk to you about. Something? What? Junice kept it a secret. I'll tell you later. Just then, Pierre on Reiner's back moved. He struggled for a few seconds and asked in a somewhat irritated tone, who are you? My head hurts. Back to normal? Reiner put him to the ground. Junice squatted down, pried open his eyelids, and took a look, then helped him untie the ropes that were tied around his body. Reiner looked down at him and whispered, my name is Reiner. I'm the adventurer your father sent to rescue you. What happened to your team in the ruins? Pierre held his forehead and looked at him in confusion. Ruins? Junice explained, after a mental breakdown, there will be a brief period of amnesia. If he takes some time off, he'll remember everything. Pierre was a little confused at first, but he soon remembered something, and his expression gradually became hideous and painful. Chapter 48 No Chanting Magic. Pierre covered his face with his hands and suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? Reiner asked puzzledly. But this guy just cried and didn't answer when asked, just kept us in suspense. Reiner hadn't rested all night, and his fatigue made him lose his patience. He patted Pierre's shoulder and said, don't cry. Come back with me. Your father is probably still waiting at the guild. Pierre lowered his head and said, I killed them. Several people looked at each other. Companions? Pierre nodded. I was a coward. I was so scared at the time that I took out a dagger and stabbed Reyna in order to save my life. Eric was killed by the ghouls to protect her. I'm a bastard. Reiner was speechless for a moment. It seems that the dead man and woman were Pierre's masterpieces. Why is this happening? I'm such a scumbag. A waste. I am useless. Pierre tore his hair hard. Junice, who was standing nearby, asked, how many people were there when you went in? 7. 7 living people. Pierre seemed to remember something. He suddenly raised his head and grabbed Reiner. Necromancer? I saw the necromancer. He is chasing us. And there are skeleton knights. Swarms of skeleton knights. They're about to emerge from the ruins. We need to tell everyone. Really? Reiner asked back. But Pierre suddenly started singing and looked crazy. What's wrong with him? Reiner asked Junice. I don't know. Logically speaking, he should be back to normal after leaving the ruins. Looking at Pierre running around, Reiner sighed. It must be because he didn't get enough sleep. Let him sleep a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Martina knocked him unconscious with a shield. Reiner carried him towards the city. After entering the city, head straight to the Adventurers Guild. The old farmer stood at the door, carrying a hoe, and seemed to have been waiting for a while. Seeing Reiner's figure, he ran over without hesitation. After confirming that it was Pierre who had been missing for several days, a smile appeared on his rough, dark face for the first time, but he soon realized something was wrong. Mr. Reiner, you are indeed a reliable adventurer, but Pierre... He was a little confused after coming out of the ruins. I asked him to calm down for a while. He should wake up soon. The old farmer carefully took out the magic book from his backpack and handed it to Reiner with both hands. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I will take him back first. Reiner nodded, opened the magic book, and looked at it for a few seconds, then put it away after confirming that it was correct. Then he took out a gold coin from his purse and handed it to the old farmer. The old farmer's eyes flashed, and he asked in disbelief, Mr. Reiner, This is... Your wife is sick, and Pierre isn't doing well. He might not be able to work for a while. Take it. You need the money. This magic book is almost free, so this gold coin can be considered as a help to him. Thank you, Mr. Reiner. I will definitely remember your kindness. After the old farmer left, Reiner took out 5 gold coins and stuffed them into Jun's hand. What's this for? Jun's blinked in confusion. I can't let you accompany me on this trip for nothing. Can I? Since you've already helped others, you don't need to help me. Of the gold coin you just gave me, half is mine, as a reward for your guidance. Reiner nodded. All right, I'll treat you to dinner another day. He reached out and rubbed Nora's cat ears, then prepared to turn and leave. But after taking a few steps, he was grabbed by the waistband by Jun. I have something else to talk to you about. Don't leave yet. Reiner yawned again, tears welling in his eyes. What's wrong? Go outside the city. Jun took Reiner out of the city and came to the lawn where they often studied together. Martina was obviously exhausted. As soon as she arrived, she took off her armor and lay down on the grass to sleep. We're here now. What's going on? You're being so mysterious. Jun got straight to the point. Reiner, show me the fireball technique again. Reiner raised his staff, and a fireball ignited the grass in the distance. Then he added another water ball to extinguish it directly. What's wrong? Jun's eyes widened. Where's your chanting? You used magic without chanting the spell. So that's what you're curious about. I've read it. Jun puffed up her cheeks and squinted at him. You're talking nonsense. I don't think you've even moved your mouth. Reiner explained seriously. I recited it silently in my mind. When he first learned magic, he also chanted the spells honestly. Over time, he felt that chanting during battle was too slow, so he wanted to see if he could reduce the number of magic spells. Start by just cutting down on 1 or 2 insignificant words. After seeing that the magic could still be released intact, he began to gradually reduce it. From the initial 10 words, it was finally reduced to 1 or 2. Seeing that he could still release it, Reiner finally stopped saying it out loud and just recited it quickly in his mind. It takes Jun about 4 seconds to release a fireball, but he can release it in 1 second. Teach me. Jun winked. Reiner sighed and began teaching on the spot. But Jun's situation was completely different. After reducing the vocabulary, even the most basic fireball spell cannot be cast. These spells were all developed by our predecessors. If even 1 word is missing, the magic will fail. Jun shook her head and looked at Reiner with some confusion. You didn't recite it in your mind? Yes. That's probably because you don't believe in this method and think I'm trying to trick you. Reiner yawned and laid down on the grass. If you believe it, it works. If you don't, it doesn't. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to use it. Jun was stunned for a moment and seemed to have an epiphany. Close your eyes and tried devoutly. A few minutes later, she actually succeeded. She shortened a few words and successfully cast a fireball spell. Jun looked at the flames burning in the distance in disbelief and muttered to herself, "It really is." Reiner accompanied her in practice, and the day passed quickly. Seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to go back. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Mission: Preliminary exploration of the ruins in the south of Melode. Current status: completed. Mission reward: already issued. 5 heavy silver coins appeared in Reiner's palm as promised. After putting it into the purse, the system voice sounded again. Quest update: kill the necromancer in the ruins. Task reward: 10 gold coins. Come back to life. But based on the experience gained from the last battle with the goblin priest, this guy is probably not an easy one to deal with. Reiner looked at Jun, who was still pondering the chantless magic, and waited until she was a little free before asking, Junies, have you ever seen a necromancer? She sighed deeply, seeming to have temporarily given up on learning non-chanting magic. Are you worried that what Pierre said is true? Of course, after all, we only have 1 life. Jun fell into deep thought and shook her head slightly. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. At worst, we could just not go to the ruins for the time being and observe and see what other adventurers who had gone to the ruins say. Okowo. Jun stood up and brushed the dirt off her, but it's getting late. I should go back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Reiner yawned, patted Nora's butt, and prepared to go home. Chapter 49. A happy ending with Nora. It was already evening when I got home. Although he took a short nap on the lawn with Jun at noon, he still didn't get enough sleep. So much so that when he was teaching Jun the chantless magic in the afternoon, he failed several times in a row because he couldn't concentrate. He fell into deep thought as he looked at the stew Daisy brought him. Although the delicious stew looked and smelled delicious, Reiner just had no appetite. All he wanted now was to take a hot bath, read a book in bed, and then go to sleep. Daisy, is the water ready? I prepared everything for you. Master, you can take a bath anytime. Then I'll take a bath and then go to bed. You guys take your time eating. After saying that, he got up and walked into the bedroom, found some clothes, and went into the small cubicle used for bathing. After lying in the wooden tub for bathing, the fatigue of the day was instantly relieved. After taking a bath, Reiner went to the kitchen to get a piece of black bread and began to nibble on it while lying on the bed. He planned to study the magic book he got today. But just then, Daisy walked into the room. Those blue eyes were staring straight at Reiner. What's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? Reiner closed the book and looked at her in confusion. Daisy sat down on the edge of the bed and whispered, Master, do you need me to heat up the stew for you? No, I'll just eat some bread tonight and go to bed right away. Then, her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. We're all men, there's no difference. Don't be nervous, it will be over soon. Several big question marks slowly rose in Reiner's mind. What does Daisy want to do? Just as he was confused, Daisy slowly said, Master, let me serve you. After that, she climbed onto the bed and placed her slender fingers on Reiner's shoulders. Master, I have wanted to say this for a long time. I feel that you are very special. You always give me a sense of security. Daisy's eyes were charming, and her slender waist always rubbed Reiner's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Really awesome. No wonder slave traders say that cat-like subhumans are particularly popular among the nobles. Who can withstand such a situation? Just as she was thinking this, Daisy's inner voice came to her again. This is a small sacrifice to give my daughter a safe place to go. Reiner quickly pushed it away. It seems she is planning to sacrifice herself to win people's hearts. But she didn't know that Nora had already made an agreement with him. So Reiner coughed a few times and said righteously, Well, I'm not interested in married women. Go back and rest. Don't disturb me. Compared to a mature woman like her, Reiner prefers Nora, who is about the same age as him. Daisy was slightly stunned, with some doubts in her eyes. She didn't seem to expect Reiner to say that. But even so, she still had no intention of giving up. I'm going all out. I don't believe you can hold back. Although I'm no longer young, I'm still pretty. She placed her hands on the buttons and slowly unbuttoned the woolen sweater that was draped around her. Daisy's skin is very fair and beautiful, but not as smooth as Nora's. Just then, the door was pushed open violently. Noila stood at the door aggressively, looking like she had just taken a shower, her whole body still steaming. Obviously, she heard the conversation between the two clearly, and Daisy winked at her. Silly daughter, what are you doing? Hurry up and close the door. Mom is helping you. Noila Mo's face was expressionless. She pointed outside the door and said, Mom, go back to your room. I have something to talk to the master about. But Daisy hesitated. Mom, I didn't dare tell you before because I was afraid you would worry. I have become his woman. Daisy's brain froze for a few seconds. She lowered her voice and asked, Already? Nora blushed. Her choice of words was a bit imprecise. Anyway, it's almost done. I'm grown up now. Don't treat me like a child. Daisy hesitated for a moment, then asked, Voluntary? Seeing this, Daisy didn't say anything more and walked out of the bedroom with mixed feelings. Reiner put the book away, feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Noila and Mo walked quickly to the bedside and said expressionlessly, You were shaken just now. Reiner said seriously, Don't slander me. I just refused very firmly. Don't have any bad thoughts about my mother. Don't let your imagination run wild. She's almost 40. I'm not that hungry. Nora puffed out her cheeks and remained silent. I barely believe you. Nora blew out the candle and nimbly got into bed. Reiner subconsciously hugged her tightly. Then, naturally, a strange reaction occurred. Nora's skin became hotter and hotter. What Mom said was right. Men's heads are full of that mess, even the masters. Are you ready to fulfill your promise? Reiner bit her ear. Nora nodded shyly. Instead of letting the owner always worry about me, I might as well just let him have it. He treats me well anyway, and I don't want to wander around anymore. I want a stable home. Reiner's hands kneaded her belly. Nora has been bought for more than 2 months, but she just can't gain weight no matter how much she eats. There's only a thin layer of fat on the belly. Eat more often, you're still so thin. Then, her voice, tinged with resentment, floated into Reiner's ears. As expected, I prefer women with better figures. I'm not Martina, sorry. Reiner didn't think so at all. They both have their own advantages and disadvantages. Although Martina looks better in figure, She is a powerful female warrior and must have a lot of muscles on her body. She is definitely not as soft as Nora. Thinking of this, Reiner used his identification on her again. Appraisal completed. Current slave quality is epic. Epic? Reiner's mouth curled up. As soon as he thought about it, all the information about the Catgirl was revealed. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy, in love. Measurements, 71/47/76. It turns out there are some changes, but she likes to wrap herself with something every day, and you can hardly tell from her appearance. Thinking of this, Reiner couldn't help it. Nora gently refused. Not yet. Martina and my mother haven't gone to bed yet. Let's wait a little longer. After an unknown amount of time, Reiner suddenly heard Martina snoring. They must have fallen asleep. Reiner finally couldn't help himself and took the initiative to invite someone to play the game. Is it okay now? Okay. Reiner hugged her, and then the two of them entangled together. It suddenly started to rain lightly outside the window. The cold wind poured into the room little by little through the window. Nora gasped, clutching Reiner's arm tightly, her sharp nails slowly piercing his skin. Chapter 50. Cherish the morning with Nora. Early morning. Reiner suddenly felt as if something was missing in his arms. He felt around on the bed and found nothing, then reluctantly opened his eyes. It was early in the morning, and no one knew where Nora had gone. Now he was the only one lying on the bed. The side of the bed where Nora slept had been cleaned thoroughly. She was so quiet that she couldn't even wake anyone up. Reiner yawned, covered his head, and planned to sleep for a while. Squeak! He poked his head out after hearing the door open. It's Nora. She was wearing a thick woolen sweater. Her cheeks were a little red from the cold, and she looked no different from usual. Finally woke up. It's okay. Just pretend nothing happened. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Nora walked to the bedside and gently pushed Reiner's shoulder. Master, breakfast is ready. Do you want me to bring it to you? No, just sleep with me for a while. But, no bats punto. Reiner pulled her into bed and began to unbutton her clothes. I still have to help my mother wash clothes later. Nora gently patted Reiner's shoulder, and a lot of messy things popped up in her head again. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Reiner hugged her and began to coax her. Okay, just for a moment. Nora compromised. She lay on her side and let Reiner play with her. Luckily, I didn't put a bandage on it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome later. Master, what a jerk. He's so energetic so early in the morning. It's not that Reiner is tired. It's just that young people are a little more energetic when they get up in the morning. Nora's skin just turned slightly red at first, but soon she covered her mouth with her hands, and finally the two fell down hugging each other. She was breathing heavily, her mind going blank. After a long moment, Reiner poked her belly and whispered, So weak? Are you still going to play in the second half? Noilemo shook her head and said weakly, Let me go, master. If you really like it, we can come again in the evening. Then it's a deal. Reiner hugged her gently. Nora's petite body felt good in his hands. There's clearly not much flesh on his body, but he doesn't feel uncomfortable at all and is incredibly soft. What the slave trader said before was that cat-like subhumans were natural beauties. At first he didn't believe it and thought it was false advertising, but now he believes it. Reiner rubbed her cat ears and whispered, Don't get up before me from now on. Ouch, it's so itchy. I know, master. Please stop blowing into my ears. Nora scratched her ears, then bit Reiner in a complaining manner. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in my ears. Activate achievement. Beast Ear Conqueror. Bonus effect, none. Activate achievement. Iron Kidney. Bonus effect. Your kidney function is exceptionally strong, so you will never have to worry about kidney deficiency. As soon as the system finished speaking, Reiner felt a mysterious power injected into both sides of his lower back. The fatigue value that had just accumulated was swept away in an instant. He's also a good man. How about playing some more? Noila Imo shook her head in resistance, then hid in the corner. No, let's talk about it tonight. How long has the master been holding it in? Not much, just the rage of being single for 20 years. Suddenly, her ears moved, and then she nimbly got into bed. Squeak! The door opened a crack. Reiner turned his head and met Martina's eyes. She squatted at the door like a pervert, revealing half of her face to peek. What? Breakfast is getting cold. Isn't Reiner coming to eat yet? Coming right up. Martina nodded, but didn't seem to want to leave. Where is Nora? Daisy said she came to serve Reiner, but why is she nowhere to be seen? Reiner asked knowingly, Why aren't you leaving yet? Is Nora in your room? Certainly. Just as he finished speaking, Reiner's but was bitten by a kitten with sharp teeth. He quickly changed his words. Of course, she's not here. She went out with Junice early in the morning. Hasn't she come back yet? No. When did she become so close to Junice? Martina asked doubtfully. I don't know. Maybe we'll be fine suddenly. Reiner shrugged. Oh, that's okay. Martina closed the door. After making sure she had left, Nora crawled out of the bed and quickly put on her clothes. There are still several marks left by Reiner on her body, especially the clearly visible strawberry mark on her neck. Why are you hiding it from her? It's like it's something you shouldn't be exposed to the public. Reiner poked her cheek. Maybe she already knew it. I guess Martina will definitely ask Nora about what happened last night. I just don't want to tell her, otherwise she'll laugh at me again. I got up earlier than her, and she didn't see me just now, so it's easy to fool her. I'll climb out the window and pretend to knock on the door. Reiner said seriously, Is there a possibility that your mother has already told her? After all, she usually loves to play with you. If you disappear so early in the morning, she will definitely ask. It felt like Nora's IQ suddenly dropped, and her hand stopped putting on her clothes. Then I won't act. She sighed, put on her clothes, and opened the bedroom door. Martina, who was sitting at the dining table, pricked up her ears in surprise when she saw Nora. You're in Reiner's room? Why didn't I see you just now? Because you're an idiot. Nora picked up the water glass and took a sip, then sat at the dining table and started eating black bread. Daisy touched her animal ears lovingly, with a complicated expression on her face. My good daughter has also become a woman. I hope she made the right choice and doesn't suffer the same fate as me in the future. Reiner got up and went to wash up. While eating breakfast, Martina, who was sitting opposite me, kept staring at me. After their eyes met, she smiled knowingly. Why is Reiner still so energetic? He doesn't seem to be depressed at all. He still has a very masculine demeanor. After hearing her thoughts, Reiner couldn't help but chuckle. Just a few times, not enough to keep him out of bed. After Reiner finished breakfast, he took the two of them out. He planned to study rock magic carefully today. But when I arrived at the Adventurers Guild, I didn't see Junice. Just as he was about to sit and wait, a middle-aged adventurer came over and said, Junie said she'll wait for you at the old place. Thanks for the reminder. Reiner was a little surprised. I didn't expect Junice to go out so early today. Usually around 10 o'clock, the two of them would leave the city. He got up and headed out of the city. Just after walking a few steps out of the city, he saw Junice sitting on a tree stump nearby, holding her cheek, seemingly in deep thought. Didn't you say you would wait for me at the usual place? Why are you sitting here? Junice looked up at Reiner, a smile spreading across her face. Because this is the only way for you to go, I have several questions to ask you. Chapter 51 Martina can also see two colors. Junice asked questions about chantless magic as they walked. He bombarded Reiner with questions. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time Reiner saw her take such a strong interest in something. Reiner, you must be a genius. I'm so jealous of your talent. Junice said with some admiration. You are the first mage who can cast magic without chanting. Even my mentor can't cast spells without chanting. You're exaggerating? My original intention was just to be lazy. If I can figure out such a simple thing, there must be someone who can figure it out. Junice shook her head and said firmly, Anyway, I've never heard of anyone casting spells without chanting. Even this term is something I made up. Although I had similar ideas as you when I first learned magic, I gave up on it very quickly. Reiner, you will definitely become a magician who will go down in history. Hearing Junice say this, Reiner couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Is this going down in history? I don't know if Junice is exaggerating, or if the magicians in this world are just that bad. No one has figured out such a simple thing. I feel like everyone should be able to think of this kind of thing. I can certainly think of it, but I don't necessarily think I can use it. Junice shrugged, closed her eyes, and sighed. Reiner, you are a genius, so you don't have any idea about the magical talents of ordinary people. Some people might spend years studying to perform the simplest fireball spell, but you only need to take a look, memorize the spell, and perform it effortlessly. I said before that your talent is 1 in a million, which was a bit of an understatement. What you said, if you don't believe me, you could try teaching Nora and Martina. They should represent the level of most ordinary people. Reiner recalled, their spiritual talents, one is D and the other is C, do seem mediocre. If that's the case, you must be quite talented, right? After all, I only gave it a brief explanation yesterday, and you are already using it. Junice held her forehead, seeming a little sad. My mentor said I was a rare genius, but I'm like a fool in front of you. I only shortened one word yesterday, but compared to you, the difficulty is not even on the same level. Reiner was speechless. It seems that magicians in this world can only serve as assistants. June Ice, a once-in-a-century genius, seems to be slightly stronger than ordinary adventurers based on her actual combat performance. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the grassy field where they usually practiced. I'll practice first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. June Ice raised her staff and continued to practice casting spells without chanting. Reiner turned and looked at the two animal-eared girls. He suddenly wanted them to learn magic. After all, it is always good to have many skills. Fireball can be used for lighting as well as making fire, which is extremely convenient. Just as he was grinning foolishly, the voices of the two animal-eared girls floated into his ears. Nora, what are you planning to do? I wouldn't do that kind of thing out here in the middle of nowhere. Martina, you're thinking about me after sleeping with Nora? Don't even think about it. I'm the woman you can't have. Nerve. Reiner turned around and asked June Ice, how do I test their attributes and magic crystal capacity? June Ice took the time to reply. It's very simple. Just let them concentrate and close their eyes, and then you can inject them with natural elements of any attribute. Do you need my help? Let me try it myself. You keep practicing. Reiner patted the grass and motioned for the two to sit down. Nora obediently followed her instructions, while Martina asked curiously, what are you doing? Aren't we allowed to move freely today? Yes, starting today, you two will also study with me. Martina complained loudly. I want to play. You are already 19 years old. It's time for you to learn some skills. Be obedient and I won't harm you. Reiner sighed. Unexpectedly, after traveling through time, he actually had the opportunity to act as a preacher. But they really knew almost nothing. If you want to integrate into human society, learning language is definitely the first thing to do. In addition to teaching language, he also plans to teach them the most basic arithmetic. But before that, we need to test their magical properties. Nora, you go first. Close your eyes, concentrate, and then tell me what you see. Can I still see things with my eyes closed? Do I have to open one eye and close the other? Reiner added, closing both eyes doesn't really mean you can see things, but it means you can feel with your heart. Oh, Nora took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Reiner grabbed her hand and imitated what June Ice had done before, supplying her with magic power bit by bit to stimulate her. How was it? What did you see? It's pitch black, I can't see anything, Nora said, then suddenly twisted her body and laughed out loud. The bastard Martina was poking her in the delicate spots with a wooden stick. If you keep making trouble, you won't get lunch. Oomph, you're so shameful to threaten me with food, Reiner. Martina turned her head away, seeming angry. And Nora's attribute test continued. She suddenly exclaimed, wow. What? Did you see something? Master, I saw a white crystal. This should be Nora's magic crystal. Reiner asked expectantly, how big is this crystal? It doesn't feel very big, just like a watermelon. Reiner was disappointed for a moment, but then he thought, Nora is responsible for reconnaissance. Even if she learned magic, she would probably only use it for auxiliary purposes, which is not important. Hey, the crystal changed color, and it seems like red mist is pouring in. Fire element is indeed the most common attribute. Are there any other colors? Nora shook her head. You can learn fire magic, Martina. It's your turn. Oh, Martina also stretched out her hand. She closed her eyes like Nora did, but her mind was very active and did not calm down at all. Reiner's hands are surprisingly bigger than mine, but there are no calluses at all, so he definitely hasn't done much heavy work. Don't let your mind wander. Calm down. I'm not imagining things. Her rebuttal personality broke out, but soon her heart calmed down. After a while she cried out, I saw it. You scared me. Don't be so jumpy. Reiner sighed and then asked, how big is the crystal? As tall as a tree. Am I better than Nora? Martina laughed proudly. What color fog do you see? Martina shook her head. Purple, I don't like it. This is the element of thunder. You can use thunder magic. June Ice said it's very rare. Just as Reiner was about to let go of his hand, Martina spoke again. Hey, there's still green mist. Chapter 52. Using the tough Martina as a target. June Ice overheard their conversation and quickly walked over, praising them, a dual attribute magician. Reiner, that's incredible. If she has good talent, she might be able to become a mage too. Reiner shook his head decisively. Judging from Martina's attribute panel, She is more suitable to be a warrior who charges into battle. Her spiritual talent is only C, which is only average and just above the passing line. Even if I learn magic in the future, I can only use it as an auxiliary. After all, I have the talent. She still needs to rely on hand-to-hand combat with the enemy using a greatsword. Being a warrior is the best path for her. She could just learn magic to be a support. That's right. Otherwise, it would be a waste of energy. Junice nodded. Reiner sighed. Although Martina had awakened 2 magical attributes, he did not have a corresponding magic book. Let Nora learn magic and get Junice's fire magic book. As for thunder magic and wind magic, I can only buy them for her in a big city when I have enough money. Martina, you can play by yourself first. Reiner turned to look at Nora. This guy was sitting next to him, hugging his knees and staring at Reiner's cheek in a daze. The master looks different from most people, and his skin color is different, but he is quite handsome. Meeting Reiner's eyes, she shook her head vigorously and pricked up her cat ears. What's wrong? Don't be in a daze. I'll teach you magic. Study hard. Reiner looked at Nora, who looked serious, and recited the fireball spell. Do you understand? Nora shook her head in confusion. Reiner came up with another idea. Can you read? The writing of your demi-human language. He could write the spell in a homophonic way, so that Nora could practice it continuously. Anyway, you don't need to understand the working principles of magic to cast it. You just need to recite the spell correctly. But Nora shook her head. Master, I can't read. This is a difficult situation. Then I will teach you bit by bit, and you will remember it bit by bit. This spell is not long and can be recited within 5 seconds. Reiner began to teach in a clear voice. After Nora roughly memorized the sentence, he handed over the breath of the red dragon. As a result, as soon as Nora touched the staff, it flew to the side, wandered around for a few seconds, and then gently hit Reiner's head. Forget it. Just practice with your bare hands. This staff doesn't like being touched. Oh. Nora sat on the ground, repeating the spell. Seeing that she had already started practicing, Reiner slowly opened the rock magic book in his hand and began to study eagerly. The catalog lists a total of 10 types of rock magic. Reiner started learning from the simplest earthquake technique. After silently memorizing the spell, he raised his staff and performed the move on the lawn in the distance. Bang! There was a sound from the ground in the distance, and the grass shook violently. Reiner held his breath and continued to inject magic power. The casting range instantly expanded from 10 meters in diameter to 100 meters. So much so that the 4 people who were far away could feel the obvious tremors. Reiner put down his staff and silently classified the magic. Auxiliary magic does not cause damage, but can interfere with the enemy, and a magic consumption is extremely low and can be released continuously. Martina, don't sleep. Go over there and be my target. If you can't stand it, tell me. Ugh. She strode over. Reiner used Earthquake on her without hesitation. Bang! Martina was running when she suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. She tried to stand up again, but fell down again within seconds. Reiner had never experienced an earthquake, but he felt that the interference effect of this spell was too exaggerated. After he stopped casting the spell, Martina ran back covered in dust. How is it? Can you move? She shook her head and complained, Don't even mention it. It's hard to even stand steadily. Reiner, I want to learn this too. You can't learn it. Reiner shook his head. You can only learn magic with wind and thunder attributes. This is rock magic. What about you? I can only learn 5. That's not much better than me. Junai smiled and couldn't help but interject. There are only 5 types of natural magic that humans can learn. Martina's smile shifted to Reiner's face. She put her hands on her hips and said with some disdain, So what? You can't beat me anyway. Junai walked forward, patted Martina on the shoulder, and said with a smile, The biggest problem for magicians in actual combat is that they release attacks slowly and need protection. Reiner himself figured out the method of casting spells without chanting, which allowed him to release magic within 2 seconds, almost making up for this shortcoming. He's only been learning magic for a little over a month and has already achieved this level of accomplishment. In a few more months, his strength will probably surpass yours. Martina blushed. She sat down next to Noila Immo angrily, still muttering softly. Anyway, I'm still the best now. Okay, you're the best. Martina is incredibly strong and can easily take down monsters several times her size. You're my most trusted partner. Although Martina had a blank expression on her face, she was actually very happy in her heart. Of course, I'm awesome. Although she looks mature, she is really like a child at heart. Just a compliment will make her happy. Reiner continued to study magic. Junai suddenly came over and smiled maliciously. What's wrong? Reiner, I always feel like you know everything. Have you lived for thousands of years? You can learn this ancient rock magic after just a few glances. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Maybe it's because he was a veteran ACG fan before, and he played a lot of games. I didn't know magic at first. Wasn't it you who taught me? Junai nodded. So, I feel more and more that you are a mysterious man. You are obviously gifted, but there are many things that cannot be explained. Stop thinking about it, and continue practicing your chantless magic. Reiner moved to the side. Then, Nora's inner voice floated into his ears. They were so close just now. Maybe she'll move in soon. But Junai was very friendly to us, and I quite enjoy being with her. But she is so beautiful. If she also becomes the master's woman, will the master no longer want me? Reiner glanced at Nora. The guy was looking down and picking at his fingers, looking worried. She was just worrying too much. Reiner's XP is a girl with animal ears. It is really difficult for an ordinary person without animal ears and tail to stand up. He grabbed Nora's chin and gave her a quick kiss. This action attracted the attention of Martina and Junai. Master! Master! Nora yelled and punched Reiner. Chapter 53, I love you the most. Reiner returned home in the evening. When I pushed the door open, I saw Daisy cleaning the house with a rag. Since buying her, the house has been cleaned spotlessly and many newly sprouted vegetables have been planted in the backyard. Seeing Reiner coming back, she trotted over and bowed deeply. Master, you are back. Thank you for your hard work today. The bath water is ready. Don't call me Master anymore. Just call me Reiner. Daisy hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. You've worked hard. Go do your own thing. I'm going to take a shower. Reiner put his staff aside and went into the cubicle to take a bath. This is truly the most relaxing and enjoyable time of the day. At this moment, Reiner heard Martina's somewhat devilish laughter, but he didn't think much about it. He covered his face with a hot towel and continued to soak. After coming out of the bath, he found Martina sitting at the dining table with a suppressed smile on her face. What's wrong with you? Martina shook her head and said softly, It's okay. As soon as she finished speaking, her inner voice floated over. Nora is so weak. If I were to take on her, Reiner would definitely beg for mercy. Reiner turned to look at Nora. She seemed to have done something wrong, lowering her head and occasionally glancing at Reiner. Her face is as red as an apple. I should have known not to tell Martina. What's so funny about this? Daisy stood by and stroked Nora's animal ears with a smile. Silly child, you are still young now. In a few years you will know how to enjoy life. But as for children, we won't be able to have them anytime soon. After all, we are Demihumans and Reiner is a human. After eavesdropping on their thoughts, Reiner roughly knew what was going on. Most likely, Nora has no experience and wants to speak out so that everyone can answer their doubts. As a result, he was severely ridiculed by Martina. A world without Baidu would be really troublesome. At night, just as Reiner lay down, the door opened a crack. Reiner thought it was Nora. The result was the breath of the red dragon. It poked out the huge fire magic stone from behind the door. What? Reiner asked in confusion. The breath of the red dragon floated onto the bed and suddenly crawled into the quilt. His staff, made of pure gold, was like ice under the blessing of winter. Reiner jumped up in surprise. He kicked the red dragon's breath out of the bed. Ice is dead. What do you want to do? You want to get into my bed with a staff? The breath of the red dragon suddenly became timid. XP could be unpopular, but not weird. He had no interest in staff at all. After all, it was not even a human being. Reiner picked up the breath of the red dragon, placed it on the shelf in the living room, and then returned to the room. After a while, the door was pushed open again. This time I came to the right person. Nora stood timidly at the door, her cheeks flushed. She was wearing only thin linen. Before Reiner could speak, she explained herself. Martina has taken over my room. One bed can only accommodate 2 people at most. Now that the weather is cold, it's easy to catch a cold sleeping alone, so I can't find the owner. It's not because I wanted to come here. He didn't even use his normal attack. Just move around and trick him into using a big move? What kind of awful advice did Martina come up with? I actually listened to it. Yeah. Nora was very crazy. Reiner teased. Look at what you said. Have you forgotten what you promised me this morning? You have to come even if you don't want. Knowing that Nora is a stubborn person, give her a way out. Yeah. Nora blushed and got under the quilt. Then she gently touched Reiner's shoulder with her cold little hand and whispered, "It's so warm. Give me your hand. I'll warm it for you." "No, no need." He struggled slightly. "You're being polite?" Reiner grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. Nora struggled for a while, but finally gave in and started to have wild thoughts. She was becoming increasingly restless. Finally, a sentence came out of his mouth. "Master, you are so good to me. Warming your hands is good for you." "It's more than that." Nora bit Reiner lightly, and after a moment's thought, she whispered, "Anyway, I love you the most." Although I have heard Nora say this in her heart many times. But when I heard her say it so openly for the first time, I couldn't help but feel touched. Nora gently blew out the candle. The next morning, Reiner went to the Adventurers Guild to find June Ice as usual. But as soon as I walked in, I saw a group of adventurers talking in front of the counter. They had serious expressions, as if something big had happened. Seeing Reiner come in, they greeted each other and continued talking. Reiner wanted to eavesdrop, but when he saw June Ice in the corner, he forgot everything. She didn't go anywhere today, just sat in the corner eating a piece of black bread. Seeing Reiner coming, she waved enthusiastically. "I thought you would run out of town by yourself today. I was planning to go over there, but after overhearing the conversations of other adventurers, I decided to wait for you here," she said mysteriously. "What's wrong?" This morning, while the militia was training outside the city, they stumbled upon a number of undead being teleported out of the ruins south of the city. They are currently active in the areas south of the city. While they haven't attacked civilians yet, they have caused panic in the nearby villages. Reiner asked doubtfully, "Necromancer?" June Ice nodded heavily. "Yes, I think the same thing. I heard that the Lord plans to sweep the area and then send his army into the ruins to clean up the infestation of skeletons." Reiner held his forehead. "It will be a miserable death. There are traps everywhere." The burrow spider was so happy, doing nothing in the cave, and so many tin cans fell from the sky for no apparent reason. Places like ruins are only suitable for small-scale exploration. When there are too many people, there are more places that cannot be taken care of, and if you are not careful, you will suffer casualties. There's also an ed buff called mental erosion in the ruins. Wait a minute. The first one to go crazy will drive the others to go crazy, and the team will collapse in a chain reaction. June Ice blinked and looked at Reiner with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Reiner, our ideas are always surprisingly similar. Although skeletons aren't difficult to deal with, and are even less so than goblins, they are numerous, and there are also monsters like ghouls and crypt spiders in the ruins. The difficulty of this operation is definitely no less than that of the Dawn Forest." Reiner yawned. "So you want to join?" "I was going to ask you. Aren't you our leader?" "What boss? How did I become a boss?" Reiner looked confused. June Ice said seriously, "Don't you make all the decisions? I'll just follow you." Reiner shook his head. "I don't really want to participate." Although he had a mission, he didn't want to do a mission with such a high risk factor. "Anyway, I'm not short of money right now." Just then, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the guild. Chapter 54, Demas' Employment. Demas, in his plate armor, stood beside the table, although he didn't say a word. But Reiner could sense he was hinting wildly. After a while, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and took the initiative to ask Demas, "What's wrong?" "The undead have appeared in the south of Merode. We need to enter the ruins to clean up. We now have a mage in the team, but we are still short of one more." He cut to the chase, and his meaning was clear. He was just short of mentioning Reiner by name. The ruins are dangerous. It's just killing some skeletons. The risk factor isn't very high. Most of the members participating in this raid are militiamen with rich combat experience. There are about 100 of them in total. The combat effectiveness of 100 militiamen is still very impressive. After all, as far as he knew, the total population of Merode was only about 4,000, and currently there were only about 600 people who were capable of fighting. Although the scale is not as large as the last time we went to the Dawn Forest to fight against goblins. But militiamen who receive regular training are definitely more powerful than most adventurers. So when Demas said this, he looked quite confident. Reiner said bluntly, "There is a necromancer in the ruins." Demas blinked, and after a long silence, he asked doubtfully, "Really?" "Of course, although I'm a person who likes to joke, I will not joke about matters involving human lives." Reiner said seriously, "How do you know?" 3 days ago, I rescued a man named Pierre Craig from the ruins. He went berserk and told me this himself after he briefly regained his composure. Reiner pointed to June Ice, who was standing beside him. "She was there too?" and she heard it too? If that wasn't enough to convince Dumas, then that was all he could do. After all, it was impossible for him to tell everyone about his system tasks. Where does Craig live? I don't know. I only know that his father is an honest farmer, and his mother fell seriously ill not long ago. I don't know anything else. Reiner spread his hands. Wait a minute. Demas turned and walked out of the Adventurers Guild. Reiner poked his head out and took a look. He was talking to the knight named Adony. Reiner, are we really not going? Let's see. If the price is good, I can give it a try. Okowo. A moment later, Demas came back. I will report this matter to the Lord. Good. The two fell silent again. Seeing that he was indeed a quiet person, Reiner had no choice but to ask again. If I go to the ruins, how much will I be paid? Demas said without hesitation, 15 gold coins. He answered so quickly, I guess he had already simulated it in his head before he went out. The price is good. I guess if we kill the necromancer, the reward will be even higher. What about Junis? Demas took a quick look at her and said seriously, 1 gold coin. Reiner asked awkwardly, do you agree with this price? Junice looked a little distressed but nodded. I agree. I'm free anyway. If she didn't agree, Reiner could have helped her to argue for it, but he didn't expect that she would agree so readily. That's the price then. Where should we meet? The city gate will be tomorrow morning. Demas turned and left. I have other things to do. You should prepare well. Reiner looked at his back, speechless. Since there were other things to do, I would rather just stand there and not say anything. I am invincible. Junice sighed and lay on the table sadly. Reiner, I really envy your talent. Demas hired you for 15 gold coins and hired me for 1. Reiner didn't know how to comfort her, so he pointed to the 2 animal-eared girls behind him. Maybe, because I have 2 more people, he'll pay me a little more. After all, Martina is very powerful, and he's not stupid. He saw it all. Junice pouted. Okay. She sat for a while and then left, saying she wanted to go home and prepare. Seeing Junice leave, Martina sat opposite her, and Nora sat next to her. Reiner thought back to his last experience in the ruins and touched Nora's cat ears. What does it feel like to have your spirit eroded by the ruins? Nora thought for a long time before slowly speaking. My head hurts, I feel dizzy, and I can't breathe. I can also hear the dead whispering in my ears. And I always associate it with some bad things for no reason. For example, Martina died suddenly, or you were all eaten by spiders, or the master abandoned us and ran away. Reiner could probably guess what this felt like. In such a horrific environment, with evil spirits constantly eroding his already shaky beliefs, it was no wonder that Pierre acted excessively and spoke madly. Reiner gently touched Nora's ear and whispered, when you enter the ruins again, I hope you will remember whatever the evil spirit says in your ear. No matter what happens, I will not abandon you, because in addition to being a companion, you are now my family, and I will do my best to protect you. Nora's face quickly turned red. She lowered her head and pressed her hands on Reiner's legs. I will also do my best to protect the master. I will remember the master's kindness for the rest of my life. Martina, who was sitting opposite, saw this and complained, Hey, so early in the morning, you two are so cheesy. Reiner continued, If a fool like Martina got hurt, I would just turn around and leave without hesitation. Nora laughed out loud, then added, Me too. Martina rolled her eyes and said, Tisk, there's no way I can be hurt. The armor on my body is so strong, I'll be fine. But I'm a generous person. Even if Reiner treats me like this, I will risk my life to save him if he is in danger. Nonsense. You have a bond mark on your body. If you don't save me, I'll be dead. Martina couldn't argue and started cursing, Dog. The 3 of them chatted here for a while, and then walked towards home. On the way, Nora suddenly held Reiner's hand. The 2 smiled at each other, and no one said anything. But her inner voice drifted over, I'm so glad I met Reiner at that time. He is a man I can entrust my life to. Reiner turned and headed towards the tavern. Let's go to the tavern and buy 2 smoked chickens. We're leaving tomorrow, so we need to eat a full meal. Martina poked Reiner's shoulder and began to make wild insinuations. White bread, you know. What's wrong? Reiner asked knowingly. He wanted to tease the horse racing girl. Martina curled her lips and said in a low voice, Reiner, I want to eat white bread. Chapter 55. Magician Anna goes to the ruins again. The next morning, Reiner arrived at the city gate early with the armored beast-eared girls. He saw a large group of half-armored militiamen from a distance. They were lined up in an orderly manner at the city gate. Junice was also in the group, and she was talking to another woman dressed as an adventurer. She caught a glimpse of Reiner out of the corner of her eye and immediately waved to him enthusiastically. You came really early. The team hasn't even assembled yet. Reiner nodded. He considered himself a man with a very good sense of time. During his final exams in middle school, he would always arrive outside the examination room half an hour early to sleep in order to prevent himself from oversleeping. This way, even if he oversleeps, there will be a teacher to wake him up. I see this team has about 100 people already. They haven't assembled yet. I heard from Demas that he asked the Lord for 50 more people. Junai said softly, holding the staff. At this moment, the female mage who had just been talking to Junai spoke up. Is it reliable? The necromancer is a lord-level monster and is very difficult to deal with. Reiner glanced at her and said nothing. This female mage has a pair of seductive fox eyes. Her thick black hair was a little messy and looked unkempt. Her face was thin and her lips were purple. Even though the temperature was close to 0, she was still wearing a somewhat revealing animal skin coat. At first glance, she looks like a witch living in seclusion in the mountains. Also, it's huge. At this moment, Nora's inner voice floated over. Master really cares about the size of that place, but it's a pity that I only have that much. Reiner decisively looked away. He swore he had only glanced at it instinctively. There is absolutely no such messy intention. Junai said, By the way, I forgot to introduce you to each other. She pointed at the witch and said cheerfully, Her name is Annalyn. She's one of the 4 mages living near Mellet. She's very good at wind magic. Reiner nodded. Then we must build good relationships. Maybe I could buy a wind magic book from her. Junai began to introduce Reiner again. This is Mr. Reiner. He is also one of the only 4 magicians in this city, and he is very good at fire magic. He is also the Goblin King Slayer, who slew the Goblin Tyrant of the Morning Forest. Goblin King Slayer? What a title full of middle school second-year vibe. Although people who know this like to add some strange titles to themselves once they have done something big, it is still a little embarrassing when it is said by others in person. Anna took the initiative to extend her hand and said softly, Just call me Anna. I have heard about your deeds. After chatting with Junai, I am looking forward to meeting you. Reiner replied like a humanoid, Yeah, me too. He didn't mean it. He is a socially anxious person and not talkative at all. As a result, he became a topic terminator. Anna went off to chat with Junai again. At this moment, Nora gently grabbed Reiner's hand. Master, my handguard is so cold. Can you help me warm it up? Certainly. Reiner started a fire and squatted on the side of the road to keep Nora warm while waiting for the team to gather. Soon Junai and Anna joined in. Anna squatted on the ground and blew on her hands. This damn weather is getting colder and colder. Reiner thought, how could she not be cold wearing so little? The chest was covered with 2 pieces of animal skin, and it flew away when the wind blew. After waiting for a while, the team suddenly moved forward. Reiner hurriedly took the animal-eared girls into the team. Demas even rode his horse to the end of the team to take a look at Reiner. Neither of them spoke, but reached a strange tacit understanding and nodded to each other. After walking for a while, the team finally arrived at the entrance to the ruins in the south of the city. Demas shouted from the front of the group, Everyone, put your hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you. The team formed a long line, and everyone followed Demas' method and put their hands on the shoulders of the former like zombies. Where will our long team be teleported to? Will someone be unlucky and get stuck in the wall? Junai shook her head. The magic stone will automatically teleport us to the appropriate location. We will most likely appear directly on an empty street. Reiner understood. Automatic typesetting, right? As the countdown for Demas in front of the team ended, they were teleported into darkness. Reiner and Junai almost simultaneously cast fireballs to illuminate the team. Seeing this, the militiamen took out torches to borrow light, and then passed the fire to the next person like a torch. In less than 10 seconds, the surroundings became brighter. Jenna's guess was absolutely correct. They were indeed teleported to the broad street. There happened to be a few skeletons in the alley next to me. Demas gave the order, Everyone, follow the team to clear the surrounding skeletons. Remember not to stray too far from the team. Yes. As the sonorous and powerful responses rang out, the militiamen outside the team dispersed and cleared out the skeleton soldiers around them. Is that what they're doing? Aren't they afraid of stepping into a trap? I have to go talk to Demas about this. Junai said seriously. Reiner grabbed her decisively and pointed at the scattered teams. Look, these teams are made up of about 5 people. Among them, there's a very agile-looking militiaman who's responsible for detecting traps, while the remaining four are responsible for clearing out the monsters. Demas is not stupid. He's learned his lesson. But having said that, Reiner disagrees with their investigative methods. Because it was just a test with a wooden stick. If you're not careful, something will be missed. Nora suddenly pointed at one of the militiamen and said, "His leg is about to be broken. There's a trap underneath, and he hasn't found it yet." Reiner winked at her. Nora understood and threw the knife. Clang! The trap hidden in the mud was triggered and jumped out. The militiaman looked back with lingering fear, then thanked Reiner. Nora stepped forward and retrieved the flying knife. Let's just make do with it. People with strong perception abilities like Nora are quite rare, and it is impossible to take care of everyone. After a while, Reiner heard someone screaming in the distance. It's likely that you've fallen into a trap. Junice left the team. Reiner, I'm going to help. You stay safe. The same to you. At this moment, Anna came over. She laughed dryly a few times, then asked, "Is Junice your woman?" "She's very beautiful. We are just ordinary friends." "Really?" Anna smiled meaningfully, then turned back to her seat and stopped talking. The team moved forward again. Junice also returned to Reiner's side. The scouts said they found something unusual up ahead. We need to go take a look. Chapter 56, The Defeated Team. The team advanced through the ruins. Reiner could not see what was happening in front of him, so he could only follow the team obediently. In his spare time, Reiner showed concern for Nora. He rubbed Nora's cat ears and asked, "How are you? Are you still dizzy after entering the ruins this time?" "No, I'm in great shape now," Nora replied softly, her blue eyes shining. Humans are social animals after all, and so are subhumans. As long as there are many teammates, she will feel a sense of security. To some extent, this should protect the ruins from erosion. Reiner glanced at Martina and asked her just to be on the safe side. "How are you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No." Martina scratched her head and said seriously, "I don't feel anything." Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and was about to tease her when he suddenly felt a chill. The team was also in turmoil because of this. Martina and Nora shuddered. Junice frowned slightly and stood on tiptoe to look at the darkness ahead. "Reiner, something seems to be coming." Reiner saw from the corner of his eye that Nora actually took a few steps back timidly, then took out a dagger from her waist. Her ears were lowered into airplane ears, and her blue eyes showed deep fear. "There's a monster ahead. Reiner glanced ahead. There was deep darkness ahead of the team. "Nora, don't be afraid," Reiner said soothingly, gently grabbing her arm. At this moment, a shrill cry came from the darkness. A flock of bats flew out and quickly passed through the crowd. Many people in the team were frightened and scattered in all directions. Nora threw herself into Reiner's arms in fear. Demas, at the front of the team, raised his sword high and shouted, "Keep calm. Pay attention to your formation." Then, a hair-raising, creaking sound came from the darkness. Reiner knew that this was the sound made by the skeleton soldiers moving. But this time, the sound was obviously duller than before. One of the knights shouted, "Reiner, light up the street ahead." Reiner began to accumulate a fireball at the top of the staff and continuously injected magic power into it. The dazzling fireball passed through the street and hit the stone house at the end of the road, and the surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled. Reiner saw several skeleton knights made up of many scattered bones. They were wearing rusty iron armor and were slowly walking towards the team. They held heavy hammers in their hands and drew neat lines on the mud. Behind the skeleton knight, there is a short skeleton wearing a black robe. It held up its staff, and the green gem on the top looked particularly dazzling. This should be the necromancer that Pierre mentioned. Reiner's eyes lit up, and he began to chant a spell. He planned to use earthquake magic to slow down the skeleton knight's advance, then wait for an opportunity to kill the necromancer. Junice suddenly reached out to stop him. "Reiner, don't, this is underground. The ruins are not as solid as we imagined. If they collapse accidentally, we will all be buried inside." Reiner thought that small-scale use should not cause any impact. But looking at the animal-eared girl beside him and the hundreds of militiamen in front of him, he finally gave up the idea. The skeleton knights quickened their pace and finally rushed towards the team. Demas formed a defensive line with several knights at the front of the team and took the initiative to kill the enemies in the front. He cut off the skeleton's arm with just one blow of his sword. Judging from the strange light flashing on the sword, this sword is probably mixed with mithril, which is the nemesis of evil. The combat effectiveness of the well-trained militiamen was evident. The line they formed was impenetrable, and almost no skeleton knights could get through. If someone is injured, the The militia behind will take over and rotate. Martina was eager to try. Reiner, I want to go up too. Go ahead and be safe. As soon as she finished speaking, Martina ran out like a wild horse and fought with the militiamen. She is a fierce warrior and has been seen tearing apart skeleton knights with her bare hands on several occasions. Just when the situation is going well. The necromancer in the distance raised his staff high again. Immediately afterwards, countless green souls gathered from all directions and finally surrounded the staff. Reiner felt vaguely uneasy, and seeing that it was defenseless, he seized the opportunity to use the fireball technique. At the same time, the necromancer let out a terrifying howl. A green shock swept towards the team. Master, be careful. Nora stepped forward and hugged Reiner from the front. The fireballs quickly dissipated. The torches held high by the militiamen went out in an instant, and the ruins fell into darkness again. Reiner felt his heart ache. There were howls of fear all around. Reiner quickly lit the flames, allowing the light to cover the team once again. He looked around, trying to find Nora, but saw Jumais curled up on the ground with her hands. Many militiamen reacted in exactly the same way, collapsing to the ground in fear. Don't be afraid, Jumais. Get up. She was stunned for a moment, then lit the fire as well. Reiner then began to look for Nora. I don't know where this guy went. Nora, where are you? Come back. Reiner shouted anxiously. When passing by an alley, I finally saw Nora hiding in the shadows. Her body was trembling slightly. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and was about to reach out and pull her away. So you're here. Hurry up. This necromancer is not easy to deal with. Demas might ask us to retreat. Before she could finish her words, Nora stabbed Reiner with a dagger flashing with cold light. Reiner was unable to dodge, and the dagger sparked on the plate armor. Nora's eyes were bloodshot and lifeless, and she was muttering something to herself from time to time. Reiner took a few steps back and tentatively called out, Nora. Her consciousness has been eroded by evil. She is in danger now. Stay away from her. Anna came over at some point and grabbed Reiner's plate armor and pulled it back. Nora, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Reiner tried to wake her up. Master, Nora's eyes trembled and she threw the dagger aside. Just as he was about to walk towards Reiner, he hugged his head in pain, then fell to the ground and howled in agony. At the same time, Jumais ran over with Martina. Reiner, Demas ordered the team to retreat. We should leave. As soon as he finished speaking, groups of militiamen passed through the alley and ran in the direction they came from. Where's the magic stone used to escape? Demas has had his scouts find it. It's not far from here. Suddenly, a half-armored knight was smashed against the wall, and blood splattered all over Reiner's face. The skeleton knights are hunting the fleeing militiamen, while a group of knights led by Demas are covering their evacuation. Reiner pulled Martina along. Junies, carry Nora and run quickly. Martina and I will go help Demas and the others. Well, be safe. Chapter 57. Trapped by human-robot teammates. Several people retreated while chopping. The scattered team soon arrived at the magic stone used to leave the ruins. The militiamen who had fled first had already gathered at the magic stone, and Reiner was only 100 meters away from them. He could still vaguely see Jumais sitting at the evacuation site, holding Nora. She seemed to be injured, and there was a lot of blood on her thigh. Several more knights left the front line, leaving only Demas and 2 other knights. Line up. Prepare to evacuate. Demas shouted back. Several more skeleton knights attacked. It seemed like they couldn't be killed completely. After killing one, another would appear soon and chase them closely. However, the quality of these monsters is declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now these skeleton knights have no armor on them and are only covered with white bones. The remaining 2 knights also left, leaving only Demas and Reiner to fight alongside the others. Reiner, you go first. I'll be there soon, Demas said. The plate armor on his body was bumpy and bloodstains could be vaguely seen. He had suffered serious injuries in the battle with the skeleton knight. Plate armor has average protection against blunt weapons, and his movements will be slightly restricted after wearing full body armor, so he can't escape. Letting him cover the retreat is almost the same as letting him die directly. Moreover, the skeleton knight is like a dogskin plaster. It is impossible to fight and retreat at the same time, and you'll be stuck again soon. If you want to run, you must at least create a buffer zone and then sprint with all your strength to have a chance. Demas, you retreat first. I need to hold them off for a while before I can leave. After saying that, Reiner used fire magic to burn an approaching skeleton knight into charcoal. Martina was trapped in the enemy camp and was besieged by skeletons. She used her invincibility. With each roar of war, the skeleton's limbs were scattered everywhere. She is practically invincible in close combat. For now, the two of them can hold on for another hour without any problem. Seeing this, Demis thought for a moment and then ran towards the teleportation team as advised. Half a minute later, he shouted, "Reiner, come here." Reiner looked back and saw the militiamen lined up in a long line, holding each other's hands, and Demis was at the end of the line, reaching out to him. "Martina, we should retreat." "Okay." Martina grabbed the skeleton knight's cervical vertebrae with one hand, quickly lifted it up, and knocked down a large number of enemies. Then the two of them ran towards the magic stone. Many militiamen were shouting, "My God, you are such warriors. Brother, come here quickly. Watch out for the necromancer. He's chasing us." Reiner looked back just in time to see an incoming fireball. Ever since he learned the chantless magic, his spellcasting speed increased significantly, and he could use the water ball spell to extinguish the monster in just a moment. Demis excitedly shouted, "Come on, Reiner," seeing his hands so close. The next second, the team of hundreds of people disappeared instantly, and the ruins fell into dead silence. The magic stone emits a faint red light. Reiner was confused. The militia at the front of the team used the magic stone without authorization and teleported them out directly. TMD human machine, right? Just leave like that. Reiner took Martina's hand and wanted to restart the magic stone. As a result, as soon as the magic power was injected, a burning sensation came from the fingertips. Junai said that the magic stone used for teleportation in the ruins cannot be used continuously and you need to wait for a while. With hordes of skeleton knights right in front of him, Reiner couldn't just stand there and wait for the magic stone to cool down. "Reiner!" Martina screamed, raising her shield to block the incoming hammer. Clang! She threw away the shattered shield and slashed at the attacking skeleton knight with her sword. I saw light green, resentful souls gathering at the top of the necromancer's staff again. Reiner raised his staff to interrupt, but two skeleton knights had already rushed to him, so he had to give priority to dealing with the skeleton knights. A sharp and piercing roar rang in his ears, causing Reiner's eardrums to sting unbearably. He looked up in a trance and saw the flames burning towards him. In desperation, Reiner released a large amount of water to protect himself and Martina. But even so, half of Martina's body was burned by the flames. Then the skeleton knight broke through the water barrier and hit Martina's knee pad with a hammer. Reiner heard a crisp sound and stumbled back a few steps. Martina was injured. The situation took a turn for the worse. Reiner used the water stream to wash away the skeleton knight beside him, then quickly stepped forward to pull Martina out of the water ball, holding her hand and running towards the alley on the side of the street. Seeing that the skeleton knight was still chasing him, he didn't care whether the ruins would collapse or not. After finishing the chant, he directly used the earthquake spell. In an instant, the surrounding stone houses collapsed one after another. Unexpectedly, the soil submerged by the water turned into a swamp under the high frequency and strong vibration, trapping the skeleton knight. But Reiner didn't have time to think about it. He just ran wildly holding Martina's arm. Maybe the goddess of luck favored him. I ran for a long time, but didn't step into the trap. Reiner found a hidden stone house, broke open the rotten wooden door, roughly checked the surrounding environment, and hid inside when he saw there was no danger. Martina was badly injured, and sweat was beaded under her helmet. Reiner released a stream of water to wrap her up and first performed the simplest treatment to temporarily separate the skin and clothes. Taking off clothes directly after being burned would tear off the skin and flesh. "Don't move. I'll help you undress." Martina shook her head in a struggle and whispered softly, "No. Now is not the time to be shy. I've already touched you, and you're still afraid of me seeing you? Don't move." Reiner took off her armor one by one and threw it aside. Then tear off the clothes that are stuck to your skin little by little. The two rabbits were now burned, one red and one white. Reiner uses hydrotherapy. Seeing that she hadn't untied the loincloth underneath, Reiner planned to help again. Martina nervously pushed Reiner's hand away and untied the straps herself. "I can do it myself." Reiner took a quick glance and saw that only the outer thigh was burned, so he gave it a simple treatment. The burned skin gradually turned into a strange white color. I guess there might be scars left in the future. At the same time, a voice reached Reiner's ears. I was seen naked by Reiner again. Reiner laughed in anger. It's already late, and there's still time to care about this. The earlier a burn is treated with hydrotherapy, the more effective it is. You humans are not reliable at all. You abandoned your teammates so easily. We were about to grab that knight's hand. Martina muttered to herself. Reiner nodded as well. Because of the beast's actions, they almost died there. Fortunately, he escaped temporarily. Damn it, he never stopped. The most urgent thing now is to think about how to escape. They didn't have any food with them, so it was impossible for them to stay in this stone house forever. Seeing that the burn was almost healed, Martina slowly stood up, picked up the burnt, tattered pieces of cloth, and then wrapped them around herself little by little. Don't use this thing anymore. It's dirty and unhygienic. If I can get back alive, I'll buy you something more convenient. Martina remained silent. It will be easier for you to take it off. Reiner ignored him. He looked down at Martina's injured knee. How's the leg? Look at the leg. Chapter 58, I will take you out. Martina stood up and tried to take a few steps, but she almost fell to the ground as soon as she took a step. Her leg injury was very serious. Although it did not appear to be broken, he was not a doctor and did not know the specific situation. Hydrotherapy is excellent for repairing skin tissue. If you break a bone, you can only leave it to fate. My ears hurt and my mind went blank. The skeleton knight was very fast, and I should have dodged it. Reiner and Martina looked at each other. Neither of them spoke. She has always been very proud, but this time she lowered her head. I'm dragging Reiner down. She almost lost her ability to move and could only rely on Reiner's back for the rest of the journey. Martina used her sword as a crutch, limped to the corner, and sat down, staring at Reiner for a long time. Her mind was full of random thoughts. Reiner can't escape with me. If he dies in the ruins, then Nora and her mother will be finished too. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, Reiner, please go. I want to stay here by myself. So what do you eat? What do you drink? Martina shook her head. I won't starve to death without eating for a while. I will find a way to escape. You're lame, and you still want to escape? Ghouls, crypt spiders, which one can you defeat right now? Even if you were lucky enough to find a magic stone, do you know how to use it? Martina was silent. She knew she couldn't leave, but deep down she didn't want Reiner to leave him behind. But reason told her that if they didn't do this, they would both die in the ruins, and letting Reiner go alone might give him a glimmer of hope. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I can't leave, but you can, and didn't you say that if I got hurt, I would turn around and leave? You are my slave, and you have to work for me. If you die, I won't make that much money. Reiner patted her shoulder and said solemnly, I won't give up on you. I will try my best to find a way to get you out. Martina remained silent. After a while, she smiled with relief. Reiner, no wonder Nora likes you. You must have had many women, right? Reiner was speechless for a moment. It's all about playing with butter. Martina was injured while protecting him, and he must not abandon her. Anyone who is a flesh and blood person would develop feelings for Martina, even if they just keep her as a pet for 2 months. If I carry her on my back and act cautiously, there might be a chance to leave the ruins. After we get out, I want to touch your tail. Martina refused without a second thought. No, didn't Nora tell you? Only the husband of a female Asian can touch her tail. Can't I make an exception to save you? You bastard. Martina's face flushed. No, if you want to touch my tail, you have to beat me in a duel and prove that you are a stronger man than me. Otherwise, at best you can only touch my ears. Reiner looked at the pair of flexible horse ears on her head and suddenly became interested. It's okay to touch your ears temporarily. Martina suddenly lowered her head and whispered, Forget it. You can touch my ears if you want. I guess I can't get out. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I should have died in that forest. I live one day at a time and earn one day at a time. I've eaten white bread, and I'm satisfied. Hearing her say that, Reiner felt a little distressed. Martina is a little goofy, but she's actually pretty likable most of the time. What nonsense are you talking about? I will definitely find a way to get you out. Reiner rubbed Martina's horse ears casually. Her ears were different from Nora's. Except for the outermost layer of hair, the feel is almost the same as that of a human ear, but horse ears are more flexible. As for the rest, he would have to figure it out after rescuing Martina. After resting for a while, Reiner squatted in front of Martina. I'll carry you. Martina was slightly stunned, then cooperated and got on. For a moment, Reiner felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. This thing is so heavy. I feel like she weighs at least 150 pounds. Reiner is 1.78 meters tall, and Martina is 1 or 2 centimeters shorter than her. In addition, there's a lot of tendon meat on the body, and the skeletal muscle density of subhumans and humans is different, so it is normal to have a slight emphasis. When they first met Martina, it was Nora who carried her back. And Nora's power is weaker than Reiner's. You're so heavy, like a pig. Reiner put her down. Martina nodded without objection. Reiner took off his armor piece by piece and threw it into the corner. Carrying Martina on his back again was obviously much easier. Reiner tied an X knot with a rope, first tied it around Martina's legs, and then fixed it around Reiner's shoulders. In this way, even if Martina didn't hold Reiner's waist tightly, he would not continue to fall. Reiner then used a rope to tie their waists together completely. After a simple fix, he was ready to go. The two lumps of flesh on Martina's body provide a very good shock-absorbing effect. Apart from being a little heavy, it is quite comfortable to carry on the back. What to do with these armors? Throw this away. What else can I do? Wearing everything is too heavy. Throw away your greatsword as well. Come back for it if you have the chance. This sword, you said it was very expensive. How can your life be more valuable than anything else? Stupid. Reiner couldn't help but curse. You can earn more money if you lose it, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. Martina hesitated for a moment, then gently placed the sword near the wall. I'll listen to you. Of course, I'm not here to do charity. These expenses will be taken from your redemption fee. Reiner said seriously. Martina hesitated for a moment and said softly, Reiner, let me keep working for you. I don't want to leave. Are you in love with me? Martina punched Reiner and almost gave him a myocardial infarction. Reiner turned around and cursed. You ungrateful dog. Even if I'm beaten to death, you won't live. Martina didn't answer Reiner, but just murmured to herself. There is no place in this world for us Demihumans anymore. At least I can live a little easier with you. Thank you, Reiner. At this moment, Martina's inner voice floated over. Besides Mom and Dad, you're the first man who treats me so well. No wonder Nora likes you. Reiner felt that Martina seemed to hold him tighter. No, what am I thinking? This is ridiculous. Although her voice is wonderful. But the nervous Reiner had no time to listen. Now that Nora is not around, he cannot sense the trap and can only let the red dragon's breath jump in front of him to explore the way. At this moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the shadows. Reiner punched out in shock and then felt a dull pain in his wrist. It's me. Reiner was familiar with this voice. Demas emerged from the darkness without a helmet. Following him were the magician Anna and two other attendants. Chapter 59, I'm not heavy at all. Demas? Didn't you guys go out? Reiner didn't expect that he would come back. I'm a knight, and I won't abandon any of my companions, Demas replied firmly. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. I was inconsiderate. I apologize for what happened just now. I'll make it up to you when we get out of here. After saying that, he put on his helmet. Anna held a torch in her hand, and the light shone on her profile, making her look a little eerie. We've been looking for you for a long time. There's a magic stone nearby, only a few hundred meters away. The necromancer isn't far from us, so let's get there as soon as possible. Reiner followed the others into the alley. On the way, he asked Anna, how are Junice and Nora? Junice accidentally stepped on a trap while retreating, and her leg was trapped. As for your slave condition, I don't know, but he's still unconscious. Reiner's heart sank, and he couldn't help but start to worry about Nora. After wandering through the alley for a while, they encountered skeletons again, but there were only a few scattered around. Let me do it. Anna condensed a green wind blade in her hand, and with a light wave, the skull's head rolled to the ground. After walking through the alley for a while, Reiner saw a magic stone with many wandering skeletons gathered around it. But there was no skeleton knight among them. Demas brandished his knight's sword and prepared to fight his way out with his two followers. I'll do it this time. I'll blow them away and then run to the magic stone. Reiner raised the breath of the red dragon and began to accumulate fireballs. Boom! He failed to control the power, and the fireball exploded around the magic stone, sending a vortex of flames rising up. The skeleton in the center of the vortex was instantly burned to charcoal, while the skeletons a little further away were blown away by the heat. This noise will definitely attract the necromancer. Seeing this, everyone took the opportunity to run quickly towards the magic stone. This time, Reiner was the first to put his hands on it. Seeing that everyone was ready, he injected magic power and teleported out. The scenery in his sight changed instantly, and Reiner saw many militiamen. It's coming out. God bless. It's a miracle. Seeing that he was safe, Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. It was still early. The team had been in and out of the ruins for less than 8 hours, and it wasn't even evening yet. Reiner looked around, trying to find the culprit. Finally, the militiaman was found in a bush. He didn't know who had beaten him up, and now his face was bruised. Seeing Reiner approaching, he lowered his head. "Lord Reiner, please forgive me. When I thought you had already grabbed Lord Demis's hand and saw the necromancer chanting, I was so frightened that I subconsciously injected magic power. I am sorry." Before he could finish his words, a passing militiaman kicked him and knocked him over. Reiner was furious. Because of his mistake, he and Martina almost died in the ruins. Reiner caught a glimpse of Nora from the corner of his eye and pointed his staff at the militiaman's head. "You're lucky. I'll settle the score with you when I have the chance." He walked quickly over to Junice. Nora was lying on her lap, her hair messy, and she looked asleep. "Thank you for carrying her out." "You're welcome. Nora is my friend too," Junice said softly. "How is she now?" "She's still unconscious. She's been like this since we came out of the ruins. I don't know what's wrong with her. I've never seen anything like this before." At this moment, Anna came over from not far away, squatted down, opened Noila's eyelids, and took a look, then said after a little thought, "If the spirit is slightly injured, it will become crazy, and if it is seriously injured, it will fall into a deep sleep. About 10 years ago, I fought against the necromancer in these ruins and have experience with it." Reiner gently stroked her cat ears and asked softly, "How can we heal her?" "Just kill the necromancer who cast the spell." Anna looked around and saw that the militiamen were injured and disabled. So she continued, "They will definitely not enter the ruins again for a while. I don't think you can kill the necromancer alone." Reiner looked around. Because of the mental erosion of the necromancer, many militiamen have become crazy and are shouting. Some even lay on the lawn without moving. He sighed deeply and gently held Nora, who was lying on the ground, in his arms. "Besides this, is there no other way? People with strong willpower can recover on their own, but I don't think she can do it because such examples are really too rare." Anna shook her head and continued, "If all else fails, just buy another slave. It doesn't matter." Reiner shook his head and whispered back, "She's not ordinary." He turned to look at Junice and asked, "I heard you stepped on a trap. Is your leg okay? Do you want me to help you take a look?" Junice scratched her head. "I've had hydrotherapy treatment. Although I can't run, I can walk fine." Just then, Demis came over from the side. He handed a bag of money to Reiner. "This is your reward. Thank you for your hard work." Looking at the purse in his hand, Reiner sighed. "Not only did you lose the wife, but you also lost your army. Martina's leg was injured. Nora fell into a coma, and the necromancer was not killed, so the mission could not be advanced for the time being. If possible, he would rather Nora wake up now." Demis nodded, then took out a gold coin and handed it to Junice. Reiner also reached into his purse, which was filled with heavy gold coins, definitely more than 15. This might be the compensation for mental damages that Demis gave him, but it's probably not as valuable as the equipment he left in the ruins. Reiner was fully armed when he went in, but when he came out, she and Martina only had one staff on them. All the plate and mail were thrown in there. Reiner took out 2 gold coins and put them in Junice's hand. "Take it. You deserve it." "I don't need," Reiner interrupted. "Just take it." Then he forced the gold coins into her hands. Demis looked at Martina, who was still carried on Reiner's back, and asked, "Where are your armors?" "It was too heavy. I lost it trying to escape with her." Demis sighed. "This is my fault. I will make it up to you." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the militia. Although not many people died this time, many militiamen suffered mental breakdowns. In the short term, Demis will not enter the ruins again. After resting for a while outside the ruins, Reiner picked up Nora, who was still sleeping. It was okay to carry Martina alone, but he really couldn't walk anymore with Nora in his arms. He unloaded Martina and used the water ball technique to knock down a thick branch. "Use this as a crutch and walk on your own." "You are too heavy. I can't carry you." Martina puffed out her cheeks. "I'm not heavy at all." Chapter 60. Nora wakes up. "How is she?" Martina stood by the bed with a cane, looking at Nora, who was still sleeping, and asked. As a fellow demi-human, she would also be a little worried. Poor Nora. Luckily nothing happened. "I don't know. She's just unconscious right now, and her life is not in danger. She can drink a little bit of water and eat food." Reiner reached out and touched Nora's cat ears. Daisy's eyes were wet. She dipped a towel in the water in the wooden basin and gently wiped the mud off Nora's face, calling her softly from time to time. It was now night, and Reiner took them back home. At first, when Daisy saw Nora being held by Reiner, she thought she was asleep. It wasn't until Reiner told Daisy the situation that she finally couldn't help crying. How so? Although Reiner was also worried, he still spoke to comfort Daisy. She's just unconscious. She can still be saved. Don't worry too much. Reiner sighed. He felt a slight headache, and now just wanted to have a good rest. You all should go back to your rooms. I'll take care of her tonight. Then I'll come back tomorrow morning, Daisy said softly. Reiner nodded. Daisy and Martina went out one after another. Reiner undressed and prepared to go to bed, but just as he was about to lie down, the door opened again. Thinking it was the red dragon's breath coming to cause trouble again, Reiner drove it away. Go away. I'm very tired today. Don't bother me. Reiner, it's Martina. She limped into the room, her eyes darting around, looking quite uncomfortable. Well, thank you for saving me today. Recover well. Maybe Demas will ask us to go to the ruins again in a few days. Oh, Martina stood at the door, neither speaking nor moving, just staring at Reiner. Soon her inner voice came over. Not going to touch her ears anymore. To be honest, ever since he learned that Nora was unconscious, he had no desire to touch her ears. But looking at Martina with red cheeks, he still stretched out his hand and gave him a way out. Since I rescued you, shouldn't I be able to touch your ears too? Martina hummed softly, then sat down on the edge of the bed and lowered her head. I really can't do anything with you. Touch me. Touch me. Reiner reached out and pinched her springy and warm horse ears. To be honest, Nora's ears are not as fun. You're done. Go back and rest. Martina looked up and bit her lower lip lightly. She looked a little unwilling. She was so happy when she touched Nora's ears, but not when she touched mine. There's a huge difference. Maybe Reiner is unhappy because Nora is injured. I hope Nora can recover soon. But she did not stay in the room and left after her ears were touched. Reiner blew out the candle, covered her with a quilt, and hugged Nora tightly. He slept restlessly that night. He would wake up every once in a while, and seeing Nora still sleeping beside him, he would continue to sleep. It was not until he heard the rooster crow that he fell into a deep sleep after tossing and turning. He had a strange dream. In the dream, Reiner became the lord of a certain place. In his territory, in addition to humans, there were also many demihumans of various species. In the prosperous city, everyone lives in harmony and has enough food and clothing. When he walks on the street, many civilians will greet him with a smile. Nora's personality also changed, and she always liked to snuggle up to him and act coquettishly. However, her left pupil turned golden, making her look exactly like a Persian cat with heterochromia, giving people an illusion of allure. Reiner asked in confusion, Are you Nora? She replied seriously, I'm Martina. Gop. Nora held Reiner's face with a smile on her face. You were the one who asked first. If I'm not Nora, then who am I? In the dream, he had 3 wives in his life. One of them was Nora, and Reiner couldn't see the other 2 shadows clearly no matter what. He leaned in closer to take a closer look at who they were, but the dream suddenly dissipated. Reiner felt empty in his arms, and when he opened his eyes, he found that he was the only one on the bed. Nora stood in front of the window, staring out blankly. Nora, Reiner called out tentatively. Her petite body showed no reaction, as if she hadn't heard the sound at all. Reiner quickly climbed up and walked over to her, gently patting her shoulder. Seeing that Nora still didn't respond, Reiner forcibly turned her over. Forehead. Nora's eyes were dull, and she looked a little stupid. Reiner called her name softly, then rubbed her animal ears. Speak. How are you? Seeing that she was still indifferent, Reiner scratched the fur in Nora's ears, trying to stimulate her. Finally, she reacted, and her cat ears trembled vigorously. Reiner realized that this was working, so he carried her to the bed and started playing with her tail. Nora's cat tail was particularly sensitive, and she twisted it left and right in Reiner's arms. Seeing that she was indeed in pain, Reiner let go of the hand that was touching her tail and hugged her to help her calm down. At this moment, a familiar voice came into Reiner's ears. Owner. Nora raised her head, stretched out her slender little hand, and tentatively touched Reiner's cheek. Master? Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were a little moist. Thank goodness you're okay. Why are we at home? Aren't we gathering at the city gate? Nora blinked frequently, as if her eyes were a little uncomfortable. It seems that she has lost her memory afterwards. Reiner hugged her tightly and whispered, We went to the ruins and encountered a necromancer. That guy knew a terrible magic. The expedition was defeated, and some other things happened afterwards. Then we came back. You were unconscious for a night, and a wizard named Anna said you would probably remain asleep until the necromancer was killed, but you miraculously woke up. Noila and Mo rubbed her eyes vigorously. I remember everything. Then, she said excitedly, Master, I seem to have seen a god. She is very beautiful, even more beautiful than Junice. I was in a dark place at the time. She asked me if I wanted to come back to you. I said yes. And then she came back soon. Before she left, she said she had a gift for me. Nora continued to rub her eyes. Reiner gently grabbed her hand and said, Don't rub your eyes all the time. It'll make you sick. Nora looked away, experimenting with one eye open and one eye closed. What's wrong? Noila said anxiously. Master, I can't see with my left eye. I can't see anything. Reiner Pride opened her eyelids, took a closer look, and found nothing unusual. He decisively used the identification method. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy, left eye blind. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Everyone knew that she was blind in her left eye, and the system's identification did not explain the reason. Just then the door was pushed open, and the conversation between the two woke Daisy up. Chapter 61, Nora's Apology. Daisy hugged Nora tightly and didn't let go for a long time. Thank God. Martina pushed the door open and limped in. Her hair is messy. Seeing Noila and Mo return to normal, she said happily, I knew it would be fine. After letting them exchange pleasantries for a while, Reiner asked, How are your eyes? Are you still unable to see? Is Nora blind? Martina frowned slightly. Reiner nodded. One eye is blind. The left eye. In the dream, Reiner saw that her pupils turned golden, and he wondered if there was any connection between the two. It's a pity that this is in a different world and the medical level is so poor. When someone is sick, they either do bloodletting or enema, which has no therapeutic effect at all and will only make the person suffer a torture that is worse than death. Otherwise, Reiner would have to take Nora to the hospital right now. A crystal-clear water ball appeared in Reiner's hand. I'll try to help you heal your eyes. Nora put her face close to the water ball and let her blind left eye be treated by it. After a while, she raised her head, looked around, and then said, I still can't see anything. She waved her hand and said nonchalantly, Forget it, it's just a blind eye. Anyway, I can still see things. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Having said that, she was too calm. Daisy sighed, and her inner voice drifted over. What a silly child, but he finally woke up. She touched Noila's ear, then walked out of the bedroom, leaving the three of them together. Nora looked at Martina's injured knee and asked, What's wrong with your knee? I was injured by the skeleton knight, but I can walk now. I might be fine tomorrow. Reiner marvels at Martina's healing abilities. They say a broken bone can heal in 3 days, even if it takes 100 days to heal. Is she Wolverine? My great sword and armor were lost in the ruins, and I haven't even had enough use of them yet. I'll have to work for Leonardo for another 10 years. Martina suddenly remembered something, and her ears perked up. Oh, Nora, I've made up my mind. Decide what? I want to follow Reiner too, and I won't leave from now on. Nora scratched the fuzz in her ears, suspecting she had misheard. Martina had no choice but to patiently repeat it again. Why? Martina shrugged. Anyway, there's nowhere else to go, so I'll just stick with Reiner. He treats me well anyway. At least he won't let me go hungry or cold. Nora rubbed her eyes, glanced at Reiner, and said nothing. What happened during the time I was unconscious? Just a while ago, I said I had to leave. She suddenly asked, Do you want to be Reiner's woman too? Reiner choked on his saliva and started coughing. Martina blushed and said angrily, Nora, what nonsense are you talking about? Although Reiner saved my life, he is not as good as me, so I will not be his woman. You actually asked directly? Do you really have to ask this in front of Reiner? You're even dumber than me. I haven't even asked you if you're feeling well. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't tell you. Reiner sat aside and watched the show. Noila and Mo said again, Then you won't look for a man? Martina replied firmly, No, I don't need a man. As long as I have food to eat and monsters to kill, that's enough. Reiner does give me a different feeling, but forget about that. Only men who are stronger than me can be considered men. Reiner teased, You're bragging to Nora again. You might not even be as good as me now. Martina said stubbornly, My leg is just injured. You're not as good as me even if you're not injured. Martina narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, When my leg injury heals, I'll go out and challenge you. If you lose, you'll be my slave for a few days. Do you dare? What if you lose? Martina said confidently. I can't lose, Reiner. I can throw you out with one hand. There's always a chance of something happening. I've said it before, as long as you can win, I'll do whatever you want with me. Really? Then you can wash up and wait for me. Martina's face flushed instantly, and she gnashed her teeth and cursed. Filthy. Vulgar. I'll beat you up. Reiner gave her the middle finger. Just as the two were arguing, there was a knock on the door. Daisy walked quickly into the bedroom and whispered, Reiner, there are two people outside the door that I haven't seen before. Do you want to open the door? Reiner stood up and went to open the door. It turned out to be a craftsman from the armor shop, holding a tape measure in his hand. Why is it you? I'm here on Lord Demas' orders to take your and that centaur's measurements. I plan to make you a set of finer, body-hugging plate armor. I heard Lord Demas has even invited nuns from the church to enchant the armor. Do you want money? Master Demas has come out. Reiner quickly welcomed him in. Come in quickly. So this is the compensation Demas mentioned yesterday. That's awesome. The craftsman scratched his cheek, then measured Reiner, and then Martina. I heard that you took the initiative to stay in the ruins and kill the undead in order to protect the team's retreat. You were so brave, sir. I swear that I will forge the best plate armor for you. The craftsman said with admiration. Reiner was speechless for a moment. How did the rumor get spread like this? It's as if he did it voluntarily. If it weren't for the human machine trap, who would be willing to stay in that dark and hellish place in the ruins? A few minutes later, the craftsman got the size and left the hut without looking back. Martina asked with some joy, Can we get new armor again? Probably. Great. Martina jumped up on one leg. Reiner stretched and walked toward the bedroom. He didn't sleep well last night and planned to catch up on some sleep. As soon as I walked in, I saw Noila and Mo sitting on the edge of the bed, looking a little uneasy. I actually attacked my master yesterday. Although I didn't hurt him, this was too much. How are your eyes? Reiner asked. Nora was having a mental breakdown at the time, and it wasn't her fault. I still can't see anything, but I feel okay. Nora slowly got up, closed a small window, and pulled the curtains. Then he walked to the door and locked it. Then she plopped down on the bed. What's going on here? I'm sorry I almost stabbed you with a dagger yesterday. I didn't mean to. Of course I do. Nora clutched the bed sheet tightly, suppressing her shame and saying, I cannot forgive myself. Master, please punish me. I will accept it willingly no matter what. Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked, Really? Noilamo understood his hint and said hurriedly, I'll go take a shower first. I didn't take a shower when I came back yesterday. I just changed my clothes. It's not too late to wash it later. Reiner pushed her along. Chapter 62, Anna's Request. 3 days later, the craftsman delivered a pile of boxes to Reiner's door in a carriage, and then dragged them into the room with some difficulty. Martina couldn't wait any longer and rushed out as soon as she saw the carriage stop. He picked up the box and walked away as if he was robbing someone. I have to admire her ability to recover. Reiner thought she would have to stay in bed for at least half a month, but he didn't expect that she could jump around now, and there was no difference from before. The craftsman whose wooden box was stolen was distraught, but for Reiner's sake, he couldn't say anything. After all, the rumor in the city right now is that there is a very powerful magician who is honest and kind, and his only flaw is that he has a special liking for demihumans. Mr. Reiner, I've delivered the goods. If you have any questions, you can go to my shop and ask my apprentice. I'm going to continue delivering goods. After saying goodbye to the armor craftsman, Reiner looked back and found that the wooden box had been opened by Martina. She put on her mail, then began to put on her plate mail. You got the wrong one. This one is mine. Reiner picked up another set of plate armor and handed it to her. How do you know? Isn't this obvious? Why is there a bulge on the chest to this plate armor? It must be the place where your 2 pieces of fat are stored. Reiner was speechless. Intelligence D is like this. Martina compared them and dressed, as Reiner said. After 10 minutes of struggle, the fully armed Martina stood in front of Reiner again. Except for the helmet, it is almost exactly the same armor that Martina originally wore. However, the defense of the shin guards and knee pads has been strengthened. Now, there is a whole piece of plate armor covering Martina's knees, so the situation of having her knees smashed by a hammer may not happen. The crude and simple iron bucket helmet that Martina had originally chosen was replaced with a more sophisticated Gothic plate helmet with stronger defensive performance and aesthetics. In addition, he also noticed that there were many runes of unknown meaning on this armor. The function of this rune should be far more than just decoration. It may be used to resist the invasion of evil spirits. Demas was quite thoughtful and even helped them upgrade their equipment. He took a few steps back and looked him up and down. Martina looks so handsome in full armor, especially after getting rid of that ugly bucket helmet. He looks even more handsome. Martina lifted her mask, her silly grin making her look like a fool who was drooling even after being cured. Reiner, look what this is. She bent down and picked up a knight's sword that was shining with a strange light from the box. After a few swings, her face darkened. Why, are you dissatisfied? Martina nodded and said seriously, Tisk, this sword is for women. It's so light and fluttery. Reiner took the knight's sword and found it was indeed a little light, only about 2 or 3 pounds. When he first came here, when he was choosing weapons in the blacksmith shop, he weighed a real knight's sword, which weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. It must be mixed with a lot of mithril, so it's relatively light. But it's too light. It's so short and light that it doesn't have any power when you swing it. Reiner was speechless for a moment. After all, Martina is a woman who uses a two-handed sword as a one-handed sword. The old blacksmith's two-handed sword was estimated to be around 20 kilograms. It would be inappropriate to ask her to use a weapon weighing only 2 or 3 kilograms. Just make do with it for now. Next time I go to the ruins, I'll get your greatsword back for you. Reiner looked her up and down, then continued. Besides, aren't you a woman? Martina said proudly. I am a female. Females are females, and women are women. They all mean the same thing. Don't take it too seriously. Reiner was too tired to complain. He also began to wear armor. The comfort is okay, at least better than last time, and not so uncomfortable, and it is quite useful. At this moment, Nora poked her head out of the bedroom and observed the two of them furtively. They bought new things again, and I lost my daggers and throwing knives. Seeing Reiner looking back, she quickly hid again. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Nora stuck half of her face out, peeked at Reiner, then retracted it. Master, are you heading to the ruins again? No, just trying it out. I don't have a weapon. Next time we'll go to the ruins. I won't take you with me. Nora's ears pricked up, and she whispered, Why? Your mental resistance is too low, making you easy to be targeted by the necromancer. Reiner answered seriously, but it is worth mentioning. In recent days, Reiner discovered that her talent attributes had undergone subtle changes. Nora's spirit was directly upgraded from D level to B level. Logically speaking, things like talent shouldn't be easily changed. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Reiner's ears. A very small number of random events may change a unit's talent level. Nora said she saw some goddess. Maybe it has something to do with this. Master, take me with you. Nora ran to Reiner and gently shook his shoulders. Her cute look was hard to resist. Nora's spirits are now higher than Martina's, so it shouldn't be a problem to take her along. Don't leave me home, please. Reiner compromised. Your eyes. It's okay. It's just one that's blind. I still have another one. Nora shrugged. Reiner took off his gauntlets and touched her soft animal ears. Okay, I'll take you to the blacksmith shop to buy weapons later. Yeah. At this moment, there was a gentle sound of horse hooves outside the door. There were basically no one coming to Reiner's corner, so I knew it was Demas as soon as I heard the name. I opened the door and found that he was indeed standing outside. The magician Anna rode another horse and followed Demas. She was still wearing that revealing animal skin dress. Demas dismounted and stood before Reiner again without saying a word. He seemed to enjoy waiting for Reiner to speak. Ready to go to the ruins again? Well, I found Junice at the guild. She said she'd go if you went, Demas asked with some sincerity. Are you going? I respect your choice. Reiner looked down at his brand new plate armor. Actually, it's not Demas' fault last time. The militiaman activated the magic stone out of fear. Go ahead, I'll take the money. Reiner rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Demas, whose expression was expressionless, actually raised his lips slightly. See you at the city gate tomorrow morning. I have other things to do. Anna dismounted and tied the horse at Reiner's door. She came closer and said in a somewhat flattering tone, Lord Reiner. Reiner subconsciously took a step back, not knowing what she was up to. Just tell me what you want to say, Anna said with a smile. When we were adventuring in the ruins a few days ago, I was paying attention to your actions. I found that when you cast spells, it seemed that you didn't chant any spells, and your speed was much faster than that of ordinary mages. If it's convenient, could you teach me? I will do anything for you. After saying that, she lowered her collar a little. If Reiner hadn't just graduated from Nora a while ago, he might have really been hooked by this burning woman. Chapter 63, Restoring Light. The next morning, Reiner left early. Anna was standing across the street and raised her hand to greet him. Why are you here again? Yesterday, this woman did something to Reiner, but in the end, Reiner still rejected her. Although she has a good figure, her face is very different from Nora's. Most importantly, she is not a girl with animal ears, so there is no feeling at all. If Martina had treated him like this, Reiner would have turned into a hammer long ago. Nora's cat ears perked up. The voice of my heart floated over. It's this wild woman again. Why is she always pestering my master? I don't like her. I don't live in the city, so it's not easy for me to come here. I slept in a hotel last night, and I came to see you after I woke up. Anna walked towards him quickly, hooked her arms around Reiner's shoulders, and stared at him with her charming fox eyes. I begged you so much yesterday, but you didn't let me stay overnight? You are exactly like the rumors say. Anna smiled gently. What rumor? Reiner pulled her hand away, puzzled. Everyone says you like demihumans. Not only do you like tall ones, but you also like old widows. If it weren't for these rumors, your suitors would definitely be lined up from here to the city gate. Reiner was speechless for a moment. The tall and mighty one is Martina. The old widow should be boarding Daisy now, but to be honest, Daisy is not old. At least she looks no different from a girl in her 20s. Damn it, who spread the dirty rumor about him? I didn't believe it at first, but when I tried it yesterday, it seemed to be true. My family died early, and I was living in bars since I was a teenager. I know all the ways to please men. If a man can't handle me, there must be something wrong with him. Reiner shrugged it off, saying only Nora knew how fierce he was. Girls with animal ears are the cutest creatures in the world, and they will never understand the charm of girls with animal ears. Tell me, how can I pry open your mouth? What do you want from me? Reiner looked Anna up and down, and these words hit the mark. He couldn't wait to put forward his request. Teach me wind magic. Reiner learned wind magic and could also teach it to Martina, killing two birds with one stone. Anna asked doubtfully, Aren't you a water and fire magician like June Ice? Why are you learning wind magic? Don't ask me that. Just teach me. Do you have a magic book? Yes, but can you read? Anna asked doubtfully. Of course. Reiner nodded. At this moment, Nora's inner voice floated again. Why are we chatting? Master, don't. There can't be too many women. She was obviously overthinking it and just wanted to get the wind magic book for free. He doesn't have a lot of money right now, so he'll try to borrow this thing if he can. By the way, you said you knew something about the necromancer. Ever since she was attacked, she inexplicably lost one eye. What happened? Reiner turned around and grabbed Nora, pointing at her left eye and asked. On the surface, her eyes were almost the same as before, but for some reason I couldn't see anything. During these 3 days, Reiner also tried to find a reliable doctor for Nora, but it didn't help at all. Anna narrowed her eyes and asked in surprise, Do you really think she is a human being? Isn't she a human? I think slaves are just tools. There are all kinds of tools, just with different uses. They can be used for farm work, or to fight in battle, or to vent anger. They are just tools. Reiner shrugged. This thing has no reproductive isolation at all. It is essentially the same thing. It's just that most people subconsciously believe that demihumans are bad things. During this time, Reiner and Junice learned a lot about the history of this world. It's actually quite miserable. The miserable species of subhumans have done absolutely nothing bad, yet they have been bullied for hundreds of years. Along the way, many capable demihumans tried to establish their own countries to save themselves, but they were all destroyed by the humans of this world for various reasons. Eventually, most of the subhumans were scattered around the world in the form of small tribes. Reiner put his arm around Nora's waist and said, I don't care what others think. I think she's my woman. She is not spoiled, has a good temper, is hardworking, and is beautiful. You can't find such a woman in my hometown. Although Nora didn't understand the conversation between the two, her face still turned slightly red when she saw Reiner hugging her waist. Where's your hometown? Reiner said in his native language with a slightly proud tone, China. I haven't heard of it, but aren't there any subhumans in your hometown? Anna was even more confused. Reiner's brain froze, and he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, No, but there are humans who pretend to be demihumans. For example, cosplay. It was Anna's turn to be silent. After a long while, she spoke. I can't understand it, but I respect your idea. Let's get back to the topic. Her eyes. Anna shook her head. I only fought with the necromancer, and I don't know what happened, but I was quite surprised to see her standing next to you safe and sound yesterday. Most of the people who were mentally eroded last time were still bedridden. She is truly a miracle. Reiner was speechless for a moment. It's all in vain after talking for so long. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the city gate. This time, fewer militiamen went to the ruins. In their place were 15 knights and 30 half-armored attendants. The armor they wore was more or less engraved with strange runes, most of which were probably blessed by the nuns. Including Reiner and his group, the total number of people is only about 50, which is a lot smaller. Reiner saw Junice looking around from a distance, and their eyes met. She was wearing a white cloak that also had various runes on it. Reiner, how's your leg injury? Her leg was caught in the trap, but the bones were not injured. After using hydrotherapy, as long as her recovery ability is strong, it will take 3 days to heal. It still hurts a little, but it doesn't affect my walking. Junice waved her hand and suddenly noticed Anna following behind her. Her smile disappeared for a moment. You guys, Reiner said seriously, ordinary friends. Oh, Anna spread her hands indifferently. I've tried, but I'm not pretty enough to seduce Reiner. After saying that, she walked aside and started chatting with another female adventurer, occasionally peeking at them like a thief. Reiner repeated to Junice what happened to Nora. She washed her hands, then pried open Noila's eyelids. After taking a quick look, she shook her head. Have you used hydrotherapy? I used it, but it didn't work. I don't know about that. I've never even seen a necromancer before. Junice sighed and shook her head slightly. As soon as she was hit, she fell to the ground out of fear. At this moment, Nora reached out and poked the corner of Reiner's clothes and whispered, Master, my eyes seem to... I can see things again. Chapter 64, Obtaining a Magic Eye. On the way to the ruins, Nora kept looking around. The little hand was still rubbing its left eye hard. Okay, stop rubbing your eyes with your hands all the time. Just bear with it, or I'll rinse them for you with water. Reiner grabbed her left hand. Junice, holding her staff, echoed, That's right. Don't rub your eyes all the time. It will get dirt in. Noila decisively scratched it with her right hand, still muttering, But it's so itchy. Since you said your eyesight is slowly recovering, then stop rubbing it with your hands. Be careful not to affect your eyesight. Martina, hold her right hand. Good. They each grabbed one side and controlled Nora's hands. Then Reiner used identification on her. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy, awake and mystic eye. What the hell is the magic eye? Reiner quickly walked over to Nora, pried open her eyelids, and looked closely. Her left eye was blue just now, but now it gradually turned golden from the inside out. Just like in a dream. Cut. Reiner lowered his voice and asked, Junice, what is the evil eye? Mystical eye? This is a special eye that is awakened later in life. It has many special abilities, such as being able to briefly see the future, or to see the flow of magic power, or to enhance the power of the bearer. She suddenly switched to demi-human language. Mystic eyes are extremely rare in this world. Has Nora awakened hers? Reiner nodded slightly. She said in a very serious tone in the demi-human language, This matter must be kept secret. Try not to let anyone know, otherwise it may cause unnecessary trouble. The demon I may contain extremely terrifying abilities. Many powerful lords will covet it. I will keep it a secret for you. Grateful. She walked quickly to Nora and looked carefully at her changed eyes. This is the first time I've seen the demon eye in person. It's so beautiful. Junice's eyes were shining, and her face was almost touching it. Reiner suddenly noticed. Nora's panel changed. Name, Nora Hill. Talent details. Strength, D. Stamina, D. Agility, S. Perception, S. Mental, DB. Intelligence, B. Current slave quality, epic legendary. Reiner narrowed his eyes. What kind of power could this magic I have that could allow Nora to instantly reach the same level as Martina? Do you feel any changes in your body? Noila blinked and said seriously, My eyes don't itch anymore. What else? No more. Nora nodded, then took out a mithril dagger from her waist. Reiner bought this dagger for her yesterday. She was going to the ruins, and wearing mithril equipment could help her resist the invasion of evil spirits to a certain extent. This small dagger cost him 20 gold coins. There are only 13 gold coins left in Reiner's pocket. She used the smooth blade as a mirror. My eye color has changed. It feels weird. It's very beautiful, just like a gem. Reiner praised. Oh, Nora's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head to put the dagger away. As long as the owner likes it. Reiner rubbed her ears vigorously and whispered, No matter what ability your magic eyes have, try not to use them in front of other people, otherwise you may bring about fatal disasters, understand? It can only be used secretly. Nora nodded vigorously. taking Reiner's words to heart. Reiner patted Martina beside him and said, "And you? What? Can we have dinner now?" Martina raised her mask. It seems that she was distracted just now and probably didn't hear anything. "It's okay. Let's have a one-on-one fight when we get back this time. I'll let you win with one hand." Reiner rolled his eyes. Soon the team arrived at the ruins in the south of the city. Demas looked at Reiner and saw that he was ready, then activated the magic stone. In an instant, everyone entered the dark ruins. Reiner and Junice lit the fire in tacit understanding. After thinking for a moment, Reiner put his helmet on Nora's head. Where this helmet, it should protect your spirit from being eroded. She was small, and the helmet didn't fit her head very well. It was a lot wider than hers. Nora raised her mask and asked softly, "What about you, Master?" "My mental resistance is much stronger than yours. Anyway, I was hit once later, but I was only dazed for 2 or 3 seconds. It's okay." Although Reiner cannot see his own attributes, it stands to reason that the higher the spirit, the stronger the resistance. And spirit is related to magical talent. Reiner can use 5 kinds of magic, and the magic crystal is so huge, so his spiritual talent must be very high. At least it should be an S. "Master, you are my family." Nora took off her helmet and stood on tiptoe to put on Reiner. "I must protect my master. I have to say, this guy always says something that makes people's heart beat fast without realizing it. Let's take a bath together after we get back." Nora's face flushed again. She glanced at Martina and Junice with a sly look and finally nodded. "Okay." The team advanced slowly through the ruins. Reiner saw many militiamen who died last time, all turned into zombies. Their flesh and blood were eaten away, but their bodies were extremely agile, and they were always able to attack the team from all angles. Nora has excellent perception and can always predict their positions in advance. And Reiner kept reminding the knights around him. A strange knight raised a shield and asked Reiner, "You must be Reiner, right?" "Yes, my lord," Reiner replied, imitating Junice's tone. During this period, he realized that if he wanted to make a name for himself in the other world, he had to establish good relationships with these knights. "Lord Demas thinks highly of you. He says you are an excellent magician, and the 2 demihumans accompanying you are also excellent. Your Excellency, you flatter me. Don't be too modest. I've seen your magic before, and I still remember its astonishing power vividly. I'm very optimistic about you." At this moment, Nora patted Reiner's shoulder. "Master, he is here." A swarm of bats swarmed down the street. At the same time, the runes on everyone's armor slowly lit up, and the armor emitted a holy light. The bats illuminated by the holy light were killed instantly and turned into ashes. "Reiner!" Demas yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball used for lighting passed through the entire street, temporarily dispelling the darkness. 30 skeleton knights were slowly advancing towards the team. The moment the darkness was dispelled, they took a step and sprinted forward. The leading skeleton knight was huge, over 3 meters tall, and held a very familiar-looking broadsword in his hand. Martina yelled, "Reiner, that sword is mine. It stole my things. I'm going to kill it." After saying that, she drew the long sword from her waist, as if she couldn't wait to rush forward. "Then it's up to you. Just be careful." Chapter 65, Killing the Deadly Mage. Martina ran up angrily. Several skeleton knights also noticed her and turned their targets to rush towards her. Martina seemed unused to the knight's sword, and after several exchanges, she didn't gain any advantage. "Get it back to me, you filthy thief." Quack! Seeing that she was about to be surrounded, she quickly retreated a few steps and retreated to the side of the shield wall formed by the knights. The necromancer held his staff high behind him, with green souls surrounding the top of the staff. Demas yelled, "Look out, it's coming again." Before he finished speaking, the necromancer tapped the ground with his staff, and the green soul created waves that spread out in all directions, constantly disturbing everyone's mind. The fireball on the top of the staff went out instantly. The light emitted by the armor gradually dimmed. The ruins are about to fall into darkness again. Junice, who was standing by, covered her ears in pain, even though she was protected by the cloak. Although Reiner didn't feel anything because he was wearing a helmet, looking at the reactions of the crowd, he could probably guess that this mental intrusion was even more terrifying. He subconsciously looked at Nora beside him in the faint light. The kitten squatted on the ground, covering its ears with its hands, looking extremely painful. Reiner pondered for a moment, then decisively took off his helmet and put it on Nora's head. In just a moment, He felt something flooding into his mind, constantly invading his thoughts, making it difficult for him to even concentrate. The magic stops after 10 seconds. Reiner raised his staff to dispel the darkness. Seeing that groups of skeleton knights had arrived in front of the team, the knights roared, raised their swords, and rushed out. Seeing the necromancer use fireball magic, Reiner and Junais quickly suppressed him with waterball magic, and the two easily gained the upper hand. But there is an invisible barrier around the necromancer. He can always deflect the water balls from both of them. Reiner had seen this trick once before on the Goblin High Priest. It seems that only more powerful magic or melee weapons can kill it. At this moment, Martina's voice came again. "Give me back my sword." She was still fighting with the skeleton knight with a long sword. Although her weapon was much shorter than his, she was strong and still had the upper hand. Each of her heavy blows created dazzling sparks, forcing the skeleton knights to retreat. At this moment, Anna touched over without knowing when. From the side, a wind blade directly cut off one of the skeleton knight's arms at close range, and the two-handed sword fell with it. Martina took the opportunity to knock him to the ground with her shield and picked up the fallen sword. After changing her weapon, she seemed like a different person. She rushed into the pile of skeletons alone and started to fight invincible. At this moment, the necromancer raised his staff again. Demas yelled, "The impact is coming again. Back off." Reiner subconsciously looked around. "Where's Nora?" He looked around but couldn't find the kitten. "Reiner, help us contain the necromancer." Although Reiner was anxious, he put the overall situation first and decisively accumulated a fireball on the top of the staff. Just when the fireball was about to be shot, he saw the necromancer in black robes, his chest pierced by a dagger that was shining with a strange light. "It's Nora." She slowly materialized from behind the necromancer. The necromancer let out a terrifying roar, his eyes flashing. The surrounding skeleton knights collapsed instantly and turned into piles of white bones. The souls absorbed by the staff fled in all directions, and eventually the dark green light gradually disappeared. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my ears. "Mission: kill the necromancer in the ruins. Current status: completed. Mission reward: already issued." There was no doubt that Nora had killed her. The ability of her magic eyes is probably stealth or invisibility. The knights heard the strange noise and raised their heads in confusion. Just then, I saw Nora, wearing a helmet, chopping off the necromancer's head cleanly and neatly. Demas breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. After saying that, he slumped to the ground and took off his helmet. The knights all looked up and looked at Nora, who was walking towards them carrying the skull, and then burst into cheers. "This demi-human is amazing. Oh my God, how did she get there? We won." Under everyone's gaze, Nora walked towards Reiner, carrying the necromancer's skull. Reiner reached out and touched her cat ears, praising her. "Nora, well done. You are an excellent warrior." Nora took off her helmet and set it aside. In full view of everyone, she suddenly knelt on the ground, holding the necromancer's skull high in her hands, and presented it to Reiner in an extremely pious gesture. On the way back, many knights came to talk to Reiner, praise his bravery. But he didn't actually do anything. It was just that they naturally attributed all of Nora's achievements to him. Junais said softly, "Reiner, you become quite famous now. Maybe in a while you'll be rewarded with a territory by the Lord." "I'm not a noble, and mercenaries don't participate in rewards. You are very prestigious in Melode. As long as you swear allegiance to the Lord, you can become an ordinary noble. In the future, if there is a war and the Lord is granted a new territory by the king, part of it may be granted to you. Real. Of course, as long as you've made an effort and achieved military merit." Junais thought for a moment and continued, "If you don't make progress and just slack off every day, then just ignore what I said. But this is a big deal, so I suggest you think it over carefully. After all, you're working for someone else, and being a noble isn't easy," Junais said solemnly. "Okay, Teacher Junais, I will definitely keep it in mind," Reiner said seriously. Junais laughed. Martina suddenly came over, elbowed Reiner twice, and said excitedly, "How about it? Wasn't I awesome just now? It's not like you killed the necromancer. Don't give me that. You must have seen it when I was fighting the skeleton knight just now." Martina raised her mask, her expression serious. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Her attention was entirely on Nora. Martina just glanced at it for a few seconds. After all, I've seen her use her strength to defeat many other people, so I'm not that surprised anymore. I see, Martina is so cool. It would be great if I could be as good as you. At first, Martina felt very comfortable being praised, but she immediately narrowed her eyes. Reiner, you are mocking me. If I don't praise you, you'll be unhappy. If I praise you, you'll be unhappy too. Go away. Reiner pushed her aside. He planned to study Nora's invisibility ability carefully after returning home. This Catgirl's head is full of messy things. I want to take a bath with my master at night, and then fall asleep comfortably in his arms. If possible, I want more. Reiner smiled, but said nothing. Follow this procedure at night. At this moment, an angry Martina grabbed Reiner's arm and pointed at the woods nearby, saying, "Let's go out and fight." Reiner waved his hand. "Some other time. I have some important things to do when I get back." Chapter 66, Testing the Power of the Magic Eye. Before going home, Demas took off his helmet, called Reiner, and handed him another bag of money. "You already gave more than 20 gold coins last time." Demas continued. "Last time it was a reward and compensation, but this is a bounty from the necromancer. Also, thank you for your trust." Reiner thought for a moment and took the gold coin. The necromancer's staff could probably be sold for quite a bit of money. Plus, with the bounty, he had quite a bit of spare cash. Demas nodded and rode off on his horse. "I'm leaving now. See you next time." Reiner looked at the gold coins in his hand and decisively went to the bakery to buy a lot of white bread, and then went to the market to buy some vegetables, fruits, and meat, preparing to reward the two animal-eared girls tonight. It was already evening when I got home. Daisy looked at the people holding all kinds of food and took them enthusiastically. But soon, she noticed that Nora's eyes had changed. "Your eyes." Nora was stunned for a moment. She remembered Reiner's words, chuckled a few times, and chose to hide it. "I don't know what happened. Anyway, my eyes suddenly changed color. The most important thing is that I can see now." She closed her right eye, pointed to her sparkling left eye, and continued, "Look, Mom, not only is it not affected, but it has become even more beautiful. As long as it doesn't affect your health, you're my child. I like it no matter what." Daisy reached out and touched her ear and answered very gently. Then she didn't ask any more questions and turned around to continue moving the food into the kitchen. Reiner took Nora's hand, led her into the room, and closed the doors and windows tightly. Nora sat quietly on the edge of the bed, covering her chest with her left hand, and looked at Reiner eagerly. "I haven't showered yet. I sweated so much fighting monsters, and I stink." Noila refused cautiously. "Master, not during the day." Reiner narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "What are you thinking about? I just want to see the power of your magic eyes." Nora's face couldn't help but turn red. Her inner voice drifted over, seeming a little annoyed by this. "Oh, how did I become like this? My mind is full of that kind of mess." Nora sighed. Then, Reiner saw her golden left eye flash, and in just a moment, she completely disappeared from the room. However, there were still traces of her sitting on the edge of the bed. "Nora, I am here." Reiner reached out and touched it. Although she couldn't see it, Nora was definitely there. "That's awesome. S agility plus S perception and the ability to be invisible. Isn't this definitely a top assassin?" When Reiner was a child, he always fantasized about having the ability to become invisible, but he didn't expect that Nora would get this thing. "That's amazing. Is that how you got behind the necromancer?" Nora revealed herself and nodded heavily. "Well, after I become invisible, those skeletons can't see me. At that time, I saw that your situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and I couldn't help you, so I became inexplicably invisible in my panic." Reiner looked at the dagger at her waist and had a sudden idea. "Since the equipment on my body can make me invisible, does that also mean that I can make other people invisible too? Can you take me with you?" Nora blinked and took Reiner's hand. "I'll try." In an instant, Reiner's body became transparent. While invisible, his hearing seemed to be enhanced, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. It can indeed make others invisible. But in this state, there will be a roughly blurred outline around them. If you look carefully, you can find it. Reiner released his hand, and Nora immediately became completely invisible. "How long can you remain invisible?" Nora reappeared. This skill of hers seems to have no cooldown, so she can use it whenever she wants. "I don't know. I just tried it for a short while." "Then, from now until tonight, try remaining invisible. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately." Noila nodded. "Then I'll go take a shower first, and then I'll stay invisible." "Okay, I'll bring you dinner later." Just as Nora was taking a shower, there was a knock on the door. Reiner opened the door and saw that it was Anna. She stood at the door holding a very thin magic book. I brought you the wind magic book. Teach me that kind of magic. Let me take a look. Reiner took the book and glanced through it. There are very few wind magics recorded in this book. Only a few, which is not comparable to Junus' 2 magic books and Reiner's own rock magic book. So little. Anna leaned forward and said coquettishly, "Oh, there are only a few of them, but if you learn them well, they will be amazing. Teach me, Reiner. If it really doesn't work, I'll use other methods to compensate you. It's a waste not to eat the meat that's right in front of your mouth." Before she could finish her words, Reiner heard a voice. "Martina, what a shameless woman." Looking back, he saw Martina poking her head out of the bedroom, peeking at the two of them. The moment her eyes met Reiner's, she slowly retracted her head. Looking at Anna's eager eyes, based on the principle of making friends, he slowly said, "Okay, let me teach you well." Reiner roughly explained the principle, and Anna suddenly understood. She ran to the door happily. "Then I'll go back first and come see you later. Do you need a deposit? This is a valuable item after all." Reiner asked casually. Anna looked back and shrugged indifferently. "No, it doesn't matter." "Okay, goodbye." Reiner said goodbye to her happily. "You must study it carefully tomorrow. Put rock magic aside for now and learn wind magic first." In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Nora still lay motionless on the bed. Reiner sat on the edge of the bed and poked Nora on the bed with his finger. "How's it going?" Nora replied softly. "It seems like there's nothing special about it. It's just like usual." Reiner crawled into the warm bed and gently hugged the invisible Nora. "Then your magic eye is too powerful. Martina might not be as powerful as you now." Nora climbed on top of Reiner and gently nuzzled his cheek. It felt weird for her to do this after she became invisible. But Nora is surprisingly soft. Reiner suddenly felt a little hot, and after hesitating for a while, he said, "How about testing whether the body will be exposed if it is hit?" Nora asked in confusion, "How to test it?" Reiner fumbled for a moment, then gently held her face. Nora quickly understood what Reiner meant and responded softly, Chapter 67 Duel with Martina. Nora's stamina is not good enough. She was fine when she was invisible at first yesterday, but she became visible soon after. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, Reiner clearly felt that more people were greeting him. The address also gradually changed from Mr. Reiner to Lord Reiner. Reiner was a little flattered. When we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, more people came to greet us. Junice was still sitting leisurely in the corner petting the cat. Seeing Reiner coming over, she put the cat down and lay directly on the table, then said with a smile, "Reiner, your fame is really getting bigger and bigger. I really envy your talent. Don't come on, let's go out and study together." After the few of them met, they went out of the city to study again. As soon as they arrived, Martina couldn't wait to push Reiner. "What?" Martina pointed to the woods nearby and said seriously, "One-on-one. Have you forgotten our agreement? I can't wait to let you experience what it's like to be a slave." "Are you serious?" Reiner asked, raising an eyebrow. "If you lose, I'll force you to become some kind of dessert." "Small dessert? What is that?" Martina frowned slightly and began to think carefully. After a while, she raised her head and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I accept the loss, and no one is allowed to regret it." Junice sat aside and watched the two of them with interest. "Are you serious? Be careful not to get hurt." Martina shrugged disapprovingly, then took off her helmet, followed by her plate armor. "Reiner, no staffs allowed, no armor allowed. Let's fight with bare hands." Martina bent down and took off the greaves. In terms of pure strength, Reiner is definitely not as good as her. He probably can't match Martina's skills. "Can I use magic?" Martina nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, with your skinny arms and legs, how could you possibly beat me?" Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. Then he has basically won, although Martina is really fierce. But after all, it is a carbon-based creature, and it is still far inferior to magic. Reiner also began to take off his armor. Nora and I are watching the game from the side. Junice laughed twice, then moved to sit next to Nora and tentatively touched her ear. After they were ready, the two of them went into the woods nearby. Martina raised her fist and said, "I will not show mercy. Reiner, you must fight with all your strength." Looking at the fist as big as a sandbag, Reiner couldn't help but think of Martina's usual fighting performance, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Martina really didn't hold back, he would probably give in after getting hit by one punch. Thinking of this, he took a few steps back. The farther the distance, the better it is for Reiner. The situation in the woods was complicated. Without the assistance of his staff and without charging power, the power of his fireballs and water balls was very small. She has a strong body, so I guess a hit won't cause much harm to her. Martina saw this move and smiled triumphantly. What? Are you scared? Don't worry. I'll just let you be my slave for a few days. I won't bully you. Reiner was speechless for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, I think you were a little bit rebellious. I'm ready, come. Martina's expression changed instantly, her eyes fixed on Reiner. She's serious about it. Reiner raised an eyebrow. Come on, can you kill me with just your stare? Seeing that she remained unmoved, Reiner took the initiative and shot a water ball at her. Martina dodged to the side suddenly, but she was not fast enough and was still hit on the right shoulder by the water ball. But she just shook a little and was not seriously injured. Reiner, you are insulting me by showing mercy. If that's the case, I won't fight you one-on-one. It's pointless. Got it. I won't hold back. Reiner raised his hands and launched several water balls at Martina. Each blow can easily break the tree trunk. Martina used the trees as cover, moving around in the forest and gradually approaching Reiner. She was knocked down twice by the water ball, but quickly rolled back behind the tree and rushed out in the opposite direction. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer, Reiner collected a large water ball and shot it directly at Martina, but it was still blocked by the pine tree and water splashed everywhere. Your aim is not good. Reiner smiled without saying anything and continued to release water ball magic to suppress Martina, who was hiding behind the tree. Soon the surrounding soil was soaked with water. Martina suddenly rushed out from behind the tree and rushed towards him roaring. Reiner decisively began to chant the spell, and the next second a lump of wet mud was stuck on his face. But he still relied on the chantless casting method to predict the earthquake in front of him. The next second, Martina stepped into the mud and sank into it. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. Reiner spat out the mud in his mouth and couldn't help cursing. You are such a dog. Who taught you to throw mud on other people's faces? You're a dog. Seeing that Martina was trapped, Reiner was about to go up and tease her, but she quickly raised her hand. A stone grazed Reiner's forehead, but was dodged and hit the tree trunk directly. You bastard, you're so ruthless. If I hadn't reacted, I'd be lying on the ground. Reiner picked up a long branch and poked her forehead. Do you admit defeat? Martina broke down and struggled and screamed in the mud. She grabbed a piece of mud and threw it directly at Reiner's face. Reiner was not to be outdone. He took 2 steps back and sprayed her face with his little water seedling. Martina yelled, You've gone too far. You beat me and still want to humiliate me. I'll show you what I can do when I get up there. Reiner said seriously, It was you who threw mud at me first in the swamp. Martina bit her lower lip tightly, and her eyes, which had been extremely ferocious just now, gradually turned into one of aggrievedness, and finally she burst into tears. Are you crying? Reiner squatted in front of her and leaned over to look. Are you really crying? Junais had walked up to Reiner without him noticing. She whispered in a low voice, Are you guys trying to kill each other in this sparring match? That's really scary. If you hadn't dodged that rock just now, you might have gotten your head smashed. Seeing Martina getting deeper and deeper into trouble, Reiner decisively extended the breath of the red dragon towards her. It took 3 people working together to pull her out of the mud. Don't cry. I won't bother you anymore. She wiped her tears and started to feel wronged again. You still said, Stop crying. It's really that serious. Reiner helped her wash off the mud on her body. Hearing this, Martina's tears welled up again. Her inner thoughts sank into Reiner's ears. You bully me. This incident ruined Reiner's study plan. To prevent her from catching a cold, Reiner took her home. Chapter 68. Martina begins to think. Thank you. Junais took the warm water from Daisy, took a sip, and then began to observe her surroundings. Reiner, your house is so tidy. It's different from what I imagined. It has been like this ever since we bought Nora's mother. She is a hard-working woman. Reiner said seriously. Daisy bowed slightly. This is what I should do. Just as the two were chatting happily, Martina finally came out of the cubicle. She had finished her bath with Nora's help and was now dressed in clean, neat clothes. Martina, he didn't even come to see me. I'll go over and apologize to him later. Reiner subconsciously looked up at her, and their eyes met. Martina went straight into the room. She looked tall and strong, her body having grown to that of a 19-year-old, but her mind was still as innocent as a child. During this period, after Reiner's observation, in Martina's world, there are only 3 things: sleep, eat, and fight monsters. She means what she says most of the time, except when she's shy. Reiner said hello to Junice, then ran to Martina's room, knocked twice, and pushed the door open. Martina lay quietly on the bed and glanced at Reiner. "What are you doing?" The two looked at each other. No one spoke. After thinking for a few seconds, Reiner started with a compliment. "I came here to play with you. Martina was really amazing just now. If I hadn't been lucky, I might have lost." She raised her head slightly when she was praised. "Of course. I knew you weren't proficient in earthquake magic yet and needed a chant before using it. So I grabbed the mud and looked for an opportunity to seal your mouth. Who knew you could actually do it without chanting? What a miscalculation." Reiner was slightly stunned. What little intelligence she had was all used in fighting. Martina continued, "You are also very powerful, indeed more powerful than me. If we were to fight, I would definitely not be able to beat you." After a wave of mutual praise, Reiner said decisively, "Then let's make peace." Martina was stunned for a moment. Then she spoke. "I'm sorry, Reiner. I was the one who threw mud at you first. Besides, you can do whatever you want to me, and I will keep my promise." Martina shrank to the corner of the bed and looked at him quietly. The way she admitted her mistake honestly was like a little child. Reiner Ben still had some bad thoughts in his mind, and he felt a little sorry to see her like this. So he thought about it and began to command, "Then touch my tail." Martina's face flushed instantly. She bit her lower lip tightly, struggling internally. "Never mind, it's my fault for losing. I'll just take it as punishment for not being as skilled as the other person." Martina stood up and closed the door and the window, then sat on the edge of the bed and raised her tail. "Go ahead and touch it, but my tail isn't very interesting. It's definitely not as fun as Nora's." Reiner reached out and carefully scratched her tail, then gently tugged. "It feels completely different from Nora's cattail. A horse's tail is hard and strong, and the hair on it is almost the same as human hair, with almost no difference. It's definitely not as fun as Nora's." But when he saw her tail swinging left and right behind her, Reiner always had the urge to grab a handful of it. But after touching it, he felt that it was nothing special. Just touching the tail isn't enough. Martina asked very embarrassedly, "What else do you want?" Reiner looked at her red cheeks, and at that moment his liking for her reached its peak. After thinking for a moment, Reiner made a bold decision. "Martina, be my woman. I want to give you a home." The room fell silent. Martina looked at Reiner, and her brain went into shutdown mode. What's wrong?" She said nothing, but her cheeks grew even redder. After thinking for a long time, she stood up suddenly. "You would be too abominable if you took this opportunity to force me to do that kind of thing. Although I respect Reiner very much, this kind of thing cannot be forced." Reiner looked her up and down. To be honest, with Martina's physique, if she really didn't want to, even 7 or 8 people wouldn't be able to hold her down. "If you want to get her, you have to make her willing." Reiner complained. "How can I force you? If you really don't want to, you'll break my bones. You'll break my bones if you get a little excited." Martina's face turned even redder. She had talked to Nora about this kind of thing and knew what it meant. Reiner tentatively took her hand and asked solemnly, "So are you willing?" Martina was slightly stunned and quickly pulled her hand away. Because of her nervousness, she soon became incoherent. Should I be willing?" Finally, my brain crashed. Martina, who is nearly 1.8 meters tall, finally crawled into the bed and hid. Unexpectedly, she, who is usually carefree, would have the first reaction to escape when encountering such a thing. I had been eavesdropping on her thoughts for so long, and I thought she would decisively refuse or agree, but the result was unexpectedly like this. The contrast is really too great. She had clearly mocked Nora's indecision before, but now her performance is even worse than Nora's. What's the point of you hiding? Agreeing or refusing is just a matter of a word, isn't it? She hid under the quilt and shouted, "I don't know either. Reiner, please go out quickly and let me think about it." As soon as she said it, she regretted it. The voice in his mind also drifted into Reiner's ears. "What am I talking about? I must be crazy. Isn't this what I have always dreamed of? Food that can fill my stomach, a warm and soft bed, and a man who understands me. Why can't I be frank?" Listening to Martina's inner thoughts, Reiner felt like she was about to explode. So he quietly left the room, wanting to let her calm down for a while alone. He then brought Nora, who was chatting with Junice, into the room. "Master, are you really going to do this?" Nora has a good sense of perception, and every move in the house must not escape her ears. "Do you agree?" Nora nodded heavily. Of course, Martina is a very good woman, I hope the master can treat her well, just like he treats me, because she has no other family. For us subhumans, it's quite common for a male to have multiple females as long as we have the ability, and I don't reject it. Besides, master is still too exciting for me, and I am happy to have Martina help me share the burden. Endurance D, Perception S, it is indeed a huge weakness. It will be out after 2 hits. Reiner held her gently in his arms. Master, do you want me to help you? No need, just let her decide for herself. Reiner touched her head. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 69. Martina agreed. A few days have passed since then. Martina is struggling with herself every day. She was no longer lively. When she went to study outside the city with Reiner, she would just sit on the grass and think. Nora gently poked Reiner's shoulder. Master, Martina hasn't been talking much lately. Are you two having a fight? Reiner shook his head. He knew that Martina had been thinking a lot during this period, but unfortunately her brain was too small, and she was always thinking about all sorts of messy things. At this moment, her inner voice came again. How on earth should I tell Reiner? I might as well just go find him after I shower tonight. When the time comes, I will just follow Nora's example and say that I am cold and want to sleep together, and then leave the rest to him. No, this method won't work. I need to think of another way. Thinking of this, she turned her head secretly to glance at Reiner. After their eyes met, she pretended that she was looking at Nora and only saw Reiner by accident. He caught me again, but I'll be fine if I pretend to be looking at something else. Reiner sighed and closed the wind magic book in his hand. In the end, he still needs to take the initiative. Martina, come here. I've learned 2 new wind magic spells, and I'm going to teach you now. Huh? Okay. She stood up and walked to Reiner, then sat down again. From now on, stop thinking about random things, concentrate, and then follow me in chanting the spell. Reiner chanted a spell, and a nearly transparent wind blade appeared at the top of the staff. A small piece of the pine tree not far away was cut off. Junice and Nora clapped. Martina was still a little absent-minded, with random thoughts running through her head. This spell is called Windblade. It can unexpectedly attack enemies at close range. It's the most powerful spell I've learned so far, but it consumes a lot of mana. Repeat the spell now. Martina was stunned for a moment, then repeated it vaguely, and then just said the spell she couldn't remember. Not bad. You learn really fast. Reiner directly used child psychology. This is his educational method for Martina. Martina is the type of person who doesn't like to study, but as long as you praise her more, she will be full of motivation and become confident. Under this psychological suggestion, she learns things quite quickly. As expected, Martina raised her head and replied proudly, Of course, I'm so smart. Next, repeat after me and try again. With your talent, I feel you'll be able to learn it quickly. Martina nodded and continued to recite with Reiner. After a while, she memorized the spell. She raised her hand, aimed at the pine tree in front of her, and kept chanting the wind blade spell. Reiner sat beside her, occasionally giving her guidance and correcting her spells. In the afternoon, Reiner became Junice's language teacher, teaching her languages from other countries. Junice has an outstanding learning ability. In just 2 months, she has basically mastered a new language. You are learning Barnet from me. Do you plan to live in that country in the future? Junice smiled and nodded slightly. Reiner didn't know why, but he felt that she seemed unhappy, but he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the nearby pine, trees shaking, and a few branches falling down. Martina suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, I finally used it. Magic is just like this. Reiner, did you see it? To be honest, Reiner only saw the branch shake and nothing else, but he still praised loudly. Martina is awesome. To be honest, Reiner had never expected that she would learn wind blades so quickly. After all, Nora has been learning Fireball for a long time, but has never been able to use it successfully. Nora said with some admiration, Martina, you are amazing. Hee. Of course. Martina raised her head. Try using it again. Martina nodded and chanted the spell again. It's a pity that she was silent this time and didn't release anything. Hey, I just used it. Reiner encouraged him. Calm down, don't be anxious. This is what happens when you're not very skilled at it first. The more you practice, the higher your success rate will be. Don't be anxious. Martina nodded heavily. After trying a few more times, she successfully released the wind blade again, cutting off several branches. See, I did it again. Reiner patted her calf and said, I always knew you could do it. When you see the wind element later, absorb more to replenish it. Martina sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes met unconsciously. Martina seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red again. Then her inner voice came over. Just like my mother, Reiner thinks he is a big and strong man, and his appearance has nothing to do with a woman. It is nonsense to say that he looks like a woman. Just then, Martina spoke up. Reiner, you look like my mother. Tell me about it. When I was a kid, I would go out picking berries, and I would always have trouble finding the berry bushes. My mom would patiently teach me how to find them and then encourage me. My father always likes to beat me and says I'm useless. At this point, her ears drooped. After my parents passed away, I lived with my friends, but they thought I ate too much and found too little food, so they eventually abandoned me. In fact, I have always known that I am stupid and annoying, but you never despised me at all and always encouraged me. Thank you. Seeing her expression, Reiner felt inexplicably distressed. You're not stupid, at least not when it comes to learning magic. I was just a little faster than you in learning Fireball. Reiner reached out and touched her head. You're a very likable person. At least I like you very much. Martina's face turned completely red, and she stared at Reiner like a red-hot kettle. Thank you for comforting me. I'm just telling the truth. You always rush to the front in every battle. You're not only powerful, but also smart. You are a very useful person. Reiner continued to stroke her horse ears. Oh, Martina stopped talking. She moved her body gently and leaned towards Reiner cautiously. Reiner is so good. Life during this period is like a dream. I really hope time can stop at this moment. Mom and Dad, please lend me some strength. Reiner took the opportunity to ask, it's been several days since I asked you that question, and you haven't answered me yet. After thinking for a few seconds, Martina mustered up the courage to answer, Reiner, I am willing to be your woman. Chapter 70, Becoming a Real Woman. On the way back, Martina was filled with anxiety. She held Reiner's hand and looked very nervous. I have a place to go now, and I hope my parents can see how happy I am. My battle plan tonight must succeed, and I hope to give birth to a strong child for him. Eavesdropping on her thoughts, Reiner couldn't help but laugh. He was very curious about what kind of cute reaction this Thunder Horse girl would have. As soon as they got home, Martina went into the small cubicle to take a shower. Reiner found that Nora was making the bed and took away his pillow. What's wrong? Where are you going? I'm going to sleep with my mom tonight. It's getting colder lately, so it's warmer to sleep with my mom. I can also chat with her. We haven't talked much in a while. Reiner nodded. Okay, remember to touch my ears before you go to bed. Let's do it another day. Nora smiled without saying anything and walked away holding the pillow. Tomorrow, I can laugh at Martina too. How wonderful. Reiner looked at her back and fell in a deep thought. This little cat has such a strong sense of revenge that he still remembers these things after so long. Martina finished her bath quickly. She was wearing a white cotton coat and glanced at Reiner as she passed by, then quickly ran to Nora's room. She closed the door directly. Reiner quietly put his ear to the door, trying to eavesdrop on what they were talking about. The door opened the next second. Noila pouted. Master, you are bad. I'm just passing by, you guys are busy. Reiner turned and went back to his bedroom. After a long time, they came out. The faces of the two animal-eared girls turned red to varying degrees. Catgirl is light red, and Horse Girl is dark red. Nora, this is a powerful skill I've learned recently. It will definitely come in handy. Martina, oh my god, this is outrageous. How could they do this? So scary. Reiner sat alone in the room, confused. He became even more curious about the content of their conversation. But the two animal-eared girls had no intention of looking for him. Instead, they go about their own business. Reiner sighed. Just wait. You'll know everything by evening. At night, Reiner lay in bed reading the wind magic book. He planned to learn all these magics and then return the book to Anna. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. I thought it would be Nora, but it turned out to be Martina. What a surprise. She never knocked on the door before. Martina stood at the door holding a pillow, her face flushed. Then the voice of the heart came. Yeah, I'm so nervous. If only I could have a baby right away. I have to be bolder later. Nora said he likes passionate women. Reiner asked knowingly, what for? Martina forced herself to remain calm and pointed out the window. The weather is cold. Nora drove me away, and it was too cold to sleep alone, so I came to find you. Of course, I'm not sleeping with you because I like you, and we're just sleeping together. Nothing will happen. Reiner, don't expect anything. Okay. Both of them used the same excuse. What a good best friend. At this moment, Martina's frustrated voice came into Reiner's ears again. I'm such a fool. Why can't I be honest? Didn't I come here just to become his woman? All those mental preparations were in vain. Reiner waved his hand dismissively. Then don't just stand there. Come over here. Martina closed the door and the window, then walked to the head of the bed. She put the pillow on the bed, then lifted the quilt and crawled in. The two of them slept on each side, and there seemed to be a 38th parallel drawn in the middle of the bed. How can we keep warm together when you're so far away from me? Come here. Reiner touched her arm, closed the book, and pulled her over. So hot. She is completely different from Nora. She produces a lot of heat and is not the type to be afraid of cold at all. Martina was slightly startled, looked up at him, then quickly looked away. Then she said anxiously, I snore and move around when I sleep. Reiner, don't. Reiner said seriously, then you should sleep inside so you don't fall out of bed. The next word Martina was about to say were choked back. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she hugged Reiner tightly. Be gentle. Don't strangle me to death. Martina was slightly stunned and quickly let go of her hand. I'm sorry. I get excited and that happens. It's okay. Just lie down. Reiner pushed her inside and gently comforted Martina. I'm all muscle, not feminine at all, not pretty, and not fair-skinned. Reiner looked her up and down. Demihumans are born with strong physiques and full of energy, but this does not mean that they are like King Kong Barbie. Martina is just a little taller and has more muscular lines on her body, but she is still soft where she should be soft. She was as pretty as a senior from the college track club. So Reiner said firmly, don't give me that. You are perfect. Look at this beautiful waistline and this almost perfect curve. You're talking nonsense. I'm not that beautiful. Men are really good at sweet talk to please others. Reiner smiled and blew out the candle. Martina suddenly panicked. Why did you blow out the candles? Do you want to light a candle? At the beginning, Nora was shy and always insisted on blowing out the candles. Over time, he got used to it. The only difference is that you can't see in the dark. Martina thought for a moment and replied, let's blow out the candles quickly. The two of them lay down facing each other. Martina thought for a while, then mustered up the courage to say, Reiner, thank you for being so kind to me. I love you the most. Please become my family. Then, she pinched her thigh hard and forced herself to speak. Reiner, from now on, treat me as a real woman. I want to have a child with you. Sure. Reiner hugged her with his backhand and then pressed her under him. You slow down. Martina stuttered. Her cute look is really adorable. Reiner held her chin and said, don't be nervous. Relax a little. I'm going to kiss you. Martina clasped her hands to her chest nervously. The two of them quickly hugged each other. After a long while, Martina suddenly said, Reiner, take it. Such long legs, woman. You are playing with fire. The two fought for a while, and in the end, Reiner got the upper hand. Wait. I'm not ready yet. Martina pushed Reiner gently, while her other hand tightly grasped the sheets. That night, heavy snow fell outside the window. Chapter 71, Junus' Departure. In the morning, Reiner was almost out of breath because of Martina's hug. Reiner struggled to break free from her arms. As soon as he left, Martina started humming nonstop. Wow, hold me. It was unbelievable that such a soft sound could come out of Martina's mouth. Reiner quickly hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. There was heavy snow outside the window, and the temperature had probably dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. The cold front arrived overnight. After holding Martina for a while, she slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Reiner and whispered, Dear. Reiner shuddered. Is this correct? Never mind. He really enjoyed listening to it anyway, so let it be. All quiche. Martina kissed him obediently. She hugged Reiner's arm tightly, and her eyes were so eager that they were almost thread-like. Reiner is such a handsome guy. I was such a fool before. If I had known this, I should have taken action against him earlier. I missed so much time in vain. From now on, I also have a man. She squirmed in Reiner's arms. My dear, you are so amazing. She gently rubbed Reiner's calf, hinting wildly. Reiner became more and more suspicious that she was controlled by some horned demon, as her mind was always filled with such thoughts. Totally different from Nora. Isn't the contrast too big for her? He was unwilling to do it before and always laughed at Nora. Now, I just want to stick together all the time. I thought you were serious, but you suddenly seem like a different person. Martina blushed again and immediately covered herself with a quilt. Nora said you like this. If Reiner couldn't hear his inner voice, he would have believed it. This is clearly what she wants. But Martina has such a good figure. What else can you do with your wife? Pamper her. Reiner couldn't help it anymore, so he got under the covers and started killing everyone. The house began to shake again. After a long time, The two got dressed and got out of bed. Martina pushed open the door and shouted energetically, "I'm starving." Nora and Daisy were sitting at the dining table, having obviously finished their meal. Their eyes were somewhat evasive. Daisy got up and left. "I'll go heat up breakfast for you. Thanks for your hard work." At this moment, Nora's inner voice drifted over. "Oh my God, Martina actually looks so good. I thought she was butchering a pig last night. She doesn't know how to control her voice at all. It's so embarrassing." Nora blushed bright red. Reiner walked past the dining table and reached out to rub her cat ears. When Martina saw this, she leaned over and said, "Honey, touch my ears." Reiner found it difficult to adapt for a moment when he heard her shout these 3 words. In just one night, she has changed so much, right? Nora's inner voice drifted back. "You're still talking about me. I've become like this." "Okay." Reiner touched one side with one hand and then took Martina to the bathroom to wash up. Martina insisted on coming closer and leaning against Reiner. It wasn't until breakfast that she had to separate from Reiner. As soon as she sat down, Nora started teasing her. "Martina, you didn't say that to me before, but now you're even more attached to your master than I am." Martina blinked and put down the white bread. I didn't understand anything before, but now I understand. I blame you for not telling me such a pleasant thing." Now was Nora's turn to blush. "How could you possibly say something so shameless?" "Martina, you're so bold. You could say anything." Just then, Daisy brought over the hot soup, and she seemed a little sad. Alas, all the vegetables in the backyard were frozen to death. Not a single one survived. Reiner munched on some white bread while thinking. "In that case, let's turn the backyard into a stable. Now that I have enough money, it's time to think about my means of transportation." He didn't want to have to walk every time he went on a long trip. "Nora, Martina, can you ride a horse?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Reiner paused the subject and went to open the door. Standing outside the door was June-Ice. She was wrapped tightly in a white cloak, with white snow falling on her shoulders, and a horse was leading behind her. Seeing Reiner open the door, she greeted him. "Good morning, Reiner. The weather is terrible today. You still want to come and study with me, even though it's snowing?" June-Ice shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm not here to study with you today, Reiner. I'm here to say goodbye." Reiner's brain froze. Only then did I realize that June-Ice was carrying a suitcase. "Are you leaving Melode?" "Well, I'll leave soon." Reiner looked at the snow on the street and asked in confusion, "Where are you going in such heavy snow? Can't you wait until the snow stops?" June-Ice shook her head. "No, I have to leave now." "Is there anyone leaving with you?" "No, I'm alone." "Are you alone? What if you encounter robbers?" "Don't worry, Reiner. I'm capable of handling it. Don't underestimate me. I've traveled to many places on my own." "Then I wish you a safe journey." June-Ice stepped forward and hugged Reiner gently. "Well, after thinking about it, I think I should say goodbye to you. It's time for me to go. I'm very happy to have known you during this time. I hope that when I meet you again, you will have become the most famous magician in this continent." "The same to you." June-Ice took out a light red fire magic book from her arms and handed it to Reiner. "This is a parting gift for you." Although Reiner wanted to accept it, he subconsciously said, "This is too expensive." "Take it. You're good at fire magic, so this is what you need." June-Ice put her hands on her hips, a smile on her face. "I've basically learned all the practical fire magic. I've decided to specialize in water magic from now on, so you can take the book." Reiner took the book carefully. He also wanted to give June-Ice something as a souvenir, but he didn't know what to give her. "Wait for me." Reiner ran into the room and took out a bag of money, which contained about 20 gold coins. "Since you're going on a trip, the most important thing you need is probably money. For you." June-Ice put her hands on her hips and smiled again. "I have money." "Then keep this money for emergencies. It will come in handy when you travel." June-Ice looked at the bag in deep thought. After struggling for a long time, she finally reached out and took the money. "Thank you, Reiner. See you later." "See you later." Watching her leaving, Reiner fell into deep thought. After knowing each other for nearly 3 months, he was reluctant to part with June-Ice, his enlightenment teacher. "The most important thing is that once she leaves, I won't be able to borrow her water magic book anymore." Chapter 72. Someone is looking for June-Ice. A few more days passed. Reiner picked a good day and took Nora and Martina to the market to choose horses. Because it was winter, there were almost no pedestrians in the market. The horse racing market, which is usually bustling, also seems unusually deserted. Reiner took a look inside and saw that there were only a dozen or so horses left. The horse dealer hurried forward when he saw his customer. When he saw it was Reiner, He greeted him flatteringly. Master Reiner, are you here to buy a horse? Well, do you have any recommendations? Try to get something cheaper. The horse dealer rubbed his hands together. His eyes narrowed into slits. That depends on what you're going to use it for. Pack horses are cheaper, travel horses are moderately priced, and war horses are the most expensive. And they won't be available until spring. How much would 3 traveling horses cost? The cheapest is about 20 gold coins. The horse dealer picked up the brush and brushed the back of the black horse beside him. The most important thing is to look at the breed. For example, this Rosno grassland horse has a strong and sturdy body and thick hair. It can not only be used to pull goods, but also for traveling and even on the battlefield. However, its price is not cheap, and one costs 15 gold coins. And that reddish-brown horse, he's our diest warmblood. He's fast, has great endurance, a good personality, and has balanced attributes in all aspects. He only costs 12 gold coins. The cheapest is the gray Osaka stallion in the corner. It's small with strong limbs, suitable for off-roading, and has a tough and durable physique, making it perfect for beginners. One only costs 7 gold coins. Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked him over carefully. Why is it so cheap? This horse is widely distributed and can be found almost everywhere in the western part of the continent, so the price is naturally much cheaper. Many people who come to me to buy horses prefer to buy Osaka ancient stallions. Even some knights who are short of money will choose this horse as a mount. Reiner touched his chin and then asked, "You won't sell me a sick horse, will you?" The horse dealer was sweating profusely. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sir, as merchants, reputation is what matters most to us. If we were to tell lies, our horse business wouldn't last long." Reiner thought about it and agreed. Observe the horse for a few days after buying it, and return it if it doesn't work. After all, his horse has been here since Reiner traveled through time. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. I want 3 Osaka stallions. Take them all aside and let us choose. After the horse dealer took the horses away, Reiner asked Nora and Martina to choose. Come on, you two can pick yourselves. Be careful not to pick a sick horse. Martina nodded heavily and started choosing first. She stroked the horse's mane and whispered in demi-human language, "Good horse, good horse. Let me pick one." Nora followed closely behind and began to choose carefully. They were both exactly like Reiner, with no experience in horseback riding. During this period, the 3 of them could only explore on their own. Reiner walked past the horses, and one of them gently nudged his cheek. "Do you want to come home with me?" Huff, huff. The horse blew hot air at Reiner, then opened its mouth and started chewing his hair. Suddenly, it jumped up again and circled around in the stable like a lunatic. Kind of interesting. The horse dealer came over and said seriously, "Master Reiner, this horse is rather naughty. I suggest you change it." Reiner stroked its head and continued, "It looks quite clever. Let's take it." The horse dealer scratched his head, handed the reins to Reiner with a silly smile, and then began to install the stirrups. The beast-eared girls have also chosen their horses. Martina's horse was as tall and strong as she was, with its tendons clearly visible. The one Nora picked was a little shorter, but looked quite agile. "Honey, look at me." Martina jumped directly onto the horse. The sudden weight put a lot of pressure on the horse, and the horse struggled with small steps. Her entire outfit weighed at least 40 kilograms, and her weight was close to 200 kilograms. Seeing that she was not behaving well, Martina raised her sandbag-sized fist and shook it in front of the horse. "If you move again, I will teach you a lesson." After being frightened by her, the horse instantly became obedient. "We are the same origin. Why are we so anxious to fight each other?" "Don't hurt it." Martina shook her head. "No, it can't be killed." On the other hand, Nora was much gentler. She climbed onto the horse's back nimbly, patted the horse's head, and praised. "So good." Since Reiner can't ride a horse, he won't consider riding this thing for the time being. I plan to take them home first and raise them for a while, and then consider learning to ride horses after winter comes. He was neither as agile as Nora, nor as tough as Martina. If he was thrown off, he would probably be badly hurt. After handing the bag full of gold coins to the horse dealer, he had little money left. The weather seemed to be good these 2 days, so he planned to go to the Adventurers Guild in the afternoon to take on some work and see if he could make some more money. As they were thinking, the 3 of them were almost at the door of their home. Reiner saw a familiar figure from a distance. Anna was squatting at the door, gently rubbing her red shoulders. It's so cold now, but she is still wearing the fur coat that was passed down from her ancestors. Seeing Reiner coming back, She immediately ran over. Reiner, you are finally back. I was freezing to death. Why don't you go inside and wait? I went in. I just came out and saw you back. Reiner led the horse into the stable in the backyard. When it was completed yesterday, he felt that the stable was quite spacious. Now that 3 horses moved in, he felt that it was too crowded. But it's winter now, so we have to squeeze in a little and make do with it. After this season, we will try to expand them. So you came to me because you learned the chantless magic I taught you? Anna shrugged. No, I've been thinking about it for almost half a month. Although it has achieved some results, it is still far from being proficient in use. What I wanted to ask you is, have you seen Junice lately? Why are you asking this? Reiner asked in confusion. Junice had just said goodbye to him a few days ago, and now he didn't know where Junice was. He might have already left Diest. She had been learning Barnet, and perhaps Barnet was her destination. To be honest, Junice is one of Reiner's few friends, and he actually missed her a lot after the separation. Someone has been looking for Junice lately. They've come looking for me, and I guess they'll come looking for you soon too. As soon as Anna finished speaking, Reiner heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. He walked to the front of the house and found that the visitors were a group of fully armed knights. Judging from the style of their plate armor, they shouldn't be from the kingdom of Diest. Chapter 73, Junice's brother. The foreign knight took off his helmet. Like Junice, he had fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. He was an extremely handsome man. He dismounted sideways and walked to Reiner with his head held high. He first glanced at Anna beside him, then looked at Reiner and said slowly, "You should be Reiner, right?" "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Before Reiner could finish his words, he replied arrogantly, "I am Yul Poitu Ludida, a knight from the kingdom of Rosino." He had a blank expression and no emotion could be read from his face. Reiner was already used to it. Judging from his last name, he was most likely a noble. Since crossing over, all the nobles he met, including Demas, had acted cocky when they first met. "Come in and talk." Reiner retreated to the living room and sat at the dining table. Yul followed in and sat down across from Reiner. Reiner said softly, "From now on I will call you Yul." Yul remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. Reiner then asked, "So, you're here to see Junice?" "Yes, I heard from the local adventurers guild that she stayed with you for most of her time here." Just then, Daisy brought him a cup of hot water. Yul glanced down but didn't drink. He replied in fluent demi-human language, "Thank you, but I don't need it." The 3 beast-eared girls were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the knight in front of them could speak the demi-human language. Reiner had a vague feeling that the person in front of him must have some relationship with Junice. "Who are you to Junice?" Yul continued, "I am her elder brother." Reiner was slightly stunned. Junice's full name is Junice Baker, and her last name is different. But it is also possible that she used a fake surname in order not to attract too much attention. Her real name is likely Junice Poitu Lilietida. "So, why did you come see me?" Yul said coldly. "I came to find her on my father's orders. She has been away on her own for 2 years. She has had enough of her temper, and it's time for her to go back. So, you should know where she went. Rumor has it that you are her closest friend. Since Junice is avoiding them, she must have her own reasons. Reiner probably knew where to find her, but he certainly wouldn't betray Junice. I don't know either, but she is indeed my magic mentor. It's just that I haven't seen her since the snow." Reiner scratched his head, then pretended to be harmless and said, "I think she should still be here." Yul narrowed his eyes, looked at Reiner carefully, then took out a bag full of gold coins and said, "Tell me her whereabouts. Once you catch her, all the money will be yours." Reiner was filled with disdain. After all, Junice was her magic teacher. How could he do such a thing as selling out his friends for money? He was possessed by the actor and was slightly stunned at first, then pretended to be very interested. "All mine? Really?" Yul nodded, a hint of disgust in his eyes. "Yes, that's the effect. A few days ago, Junice came to say goodbye to me. She said she was a traveler and planned to go to the kingdom of South Asia Sis. She also told me that someone might come looking for me soon. I didn't expect them to come. If you rush over now, you should be able to catch her soon. Nan-Asia is 18,000 miles away from the kingdom of Barnet, and the 2 kingdoms are in completely opposite directions. If Junice really went towards Barnet, there was no way you could catch her." Thinking of this, Reiner smiled greedily and rubbed his hands like a fly. "Hey, sir, can you give me this money?" Yul slowly stood up, no longer hiding his disgust, and said coldly, "For money, she actually betrayed her teacher so easily. Junice is still as innocent as before, and has no guard against others at all. This made Reiner feel very happy. This is exactly the effect he wants. After thinking for a moment, he replied in a frivolous manner, "You'd be a bastard if you didn't make money. You're a noble lord, so of course you don't understand us commoners who can barely get enough to eat. You'll turned and left. You are just greedy. After I catch the man, I will have someone send the money to him." Looking at his back as he left, Reiner smiled without saying a word. Anna suddenly slammed the table, startling Reiner. Two animal-eared girls came over and stood on Reiner's left and right. "What?" Anna said angrily. "Give me back my book. June Ice has told me more than once that you are her best friend here, but you betrayed her for money. I used to admire you so much. Give me back my book." It seems that Anna is also a person of temperament. Reiner stood up and looked outside. Seeing that they had all gone far away, he closed the door. "Calm down and listen to my explanation." Reiner poured her a glass of water. Anna folded her arms, stared, and stopped talking. "Junice is my friend. How could I possibly reveal her whereabouts to others? I only said that to trick her brother away." Anna was slightly stunned, put her hand down, and softened her tone. "So that's how it is. I was really mad at you just now. I saw your expression just now. It didn't look like you were acting. If you don't pretend to be more convincing, you won't believe it." Reiner nodded heavily. That was all he could do to help June Ice for now. Every bit of time we can gain is a good thing. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Reiner's ears. "Mission update. Find June Ice. Task reward, 1 gold coin. After half a month of peaceful days, I didn't expect the mission to come so soon. I just bought 3 horses and can start my long journey." Reiner took out the wind magic book, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Take the book back." Anna was slightly stunned, then took a few steps back and shook her head vigorously. "No, I just didn't understand the situation, so I got angry. You can use this book." "No, I'm planning a long trip. It's not safe to leave valuables like this at home, but it's a bit troublesome to carry them with me." Anna was slightly startled, then reached out to take the book. "Are you going to find June Ice? What else?" Reiner glanced at her, then began to ask the animal-eared girl to pack up and prepare to go on a long journey tomorrow to find June Ice. Anna smiled. "Your relationship is indeed unusual." Reiner waved his hand. "Just ordinary friends. There are many people pursuing June Ice. Are you willing to just be her ordinary friend, without elevating the friendship? There is no such plan at the moment, so don't make blind guesses." Reiner shrugged. Anna's mouth curled up slightly, and she said nothing more. Chapter 74. Catching the Bandits. The 4 men rode along the path to Barnet. Because I was going on a long trip, Reiner brought Daisy along, as she sat behind Martina. She definitely can't be left home alone. "Little thing, don't move around. Be good and listen to me. I fed you a lot of grass yesterday. Don't embarrass me." Reiner gently smoothed the horse's back with a brush. The horse is really hard to ride. To be precise, the horse he chose was difficult to ride. Once on the road, it acted like a madman, jumping and leaping with Reiner, and would only walk properly when it was tired. Martina rode over on her horse and shook her fist, which was as big as a sandbag. "Honey, do you want me to teach it a lesson for you?" She and Nora rode horses very steadily, as if they had learned it naturally. Of course, this may also have something to do with the horses they chose. "Forget it. With that punch from you, I'm afraid it won't see the sun tomorrow." Martina put her hand down, suddenly stretched her neck, and kissed Reiner on the cheek, then looked at Reiner with an extremely cute look. "Give me a kiss. You haven't kissed me since this morning." Reiner was slightly stunned. He was in the same room with Nora yesterday, so it was true. He looked Martina up and down and wanted to give her a good squeeze, but unfortunately the position of his rod was blocked by the plate armor. I can only wait until tonight to compensate him. At this moment, Nora suddenly slowed down and walked to Reiner's side, looking back from time to time. "Master, someone is following us." Reiner looked back and saw nothing. "Did you see who it was? It must be the spy of the man from yesterday. It's also on horseback and very fast. He might catch up with us in a while. Your ears are so sharp. You can hear from so far away." Nora nodded heavily. Reiner looked behind him again, decisively released a large amount of water to soak the mud, and then used earthquake magic. Then a thin layer of soil was covered on top to hide the swamp. In less than half a minute, a simple trap was completed. This won't drown him, but it will definitely torment him for a while. "Let's go. Let's get rid of him." Reiner patted the horse under him and said softly, "Run faster, and I'll reward you with something delicious when we rest." Whoosh! Hot air came out of its nose, and it started running. After running for a long time, Reiner asked, "Did he catch up?" Nora shook her head. "No, I guess he's already fallen into the trap. We can slow down a bit." Reiner nodded. Suddenly, Nora's ears pricked up, and her hand quickly reached for her waist bag. Master, there are bandits on the road. They are ambushing us just ahead. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and take care of them. Reiner fell in a deep thought. There are bandits everywhere, and Junice is definitely not safe alone. I hope she is safe. I'll go with you too. Let's capture as many as we can alive. We'll have them around in case they're needed. Reiner dismounted and handed the reins to Martina. You two stay here and don't wander off. Daisy will make the decisions while I'm gone. Be smart. The two animal-eared girls nodded. Reiner followed Nora into the bushes. The two people holding hands directly entered the invisible state, but they still made a whooshing noise when they moved around. After walking for a while, Reiner saw several people squatting stealthily in the grass, and there was a rope buried in the ground for tripping horses' legs. Just keep two, and kill the rest at will. Okowo, there are two people ambushing on the left side of this road, and 3 people ambushing on the right side. The 2 men sneaked up behind the 5 robbers and started to act tacitly. Nora took the lead, throwing knives with both hands and killing the robbers on the left side of the road, while Reiner raised his staff and smashed the head of one of the robbers. In just a moment, only 2 bandits were left breathing. With Nora's help, controlling the situation was easy. Look, you guys are squatting here. You must have done a lot of bad things, right? Reiner asked with a raised eyebrow, tapping their heads lightly with his bloody staff. The 2 bandits knelt down, almost stunned by the shock. Sir, spare our lives. We just want to make a living, and we had no choice but to. One of the robbers was so scared that he peed his pants, and he was shaking constantly as he looked at the corpse beside him. Reiner didn't bother to listen to their explanation. If everyone chose to kill and rob because of their difficult lives, the world would have been in chaos long ago. They're saying this now just to gain sympathy, not because they realize they are wrong. Enough of the nonsense. Did you see a woman in a white cloak riding a horse in here 4 days ago? The 2 robbers looked at each other. Neither of them spoke, but instead began to stammer. Reiner winked at Nora. In an instant, the robber with better psychological quality was hit in the head. The cut on the skull was quite smooth, and the grayish-white brain tissue was clearly visible. Sir, please spare me. No, I'll tell you everything. Reiner squatted down in front of him and smiled friendly. This is your last chance. If I were you, I would definitely seize it. Once again, have you seen that woman? Yes, I have. It was about 4 days ago. We met her and tripped her horse. Just as we were about to rob her of her money, she set fire to us and forced us to retreat. In the end, he shot the woman with an arrow and let her run away. The panicked thief pointed at the chopped-off body next to him and put all the blame on him. After reading it, I found that my inference was correct. In order to avoid Yule and the others, Junice chose to go to Barnet. I guess she had already planned the route when she and Reiner were learning foreign languages. But the robbers on the road are all rushing to achieve good results at the end of the year, which is particularly dangerous. Even if she really planned to leave at this time, she should find someone to go with her. We're at our wits' end. The heavy snow has blocked the road, and few people are using it. If we don't grab some stuff to sell. Where's her horse? The bandit pointed deep into the bushes and said, It's tied up at the camp. Take me there, and don't try to escape, or you know what will happen. The robber crawled into the bushes. After walking for a while, Reiner saw the simple camp. A white horse was tied next to the campfire. It was completely confirmed that the person they stopped was Junice. Did you take anything from her? The robber hurried into the tent and pulled out a wooden box covered in mud. It looked like it had been opened by them, and the clothes inside were in a mess. There are also some daily necessities. Just then, Nora frowned and whispered something in Reiner's ear. Reiner suppressed his anger and asked calmly, That's all? It's gone. Everything is gone. It's all here. Okay, I understand. This time, Nora stabbed Reiner's head with a dagger without even waiting for Reiner to wink. Chapter 75. Museum wants to change her surname. Reiner searched the camp for a while and only found about 20 copper coins. He lit a fire and went back with Junice's horse. Seeing Daisy standing by the roadside, he handed her the reins and said, You can ride this horse for now. Reiner looked back at Nora and asked, Can you trace Junice's scent now? The snow covers up the smell. I'm afraid not. Nora shook her head. Melode was originally on the border of Diest, and they were now more than 60 kilometers away from Melode. It was still nearly 200 miles away before we reached a small border town in Barnet. On the way, she also needs to pass through a forest that is even larger than the Dawn Forest. Logically speaking, since Junais was injured and the destination was so far away, she should have gone back, but we didn't meet her on the way here. You can't drag your injured body into the woods and be eaten by wild beasts, right? Without the horse, the 200-kilometer journey would take at least 10 days, not to mention her mobility issues. Although Junais was an experienced adventurer, Reiner still had some concerns. Master, the forest is ahead. Should we continue going deeper? Nora asked. Let's go a little further and then set up camp here. We can rest for a night first. It's not suitable to travel after dark. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Nora found a flat, sheltered place up ahead, suitable for resting. Several people sat together, built a fire, and huddled together for warmth. Reiner shivered as a cold wind blew. I really don't know how Junais will make it through the forest filled with monsters and bandits in this harsh winter. Martina suddenly took off her armor piece by piece and said to Reiner, My dear, you must be very cold. Take off your armor and let's hug each other tightly. I will keep you warm. She is so cute when she looks serious. There's no point in being anxious now, so cherish the people around you. Martina must be feeling really bored after all the travel today. Reiner took off his plate armor and hugged Martina tightly. She was so soft and warm, and it felt so good to have a wife. Martina closed her eyes and took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Reiner could never have imagined it. Martina, who used to be carefree and had nothing on her mind but eating and killing monsters, has become so delicate now. Sure enough, the fastest way to change a person is to let her fall in love. Noila smiled and teased. You were talking about me before, but now you are more attached to the master than me. Martina blushed and curled up in Reiner's arms, whispering softly, Reiner is my only family. Reiner touched her elastic and warm horse ears. Nora is your family too. Martina said without hesitation, Nora is only half. Reiner is my man. You're saying this as if you're trying to monopolize me. Nora moved forward and pushed Martina out. My master hasn't kissed me yet today. Don't be so selfish. You haven't even taken off your armor yet. You're freezing. Besides, the master was with you yesterday, so it should be my turn today. Listening to the two of them arguing, Reiner felt more and more that he had made the right decision. Too many women will indeed lead to fights. There are only two of them, and they're already arguing fiercely. If there are 3 or 4 of them, it will be all over. At this moment, Reiner, who was lost in thought, was poked in the chest. The 2 animal-eared girls looked at her seriously. Martina asked, Who is prettier, me or Nora? She even bent down to show off her impressive fat. Although Nora didn't say anything, she was looking forward to Reiner's answer in her heart. Okay, you're all the same in my heart. You're all the most important people, so stop arguing. Daisy, who was sitting across from the campfire, covered her mouth and laughed after hearing this answer. Seeing that it was getting late, Reiner touched the ears of the 2 beast-eared girls and said softly, Nora, you rest first. Martina and I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and you and Daisy will take over in the second half. Okay, then I'll go to sleep. Nora took off the hard breastplate, walked to Daisy, hugged her, and acted like a child. Reiner patted Martina's back and whispered to her to sleep. But this guy was obviously not honest and kept biting Reiner's ear gently. After a while, she finally started to move. Nora and Daisy are both asleep. Let's get started, Reiner. It's not good for your health if you keep holding it in. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not interested in this remote place. Martina didn't care what Reiner said. She kept whispering master in Reiner's ear to harass him crazily. Seeing this, Reiner decisively brought up the past. You never called me like this before. You always called me by my name. Martina's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked very attractive under the flickering firelight. It's different now. You're my man. As long as you like it, I am willing to do it. Be obedient, don't mess around, and keep watch carefully. This place is full of dangers. Wait until we get to a safe place to play. Okay, I'll listen to you, master. Martina kissed Reiner. Not long after, she asked again, Master, what is your last name? Why are you asking this? Reiner asked in confusion. As for us Demihumans, once we have a male, we change our surnames, and females take the male surname. Didn't Nora tell you that? Reiner shook his head, having never heard her mention it before. Then tell me now. Reiner recalled his name. After a long while, he said, My last name is Lee. Lee. Martina asked in confusion. Yeah. Reiner picked up the branch and wrote the word Lee on the mud beside it. Martina's eyes widened. So, your name is Rainer Lee? No, Reiner is not my real name. It's just my pseudonym. I come from a very far away place. Martina snuggled into his arms again. I'm stupid and don't understand, but you must have your own reasons. Of course, the original name was too awkward and eye-catching for this, so I just came up with a random name. Then from now on, I'll be called Martina Lee. Whatever makes you happy, there's no such custom in my hometown to change surnames. Reiner rubbed her horse ears and said softly, Okay, you should get some sleep too. Just let me keep watch. I'll wake Nora up when the time comes. Let me chat with you. I want to get to know you better. Reiner laughed. Your contrast is quite big. Martina pouted and said, I was ignorant before, so please don't make fun of me with those things. She hugged Reiner tightly, paused for a moment, and then continued, I will definitely give birth to many children for you in the future. Chapter 76, The Elves Blocking the Road. Morning. Martina put on her armor and mounted her horse with full energy. She looked at Nora with a slight smile. You're becoming more and more disgusting. Nora stuffed the half-eaten white bread into her pocket and said bluntly, Needless to say, I must have eaten it again last night, otherwise I wouldn't be smiling so happily. Martina didn't argue. She put on her helmet. But the voice in my heart still drifted over. I have surpassed you and even know the master's last name. Reiner looked at the backs of the two people and sighed helplessly. The team took a short break and then continued on their way. In front of me was a pine forest covered with snow. Barnet is a country wrapped in forest. After crossing this vast forest, we should reach the border city. Reiner yawned, unfolded the map, took a look, found a few reference points, and, after confirming that they were going in the right direction, he led a few people straight into the forest. Nora, if anything seems wrong, tell me first. Understood, master. Reiner lifted his mask and exhaled some hot air to warm his almost frozen hands. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt something strange around him. Logically speaking, this dense forest should be the home of many monsters. What about tree monsters, snow wolves, or goblins? But we have been in the forest for almost half an hour and haven't seen even a jumping slime. Nora, do you feel anything is wrong? It's surprisingly quiet here. She raised her head and looked into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, her ears perked up. Master, there seems to be something on the tree. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow came from the darkness. Nora threw the flying knife quickly, and the two knives collided and deviated from their paths. This arrow was aimed directly at Reiner's life. If it weren't for Nora's excellent perception, he might have been lying on the ground. Reiner quickly put on his mask. Who? Seeing no response, Reiner raised his staff and condensed a huge fireball. Just then, the attacker appeared. Two women wearing gray robes, with slender bodies, different hair colors, delicate features, and long pointed ears, appeared in front of everyone in an instant. One of them held a bow and arrow, and the other held a metal staff, with cold eyes, always staring at Reiner viciously. To be precise, they're not humans, but some kind of elves. Don't be fooled by their beautiful and young looks. Their actual age may be over 4 digits. Martina held the sword in one hand, blocking Reiner and speaking in a low voice. My dear, these long-eared people are not to be trifled with. They're extremely powerful. Whether they're demihumans or monsters, they will avoid them when they see them. Let's be a little careful. If even she admits that this guy's not easy to mess with, then he might really be not easy to mess with. Have you dealt with him before? No, this is what my father told me. He said try not to harm the flowers, plants, and trees, otherwise the long-eared people will come and cause trouble. Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked at the two elves in front of him. He is a person who cares deeply for flowers, plants, and trees. Logically speaking, he should not be troubled by elves. After thinking for a moment, he asked in fluent Elvish, I have no grudge against you. Why are you attacking me? The green-haired elf on the left was surprised for a moment, but soon regained her composure. She said expressionlessly, Reiner, this is just a lesson. If you dare to disrespect the forest again, it will be more than just a lesson. Do you know my name? The elf did not answer, but just watched Reiner's every move silently. Seeing her reticence, Reiner pondered for a moment before continuing, I've always respected the forest. I don't know how I've offended you. I'm not familiar with your beliefs and traditions. Please explain so I can be more careful in the future. The elf replied coldly, Dawn Forest, you set fire to a large area of the forest. We have been keeping an eye on you ever since. She must be referring to the battles with the goblin priests and the tyrant. The situation was urgent, and he did accidentally set fire to a small area of woods. But after the battle, He and June Ice put out the fire with water magic. These elves are too serious. They didn't care about the many goblins cutting down trees to build houses in the Dawn Forest, but they had to intervene because they accidentally set a few trees on fire while eliminating the goblins. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, according to Martina's description, they were powerful people after all, so it would be a good idea to make friends with them. As a man, you should have a bigger picture. Reiner replied softly, I'll be careful next time. But in order to attack us, those goblins not only tried to set the forest on fire and burn us to death, they also cut down a lot of trees to build their tribe. By destroying them, I'm indirectly protecting the forest, right? Killing the goblins that destroy the forest will do more good than harm, right? The two elves looked at each other, then chose to remain silent for a long time before speaking. Yes. Reiner spread his hands and asked innocently, If that's the case, why are you teaching me a lesson? The blue-haired elf who had been standing by finally spoke. She said slowly, Let's be clear, although you have protected the forest to some extent, it is undeniable that you have also harmed it. We will remember your help and thank you in secret. Isn't this just stubborn? Although he really wanted to ask, he swallowed his words in accordance with the principle of not offending others casually. Seeing that the two elves wanted to leave, he hurriedly asked, I want to ask you something. Have you seen a slightly injured human girl with golden hair and a white robe passing by this area these days? She is an important friend of mine. The green-haired elf glanced back at Reiner and said slowly, Junis is still wandering through this forest. She's heading towards the human town. Do you know her? The elf didn't reply and instantly disappeared into the dense forest with his companions. This means that Junis' life is not in danger at the moment. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Martina took Reiner's hand and asked in confusion, What were you guys talking about just now? I didn't understand a word you said. This is Elvish. I'll teach you if I have the chance. I won't learn this kind of stuff. I don't like dealing with them. Don't be fooled by the good looks of these long-eared chiefs. In fact, each one of them is more cruel than the other. Martina shook her head in disgust. It could be seen that she is very prejudiced against elves. Nora nodded in agreement. Daisy, who was standing nearby, spoke up. When I was a child, I fled with my father and met some long-eared people. Most of them were inflexible, but they seemed very kind because I was rescued by them more than once. Reiner shrugged and continued to lead the others deeper into the forest. Chapter 77 The girl is not far from you. The four of them rode their horses along the forest path. The road here is rugged, and all you can see are snow-capped pine trees. The horses' movements are somewhat restricted, but it is still much faster than walking. After riding all the way until the afternoon, Reiner saw that everyone was a little tired, so he asked them to rest there for a night and prepare to continue their journey tomorrow. This forest feels very safe. We've been walking for a whole day and haven't seen a single monster, not even a bandit. Martina leaned against a tree and stretched lightly. Maybe it's because there are elves maintaining order. This is a good thing. Reiner placed the breath of the red dragon on the ground, and the fire demon stone on top of the staff immediately ignited a raging flame. Daisy picked up a few branches, washed them with water, and put them in front of the fire to toast the frozen white bread. The four of them prepared to rest after dinner. Suddenly, Martina looked back at the pine tree behind her, and then punched it. There are bugs. Reiner asked doubtfully. No, dear, come and see what this is. Reiner stood up and glanced at her. I discovered that this pine tree actually had a human face. Martina had hit its nose crooked. At first, Reiner thought it was a face carved into a tree by some bored person, until the corner of its mouth twitched. Martina drew the greatsword behind her and raised her hand to strike. Monster, give me your life. Wait. Reiner pulled her back. The tree groaned, then muttered in Elvish. Who is it? Not only did you wake me up, but you even hit me. Ouch. Reiner patted Martina's butt and continued. This should be a tree demon, not a monster. Martina took a closer look and muttered, Really? I feel like she's a monster. Reiner walked over and straightened the old dryad's wooden nose. Sorry, this is the first time we've met a dryad, and she was a little agitated. Let me fix your nose. After that, Reiner used hydrotherapy to heal its nose, although he didn't know if it would be of any use. Wow. The last time I saw a human who could speak Elvish was about 200 years ago. It's really rare. The old tree demon laughed and continued. No need to treat me. This nose will heal in a while. Oh. Reiner took a few steps back and looked at the dryad carefully. Apart from the big face on the trunk, this thing is no different from an ordinary pine tree. Just plant it in the soil and it won't move. Just as Reiner was lost in thought, The tree demon spoke again. I have slept for too long. It's time to get up and move around. Then, the surrounding ground began to shake slightly. The tree demon pulled its 2 legs out of the soil with great effort. The crooked legs were covered with dense tree roots. He was so huge that the ground trembled slightly every time he moved, and Reiner just watched him silently from the side. This was probably Nora's first time seeing a tree demon. When I saw this walking pine tree, my eyes widened. After waiting for a while, the tree demon returned to the pit, dug its legs into the soil again, and sighed, "The snow is so heavy this year." Reiner replied smoothly, "Yes, there was only a thin layer of snow last year, so it wasn't as cold as this year." The old tree demon kept squinting his eyes and looked very kind. He slowly asked, "Out there, can humans and demihumans coexist peacefully?" Reiner shook his head. No, he's still hunting down demihumans all over the world. It's still the same as it was 200 years ago. The old tree demon said softly. Reiner doesn't know how to chat, and after hearing what he said, he didn't know how to respond. The old tree demon spoke again. "It seems that you're not a talkative person." "Well, I'm not very good at talking." Reiner sat down on the spot, and the 2 animal-eared girls scrambled to get into his arms, and then they started arguing with each other. Seeing this, the tree demon also asked, "What are they doing?" "You're fighting to sit in my arms and rest." Reiner patted Martina's shoulder and said softly, "Okay, it was you yesterday, so today it's Nora's turn. 1 day each. We'll be fair and impartial, and no one will be partial." Martina's pony ears drooped. She puffed out her cheeks and sat down next to Daisy. The tree demon laughed dryly a few times and continued, "They should be your slaves too, right? They're actually vying for your favor." "How rare." Reiner said seriously, "Of course, I'm a rare good man in the world." The tree demon laughed again, paused for a few seconds, and then asked, "So, why did you come to this forest? Are you passing through, or are you here to explore?" "I was looking for a friend and happened to be passing through this forest." "Woman." "Yes, a very beautiful woman, with blonde hair and blue eyes, very gentle and patient. She is not only my friend, but also my magic mentor." Reiner nodded heavily. The tree demon laughed again, and this time it opened its golden eyes. "2 women are not enough. You plan to find a third?" Reiner scratched his face, his eyes unconsciously looking away. I haven't thought about it yet. I'm looking for her mainly because of something urgent." "Where are you from?" "Diaster, a small town called Mellet. I wonder if you've heard of it." "Of course, I had a human friend who lived there before, but it's been over 200 years now, so he's probably dead now." The tree demon's tone was somewhat sad. "You humans are too fragile, with a lifespan of only 100 years. Reiner caressed Nora in his arms and asked casually, "Is there any magic that can make people immortal?" The tree demon shook his head slightly, and piles of snow slid down from the branches and leaves. "As far as I know, there shouldn't be any. But don't despair. Living too long isn't a good thing. I've been asleep longer than I've been awake, so I'll probably be dead in a few hundred years. My only hope now is to find something to talk about when I wake up." "Excuse me, how long have you lived?" The tree demon whispered, "I have been in this forest for thousands of years." "So, you even lived through the old empire?" "Of course, I participated in human wars back then." At this moment, the old tree demon stretched out his dry arm. "To be honest, I miss the days I spent with you humans, but I'm old now. It turns out it has hands. It's just hidden among the dense pine needles." The old tree demon aroused Reiner's desire to chat. He had wanted to ask how demihumans were born in this world, but it said, "I found the girl you were talking about. She's not far from here." Chapter 78, Found Junice. "You mean Junice?" The old tree demon scratched his nose that was crooked by Martina. "Of course, she's blonde and beautiful, so it must be her. Haven't you been here all the time? How did you find her?" Reiner was a little confused, but he still patted Nora on his lap and asked her to stand up. The dryad chuckled softly. "You humans can't see the elves, but I can not only see them, but I can also talk to them and learn what's happening thousands of miles away." "Where is she now?" The old tree demon pointed deep into the woods and said, "Keep going. You'll see her in about 2 miles. "Thank you. I'll come to see you again if I have the chance. I'm leaving first." Reiner packed up his things and left. The old tree demon waved goodbye to him. Martina asked doubtfully, "Are we going to travel at night too, dear?" Nora reached out and tapped her on the head, urging her, "There must be some news. Hurry up and put on your armor, idiot." "Well," the tree demon said that Junice is camped 2 miles away. "Let's go straight there." Reiner got on his horse. This guy seemed reluctant to travel at night and jumped up directly. Reiner took out a carrot and stuffed it into its mouth, which calmed it down. Martina murmured quietly beside him, "Master, do you like Junais that much?" "No, I can't explain it to you right away. Just find her as soon as possible." Reiner rubbed Martina's ear. "Okay, but as long as you don't neglect me, I will agree if you want to have another woman." Martina folded her arms and said seriously until Nora hit her on the head again. Reiner lit the staff and led the animal-eared girls in the direction the tree demon pointed. He rode forward until he saw a small fire ahead. Nora sniffed hard. "Junis is there. I can smell her." "Understood." Reiner continued to move towards Junis' camp. Perhaps the sound of horse hooves startled her, and she suddenly poked her head out from behind the tree to take a look. After seeing who it was, she rubbed her eyes vigorously. You don't recognize me after not seeing me for a few days?" There was a hint of joy in Junis' tone, and she stood up hurriedly. "Reiner, is it really you? I thought I was seeing things." She looked dirty, and her cotton coat was tattered. It was obvious that she had not had a good time these past few days. Reiner smiled and continued. "I also found your horse for you." "Thank you." Junais walked forward quickly and reached out to touch the white horse under Daisy beside her. "I was robbed by bandits at the time and was injured. I really couldn't take care of it. I didn't expect you to help me find it again." Daisy dismounted and walked over to Martina. Reiner continued. "It was just luck. If it had been 2 days later, he would have been sold by those bandits." At this moment, Junis' stomach protested. She hugged the staff tightly in her arms, feeling a little embarrassed. "Is there anything left to eat? All my food was taken away by those bandits. I've been eating wild grass these past few days." "Of course." Reiner invited everyone to sit by the campfire, then took out 2 pieces of white bread from his bag and handed them to Junais. Her eyes lit up, and she took it and started to eat it without even washing her hands. It was obvious that she was really hungry. Reiner watched her quietly from the side. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Mission, find Junais. Current status, completed. Rewards have been issued." Reiner felt that his wallet had become a little heavier. He rummaged through the bag and soon found a gold coin that felt very different. The newly acquired gold coin is printed with an ancient tree with lush branches and leaves, which is completely different from the pattern on the diced gold coin. Identification completed. Item name, Barnet Gold Coin. Introduction. One of the most basic currency units in the Kingdom of Barnet. Reiner stroked the pattern on the gold coin and then put it into his purse. "It's so inconvenient. This continent needs someone to unify it." The system voice sounded again. "Mission update. Escort Junais to City Cannon. Mission reward, 1 Barnet Gold Coin." Reiner was impressed by the name. Cannon is located on the Barnet border and can be reached through this forest. It is most likely the destination of Junis' trip. Junais huddled by the campfire and rubbed her stomach. "I'm full now, thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted just looking for food." Reiner sighed and continued. "We also brought a lot of black bread. If you're still hungry, you can eat some more." After Junais cleaned her hand with water, she held out her hand to Reiner. "Give me some more. Thank you." Reiner walked over to the horse and took out a large piece of brown bread and handed it to Junais. She continued to chew it with big mouthfuls. But soon, as if she suddenly remembered something, she looked up at Reiner and asked, "By the way, Reiner, how did you get here?" Reiner thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Isn't this because I'm worried about you? The weather is so bad, and there are bandits along the way. It would be very dangerous to let you go alone." Junais was stunned for a moment. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Reiner, as if she was thinking about the truth of his words. Reiner replied seriously, "Well, Ms. Junais Puedeladita, I actually came to you for another reason." Hearing the name again, a hint of surprise flashed across Junais' face. "Has anyone come to see you?" "Yes, your brother Yul found me and asked me about your whereabouts. He wants to find you." And then, Junais asked impatiently. Reiner recounted to her everything that happened that day without reservation. Junais burst out laughing. "Reiner, you are a genius. Ha ha ha. Forget it. Actually, I don't think I succeeded. Your brother had people keeping an eye on me a long time ago. When I left the city, there were spies following me. Although I shook them off, this is the shortest way to Barnet after all. It wouldn't be difficult for him to guess my route." Junais sighed softly and shook her head again. Just as the two fell into silence, she suddenly asked, "Reiner, can you understand me?" "What do you mean by understanding me? I don't even know why you ran away from home." Junais lowered her head and said slowly, My father is an earl of the kingdom of Rossino. He plans to marry me to the eldest son of a marquis to improve their relationship. Reiner quickly waved his hand. In short, it was a political marriage. You disagreed, wanted to take control of your own life, and then you ran away, right? Junice stared at Reiner in silence for a long time, then nodded heavily. Chapter 79, The Elf Girl Longing for Adventure. In this world, women have a very low status and have almost no right to make their own choices in marriage, especially aristocratic women like Junice. The purpose of their existence seems to be to improve relations between nobles through political marriages and thus safeguard the interests of the family. So their marriages are usually decided by their parents. Who they marry does not depend on who they like, but on who can bring more benefits to the family. Even though she was a renowned magician, she could not escape such a fate. I don't want to marry a man I've never met because of these things, get pregnant early, and live my life in confusion. Reiner, can you understand me? That's amazing. I received a different education than most people here, so I can totally understand your thoughts. Reiner felt a little sympathetic towards her situation, because Junice was indeed a woman worthy of respect. A woman who is kind, just, independent, and tenacious is hard to find, not only in this world, but even in his original world. Anyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education can more or less agree with her ideas. However, due to the limitations of this era, it is not easy to live so rationally. Because of this, Reiner admired her bravery even more. Junice smiled. She grabbed Reiner's shoulders and shook them gently. Thank you, Reiner. But what would you do if your brother really showed up? A trace of confusion flashed across Junice's eyes, but she quickly became resolute. I don't know, but I will definitely not go back with them. She turned her head and suddenly smiled. My dream is to become the most famous and powerful water magician in this continent. What about you, Reiner? Me? Reiner glanced back at Nora and Martina and said seriously, whatever my ideal as a woman is, that's my ideal. He reached out and poked Noila's kidney. What is your ideal? Nora licked the corner of her mouth and answered without hesitation, eat white bread and jam. Reiner hugged her gently, rubbing his hands on her cheeks. Can you go a little further? Nora blinked, thought for a moment, and replied, white bread and jam every meal and smoked chicken once in a while. Reiner poked Martina. What about you? Having a child with you. Her eyes were drawn, as if she was about to pounce on him. Reiner poked her belly gently. That's it? Can you go a little further? Why are you almost as tall as Nora? You and I. Martina raised her head, as if thinking, and said excitedly, then I want to have many, many children with you, and I hope that each of them will become the strongest warrior. Junice hugged her knees, her eyes wide. That's all. After thinking for a moment, Reiner continued. Based on this, I want to practice magic of all 4 attributes to the strongest level. Junice was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Can't you use 5 kinds of magic? Why do you only practice 4 to the strongest level? Reiner said seriously. Don't you want to be the most powerful water magician? I'll give you the strongest water attribute. I only want the other 4. Junice smiled, then reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder firmly. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone gathered around the fire and began to rest. Junice woke up early the next morning. She mounted her horse and looked at Reiner and the others. You guys are going to Barnet with me? Yes, I'll stay with you for a while. Reiner had a hunch that in the next period of time, the system tasks would revolve around Junice. In the short term, he might not return to Mellowed. During this time, I will treat it as an opportunity to see the customs and cultures of other countries and regions. Junice smiled, narrowed her eyes, and said, Thank you, Reiner. The 5 people continued walking in the forest, talking and laughing along the way, feeling very relaxed. At noon, Reiner wanted to have a good rest, but Nora, who was walking in front of the team, suddenly pricked up her ears and stopped in the middle of the team. Master, there is something ahead. Reiner put the mask back on and said, What is that? A monster? Nora narrowed her eyes and shook her head slightly after a few seconds. No, it seems to be an elf. Reiner recalled everything he had done today, and he didn't know what he had done wrong, which attracted the elves to come and cause trouble again. Just as he was thinking hard, the elf appeared. In an instant, an elf with blue hair and a petite figure stopped the team of 5. In her arm, she held a staff made of twisted branches with a blue gem on top. This elf was different from the 2 lifeless ones I met yesterday. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and there was a hint of pride on her face. She is a lively little girl. I don't know whose child was not watched carefully, but he ran out by himself. Without waiting for Reiner to ask, she spoke first. Reiner, take me with you on the adventure. Reiner glanced at the people around him and shrugged innocently. Junice looked her over carefully, then asked, "Do you know this elf?" "I don't know him." Reiner shook his head and then asked the elf in front of him, "Who are you?" The blue-haired elf put her hands on her hips and began to introduce herself. "My name is Aliana, and I'm a stargazer. Take me with you on your adventure. I can definitely help you." Reiner didn't want to cause trouble. If two elves come out and accuse him of kidnapping children, then everything will be over. Reiner shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have time to take care of children." Aliana's eyes widened and she stamped her feet vigorously. "I'm not a child. I don't need your care." Reiner dismounted and walked in front of her, gesturing slightly with his hands. Aliana's height did not even reach his neck. Probably about 1.4 or 1.5 meters tall. It was wrapped tightly like a potato. Reiner looked up at the surrounding pine trees and shouted in Elvish, "Whose child is missing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Reiner's knee was hit hard by Aliana's staff. She said angrily, "I told you that I am not a child. I am 18 years old and an adult." When no one responded, Reiner looked her up and down again. Can this be 18? Legal lowly, right? But considering that the lifespan of elves is different from that of humans, often reaching several thousand years, her words may be true. Reiner looked her up and down, and their eyes met. "Can't you find another adventurer?" Aliana shook her head vigorously. "The other adventurers don't speak Elvish, so they can't understand me, which is inconvenient. Take me with you on your adventure. I could be of great help, and you won't regret it." Chapter 80. The elf girl shows her strength. Seeing that Aliana was following him from a distance and refused to leave, Reiner sighed, stopped his horse, and waited for the little elf lowly to approach. When she came to his side, Reiner reached out his hand and pulled her onto the horse. This scene was seen by the two animal-eared girls, and their thoughts quickly reached Reiner's ears. "Nora, it seems the master's going to have a new woman. If possible, I still hope it can be a little less. Martina, she's like a child. Reiner wouldn't be interested in such an ordinary woman. She has to be at least Nora's age." Reiner turned around and looked at the two animal-eared girls. "I have to say that although Martina is not particularly smart, her vision is quite unique. Reiner has always liked women with a more mature appearance. He usually has no feelings for little Lolas like Aliana." Seeing that Reiner was distracted, Aliana's pointed ears moved, and she asked in a very lively and cute way, "Will you take me with you?" He had little contact with the elves in this world, so he might as well start with Aliana as a starting point. "First, I need to know if you've told your parents, relatives, or friends about your idea of going on an adventure." Aliana nodded heavily. "Of course, I went out to gain experience only after getting permission." Reiner stared in her eyes. Sure enough, after just a few seconds, her eyes began to avoid guiltily. "Go down, I don't want to mess with you elves." Aliana suddenly attacked Reiner and hugged his waist tightly with both hands. "No, take me out for adventure." Reiner quickly pulled her hand away. "No, are we that familiar with each other? Why did you hug each other?" Nora's inner voice drifted over. "Alas, if possible, I wish the master wouldn't be so charming. He always attracts women no matter where he goes." Aliana hugged her tighter. "If you don't agree to me, I won't let go." Trying this? Reiner called for support. "Martina." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong hand pulled Aliana away from Reiner. Martina picked up Aliana like a chicken and put her behind her. Aliana looked at the two of them with grievance, pouting her rosy cherry lips. Reiner then asked, "Why do you insist on following me?" "My sister said that the world outside is vast and interesting. I want to go out and broaden my horizons. I don't want to stay in this broken forest all the time." Aliana muttered softly. It turns out that she was a good girl who ran away from home. Reiner saw a bit of Junice in her, but Junice was purely helpless, and she preferred to play. "If I take you with me, what can you do for me?" Speaking of this, Aliana became excited. She sat behind Martina, gently waving her staff. "I can enchant your weapons and armor. It's very powerful and useful." Reiner's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. "Can you give me a brief demonstration?" "Sure." Aliana reached out to touch the great sword on Martina's back, but she turned around and glared at her. Aliana immediately retracted her hand like a child who had done something wrong. Martina had said before that she didn't like elves. Reiner said to the others, "Let's rest here for a while and continue our journey in the afternoon." Then he dismounted and placed Aliana on the ground. As they sat together eating, Reiner handed Martina the great sword and said, "Let me see what you can do." Seeing Martina looking towards them, Reiner added, "Be careful later. This sword is her lifeblood. If you accidentally break it, she'll be absolutely furious. Aliana nodded. She dragged Martina's sword with great effort and placed it on the snow. Then she suddenly clasped her hands together and slowly closed her eyes. Soon a melodious song came out of her mouth, but the great sword in the snow did not change. Junais came over and asked in a low voice, "Is she singing?" Reiner nodded. "I don't know either. This should be some kind of ritual to enchant equipment." Dozens of seconds later, under the refraction of sunlight, the smooth sword body actually emitted a holy light. When fighting against the necromancer in the ruins, Reiner had also seen a similar light on the knight's armor. But the light emitted by the weapons enchanted by Aliana was obviously more dazzling. Aliana's eyes sparkled, and she said confidently, "Okay, go ahead and try it." Reiner picked up the sword and swung it hard at the air around him. Seeing that the weight didn't seem to change, he looked closely at the blade and finally made a discovery. Because Martina always used this two-handed sword intensively, there were several noticeable notches on the sharp blade. However, after being enchanted by Aliana, the notches actually became slightly smoother. "You can only help us repair our equipment," Reiner asked with a raised eyebrow. This enchantment was not what he had imagined. Aliana put her hands on her hips and said seriously, "You could try to use magic on it and see what happens." Reiner turned around and shouted, "Martina, be the target." Martina immediately ran over, took her sword, and began to swing it. "Just hold it still while I try to hit the sword with a water ball." "No." Reiner raised his staff and shot a water ball. The water ball that should have hit the center of the target was deflected by an invisible force and hit a pine tree nearby. Reiner had seen this effect on goblin priests and necromancers. Every time an attack was deflected, a domino on the goblin priest's body would shatter. But the necromancer was too far away to see if there were any triggering conditions. "If you enchant armor, will the wearer be immune to damage caused by magic?" Reiner's eyes lit up. He saw the value of Aliana. A warrior like Martina, although protected by armor and not easily vulnerable to physical damage, can easily be threatened by the magical attacks of monsters. When she was escaping, the necromancer burned half of Martina's body. Reiner changed his mind. How long can this effect last? How many times I can withstand magic attacks depends on the duration of my enchantment. If there are no magic attacks, the enchantment will gradually dissipate within 15 days. Aliana's pointed ears twitched, and she said with some pride, "With me, you can enjoy free equipment enchantment service. How about it? Are you moved?" Chapter 81, Elf, Loli's Mother. Reiner looked at Martina holding the great sword lovingly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Ms. Aliana, you are hired." "Hire?" A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Reiner translated, "It means I'm willing to travel with you, but in exchange, you have to enchant our equipment in your free time." Aliana smiled broadly while hugging her staff. "I know." Reiner looked up at the surrounding pine trees. "But you have to let your parents know about this. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble." Aliana pouted again. "I'm not a child. I don't want to be mistaken for a child trafficker." Although Aliana was reluctant, seeing Reiner's firm attitude, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. After a while, Nora's cat ear stood up, and she said, "Master, something is coming." Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind blew and a white figure appeared in the middle of the snow. Another elf. She was wearing a thick white robe, and her hair was the same light blue as Aliana's. Her deep eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts. She looks like a young girl, and her exact age is hard to guess. Aliana ran towards her, threw herself into her arms, and started to act coquettishly. "Mom, I want to go on an adventure with them." She turned around and introduced Reiner proudly. "Reiner, this is my mother Serena, the best stargazer here." Reiner didn't understand what she meant, but seeing that Selena was also holding a staff in her hand, he guessed that the stargazer might be a magician or something like that among the elves. As soon as Aliana finished speaking, Serena spoke up and reintroduced herself. "Hello, my name is Serena." "Hello too, my name is Reiner." Serena doesn't seem like the two elves we met yesterday. She seems quite polite. Selena remained silent and looked down at Aliana in her arms. "It's a good thing to see the outside world and gain more knowledge, but I hope you will wait a little longer." "No, there are not many humans in this world who can speak Elvish. If you miss this opportunity, who knows how long you'll have to wait." Aliana raised her head and said seriously. She looked so happy, like a primary school student going on a spring outing. After a long silence, Serena slowly said, "You can learn the human language before going on an adventure." Aliana shook her head vigorously. I can't wait. I want to go out for a walk now. Selena fell into deep thought again and looked at Reiner again. Mr. Reiner, would it be convenient for you to take her with you on the trip? I can pay you the corresponding compensation. Reiner folded his arms, grinning from ear to ear. That's very convenient. As for the reward, I can ask her to help enchant my equipment in lieu. Selena nodded slightly. Then I'll leave Aliana to you during this time. After saying that, she turned and walked into the forest, and her figure disappeared as the wind blew. Honestly, Reiner really wants to learn this high-class way of entering and exiting the stage. Aliana looked up at Reiner and said with a smile, That's all. Take me away. Reiner nodded. Now that the obstacles have been cleared, there is no reason to reject her. More people just mean more mouths to feed. By the way, you just said your mother is the best stargazer. What is a stargazer? After a moment's thought, Aliana replied, They are warriors who are very skilled in using various kinds of magic. Not only can they enchant equipment like me, but they can also cast terrifying long-range attack spells. Are there any other professions? Yes, my father is a blade walker. He is a nimble and strong warrior. Before I was born, he single-handedly slew a dragon that threatened the forest. Anything else? And the Whisperers. They are very patient. Their weapons are bows and daggers. They are very good at reconnaissance and surprise attacks. Some races can even become invisible during the day or at night. Reiner thought about it, and thought that among the two elves he saw yesterday, the one with green hair and a bow should be the Whisperer. Only 3. Aliana nodded. Roughly these 3. If you saw me accidentally stepping on flowers and grass to death, would you cause trouble for me? Aliana scratched her face awkwardly. I've heard about your story. Some of the more conservative tribesmen are like that, and they'll find strange reasons to cause trouble for you. But young people under 500 years old are usually more open-minded and won't force humans to protect plants. Then I'm relieved. Reiner took her to sit by the campfire, then took out a piece of black bread and handed it to her. We usually eat this. Aliana stared down at the black bread in her hand, then squeezed it hard. Seeing that it was as hard as a rock, she looked up at Reiner and asked, Can this be eaten? Her eyes were fixed on Martina, who was eating voraciously, and she followed her example, taking a bite from the edge of the black bread. However, her bite force was too weak, and, after struggling for a long time, only a row of neat teeth marks were left. Aliana held up the black bread and waved it back and forth in front of Reiner. Is this really edible? If you can't bite it, cut it thinner. Reiner used a dagger to help her cut the black bread into thin slices before handing it to her. Aliana only took a bite and frowned. It's sour and salty. It's not tasty. As soon as she finished speaking, the black bread in her hand suddenly disappeared and appeared in Martina's mouth. Although they did not speak the same language, Martina seemed to notice that Aliana did not like eating black bread, so she did her a small favor. Reiner asked in confusion, What do you elves usually eat? Aliana answered without hesitation, Wild fruits, mushrooms, nuts, and grilled fish. Compared to most people in this world, the food I eat is quite refined. After all, poor peasants only ate wheat paste or stewed beans to fill their stomachs, and they might not even be able to eat black bread. Reiner took out a piece of white bread, sliced it, and handed it to Aliana. Try this. She took a bite and nodded. This is delicious. It's also hard, but it tastes better than the black one. This guy has a pretty good mouth. Reiner continued slicing and feeding it to Aliana. Of course, the price difference between the two kinds of bread is 10 times. This small piece can buy 20 pieces of brown bread. Aliana shrugged and continued to eat small bites of white bread. While she ate, Reiner began to collect the equipment from Martina and Nora. When she finished eating, a small hill of equipment appeared in front of her. Reiner raised an eyebrow at Ariana and hinted wildly, No need to say more, you know. Chapter 82, Arrival in a New City. The group had been walking in the forest for 5 days and would soon be able to leave the forest and arrive at Cannon, a border town in Barnet. Reiner turned around and asked Junice, What if your brother comes looking for you? If he really comes looking for me, I won't be able to do anything. I can't hide from him forever. Let's see if we can talk. I might need you to do me a small favor then. I help. How can I help? Reiner asked doubtfully. At the critical moment, Junice kept it a secret. You'll know when the time comes. Just then, an extremely cute purring sound came from behind her. Aliana was hugging Junice's waist tightly, and a hint of anxiety flashed across her face. According to her, this was her first time leaving the forest. Reiner couldn't help but teased. You might as well go home now. so you don't have to cry later. Aliana stretched out her staff and hit Reiner's but hard, puffing her cheeks and saying, I'm not a child anymore. I won't cry. As they continued on their journey, the trees around them gradually became sparser. Occasionally, they would meet hunters hunting nearby, and they didn't seem surprised by the arrival of outsiders. The view suddenly became clear, and a few of them completely left the forest. The next thing that came into view was a low city wall built of rubble. The road leading into the city was covered with snow on both sides, and the road surface was not paved with gravel. Most of the residents here seemed to be wearing rough and thick animal skins, simple shoes woven from straw ropes, and many jewelry made of animal bones hanging on their bodies. As a city on the border of the kingdom, this place seems to be even more backward than Merode. In comparison, it looks like a primitive tribe. It seemed that Junice hadn't expected this place to be so backward. She squinted her eyes while holding her staff. Barnet is the third most powerful kingdom on this continent. Did we come to the wrong place? Reiner unfolded the map, found a few reference points for comparison, and smiled with relief. I guess I found the right place. Perhaps the prosperity of the cities in this kingdom is quite different. The rich areas are very rich, and the poor areas are very poor. Junice scratched her cheek. I hope so. Aliana, who was sitting behind her, was very excited. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, Is this the outside world? How interesting. She struggled to get off the horse, then trotted to the front of the team holding her staff, her eyes full of desire for new things. Reiner turned to look at Nora and Martina. We might have to live here for a while. Do you like it? Nora shrugged. Wherever the master is, I like it. Martina was about to speak when she was choked back by her words. In the end, she could only curse angrily. Sly Nora, you have won all my favor. When the two looked at each other, Reiner could faintly smell the smell of gunpowder. Just as the two were about to continue arguing, Reiner decisively rode his horse and stuck himself between them. Okay, stop arguing. We come such a long way. Let's find a place to rest. The two beast-eared girls said in unison, Okay. But soon the voice in my heart came back. Martina, today it's Nora's turn. She's so lucky. All the good things happened to her. Nora, I really hope I can find a place to live soon. I haven't taken a shower in several days. I need to clean myself up. Listening to their thoughts, Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that I have to find a place to live as soon as possible. He grabbed Aliana with both hands and put her behind him. Let's go into the city and take a look. Reiner brought a few people in a cannon. Since it was winter, there were almost no people on the streets. Reiner wandered around the city for a while before he found a place that looked like a tavern. There were many bearded diners sitting around the table eating stew, and there was a faint smell of alcohol around. After the group walked into the tavern, their eyes naturally fell on the women behind Reiner. Aliana felt uncomfortable being stared at, so she put on her hood, lowered her head, and followed Reiner closely. Reiner, what is this place? I hate this place, she muttered under her breath. Taverns are places for gathering intelligence. If you arrive in an unfamiliar town, the first thing you should do is go to a tavern to inquire about information about the area. Tavern owners are well informed and have many connections. I want to rent a spacious house to rest for a while. I may live here temporarily for a while. Aliana nodded. It feels quite interesting. Reiner caught a glimpse of some unusual travelers gathered in the corner of the tavern. Seeing the middle-aged man sitting at the counter and the densely packed notice boards, Reiner roughly understood. He turned back to Junice and said, That looks like the local adventurers guild. After observing for a while, Junice nodded and said, Indeed. Reiner, you go ahead and ask. I'll go over and take a look. Reiner struck up a conversation with the tavern owner and found out about a 2-story cottage on the edge of town with 5 small bedrooms, which was exactly what they needed. Reiner's family of 4 only needs 2 bedrooms, while Junice and Ariana can each have 1, leaving a small room next to the backyard that can be converted into a bathroom. The purchasing power of Barnet gold coins seems to be pretty good. It only costs 1 gold coin to rent such a big house for a year. Can I rent it for half a year first? Reiner wasn't sure how long he would stay here. All right, half a gold coin then. Reiner pulled out his purse and handed over a gold coin. Can I use another country's currency? The tavern owner picked up the gold coin and looked at it. Dias gold coin? The purity of the gold inside is shockingly low. We don't accept it. You can go to the guild next door and exchange it with the old bald man. He is a currency merchant. Oh, I also have Barnet gold coins. You can just change the rest of the money into silver coins for me. Reiner handed over the gold coin with the ancient tree printed on it. No need to go through so much trouble. The tavern owner took the gold coin away, then used a small guillotine beside him to cut it in half, and handed the other half of the gold coin to Reiner. No, Booty, you're from outside the country, right? Don't be surprised. It's the same here. Gold and silver coins can be cut up at random, but only copper coins are intact. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and just followed the local customs. The tavern owner turned around and searched among the junk, then handed over a bunch of rusty iron keys. I'll have the handyman take you there later. Just then Junais came over. She was holding a purse in her hand and looked in a good mood. Chapter 83, Settling Down Here. The group arrived at the house rented by the tavern owner. It was a mess in here, filled with all sorts of junk, and it looked like no one had lived there for quite some time. The beast-eared girls were cleaning up the clutter in the house. Reiner helped while listening to Junais' explanation. I've heard of this method of dividing money before. Some small vendors don't know how to convert the exchange rates of various currencies, so they just do it this way. Gradually, this method became popular in Barnet. However, each gold coin can only be cut into 8 pieces at most. If it is any thinner, it cannot be circulated on the market and must be recast into a single piece by a blacksmith before it can be used again. Junais shook her purse, which was filled with broken gold and silver coins that had been cut many times. Reiner sighed. He still prefers intact gold and silver coins. Would you like to room with us? What do you mean by roommate? This house is very spacious. Even after it's fully furnished, there's still a room available. So why don't you stay with us? You only have to pay a small amount. Junais put her hands on her hips, a cute smirk on her face. How much? I've rented it for half a year, and they only charged me half a gold coin. So how about you pay a quarter? Deal. Junais agreed readily, taking out a small gold coin from her purse and handing it to Reiner. But I have a request. I want to choose my own room. Okowo. Junais looked around, her eyes landing on Reiner again. Where's your room? Go up to the second floor, the first room on the left. Junais said without hesitation. Then I'll live in a room on the first floor on the right-hand side of the door. Reiner was curious if there was any particular reason for the room's location, so he couldn't help but ask, is there any reason? Of course, think about it. You and Nora live together. If I were next to your room, wouldn't I hear everything? It wouldn't be very convenient. Junais suddenly raised her eyebrows, as if she was trying to hold back her laughter. She rarely showed such a nonsensical expression, which made Reiner feel a little embarrassed. Nora is fine. Martina, that's like killing a pig. I must find a way to shut her up from now on. That's settled then. I'm going to clean up the room. There's not even a bed. At this moment, Aliana reached out her little hand and gently tugged at Reiner's clothes. She whispered, then where do I live? It's all right, you choose. Aliana blinked and walked straight into the kitchen. Maybe it's because of different customs. Anyway, in my hometown, people usually don't live in the kitchen. Reiner let her out. Let's choose another room. This time, Aliana went into the kitchen and said, then I'll live here. Okay, then you clean up yourself. If it's still early later, I'll get a bed. Reiner dusted off his hands. Watching her struggling to push the debris out, Reiner suddenly felt a little sorry for her for some reason. It makes it seem like he is the stepfather who abuses his daughter. Forget it. Let me help you. Reiner quickly pushed the clutter in her room to the living room on the first floor and then helped her sweep the dust in the room. Aliana stood aside obediently, holding her staff. After cleaning, she timidly said thank you. Reiner looked Aliana up and down and asked curiously, how old are you this year? You are so small. 18. Reiner narrowed his eyes slightly and tried to identify her. Appraisal completed. Current companion quality is unknown. Name, unknown. Age, unknown. Gender, unknown. Race. Looking at the series of unknowns, Reiner sighed. As expected, the system's attribute identification is completely useless for species other than subhumans. He had previously tried to identify Junais and had obtained similar results. It seems that in this life, his ability to identify attributes can only be used on subhumans. Is the world outside different from what you imagined? It's a little different. Aliana nodded heavily, and her voice changed slightly. Reiner immediately leaned forward and asked, crying? Really crying? I didn't. Aliana opened her eyes wide and tried to prove it to Reiner. It's okay. Cry if you want to. I'll just laugh at you. I used to cry a lot when I was a kid, too. Reiner patted her shoulder and then walked out of the room. He planned to go upstairs to see how Nora had tidied the room. As soon as I entered the room, I saw her fiddling with a pile of broken wood boards, as if she was trying to make a bed with the garbage. Don't bother. Let's go to the market and see if there's a wooden bed to buy. If that doesn't work, I'll use rock magic to make a stone bed. Now, it was not difficult for Reiner to make something square out of rocks. Noila thought for a moment and said, "Then let's use the stone bed. It's better not to waste money. The owner seems to be a bit strapped for cash lately. It's better to be frugal and just make do with a sleeping area." She is absolutely right. After giving Junai some money and buying 3 more horses, he really didn't have much money left. Now the person has been delivered, but this damn system is still not giving out rewards. Reiner reached out and rubbed her cat ears, squinting his eyes, and said, "You might get rheumatism if you sleep on a stone bed for too long." Noila M.O. blinked, her eyes becoming more puzzled. What? It's okay, master. Just put 2 more quilts on. Then just make do with this for now. You can change the bed when you have money. Well, I'll go pack my luggage first. Master, you could take a rest. Nora ran out of the room. Okay. At this moment, the system that had been pretending to be dead finally moved. Mission: escort Junai to City Cannon. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued. A gold coin suddenly appeared in Reiner's hand. He casually put it into his purse. Mission update: assist local residents and repel an attack by an orc tribe. Mission reward: 20 Barnet gold coins. I got the job so soon, and it turns out that the next tasks are all centered around this area. I guess I won't be returning to Melode for a while. Just then, the door was open a little. Martina stuck half of her head out to peek at Reiner. "Is the room ready?" Martina shook her head. She slowly walked to Reiner's side and called out delicately, "Dear." This sound made Reiner's bones go soft. "I know what you're going to say, but you should take a shower first no matter what." Reiner moved to the side. He couldn't be tempted so easily in broad daylight. "Nora is washing. I won't have a chance until she's done." Reiner waved his hand. "Then tomorrow." Martina's face fell. She pouted and then threatened. "Then you're done for tomorrow night." Chapter 84, Let Nora Hunt Wolves Alone. "Master, it's so cold." Early in the morning, Nora acted coquettishly in Reiner's arms and was reluctant to get out of bed for a long time. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, Reiner hugged her tighter. "Then sleep a little longer and get up when the snow stops." It is clear that Cannon is less than 300 kilometers away from Melode, but the temperature seems to be much lower than that of Melode. Noila M.O. shook her head and muttered, "I'd better get up. Don't I have to go out and make money today? I can't let you hold me back." "Why are you the same as Martina? Our goal is to make money while enjoying life. If we put the cart before the horse, life will be tiring." Reiner kissed her. Nora opened her demonic eyes and stared at Reiner. "Master, why are you so kind to me? I really don't understand. You've got something valuable for me, so you shouldn't be so kind to me anymore. It's simple. I like cute catgirls." Nora muttered softly, "Cunning master." Seeing her cheeks gradually turn red, Reiner couldn't help but kiss her. "Do you want to warm yourself up?" Noila lowered her voice and asked, "How is it warm?" An hour later, Nora came downstairs with a red face. Junai, who had finished breakfast and was studying the water magic book, looked up at Reiner and asked, "Are you up so late?" "It was a bit urgent just now." Junai narrowed her eyes and smiled meaningfully. "Hey." Reiner walked to the dining table and found Aliana eating a bowl of black paste with her head down, her face still red. This is the finished product after the black bread is boiled. Daisy had made a breakfast like this once before, but the taste was really bad, and Reiner finally stopped her. Daisy said seriously, "Reiner, this elf just spoke to me, but I couldn't understand what she was saying. Seeing that she couldn't bite the black bread, I made it into a paste for her. Take this bowl away and give her white bread from now on." "Yes." Daisy took the bowl away and brought over the white bread on the wooden plate. Aliana looked up at Reiner and pouted in grievance. "It's my fault for not informing them in advance. I won't do it again. It's so troublesome not being able to communicate with others. They don't understand Elvish." Aliana held the white bread in her hands and chewed it with some difficulty. "How about you teach me the Demihuman language? I suggest you learn some human languages. After all, don't you like to go on adventures? Rosno, Diest, and Barnet are the 3 languages you should prioritize. These 3 human countries are all quite close to your forest. Which one do you use?" "Junai and he usually communicate in Diest, but I recommend you learn Barnet now that I'm away from Diest for the time being." "Then I'll listen to you. I'll come to your room to study every night from now on." "Night?" Reiner quickly shook his head. "I'm usually busy at night. I'll teach you when I have some free time." "At night? Aren't you in your room?" "I'm just studying before you go to bed." Reiner's sweat dropped. He really couldn't explain it in detail to such an innocent little girl, so he could only casually answer, "You'll understand when you grow up. I'll teach you when I have time." Although Aliana was confused, she nodded honestly. After breakfast, Reiner took everyone to the local adventurers guild. Junai stood in front of the sign and looked at it for a while, then turned back to Reiner and said, "It seems like there aren't many adventurers in this city accepting commissions. I saw these quests yesterday, and they're still here today. In winter, no one wants to go out. There are few people on the streets, so it's normal that no one accepts commissions." He looked back at Nora and found that she was rubbing her hands and breathing out, so he took the initiative to use Fireball to warm her hands. Martina came over and said, "I want one too." She was tall and wrapped tightly in a cotton coat, looking unafraid of the cold, but it was obvious that she was deliberately trying to show her weakness. "But she's your wife after all, so you should spoil her. Then you guys bake together. I'll continue to look at the tasks." After searching for a long time, I finally accepted a commission to go to the village north of the city to clear out a wolf pack. The commission reward was 5 Barnett silver coins. Although the money was not much, Reiner still accepted the commission based on the principle that even the smallest fly is still meat. After arriving at the commission location, they tied their horses in the village first, and then entered the grove next to the forest to look for traces of wolves. "Can you smell it?" Reiner told Kid Nora's Katias. "The snow will cover the smell, but I can try." Nora sniffed hard and then led the way. Soon, several people entered the grove. Aliana gently tugged at Reiner's arm. "Reiner, where are we going?" "There have been a lot of wild wolves that have killed many people recently. We need to come here to clean up the wolf pack." "Do you want to kill them?" "What else?" Reiner was slightly stunned, then narrowed his eyes. "I can chase them away. I heard that some elves like small animals very much. Maybe she likes small animals too." "You don't like wolves, do you?" Aliana shook her head decisively. "I don't like it. Wolves are very cunning and greedy creatures. In comparison, I prefer deer or horses. I just wanted to say I might be able to help." "What do you mean?" "I can ask the elves to help me find the wolf pack." After saying that, she closed her eyes as if praying to something. Noila urged, "Master, if you don't go over now, the scent you finally tracked down will be gone." Reiner patted Ariana's shoulder and said, "Next time, let Nora perform first this time." "All right." Several people continued to move deeper into the woods. In front of a bush, Noila suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to the others, "Wait, just let me go by myself." "How many?" "It smells like there are more than a dozen of them." "Don't worry, I can handle them alone." Nora took out the mithril dagger from her waist. "Then go ahead. Be careful and call us if you get into danger." Nora has the magic eye, and with the help of her invisibility ability, it is easy for her to kill several people silently. The wolves were no match for her. Nora nodded and then disappeared into the bushes. Martina asked doubtfully, "Let Nora go alone? What if she gets into danger?" Then Daisy's inner voice came over. "Does he no longer love Nora?" Reiner hurriedly comforted him. "Don't worry. Nora is more powerful than you think. I promise she will be back soon." Chapter 85, Orcs Will Never Be Slaves. The group was on a path in the forest. Nora is so amazing. No matter how agile she is, she can't kill so many wolves at once, right? They should run away. Martina exclaimed as she looked at the wolf corpses on the ground. Nora wiped the blood off the blade and smiled without saying anything. Daisy checked her body carefully, and after making sure she was not injured, she hugged Nora tightly. Reiner squatted on the ground and skinned the wolf skillfully. As the temperature began to drop, people's demand for fur increased. A dozen complete wolf skins plus the mission reward would probably be worth about 10 silver coins in total. While he was skinning the wolf, Aliana hid nearby, holding her staff. She seemed afraid to look at this somewhat cruel scene. It doesn't really matter, as long as she can enchant the weapon obediently. At this moment, along with a gust of cold wind, Nora's inner voice also floated over. "Something seems to be coming." Reiner turned to look at her. Nora closed her eyes and sniffed the surroundings carefully. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Reiner, then jogged over and took Reiner's hand. "Master, follow me. You guys stay here. I'll be back soon." The two of them crawled into the bushes and became invisible. After squatting there for a while, the grass not far away soon began to shake slightly. 2 tall men covered in fur emerged from it. At first, Reiner thought they were hunters, but when he looked closely, he found that their skin color was green and they had boar-like fangs on both sides of their mouths. There's no doubt about it. This is definitely an orc. The system just assigned the task, and I was worrying about where to find them, but they ended up coming here on their own. Reiner held Nora's arm tightly, signaling her to wait a little longer. Because Nora was leading people in hiding, it was difficult for both of them to see each other clearly, and sometimes they were too close to talk. To facilitate the exchange of ideas, Reiner came up with a few instructions. When her condition is unclear, but she can relax, pat her arm. When danger strikes, hold her arm. When he was about to strike, he poked her arm 3 times in a row. 2 orcs passed by them, completely unaware of the danger lurking around them. They were still talking in Orcish. Buck, are you sure there are wolves here? This is human territory. It's not time to attack yet. We should stay away. Idiot, by the time we arrived, the wolves would have been scared away. You are such a coward. I'm afraid of exposing our whereabouts. If humans discover us early and set a trap, we'll be in trouble. Stop. There's someone in front. The 2 orcs squatted in front of Reiner and observed. They looked furtively towards the forest path. There are 4 humans. No, 1 human, 2 demihumans, and 1 elf. The orc buck looked extremely excited. He opened his eyes wide, trying to observe more carefully. Another slightly thinner orc asked in confusion, Where are the elves? Did you see that little girl? She is the elf. I remember the smell of elves. Orc buck narrowed his eyes. Then let's go back. Elves are not easy to deal with. Another orc began to back down. Buck glared at him and cursed him viciously. Useless coward. Go back and drink your mother's milk. The priest said that even elves have places they can't see. How can you be scared like this by just an elf? Look at those delicate and tender women. They make me drool. Buck licked his lips, looking particularly greedy. Another orc advised, Don't say that. I'm just worried. What are you going to do next? I'll listen to you. Once we get close, throw the rope out and catch 2 first, then we can kill 1 each. Let me deal with the tall woman in armor, and you deal with the other dwarfs. If you dare to let humans escape and cause the war to be delayed, I will let my father kill you. Okay, I'm ready. Seeing that there were no other orcs following behind, Reiner gently poked Nora 3 times, and then suddenly appeared behind them. Nora stabbed one of the orcs in the throat, and it fell to the ground, struggling. But before it could come to its senses, Reiner smashed the last orc's knee with his staff. He staggered to the ground and looked at Reiner in horror. Despicable and cunning human. I must. Tell me the truth. When are you going to attack the town? I'll spare your life. Reiner condensed a wind blade at the top of his staff. The orc was stunned. He stared at Reiner blankly. Humans can actually speak our language? Then the cowardice in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and he reached for the hatchet at his waist. Call out. Reiner instantly cut off his right arm with a wind blade. The orc fell to the ground, wailing in pain, and reached for his waist with his only remaining left arm. Reiner was not ambiguous and removed another of his hands. Kill me. I won't say a word. Reiner looked at him coldly. You are such a tough guy. I admire you. If you were a bandit, you would have spoken up long ago. I just overheard their conversation and thought this guy would be a coward, but I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Reiner noticed that the orc seemed to be secretly glancing at the stones on the ground, and realized that he might want to commit suicide, so he removed his 2 legs without hesitation. They planned to hand him over to the local soldiers for interrogation. Come here quickly. Martina took the lead and ran over carrying a dozen bloody wolf skins. Seeing the orc who had turned into a human stick and was still cursing, she was startled at first, then kicked him twice. Big green monster. This isn't a green monster, it's an orc. They're smarter and stronger than goblins, so they should be pretty tough to deal with. Junice also squeezed through the bushes and came in. Her eyes widened. Orc, have you seen it? No, I heard they live in the extremely cold land at the northernmost part of the continent. How come they are here now? I don't know. Let's stop the bleeding first, then take it back and let the soldiers here interrogate it. I just heard them say that they seem to be planning to attack Cannon soon. Junice's eyes widened in surprise. Reiner, you can understand orc language. Didn't I tell you before? Reiner poked the breath of the red dragon into the snow pile, trying to remove the blood stains on it. I thought you were bragging. Junice suddenly shook her head vigorously. Forget it. Since you can speak Elvish, it's normal for you to know Orcish. Let's send him back to the city first. I will definitely study you carefully when I have time. Chapter 86, Repelling the Orc Attack. Orcs. They actually caught orcs. A living orc. Kill that beast. Reiner dragged the orc's body with a rope and brought him back to the city. His actions attracted a lot of attention on the road. Reiner dragged the orc in front of a soldier. Leave it to you. They're planning to attack this city. Interrogate them quickly. lest we miss the opportunity and cause immeasurable damage. The soldier carrying the long-handled axe took the rope and nodded gently. Thank you very much. May I ask your name? Reiner. Adventurers traveling to this city. I usually go to the tavern when I have nothing to do. If there are any rewards, you can pass them on to me through the tavern owner. The soldier nodded woodenly. Having made some money today, Reiner planned to go to the Adventurers Guild to exchange it, and then stop by the tavern to see if there was anything delicious to eat. I'm going to buy some to reward Nora. She really did a great job today. Reiner couldn't help but kiss Nora on the cheek. At this moment, Aliana reached out and tugged at Reiner's sleeve, saying seriously, Reiner, did they just say they were planning to attack the town? Yes, what's wrong? Then we must be on high alert. If the orcs discover that their companions are missing, they may launch an attack in advance. Real. In the past few years, the orcs have been constantly invading us and attacked us several times. In the end, they suffered heavy losses and dared not provoke us again, so I know. As soon as Aliana finished speaking, Nora pricked up her ears. When several people heard the exciting trumpet sound, they all raised their heads at the same time. All I saw were flaming rocks falling from the sky towards the town. Aliana raised her staff high, and a deep blue defensive barrier quickly unfolded along with a complex magic circle. Huge rocks fell into the town again and again, and the ground was shaking continuously. The city wall made of rubble was completely vulnerable, and a large gap was created in just a few hits. Suddenly, there were screams all around. Aliana's defensive barrier was hit by a huge rock. The burning stone turned into dust the moment it passed through the magic circle and hit several people in the face. Her barrier flickered a few times but did not disappear. Aliana gritted her teeth and persisted. Fortunately, the rain of stones has stopped. Aliana gasped and said, Reiner, the orcs are starting to charge. Let's run. Reiner looked at the gap in the city wall. Several orcs had already rushed in. They roared savagely and then rushed towards the crowded area. The next moment, a thick earth wall quickly rose from the ground and quickly blocked the gap. Reiner took action, but some short dwarf orcs riding black wolves still jumped onto the city wall. They were armed with spears, moving in groups, and quickly knocking over the soldiers on the rubble wall. Daisy, you, and Aliana, find a safe place to hide and try not to get involved in the battle. Yes. Wait. I can help. Before Aliana could finish her words, she was dragged away by Daisy. Martina, you can chop as much as you want, but be careful not to get too far away from us. Okay. She put on the helmet and ran out. Soon she set her sights on a tall and strong orc. I thought there would be a fair fight between them, but Martina just fainted and killed the orc warrior who exposed his flaw. Soon, soldiers wearing chainmail and holding long-handled axes rushed to the city wall from all directions to provide support. The situation was quickly brought under control. Junice asked Reiner, what should we do? They don't look disorganized. If that's the case, there should be a commander giving orders for this battle. Let's see if we can find and kill him. Reiner built a stone staircase and climbed up the city wall and saw several low siege vehicles coming out of the woods. Junice chanted a spell and shot a fireball at it. Although the orcs pushing the cart were set on fire by the flames, the siege vehicle remained unharmed. Looking at the water droplets in the middle of the wheel marks, Junice suddenly realized they have soaked this siege vehicle in water. It's so cold. It would be terrible if the wooden wheel got frozen. It's okay. Just keep an eye on the orcs and don't let them push their carts close. Nora suddenly tugged at Reiner's shoulder and pointed to several tall flags standing deep in the forest. The horns sounded and the orc flag swayed gently. If things go as expected, that should be where their leader is. Just as he was about to use the fireball technique to satisfy his desire, Junice beside him screamed. Her right arm was pierced by an arrow. Reiner quickly forced her to squat down, then hid behind the city wall and quietly built up the fireball technique. Bang! The city gate was being rammed by siege vehicles, and the rubble wall under their feet was shaking, with stones constantly rolling down. Reiner didn't care about the elves from the Plant Protection Association. He suddenly raised his head and shot a fireball bigger than half his body towards where the flag was flying. As the fireball in sight became smaller and smaller, a violent explosion occurred in the forest a few seconds later. The shot was a little off target, but the vortex of flames that shot up high burned the pile of flags to pieces in just 5 seconds. Reiner squatted behind the city wall and stuck half of his head out to peek. It was the first time that he intuitively felt the power of his current full-strength attack. It was really powerful. The range was at least 200 meters, and almost the entire forest turned into a sea of fire. If those two elves knew about this, he would definitely be in trouble again. Just then, the dull horn sounded again. Unlike the previous excitement, this time it seems a little sluggish. Reiner noticed that the orc soldiers began to flee, so he threw away the axe in his hand and went back into the forest in shame. And the flames of the forest were extinguished at this moment. It was as if a layer of dew fell from the sky, which put out the fire completely. Reiner noticed that the surrounded orc soldiers cut their throats with axes without hesitation. That decisive look seemed as if there was no fear. The soldiers erupted in a roar of excitement and began hugging each other in celebration. Martina returned to the group. There was a lot of orc blood on her armor. These orcs are quite clever. Reiner couldn't help but praise them. Martina raised her head, a hint of pride in her tone. They are so weak, it's effortless to chop them with a big sword. Reiner looked around and found many bodies of soldiers defending the city lying on the ground. She's simply too strong. It took several human soldiers to surround and kill one orc warrior, but Martina went over and chopped them to death without blinking an eye. At this moment, Junie fell towards Reiner without any warning. Her face was frighteningly pale. Chapter 87, The Lord of Cannon. She should be okay, right? Reiner sat on the ground holding June ice and looked at her pale face with a little worry. The local female doctor from Cannon smeared emerald green herbs on Junis' injured arm and continued. The orcs will poison the arrows. If you don't take care of it, it will soon take effect. But if you apply the herbs and rest for a few days, it will heal quickly. Orcs have been attacking our town for the past few years, and I have plenty of experience treating this kind of wounds. The doctor picked up the wooden box and walked aside to start bandaging the wounds of other soldiers. Seeing this, Reiner also joined the healing team. His hydrotherapy was more efficient than the female doctor's, prompting the female doctor to praise him repeatedly. You are so fast. You can heal the soldier so quickly without even needing to suture him. Is there no magician in this city? The doctor shook his head and continued to bandage the soldier's wound. A magician? We don't have many magicians in this small place. Daisy and Aliana were also found. No one knew where they had hidden themselves, and they were covered in dust. Aliana sat down next to June Ice and then leaned over her. Are you okay? Reiner asked as he walked over to her. It's okay. I just used up a lot of my magic power. If I don't wake up at night, don't forget to ask Aunt Daisy to feed me. Aliana curled up into a ball and slowly closed her eyes. Martina, you and Daisy should take them back. It's too cold outside. Okay. Martina carried one in each hand and walked towards home, while Daisy followed from a distance behind. Just as Reiner was about to continue treating the soldiers' injuries, a group of half-armored cavalrymen carrying huge axes walked towards the city gate from the street in the center of the city. There was blood on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had been in battle. Leading the group was a large man wearing a bearskin coat and a red beard. On his head was an iron helmet that looked different from the other soldiers. He and Reiner's eyes met. Reiner took the initiative to lower his head and called out, Sir. This was probably some Barnet noble. The rough man asked, Wizard, were you responsible for the explosion over there just now? Although Reiner wanted to correct him, he held back his words. Yes, I saw a flag flying over there, so I shot a fireball at it. That's truly astonishingly powerful. I think you must have killed the orc chieftain or priest, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a hurry to retreat. Reiner felt that was unlikely. These two units are at least small bosses. How could they be killed so easily? Maybe. The rough man looked him up and down, then asked, You must be a foreigner, right? Well, I'm an adventurer who's traveling around. May I have your name? Reiner, how about you, sir? Aiden McCampbell is the owner of this city. You just help a lot. Without you, our losses would be even greater than they are now. Aiden raised his head, and a horse-riding servant immediately handed Reiner a bag of coins. Then several people turned and left. Reiner handed the purse to Nora beside him, and then continued to treat the soldier lying on the ground. Reiner didn't finish his work until the afternoon. He finally had time to open the purse and take a look inside. Inside were Barnet gold coins, about 30 of them. Reiner's fatigue disappeared in an instant. The Lord is really rich and powerful. He put his arms around the waists of the two beast-eared girls and said, Come on, let's go to the tavern and see if there's anything delicious to eat. Let's improve our food today. Martina said boldly, Dear, I want to eat white bread in the evening. Although the white bread sold here in Cannon is not as delicious as the white bread sold in Mellowed, it is larger in size and made with more substantial ingredients. Martina likes it very much. Reiner poked Nora's kidney. What about you? What do you want to eat? She has always been like this. Even if she wants something, she won't ask unless Reiner asks her in person. Noilamo whispered, I like anything as long as it's meat. The three of them finished buying food and returned home carrying a bunch of bags. Daisy, who was cleaning, quickly turned around to greet them. Thank you for your hard work. Reiner handed over the item in his hand. Just then, the door to Jun's room opened. Her face was pale, and she still looked exhausted. Woke up. Jun's held onto the wall and walked unsteadily. Well, but my head is still dizzy and uncomfortable. Reiner helped her up and said, I'm glad you're okay. Rest for a while. The doctor here said the arrow was poisonous. You should stay in bed for a while. Martina caught this scene, and her eyes showed some concern. Then my inner voice floated over. You still have the energy to be so fickle. Nora is really useless. Look at me today. She took off her armor, found her clothes, and went into the small compartment. Jun's waved her hand. Forget it. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while. Go ahead. After Reiner sent her away, he went upstairs. As soon as I closed the door, the system sound appeared again. Mission: assist local residents to repel an attack by an orc tribe. Mission reward: 20 Barnet gold coins. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued. 20 gold coins appeared out of thin air on the bed, and Reiner collected them all. He felt particularly satisfied as he shook the purse gently and listened to the crisp sound coming from it. With this money, they can have a wonderful winter. Then, the system voice sounded again. Mission update: kill a Minotaur chieftain. Mission reward: a thunder magic book from an unknown era. Bulhante. Start. The thunder magic book has finally arrived. If he gets this book, he can be considered a magician who knows a little about every attribute. However, he felt that he was still too weak. Tomorrow, after Aliana wakes up, he will definitely find this elf to learn magic. Night falls. The door was quietly pushed open. Martina hid behind the door stealthily and peeked at Reiner. Come in and sleep. It's so cold outside. Martina chuckled and quickly went into the room. She was wearing a linen coat, and her face was red from the cold. It's so cold, and you're wearing so little. What if you get sick? It's more convenient this way. After a few awkward moments, she began to act coquettishly with Reiner. Honey, I'm really tired today. Can you rub my shoulders for me? I told you yesterday that I will not let you off easily today. It's still unclear who will let whom go. Reiner smiled slightly. No matter how strong this guy is, he will be defeated by Reiner. Martina's face fell, and she said arrogantly, You are my man, so you should be better than me. Besides, you are not much better than me. Stop talking nonsense and start the duel. Reiner blew out the candle beside the bed. Chapter 88, Pretending to be Jun's husband. Early in the morning, a room full of people sat at the dining table and had breakfast. Aliana looked at the white bread on the plate that was as big as her face. She took a few bites and then stopped. She didn't seem to have much appetite. After thinking for a moment, she said, Reiner, I want to eat that small white bread. This one doesn't taste very good. The kid has a pretty good mouth. This kind of white bread is just a little rougher and less milky, but the difference is actually not that big. After hearing this, Reiner decisively took out the jam he bought yesterday from the kitchen, scooped a spoonful with a knife, and spread on the bread. Aliana's eyes lit up, and her mouth seemed to be watering. You have such a good thing, and you didn't take it out earlier? It smells so good. Reiner passed the jam to the others. Try it again. Aliana took a light bite, and the light in her eyes disappeared instantly. Then she said with a frown, It's different from what it smells like. It's so sour. Reiner looked at Nora and Martina, who were eating with gusto. Jun's and Daisy seemed to enjoy it quite a bit too. I think I saw some honey next to the bakery yesterday. I'll buy some then, or go to the local doctor to get some sugar. Aliana nodded slightly. Thank you so much for your help. Just when they were enjoying their meal, there was a sound of horse hooves outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. Nora's ears perked up, and she raised her head and sniffed hard, then said, It's the knights from last time. They're chasing us. Jun's was slightly stunned, but she quickly understood who Nora was talking about. Reiner asked, Do you want to hide? Forget it. There's no way to avoid it. You repelled the orcs' attack yesterday, and now there must be rumors about you here. If he asks around, he'll know I'm here too. Jun's shook her head and ate the last bite of white bread. Okay. Reiner stood up and opened the door. It was Yul standing outside the door. The plate armor on his body was dirty and covered with mud. It was obvious that the long journey had taken its toll on him. The two attendants behind him were in stark contrast to his calmness, with a hint of anger on their faces. One of the attendants was covered in mud, and his hair was clumped together. Nora said before that someone was following her, and that person must be him. Yul said slowly, Reiner, you really played us around. If I hadn't suddenly felt something was wrong, I might have really run away to South Asia. He was too slow to react. Most of the people in Malod's town had very positive opinions about him. How could there be such a big difference when you came in person? If you think about it carefully, you'll find that something is wrong. Reiner took a half step back and said, It's cold outside. Do you want to come in and sit down? Yul walked into the house without any hesitation and went straight to Junai's, who was sitting at the dining table. Their eyes met. The brother and sister who had been separated for a long time met again, but they did not show concern for each other as Reiner had imagined. Instead, they were eerily calm. Yul spoke, and he said in a very normal tone, Come back with me. Junai shook her head without even thinking. No, if I go back now, I'll never be able to get out again. The family needs you now. Then you can't go back. Reiner sat back at the dining table and observed the two men's expressions while eating. Junai was the same as always, but her face was expressionless. Suddenly, she glanced at Reiner. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Junai suddenly took his arm and said to Yul, This is my husband, Reiner. He is knowledgeable and talented. He will definitely become the most famous magician on this continent in the future. As expected, but in order to cooperate with Junai, he still went through with the trick, pretending to be very affectionate with Junai and laughing. Two voices came to Reiner almost at the same time. Nora, as expected, she is the master's woman, but she is different from other humans, so is still acceptable. Martina, what? You got one so soon? I don't want another one. I don't want to wait 3 days for my turn. Reiner planned to explain to them later. This was just a play Junai improvised. The corner of Yuer's mouth twitched slightly, and he said coldly, Yuer started to learn a lie. Junai said seriously, You know, I never tell lies or deceive people. Just then, Junai suddenly kissed him. In just a moment, she shrank her body back. Click! Martina lost her grip, and the white bread in her hand fell onto the plate. Quiche! This woman is no good. She suddenly kissed me in front of so many people. This time Yul's eyes widened. This kind of thing is not something you can joke about. Junai had almost finished the show, and Reiner couldn't help but want to cooperate. So he said, We don't talk about things like this casually. We love each other very much. Junai nodded. Yul closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he said, Let's talk somewhere else. Junai shook her head. It doesn't matter where we go. Unless I die, I won't go back with you. Yul's face darkened. He looked out the window and continued. You'd rather stay here among the barbarians than come back with me? Junai nodded slightly. Of course, this is much more interesting than the Dark Castle. The two of them looked at each other, no one spoke, and they just stared at each other for a while. Finally, Yul suddenly stood up and walked straight towards the door. 2 years at most. If you still can't make a name for yourself here, come back with me. Junai smiled and said, We had our kids in 2 years. Yul ignored her and left without looking back. Your brother was so easily persuaded to leave? I shouldn't have helped you stop him. Reiner continued to stuff the white bread into his mouth. Junai smiled and said, What else? Could he possibly catch me back? I could easily escape halfway. Then the table fell into silence. Nora and Martina ate white bread with big mouthfuls, pretending to be busy. Reiner narrowed his eyes at Junai and asked seriously, So from now on, you are also my wife? Junai smiled and said in Demihuman language, Martina won't agree. Martina pouted and answered her, I didn't say anything. As long as Reiner likes me, it doesn't matter. As long as you like each other, that's all. I can't beat you. Junai shook her head. Martina gritted her teeth and said, Even if I can't beat you, I'll admit it. Chapter 89. Reiner is not a human. After you left, everyone finished their breakfast. Everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Reiner originally wanted to lie in bed for a while and get up at noon. But Eliana came to Reiner's room happily with her staff in her arms. She seemed to have no guard against the opposite sex. Seeing Martina lying on the bed, she sat directly on Reiner's bed. What? Teach me, Barnett. I also want to be a great adventurer. Eliana said seriously, her eyes full of longing. It was obvious that she was really eager to go out for adventure. Seeing that she was up to no good, Martina reached out and pulled Eliana away, then pinned her under her and bullied her severely. Damn elf, you're here to ruin my plans again. If you hadn't come, I could at least have eaten again at noon today. Eliana twitched her pointed ears and said with a grin, It's so itchy. What are you looking for on me? I don't have any white bread. The two people don't speak the same language and have been communicating across channels. After Martina had bullied her enough, she huddled in the corner of the bed, looking at the two of them angrily. Reiner helped her tidy up her messy blue hair and said softly to her, "You teach me in the morning, and I will teach you in the afternoon." Aliana blinked, looking confused. "I teach you something? What can I teach you?" Reiner thought for a moment, recalling the defensive magic that Eliana had cast yesterday. He saw with his own eyes the huge rock crashing down on it, and then turning into pieces of fine sand. "It's the magic you used yesterday. Teacher Eliana taught me." Reiner raised the corners of his mouth. "That defensive magic is so powerful. If he can learn it, he may not need Nora's personal protection in the future." Aliana's face turned slightly red, and she shrank into the corner. She muttered softly, "I can't teach you that. Only we elves can learn that." "Nonsense. How would you know if you haven't even tried?" Reiner put his hands on his hips and continued, "What kind of magic is that? I think I should be able to learn it." Aliana gently nudged Reiner's chest with her staff and moved back, leaning against Martina. "That's light magic. You humans can't absorb light elements, so even if you learn the spell, you can't use it." "Light magic?" Aliana nodded heavily. "That's right. Junie's told me. Isn't there only 5 attributes of magic?" Aliana held her staff in her arms and raised her head proudly. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. To be precise, there are only 5 types of natural magic that humans can learn. In addition to fire, water, rock, wind, and thunder, there's also light magic and dark magic that we elves are good at, as well as black magic and blood magic that the orcs and demons are good at. In addition to these 9 types, there's also space magic that is unique to the ancient dragon clan. Humans can only learn 5 basic elemental magics. Other magics are unique to other races. Do you understand? So, as a human being, I'm a wimp? That's not the case. Humans are the most populous people on this continent, and there's strength in numbers." Aliana felt like she was pressing on something soft, and when she turned around, she saw that it was 2 lumps of jelly. Reiner stroked his chin, narrowed his eyes, and replied, "Teacher Junis' teaching is not comprehensive." Aliana gently touched Reiner's head. "It's okay, Reiner. You are already very impressive. This is the first time I've seen a human who can speak so many languages." Reiner sighed. After thinking for a moment, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "How about you let me try?" Aliana narrowed her eyes and teased, "You still haven't given up?" "Of course. I don't want to give up something so powerful. Can you let me awaken it?" Aliana seemed a little speechless. "Awakening? That term only applies to you humans when you know nothing about natural magic. Light magic is our elves' racial innate talent, so there's really no way for you to awaken it. Just give it a try. It won't take long anyway." Reiner grabbed her arm and coaxed her. Aliana sighed deeply and said helplessly, "I really can't do anything to you, so I'll just give it a try." She slowly took Reiner's hand, held it tightly, and chanted a spell softly. Martina's thoughts also came at the same time. "Why are you holding hands?" "No." Reiner turned around and looked at her, and the moment their eyes met, she pretended to be busy again. Aliana hit Reiner on the head with her staff. "Focus." "Oh." Reiner closed his eyes and carefully felt the subtle changes in his hands. The magic crystal located in the center of the darkness, which is as far as the eye can see, has been dyed with various colors after absorbing various elements over this period of time. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Other elements detected, awakening new elemental power for the host. After only a few seconds, the magic crystal in the darkness was suddenly illuminated by a strong light. Then the light gathered into a ball and penetrated into the colorful magic crystal. "Here it comes." "Okay, you can open your eyes now," Aliana said slowly. She looked at Reiner with a cute face and patted his head as if to comfort him. "How is it? You probably didn't see anything, right? It's okay. You're already good enough." Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. I only need to chant the spell. Nothing else is needed, and I can use it, right?" Aliana said softly. "That being said, but just tell me and let me try." Aliana sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Well, if you just won't give up, I'll tell you the spell and you can try it yourself." She chanted the spell softly. Reiner took note of it carefully and began to think about it on his own. With his extraordinary talent, he quickly got the hang of it. A faint burning sensation came from the center of my palm. Aliana lay in Martina's arms, looking at Reiner with interest, muttering, "Martina's body is so warm and comfortable. I'll sleep in her arms for a while." You can wake me up in the afternoon. Don't sleep yet, take a look at this. Reiner chanted a spell, and a magic circle quickly appeared in his hand. Then the azure defense gathered in an instant, completely wrapping him up. Aliana's eyes were wide open, and she rubbed them several times. When she found that she was not dazzled, she let out an exclamation. Reiner could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth. Speak, is that right? Aliana remained silent for a long time, just staring blankly. Reiner suddenly shuddered. He felt like he was being watched by something. After a while, Aliana finally spoke. Reiner, you are not a human, right? Chapter 90, The Lord's Brother. Reiner came to an open space outside the city and practiced the magic he had just learned with Junais. The defensive effect of this magic is simply too good. As soon as Junais' fireball hits the barrier, it will explode instantly, but Reiner hiding behind the barrier will be intact. However, this move is not completely without disadvantages. That is, it consumes mana too quickly. After only 2 uses, the light element in Reiner's body was exhausted. But according to Aliana's description, this thing is everywhere during the day. As long as he absorbs it honestly for a while, he will be able to use it again soon. Martina, it's my brother who's here to chop me. Are you sure? Martina narrowed her eyes and looked at Reiner. She seemed a little reluctant. Alas, even though he's always a philanderer, I wouldn't kill him. That's all. Reiner glanced at Aliana beside him and confirmed with her. This can block whatever the user wants to block based on their will, but the specific strength depends on the amount of magic power. But if you get hurt, don't blame me. She's so strong, I can't guarantee it. Reiner hesitated for a moment, but then suddenly felt an inexplicable confidence, so he patted his chest and said, Go ahead, I can block it. Martina no longer hesitated and directly drew the great sword behind her. She quickly got into a stance, her 5 fingers tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, and the muscles in her arms bulged rapidly. With a battle cry, the sharp sword slashed down fiercely. Reiner seemed to see Tainai and took a step back in a hurry. He clearly saw Martina's sword cut through the barrier. If she hadn't taken a step back, she would have murdered her husband. Martina, you idiot. You don't even know how to hold back. Nora ran over angrily and hit her on the head twice. Martina held her head in her hands, looking somewhat innocent. Reiner told me to chop him off. When we spar with others, we don't hold back. Fool. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Martina was too strong, and her greatsword was enchanted by Aliana, so she couldn't be treated as a regular target. Junais also came over and said, Just be more careful next time. Reiner put his hands on his hips and looked at Nora again. Then you try it. Yes. Nora took out a dagger and stabbed the barrier lightly at first. Seeing that her current strength was not enough to pierce it, she increased her strength little by little. After stabbing several times in a row, Nora began to accumulate strength and then suddenly stabbed out with the dagger. Seeing that the shield remained unmoved, she said, I can't penetrate it with my current strength. The mithril dagger was exceptionally sharp, and Nora's strength was no different from that of a normal person. Even her full-strength attack couldn't penetrate it, so it could indeed block most physical attacks. The delighted Reiner hugged Nora and kissed her, then hugged Martina and kissed her, and then subconsciously prepared to attack Junais, who was beside him. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Junais narrowed her eyes, a meaningful smile on her face, and deliberately said in demi-human language, Reiner, are you still not satisfied? As soon as these words were spoken, Martina on the side immediately widened her eyes. The voices of the 2 animal-eared girls were heard at the same time. Nora, I expected that. After all, he's so talented, there's nothing I can do about it. Martina, seduced by a wild woman. Reiner muttered quietly, just something I said casually. Junais chuckled a few times, then reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder. I already kissed you this morning, even though it was just on the cheek, but is that enough for now? Reiner nodded, then looked at Aliana beside him. Frightened, she immediately took a few steps back. I don't want it. Kiss me. I don't want it. Who said I was going to kiss you? I'm just curious. What have you been concentrating on since just now? Reiner asked seriously. I just feel like you're not human. Although I know she means no harm. Why does this sound so much like an insult? Reiner couldn't help but retort. You are not a human being. Aliana nodded and answered seriously. I am not a human. I am an elf. I've never heard of a human being able to use our elves' light magic, so it's not rare anymore. If I told my mom or sister, they would be shocked too. Then please keep a secret from me. I don't want too many people to know this secret. Okay, Reiner. So, elf, Can you tell me what this light magic is called? After thinking for a moment, Aliana replied, the Radiant Ward is the most commonly used defensive magic among us elves. I've been able to use it since I was a child. Reiner silently memorized the name. Although this magic consumes mana, it has good defensive power. After becoming proficient in the later stage, you can cast the spell instantly without chanting. The problem of mana consumption is not a problem at all for Reiner. Just absorb more light elements during the day. Just then, Reiner caught a glimpse of a group of warriors coming out of cannon and walking towards them. The leader was a red-haired man wearing a horn helmet. He was holding a heavy double-edged axe in his hand and looked a bit menacing. After walking up to Reiner, he shouted, "You are Reiner, right?" As he spoke, the air was filled with a strong smell of onions. "I'm Reiner. Who are you?" "Connor Matt Campbell. You just met my eldest brother yesterday. I witnessed your bravery firsthand." It turned out to be the Lord's younger brother. Reiner looked at the dozen or so soldiers following behind him and asked again, "Sir, what do you want from me?" "We found the location of the orc tribe. They'll have to pay for what they did yesterday. Dozens of my brothers have died." Connor pointed to the dozen or so warriors behind him holding giant axes and shouted, "These are Canon's most powerful warriors. But even with their support, I still need your help. There were at least 300 orcs responsible for attacking the town yesterday. There are only about a dozen of them in total. Aren't they just going to deliver it?" Reiner shook his head. "Sir, there are too few of us. It's easy to end up losing more than we gain. That's why I need your help. You cast a powerful spell on their tribe, and then we'll run away." Ha ha ha. Reiner fell in a deep thought. To be honest, he is not short of money now. Nearly 60 gold coins are enough for his family to use for 1 or 2 years at the current consumption level without buying any equipment. But if you want to develop here for a long time, you will definitely need the help of these nobles. Just think of it as a favor to expand your network. Chapter 91, Attacking the Orc Tribe. Why bring women and children? We don't need women and children to fight. They should stay in a safe place. Connor looked back at Junice and Aliana, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Don't worry, sir. They are all very powerful warriors." Reiner replied seriously. He looked back at Ariana. This guy was like a potato, taking small steps and following closely behind me. His short stature and childish face made him look like a real kid. Because it was her first time out for an adventure, she was happily humming a little tune and jumping up and down for no apparent reason while walking. I really can't tell that she is 18 years old. She is obviously a child. Aliana looked up and met Reiner's eyes. She asked puzzledly, "Why are you staring at me?" Reiner replied, "He said you were as short as a potato." Aliana puffed out her cheeks and poked Reiner's waist with her staff angrily. "You are the potato? You must have said that yourself." In the end, she found out. If she was as stupid as Martina, she might just believe it. Reiner instructed, "I suggest you drink more milk." "No. Drinking it will make you taller and more feminine. Then people won't call you a child anymore." Aliana was indeed interested. "Really? Nonsense. Well, have I ever lied to you? Starting from the day after tomorrow, I will buy you a glass of milk every morning, but in exchange, you need to teach me the magic of the elves. This glorious barrier is so useful. Maybe Aliana has some even more powerful magic hidden in her body. I must get more stuff from her while she is still interested in the outside world." Just as Reiner was lost in thought, Aliana suddenly stretched out her staff and gently hit his kidneys twice. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her face was full of innocence. Am I not feminine?" "Don't doubt it, not at all." Reiner touched her head. "You're just a child. Why do you need femininity?" Reiner, furious. Aliana raised her staff to hit him. Reiner quickened his pace slightly and followed Connor. "Sir, what are your plans?" Connor looked confused. "Plan? Of course, to harass the orc tribe and make them pay for what they did yesterday. What about more detailed steps? For example, where should we infiltrate? Where should we retreat after achieving our objective? And how should we handle any other situations we encounter along the way?" Connor spread his hands and said, "There's no further details. If we're discovered, we'll fight. If we can't win, we'll retreat." Reiner looked back at Junice behind him, and they both fell silent. After a while, he asked again, "Does Lord Aiden know about this?" "Of course. I told him about it yesterday, and he agreed to it." Connor nodded affirmatively. Reiner fell into deep thought. "Sir, can you let me take a look at the map? I want to see where the orc tribe is, or I can provide some better suggestions." Reiner said softly. "Certainly." Connor handed over a cowhide map. Reiner unfolded it and examined it carefully. This map takes Cannon as the center and marks out the surrounding environment one by one. The forest south of Cannon, which is Aliana's home, is marked as the territory of the elves. The large forest in the north was marked as the territory of the orcs. At the same time, the specific coordinates of the tribe were also marked with small black dots. Why are there so many orc tribes in this forest? Connor shook his head. The weather has been getting colder in recent years, and the orcs have started migrating south from the north. At first, there were only 1 or 2 orc tribes in this forest, but now there are at least a dozen. Every wrong has its perpetrator. So which tribe are we taking revenge on? Connor pointed to a black spot near the outside of the forest and said, "This is the Black Wolf clan. They attacked our town. They're the largest orc tribe in this forest." Reiner scratched his cheek. If they can send out about 300 orc warriors in an attack, then the actual population of this orc tribe may be around 3,000. And there were only 20 of them in total. How's it going? Any suggestions? Although Reiner was a little speechless, he still answered bravely, "No, the number difference is too big. If we encounter orcs, we will probably have to retreat." If the situation was not right, he would run away with his wives. Connor nodded in agreement. Their current location is only about 10 kilometers away from the orc tribe, not far. He returned the map and said, "I'll go ahead and scout." As soon as Reiner opened his mouth, Connor refused. "No, we have scouts ahead to explore the way." "Okay then." Reiner shrugged. "Anyway, reconnaissance is not a safe job. So if you can avoid going, then don't go. It's best to have someone do it for you." Several people followed silently behind. Reiner said to them one by one, "Be careful later. If the situation is not right, leave decisively." He poked Aliana's face. "Especially you, got it?" "Of course. I'm not stupid. Keep walking forward for a while." Reiner saw the body of a male orc lying in the bushes. The wound on its shoulder was horrifying, almost split in half, and the blood was still steaming slightly. There's no doubt that it was done by the scouts in front. Scouts from other countries prefer to use lighter weapons, such as daggers. However, Barnet scouts did the opposite and seemed to prefer using these heavy and powerful weapons. He ran wildly through the woods carrying a double-edged axe. Reiner exclaimed, "That's really fierce." Martina behind him said with disdain, "What's the big deal? I feel like I'm not as good as you. I can also achieve such an effect." Reiner was slightly stunned. He had just spoken to Diaster. "Can you understand me?" "I can understand a little bit. After all, we've lived together for so long. Every time I hear you and Junai's chattering, I can understand the general meaning after a while. This horse racing girl is not completely stupid. Good, keep it up. Learning a new language is a good thing." Reiner gently pinched her ear and played with it vigorously. "Put on the helmet. You might encounter danger next." As soon as he finished speaking, the scout who had been exploring the way ahead came back. He was covered in orc blood and was whispering something in Connor's ear. After a brief conversation, he immediately called for the others to hide in the bushes on the left side of the path. Chapter 92, A Successful Attack. The group sneaked in the bushes for a long time. The scouts killed many patrolling orc warriors along the way, and they simply threw the bodies into the bushes. Reiner also discovered that this group of Barnet warriors seemed to be somewhat different from normal people. Their movements were swift and powerful, and it seemed that each of them was a warrior capable of standing on their own. When they saw the patrolling orcs, they were not afraid of fighting at all. Without thinking twice, they jumped up and attacked. Usually, the orc warriors would be beheaded before they could even react. Reiner admitted that he had slightly underestimated their fighting ability. The soldiers we saw in the city before took several people to surround and kill one beast man. This group of barbarian warriors wearing animal skin coats can easily kill a strong orc by a sneak attack. "They're amazing," Connor said proudly. "Of course, they're the 15 strongest warriors in Cannon. Killing these orcs is naturally easy." After walking forward for a while, Reiner felt that there were more and more orc warriors patrolling around, and there were fewer and fewer bushes nearby where he could hide. Everywhere you look are logs left behind after felling trees. "We're here." Connor straightened the horned hat on his head, and his gaze gradually became sharp as he looked into the depths of the woods. Reiner followed his gaze and saw groups of orcs patrolling. Occasionally, you can see burly female orcs carrying wooden barrels and transporting ice to the tribe bit by bit. They live in a group of houses that are similar to bunkers and are surrounded by wooden thorns. This orc tribe was quite large, and the wood needed to build the bunker required them to cut down almost all the surrounding trees. In the distance, there was a group of strong male orcs holding axes and chopping down trees. I guess the elves who love plants would go crazy to some extent after seeing this scene. Reiner glanced back at Ariana, and sure enough, her cheeks were puffed up, building houses and catapults. What do they think of the forest? Don't be angry. I'll help Shu get revenge later. Reiner comforted softly. Connor lowered his body, took a look outside, and said, there are too many orcs patrolling. It won't be long before we're exposed. If you use witchcraft once inside, we'll run away. Before Connor finished speaking, a roar of orcs came from behind him. Obviously, the bodies they casually threw on the ground had been discovered by patrolling orc warriors. The orcs responded immediately, and soon the tribe became restless. The soldiers patrolling nearby ran towards the source of the sound. When one of the orcs passed by the bushes, he caught a glimpse of Reiner and his group hiding in them. Although Nora was quick enough to throw a flying knife and pierce its throat, the sound of it falling to the ground was still noticed by other orcs. Here! All the humans are here. Everyone come here. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Connor gripped the double-headed axe tightly, and the orcs around him swarmed over. Damn it, it's faster than I expected. Reiner, hurry up. We'll help you hold off the orcs. The barbarian warriors formed a circle and protected Reiner in the middle. Although their combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers, they would probably find it difficult to last more than 2 rounds in the face of a large number of orc warriors. Reiner raised his staff high, and a golden fireball gradually condensed at the top. Junice and Martina also joined the battle. While Reiner was still compressing his magic power into the fireball, Aliana suddenly started chanting while holding her staff. In an instant, the surrounding pine trees seemed to be given life and began to sway. The bark on their bodies gradually cracked, and finally 2 slender arms grew out of it. Then the roots transformed into thighs and were pulled out of the ground. The tall tree demons caused the ground to tremble slightly with every step they took. They paused for a moment, then attacked the surrounding orcs. The rough and hard arms can easily penetrate the bodies of orc warriors, then lift them up and throw them out. For a moment, the pressure on the barbarian warriors was relieved a lot. Connor looked up at the dryad and muttered to himself, "What is this?" Reiner didn't have time to explain in detail. He looked at the fireball on the top of the staff, which had turned purple-blue, and shouted, "Sir, we should retreat." He then extended his staff and shot a fireball at the orc horde. There was a loud bang, and a heat wave swept in from afar. Everyone looked at the vortex of flames raging in the tribe and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The orcs were the same. Although winter was cold, they only felt warm in their hearts at this moment. About a quarter of the bunkers were fully ignited. They succeeded. Retreat. Connor waved his battle axe and, with the help of Martina and the dryad, cleared a bloody path for everyone. Reiner looked around and saw that his wives were still there, so he quickly grabbed them and started running. Aliana commanded the tree spirit to help cover the retreat, and then she also ran away behind Reiner with her staff in her arms. And she was like a naughty child who had done something bad, laughing excitedly all the time. They didn't know how long they had been running madly, but they finally rushed out of the forest full of orcs. Reiner was terrified all the way, afraid that he would accidentally leave any of his wives behind. Junice clutched her staff and panted, "I thought I was doomed. Everywhere I looked there were orcs. I was so scared." Nora and Martina, who were used to the storm, didn't even breathe. Nora, if I had been the one conducting the reconnaissance, I would have definitely hidden myself after killing the orcs. I would not have been discovered so quickly. Martina, even if I'm alone, I can lead Reiner through. Reiner wiped the sweat from his forehead. He doesn't want to take such a risk next time. Aliana stood aside, her back straight, looking cheerful. "Well, was I particularly helpful just now? Aren't these tree spirits formidable?" Reiner nodded vigorously. "It's very impressive. Teach me when you get back." "Oomph. You should first learn the radiant barrier thoroughly. I just saw that you tried to chant several times but failed to release it." Aliana narrowed her eyes. "I was simply unskilled at the time and was in a hurry to escape, so I couldn't use it for a while." Fortunately, Martina knocked the approaching orc away with one shield. Connor counted the number of people, and his frown gradually relaxed. He excitedly hugged Reiner and shouted, "Not a single brother was left behind. This victory is truly unprecedented." The situation was so dire. "Let's go to the bar and have a good drink. It's my treat today." Chapter 93, Going Drinking with Connor. "Roy, there's no more wine. Bring me 2 more barrels." Connor stood on a chair, holding a wooden cup, and yelled at the tavern owner. The soldiers were shouting and cheering in the tavern, sometimes singing together, sometimes wrestling together. Laughter and joy continued. Their faces were filled with joy. The reserved Reiner seemed a little out of place among them. But in order not to spoil the fun, I would occasionally shout a few words with them and then raise my glass to drink. This beer has a strong smell, a bit bitter, sour, and sweet at first, and occasionally you can taste impurities like sawdust. For a college student like Reiner who rarely drinks, this beer doesn't taste very good. Moreover, the alcohol content of this beer was extremely high. After drinking a few glasses, he felt dizzy and his body was a little hot. This group of people are all drunkards. Drinking is just drinking, there is no snack to go with it. He raised his glass and forced the drink down his throat. Junais shakily hooked her arm around Reiner's shoulders, picked up the glass, and shoved it into his face. Reiner, drink. Why did you stop? The beer here is really delicious. Ha ha ha. She is drunk. It was obvious that she couldn't drink much either. Drink less. You're already so drunk. Reiner took her glass and put it on the table. This town is not safe, so you should remain vigilant at all times. One of him and Junais had to stay awake at all times. It's okay, don't I still have you? I'll just let Martina carry me back later. Burp. Junais picked up the glass and drank from it again. Reiner sighed and ordered a few servings of bean stew for Martina and Nora to eat. Martina seemed very interested in the wine. Reiner, what is that yellow liquid? It smells so good, a faint scent of wheat ears, so nice. Beer. Have you ever had it before? Martina shook her head vigorously. No. Can I have a taste? Not now, but I can buy a bucket and keep it at home someday, so I can drink it when I'm free. He was afraid that Martina would get drunk and go crazy. With her physique and strength, if she goes crazy, 7 or 8 people may not be able to hold her down. Let's forget it to be on the safe side. Reiner looked at Nora, who was behaving well, and said, if you're interested, you can have a taste. Nora took Reiner's wine glass and took a sip, then smacked her lips and savored the taste. Before Reiner could speak, Martina couldn't wait to ask, how is it? It has a very strange smell. I don't like it very much, but it is indeed very fragrant. Nora's answer was very pertinent. Martina became even more anxious when she heard her say that. Honey, I want to drink too. Just one sip. Martina took Reiner's arm and started to act coquettishly. Her expression was like a child who wanted to eat candy. Unable to persuade her, Reiner could only hand her the glass. Martina took a look inside and suddenly smiled wickedly. Hey, I want to drink it all. Seeing her cute appearance, although Reiner heard her inner thoughts, he couldn't bear to stop her. Just watching her and smiling silently. As expected, as soon as Martina touched the wine glass, she poured it directly into her mouth without any intention of stopping. After drinking it all in one gulp, she burped contentedly, still mumbling, it tastes good. Reiner couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. If there weren't so many people here, he would definitely have hugged Martina and bullied her for a while. This horse girl is so cute. But soon, Martina's face changed color and her eyes became a little vague. Needless to say, he was definitely drunk. It is true that it is easy to get drunk the first time you drink, but her alcohol tolerance is really terrible. Noila, help me watch her. Don't let her drink anymore. Yes. Just then, the tavern maid brought over a few more wooden barrels filled with beer. After prying open the lid, the aroma of wine hit your nose. Connor and the others picked up their cups and scooped wine from the barrel to drink. Martina licked her lips and was about to go up when Nora grabbed her tail and said, Don't drink anymore, you idiot. Reiner also patted her shoulder and said, If you like, I'll buy you a barrel of wine tomorrow, but the premise is that you have to be patient now. You know the saying that after suffering comes happiness, right? Be patient. Martina pouted and laid down on the table obediently. Just then, Connor came over and handed the glass to Reiner. Keep drinking. Don't stop. Our cannon beer is delicious. People in big cities can't even get it. Okay, let's have another drink. Reiner and Connor raised their glasses to each other, and then they walked around arm in arm. It lasted until night, and then people left one after another. Junais was completely drunk. She was sleeping soundly on the table, mumbling something under her breath from time to time. The drunk Connor grabbed Reiner and refused to let him go. Don't go. I'll take you to a nice place to spend the night. I promise you'll like it. Connor shouted. Okay, I'll go wherever you go. Reiner followed him out of the tavern and onto the cold street. Martina carried Junais and Nora out. Connor led everyone into the narrow alley and soon arrived at a dimly lit back street. Although the street is narrow, it is very lively. There were many men and women along the way. At first, Reiner didn't understand where this place was until he saw the girls on both sides of the road, wearing thick animal skins and heavy makeup. He really has everything. All the girls in canon are very charming. Pick a few that you like, and let's go in and have some fun together. Burp. I don't particularly like this. Looking at these ants, Reiner had no appetite at all. You're still young. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Hiccup. Women are like wine. The older they get, the mellower they become. After saying that, Connor went into one of the small shops, and a big, strong, and rugged-looking woman came to greet him. I thought the master had forgotten me. He hadn't come for so long. Although this woman is as strong as a tank, her eyes are indeed somewhat charming. Her eyes quickly fell on Reiner again, giving people a fright. Connor waved his hand and said vaguely, "Take good care of him. I'll definitely give you money in the morning." Martina and Nora behind him spoke at the same time. "Martina, you can't touch women like that. Am I any worse than them?" "Nora, I don't want the master to go in." Reiner turned around and looked at them. Nora said in a slightly lost tone, "Then Martina and I will go back first. Master, have fun." Reiner quickly waved his hand. "I didn't say I wanted to go in. They can't compare to my sweet and soft wife. These chubby women don't suit his aesthetic taste. Master Connor, I'm going back now. I'll come here with you next time." "Next time? That's fine." Ugh. Seeing him vomiting all over the floor, Reiner quickly stepped back, said a simple goodbye, and left the back street with a few others. Chapter 94 Gentle Trap. Why are you walking so unsteadily? Seeing Martina staggering in front, Reiner held her shoulders. This guy really can't drink much. He became like this after just one glass. Reiner drank much more than her, but his head was only slightly dizzy and he could still walk in a straight line. When the wind blows, I feel like my body is floating. Seeing that she was about to fall, Reiner quickly reached out to hold her up. Forget it. I'll carry June Ice, don't fall." "For you." Reiner took June Ice and carried her behind him. Although this guy looks slim, he is actually quite heavy. Although he had never asked her weight, Reiner felt that she was about 120 pounds when he carried her on his back. At this moment, June Ice suddenly moved, and then slowly opened her eyes. "Reiner." "It's me." The corners of June's mouth curled up slightly, and then she let out a very cute and silly laugh. What are you laughing at? When Connor asked us if we wanted to go to the pub for a drink, you agreed so readily. I thought you could drink a lot, but you passed out after just 2 drinks. Reiner couldn't help but complain. What if someone picks you up after you get drunk? June Ice murmured softly, "Aren't you here?" Reiner could feel the breath on the back of his neck. June Ice quickly fell asleep again, whispering in her sleep on Reiner's shoulder. At this moment, Nora's inner voice floated into Reiner's ears. So close. They're both so close together. Reiner turned his head and met Nora's eyes. "You carry June Ice. I'm a little tired." Nora helped Martina move aside, keeping a distance from Reiner. "No, Master will carry you on his back. It's only a matter of time." "Nonsense. We're just friends." "I don't believe it. Martina treated you as a friend before, but didn't end up like that." Nora sighed, seeming to understand. After all, the Master is a capable male. "I understand." Reiner wanted to cry, but had no tears. "You are talking nonsense." "I don't." Nora inched closer to Reiner, suddenly elbowed him, and whispered, "It shouldn't be long before there are more than 2, right?" "You're talking nonsense again, without even starting to make a move," Reiner retorted. Nora stopped talking, but all her worries reached Reiner's ears. She seemed a little worried that she would be abandoned. "Don't think too much. You are my woman. I will never abandon you no matter what. I also want to have children with you and spend the rest of our lives together." Reiner stretched his neck and kissed Nora. She dodged shyly, then nodded slightly. As soon as we got home, Aliana ran over. She hit Reiner with her soft fists again and again. "You actually left me at home? I hate you. I won't play with you anymore. The adults are drinking. Why are you, a little kid, interfering?" "I'm not a child." Aliana was almost swollen with anger. She picked up the staff on the shelf and was about to hit Reiner. "If you call me a child again, I will fight you to the death." Seeing that she seemed really angry, Reiner quickly closed his mouth. Then he carried June Ice into the room, put her on the bed, helped her take off her shoes and outermost cloak, and finally carefully covered her with a quilt. After doing all this, Reiner was about to leave, but he heard June Ice mumbling something in a daze. He decisively squatted down beside the bed and listened attentively. "Reiner, what are you mumbling about?" "I'm here." June Ice dazedly stretched out her arms and gently hugged Reiner's neck. Don't go. Stay with me. Her brows were slightly furrowed. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she looked a little uncomfortable. Reiner used the fireball technique in one hand and the water ball technique in the other. He heated the water and poured it into a wooden cup. He fed it to Junice little by little. If you feel uncomfortable, drink some hot water to calm down. Uh-huh. Junice curled up in Reiner's arms, holding the wooden cup like a little animal, humming from time to time. After a while, she seemed to feel much more comfortable and fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. But just as Reiner turned around, his clothes were grabbed by her again. What? Accompany me, Reiner teased. We're a single man and a single woman. If you're drunk, I'm drunk too. Aren't you afraid that I might do something bad to you? Junice said vaguely. You are my husband. You're not drunk, are you? Reiner pried, open her eyelids. The girl kept rolling her eyes and was obviously unconscious. But Junice still murmured quietly, Do you want to stop here? I didn't lie this morning. I actually fell in love with you. You don't know how helpless I was when I was alone in the forest, and you just happened to appear at that time. Reiner, you are such a slow-witted man. Is there such a thing? Are you confessing your feelings under the influence of alcohol? Reiner poked her cheek. I didn't intend to tell you. Juna's voice became quieter and quieter, so much so that Reiner couldn't hear what she said in the end. She suddenly struggled to sit up and grabbed Reiner's shoulders tightly. Then he launched a surprise attack and kissed her clumsily. Woo-woo, smells strongly of alcohol. Just as Reiner was enjoying her sweetness, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Then a disgusting taste appeared in my mouth. Woo-woo. Wow, she was like a fountain, constantly spraying out 8 treasure porridge. Nora and Martina rushed over and screamed at the same time when they saw the scene. Junice, I hate you. After finishing breakfast, Reiner said to Junice, who was sitting at the dining table reading a book. She held the staff and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Do you remember what happened last night? I don't remember. My head still hurts. I shouldn't have drunk so much. Junice held her forehead and took a sip from the water glass. I only remember that I was still drinking, and then I don't know anything else. Reiner said with some resentment. You vomited. Junice smiled and said, No wonder the quilt on the bed has been changed. There is still a faint sour smell in the room. I am really sorry to bother you. She narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. I didn't vomit on you, did I? Reiner said aggrievedly. I will never forgive you. The mere recollection of this scene is enough to make one feel painful. This. I'm sorry. Wear your dirty clothes. Let me wash them for you. Junice said apologetically. You didn't vomit on my clothes. Junice was even more confused. Where did you vomit? In the mouth. Chapter 95, Female Orc. I have a question. How did I spit into your mouth? Did I get drunk and pry your mouth open and spit in it? Junice blinked. Apparently, this question had been bothering her all morning. It seems that she really doesn't remember anything. What do you think? Reiner answered casually as he looked at the commission tasks on the notice board. He no longer wanted to recall what happened yesterday. When he didn't answer, Junice started to attack Martina and Nora again. Do you know how I spit in his mouth? Noila shook her head and said seriously, I don't know. I didn't see it with my own eyes. When we came over, we saw you vomiting all over the bed. My mother took you to take a shower, and Martina and I helped you clean up, and then we went to sleep. I'm so sorry to bother you guys. I overestimated my alcohol tolerance. I've never had this kind of wine before. It tasted pretty good at first, so I drank a few more. I didn't expect the after effect to be so strong. Martina, who had been silent on the side, suddenly expressed her opinion. It's so simple. Why do you need to guess? It must be that lecherous Reiner kissed you on the mouth, and then suddenly vomited. As soon as she finished speaking, she was elbowed by Nora. But Junice's reaction was quite calm, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Are they telling the truth? You wanted to take advantage of me while I was unconscious, so you spit on me. Reiner shook his head. I think you were a little bit rebellious. Then tell me what's going on. Junice poked Reiner's kidney with her staff. Reiner whispered in her ear, telling her the whole story without missing a word. Junice had a smile on her face at first, but her expression became moody in the end. Finally, my face turned completely red. How is it? Do you understand? Reiner asked with narrowed eyes. Junice lowered her head in embarrassment and finally hit Reiner with her staff. You were talking nonsense. You must have made up those words. It's a pity that you can say such shameful words. Look, it's urgent again. This reaction is just right. It seems that those are really what she really thinks. Although he was spit on, Reiner was very relieved by Junice's reaction. Anyway, I don't admit it. I never said such a thing. Junai shrugged, pretending to be indifferent, although Reiner couldn't hear her thoughts. But her slightly red cheeks still revealed her true thoughts. Reiner patted her shoulder and said, all right, I was just bragging. Let's go to the small village outside the city. There are some slimes nearby that need us to clean up. The reward is 1 silver coin. Let's go. Junai puffed out her cheeks slightly and gave Reiner a light kick. When everyone arrived outside the city, Junai poured all her negative emotions onto the slime. Fireballs blew them into pieces, and even the magic core could not be found. Be gentle. You can't exchange it for money without the slime magic core. Junai put her hands on her hips, looking a little angry. I know, damn Reiner. Reiner turned around and looked at the others, finally fixing his gaze on Aliana. This guy is sitting on a wooden stake, holding a staff and fishing. As Reiner approached, she immediately became alert. What? She buried half of her face in the scarf, her big eyes staring straight at Reiner. I want to take a break too. Come over here. Eliana moved aside and looked at Reiner with a wary look. She looked particularly funny. What? I owe you money? Why are you staring at me like that? Aliana said fiercely, if you dare to laugh at my short stature, I will fight you to the death. Reiner narrowed his eyes. Fight hard? Potato bite incident? What are you laughing at? You're so annoying. I won't play with you anymore. Aliana lowered her head aggrievedly. No, I braved the cold this morning to go to the market to buy you fresh milk. I heated it up and added honey to it just to give you some nutrition. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise? Aliana snorted softly and punched Reiner with her soft little fist. Tell me, what do you want to learn? It's the magic you used yesterday, the magic that turned the surrounding pine trees into dryads. Aliana's eyes changed, looking very clear and lovely. That, you can't learn. Ordinary tree demons won't obey human orders. Real. I knew you didn't believe it. Come here, I'll demonstrate it to you. Aliana walked to the pine tree and began to chant the spell. Soon, the pine tree in front of me changed. With a shake, the dark bark began to crack and slender arms grew out. The formed tree demon just stood there motionless. Aliana communicated with him in Elvish. Put your hand over here, I want to stand on it. The dryad knelt on one knee and placed his arms on the ground. As soon as Aliana stepped on it, she was easily lifted up. Reiner imitated her and said in Elvish, I want to stand on it too. Suddenly, the air became quiet. The dryad remained indifferent and didn't even acknowledge Reiner. Hateful. So, even if you learn it, it's useless. You might as well learn something else. Aliana touched the dryad and said softly, Thank you for your hard work. Go back to sleep. Then what else can you teach me? Reiner yawned. Aliana walked over to Reiner in small steps. Would you like to learn light therapy? It's much more powerful than your water therapy. Even if your hand is broken, it can be reattached if the treatment is long enough. Of course, according to the law of conservation, some seemingly powerful magic will definitely have corresponding weaknesses. Either it takes a long time to charge, or it consumes a lot of magic power. But hydrotherapy has limited effect on healing injuries, and Reiner is in urgent need of a more powerful healing spell. I'm very interested. Teacher Aliana, please teach me. Okay, let's start with. Before Aliana finished her words, Nora's inner thoughts reached Reiner's ears. Something seems to be hiding in the bushes. Wait a minute, something's up. Reiner ran to Nora's side. What's wrong? Did you find something again? There are 7 orcs hiding in the bushes. They seem to be observing us. In which direction? Nora was about to speak. The bushes in the distance began to shake. A female orc with delicate features and a human-like appearance walked out. Martina pointed the sword at her forehead and lowered her body, ready to rush forward and chop. She raised her hands high and begged for mercy in broken Barnet. I have no ill intentions. Please don't attack me. Chapter 96. The greater the mass, the greater the gravity. Seeing that she could actually use Barnet, it was Reiner and Junis' turn to be surprised. If you think about it carefully, orcs don't seem to be a simple-minded species, and it is not impossible for them to learn the language of other races. Reiner decided to give her a chance. He patted Martina's hand, motioning her to put down the sword. Tell me, what do you want from us? Reiner looked at the female orc carefully. She seemed different from other orcs. Her limbs were long and slender, making her look particularly beautiful. The 2 lumps of fat on her chest were so large that it was suffocating, even wider than Martina's. He's really hungry. He's not only looking at Junis, but why is he even not letting go of the orcs? Although this guy is indeed kind of pretty. Reiner glanced at Martina, and their eyes met. It's really not what she thought. As we all know, the larger the mass of a sphere, the greater its gravitational force, so it is quite normal for the eye to be attracted. What's more, Reiner just took a few more glances and didn't have any messy thoughts. Because although the orc woman in front of him had a great figure, if she only compared her appearance, she was slightly inferior to Nora and Martina. Out of a full score of 100, Nora could get 90, Martina could get 85, and she could only get 80. If her skin is changed to white and the two small fangs protruding slightly from her lower jaw are removed, her score should be able to improve to 85 points. Just as Reiner was lost in thought, she slowly spoke. I'm the priestess of the Rock Clan. We are hostile to the Black Wolf Clan. I witnessed your heroic battle with them yesterday. I hope to cooperate with you to defeat the Black Wolf Clan and drive them out of this forest. She was not at all proficient in Barnet. It took Reiner a moment to understand what she said, and Junice was in even greater pain. It took her longer to understand what she meant. The orcs want to kill each other? I don't know, let's see. Reiner shrugged. Seeing their lack of reaction, the orc woman in front of them fell into self-doubt. She muttered to herself, could it be? I don't understand what I'm saying? That shouldn't be the case. Reiner said, just speak in Orcish. I can understand. The orc woman in front of him was startled at first. Then her eyes widened. You actually can speak Orcish? Yes, what's your name? Fiona Sandfox. I am a half-orc. My father is an orc, and my mother is a human. That's why I look different from most orcs, and I understand human language. It turns out she is a mixed race. No wonder she looks different from those female orcs. She is obviously more beautiful. My name is Reiner. Reiner also introduced himself, then raised his head towards her and said, don't hide. Let your companions come out. Fiona was slightly startled, then said to the back, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the orc warriors emerged from the bushes one after another. They were carrying hatchets and looked quite frightened. An older orc said, Fiona, let's go. Humans are treacherous and cannot be trusted. Let me handle it. The tribe is at a critical moment. If we don't seek help, we will be doomed. The orcs fell silent. According to Aliana, orcs, humans, and elves are hostile to each other most of the time, and they will never ask humans for help unless they are in desperate situations. Fiona raised her hands high and walked slowly towards Reiner. She stopped slowly when they were 3 meters apart. You just said you wanted to cooperate with us. How exactly do you want to cooperate? The Black Wolf Clan is the largest clan in this forest. They are brutal and bloodthirsty, and they are a huge threat to both you humans and us orcs. I hope we can work together to drive them out of this forest. Besides that, are there any other benefits? If you agree, we, the Rock Clan, are willing to live peacefully in this forest for the next 20 years and will no longer invade your human territory. Reiner looked at her, not knowing how to start. There are only 5 of them in total, so they definitely can't be of much help. We have to go find Connor. It might be lying in some woman's arms right now. Where is the chief of your tribe? Maybe we need to meet him. Reiner glanced at the orcs in front of him and spoke slowly. Fiona sighed, seeming a little sad. I was killed in a battle with the Black Wolf Clan a week ago. Now, I'm the only one with the most prestige in the tribe. The chiefs are gone. Then this orc tribe will most likely be extinct. Perhaps they will soon disband on their own and be absorbed by other orc tribes. Reiner waved to Fiona. Come with me. I'll take you to find the person in charge. Fiona just nodded when an orc pulled her back. Don't believe him. If you really go to their city, you'll be courting death. Without our protection, these humans might change their minds. They're the most insidious and cunning. Reiner smiled slightly and said coldly, there are 7 orcs in total, 6 of whom are guards. If I wanted to, I could kill you in less than half a minute. Even if you run away, it will be useless. Fiona quickly waved her hands. We are not here to fight. I am willing to go with you. Reiner took off his black cloak and handed it to her. Cover your face. Most humans are not very friendly to orcs. Good. Fiona put on her black cloak obediently, then turned around and said to the 6 orc guards, you guys go back. I'll be fine. Master Priest, you must come back. You're all we have left. Fiona nodded and followed Reiner away. Along the way, Martina and Nora sandwiched Fiona on the left and right. It seemed that as soon as she made any small move, he would immediately take action to kill her. And Fiona didn't seem scared. You're very brave. Not only did you dare to try to talk to us, you even dared to follow us into the city. I admire you a little. Fiona lowered her head, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. This is my only option. The future of the Rock Clan is on my shoulders. I must do this. Reiner looked back at her and said soothingly, don't worry. I will do my best to keep you safe. Jumice elbowed Reiner and asked in a low voice, "Is she reliable?" "I don't know. Let Lord Connor discuss it. I'll just be the translator." With the cover of the black cloak and the protection of Reiner and others, Fiona easily sneaked into the city. Reiner relied on his memory to find a back street from last night. "Connor is pretty drunk and will probably spend the night there, so just go find him." Reiner asked the plump woman standing on the street. "Lord Connor should still be here, right? Take me to him. I have something important to report." Chapter 97 Cooperation Achieved. Reiner took Fiona and followed the girl to a spacious and luxurious room. She pushed the door open and winked inside. When I walked in, I saw Connor lying in the middle of the bed with his arms spread out, sleeping soundly. He held two naked girls on each side. It could be seen that he must also have two steel waists. It's almost noon now, and he hasn't gotten up yet. It's obvious that he has been working hard all night under the influence of alcohol. Nora and Martina looked at this scene with disdain on their faces. Perhaps he heard someone walk into the room. He pulled his hand out and rubbed his sleepy eyes vigorously. Then he raised his body slightly and took a look. He asked vaguely, "Why are you here? Didn't you say you don't like the women here?" "I really don't know why you like skinny women so much. Women who can give birth to children are the happiest people." Connor used his rough, big hands to knead the girl next to him. Reiner was speechless for a moment. The two people's aesthetic tastes are so different that he really has no feelings for this middle-aged fat ant. Besides, Nora wasn't skinny. After a few months of care, she already had some fat on her body. Being thin where it should be thin and fat where it should be fat. This is the best. Reiner shook his head and said, "Rather than looking for a woman, I have something more important to tell my lord." "Important?" Connor became serious. He pushed the girls on both sides awake and signaled them to go out. After they left, he sat up on the bed and said, "Go ahead." Reiner reached out and lowered Fiona's hood, revealing her green skin. Fiona lowered her head slightly and said politely, "Hello, sir. I am Fiona, the priestess of the Rock Clan. I have come here to ask for something." Connor, who was dazed, suddenly woke up. He didn't even put on his clothes and went for a walk. He picked up the battle axe beside the bed, looked at Fiona closely, and then asked Reiner, "You caught another orc? She can actually speak our language." Fiona took a few steps back in fear and subconsciously hid behind Reiner. She wasn't captured. She came to me on her own initiative, saying she wanted to form an alliance with me. "Alliance. Tell me more about it." Reiner roughly repeated Fiona's words to Connor. He seemed particularly interested in this, and as he put on his clothes, he said, "The Rock Clan? I remember that they were the most powerful orc tribe in the north 20 years ago. I didn't expect them to be wiped out so quickly. How many people are left in your tribe now? 1,000? 500? A hint of sadness flashed in Fiona's eyes. She whispered, "It's getting less and less, so we're looking for cooperation." Connor put on his clothes, carried his axe, and walked over to the two men. "I need to discuss this matter with my eldest brother. The Black Wolf clan is indeed a serious threat, but it is not up to me to decide whether to cooperate or not. I will give you an answer in 3 days. You try to contact Reiner, and I'll go find him if I get any results." Fiona nodded. Connor reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder again. "Come to the tavern for a drink tonight. It's my treat." "Still going?" Reiner quickly waved his hand. No, I really can't drink." "You guys just drink it. That's all you can drink? That's a shame." Reiner asked Fiona to put on her hood and left with Connor. The last few people parted ways at the street corner. Reiner sends Fiona out of the city. As soon as they arrived at the woods north of the city, 6 orc guards emerged from the bushes one after another, and they still looked at Reiner with vigilance. "You guys go back, whether there is news or not. I will come back in 3 days." Reiner carried the staff on his shoulder and yawned sleepily. Fiona nodded, said a simple goodbye, and turned to leave with the orcs. Watching her departing figure, Martina murmured to herself, "So orcs can fight among themselves? How unexpected." Reiner touched her soft face and said, "This should be normal. The traditions and concepts of more than a dozen clans are different. We humans are the same. Wars will occasionally break out between countries, not to mention this group of orcs." Judging from Connor's reaction, the orcs of the Rock Clan have probably never attacked humans. If we can work together to eliminate the warlike Black Wolf clan, that would be a good thing. Junice nodded in agreement. Reiner poked Aliana beside him. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "What? Have the orcs of this clan ever attacked you elves?" Aliana fell into deep thought. After a brief reflection, she shook her head and said, "No, it's basically just the Black Wolf clan. Apart from them, no one else dares to mess with us elves." Reiner shrugged. continue to kill slimes around here. After completing the commission, he took a few people back to the city. 3 days later in the morning, there was a knock on Reiner's door. Aiden and Connor stood at the door on horseback, followed by a group of Barnet warriors. Without waiting for Reiner to say hello, Aiden spoke first with an expressionless face. "Take me to find that orc. I want to talk to her." They were clearly brothers, but he gave off a completely different vibe from Connor. His words were brief and powerful, always emitting a hint of majesty. Connor, on the other hand, is much more approachable, and it seems that anyone can become friends with him just by having a drink with him. "Please wait a moment, sir." Reiner asked everyone in the room to put on their equipment, and then he led the way, and soon they arrived at the meeting place agreed with Fiona. As they approached, several orcs led by Fiona emerged from the bushes. The Barnet warriors subconsciously raised their axes. Seeing this, the orc guards also raised their weapons. He didn't put it down until Fiona stopped him. Aiden said coldly, "Put down your weapons and don't move without my order." He and Connor dismounted, then turned to look at Reiner. "Come with me. Let's go talk somewhere where there's no one." "Yes." Reiner followed them alone. He acted as a translator for Fiona, who was not very fluent in Barnet. The conversation lasted about half an hour. In the end, Fiona promised that after dealing with the Black Wolf clan, she would not have any ideas about human territory, and that a certain amount of food would be required every month. Only then did Aiden agree to form an alliance. From the conversation, we learned that they would launch a surprise attack on the tribe, where the Black Wolf clan lived in 2 days, preparing to completely wipe them out. Aiden led the team to attack head-on, and all Fiona needed to do was to lead the team to sneak around and cut off the retreat routes of the fleeing orcs. Aiden turned around and suddenly said, "Reiner, we need your help." Chapter 98, I can do it. Is it really possible with just a few of us? Junai squatted beside Reiner and muttered softly. It was now late at night, and they were hiding in the bushes somewhere on the outskirts of the orc tribe under the cover of moonlight. From time to time, patrolling orc warriors would pass by them, but the surrounding environment was too dark and they never noticed that there were people hiding in the bushes. "We can try." When Aiden launches a surprise attack, the orc chieftain and priests will definitely come out to command the battle. We could just hide here and wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. If it's a close combat, Martina might really have a chance to kill them. The task assigned by Aiden to them was to behead the orc commander when the two armies were fighting. The quest to kill the Minotaur chieftain has been stuck for a long time. I don't know if the chief of the Black Wolf clan is this Minotaur. It will definitely work with me here. They're just orcs. I can kill one with one blow. Martina was full of confidence in herself. She held the sword in her arms, looking eager to try. Reiner turned around and looked at Aliana, saying with great concern, "When the fight starts, just keep summoning the tree demons to cause trouble. And then take care of yourself. They may not be able to take care of you during the fight." Aliana gives people the impression of being a child who knows nothing. To be honest, if she hadn't cried and insisted on coming with him, Reiner would have preferred to leave her at home. "I'm not a child, don't underestimate me," Aliana said angrily. Reiner couldn't help but look down. It's as flat as a tabletop. Isn't this just a child? In any case, protect yourself. While waiting, Reiner's hand unconsciously touched Nora's cattail and played with it nonstop. He didn't withdraw his hand until Nora's complaining voice came to his mind. "I can't concentrate when my tail is being touched. Please stop it, master. Go back and play again." After lying in ambush in the bushes for a long time, a noisy sound was heard in the distance, and the orc sentinels were roaring loudly. "The cunning humans are here again. Don't sleep." After a while, fires gradually lit up in the orc tribe. The disheveled orcs ran out with axes in their hands, and the darkness around them was dispelled by torches. Reiner lowered his body even lower, while Martina simply dropped to the ground. A lot of orcs are heading towards Aiden, at least 400 of them. They really are a united army. Janice's eyes suddenly widened, and she suddenly lay down. There are predators coming. The plunderers she was talking about were dwarf orcs riding black wolves. These guys are incredibly fast and can always launch unexpected attacks. Reiner squinted his eyes and looked outside through the gaps between the leaves. A looter happened to pass by him. The wolf seemed to have discovered Reiner and suddenly stopped in front of the bushes and began sniffing around. The dwarf orc riding on him kept urging him. "What are you doing? Now is not the time to dawdle. Hurry up." The black wolf under his crotch suddenly bared its teeth. Before they could react, a cold light flashed in the bushes, and a dagger suddenly pierced the dwarf orc's throat. The blade flipped and stabbed at the black wolf's head again. It just let out a wail and died before it could resist. Nora dragged the bodies into the bushes, and Reiner skillfully released water to cover their bodies. Several people continued to ambush in the bushes. After a while, a strong green light flashed in the orc tribe. Reiner had a clear memory of it. It was the light of evil energy. After a while, more than a dozen extremely excited orc warriors with green glow rushed out of the tribe and ran towards the south of the forest. They should be going to cause trouble for Aiden. However, for this night raid, Aiden assembled 400 warriors who could participate in the battle. Reiner had also seen the superhuman physiques of these guys. He didn't think that a dozen elite monsters would cause them any damage. Noila suddenly said, "It seems like something is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Reiner saw a skinny, masked orc in a black robe staggering out of the tribe. He held a stone staff in his hand, and his exposed limbs were wrapped in milky white bandages. As expected, this should be an orc priest. "Should I go?" Martina asked in a low voice. She was lying on the ground, also peeking out through the gaps between the leaves. "Wait a little longer, it's not time yet." At this moment, the orc tribe blew an exciting horn, followed by the heart-shaking drumbeats. The orc warriors seemed to be energized and rushed out like a tide. 4 burly Tauren walked out of the tribal gate, holding their horns high and blowing them hard. After more than 10 seconds, a giant minotaur appeared in front of everyone. His bright eyes seemed to be burning with anger. His upper body was bulging with muscles, and around his waist hung a heavy-looking bronze drum. Needless to say, this is definitely the target of his mission, the Minotaur Chieftain. Kill it, and you'll get a Thunder Magic book. Just as Reiner was daydreaming, his eardrums suddenly felt a slight pain. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The Minotaur Chief kept beating the drum, and every time the heavy drumstick fell, Reiner's heart would tremble violently. The voices of the 2 beast-eared girls were heard at the same time. "Nora, what the hell is that sound? It makes my ears hurt." "Martina, should we fight that guy?" They both seemed frightened. It seems that the drumming has a mind-altering effect. Since Nora obtained the magic eye, her mental attribute has been improved from D to B. In the past, she probably wouldn't be able to endure such torture. "Junie's Aliana, are you two okay?" They're all mages, so logically their magic resistance should be higher than that of the beast-eared girls. After hearing the drumbeats, they seemed to have no reaction. Jumice replied, "The drumbeats make me a little nervous, but it doesn't affect me much." Aliana also spoke up, saying, "Other than feeling flustered, there's no other impact." Seeing them getting closer, Reiner said, "Most of the orcs are at the front now. Martina and I will deal with the Minotaur Chieftain later. Nora, you find a way to kill the orc priests. Junice and Aliana, just wait for the opportunity to help. If possible, help me contain those 4 Minotaurs blowing the horn. If Martina, Nora, and I complete the task at hand, we will come to help you as soon as possible." "Okowo." Reiner looked down at Martina. This guy had cold sweat on his head, and she seemed a little afraid of this bull-headed chief. Reiner began to cheer her up as if he were coaxing a child. "Martina, you are the best warrior among us. The Minotaur Chieftain is nothing but an ant in your hands. You can definitely kill it. It doesn't matter if you can't win, I'll always be there for you." The encouragement worked, and Martina's wavering heart became more resolute. She gritted her teeth and said, "I can do it." Chapter 99. Eliminate the Minotaur Chieftain. Martina rushed out with her shield raised, knocking down 2 Minotaurs in her path. She let out a battle cry and swung her sword towards a Minotaur Chieftain, but the chieftain dodged it nimbly. At the same time, the heavy hammer turned into a powerful weapon at this moment. With a casual swing, he knocked Martina back several meters. Although this guy is huge in size, he is very flexible. Reiner realized that he had underestimated its strength. "Be careful. Don't let it catch your weakness." Reiner released a fireball to suppress it. But the power of the fireball without charging is not worth mentioning to it at all. When it hit it, it just smoked a little. The chief slapped out the flames on his shoulders and sneered in Orcish. "Is that all you can do?" Martina roared and rushed over. Although her attacks were swift and powerful, they were always a little slow and could always be easily blocked by the Minotaur Chieftain. "You're quite strong, but still a little weaker than me." The bull-headed chief raised his hammer high. After a slight feint, Martina revealed her weakness due to nervousness. He was kicked and flew out, rolling several times on the ground until he hit a pine tree and came to a steady stop. The Minotaur Chieftain wanted to attack again, but was temporarily suppressed by the water spear shot by Junice. Annoying flies. He bent down, grabbed a lump of mud, and threw it accurately at Junice's face, interrupting her spell. The surrounding pine trees came alive, moving their heavy bodies and attacking the other 4 bull-headed guards holding horns. Although the strength of the Dryad can crush ordinary orc warriors, it is still a little inferior to this strong and powerful Minotaur warrior. He was knocked to the ground in 2 rounds. Fortunately, they were in the forest, and Aliana could awaken the tree spirits continuously. "I'm here to help you." The orc priest began to chant a spell, and a dazzling fireball formed on the top of the staff. As soon as he pointed the staff at Aliana, a mithril dagger pierced her chest, and the fireball dissipated in an instant. When the priest's eyes turned green, and he seemed to have a backup plan. Nora didn't give him any chance, stabbing him twice in the heart and once in the head. But even so, the priest did not die. His fallen body stood up again in an extremely strange posture, but was stabbed several times by Nora and died completely. Seeing that they still had the upper hand for the time being, Reiner focused his attention entirely on the Minotaur chief. Martina ran back again. She had been on passive defense, and her movements were much slower. Maybe she was hurt by that blow just now. While Martina was fighting with him, Reiner gathered up the wind blades and shot them at the chief. The wind blade that could normally completely cut through branches only left a wound on his leg where the bone was visible. The Minotaur chief staggered back a few steps, and the wound on his leg began to heal gradually. Good opportunity. Martina took advantage of the victory and rushed forward, never thinking that this was a flaw deliberately exposed by the chief. Just as she raised her sword, her right hand holding the sword was hit by another hammer. Martina retreated to Reiner's side, gently shook her injured right hand, and changed to holding the sword with her left hand. "I can't beat him." The Minotaur chief's strength and speed are obviously far superior to hers. "Help me delay some time." Reiner changed his strategy and began to attack the chief with water ball technique. The water ball hitting his thick skin felt like a tickle. Junice also understood Reiner's intention. She temporarily gave up restraining the Minotaur and used water ball magic to focus her fire on the Minotaur chief. "Be careful," Aliana shouted. Reiner looked back and saw a Minotaur charging towards him. It raised the horn high and suddenly exerted force with the muscles in its arms. But this heavy blow was blocked by Reiner's barrier of light. Reiner has been very busy these days. Whenever he had free time, he would practice the radiant barrier taught by Aliana to speed up his release. The result came in handy so quickly. While the Minotaur was retreating, Reiner briefly gathered his strength and used a wind blade to cut off its head. When I looked back at Martina, I found that she was grabbed by the arm by the Minotaur chief, spun around a few times, and thrown deep into the woods. After a loud noise, a pine tree in the distance fell down. "Martina." The bull-headed chief locked his gaze on Reiner. "Take care of yourself first, human." The system's voice also rang in my ears. "Warning, you are being watched by the Minotaur chieftain." The veins of the bull-headed chief's legs bulged as he rushed towards Reiner like a flying arrow. At the critical moment, Reiner used Earthquake in its path. The waterlogged mud instantly turned into a quagmire. The aggressive Minotaur chief was instantly trapped in it, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Realizing the situation had reversed, the bull-headed chief roared hysterically. "Despicable and shameless humans. They only resort to despicable means." "You're nagging." Reiner breathed a sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. Seeing Nora coming, Reiner looked back. The orc priests were dead, their heads chopped off. The remaining 3 Minotaurs, covered in wounds, also fell to the ground. The battle should be over. The Minotaur chief, who was stuck in the mud, was still struggling and seemed to have found a way to get out of the mud. Seeing this, Reiner added water into the swamp and used earthquake magic, and the Minotaur chief was finally completely swallowed by the mud. "It's over." What a difficult guy. Martina limped over, holding her sword and looking around. Not finding the bull-headed chief, she asked angrily, "Where's the bull?" Reiner pointed to the quagmire in front of him, buried alive. Martina curled her lips, sat down on the ground, and began to rest. "Juni's Aliana. How are you two doing?" "Not bad." Junice was washing the mud off her face. "Me too." Aliana came over holding a staff. Reiner turned and looked at the orc tribe in front of him. A group of orcs with khaki strips of cloth tied around their arms have rushed in. They are orcs of the Rock Clan. This area will soon become their territory. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Reiner, have you killed their chief? It was Connor, followed by several warriors, all covered in orc blood, obviously having experienced a fierce battle. Yeah, it took a lot of effort. It's pretty powerful, Reiner gasped. It was the first time he saw Martina at a disadvantage in close combat. You finally managed to handle it. I've always believed in your ability. Connor nodded and laughed out loud. Is everything okay over there? The casualties weren't heavy, thanks to you holding their chieftain hostage. Without a leader, the orcs fought without any plan, relying solely on brute force to charge forward. They soon began to flee. The Black Wolf clan must be ruined now. All the men died on the battlefield, leaving only a group of women and cubs in the tribe. He reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder. Leave the rest to my eldest brother. Let's go drink. At this moment, Martina's voice reached Reiner's ears. I'm so weak. I can't even beat this guy. I must find a way to become stronger. Reiner turned and looked at Martina. She was looking down in deep thought. Chapter 100 Magic Tailor-Made for Martina. Reiner just opened his eyes and found that the person lying next to him was someone else. He clearly remembered that it was already late at night when he came back from drinking last night, and the person he was sleeping with was clearly Martina. But now the woman sleeping next to him has become Nora. Never mind, it's all the same anyway. The kitten opened its eyes wide, observing Reiner's face carefully, and its inner voice slowly came to it. The master is so handsome. The more I look at him, the more I like him. I want to bite him. Seeing Reiner open his eyes, she closed her eyes and kissed him. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Good morning, master. I feel a little dizzy. Why are you in the room too? Noila Mo lowered her head and explained carefully, I was going to wake you up, but you suddenly hugged me, so I also slept in the quilt for a while. Reiner reached out and rubbed her belly. It was 4 months ago that I brought Nora home. Now, she has a thin layer of fat on her belly and is no longer just skin and bones. I've gained weight. Noila Mo was slightly stunned, then said shyly, because I eat too well since I follow the master, I have never been hungry, so I naturally gained weight. If the master doesn't like it, I will eat less from now on and lose weight again. No, just stay healthy. A little bit of fat will make it more comfortable to hug you. You can decide for yourself about this. I like you no matter what. Nora responded softly, her face flushing again. Even though they had been together for so long, she would still blush with shyness if Reiner said something a little cheesy. So cute. Where's Martina? Nora reached out to help Reiner fix her hair, her tone very gentle. She got up earlier than me and seemed a little unhappy. Master, do you want to go see her? Unhappy. I guess it's because they didn't win the battle with the Minotaur chief last night, so they had a quarrel. She was in a bad mood last night when she went to the bar to celebrate with Connor. Even if her favorite beer was placed in front of her, she would not be moved at all. Then I'll get up and take a look. Reiner got dressed and went outside to find Martina lying on the ground doing push-ups while the petite Aliana was sitting on her to add weight to her. Her right hand was still wrapped in bandages. What are you doing? Reiner quickly ran over and helped her up. Isn't your hand injured? Not only did you not take a good rest, but you also messed around. Martina looked directly at Reiner and said seriously, it doesn't hurt that much anymore. Don't worry about me. That won't do. You're my woman. If I don't worry about you, who will? Reiner wiped the sweat off her forehead and took her hand, leading her to the dining table. What's wronged you? Tell me, and I'll make you happy. Martina glanced at him and said angrily, I haven't been wronged. Although she said this, Reiner heard what she was thinking. I'm still too weak. Reiner is much stronger than me. I don't want to hold him back. Sure enough, it's still the same thing. The Minotaur chieftain's attributes exceed the standard. If you can see its panel, this guy's strength and endurance are probably S, and his agility is probably A. Martina can't compare to it. Take good care of yourself for the next 2 days, and then I'll teach you something powerful. Reiner raised his eyebrows. Something powerful. A glimmer of hope flashed in Martina's eyes. Reiner nodded. He figured that now that the bullhead chief had been killed, it was time to pay out the reward. When the time comes, I will learn some powerful things from the Thunder Magic book and then teach them to Martina. After all, as long as she can improve her strength, she will be happy. After Reiner finished his breakfast, he returned to his room alone. He sat on the bed and coughed twice, frantically hinting to the system. Ahem. You know, the mission is complete. Isn't it time to arrange the reward? Soon, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Here we come. Mission: kill a Minotaur chieftain. Current status: completed. Mission rewards have been issued. A brand new dark purple book appeared on the bedside. Reiner picked it up and began to read it impatiently. The book was written in the diastral script and did not appear to be particularly old. Note: this magic book was written 5,000 years ago by an elven stargazer skilled in thunder magic. The original text is in Elvish. For ease of reading, this system has specially translated it into Diastrian for you. Reiner shrugged and continued. Can I translate it? It doesn't matter to me whether it's Elvish or not. You can speak Elvish, but Martina doesn't. Reiner suddenly realized. I see. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. But Martina doesn't speak Diast. The system fell silent. The thunder magic book in his hand disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared, the words on it turned into demi-human language. Reiner's lips curled up slightly, and he shook his head again. Is it possible that although she can speak the demi-human language, she can't read? The system fell silent again. It's just demi-human language. Thank you. He opened the first page and began to read the catalog. After taking a general look at the magic spells, he chose a few that sounded awesome and read them in detail. Soon he found the thunder magic he liked. Lightning Armor Casting Technique. It can draw lightning to the caster, causing it to strengthen the caster's body, thereby gaining extraordinary strength, endurance, and speed. This magic not only greatly increases physical strength, but also enhances the caster's resistance to physical and magical attacks. Moreover, this magic spell can last until the magic power is exhausted, and there is no need to cast additional spells in the middle. For Martina, this magic was tailor-made for her, because when she fights, she only knows how to chop people and forgets about any magic. She learned the wind blade, but she'd never used it in combat. Reiner continued to read carefully, and he saw some very conspicuous big words on the last line. Although the lightning armor forging technique can strengthen the body, excessive use can cause damage to the caster's body. The duration of its use must be strictly controlled. There are actually side effects. Reiner closed the book silently. He suddenly felt that this spell was not so suitable for Martina. This guy gets angry easily. If he gets angry, she will definitely not control the timing of the spell. But if you use this trick as your ultimate killer move, you might want to give it a try. Before teaching it to Martina, he had to learn the magic himself first and then try it for her. He would only teach it to Martina if the side effects were within his acceptable range. Reiner opened the book again and read it carefully with wide eyes. Chapter 101, Studious Martina. Reiner, my hand is healed. You said you would teach me something powerful. Now, teach me. Martina came over excitedly. Reiner has been studying magic in his room these past 2 days. He has already mastered the art of lightning armor casting, and also completed the most basic experiments. He used it continuously for 3 hours, and felt that every inch of his skin was stinging as if it were being pricked by needles. The longer the use time, the more serious the damage to the body will be. He couldn't teach Martina the magic completely. After pondering for several hours, he figured out a castrated version of the lightning armor forging technique. Although its effect on improving the body is not even half of the original version, it is safer. At least after using the castrated version of the lightning armor, he did not feel any physical pain. Of course, I keep my promise. Hurry up and put on your equipment. I'll show you a little bit after we leave the city. Great! Martina was as happy as a child and ran out of the room cheering. Half an hour later, Reiner and a few others arrived at a snowy area outside the city. Martina carried the greatsword and looked at him expectantly. Reiner chanted a spell briefly, then gently twirled his fingers before a rumble of thunder rang in his ears, and his body was enveloped in purple lightning. He could clearly feel the electric current running between his body and armor. The two bee-steered girls subconsciously stepped back, exclaiming in surprise and clapping for Reiner with their hands. Martina's eyes lit up. It looks pretty impressive. This is just a castrated version. It only strengthens the body and has no defensive effect. The original version will completely wrap the body with lightning, forming a lightning armor that can block attacks. It's not over yet. Reiner slightly arched his body, rushed forward at an extremely terrifying speed, and then hit the pine tree with his staff, directly breaking part of the trunk. If Reiner hadn't used the lightning armor, he could only knock off a piece of bark at most. Junice narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "What an incredible magic! It can actually increase speed so significantly." This magic not only increases speed, but also strength and endurance. Furthermore, it can be cast once until the lightning element is depleted. I think it's especially suitable for Martina. Before he could finish, Martina ran over ecstatically and shook Reiner's shoulders vigorously. "Honey, I love this. I want to learn. Teach me. Seeing her impatient look, Reiner felt secretly happy. He deliberately kept it a secret. Give me a kiss. Martina kissed him without thinking and finally licked Reiner. Spit all over my face. Can you teach me now? Reiner nodded. But this magic is a bit difficult to learn. Before learning it, you must master the other two magics. The first is the simplest lightning strike technique and the slightly more complicated lightning storage technique. After learning these two spells, first, use the lightning storage technique, then use the lightning strike technique on yourself. The lightning will be stored in a special form within the caster's body, continuously stimulating the muscles to achieve a strengthening effect. In fact, if you add a thunder release spell, you can release a complete thunder armor. But it is this final step of discharge that can cause harm to the user's body. In short, the principle of this spell is to first use the thunder storage technique to turn the caster into a power bank. Then use lightning strike to quickly charge, and at this point, the body can be slightly strengthened by the leaked current. The thunder release technique, on the other hand, is to release all the lightning in the body in a short period of time, thereby obtaining a more powerful boost, but such discharge will shorten the life of the power bank. Martina opened her mouth slightly, her eyes showing wisdom, and then nodded as if she understood. Understood. Martina shook her head. No, but it feels very powerful. Reiner remained silent. Anyway, just teach her the spell. Come here and memorize the spells. First learn the lightning strike spell, and then the thunder storage spell. When you use it, just reverse the order of the two spells. Okay. Martina blinked hard. Reiner told Martina the spell and let her start exploring it herself. After a while, she asked again, what is the name of this magic? Reiner's lips curled up slightly. Lightning armor forging technique, complete version. What? Is there an incomplete version? Martina blinked her big eyes vigorously. Her innocent look is really endearing. Reiner kissed her and continued to fool her. Of course, if it's not complete and not powerful, I won't teach you. Okay, then I'll continue exploring. Martina raised her head and kept chanting spells to the pine tree in front of her. Reiner sat aside with Aliana to rest. He had been thinking about this magic for the past 2 days and had hardly any rest. Now that he had relaxed, he felt sleepy. Aliana complained, Reiner, stop leaning on me all the time. You're so heavy. Don't be so stingy. I've been so busy lately, but I still insist on buying you milk every day. You haven't taught me phototherapy yet. Now that there's nothing else to do, I can teach you. No, I'm so sleepy now. I want to rest for a while. Let me lean on you. No way. Reiner suddenly felt a chill. He subconsciously looked at Nora. The kitten was playing with herself. She was squatting in front of the snow and drawing with a branch. Reiner looked around and was finally startled by Junai's behind him. When did you come to me? Junai smiled without saying anything and sat down next to the two of them. The tree stump, which was not big to begin with, was suddenly filled with people. What are you doing? Your smile is so creepy. Junai patted Reiner's shoulder and teased. You're such a playboy. Are you planning to make a move on the elf? Reiner shook his head decisively. No, I would never lay hands on a child no matter what. That's hard to say. And isn't the elf an adult already? You're questioning my aesthetics. As soon as Reiner finished speaking, the bushes in front of him began to tremble. A green-skinned orc emerged from it. Several people raised their weapons at the same time. The orc was so frightened that he hid back. He shouted in broken Barnet, I, a good orc, I come to pay tribute. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the bushes. It's Fiona. She said softly, Lord Reiner, we are not here to fight. After the alliance, we need to pay tribute to Lord Aiden with food every once in a while. So, please let us pass. Several orcs carrying wooden boxes squeezed out from the bushes, waiting for Martina to make way. Reiner stepped forward and pulled the horse girl aside, watching the beastmen carrying food back and forth. Chapter 102 Conversation with Fiona. Lord Reiner, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Could you please come with me? Fiona said respectfully. Reiner nodded, said hello to Nora and the others, and followed. After walking a little further, Fiona suddenly stopped and bowed to Reiner. Lord Reiner, please allow me to thank you. Why thank me? I'm just a translator. You're being modest. The chief of the Black Wolf clan is very powerful. He has killed many of his fellow Rock clan members. If you hadn't eliminated him, we would have faced an even more formidable enemy. Reiner remained silent, carefully observing Fiona's expression. I don't know what she's up to. He usually relied too much on eavesdropping when communicating with Nora Martina. So when he saw Fiona, he always wanted to eavesdrop on her thoughts. You're definitely looking for more than just thanks, right? Fiona nodded heavily, and after hesitating for a while, she continued, I'd like to ask for your help. Help? Yes, you're the most powerful human being I have ever met, and I hope to get your help. I want to unify the orc tribes in this forest. Now that we've absorbed the members of the Black Wolf clan, our clan has become stronger than ever. I want to strike while the iron is hot and absorb the other clans one by one. Reiner raised his head and motioned for her to continue. Several clan chiefs are obstacles to our development. I need to eliminate them so that the tribe can develop further. It turns out they were hired to do the dirty work. With Nora's stealth ability, it is not difficult to assassinate an unsuspecting orc chieftain, although Fiona's clan and Aiden are currently allied. But there's no telling when the alliance might be broken. Helping her might end up nurturing trouble. Although Reiner didn't say a word, Fiona seemed to see through his thoughts, so she said softly, Don't worry, at least in the next 40 years, we will not invade human territory. Lord Reiner does not need to worry about becoming an accomplice. I believe that peaceful development and mutual trade among all races is the general trend, which is more in line with the common interests of us orcs and humans. If unfortunately a conflict occurs with a foreign race, even if I have the upper hand in terms of strength, I would prefer to resolve the issue through peace, cooperation, and negotiation. War is always the least effective means to achieve a goal, and no one wants to shed blood and sacrifice. Reiner narrowed his eyes. Words are not enough. I can't just take your one-sided words for granted. Fiona lowered her stance. What do you need to do to trust me? We humans have a kind of master-servant contract magic. You should have heard of it, right? Fiona nodded, understanding Reiner's meaning. I've briefly learned that if a contract is signed, not only will one's life be controlled, but one will also be unable to disobey the caster's will. We've only met a few times. If you want me to trust you, you'll have to use at least this level of magic. Reiner hesitated for a moment and then said, Of course, I won't restrict your freedom, but your behavior will need to be supervised by me. Although there is a risk of being manipulated by me, you will also get my help from now on. Do you want to take a gamble? Fiona lowered her head, and after a long inner struggle, she slowly said, For the future of the tribe, I am willing to believe you. But to make sure you don't deceive me, you need to do me a few favors first. Reiner smiled and leaned against the pine tree. Of course not. So you really plan to hire me to assassinate them? If negotiations break down and no consensus can be reached, then this is the only option. The reason our orcs' living environment has become increasingly harsh in recent years is closely related to those stubborn, conservative, warlike, and bloodthirsty chieftains. Of course, if you help me, Master Reiner, I will not only sign a contract with you, but also give you corresponding compensation. As for the reward, I heard that you orcs are good at black magic and blood magic. Can you teach me those things? Ever since he witnessed Aliana's magic, he has developed a strong interest in the magic of other races. Fiona smiled. Lord Reiner, you are human. Even if you know the spell, you can't use dark magic. Reiner waved his hand. Don't worry about that. I will naturally find a way. When the time comes, I'll just follow her instructions and let Fiona help me learn. The system will definitely give him a new magic. Okay, if Lord Reiner can learn black magic, it can be considered a miracle in some ways. I am willing to be a witness to this miracle. After saying that, Fiona laughed out loud. She didn't take Reiner's words seriously at all. I'm not kidding. How about a bet that I can learn the dark arts? Whatever you want, I don't think I'll lose. After all, there's no precedent for this. As a priest, I have basic knowledge of magic. So confident? What if I really learn it? Fiona shrugged disapprovingly. Then I'll leave it to you. Hear these 4 words. Reiner looked her up and down. Honestly, this guy's in great shape. After thinking for a moment, Reiner asked, Do you have a man? These words seemed to touch upon Fiona's sore spot. Her expression was slightly gloomy, and she smiled bitterly and shook her head. I'm ugly. No male would be interested in me, and reproducing offspring is none of my business. I have a more important mission. I have to consider the future of our clan. What's so ugly about it? Among the orcs, your appearance is unique. They just don't know how to appreciate it. Fiona said doubtfully, Really? I heard that humans don't like slender women either. Although the tribesmen in the tribe respect me very much, that's all. Slim? This is called a slender branch with large fruit, which is of the best quality. But due to different aesthetics, her figure may not be popular here. Take Connor, for example. He likes women with big arms and waists. If Fiona could remove the small fangs on both sides of her mouth and turn her skin white, she would definitely be a beautiful woman. Reiner said sincerely, "You are quite feminine." Fiona smiled innocently and scratched her head. "This is the first time I've been praised like this since I was a child." "Reiner, you don't have to say such insincere words just to protect my dignity. I'm just telling the truth." Perhaps realizing that their conversation was getting off track, Fiona scratched her head and stopped expressing her feelings. She turned her head and looked away. Seeing the orc team carrying the tribute moving further and further away, she quickened her pace to catch up with them. "Let's stop here for now. I'll come to see you in the next few days." "Goodbye." Reiner waved goodbye to her. After Fiona walked away, the bushes beside her suddenly moved. Nora stuck her head out, with 2 golden leaves stuck in her hair. "Why did you follow me?" Nora said expressionlessly. "I want to ensure the safety of the master." She said this, but she didn't mean it at all. The master can eat anything. Even the beastmen are interested in him. However, that female beastman is indeed beautiful. Junice, Aliana, and that female beastman. Reiner brushed off the leaves on her head and rubbed her cat ears vigorously. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Nora suddenly opened her mouth, bit Reiner's hand hard, and then ran away. Chapter 103. Martina is almost blurry. Why hasn't Martina come to eat yet? Normally, she would be the first one to sit at the table as soon as the meal starts, but now even white bread can't tempt her. Nora picked up a chicken leg and put it into her mouth. This guy has been studying the art of lightning armor casting for several days. During this period, she was not active in eating, sleeping, or even taking a bath. She devoted all her energy to studying. It can be seen that in order to become stronger, she has reached the point of neglecting sleep and food. Although Reiner also likes magic, he doesn't reach her level. "I'll go upstairs and call her down." Daisy stood up slowly. Reiner reached out to stop her. "No, let her think about it carefully. It's rare for her to be so interested in something. As long as she doesn't starve to death, that's all that matters." After finishing lunch, seeing that Martina had not come down yet, Reiner went upstairs himself with 2 pieces of white bread. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I heard a devilish laugh coming from inside the room. "Ha ha 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 ha." Reiner knocked on the door and asked through it, "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly smiling so obscenely?" Martina opened the door. Blue lightning continued to appear on her body, and her hair exploded like a hedgehog. Her movements were so fast that they left afterimages. There is no doubt that she has learned the castrated version of the lightning armor forging technique. She was able to learn this somewhat complicated magic in just a few days. It can be seen that compared to Nora, her understanding is actually quite good. After all, Nora hasn't learned the fireball technique yet. "I know the spell by heart, but for some reason I just can't use it. Honey, I've learned it. I feel like I have endless energy." She took the white bread, took a big bite, and said incoherently, "Hurry up. Let's go outside and compete." Reiner wiped her tears and pretended to be wronged, saying, "You studied magic so hard. Is it just to beat your husband? A woman's hands are for conquering the world, not for beating men. It's so sad. The most important thing is that he probably can't beat this guy now. Before learning the lightning armor, perhaps I could use earthquake to restrain her and limit her movement. And now, it is estimated that after her run-up and jump, she can jump more than 20 meters. The effect of earthquake magic on her is unknown." Martina was slightly startled and narrowed her eyes. "We're just sparring to see how it works. I must be stronger than anyone else so I can protect you. I should be the one to say this." In the afternoon, while the sun was shining brightly outside, Reiner led everyone out of the city, ready to spar with Martina and test her specific strength after learning the lightning armor. Martina kept giggling along the way, and her thoughts kept reaching Reiner's ears. "I can't help laughing when I think about torturing Reiner later." Reiner glanced at her and couldn't help but teasing. "Do you really want to beat me up?" Martina directly denied it. "No, I just want to spar with her." But her inner thoughts betrayed her. "I'll hit him while we're sparring." Reiner narrowed his eyes. After arriving at the place, Martina stuck the sword into the ground and began to warm up. She chanted a spell, then roared and used the lightning armor. Junice exclaimed, pulled Aliana and Nora to sit on a tree stump nearby, and began to watch the battle with wide eyes. Nora took out half a piece of white bread from her bosom and ate it with relish. Then, as if remembering something, she warned, "Martina, restrain yourself a little. Don't hit me so hard all the time. Don't hurt the master." "I understand. I will hold back." Martina retreated dozens of meters and put some distance between herself and Reiner. Step back a little. Give me some time to react. Martina nodded and took a few steps back. The distance between the two people was about 30 meters. Reiner felt that this distance should be enough for him to react to Martina's actions. Martina put away her smile, and a chill suddenly swept over her. Martina is pretty scary when she's serious. It's a pity that Reiner had already thought of a countermeasure. When he thought about what he was going to do later, he couldn't help laughing. He's actually laughing. Is there some hidden card he has that I don't know about? You don't need the lightning armor? I'm very powerful now. Martina clenched her fists and showed a posture ready to strike. Reiner shook his head. That's not necessary. He said to Junais, who was standing beside him, You be the referee. Okowo. Reiner silently recited the spell in his mind, ready to cast magic. Following Junais' order, he directly used the earthquake technique. But Martina disappeared right where she was. Reiner subconsciously used the radiant barrier. The moment the barrier was deployed, it was hit by a solid punch, causing ripples on the surface. I was almost beaten through by this guy with his bare hands. Martina's movements were so fast that they were blurry, and Reiner could barely catch her eye. Fear. Fortunately, she took a few steps back. If she had come any closer, she wouldn't have had a chance to react. Moreover, Martina only used her fists. If it were an actual combat, the instantaneous shining barrier would definitely not be able to stop her greatsword. The two people have different physical strengths. When Reiner used lightning to forge armor, it did not reach such an astonishing level. The gap was simply too obvious. Zulfust. Nora was shocked after seeing Martina's speed. Martina pounded on the barrier, but when she realized she couldn't break it with her bare hands, she yelled in frustration, Coward! Reiner was a little afraid to remove the barrier. Can't I just admit defeat? I can't beat you, Martina said angrily. She was obviously unhappy. You are running away without a fight. Nonsense. I can't let you use me as a punching bag, right? How long have we been together? And you're already thinking of domestic violence against me. Martina regained her composure and said seriously, Use this magic too, and let's have a fist fight. Reiner sighed. Then you retreat first. Don't attack me suddenly. Wait until I'm ready before you move. Don't beat me to death. We still have a contract. Martina nodded. Junais and Ariana covered their eyes. They no longer dared to look. The referee naturally came to Nora's head. Reiner also used the lightning armor. After everything was ready, Nora gave the order. Martina disappeared again in an instant. Reiner could see Martina's movements clearly this time, but he was much slower. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he subconsciously protected his head, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Martina move to the side like lightning. It's over. Reiner closed his eyes and waited for a few seconds, but he didn't see Martina's fist coming. Instead, something soft touched my cheek. He was kissed by Martina. Chapter 104 Fiona's Request. Martina put her hands on her hips and looked at Reiner with an expression of having succeeded in her evil plan. After thinking for a few seconds, she smiled and said, You are my man. I can't bear to beat you. Reiner removed his lightning armor and dusted off his clothes. You understand human nature, Nora muttered to the side. Martina is so boring that she actually did such a disgusting thing. Before, she just laughed at me for touching my ears, but now she is even bolder than me. Martina put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Junais and Aliana opened their eyes and saw that the two were in harmony, so they asked, It seems that I missed something wonderful. Reiner nodded. Yes, she took a bite and I lost. Although he expected to lose before coming, he didn't expect to lose so badly. After learning the lightning armor, Martina's strength was greatly improved. Now, she could probably slaughter the entire orc tribe by herself. Fortunately, the Minotaur chief died early, otherwise he would have doubted his life if he had met Martina. Martina opened her arms and hugged Reiner. I am your woman, and my strength is also your strength. Reiner narrowed his eyes and studied her. This guy is becoming more and more smooth-talking. You bullied me just now. It will be my turn to bully you when we rest tonight. Reiner raised his eyebrows slightly. Martina's lips curled up slightly, and she said nonchalantly, Whatever. I've been holding it in for several days anyway. Just as the two were flirting, Nora's inner voice came. An orc is coming. Nora came over and patted Reiner on the shoulder. Master, your orc friend is hiding in the bushes. Do you want me to bring her here? Reiner looked in the direction of her finger. Fiona suddenly appeared and asked doubtfully, Master Reiner, are you sparring? Yes, she learned a very powerful magic, and I'm practicing with her. Reiner paused for a moment and then continued. Just call me Reiner. No need to put someone behind me. It sounds awkward. Fiona nodded, but she didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something. Reiner observed her for a moment and said softly, If you have something to say, just say it. I've been trying to unite the orcs lately, often lobbying the various orc clans. But last night, a warlike clan raided our tribe under cover of darkness, causing us heavy losses. Fiona lowered her head and spoke slowly. Reiner, do me a favor. I'm willing to sign a contract with you and be under your supervision from now on. Reiner ruffled his hair that was messed up by the cold wind and then asked, So how do you need me to help you? Fiona took out a map from her bosom and pointed to an area west of the forest. After a moment of silence, she said softly, The Lion Claw clan, their tribal flag is a khaki lion, and the tribe is quite powerful. According to my spies within the Lion Claw clan, the chieftain of the Lion Claw clan likes to go hunting early in the morning, usually with 4 elite guards. Now that you have this kind of intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to ambush and kill him, right? Fiona shook her head and sighed softly. It's difficult. They're very powerful. Too many of us will easily be detected, but too few will easily allow him to escape. This opportunity only comes once. If the assassination fails, it will alert him, making it even more difficult to attack him in the future. How strong are they? You should have seen the chief of the Black Wolf clan. Who is stronger between the two of them? Reiner leaned against the pine tree beside him and yawned sleepily. Fiona answered decisively. The chief of the Black Wolf clan is much stronger than him. That's no problem. I guess it would be easier for Martina to kill him than to kill an ant. Then it's settled. I'll help you get rid of the orc chieftain. Besides signing the contract and teaching you black magic, what else do you want to pay me? Fiona narrowed her eyes and asked back. You haven't given up yet? I thought you were joking. Recently, the tribe's laborers discovered an abandoned ancient gold mine in a hidden place. I am willing to use gold as a reward. When Reiner heard the word gold, his eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed twice and slowly asked, How much can you give? Fiona thought for a moment and then replied, I've seen your gold coins. If they were made in the same style, I could probably give you around 100. Reiner swallowed. This is a really good place to make money. I heard that humans like to wear gold jewelry. If you like, I can also ask the craftsman to make a set of jewelry for you. As long as it has no bonus effect, it is just a flashy thing in Reiner's eyes. Moreover, wearing too much jewelry can easily attract thieves. It was for the same reason that June Ice previously liked to cover the gem on the top of the staff with a black cloth. Forget about the jewelry. Just give me 70 Barnea coins worth of gold, and the rest will be used as the fee for hiring you as my black magic instructor. Reiner raised 2 fingers. Fiona sighed softly. Are you still not giving up? Don't blame me if you can't learn it. It's unheard of for humans to learn black magic. Besides, I'm actually quite busy and probably don't have that much time to teach you the black magic. How about letting my father teach you? He's a better priest than me. Reiner said very seriously. I prefer beautiful women as my teachers. The most important thing is that some of the orcs' concepts are very different from those of humans. Reiner feels particularly comfortable with Fiona, but not necessarily with other beastmen. Fiona scratched her cheek awkwardly. Please stop teasing me. That's all for now. Go and do your own thing. Also, if possible, I'd prefer he disappear quietly. Fiona bowed slightly and then went back into the bushes. Please, Reiner. Reiner yawned. This was too easy for him. Martina came over and asked in confusion, What were you talking about just now? She plans to hire us to take out her political enemies. Can we kill orcs again? Martina's eyes flashed with excitement. It was obvious that she couldn't wait to try out the actual combat power of the lightning armor. Let's go back and rest for a while. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. Martina replied somewhat disappointedly. Okay. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Reiner's shoulders, staring at him very seriously. What? Martina then slowly said, Dear, if you are too fickle, Nora and I will feel uncomfortable. She was referring to Fiona. Martina continued, Junie's must be the same, but she's shy, so she won't say it. June Ice interrupted directly. I admit that Reiner is excellent. He is not only funny and humorous, but also very talented. We were just acting at the time. You're just being stubborn. My intuition is sharp, and you can't fool me. Martina walked up to June Ice and looked her in the eyes wide open. Say what you just said again. June Ice opened her mouth slightly, but her eyes kept looking away guiltily. Chapter 105, becoming a capitalist in another world. Reiner took Junice and Aliana to hide in the bushes, but before they could even sit down, Martina, covered in blood, came back with Nora. The corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. It can be seen that she is quite satisfied with her own strength. Reiner looked at Nora and asked, "Is it solved? I guess we didn't kill the wrong person, right? Do the characteristics match?" "Don't worry, Master. We can handle it." "No one else noticed?" "Well, I was on guard when Martina took action. There were only 6 guards, and no one else followed." Nora paused for a few seconds, then continued. "According to the Master's instructions, their bodies will never be discovered. Fiona had specifically instructed them to try to make them disappear quietly." "Where is it hidden?" "We dug a hole and buried it directly." Martina dug deep and fast. "We have taken care of it." Nora nodded slightly. Martina's sword was covered in dirt. Reiner guessed that she must have used the sword as a shovel. "How is it? Does the new magic work?" Martina smiled without saying anything and raised a finger. Before Reiner could ask her what she meant, her inner voice came through. "It only took me a moment to defeat 7 orcs." Reiner wasn't surprised. After all, the speed she demonstrated during the competition yesterday was able to reach this level. "Martina, Nora, you guys are awesome," Reiner praised. Although the 2 animal-eared girls didn't say anything, they were secretly delighted in their hearts. He used water to wash away the blood on Martina's body and then used fire to warm her. Seeing the guy's mouth corners couldn't stop rising. Even though Reiner had already eavesdropped on his inner thoughts, he still couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Martina said with a smile, "I am so strong, and my deer is so proficient in magic. Our offspring will definitely be incredibly strong." Nora said nothing, but her inner voice came over silently. "I'm sure mine won't be bad either. He will definitely be a very smart child." Reiner shivered in the cold wind. He touched the ears of both of them and didn't want to stay in this snowy place for another second. The matter has been settled. The next thing to do is to go outside the city again in 2 days and wait for Fiona to deliver the gold coins. Let's go to the pub and buy something to eat. We're almost out of white bread and meat at home. I saw they were selling beef and mutton a few days ago, so let's try something different today. Aliana on the side said, Lena, we are out of honey at home. Let's buy some honey." Reiner was slightly stunned. He had just been speaking to Nora and Martina in Demihuman language, but she could actually understand him. "You can't understand Demihuman." Aliana nodded and said, "You'll understand after living together for a long time. You often talk about white bread and jam at the dinner table. After a long time, I will probably understand the meaning of some words. Then you just mentioned white bread and chicken. I saw that the white bread in the kitchen was almost finished today, so I could roughly associate it with what you meant. Although this little elf looks like a potato, there is no doubt that it has a very smart brain. As winter approaches, bees almost stop producing honey, causing the price of honey in pharmacies to become higher and higher. But considering that Aliana is also half a minter, I have to buy it." "I understand." Reiner touched her head. Several people came to the tavern. Junice took Nora and the others to buy things, while Reiner walked to the sign in the corner. There are more and more commission tasks, all in stacks of yellow paper. Reiner looked through several of them and found that many of the commissions had expired. When he first arrived in Cannon, Reiner thought that it was because of the season that no adventurers took the commission. After much research, I learned that the reason there are so many quests here is entirely because there are so few local adventurers, and there has always been a shortage of supply. If Reiner had been in Cannon when he traveled through time, he would have been able to save a lot of money through missions. Just as he was flipping through the orders, a bald uncle beside him handed him an order form. "This is..." Reiner first looked at the price. The reward for this commission gradually increased from 5 silver coins at the beginning to 1 gold coin, but still no one was willing to take it. The client is a group of merchants from the market. Their destination is Melod and Diest. They've been waiting here for almost a week. If no adventurers accept the commission, they'll go to the Lord for help. To Melod, I've been on that road before, and it's certainly dangerous. Not only do you have to cross a complex forest, but there are also occasional bandits blocking the way. Reiner took the commission and shook it gently. Is it because it's too difficult that no one wants to take it? There are a few reasons for this, but the main reason is that we don't have many adventurers here. There are only about a dozen in total. I've been to Dias before, and they have far more adventurers than we do. Reiner scratched his chin, lost in thought. He suddenly thought a good way to make money. Capitalist mode activated. Reiner hasn't spent much money during this period. There are still 55 Barnet gold coins left. When Fiona brings the money, he will have another huge sum of money. If I use this money to buy slaves, train them briefly, and then have them take on commission missions. He wanted to invest a little money to test the waters. I'll take this mission. Reiner rolled the commission into a ball and put it in his arms. The bald uncle nodded. This is a good thing. Junice had already finished buying food and was walking towards Reiner. Still looking at the mission? Reiner leaned closer and whispered mysteriously in his ear. I found a business opportunity. Business opportunity? Are you going to start making money? Reiner nodded. Of course, who would complain about not having enough money in their pocket? Seeing two beast-eared girls playing around, Reiner said to them, let's go to the slave market later. Nora and Martina said in unison, okay. Ever since they bought Daisy, they understood that as long as she was bought by Reiner, the future would change drastically. If nothing else, at least I won't be hungry anymore. In this world that is cruel to demi-humans, this is a hard-earned blessing. Reiner said solemnly with a serious expression. Also, I hope you can understand that I will only buy slaves with good talents, not just any slaves. I won't be too emotionally invested in them, and I won't treat them the same way I treat you. The two beast-eared girls were slightly stunned. Nora asked, will that fill them up? Having enough food, clothes, and a place to sleep are basic needs, and I will definitely meet them. Nora and Martina smiled at each other and said in unison, this is already very good. Thank you, Master. Chapter 106, Signing a Contract with Fiona. Reiner and a few others stood in a corner of the slave market. In less than half a minute, he began to think about leaving. Not only is this slave market small, there are only a few slaves on sale, and most of them are humans, followed by orcs, and there are only a few subhumans. It was cold now, but they were lightly dressed. The slave traders were afraid that they would freeze to death, so they made them all sit around a campfire to keep warm. Reiner really didn't want to buy any other kind of slaves. After all, in this way, his slave identification system and voice eavesdropping system become useless. He would only purchase high-quality, subhuman slaves. Reiner walked forward and asked, are these the only demi-human slaves? The slave trader looked back at Reiner, exhaled a breath of hot air, and said, where are the demi-humans here? Demi-humans basically only live in the southern part of the continent. We can't catch them here. Reiner was slightly stunned, as this touched upon his blind spot in knowledge. What about these humans? How did they become slaves? Some are bandits. Others are prisoners captured in battle. The dealer pointed to a woman sitting in the corner. Some are sold here because they owe money and can't repay it. Reiner sighed. It seems that the only way to pick slaves is to go south. I just happened to receive a commission to escort a merchant. This time when I return to Mellowed, I must pick up a few more demi-human slaves. Reiner looked down at the listless demi-human slaves and performed some identification. It turned out that they were all inferior slaves, basically useless after being bought and far below the standard. Nora gently poked Reiner's shoulder and asked expectantly, want to buy it, Master? No, there's no powerful guy. Reiner shook his head. Okay, Nora said a little disappointedly. Reiner took a few people back home. The next day, he went outside the city again, wanted to see if Fiona would show up. Because tomorrow is the day to escort the caravan to Mellowed, and the next time we return to Cannon, maybe more than half a month later. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, Fiona came out of the bushes. Reiner, you're so quick. The expression on her face was a little complicated, a mixture of gratitude and worry. An orc placed a heavy bag in front of Reiner. When I opened it, I found that it was full of golden coins, and each gold coin has an ancient tree pattern on it. Judging from the appearance alone, it is a very regular Barnet gold coin. Where does this money come from? Fiona replied softly, we made it ourselves. After saying goodbye to you the day before yesterday, I asked Lord Aiden for a mold for minting gold coins. From now on, our tribe has officially become one with humans. After saying that, she turned around and looked at the orc guards who were responsible for protecting her. You guys go back. I'll come back later. The orc guard glanced at Reiner, then turned and went back into the bushes. After they walked away, Fiona looked at Reiner cautiously and said softly, let's go. I will fulfill my promise and establish a contract with you. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Reiner nodded, picked up the purse, and handed it to Martina behind him. You have made a great sacrifice for the tribe. It doesn't matter. I'm the only one who needs to be sacrificed. As long as our Beastman tribe can become stronger, I'm willing to do all this. Fiona lowered her head. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Reiner put his black cloak on Fiona. Fiona slowly spoke, Actually, as long as the soldiers guarding the city see that the orc coming is me, they will basically not stop me. Lord Aiden has already greeted them. I don't like to attract attention, so I'd better disguise myself. From what I know, even though you have formed an alliance, the civilians here will still be more or less prejudiced against you. Fiona nodded. That's right. I'll listen to you. After entering the city, they headed straight for the slave market. After Reiner caught a slave trader, he briefly explained the situation and took him to a small room. Sir, where do you want your seal? Just the arms. Reiner unbuttoned his thick woolen sweater and stretched out his arms. There are 3 deed seals on it, belonging to Nora, Martina, and Daisy respectively. And now a 4th is being added. After the slave trader finished stamping, he looked down at Fiona and asked, Where should this seal be placed on your slave? Reiner pondered for a moment and held out his hand to him. Please go out for a moment. It will be back soon. The slave trader looked confused, but still handed the seal to Reiner and then turned and left the small room. Reiner asked her, Where do you want to build it? Choose a place that's not very conspicuous. Otherwise, if your tribe members find out, it will probably cause quite a bit of trouble, right? A place that's not easily discovered. Fiona thought for a moment. Then her face flushed slightly. Don't let your imagination run wild. Can you ask your woman to help me cover it? It's not convenient for you to come. Whatever you want. Reiner handed the seal to Nora, who was the most reliable, and after giving a few instructions, he turned and looked away. After waiting for a while, Reiner heard Fiona scream. When she turned around, she had become limp and weak, and Nora was helping her tidy up her clothes. Aliana came over holding the staff and kept staring at Reiner's muscles. Why? Are you interested in me? Aliana shook her head and then asked, No, I'm just curious about the pattern on your arm. It's a contract mark. Every time you buy a slave, you have to make one. It's a way to control the slave. Aliana stretched out her cold fingers and poked the mark on Reiner's arm. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded in my ears. Other elements detected, awakening new elemental power for the host. Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked the right to use dark elements. Reiner hummed happily. The magic attribute that can be used is increased by 1. Aliana, standing by, suddenly spoke up. As expected, this is just a simple form of control magic. You're quite clever, storing magic in a seal for humans to use. Reiner's eyes lit up. So, you actually know how to do this? In Melodina, the price of a Geikie pattern is usually around 1 silver coin. If I can learn how to control magic, I can save myself some money. Of course, and the spell is quite simple. It's a pity that you can't use dark magic. A cold wind blew, and Reiner shivered. He wrapped his clothes tightly around him and said nonchalantly, Anything is possible. Just discipline me. You're not saying you can even use dark magic, are you? Stargazers like me, who can awaken both light and dark attributes at the same time, are rare. It's already beyond common sense for a human like you to awaken the light element. If you awaken the dark attribute, Reiner interrupted directly. You just need to teach me, and I will do the rest. Chapter 107, Trying to Control Fiona. Reiner chanted the spell and felt a slight heat on his palms. When I opened my eyes, I found a black pattern on the palm of my hand. The pattern will continue to change shape depending on what he thinks in his mind. Sometimes it turns into an animal, sometimes it turns into a plant. Aliana stared with wide eyes, muttering to herself as she watched the scene before her. Reiner, you are not a human. You're scolding me again. You're not a human being. I just have some talent. Aliana narrowed her eyes, observing Reiner carefully, and continued. You can use the 5 natural spells of wind, water, thunder, rock, and fire. You can also use the light and dark spells that are unique to us elves. Is this all a coincidence? Reiner nodded. Probably. Then he looked at the indenture on his hand and said to Aliana, How about, let me control it? Let's experiment. Aliana's face fell, and she raised her staff to strike. But her heavy blow was easily blocked by Reiner's barrier. If you bully me, I'll tell my mom and you'll be finished. Aliana threatened. Reiner jokingly said, He's really a child. He always brings up his mother whenever he has something to do. Aliana was irritated. She cursed Reiner viciously, slammed the door, and left. Reiner hurried forward and grabbed her. Don't go. I was wrong. I won't make you angry anymore. Aliana hummed softly, then returned to the room and sat on the bed. Teacher Aliana, please teach me how to use this control magic. Make up the rules and conditions in your mind. Use it on yourself first, and then use it on the target. Compared to the slave trader's seal, The control magic I taught you is more flexible, versatile, convenient, and quick. Then how do I terminate my current contract? Take Nora as an example. Use the dark element to wash away your own contract pattern. As the master of the contract, you only need to unilaterally cancel the contract, and Nora's contract will also become invalid. Then you can directly cover it with a new one. It's that simple. Can you be more specific? What does flushing mean? Since you can use domination magic, you should also be able to feel the dark element flowing through your body, right? Certainly. Gather the flowing dark elements under the pattern you want to remove, and it will quickly burn away the pattern on your body. You can practice on Norris. If it fails, there won't be any bad consequences, right? Aliana shook her head. It just won't work. Other than that, it won't have any other effect. Reiner thought about it for a moment and gave up the idea. But you can practice with Fiona. Go out. If Fiona wakes up, help me call her up. I don't speak Orcish. Aliana seemed speechless. Just call me. Okay. Aliana walked downstairs slowly. After a few minutes, she shouted, "She's awake." Reiner switched to Orcish and shouted at the top of his voice, "Fiona, come up quickly. I have something to ask you." In a short while, she pushed open the door and stood respectfully in front of Reiner. "Is the dizziness better?" "Much better. I can walk on my own now. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Fiona replied, holding her forehead. Reiner patted the edge of the bed and said, "Sit down." Fiona sat down obediently and looked at Reiner with somewhat tired eyes. Reiner first erased the indentation marks on his body and then created a fong-shaped pattern on the palm of his hand. Following the method taught by Aliana, he pressed it on himself first, then said to her, "I'm going to make a new deed mark for you. You can see where it would be most suitable." Fiona was slightly stunned. She seemed to be hesitating. After thinking for a long time, she slowly untied the cloth wrapped around her waist and slightly lifted a corner of her thick woolen sweater. "It doesn't matter. I'm not a likable female anyway." Fiona sighed and turned her face to the side. "Reiner, since you are not interested in me, there is no need for me to be on guard against you. What long legs." She was completely different from those big, strong beast women. It not only has Nora's slenderness and softness, but also Martina's grandeur. It's quite perfect. If it were half a year ago, Reiner would have had a nosebleed if he encountered this situation. But the alternating training with Martina and Nora during this period has turned him into a man of strong will. Faced with such temptation, he didn't even blink. Reiner said sincerely, "You are as beautiful as an emerald." Fiona blushed. It can be seen that she has no resistance to cheesy love words. She dodged his gaze and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Stop joking. If my people heard this, they would definitely laugh their heads off." "I'm not kidding. Maybe you don't even realize your own charm." Reiner took a closer look at the inscription on her body, then said, "I'm going to try out the effect of the new inscription now." Fiona nodded. "You try." Reiner had an idea, and Fiona trembled slightly after receiving the order, and then her body went limp and fell on the bed. He wanted to see how strong the control of the magic was, so he pretended to have bad intentions and slowly approached her. "Reiner, what are you doing?" "You guess." Fiona opened her mouth slightly, looked at Reiner pitifully, and covered her clothes tighter. I agreed to sign a contract with you, but it wasn't for such a boring thing. Please don't do this." Reiner continued to move closer and gently pinched her cheek. "Anyway, it's already signed. The final right of interpretation is mine." He. Fiona lay on the bed as if accepting her fate, still muttering to herself. "Forget it. If it's Lord Reiner, then I'm willing. Why don't you resist? I'm testing you. I've tried, but I can't resist. My dark magic is useless. Come on." Seeing that things were not going right, Reiner released his control. Fiona also returned to normal. She covered her chest with her hands, and a trace of imperceptible loss flashed across her face. She murmured to herself, "As expected, no male would like me. Even if I don't move, they won't touch me." Reiner thought for a moment and then replied, "You are very beautiful. Others just don't know how to appreciate it. But as a gourmet, I can see your charm at first sight." Fiona moved aside and whispered, "Reiner, you're teasing me again." As soon as he finished speaking, two familiar dry coughs were heard behind him. Ahem. He slowly turned around and saw 4 people peeking through the crack of the door. Chapter 108. I have always regarded you as the closest person. Everyone followed the caravan and set out on the journey to Melid. The 6 of them rode in front. The caravan's carriages followed closely behind. The dense forest was not suitable for the carriage to pass through. After going around in circles, They finally found a road suitable for the carriage to pass through. There are almost no monsters in this forest. The only threats are wild beasts like tigers, wolves, and bears. So they're quite loose. Along the way, Junice and Martina kept teasing Reiner about what he did yesterday. Martina said expressionlessly, "Honey, if you keep doing this, I'm going to elbow you." Junice smiled and said, "Reiner is not only gifted in magic, but his speed in finding women is also amazing. He has already set his sights on the orc priestess in just a few days. But to be honest, she is the most beautiful female orc I have ever seen." Martina folded her arms and said disapprovingly, "Not as good as me. You all have your strengths." Reiner scratched his cheek and tried to argue. "I just wanted to tease her, that's all. I didn't intend to go any further." Martina curled her lips and said sarcastically, "Who knows? By the time we come up here, you might have already finished it." This is pure slander. 10 minutes is not enough for him to complete the battle. You actually question your man's strength. Martina continued, "I admit that you're better at that kind of thing than I am, but if you want to make it quick, that's not impossible." Reiner narrowed his eyes. Her intelligence was all used up in a mess. "Don't think about it. At worst, I can make amends to you some other day." Martina snorted softly, casually broke off a branch, and gently hit Nora, who was walking at the front of the group. "Why don't you express your opinion?" Nora turned around and looked at the others and said seriously, "I need to concentrate on investigating. I listened to what you said, but I just don't care. I just hope my master is happy." "Why don't you care? You'll be obedient if you don't get a turn for 10 days or half a month." Martina glared at Reiner. "This kind of thing is actually not a big deal. Once every 2 weeks is enough. Playing too much is bad for your health, and you'll be tired easily the next day. In that case, you should give Reiner to me from now on. You don't need him anyway." Martina narrowed her eyes, and her cheeks turned red. "You can bear it, but I can't. I can't sleep without Reiner holding me. Noila montax smidet." Although she didn't say anything, she was tickling her in her heart. I don't know who was laughing at me then, but now it's like I've become a different person, completely forgetting everything I said before. "I won't give it to you." Confirmed, it's a vengeful kitten. Nora shook her head. "No, it's too cold in winter. I want to sleep with my master." "Then give me the summer." "No, Martina, you're so annoying." Nora waved her hand, refusing to continue communicating. Reiner glanced at the two of them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Just then, he felt the arms around his waist loosen. Reiner used his left hand to support Aliana, who was about to fall. "Didn't you get enough rest yesterday? You can even fall asleep here." Reiner looked back at her. Aliana covered half of her face with a scarf. She squinted her eyes and looked sleepy. "No, I just get sleepy easily when I'm idle." She looked quite cute in her listless state. "You've been following me for so long. We're just passing through the forest now. How about I take you home?" Aliana shook her head and hugged Reiner tightly. "I haven't stayed long enough. I don't want to go back. The world outside is so interesting, and I love going on adventures with you guys. Don't you miss your mother?" "I kind of want to." "Then go back and see her. This should be your first time away from home, right? She might be worried about you." Aliana narrowed her eyes, observed Reiner carefully, and then slowly said, "Do you think I eat too much, so you want to drive me away?" "Don't worry, my mother will come to see me if she misses me." Reiner scratched his cheek and stopped trying to persuade her. The men rode in the forest for 5 days. After it got dark, Reiner led the caravan to find an open place to rest, prepared to continue the journey early tomorrow morning. And this open space happened to be where Reiner found Junice. He gathered some sticks and stones and made a campfire. Several people sat around the campfire, nibbling on white bread. Junice looked around thoughtfully. Reiner glanced at her and asked confusedly, "What's wrong? Do you remember this place?" Reiner nodded and brushed a layer of honey on the bread. "Of course, an old dryad showed me the way, and then I found you here. You were so stubborn that you refused to turn back even after being robbed. I thought that if I did some hunting along the way, I would be able to get to Cannon, but I overestimated my abilities and was in a bit of a dilemma when I tried to turn back. I can only eat some wild grass every day. Fortunately, you came to find me, otherwise I might really starve to death in the forest." Junice lowered her head and munched on some white bread, then asked, "So, why did you come to me then? You asked this question before. I told you I was worried about you, but you didn't believe me," Reiner replied. Junice put the white bread down and looked straight into Reiner's eyes. "So, you are really worried about me?" "It's impossible to say I'm not worried. After all, we are friends, not to mention you're my magic mentor." Junice smiled and said, Oh my, it's true that making more friends is the right thing to do. But time flies so fast, a month has passed in the blink of an eye. She seemed to have something else in her words. After eating, it was completely dark. Martina acted coquettishly and snuggled into Reiner's arms. Sleep together, dear. You guys go to sleep? Nora will take over from me in the second half of the night. Thanks a lot. Reiner leaned against the tree and gently stroked Martina's ear. The snoring of several people came one after another. Just then, Jumai sneaked up to Reiner. You don't sleep? Aren't you sleepy yet? I'll keep watch with you. She sat down beside him, hugging her knees. Looking at the sleeping Martina, she spoke slowly. She looks so happy. She's quite simple-minded. As long as she has food and fun, she'll be happy. Junai suddenly interrupted him. Reiner, what is the relationship between us? It was obvious that she had been brewing this sentence in her mind for a long time. What a strange question. Jenna's face turned red. She continued. Our relationship is so close and distant. Sometimes he's very close to me, and sometimes he's very distant from me. I don't want to keep guessing. I want answers. That's your illusion. Junai was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly and said, That's right, Reiner, you treat them the same way. I was just being sentimental. Reiner corrected him. What I mean is that I've always regarded you as the closest person to me. Chapter 109, Try with Junai. A few days later, everyone arrived and mellowed. The nearly 10-day journey left Reiner exhausted. He just wants to go home and have a good rest now. Although escort missions are well paid, they are really torturous in his, but is almost broken from shaking. After saying goodbye to the caravan, he led everyone into Melot. Aliana looked around and exclaimed, Wow, this city is so beautiful. I love it here. Melody is indeed more prosperous than Cannon. At least the road here is paved with gravel, which is much more beautiful than the dirt road. Seeing Aliana's eyes shining, he suddenly became curious about what the place where the elves lived looked like. By the way, you elves also have a town in the forest? This question stumped Ariana. She thought for a moment and shook her head. We elves actually live in trees. It's not like we don't have towns like you humans think of. Do you understand? Reiner was stunned. Live in a tree? How? Do you dig a hole and crawl into it? Or stand on a branch like a bird? It was because his imagination was so poor that he didn't know how people could live in trees. If you build a house on a tree branch, it will probably collapse if the wind blows, but if it is in a tree hole, the space inside will be very narrow. Aliana punched Reiner with her weak little fists and cursed, You are the bird. Just then, the patrolling city guards saw Reiner and greeted him warmly. Although many people in Cannon knew him, he did not receive such treatment when he went in and out of the city. Aliana added, You seem to be very famous here. Reiner smiled and said, It's not bad. The reason is that there are too few magicians here. After accepting a few commissions and making a presence known, I became a little famous. I want to be a respected adventurer like you in the future. Aliana took out a piece of white bread from her arms and started to nibble on it. Her childish look was particularly adorable. Reiner ruffled her long blue hair and said, Grow up quickly. After saying that, Reiner rode his horse towards home. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the door. The house has not changed at all. It is the same as when I left. They led the horses into the stable one by one. However, this stable converted from the backyard could only accommodate 3 horses at a time, which made Junai feel troubled. Reiner pointed to the wooden fence and said, Just tie the horse next to it. There are some unused blankets in the house. I'll take one out and put it on him later. We'll make do with it for now. I'll expand the stable tomorrow. Junai nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. A cold wind blew, and Reiner shivered. He hurried into the house and saw Daisy cleaning with a rag. After not living in it for a month, many places are covered with dust. Aliana, the potato, looked around like a curious baby, then walked over to him and gently tugged at Reiner's sleeve. Where should I stay tonight? Reiner looked at the utility room and saw it was filled with all kinds of scrap metal. He said, Clean up the utility room later. You can stay there for the time being. Then I'll go clean up now. Aliana put the staff in the corner and walked into the utility room. Reiner nodded and started helping to clean up. He used water magic to clean the wooden cup on the table and then poured hot water into it. At this moment, Junai suddenly stood up and said, Then I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow. Where are you going? Reiner quickly stood up and blocked her way. Let's go to the hotel and rest. I'm tired after such a few days of hard work. Junai yawned. The conditions at the hotel are too poor. Please stay with us. Junai turned around and counted, wondering, Live together? Don't you only have 4 rooms? Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this easy to do? Nora sleeps with Daisy, Martina sleeps with me, and the elf sleeps by himself. That way, there's a room free. Junice leaned in closer and asked, Is it convenient? Of course, we usually have 1 room free. After we clear out the utility room, there will be 2 empty rooms, just like when we were in Canon. With you and the elf, it shouldn't be a big problem. Junice scratched her head, then asked Martina, who was taking off her armor, Are you going to rest with Reiner tonight? Martina scratched her cheek and asked, What do you mean? Should I give Reiner to you? As soon as these words were spoken, the living room fell silent. Junice laughed awkwardly a few times. What are you talking about? Reiner and I are just friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Junice stole a glance at Reiner and added, To be precise, they are very close friends. Martina shrugged. It doesn't matter. It means the same thing anyway. I guess it won't be long before you become his woman. Her words were so blunt that Junice was speechless. But her silence earned Martina a chase. I guess I'm right? The look you give Reiner is filled with trust, dependence, and admiration, just like Nora's. Junice argued, You're overthinking it. Hey, you're even more stubborn than me. Martina put her armor into the wooden box. Seeing Junice's face flushed, Reiner quickly sent Martina away. Go help Nora clean the room. This kid doesn't even know how to give others face. How can I expose it to his face? Reiner has his own arrangements. After Martina left, Junice turned and left. Reiner didn't hesitate at all and grabbed her again. Isn't there a vacant room? Where else are you going? Martina misunderstood us. I'd better move out. Girls tend to get upset at times like this, and Junice is no exception. Reiner thought for a few seconds, then said shamelessly, Actually, it's not really a misunderstanding. I do have feelings for you in that regard. The two looked at each other. Junice was silent for a while, and finally spoke. Reiner, let me confirm again. Do you like me? Yes. I want to elevate our friendship. What do you think? Junice's face turned completely red, and her eyes were a little evasive. You already have Nora and Martina. I treat them as friends. They will be unhappy if I do this. Why don't you try it for a while first? Junice lowered her head and said slowly, I want to have a serious talk with them. After saying that, she turned and went into Martina's room. After glancing at Reiner, she locked the door tightly. After a long time, she finally walked out of the room. How is it? Reiner asked impatiently. Junice put down her staff, lowered her head, and replied softly, You can try it first. Chapter 1:10 White-Haired Fox. The next morning, Reiner simply ate some white bread and took everyone out. The snow on the streets is beginning to melt and winter is coming to an end. He first went to the tavern to find a currency merchant and then exchanged nearly 50 Barnet gold coins for Dice gold coins. Barnet's gold coins are indeed more valuable than Dice gold coins. The exchange rate between the two is about 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. But the currency dealer took away a lot of money, and when it reached Reiner's hands, there were only 120 Dice gold coins. Reiner tossed the heavy purse and handed it to Nora for safekeeping. After getting the money, they immediately went to the slave market. Junice followed Reiner closely and sneezed softly. If it's cold, wear more clothes and don't get sick. I understand. Junice wanted to hold Reiner's hand, but seeing Martina watching from the side, she decisively gave up the idea. Although the two of them had temporarily confirmed their relationship, she always had a guilty conscience. She used to be able to chat with Reiner openly, but now she is too embarrassed to even speak. Seeing this, Reiner took the initiative to hold Junice's hand. Martina deliberately made strange noises to mock the two of them. She looked so naughty. I must control her tonight. After arriving at the slave market, as the ice and snow melted, the number of customers gradually increased, and many noble servants and adventurers were selecting slaves. Martina and Nora stood aside in silence. They didn't like this place. Especially Martina. She has a strong sense of empathy. When she sees her fellow human beings suffering, although she doesn't say it, she feels very sad in her heart. The next time he went to the slave market, Reiner would leave them at home so that they wouldn't feel sad seeing their own kind being trafficked. What else can you do with your wife? Pamper her. I'm starting to pick people. Why don't you find a place to rest? Reiner raised his eyebrows. Junice understood and took the two of them by the hand and led them out of the market. We'll wait for you at the door. The elf glanced back at Junice, then ran towards Reiner with determination. She tugged at Reiner's sleeve. Why did you break up? There's no need to let them in. They won't be picky anyway. Reiner shrugged indifferently. Okay, I'll follow you in and take a look. Aliana followed her closely. Reiner currently has 2 criteria for buying slaves. Slaves with talents that are at least rare and have special skills can be purchased as an exception. For example, keen senses or a high spiritual level. Intelligence can be lower. Sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. The second is to be a female subhuman as much as possible. After all, the achievement bonus given by the system allows him to easily gain the favor of the beast-eared girl. Anyway, for things like beast-eared girls, it seems that there is not much difference between male and female. Reiner walked to the cheapest slave group and walked around a few times, checking each one to see if there were any that had slipped through the net. After struggling for about 10 minutes, he finally found a rare talent that had slipped through his net. Her name was Roxanne, a snake-like subhuman, thin and frail, with a slight case of malnutrition. Hiss! She noticed Reiner and stuck out her long, forked tongue. In addition, her limbs are covered with brown snake scales, which looks a bit creepy. Judging from her talent attributes, her perception has reached A level and her agility is also B level. She is a player similar to Nora and is suitable to be a scout. It looked at Reiner carefully with its cold vertical pupils. Then a voice in my mind drifted over. This person's scent is very pleasant. Reiner realized that perhaps the achievement system was taking effect. He decisively bought Roxanne and handed the money to the slave trader. The deed pattern is no longer necessary. After saying that, he directly used the domination magic on Roxanne. Stay behind me and don't try to escape. I've already cast domination magic on you. Roxanne nodded, and her inner voice drifted back. He actually understands our language. Reiner glanced back at her, ready to deal with her again after he finished shopping. Aliana poked Reiner's waist with her staff and said with a smile, I taught you the magic some time ago, and you're using it now. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to learn? It costs money to make the contract mark. I could spend less money if I don't make it. Reiner shrugged. After touring the low-level slaves, Reiner went to take a look at the middle-level slave team. As prices increased, the quality of slaves also improved. After walking around for a few times, he saw 5 subhuman female slaves of a rare level. Reiner spent 20 gold coins to buy them all. When the slave traders saw the big customer coming, they all came forward to sell their slaves. My lord, this slave is great. She's beautiful and a virgin. This guy's as strong as a bull. He eats little, but has great strength. He only needs 4 gold coins. My lord, my lord. Reiner nodded perfunctorily. He examined each of the slaves being sold by the traffickers. These guys seemed to be fine on the surface, but they were diagnosed with a lot of hidden diseases. Either an infectious disease or a lameness. What a bunch of profiteers. Although there seem to be a lot of customers, they're probably just here to take a look and no one will buy, so they use such unscrupulous means to sell. As Reiner was strolling around, he came across a group of high-ranking slaves. There are more female slaves than male slaves. They are outstanding in appearance and in good mental state. They are obviously a group of high-quality slaves who have been raised and trained. The price of each one is more than 10 gold coins. Slave traders wrote their respective strengths and advantages on signs and hung them on their chests. Among them were many subhuman slaves, some of whom even understood the Daist language. Appraisal completed. A total of 34 slaves, including 2 inferior, 9 common, 19 rare, 3 epic, and 1 legendary. Reiner was slightly stunned. He quickly lowered his head and counted the money in the bag. There are more than 90 gold coins left. You can collect epic and legendary levels. As for the rare ones, forget about them. The cost-effectiveness of 10 gold coins is too low, so he will not consider them for the time being. Reiner picked out the 4 Demihumans. He was lucky, as all 4 Demihumans were female. The 3 epic subhumans are the bull species, the wolf species, and the fish species. Their attributes have their own merits. The bull breed is extremely powerful, with strength reaching S level. The wolf's advantage lies in its averageness, with strength, agility, and endurance all reaching A. The demi-human with gills on both sides of her neck had mediocre strength and endurance, but her perception and spirit were both A grade. She should be able to use water magic. Reiner walked up to the last legendary demi-human slave and observed her carefully. This guy was a white-haired fox. Her smile looks quite charming. Chapter 1:11 The Duplicity of White Fox. Reiner leaned in to look at the sign hanging around her neck. Fox-like demi-human, fluent in Daist, skilled in fire magic, virgin. Identification completed. Name, Peggy DeVille. Age, 21. Gender, female. Race, subhuman fox. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, D. Stamina, C. Agility, B. Perception, B. Spirit, S. Intelligence, S. Measurements, 81/49/90. Spirit and intelligence are both in S. He had identified so many subhumans, but this was the first time he had seen such a highly intelligent subhuman, except for Daisy. Peggy laughed cutely, revealing two sharp little fangs, and her fluffy tail swayed gently behind her. Judging from her appearance, she looks like a simple-minded and naive girl. Reiner was infected by her smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Aliana poked Reiner's waist with her staff and complained, "Can't you walk anymore? Don't you think this guy is really pretty? Not as good as me. You? Just a potato." As soon as he finished speaking, Reiner was violently beaten by Aliana with a magic wand. Just then, Peggy's inner voice floated over. "What language is this? He has blue hair and pointed ears and looks a bit like an elf. This man looks wealthy, yet he's managed to pick up so many demihumans at once, and his behavior is very decent. He should be a good springboard. If I use him a little, I might be able to use him for my own benefit." Reiner was slightly stunned. It seemed that this guy was quite cunning. But no matter how smart she is, it is useless in front of Reiner, who can eavesdrop on her thoughts. No matter how clever her calculations are, it is useless. Peggy spoke first, using Daist language, and said somewhat flatteringly, "Can you be my master? I really like you, and I want to go home with you. By me, you're just a human being. I'll be completely captivated by you in no time." Reiner narrowed his eyes and gave a malicious smirk. At this moment, the slave trader came over, raised 3 fingers, and said with a sly grin, "This demi-human slave is a fine product. It will cost at least 30 gold coins. If you know anything about demi-humans, you will definitely have heard of fox-type demi-humans. They are all natural beauties who know how to please men. You will never regret buying one of them." Before he could finish his words, Peggy's inner voice came over. "Damn slave trader. Trying to please a man? When I remove the bond, the first thing I'll do is come back and kill you." She wagged her tail and said calmly, "Master, please buy me back. I could do many things for you." Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. This guy actually has 2 faces, which is quite interesting. Let Martina go today. He wants to control this bad fox. At this moment, the slave trader came over and said, "Lord Reiner, if you want to buy her, then I have an obligation to remind you that this girl is actually very cunning. Don't take her words seriously." Paige covered her mouth and smiled. "I don't have such little thoughts. I am sincere." "You're dead." The slave trader continued. "Back in the forest, she single-handedly fooled us. I brought 50 demi-human guards with me, but she lured and killed half of them. If we hadn't used her sister as bait, we might not have caught her. Despicable human, using any means necessary to achieve the goal. Such disgusting people must be killed. Anyone who can kill his compatriots without hesitation must be a ruthless person." Reiner said in demi-human language, "You are so decisive and ruthless in killing your own kind. You are even more cruel than this slave trader." Paige was slightly startled, as if she had not expected Reiner to speak demi-human. She also replied in demi-human language, "How could I be like this? I'm just a cute little fox. Falling into the hands of humans is worse than death. They are exploited during the day and vented at night. Death is a kind of relief for them. How can a mere human understand this?" Peggy is particularly good at hiding herself. Her mind is full of killing, but when facing Reiner and the slave traders, she can still force a gentle and lovely smile. Since she hates humans to this extent, it is unlikely that she will be reformed. If you want to use her for your own benefit, you can only control her by exploiting her weaknesses. Reiner asked the slave trader, "Does she have a sister?" "Yes, but he escaped later and was never caught." The slave trader nodded. Reiner smiled knowingly and took out money to buy a few animal-eared girls. Now he only has more than 30 Daist gold coins left. "Come with me. I'll help you create the indentures, especially for this fox demi-human. We need to create more." A barely perceptible smile crossed Paige's face. "Stupid. I've already cracked this simple thing. I'll be free in a month at most." "No need. I know a little bit." Reiner reached out and patted Peggy's arm, imprinting the contract mark on it. The conditions are directly set to the point where one cannot go against one's will and be connected by the same fate. After returning home, she imprinted Peggy's domination contract on everyone in the house, making it impossible for them to hurt anyone. After Reiner used his domination magic on her, Paige quickly realized something was wrong. She scratched the mark on her shoulder hard, frowning slightly. There's something wrong with this deed pattern. It's very complex and strong, and it's not the same as the one used by the slave trader. She looked at Reiner without saying anything, but her heart was already boiling with anger. How'd he do that? I can't figure it out. Reiner smiled knowingly. This was a modified control magic of the elves, and only the caster or the elves could break it. But no matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain. But no matter how panicked she was, she remained calm and said, Master is so amazing. He knows everything. Reiner narrowed his eyes, his lips curled slightly. Flattery is useless. Come home with me, and I'll give you 100 slaps right away. Paige disagreed. Slap me? You're done. There's no man in this world I can't charm. I only need to pay a small price to toy with them. Reiner smiled slightly. If it weren't for the ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts and use dimensionality reduction to attack, I might have been fooled by this stinky woman. Besides, this girl is a rebellious person, so she must be taught a lesson. What's your name? Reiner asked. Peggy, what about you, Master? She wagged her tail happily. My name is Reiner, and I advise you not to play tricks on me. You may think you're very smart, but facing me. Reiner stepped forward and patted Paige on the shoulder, then smiled and said in her ear, Kid, you still need to practice. Chapter 1:12 Martina's Declaration of Independence. After leaving the slave market, the first thing Reiner did was to take the 10 demi-human girls to the market to buy quilts and clothes. Although winter is almost over, they're still wearing very thin clothes and shiver when the cold wind blows. Nora and Martina were in a good mood when they saw Reiner bringing back so many demi-humans. Their voices came from this. Nora, they won't have to suffer anymore. At least they can have enough food and clothes. Martina, there's so many people. Reiner must have spent a lot of money. They're lucky to be chosen. Most of the newly purchased demi-human slaves were very honest. They had been warned by the slave traders and had been explained in detail the purpose of the contract marks. They knew that no matter how far they ran, they would have to come back honestly if Reiner made a decision. Before being marked with the mark of domination, they had already lost the desire to escape. The only one was the vixen Peggy. This guy always followed the team like a thief, observing the surroundings with a shifty look. Her current behavior is exactly the same as when she first bought Nora. Reiner lowered his voice in Nora's ear and said, Help me keep an eye on the white fox at the back. Report any strange behavior she makes to me. If she tries to attack you, you can kill her. She's very good at disguising herself. Don't be fooled by her sweet talk. Although Reiner could hear her inner voice and could detect her thoughts at any time, he had to have double insurance to feel at ease. Nora nodded, then slowed down her pace and walked naturally to Peggy's side. When Peggy saw Nora coming over, she said enthusiastically, You have such beautiful eyes, so pretty. Yeah. Noila Mo just replied coldly without saying anything else. Peggy continued, The armor you're wearing looks great. Did the master buy it for you? Noila Mo, who was not good at speaking, glanced at her and said expressionlessly, Don't try to get close to me. Reiner was slightly startled. It's safe. It's right to leave it to Nora. Peggy pretended to be aggrieved and slowly lowered her head. If Reiner hadn't been able to hear her inner thoughts, he might have been deceived by her. Humanity's lackey, I really don't know what sweet treat he gave you to make you so loyal. If there was a chance, you would be finished. Reiner suddenly remembered something. She turned around and walked over to Nora and stamped a domination bond on her. Now, she could also control Paige. Master, what is this? Just in case, this seal can control the fox. Besides, if she kills you, she will die too. Peggy was a little anxious. He grabbed Reiner's clothes and shook them coquettishly. I just want the master to be my master. Why is this human so wary of me? I've already tried to please him. No one has ever been like this before. Her little calculations are really too loud. This function of eavesdropping on people's thoughts is really too useful. Reiner's lips curled up slightly, and he shook his head gently. Poor Peggy, I'm so sorry. I'm sure you have more than one master during this period. Just get used to it. After saying that, Reiner clapped his hands and returned to the front of the team. Peggy cursed in her heart, but didn't dare to lose her temper, so she could only secretly glare at Reiner. You're lucky. Reiner is a well-known philanthropist in this area. He's especially kind to us demi-humans. You may not believe it now, but I guarantee you'll all be willing to pledge allegiance to him in due time. Martina was comforting her fellow demi-humans. I have to say, her social talents are better than Nora's. She looked silly, but the demi-human slaves seemed happy to talk to her. Epic Cow asked her cautiously, "Can I eat every day?" "Of course. I can eat 3 meals a day. Each meal can contain at least 2 pieces of black bread bigger than my face." Epic Fish also asked, "Will they be abused? I heard that after being bought by humans, there's basically no good ending." Martina recalled for a few seconds, her cheeks slightly flushed. "No, Reiner is the most gentle man I have ever met. He always patiently taught me everything. He never abandoned me, even when I was in danger. As long as you don't do anything excessive, he won't abuse you." Roxanne spat out her tongue, her thick brown tail sweeping gently behind her. "He's probably not a bad guy. I can smell people. Scum smells bad, but he smells sweet." Although this metaphor felt a bit strange to Reiner, it was still a positive metaphor after all. Just when Reiner thought he was safe, Epic Wolf said, "Will he do anything strange to us?" It was obvious that she thought about this question for a long time before asking it. As soon as these words were spoken, the Demihumans who had been chattering just now instantly shut up and listened attentively to Martina's answer. The Epic Bull even covered his proud chest, fearing that Reiner would have some bad thoughts about him. Epic Wolf waved his hand vigorously. "I just asked casually. I don't mean anything else." Martina snorted softly. "That's a nice thought. Having food, drink, and shelter is already good enough. Do you still want to find a man to make you comfortable?" Then she suddenly turned and walked to the center of the group, raised her hands, and shouted, "Everyone look at me. I have an announcement." Not only the demi-human slaves, but also the pedestrians on the street, although they could not understand the demi-human language, were attracted to her. For a moment, Reiner and his group became the focus of the street. "It's a bit embarrassing." Martina continued to yell, "Reiner is mine. Anyone who wants to be his woman must pass me. A woman who can't even beat me is not worthy of him." Putting aside her intellectual talent, Martina always gave him a feeling of being wise but appearing foolish. As she muttered this, the upward channel was completely blocked. But it doesn't matter, he is content now. Too many women is not a good thing, it will cause a fire. After Martina finished speaking, she returned to Reiner and pointed at several demi-human slaves, warning them, Martina, value 2 things most in my life, food and Reiner. If you dare to think about him, don't blame me for beating you up." Reiner felt complicated when he heard that he was equated with food in Martina's mind. There's relief and sadness. The demi-human slaves nodded obediently after hearing her words. Generally speaking, if they are not given special care, demi-humans will not be interested in humans. Reiner wouldn't be interested in any of them either. After all, he is just a tool to make money. Love is enough for Nora, Martina, and Junice. When they arrived at the market, Reiner picked out clothes and bedding for the beast-eared girls one by one, and then asked Nora and Martina to distribute the things to them. At this moment, Peggy's inner voice came again. "It's strange that they would actually buy us something like this. If I observe further, maybe it's just a sugar-coated bullet." Chapter 1:13 Demis's Commission. After buying clothes and bedding at the market, the demi-human slaves hugged the things in their hands tightly. Just this one action made them vaguely feel that Reiner might not be as bad as Martina said. After buying clothes, Reiner took them to rent a house. Now he has more and more beast-eared girls under his command, and there are a total of 16 people, including himself, and that small house can accommodate 6 people at most. After all, it is not very convenient to have too many people, and he can't let all 10 beast-eared girls sleep on the floor in the living room. Are there any empty houses near the east side of the city? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any, but there are quite a few empty houses in the west side of the city. Would you like to consider it? The tavern owner wiped the wooden table in front of him with a rag. Forget it then. The west of the city was too far from where he lived and was completely out of his consideration. On second thought, he didn't know how long he would stay in Mellowed. Maybe he'll go back to Cannon after a while. Although it is relatively backward, there may be more opportunities there than in Mellowed, and it is a good place for development. Reiner sighed and then thought carefully. The house he lived in was in the eastern corner of the city. The houses in that area were not very densely populated, and there was an open space of nearly 10 meters long and wide, covered with weeds, between the backyard and the corner of the wall. As long as Reiner wanted, he could use rock magic to build a staff dormitory for them to live in just a few minutes. However, almost every inch of land in the city belongs to the lords. These local rulers attach great importance to land ownership, and building houses without permission can easily be regarded as a provocation. You have to go ask Demis. Junice, take her home first. I need to go find Demis. Then come back early. Nora and Martina also want to go with Reiner. I'll give you a task. Help me keep an eye on these slaves, especially the white fox. You must keep a close eye on him. Nora nodded and returned to Junice obediently, staring at Peggy. The cat and the fox just stared at each other. Martina pursed her lips slightly and said angrily, "If you want to get rid of us, are you planning to go out and find another woman?" Reiner pulled Aliana over and said, "If I really go out to find a woman, I can't bring a burden with me, right?" The elf didn't understand the conversation between the two people, and she scratched her head in confusion. Martina narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. "I reluctantly believe you. Come back soon and don't let me miss you." Reiner said goodbye to them and walked straight out of the tavern. About 10 minutes later, Reiner arrived at the city gate. Reiner saw Demas from a distance. He was wearing a full set of plate armor and was standing on the city wall, looking into the distance. Judging from his back, he seemed to have become stronger after not seeing him for a month. "Lord Demas." Hearing Reiner's voice, he looked back. The two looked at each other. I wanted to exchange a few pleasantries first, but this time Demas, who was not good at speaking, spoke first. "Reiner, I heard you were back. I was just about to go look for you." There was a hint of joy in his tone. Demas noticed the blue-haired potato next to him. "Who is this?" Reiner replied. "There is a large, nameless forest to the north of the Morning Forest. She is an elf who lives there." "Elf." Demas walked down the stone steps from the city wall and stood before Aliana, examining her carefully. "This is the first time I've seen one in person. Aside from their hair color, they look no different from humans. There's really no difference." Aliana, like a shy little girl, grabbed Reiner's clothes and hid behind him. It has been confirmed that she is a little girl with social anxiety. Demas then asked, "So you've been staying in that forest all this time?" "No, I've been in Barnett's Cannon lately. I just walked through that nameless forest to get there." "Cannon? That's not close to here." Reiner nodded. It was more than 300 kilometers, and the road in the forest was rugged and difficult to walk on. It would take more than 10 days just to get here. Aliana took Reiner's arm and rocked it gently, and it was obvious that the guy was a little shy. She's a socially anxious elf, but she loves traveling and having adventures. Reiner said softly, "Let's talk business. You just said you wanted to see me. What's the matter?" Demas straightened his back and spoke in a more serious tone. "Some slave traders claim that a red dragon has appeared near the Dawn Forest, and several hunters have disappeared there. I'd like you to investigate to see if this is true. If I do find any traces of a dragon, I will immediately organize an army to attack it. I may need your help then." "Red dragon?" Reiner subconsciously looked at the breath of the red dragon in his hand. Maybe these two guys are related. If there's a chance, I might be able to help you deal with him directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Reiner's ears. "Mission update. Go to the Dawn Forest to find out. Mission reward. 5 bottles of holy water that can be used for healing. Come to life." Although the map-running mission is boring, the reward of 5 bottles of holy water that can cure all diseases makes Reiner smile from ear to ear. His hydrotherapy can heal large-scale wounds, while Aliana's light magic can precisely repair small-scale injuries. Although both of these treatments are excellent, their effectiveness is still limited, and they're completely powerless against more severe wounds. It's best to have holy water as insurance. You never know when it might come in handy. Just as he was lost in thought, Aliana tapped his waist with her staff. "Reiner, what are you grinning at?" "I'm asking you a question. Hey. Reiner looked up suddenly and found Demas looking at him with confusion. "It's embarrassing. Sorry, I was thinking about something else and got distracted for a moment." "What did you say?" Demas shook his head and repeated, "Dragons aren't ordinary monsters. Each one is incredibly difficult to deal with. Although you're quite powerful, I don't want you to take the risk. If it's really dangerous, I'll run away." Demas nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "You must have something to ask me, right? There's an empty lot with weeds growing in my backyard. Can I rent it? I just bought a lot of Demihumans from the slave market. I want to build a house for them to live in." "How big is that piece of land?" Demas asked in confusion. Reiner thought about it and realized that if it was 10m times 10m, it would be about 1,000 square feet. Less than 1,000 feet. Demas shrugged and said, "Use it. If any soldier asks, just say I gave you permission." Sure enough, coming directly to Demas could save me 20 years of detour. Reiner nodded, said goodbye to Demas, and then walked straight towards home. Chapter 114. The interrogation of the fox begins. Reiner first used flames to burn the weeds in the backyard, then touched the ground with his hands, and 4 rock pillars rose from the ground. The animal-eared girls holding quilts watched from behind as Reiner used rock magic to build a house, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, this group of subhuman slaves didn't seem to have seen much magic. Martina said proudly, "Don't be surprised. Reiner knows a lot of magic, and he is my man." At this moment, a discordant voice came. "Fire and rock dual attributes? It's interesting, but he might not be as powerful as me. My fire magic is one of the best in the tribe. If he attacks me by surprise, I still have a chance of winning." It's Peggy, the traitor again. After the house is built, Reiner will definitely give her a good education. After that, he continued to build the house. Architecture is completely a blind spot in Reiner's knowledge. He applied exactly what he had learned from a block game, first building a square frame, and then fixing the thin stone slabs on it. In a short while, a spacious matchbox was built. He reached out and knocked on the outer wall, which felt quite solid. "But this wall is too thin, so I guess it won't be able to keep the heat in. But I probably won't be able to live here for long, so let's just make do with it for now." He walked into the house and looked around, feeling that something seemed to be missing. After thinking for a few seconds, he decisively raised his hand and took back a few rocks. Light shone into the house through the circular gap, and a window was created. Reiner built 10 more stone beds. Although they were a bit hard, they could be used as cushions with quilts on them. Today, it was just an emergency measure, and their living conditions could be improved slowly. If you want others to be willing to work for you psychologically, you must have the most basic things. Reiner looked around and erected 2 more stone walls inside the house to separate the restroom from the living room. A small cubicle was left for them to use as a bathroom and toilet. This staff dormitory basically has everything it needs. All we need to do is buy a few doors. He walked to the door and waved to the animal-eared girls. "Come in and take a look. This is where you'll be staying for the time being." The animal-eared girls looked at each other, huddled together for warmth like a group of little animals, and no one dared to step forward. Reiner put away his kind smile and said in a more serious tone, "Come here." As soon as these words were spoken, the Demihumans all rushed over, and only Peggy followed at the end with a smile on her face. She placed her hand on Reiner's shoulder and whispered, "Master is truly amazing. He's simply my idol. I love you the most." Although she said so, she didn't think so at all in her heart. As long as he's a man, male or masculine, he'll be happy when a beautiful woman compliments him. It won't be long before he can't let me go. Seeing Reiner touching her hand, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a particularly disdainful smile. Unexpectedly, the scene changed and Peggy was pinned to the ground. "It hurts. It hurts. Master, it hurts so much. Whoa, why are you doing this to me?" She looked at Reiner pitifully, and tears welled up in her charming eyes. And the big furry white tail cleverly wrapped around Reiner's arm. If Reiner couldn't hear her inner thoughts, he might have been deceived by the way she whined. Reiner said seriously, "Don't touch me without permission." Before Peggy could answer, Martina jumped out. "Great. Reiner, you're awesome. You're worthy of being my man." Her hoarse ears were twitching wildly. It could be seen that she is very satisfied with Reiner's actions. At this moment, Peggy's inner voice came over. "This man is crazy. The clothes are made of gold, and he won't let me touch them. This woman too. They are not normal people." Although she thought so in her heart, she did not utter a single word of begging for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please forgive me, woo-woo." Seeing that the demi-human slave's attention was drawn to her, Reiner slowly released his hand and allowed her to stand up. Peggy dusted herself off and pouted slightly. "It's so pretentious. You're done. How dare you lay hands on me? Wait till I see how I'll deal with you later." Reiner continued disapprovingly, "You don't have to go in and see. You can sleep with us." Peggy was slightly startled, then deliberately raised her voice and said, "Master, didn't you promise us not to do that kind of thing? I have always regarded you as the man I respect the most, but why are you so impatient tonight?" Reiner used the same method. No, you must have misunderstood something. We sleep in the room. You can only sleep in the living room. We let you live in the same room with us, just because we think you are dishonest and need to be monitored. Besides, you have a faint smell of urine, and I don't like women with strong body odor." Peggy blushed, but still replied with a smile. "It's a pity that I don't please the master, but I am not dishonest. I am willing to be loyal to the master." "How can I smell like that? This person is really outrageous. Once I get the chance, you're done." Of course, Reiner knew that she had no smell, but he just cursed her because she was asking for trouble. "Stop talking and come with me." Reiner waved, and Paige followed quietly. After returning to his room, he pointed to a corner near the kitchen and said, "You will sleep here tonight." Spread the quilt on the floor. I will get you another quilt later. Okay, master. Peggy squatted on the ground and spread the quilt obediently. Then take off your straw sandals and sit on the quilt. She rolled back and forth like a spoiled child, hugging a corner of the quilt and whispering, "It's so warm, master." Ugh, it's disgusting, but men just fall for it. Reiner questioned, "You're smart and cute, but you still need practice to face me." Peggy was slightly stunned. Her eyes shifted slightly downwards, and she paused for a moment. Is there something wrong with him? He can't even charm me. I will try my best to become the person my master likes. I like women whose thoughts are written all over their faces. You're too scheming and not very likable. Reiner shook his head, pulled over a stool, sat in front of Paige, and said seriously, "I heard you have a sister. Where is she?" Peggy shook her head. "I don't know. It's still winter, and it's very cold outside. Are you sure you want to leave her alone in the wild to survive?" Peggy shook her head again. "I really don't know where she is, master. Please believe me." But Reiner's words caused some fluctuations in her. Neve is not a child anymore. She can survive on her own, even without me. This guy actually wants to scare me. Neve. The corners of Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this the information? Chapter 115, The Cunning White Fox. Tell me the truth. Where is your sister? Reiner crossed his legs and continued to interrogate her. With the ability to eavesdrop on her thoughts, it's so easy to get things out of her. As long as she is guided a little by words, she will involuntarily make associations, and Reiner can take the opportunity to eavesdrop on the information. Paige shook her head, stretched out her slender fingers, and tugged at Reiner's knee flatteringly. "Master, I really don't know where she went. She's my sister. I am worried about her safety. I just want to find her faster than you." Reiner's lips curled slightly. "All right, I'll grant you that wish. Honestly, there aren't many places to hide around the city. You can either go to the wilderness surrounding the city or hide in the woods of the small village east of the city." Peggy lowered her head, pretending to be thinking, but in fact she had already thought of a solution. First, pretend not to tell him, listen to his bragging for a while, pretend to believe him, and then tell him a fake place. After a while, she won't be able to find him, so she will probably give up. Reiner narrowed his eyes. The more I use this system's capabilities, the more enjoyable it becomes. Watching her act is especially interesting. Even someone as cunning as Peggy is like a blank sheet of paper in front of Reiner. "Master, she is my sister. You will never understand the feelings between us sisters." Reiner nodded and continued to coax words out of her. After a long moment, Peggy pretended to surrender and whispered, "Master, why did you have to find her? Isn't that simple? I'm a member of the Demihuman Protection Association, and I've dedicated my life to protecting Demihumans." Peggy clasped her hands together in front of her chest and looked into Reiner's eyes with admiration. "Master, you are so great. Who would believe that? You can fool others, but forget about fooling me. The sugar-coated promise of building a house for us to live in is just a ploy to win people over. Before we demi-humans were persecuted by humans, our lives in the forest were much happier than this. It is not easy to influence such a smart person." Reiner didn't have time to grumble to her, so he just grabbed her and made her behave herself. Although it's a bit despicable, it's indeed the best way to control her at the moment. "So you can tell me now? You have to promise that after you rescue my sister, you will treat her well." "I promise." "Well, she's actually hiding in the small forest east of the city." The place she was talking about was the small village where Reiner lived when he first traveled through time. The forest next to the village not only has various monsters, but also many bandits hiding there. Let a demi-human hide there. Reiner didn't even need to listen to her to know she was talking nonsense. "I see. However, I feel there should be a better hiding place. You are a smart fox. There is no way you couldn't have thought of it. The wilderness west of the city?" Peggy remained silent, as if this was exactly what she wanted. The acting was so realistic, just like the real thing. I remained silent and refused to communicate. He might think he had guessed a location. Reiner chuckled and immediately countered the attack. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a denial. This guy is not right, but at a time like this, I can't let him show any flaws. As long as I don't speak, even if he guesses the location, he won't be able to confirm it, so it's useless." Peggy had a blank expression on her face and closed her white fox ears. Reiner named several places he thought were suitable for hiding. Peggy was silent at times and nodded at times to release smoke bombs, making it difficult to distinguish the truth from the falsehood. Until Reiner said the name of the place, Morning Forest. Calm down. I've already admitted this several times in a row. Continuing to admit it will only mislead him. Reiner was sure that her sister was hiding in the Dawn Forest. However, there are not only goblins in that place, but according to Demas, there may also be a terrible red dragon, so it is not very safe. It's great to be able to do two tasks at the same time. Peggy smiled and slowly said, "You guessed it right. My sister is in the Dawn Forest. Then I'm really smart. Let's set off for the Dawn Forest tomorrow." Reiner quickly stood up, put the stool back, then got up and walked into the kitchen. Peggy was left alone, confused. Reiner went to the kitchen and took 2 pieces of white bread and a piece of black bread, and handed the black bread to Peggy, who was still confused. "I need to stay calm now. Staying calm is the best way to deal with this. If I explain too hastily, he will easily see through my clues. He is definitely not an ordinary man." Reiner squatted in front of her, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Isn't your sister in the Dawn Forest? My master won't believe me no matter what I say, so let's just pretend it's there." She nibbled at the black bread. She was clearly not in the mood to eat, but she still pretended to have a strong appetite. "I'm acting all the time. It would be a shame not to be an actor. Aren't you tired? You're acting all the time." Peggy smiled, pretending not to understand Reiner's meaning, and looked back at him. "What? Don't you understand? Your tricks don't work on me. You need to practice for a few more years." Peggy blinked and continued, "What trick? I don't understand. Who on earth is this man?" I was clearly disguising myself well from the beginning, but he was able to see through my disguise so easily. This is the first time this has happened. The men I met before were just played around by me, but he always seemed to be able to guess what I was thinking perfectly. What was going on? Could it be mind reading? This kind of magic only exists in legends. It's unlikely he can do it, but he gives me a very strange feeling. Reiner gasped. She was the first animal-eared girl to vaguely realize that her thoughts were being eavesdropped on. Being too smart is not a good thing. Still pretending to be cute? I'm actually a very cute little fox. Peggy smiled gently, broke off a piece of the black bread in her hand, and handed it to Reiner casually. "Master, you must be hungry too. Have some." Paige is really good. Even though I knew she was acting, I still ran the risk of falling under her spell. He suddenly understood King Zhou. Just then, Reiner was hit by Martina. She pouted and looked a little angry. No one knew when she came over. She walked without making any sound. The frightened Reiner complained, "What are you doing?" I was asking questions, and suddenly you hit me. What do you think? My eyes are almost popping out. Martina puffed out her cheeks and suddenly reached out to grab Peggy's collar. "You want to steal my man?" Peggy smiled and said flatteringly, "The master is so outstanding. It's normal for a woman to fall in love with him." She said this, but she didn't mean it at all. The thing that is most abundant in this world is men. I have no interest in him. You can keep him and have fun with him slowly. It's no use flattering me. Tomorrow we'll set out to find your sister." Before Reiner could finish his words, he was dragged into the room by the somewhat excited Martina. Chapter 116, Heading to the Dawn Forest. The White Fox Stops Pretending. The next morning, Reiner led everyone out and rode towards the Dawn Forest. It only took them about 2 hours to reach their destination. Looking at the forest in front of him, Reiner's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt very happy. Peggy, who was sitting behind Reiner, was in the exact opposite mood, feeling anxious and a little uneasy. She was calm and composed when she first went out, but seeing that Reiner seemed to be serious, she finally started to panic. The whole way, Peggy kept chewing her fingers anxiously. Reiner turned around to look at Paige, but was glared at by a somewhat broken defense Paige. She finally stopped pretending. "Why are you glaring at me? How dangerous is it to leave a little girl in the forest? There are goblins in this forest, and occasionally slave traders. I also heard that there are red dragons appearing recently. To be on the safe side, we must find your sister." Paige didn't believe Reiner had such kindness at all. She said expressionlessly, "I'm not stupid. I know what you were thinking." She stopped pretending, her eyes became sharper, and that naive image disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. Reiner looked back at her and continued, "This look shows the real you. You don't have to be so fawning to me. I still like your rebellious side." Paige said expressionlessly, "I admit that I can't beat you. What do you want from me?" Reiner narrowed his eyes slightly and replied meaningfully, "Of course it's the body." Peggy clutched her chest tightly, her disgust clearly visible in her eyes. "You beast! I'd rather die than let you get away with it." At this moment, Martina coughed twice, warning Reiner in this way. Seeing this, Reiner explained, "What I mean is, I need you to make money for me. Once you make enough money, I can let you go. Peggy snorted coldly and said disapprovingly, only a ghost would believe you. There was once someone who said something similar to you, but then she didn't want to leave. Reiner folded his arms and recalled the past. When he first met Martina, she refused to agree and was wary of Reiner at all costs. But now she seemed like a completely different person. Whenever she had time, she would snuggle into Reiner's arms and act coquettishly. Martina blinked and asked in confusion, "Who is it? Is it Nora?" Nora glanced back at her and smiled without saying anything. Paige said expressionlessly, "Don't compare me to her. I won't buy it." Reiner shrugged disapprovingly. "Who cares about her? Anyway, the contract mark has been imprinted. When the time comes, I can find her weak spot and she will have no choice but to do it." At this moment, Junai spoke up. "Reiner is a very kind man. I know you are prejudiced against humans now, but after spending more time with him, you will discover his shining points." Peggy smiled coldly and continued, "I don't believe anything humans say." Reiner yawned. He didn't want to talk to Peggy anymore, so he said to Nora, "The snow is mostly melted now. You should be able to search for the scent, right?" Noila nodded. She closed her eyes, raised her head and felt it for a while, then said, "It should be possible. Can you help me find her sister? Since they are sisters, the difference in their scent shouldn't be that big. I can give it a try." Nora dismounted sideways, walked to Peggy and smelled her. Peggy gnashed her teeth and cursed. "You running dog of humanity. You're actually helping humans harm your own kind. You subhuman traitor." Noila looked her up and down and replied coldly, "You will thank me later." After saying that, she walked forward alone to lead the way for everyone. Looking at her thin back, Reiner pulled Peggy, dismounted sideways, and walked towards Nora. "There may be a red dragon nearby. I'll accompany you so you can be careful." He pushed Peggy to Martina and instructed her, "Keep an eye on this girl. If she tries to escape, use the deed mark to control her." "No." At this moment, Aliana also dismounted and ran over. "Reiner, I will come with you. I have fought against dragons and have some experience that can help you." "Have you ever fought a dragon?" "I've fought against red dragons, thunder dragons, and earth dragons. Don't look at my small size. I'm actually quite powerful." Aliana straightened her back. "Are they powerful? Approximately how big are they?" Aliana nodded heavily. "Of course it's amazing. Even my father, such a powerful warrior, could only barely kill an earth dragon. As for its size, the earth dragon has no wings and is about 10 to 20 meters tall. Not counting its tail, it is about 60 meters long. As for the red dragon, it's enormous, ranging from tens to hundreds of meters. The wind created by the flapping of an adult red dragon's wings can blow away an entire lush forest, and the flames it spews can instantly ignite a square mile of trees." Reiner fell silent with his mouth half open. It's all because of the breath of the red dragon. Seeing how stupid this staff usually is, Reiner habitually thinks that the real red dragon shouldn't be that powerful. And now, according to Aliana's description, if he discovered the red dragon, it would be best for him to go back and get help as soon as possible. No, based on his performance during the previous missions with Demas, he didn't believe there was anyone in Merode who could kill the red dragon. No matter how many ordinary people went, it would only make the red dragon eat more. But don't worry, Reiner. A red dragon needs to live for at least several hundred years to be considered an adult. There aren't many of them. If it's just a young red dragon, it's still easy to deal with. So, your father killed the little earth dragon? How is that possible? It must be an adult earth dragon. Aliana shook her head. Reiner turned around to look at Martina, who was holding Paige's hand, and asked, "How many Martinez can your dad beat?" "That's hard to say. From what I've observed, my dad's strength and speed should be even greater than Martina's, even after using that blue light magic. He's also proficient in light magic, making him significantly stronger than her. Probably 3 or 4 times stronger. What about your mother?" "There's no need to compare. My mother is the pride of us elves. She's the strongest stargazer. Thousands of years ago, when the ancient empire still existed, my mother was already one of the most powerful magicians on this continent. If we were to fight seriously, even hundreds of Martinez wouldn't stand a chance of winning." Reiner narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had to establish a good relationship with Aliana. "Why are you smiling so evilly? What do you want to do?" Aliana tapped Reiner's knee with her staff and continued, I don't like humans, so don't think about me. Who will be thinking about potatoes? Even if they were thinking about it, they should be thinking about more mature women like..." Before Reiner could finish his words, Eliana launched a crazy series of attacks on him. Chapter 117, Finding Peggy's Sister. Noila squatted on the ground, sniffed around, and suddenly turned back and said, "Master, I smell her scent. She is not far from us." The few of them had been struggling for the whole afternoon, but they didn't encounter either Peggy's sister Neve or the rumored dragon. Aliana yawned and leaned sleepily against Reiner. "Finally found him. If you can't find him again, I was going to ask the elves to help you find him. Can you help me find the location of the red dragon?" Reiner touched her head. "They're getting annoyed by always asking them." Aliana complained softly, then hit Reiner's knees twice with her staff. Reiner coaxed softly, "Please help me. I'll buy you something delicious on the way back." Whenever she didn't want to do something, Reiner would use this method to coax her. "You're trying to bribe me with food again. I really can't do anything with you." Aliana reached out and grabbed the corner of Reiner's clothes, slowly closing her eyes. "Keep going. I'll hold your hand." They followed Nora on. After walking for a while in the dense woods, Martina suddenly stopped them. "Reiner, the trees are getting thicker and thicker. The horses can't get through." Looking back, I saw a horse stuck between two trees and unable to move. "Hitch up the horses and we'll walk." It wasn't long before Martina and Junice quickly caught up. Peggy's face was gloomy, and she was thinking of a countermeasure in her mind. "This area is so safe. I haven't seen a single monster in such a long time. This human is definitely trying to scare me. I absolutely cannot let him find Neve. But I can't suddenly attack them now. I have no weapons, and it takes time for the chanting to make sound. And that idiot is staring at me very closely. If she wants to, she can subdue me in an instant." Reiner glanced back at her. Seeing that this guy had been looking down in deep thought, he deliberately asked, "What? Are you still trying to trick me?" Peggy was slightly stunned, and the ferocious and terrifying look in her eyes softened a little bit. She put her animal ears on her head and said humbly, "Master, I promise you anything. Please don't hurt my sister. She is a very simple and kind girl. Please." She said this through gritted teeth. "I never said I would hurt your sister. I just hope you can help me make money. Other than that, I'm not interested in you Demihumans." Paige nodded, but still expressed her disbelief. Reiner didn't say anything more. After all, she was a smart person and she would understand after observing for a while. Suddenly, a chill came over me. Several people shuddered at the same time. Junice leaned closer to Reiner. "It feels like something is watching us." As soon as she finished speaking, Aliana stopped and grabbed Reiner and Junice's clothes like a heavy anchor. "The elf said there is indeed a young red dragon nearby. It's not very big, only about 20 meters long." "Master," Nora, who was walking in front, waved at them and pointed to a deep pit in the snow. Behind the pit was a series of faint claw marks leading to the depths of the forest. This claw mark was created not long ago. The red dragon may have just left here. Reiner came forward and compared it with his hand. The claw mark was almost half the size of his body. Aliana took a look and said carefully and confidently, "It can't be wrong. This is the claw mark of a red dragon. I've seen it several times before." Peggy walked over to the others and took a look at the paw prints. She was now shocked. "What a big footprint. He didn't lie to me. There really is a dragon in this forest. If that's the case, Neve is in danger." She poked Reiner's shoulder and said in an almost pleading tone, "Master, please help me find my sister. She is the only relative I have left." Tears welled up in her eyes and her white furry tail drooped. Reiner glanced at her and said slowly, "I didn't say I wouldn't help you find it. I'll try my best." Nora walked forward, peered around for a moment, then turned to the group and said, "The claw marks are following the scent. Should we follow them?" "Well, let's see if we can find her sister first." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Reiner's ears. "Mission: go to the Dawn Forest to find out. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued." Reiner felt his waist bag become heavier and reached in to touch 5 neatly arranged bottles of holy water. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Based on past experience, it is unlikely that the system will give her useless items for no reason. Nora, Martina, Junice, Ariana, and Paige are exactly 5 people. This is too much of a coincidence. "Tongzi, what are you up to?" "It's just a randomly assigned reward." "You're overthinking it." Mission update: save Peggy's sister. Mission reward: the manic red dragon's breath can transform into a human form. "No, Budhi." Reiner looked at the staff in his hand. "This thing turns into a human form?" They are all understandable words, but why do they sound so unfamiliar when combined together? Forget it, never mind, just finish the task first. "Get ready, there might be a fight soon." He turned around and said to everyone, then seemed to remember something and asked Aliana, red dragons shouldn't have the ability to detect magic, right? No, just treat them as wild animals. Martina used lightning to forge armor in advance. Okay, Martina began to chant the spell. She was like a deflated lighter, chanting several times before she could work her magic. As lightning appeared on her body, she slowly put on her helmet. Several people huddled together and continued to grope along the claw marks. After a distance, the claw marks suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Reiner's heartbeat quickened. He lowered his voice and asked, "Can you still smell that demi-human?" "Yes, she's probably hiding around here." Nora slowly closed her eyes and sensed carefully, then opened them and looked at a thick dead tree in the distance. "I found her." Peggy looked around and saw that there seemed to be no danger, so she walked decisively towards Neve's hiding place. "Don't worry, Nora and I will go with you. The red dragon might be hiding nearby, so it's best to be careful." Reiner turned around and looked at Martina, Aliana, and the others. "Be careful and stay alert at all times. I'll listen to you." Peggy took the initiative to reach out and grab Reiner's clothes. The three of them quickly ran to the dead tree. After arriving at the place, Nora first knocked on the tree trunk with her hand, and it was empty inside. After a moment, an uneasy voice came out. "Who?" Hearing the familiar voice, Peggy turned around to look at Reiner and said softly, "Fufu, it's me." Chapter 118, Save My Sister First. A small crack appeared on the tree trunk, and after a muffled sound, a pitch-black tree hole appeared in front of everyone. A short-haired, white-haired, fox-eared girl poked her head out from among them. She was very happy to hear Peggy's voice, but when she saw Reiner, she hid back timidly. "What shy little guy?" Paige looked back at Reiner and slowly lowered her head. "This is my sister Neve. She is very wary of humans. Let her out. Let's leave this forest quickly." From what Eliana described, the red dragon is quite dangerous. Reiner raised his eyebrows. Peggy nodded, and her inner voice came at this moment. "Now that things have come to this, I can only trust him." She knocked on the tree trunk and whispered, "Come out quickly. He is different from other humans. He is a good man." With Peggy's assurance, Neve walked out cautiously. She hugged Peggy's waist and hid behind her, peeking at Reiner from time to time. This little guy looks to be only in his teens and not very smart. But her eyes were bright, and she didn't look malnourished, so she probably hadn't been hungry during this period. Reiner took a look inside the tree hole and found that it was covered with dead leaves, with many berries piled in the corner and a half-eaten rabbit. At this moment, Neve slowly spoke, "Sister, this area is not safe. There are often monsters flying around in the sky. Let's follow him out of here now." Paige stroked her fox ears and whispered soothingly. Just then, a flock of frightened birds flew out of the woods. Nora pricked up her ears, looked up into the depths of the woods, and at the same time drew the dagger from her waist. "Master, something is coming from the sky." Reiner followed her gaze and saw a red shadow soaring into the sky and emitting a shrill roar. Nora covered her ears, looking a little nervous, and Paige and Neve hugged each other tightly. Reiner took a closer look. He didn't think it looked like a dragon, but more like a giant red lizard with wings. The red dragon circled in the air for a few times before swooping down towards them, its chest and throat emitting a very conspicuous red light. "Be careful, it's coming towards us." Reiner raised his staff high and instantly charged a fireball and shot it at it. The fireball exploded in the air and accurately hit the red dragon in the air, but this guy was not affected at all. He rushed out from the flames and continued to attack them. Reiner muttered to himself, "Fire magic doesn't seem to work on it. Wait, Peggy, don't run." Out of fear, Peggy took Neve and hid to the side. Nora was quick to grab her, but Neve still ran away. Peggy frowned and shouted while struggling, "Are you going to stay here and die?" Reiner didn't have time to explain. He just shouted to the little fox who was still running, "Neve, come back soon." Nora called out again, "Master." Reiner understood what he meant and quickly deployed a barrier of light to block the flames that the red dragon spewed out from the air. But Neve, who ran far away, was not so lucky. Seeing that the flames had no effect on Reiner and the others, the red dragon turned his attention to Neve. Reiner reacted quickly and shot a large water ball at the fleeing Neve, completely soaking her clothes. The next second, flames came all over her head and the trees around her were completely set on fire. Reiner could vaguely see that Neve was still ignited by the flames and was rolling on the ground. "Neve!" Peggy shouted anxiously. She finally broke free from Nora, but was pulled back by Reiner. "Don't go out yet," Peggy said in a tearful voice. My sister. She's a smart person, but the danger to her loved ones makes her lose her composure. I understand. Calm down a little. Reiner shot another water ball and put out the fire on Neve. In the distance, June Ice held up her staff and chanted a spell. Soon, a few dark clouds appeared in the sky, and icy rain fell from the sky, gradually extinguishing the flames burning around. The red dragon circled in the air and also discovered June Ice casting a spell. She suddenly rushed towards it and spewed out flames, but was blocked by Aliana's shining barrier. Reiner condensed a wind blade at the top of the staff. Seeing it fly high into the sky again, he was ready to use the same trick of diving and spitting fire. Without hesitation, he shot out the wind blade to cut its wings. The red dragon lost its balance after being hit and fell from high altitude. It turned over and flapped its wings a few times, but when it saw it couldn't fly, it opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Reiner and the others. Martina, with lightning flashing, was even faster. She rushed forward with a shield and slammed into the red dragon. But the sizes of the two are not at the same level at all. The red dragon, nearly 2 stories tall, stood still as a mountain, and Martina herself was bounced back instead. Seeing the red dragon getting closer, Reiner hurriedly used the earthquake technique. The red dragon's speed was reduced a little, but it soon flapped its wings and flew towards Reiner unsteadily. Reiner decisively used the wind blade to create a big hole in its fragile, membranous wings, making it completely unable to fly. Seeing the red dragon fall to the ground, Martina jumped high and chopped off its neck. Clang! Martina's sword, which could cut through iron like mud, did not cut off the dragon's head, but only caused a few red scales to fall off. Its skin is so tough, Martina complained while hacking at the red dragon wildly. The red dragon suddenly grasped the ground. The muscles of its upper limbs trembled slightly, and then it swung its body, and its thick and powerful dragon tail lashed towards Martina like a whip. It wasn't fast enough, and Martina dodged it easily. After creating some distance between them, the red dragon spit out a breath of dragon flame towards the few people, then suddenly turned around and crawled quickly towards Neve, who was lying on the ground. It's broken! Martina dropped her shield and rushed forward with big strides. She hugged the red dragon's tail tightly, trying to stop it from moving forward, but was thrown out in the end. Nora saw Martina flying towards them, and she grabbed Reiner with both hands and hit aside. Peggy, who was unable to dodge, suffered the consequences and was knocked several meters away by Martina, wailing in pain. Reiner touched the ground with both hands, and several stone walls instantly rose in front of the red dragon. He shouted, "Neve, run!" Neve was unconscious, and it took a few seconds before she struggled to stand up. The stone wall was like thin paper in front of the dragon, and it shattered with a slight collision. Neve was grabbed by the red dragon without any resistance. Just as it was about to be swallowed by the red dragon, a white light suddenly appeared. A dazzling white light instantly pierced through the red dragon's head, and its huge body fell down. Reiner looked back and saw that it was Aliana who had launched the attack. He would ask her for advice when he got back, but now he had more urgent things to do. Reiner ran up to Paige and asked, "How are you?" Peggy fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Her mouth was covered in blood, and her long white hair was stained red with blood. She was obviously seriously injured. She said intermittently, "Master, please save my sister, please, ugh." Before she could finish her words, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Reiner took out a bottle of holy water, unscrewed the cork, and placed it next to her mouth. "Open your mouth and drink the medicine." Chapter 119, The Naughty Elf. After feeding the healing holy water to Paige, Reiner walked straight towards Neve. June Ice and Aliana were kneeling on the ground with sad faces, working together to heal her wounds. Neve's eyebrows were burned off by the dragon flame. Part of her hair was also burned off, and she kept coughing up blood. Nora offered her lap pillow and comforted her softly. "How is she?" After asking this question, Reiner noticed that there was a bloody hole in Neve's abdomen, and he could vaguely see the internal organs wriggling inside. Reiner reached in his waist bag and pulled out 2 bottles of holy water. June Ice shook her head and said in Barnet, "We've treated her burns, but the wound on her stomach was too big, and she keeps coughing up blood. She might have internal injuries. I'm afraid she's not going to make it." At this moment, Peggy came quickly, and when she saw Neve's miserable appearance, her tears came out. Peggy didn't say a word, even though she was seriously injured, but when she saw her last relative falling in front of her, she couldn't hold back her tears. She looked back at Reiner and reached out to grab his trouser leg, as if grabbing a life-saving straw. Master? Reiner nodded, unscrewed a bottle of holy water, and fed it into Neve's mouth. Her breathing became much smoother. Seeing that the wound on his stomach was slowly healing, Reiner also used phototherapy to help. It didn't take long for the wound on her abdomen to heal completely. To prevent her from having any hidden injuries, Reiner examined her. Appraisal completed. Current slave quality is rare. Name, Neve DeVille. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, subhuman fox. Current state, weak. Talent details. Strength, B. Stamina, C. Agility, A. Perception, D. Spirit, C. Intelligence, E. There shouldn't be any problem. He's just weak, and he just needs to recuperate for a while. Besides, her intelligence is not right. She and Peggy are obviously sisters, but the difference in intelligence is a little bit big. She's fine now. Pack up and get ready to go back. Thank you. Peggy hugged Neve gently and wiped away her tears. Reiner subconsciously looked at Junice, and their eyes met. She seemed confused, probably thinking about the healing holy water. Eliana asked directly, Reiner, what did you feed her? It's so miraculous that it saved people who were on the verge of death. A mature woman wouldn't ask even if she wanted to know something. Aliana, are you a mature woman? Aliana pouted and hit Reiner twice with her staff. You're doing this again. Tell me now, or I'll beat you up. Reiner shook his head and chose to conceal it again. This is a secret. At this moment, a pair of strong arms hugged Reiner tightly from behind. It was Martina. She made a cute purring sound. What? Reiner, my body hurts too. It hurts everywhere. As soon as she finished speaking, her inner voice reached Reiner's ears. I was just thrown out, and you didn't even care about me, and you still want me to act weak. I hate it. Reiner was speechless for a moment. What else can you do with your wife? Pamper her. You almost crushed Peggy to death after being thrown away. I think you're not in pain, but itchy. I'm going to give you a good electric shock when we get back. I don't know what she was thinking at that time. The size difference is more than 10 times, but she still dares to pull the red dragon's tail. Thinking of this, Reiner looked back at the body of the red dragon, and suddenly found that the breath of the red dragon was standing next to the body, and the huge fire demon stone was absorbing white smoke from the body. Reiner had seen adventurers having their souls sucked out, and knew that the white thing was a soul. After absorbing the soul, the breath of the red dragon shook the fire demon stone vigorously, then jumped back to Reiner. What were you doing? The red dragon's breath remained motionless. Logically, it should be able to transform by now. Reiner bent down and placed it on the ground, then muttered a few random spells. Change it for me. Young lady, queen, and lowly. The staff didn't react at all, as if it was dead. Forget it, let it be. Maybe one day it will come out on its own. At this moment, Aliana also came over. She poked the red dragon's body with her staff, and then the corners of her mouth curved slightly. What do you think, Reiner? You chose to take me with you, right? Looking at the neatly cut hole on the red dragon's head, Reiner exclaimed, Too powerful. What kind of magic is this? You should have used it sooner. If Aliana had acted earlier, perhaps 2 bottles of healing holy water would not have been wasted. The Blazing Sun Spear is the most powerful conventional spell of our elves, but it comes at a price. It not only requires a large amount of magic power, but also requires a long time to charge. Do you think I didn't want to use it? I was also very anxious when I saw you guys in danger. I was gathering my strength, looking for the opportunity to kill you with one strike. Teach me. Aliana narrowed her eyes and said with a vengeful look, a mature man wouldn't ask about a spell even if he was very curious. Are you a mature man, Reiner? Reiner shook his head decisively. A man is a boy until he dies, so I am not. I won't teach you that either, because it's a secret. You promised me before that if I took you out on this adventure, you would teach me magic. I'll teach you when I'm in a good mood. Aliana glanced at Reiner angrily, then poked the red dragon's corpse and said, You must make good use of this corpse. Dragons are full of treasures. Their scales can be made into armor, their claws and horns can be polished into weapons, and their bones and flesh can be used as medicine. Reiner pushed the hill-like corpse of the red dragon hard. I don't know its exact weight, but it's very heavy, probably at least dozens of tons. Martina came over and tried it. She used the lightning armor casting technique and tried her best, but could only push a little bit. They definitely couldn't take away such a large corpse. Aliana put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, Sell it to us elves, and we'll split the money in half. Sell it to you? Aliana nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll tell my parents through the elves. They have a way to transport the red dragon's body away. Then we'll split the money in half. In fact, strictly speaking, it was Ariana who killed the dragon, and they were just auxiliary. It feels great to have a big boss leading me. Okay, but leave me a dragon claw. I need to report back. No problem. Aliana closed her eyes and began to communicate with the elves. Reiner gave Martina a few words, and she began to remove the claws in a big way. The heavy sword chopped down on the red dragon's claws again and again. Martina complained quietly. This dragon's claws are too hard. I can't even cut it. The blade of this great sword was full of notches, and there were several deep scratches on the blade. The guard had disappeared at some point. It was obvious that the sword had reached the end of its lifespan. Reiner asked decisively, "How are the weapons forged by you elves?" Chapter 120, Who are you? Martina carried a giant dragon claw and walked excitedly at the front of the team. The soldiers guarding the city were looking at Dragon Claw and whispering to each other. Demas stared at the Dragon Claw for a moment, then looked back at Reiner and said in disbelief, "Did you really kill that red dragon?" Reiner didn't want to take all the credit for himself, so he pointed at Ariana beside him and said, "To be precise, it was this Pokemon that killed it. I only played a supporting role. Aliana's dream is to become a traveling adventurer, so accumulating reputation is very important to her." Demas looked her over carefully and nodded in approval. "So, it's Miss Elf?" After saying that, he took out a purse and handed it to Reiner. "This is the reward for the investigation commission. Although the reward notice for this red dragon has not been made public, since you killed it, you should be given the reward money." Dumas found another purse. He opened it and took a peek inside, then looked a little embarrassed. There was no doubt that he didn't have enough money. "Wait a moment." Demas turned and left, shouting to the knight on the wall, "Adney, do you have any money on you? Lend me some. This is all my money." Demas took the coin bag thrown by Adney, counted it with his head down, and then continued to borrow money from other knights. Reiner walked over and asked, "How much is the reward?" "The bounty for this monster is at least 100 gold coins. I can collect the money quickly." Reiner fell into deep thought, and then a new idea came to him. "Demas, can you sell me that vacant lot behind my house? I'd like to start my own business." Reiner plans to buy this house tomorrow. Since we want to develop a business like Caravan Escort, we must have an inn for transit and rest. Otherwise, the beast-eared women would have worked hard for more than 10 days, and after arriving in Mellowed, they would not even have a place to stay. This would be too hard. As a member of the Association for the Protection of Beast-Eared Girls, Reiner must not allow this to happen. Demas pondered for a moment before replying. "If it's just a loan or a lease, that's fine. But if it's about selling the land, I can't make the decision. I'll have to ask my father. But since you're so prestigious here and have made so many contributions, I don't think he'll refuse. Then don't worry about the money for now. If the Lord is unwilling to sell the land to me, then you can give me the money later." Demas nodded. "Okay." Seeing that there was no more conversation between the two, Reiner decisively said goodbye to Demas. "Then I'll go back first. I'm tired all day today and want to rest early." "What are you going to do with the dragon claws and the dragon's body? That's also a treasure." Demas asked. "Wait a minute, I'll ask her. After all, he killed the dragon." Demas shrugged indifferently. Reiner asked Aliana in Elvish, "What should we do with it? Sell it or keep it for ourselves?" "If you could trust him, sell it. Isn't this a very rare item? I have no use for it if I keep it for myself." Logically speaking, Reiner has been traveling here for more than a year and has only heard of dragons a few times, so this thing should be very rare. At least it is a situation where there is no market for it. Dragon meat can be used as medicine, but it's probably useless to you. Aliana scratched her blue hair with her staff and continued. "Although dragons are rare, they're not something we only see once in a century. We elves still encounter them frequently. If you need them, I can buy them for you. I'll listen to you." Reiner nodded. "If I want to gain a firm foothold here, I will definitely need Demas' help in the future. Let him deal with this dragon claw, just as a favor. The elves took away the red dragon's body, and I only have this dragon claw left. How about you help me deal with it? I trust you. I'll help you. Do you mean in exchange for gold coins? Honestly, that's a bargain for me." Reiner also shrugged. "It's okay, just take care of it." He yawned and continued. "Then I'll leave first. See you another day." Demas nodded, and the two said goodbye to each other. After returning home, Reiner sat down on the stool and collapsed completely. And Martina is still so active. This guy ran back, carrying a dragon claw weighing hundreds of kilograms without even taking a breath. "Where's my weapon? Little elf, my weapon." Martina shouted. Aliana looked at her in confusion. Reiner sighed. You're asking again. I've asked you so many times along the way. It takes time to build weapons. Don't ask again for at least 2 weeks. I'll tell you when the weapons are delivered. Martina pouted and punched Reiner. Go take a shower first. I want to rest for a while. Got it. Martina took off her armor and walked towards the room. Aliana yawned, deliberately bumped into Reiner, and then staggered back to the room. Me too. Call me for dinner. Seeing Daisy bring a cup of hot water, Reiner asked, Are those subhuman slaves okay? While he was away, Daisy was in charge of looking after them. It's okay. It's just that it was too peaceful today, and they're a little uncomfortable with it. They will start working soon, so let them enjoy this period of leisure. Uh-huh. Nora walked over to Reiner and gently pressed on him. What's wrong? It's okay. Nora and Reiner were face to face, and she was taking the initiative to show her goodwill. This kitten never speaks his thoughts directly, but only uses body language. She meant this because she wanted to get closer to Reiner. When they first confirmed their relationship, Reiner had to eavesdrop on her thoughts to understand them. And now, even if he didn't listen to her inner thoughts, Reiner could understand her meaning with just a simple gesture. I see. It's rare that you take the initiative. Reiner rubbed her furry cat ears. Nora's cheeks flushed slightly. She suddenly opened her mouth and bit Reiner a few times, leaving rows of neat teeth marks on his arm. I won't disturb your rest. I'll go tidy up the room. Nora walked back to the room happily. Just as Reiner closed his eyes, he heard a voice in his mind. They should be in that kind of relationship. Most cats have cold personalities. If she likes him so much, it shouldn't be forced. He sat up suddenly and looked at the 2 white foxes sitting in the corner. Paige was looking straight at him, and Neve curled up in her arms to rest. You two should rest together tonight. You could buy your sister's quilt tomorrow. I'm tired and want to rest. Peggy nodded, then slowly said, Who exactly are you? Chapter 121 Loyal Paige. Me? Just an ordinary guy who has been practicing for 2.5 years. Reiner shook his head and leaned back on the table. Hearing that Peggy actually changed her address to you, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Paige continued expressionlessly. You used magic of 4 attributes in total, namely fire, wind, water, rock, and some magic that I don't recognize. I have never heard of anyone being able to use such a variety of magic. In addition, I have carefully observed you when casting spells. You almost never chant. You just raise your staff and a variety of spells are cast. And your magic power doesn't seem to run out. Fire magic of that scale would probably run out after I used it a few times. When you realize that fire magic is ineffective against the dragon, you immediately use magic of other attributes to attack it, and you can continue to use magic of other attributes to maintain a high-intensity attack. In addition, I also found that you know at least 4 languages, and you seem to be younger than me. Your medicine is amazing. I could feel myself dying, but you just gave me a sip of it, and I quickly regained my vitality. Peggy spoke a lot in one breath, and it must be said that she was quite observant. Reiner said sleepily, Correction, I'm actually 2 years older than you. I never told you my age. How'd you know? Peggy shook her head and continued, Forget it. There are so many strange things. This makes me feel less strange. Don't keep calling me. I'm not used to it. Just call me Reiner. I'll keep it in mind. Peggy nodded. Seeing her so respectful, Reiner could hardly hold back his laughter. Only 1 day had passed, but she was completely different from before. I still like your rebellious look. Paige slowly stood up, walked over to Reiner, and asked confusedly, I just can't understand why you chose to save me and my sister. Reiner was an honest man, and he answered without disguising anything. I saved you because you can help me make money. It would be a pity to be killed by Martina. As for your sister, she just wants to better control you. The value of those 2 bottles of potion should far exceed ours, right? You're smarter than me and shouldn't do business at loss. Reiner doesn't think he is smarter than Peggy. He just eavesdropped on her thoughts and attacked her from a lower level. If you insist, it's true. Just think of it as me not being able to bear to see you 2 die. After all, you're quite pretty, and I just like furry little animals like you. Reiner said seriously. Since he was a child, he wanted to have a cat, a dog, and a fox. Although I haven't raised a real animal, I can barely be considered a half animal by having animal ears. Reiner was very pleased, and then nodded with satisfaction. Peggy suddenly said, You want to sleep with me? Reiner was speechless for a moment. Do you have cotton in your ears? I said I like small animals. Don't misinterpret my meaning. Peggy frowned slightly. That's right. If you have this ability, you won't lack women at all. I'm too stupid. Reiner leaned over the table, squinting at her. Paige paused for a few seconds before continuing. I admit that I dislike and hate humans, but it's undeniable that you saved my sister. So from now on, you are my benefactor. Reiner started at 0 frame. Then can you call me benefactor? Well, benefactor? Peggy's expression was a little complicated. She asked doubtfully, does this word have any special meaning? Reiner nodded. In some stories from my hometown, a fox that's been rescued will call out to its rescuer, benefactor. I happen to think that sounds pretty nice too. Then how do they usually repay the favor? There are many different ways, but the most common method is ahem. Peggy lowered her head slightly and replied softly, I understand. If there's a chance. Reiner shook his head. Let's leave this topic at that. I'm already very satisfied with the current situation. I don't need you to mess around. Peggy didn't say anything. She just stood quietly in front of Reiner. Reiner overheard her thoughts and knew what she was going to say next. Just tell me what you want to say. If it's reasonable, I will agree. Peggy suddenly switched to deist and said with a trembling voice, My benefactor, could you please not give my sister the seal? She is very important to me. I swear I will never use this to do anything harmful to you. Reiner glanced at Neve, who was curled up in the corner. This little girl doesn't like to talk and has very few thoughts in her mind. You can only hear her voice occasionally. Reiner asked politely, Is she a little bit stupid? Humans caused it? No. She contracted the plague when she was a child and became like this after she survived it. However, she can still take care of herself, but she just can't think straight sometimes. Intelligence, a level more stupid than Martina. Reiner continued. You're going to take care of her for the rest of her life? Peggy nodded. Well, she's my only relative in this world. I can give everything for her. After that, she walked over Neve and patted her forehead gently. Fool, you saw a monster in the sky and didn't run away. What if you get eaten? Neve blinked and replied, If I leave, my sister won't be able to find me. Reiner shrugged. Then I won't print it. But I'm warning you, don't take advantage of my kindness to do anything bad. Peggy replied firmly, Absolutely not. If my benefactor finds out I'm doing this, just kill me. Reiner gave an okay sign. Now that you've said everything, let me rest for a while. I'm a little sleepy today. Reiner yawned and laid down on the table to rest. It was Junais who woke him up at dinner time. Reiner also wore a woolen coat. Reiner, why don't you go back to your room and sleep? Junais asked puzzledly. We'll have dinner after a short nap, and I'm too lazy to walk back and forth. He looked at Peggy, who was sitting in the corner, hugging his sister and resting. Daisy brought the heated white bread to the table, and then handed the brown bread with fish paste to Peggy and Neve. The two of them took a big piece of bread and started to eat it. Sister, this thing tastes better than berries, Neve said with her big eyes blinking. She looked a little cute. Reiner took out a piece of white bread, brushed some honey on it, and handed it to Neve. Child, eat this. Neve stared at Reiner warily and hesitated to take the white bread. Peggy whispered, Neve, he is one of the few good people in this world. Take this piece of bread. If your sister is not around in the future, you can treat him as your brother. Neve blinked and tentatively called out, Brother? Chapter 122, It's time to take the initiative. The next morning, after breakfast, Reiner took a group of animal-eared girls to the blacksmith shop to choose weapons. They formed a long line and followed closely behind Reiner. Many passers-by saw this scene and walked up to Reiner to say hello to him. It seems that the news of killing the red dragon has spread throughout the city. Junais turned to look at Reiner beside her and whispered, I really envy you. I've been struggling in Malode for several months, but I'm still an unknown magician. Reiner replied softly, You're better than me, you just haven't found the opportunity yet. Your comfort is too obvious. Junais smiled bitterly and patted Reiner's shoulders twice. Arrived at the blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith was unhappy when he saw Reiner bringing a group of demihumans, but he didn't say anything for Reiner's sake. Reiner asked them to go into the blacksmith shop in groups of 3 to choose weapons. First up is the epic wolf, epic cow, and epic fish. The 3 of them chose a one-handed sword, a double-headed hammer, and a dagger respectively. The epic bull swung the hammer happily, and she was very satisfied with the weapon in her hand. Her name was Eudora, and she had many similarities with Martina. She was a vegetarian, very strong, not very smart, and had an extremely domineering body. Because of this, Martina seemed to enjoy playing with her, so she handed over her greatsword. What's so good about a hammer? It's too short to be useful in actual combat. Use a greatsword like me. Ordinary enemies will just beg for mercy when they encounter me. Eudora tried to swing the sword, then shook her head and returned it. It's not as handy as the hammer. I don't like it at all. Hammers are for women. A true woman would like to use a sword that can cut through iron like mud, just like me. The ox and horse combination were arguing endlessly, trying to convince each other. Reiner sighed and shook his head helplessly. The epic fish on the side stared at the dagger in a daze. Dislike. Master, I actually know a little bit of magic and I don't usually have any use for this weapon. Reiner shrugged and said nonchalantly, That's easy. The staff will be delivered to you soon. Just use this dagger for self-defense. Epic Fish nodded and thanked him softly. Thank you, Master. In order to better understand the specialties of his slaves and thus determine their future team assignments, Reiner has been observing them these past few days. The Epic Fish's name is Pasha. She has a rather solitary personality, making her a good team-up with the carefree Eudora. Add in the Epic Wolf with balanced attributes and a calm personality, and the three-person team is complete. The beast-eared girls continued to choose their weapons. After buying the weapons, Reiner continued to take them to choose armor. Because funds are not very abundant, slaves above epic level can be equipped with half-plate armor similar to Nora and Martina. Rare slaves can only be equipped with a set of chainmail and a simple helmet. The apprentice in the store was measuring the sizes of the Demihumans with a worried look on his face. He couldn't communicate with them, so he had to ask Junice to help him measure. And Aliana, who was standing beside him, had an even uglier expression on her face than him. Looking at the swords, spears, sticks, and clubs in the fingers of the Demihumans, she pouted lightly and complained, Reiner, you don't want me to enchant every piece of equipment, do you? Reiner gave a thumbs up and praised. The lovely elf lady is truly as foresight as ever. The defensive performance of the chainmail alone is still too poor, but with your enchantment, the defensive performance will be greatly improved. Aliana had a sad face and hit Reiner's waist with her staff a few times. She said sadly, I feel like I've been severely exploited. Who says our Aliana is so outstanding? You are the only one who can enchant equipment. It's simply amazing. You can enchant when you have some free time. If you feel tired, I can give you a shoulder massage. Aliana knocked Reiner on the head and squatted at the door of the armor shop angrily. Just then, Peggy walked over. She stared at Reiner expressionlessly without saying a word. I find him more and more interesting. I will observe him for a while. Reiner asked in confusion. Why are you staring at me? You spent a lot of money on these things, didn't you? Not bad. Arming you cost about 100 gold coins. It's within budget. He still had 70 Barnet gold coins in his hand, and he had to find a time to exchange them for money. That's not a small amount, is it? I'm increasingly confused as to why you do this. These pieces of equipment should be worth more than us, right? Reiner thought about it and realized it was true. It only cost 70 diced gold coins to buy them, which is indeed cheaper than the equipment. It is definitely impossible to make a profit in a short period of time, but according to the number of commissions from Cannon, 3 teams of demi-human mercenaries, plus the money from selling the spoils, half a gold coin a day should be no problem. Adding daily expenses, if nothing unexpected happens, it is estimated that the investment can be recovered in 1 year. After recovering the investment, it is pure profit. This is still a small scale, just a trial operation. If we can really make money, we can expand the scale after a while. If you can't make money, then give up the idea decisively. It's expensive, but there's nothing I can do about it. Being a mercenary is very dangerous. If you don't have protective gear, you'll be killed by robbers, monsters, or wild beasts if you're not careful. My mother taught me to love animals since I was a child, so I have to have all these things. Reiner said seriously. Paige was speechless. This human is both scary and cute. It's getting more and more interesting. Let's tease him. Peggy glanced at Reiner, then put her hands behind her back and nimbly slipped past Reiner. The furry fox tail also gently rubbed against the back of his hand. A cunning fox. If it were in the past, Reiner would definitely be distracted by it. It's a pity that after being trained by Nora and Martina, he has become a steady man and will definitely not be. June strode over. Phew, finally finished. It's really hard to measure with a ruler, especially with that snake-like demi-human named Roxanne. Her tail always moves around, making it really hard to measure. She was followed by a group of girls with animal ears, who seemed to have already taken measurements. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go home. Reiner put his arm around Junice's waist. Her body suddenly shook, and then she froze. The two looked at each other. Reiner, this is purely a conditioned reflex. I was used to hugging Nora, so when I saw Junice next to me, I did it without thinking too much. Junice tucked her hair behind her ears and whispered, Come on, hug me. You haven't paid much attention to me these past few days. I almost forgot. It's just been a bit busy these past few days. Now that he had finished most of the things he needed to do, he was quite relaxed during the time he had returned to Cannon. The time has come to take the initiative. Chapter 123, 3 Rounds of Wine. On the way home, Reiner stopped at the tavern and bought a keg of beer. He planned to improve his relationship with Junice. Great, there's wine to drink. Martina carried the wine barrel and ran towards home. As soon as she got home, she knocked open the lid and drank the wine from the wooden cup on the table. After taking a sip, she smacked her lips and said, "This wine tastes a little bland, but it's not bad." Reiner complained, "You're still trying to taste the wine. Put the lid on it and drink it during dinner." Martina yelled at the top of her lungs, "Daisy." Reiner said he's hungry and wants to eat early. "You're such a dog." Reiner knocked Martina on the head, but she didn't take it seriously and laughed shamelessly. After a while, Daisy came out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming white bread. Then honey and smoked chicken were brought out. Reiner invited everyone to eat together, and when he turned around, he found Martina holding a barrel of wine and eating it with relish. She only gave each of them half a glass of wine. Fortunately, Reiner had foresight and had secretly poured 2 glasses of wine and hidden them while she ran to change clothes. "Idiot! Leave some for others." Nora jumped on her head, and the 2 beast-eared girls started fighting over it. After dinner, everyone returned to their own rooms. After Reiner settled the drunk Martina, he knocked on Junice's door. He was holding 2 glasses of beer in his hands. There was a light floral scent in Junice's room, which was very pleasant. Apparently, she had finished her shower and was lying on the bed reading a magic book. Seeing Reiner come in, she closed the book and asked casually, "What's wrong? Want some beer?" Junice raised herself up slightly and took a peek into the cup. "There's still some left. I saw Martina drinking from a bucket, and I thought she had finished it a long time ago. I had the foresight to drink 2 cups and hide them before dinner." Reiner's mouth curled up slightly, but Junice shook her head. "It will be troublesome if he gets drunk, and then I will have to trouble you again. It's okay to drink a little. I see you seem to like drinking, but you get drunk easily. Let's chat while we're at it." "Okay." Junice agreed readily, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. She then complained to Reiner, "You're always so mysterious. We've known each other for so long, but I still know nothing about you." "It's normal. Everyone has their own secrets." They had a great conversation. I don't know how much time passed, but both of them were drunk. Especially Junice, who had a poor alcohol tolerance, had begun to stagger. Her words also became a little bolder. "Reiner, honestly, do you think I'm beautiful?" Junice's eyes flickered and her breathing became heavy. In the candlelight, her golden curly hair looked noble and beautiful. If she were to wear a gorgeous dress, she would look exactly like a princess in a fairy tale. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, impeccable. There was a sly glint in Junice's eyes. Compared to Noila, who is prettier, her or me? Reiner swallowed. He really didn't dare to answer. "Nora might be eavesdropping next door." Reiner replied softly. "Nora is shy and arrogant, while you are intelligent and beautiful. You each have your strengths." Junice laughed softly a few times, and her tone became a little delicate. "That's a very tactful answer," cunning Reiner. To hide his embarrassment, Reiner lowered his head and took a sip of wine, then asked with concern, "Are you drunk?" Junice's lips curled up slightly, and she leaned closer and asked, "Why are you asking that? If you want to get me drunk, this glass of wine isn't enough." "Damn Martina." After saying that, Junice narrowed her eyes, leaned sideways against the head of the bed, and her expression changed subtly. Obviously, the after effects of the alcohol were taking effect. You know what? This guy has a really low alcohol tolerance. Alcohol makes cowards braver, and Junice's courage has obviously increased. She slowly said, "Reiner, we haven't officially kissed yet, right? Do you want to give it a kiss?" She hooked her slender fingers with a charming look in her eyes. Reiner joked, "You're not going to spit in my mouth like you did last time, are you?" "Of course not. It must have been an accident. I'm not that bad." Seeing that Reiner hadn't come over for a long time, Junice took the initiative to come over and, under the influence of alcohol, expressed her unhappiness. "When we were in Cannon before, you invited me to live with you. I thought you had come to your senses." Reiner pinched Junice's little face, closed his eyes, and kissed her. "It smells very strongly of alcohol." Junice hummed a few times, then grabbed Reiner's shoulders tightly, and after a long time, the two slowly separated. "Tasty," Reiner murmured. "Tell me the truth. Have you been thinking about me for a long time?" "Yes, but you didn't reveal anything to me, and I didn't dare to speak up for fear of ruining our friendship." June-Ice grabbed Reiner's earlobe and tugged gently. When you came to me, I was probably sure. When my brother came to see me, I took the opportunity to test you. Although you agreed at the time, there was no response afterwards. It actually made me very sad. June-Ice's eyes were filled with resentment. Reiner smiled and continued to ask, are you drunk or not? You can actually say it so clearly. Half drunk, half awake. June-Ice yawned sleepily, then pulled herself under the covers tightly. It's getting late, and we've kissed enough. You should leave now. Is this also your temptation? June-Ice was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and retorted anxiously. What are you talking about? I'm not that kind of woman. Reiner took a deep breath and gently sat down on the edge of the bed. As a man, you need to be thick-skinned. If you take the initiative, you will easily fall into a trap, but if you don't take the initiative, you will easily miss the opportunity. Martina and Nora are asleep, and I don't want to wake her up. Kind teacher June-Ice, please take me in for one night. June-Ice's face was like a red-hot kettle. She pushed Reiner's shoulder, still reserved. Don't give me that. Although our relationship is special, it's too early for this kind of thing, and it's my first time, and I'm not mentally prepared yet. It's okay. You're my mentor in magic, but I am your mentor in matters like this. Just leave it to me. After saying that, Reiner blew out the candle, and the whole room fell into darkness. June-Ice cried out, wait a minute. Reiner, I'm going to get angry if you do this. Reiner used fireball magic to illuminate the room. Then what about candles? This is not the key to the matter. June-Ice clutched the quilt tightly around her. Reiner took the initiative to hold June-Ice's hand, looked into her beautiful eyes, and said lovingly, be my woman, June-Ice. I am serious. The room fell silent. June-Ice's eyes dodged. She was completely panicked. What should I do if I accidentally have a child? Reiner said seriously. Then I will be a competent father. June-Ice closed her eyes and stopped talking. After a long time, a pair of slender hands hugged Reiner tightly. June-Ice said in a weak voice, please remember what you just said. Chapter 124, we are already together. Early in the morning, Reiner just opened his sleepy eyes. Seeing that June-Ice was still sleeping soundly, he reached out and pinched her soft cheek, then moved closer to observe her. As expected of a noble lady, she has smooth and delicate skin and is really beautiful. Suddenly, June-Ice's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she turned over with a whimper. Reiner thought she was still asleep, but the next second June-Ice reached back and touched her. After touching the thing, she suddenly turned around and looked at Reiner, and their eyes met. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, Reiner was the first to say hello. Good morning. Ew, why are you in my room? June-Ice lifted a corner of the quilt slightly, took a peek inside, then covered the quilt tightly again, blushing and asking, Reiner, what did you do to me? Just drinking a beer and you lost your memory? June-Ice rubbed her forehead and quickly recalled everything. Sorry, I was a little dizzy, so I just remembered it. After that, she sneezed. The weather is still a bit cold now, and it's not good to catch a cold. Reiner put his arm around her waist and held her tightly in his arms. June-Ice curled up in a ball shyly, not daring to move. Are you okay? Just take a break. Reiner nodded, greedily sniffing the fragrance on her body, and then whispered in her ear, Dear, you smell so good. June-Ice said very calmly, You smell good too. I actually have always liked the smell of you. Besides, a man's chest is so strong and his body is so warm, no wonder Nora always likes to lean on you. Reiner was a little confused. He is a rough guy and probably has a bad smell on his body. But considering that Nora and Martina had said similar things, Reiner reluctantly accepted this statement. He hugged June-Ice tightly. You are my woman now. Reiner, you're so good. You really made my mind go blank yesterday. I will fulfill my promise and be a competent husband, but this precious time cannot be wasted. Reiner grabbed her arm and gently pressed it down. Reiner, you're so active so early in the morning. June-Ice struggled briefly like a frightened animal, then gave up after realizing she was no match for Reiner. Honestly, I don't want to have a child this early. I can't be so lucky, right? Nora and Martina are both fine. The physiques of humans and subhumans cannot be lumped together. June-Ice shook her head vigorously and said shyly, Come on, I won't spoil your fun, but after this is over, let's both behave ourselves. Reiner sighed. It's troublesome not to have a sterilizer. Half an hour later, the two of them walked out of the room one after another. Nora and Martina sat at the dining table, staring at Reiner in silence. Peggy sat in the corner, hugging her knees and watching them with interest. Her thoughts reached Reiner's ears. That's amazing. I like to see how he responds. June-Ice felt that the situation was not good and walked towards the cubicle with her head down. I'm going to wash up. Reiner walked towards Martina, touched her hoarse ears, and asked knowingly, What's wrong, honey? Is there something bothering you? I was wondering why they suddenly bought me some alcohol. It turned out to be a premeditated plan. They wanted to get me drunk so they could act more easily, right? Nora is also a fool. Her husband ran away with another woman, but she didn't even try to stop him. Didn't you say June-Ice didn't care? Nora retorted angrily. Martina folded her arms. I don't care. You were wrong for not stopping Reiner anyway. Just then, June-Ice returned from the cubicle, feeling a little bad about leaving Reiner alone in the living room. So she walked up to Martina and said with a blushing face, I like Reiner too. I hope we can get along well with everyone in the future. I'm willing to line up behind you. You're a bit. Martina swallowed the words she was about to say. No, Nora is in front of me. If I line up like this, wouldn't I be second? She coughed dryly twice and continued, Forget it. Since you like Reiner too, it means your taste is as good as mine. I, Martina, am not a narrow-minded person. Nora snorted beside her, then clenched her fist and hit her head. Just then, Reiner heard the sound of horse hooves, and soon there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, Reiner saw an extremely familiar figure. It was Demas. He handed the 2 rolled-up deeds to Reiner and said with a smile, These 2 plots of land are yours. Why are there 2 pieces? Reiner asked in confusion. I took the initiative and bought this house for you from another noble for half the price of 20 gold coins. If you don't need it for the time being, I can take it back. Demas said seriously. Reiner still remembered that the white-haired old man said that the house would be sold for at least 40 gold coins, which saved him half of the money. Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you, Reiner said softly. Demas took off the purse from his waist and handed it to Reiner. Here are 160 gold coins, 140 of which are the proceeds from helping you deal with the dragon claw. This was beyond Reiner's expectations. So many. After all, it's a very rare high-level monster, and almost every part of it is useful, Demas replied as he mounted his horse. I'm going to train the militia outside the city now, so I'll take my leave now. You two can catch up. Reminisce? Reiner looked in the direction Demas had come from. He saw a familiar figure again. I haven't seen Anna for a long time. She is still the same, like an NPC who doesn't even change her clothes, always wearing her revealing animal skin coat. She dismounted sideways, tied the horse, and walked to Reiner. Reiner, long time no see, you have become more handsome. You've become more charming too. We haven't seen each other for about a month and a half, right? Not only that, did you get June-Ice back? She stood on tiptoe and looked into the house, just in time to see June-Ice sitting at the dining table. She sidled into the house and ran quickly to June-Ice. You're really back. That's great. After a brief greeting, Anna began to vividly describe how to bring the two together. You don't know, after you left Mellowed, Reiner was so anxious every day that he was scratching his head. To protect you, he even lowered his status and led your brother to another place. June-Ice smiled and waved her hand, saying softly, Reiner has already told me these things in person. Anna's eyes curved into crescents when she smiled. She stole a glance at Reiner, then bent down next to June-Ice and said something, making her laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Hold on tight. Even I can see it, can't you? June-Ice shook her head, picked up the wooden cup and took a sip of water, then replied calmly, We are already together. Chapter 125 Martina's New Weapon. June-Ice was taken out by Anna to reminisce about the past. This was a time for women to be alone. Although Reiner wanted to go with her, he felt that it was not a good idea. The house fell silent without June-Ice. Reiner and Nora Martina sat at the dining table, looking at each other. Why are you all looking at me? Martina narrowed her eyes, looked at Reiner and muttered, Sly guy, he deliberately got me drunk and then attacked June-Ice. I won't drink a drop of alcohol from now on. Reiner scratched his cheek. Noila Mo said slowly from the side, Didn't June-Ice discuss this with us a long time ago? You didn't object at the time. Although, Martina looked at Reiner, a hint of uneasiness flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head and picked at her fingernails, then continued, But I always feel that Reiner will have a crooked butt. After having June-Ice, he doesn't like us anymore. After all, she is so beautiful, and none of us are as pretty as her. Reiner moved his stool to sit next to Martina and held her hand tightly. Oh my, so you're jealous. Our lovely horse girl is actually worried about something that will never happen. Martina drooped her ears and replied, "Yes, I admit I am worried because you're the only family I have in this world." "Absolutely not." Reiner shook his head and planned to devote some more energy to accompany her in the future. At this moment, Nora slowly said from the side, "Master, let me ask you something. What's wrong? In your eyes, is Junice really that much prettier than me?" Reiner broke out in a cold sweat. "How scary. Nora was eavesdropping by the wall last night. Why are you still eavesdropping on our conversation? Damn kitten." Reiner reached out and rubbed Nora's ear. Martina's snoring was like thunder, which kept me awake. I tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep, so I pricked up my ears and listened for a while. I stopped listening after Junice cried. Nora spread her hands. Martina angrily scolded, "Nora, you're so useless. You'd rather eavesdrop by sticking to the wall than stop them. Do you have some weird fetish?" "It doesn't matter. Actually, I think Junice is pretty good. If it's her, I don't mind." Martina started to act coquettishly and punched Reiner's shoulder lightly with her fist. "Wow. Philandering Reiner, you belong to me." Before she finished speaking, Peggy, who was sitting in the corner, interrupted, "Actually, I think you're wrong." Martina glanced at her and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "I think that any woman who likes him has the right to pursue him. You can't selfishly lock him up by your side. Reiner belongs to everyone," Peggy said seriously. Her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. "Observe him for a while. If it's suitable, I should try to pursue him. Such a powerful man should not be missed no matter what. But what kind of women does this guy like? He doesn't seem to be very interested in me." Reiner glanced at Paige. The Demihumans have a serious admiration for the strong. They had previously said in their hearts that they would rather die than let Reiner take advantage of them. But now, in just a few days, I have completely changed my mind. Martina pouted. "Why? I don't agree. If you want to pursue Reiner, you have to beat me in a one-on-one fight." Paige shook her head. "I can't beat you." After that, she took out a comb and combed Nee's hair in her arms. Just as a few people were chatting, Aliana walked out of the room. She sat at the dining table, picked up the white bread, dipped it in honey, and put it in her mouth. "This guy seems to be still a little sleepy." Martina reached out and poked Aliana's shoulder. "Little elf, the weapon hasn't been made yet? It's been many days." The two of them couldn't speak the same language, and Aliana didn't know what she was saying. "Sorry, Martina, I can't give you this piece of bread. I haven't had breakfast yet." Seeing this, Reiner acted as an interpreter. "She's asking when the weapons will be ready." "Well, I don't know, it should be soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Nora beside her pricked up her furry cat ears. After listening for a moment, she slowly said, "Someone is coming." Then there was a knock on the door. Reiner went forward and opened the door, but saw no one. Just as he was about to go out and take a look, a blurry figure suddenly appeared. A blue-haired elf appeared before him. If I remember correctly, this elf should be Aliana's mother, Serena. "Lady Serena. Just call me Serena or Miss Serena. I've been taking care of Aliana during this time. I haven't taken care of her much, but she's quite worry-free." After hearing the voice, Aliana came over with white bread. "Mom, I miss you." After saying that, she threw herself into Selena's arms and began to act coquettishly. No matter from which angle you look at it, this little girl, Aliana, is clearly a child. Serena smiled and gently stroked Aliana's long, smooth hair. "How is it? Is the world outside interesting?" "It's much more fun than in the forest. There are so many interesting people here, and I like adventure," Aliana said with a smile. "It's cold outside. Let's go in and talk." Selena walked into the living room, first glanced at everyone, then waved her hand lightly, and dozens of weapons appeared behind her. Most of them were ebony staffs commonly used by elves. "Reiner, these are what you need, and they're definitely worth the money." In the center of the staff, there's an extremely conspicuous light green sword. The sword actually changes color depending on the angle, but most of the time it appears green. Martina stood up suddenly and involuntarily walked towards the greatsword. She shouted like a child, "Reiner, this greatsword is super cool. Is it made for me?" "Sure, pick it up and try it out to see if you like it." Martina snatched the sword without hesitation and swung it lightly against the wall. "Call out." The sound of the wind breaking is particularly pleasant. Martina grinned from ear to ear. "It feels good in the hand, and the weight is easy for me to use. It's great. If I had this weapon back then, I might have been able to kill that red dragon easily." "As long as you like it." Serena spoke fluently in Demihuman. Its name is Sylph's Wrath. It's forged entirely from mithril and has a very good affinity with the element of wind. Only the most elite blade walkers among us elves are qualified to wield it. Martina's eyes lit up. She didn't even pay attention to Selena. Instead, she took Reiner's hand and said, "Dear, please accompany me to the outside of the city to try out this sword. Please." Chapter 126, The Breath of the Red Dragon That Follows Secretly. It was a rare occasion for mother and daughter to meet, and Selena took Aliana to an unknown place and did not follow them out of the city. Reiner brought Nora, Martina, and 4 beast-eared girls with magical talents, preparing to distribute magic wands to them. They are Paige, Epic Fish Pasha, Rare Sheep, and Rare Bird. Among the 10 beast-eared girls purchased so far, only 4 of them have good magical talents. The other people's mental abilities are either D or E, and they basically have no talent for learning magic. Seeing Nora and Martina looking for something to test their swords, he also fixed his eyes on the ebony staff in his hand. There is a colorless and transparent gem on the top of this staff. It looks pretty, but I don't know how effective it is. Reiner released 5 elemental magics of different attributes in turn, attacking the stone in the distance. Soon the boulder broke into pieces, leaving only some debris. This staff is pretty good. It has a pretty good bonus to magic of 5 attributes. It can probably reduce the consumption by half and double the power. Although it is not as awesome as the Breath of the Red Dragon, its quality should be similar to Juna's staff, and it should be considered a top-notch one. Reiner looked back and saw that the beast-eared girls were all stunned. He can actually use 5 kinds of magic. Amazing. The master doesn't even need to chant the spell. What is this? It looks awesome. Peggy was obviously even more shocked. She frowned slightly and began to doubt this world. He can even use lightning magic. This means he can use 5 types of magic. There are so many strange things about him that I don't find it strange. Reiner said to them, "Don't just stand there. Line up and come get your staffs. They will be your weapons from now on. Make sure you take good care of them." The 4 Demihumans quickly lined up and came forward one by one to receive the staff. They were quite polite and even thanked Reiner after receiving their things. Especially Peggy. After she thanked him, she would deliberately rub her tail past Reiner's hand. The little fox is not honest at all. I have something else to do now. I'll teach her a lesson another day. Among the 4 of you, is there anyone who doesn't know magic? Although Reiner discovered through identification that they had magical talents, it was possible that they were unable to awaken their magic due to various reasons. It would be safer to ask first. As expected, the 4 animal-eared girls looked at each other, and finally the sheep-like demi-human and the bird-like demi-human raised their hands at the same time. Reiner sighed and followed Junis' example to help them with their enlightenment. You will soon see a crystal and various colored mists. Tell me the size of the crystal and the color of the mist. The 2 demi-humans nodded and closed their eyes to feel it. Suddenly, the sheep-like demi-human whispered, "I saw the crystal. It looked like a round stone. I could barely hold it with my arms outstretched. As for the mist, I only saw a khaki color." The bird-like demi-human also said cautiously, "Same here. I saw a crystal slightly larger than my body. The mist was green." Reiner patted their heads and encouraged them softly. "You are awesome. The lamb has awakened the magic of rock element, and the bird has awakened the magic of wind element." They nodded woodenly. When he has time later, Reiner plans to teach them magic of their respective attributes. Reiner asked Pasha, "What magic spells do you know?" "I only know the most basic water polo techniques. I'll teach you hydrotherapy later." Before Reiner could speak, Peggy came over and took the initiative to say, "My benefactor, I can use fireballs, fire tornadoes, and fire walls. Is there anything you want to teach me?" Reiner murmured, "You know more than me." Although Reiner didn't know these magic spells, he felt there was no need to learn them. By continuously increasing the pressure of the flames in the fireball technique, a fire tornado will naturally form after reaching a certain level. And firewall is even worse. Its defense against physical attacks is almost 0, and its defense against other spells is not very good either. It can only be used to block attacks from magic of the same attribute and hinder the enemy's advance. The most important thing is that this thing is not a hands-off skill. It does have an effect, but overall it's too useless. If Reiner couldn't learn the Radiant Barrier, he would definitely be nitpicking this thing. But he now has a better alternative above him. Is this true? My benefactor, you must be kidding me. I feel like there's nothing in this world that you don't know. Peggy moved closer and closer, and she did it on purpose. Every move reveals his own little tricks. If it were a few months earlier, he would have been completely fascinated by this white-haired fox. Reiner shook his head. "You think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary person, but I have a book on fire magic. Do you understand the words in Deist? If you do, I can lend it to you, but you must protect the book well. My benefactor, it seems I need to trouble you to teach me personally. I can't read. She said this, but in her heart she was thinking, this will allow him to spend more time with me, and it will definitely help us improve our relationship. Reiner shook his head and continued, Peggy, do you like being deceived by others? She put her hands behind her back and answered decisively, Of course I don't like it. Reiner said expressionlessly, I don't like people deceiving me either. When you talk to me, remember to put away your cleverness. It will only disgust me. I like sincere people. Beads of sweat appeared on Peggy's forehead. She quickly apologized to Reiner. Sorry. I was just joking. Such a strong sense of oppression. He seems to have no interest in me at all. Baffling. Reiner was just talking to her seriously. Paige replied softly, I will change this bad habit. Reiner waved his hand. You don't have to change it. You can wear a mask of disguise when facing outsiders, but there is no need for that with me. After that, he took out the fire magic book he carried with him and handed it to Peggy, repeatedly instructing her. This book is a gift given to me by that blonde female magician before she left. It is very important to me. If you don't take good care of it when you borrow it, and I catch you, then... Paige covered her mouth and asked cautiously, So what? Tie him up and give him 100 lashes. Don't worry, benefactor. I will definitely take good care of this book. Reiner nodded. Yeah. He continued to play with the ebony staff and then cast a few spells at random. Just then, Nora walked up to Reiner, patted his shoulder, and pointed to a tree in the distance. The breath of the red dragon had followed at some point, and it poked out a huge fire demon stone from behind the tree, peeking at Reiner. Spicy Maru. Chapter 127 Dragon Lady. Listen to my explanation. It's not what you see. The breath of the red dragon ignored Reiner's excuses and took off directly, disappearing into the sky like a flash of lightning, without even a shadow being seen. When going out, Reiner felt it was troublesome to carry so many staffs, so he left the breath of the red dragon at home. I didn't expect this guy to follow me out secretly. A magic wand can actually get jealous. Is it still a magic wand? Nora looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. It's flying so fast. When did it come? It's been a while. I saw it sneaking around behind a tree, watching you. I don't know what it was doing. Why didn't you tell me? Because the staff will usually peek at you. In the morning when you're still asleep, it will quietly crawl under the covers, and when you're almost awake, it will leave on its own. It's getting more and more curious. Reiner stayed outside the city for a while, and then took the Demihumans home. He wanted to see if the breath of the red dragon had returned home. As soon as I arrived at the door, I found Daisy and Neve standing outside the door, looking into the house from time to time. Seeing Reiner coming back, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Reiner, you are finally back. A strange thing broke into the house. It is biting your pillow and trying to attack me and Neve. The first thing Reiner thought of was the breath of the red dragon. Are you okay? Daisy shook her head vigorously. No, Reiner, please go in and take a look. I'm afraid she has eaten all the white bread. Martina volunteered. You dare to eat white bread? Let me do it. I'm just worried about having nothing to practice with. Lightning flashed on her body, and her right arm, gripping the great sword, was ready to move. Reiner quickly grabbed her and said, Don't mess around. Stay here at the door. You can only come in when I call you. Martina wilted. Noila listened with her ears pricked up, and then reminded, That guy's in our room now. Master, please be careful. Do you need me to accompany you? No, thank you. Reiner walked quickly into the house and saw that his bedroom door was ajar. He slowly pushed it open. Hiss, hiss. A girl with fair skin, long fiery red hair, horns on her head, and hands and feet covered with red dragon scales was sitting on the bed, biting Reiner's poor white pillow with all her might, and the white and soft velvet inside was scattered everywhere. Judging from his appearance and actions, this guy is 100 a feminized version of the red dragon's breath. But the body of her staff was lying quietly under the bed. The huge red fire magic stone also completely lost its former luster. Seeing that it was still biting the pillow and didn't notice Reiner at the door, Reiner called out to her tentatively, Are you the breath of the red dragon? To be on the safe side, Reiner used identification. Appraisal completed. Current companion quality is legend. Name, breath of the manic red dragon, can be modified. Age, unknown. Gender, female. Race, mission reward. The identification system that failed to work on Aliana was actually effective against the breath of the red dragon. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in my ears. Because this is the reward I give you, you have the right to know the detailed data. Isn't it because she's a demi-human? There are no dragon-born demi-humans in this world. Now that the identity is confirmed, we can start the strategy. He slowly took a step closer and praised softly. Be good. Don't move. Let me touch you, my lovely self. The breath of the red dragon looked up at him but did not answer, still biting the pillow very hard, making its mouth full of white hair. Seeing this, Reiner took 2 steps forward. Seeing Reiner getting closer, the red dragon's breath grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, his face full of grievance. Wow. Gaga. Wow. Reiner couldn't understand what he was saying. The translation function didn't work. It's not the language. Can't you speak? Reiner asked cautiously and took a few steps forward. She called out twice more. Kaka. Although this guy loved to shout, he never attacked Reiner. Be good. Listen to my explanation. I was just testing the staffs at the time and definitely didn't have any strange thoughts about them. Please forgive me this time. I will never touch any other staff except yours again. The red dragon's breath cried out again. Crack. Reiner just reached out to touch its head, but the red dragon breath opened its bloody mouth and bit him. Fortunately, Reiner pulled his hand back in time and was not bitten by her. This guy has sharp teeth, and a bite from him would probably cause a chunk of flesh to fall off. Reiner mustered up his courage and extended his hand again. Don't be angry, dear. After a brief exploration, he finally touched the long red hair of the red dragon's breath. Although her hair looks nice, it is very hard, just like stubble, and does not feel good at all. Good? At this moment, Martina stuck her head out the window and said, Let me see what's going on. Reiner was stroking the strange woman's head. She stared at him in confusion and said, No, I just didn't look for a while. Where did you find this wild woman? She is my staff, and for some reason it suddenly took on a human form. Martina said nothing. She stroked her chin and fell in a deep thought. You're overthinking it. My staff is special. Reiner waved his hand and thought for a moment before continuing. Let Nora and the others come in. There shouldn't be any danger. After that, he continued to touch the hair of the red dragon's breath and said, How about I give you a name? Before that, let me confirm whether you can understand me. If you can, just call me. Gah. Very good, very good. How about I call you Fran from now on? If you agree, just call me once. If you disagree, just call me twice. Crack. The two reached a consensus. Reiner noticed that her arms and waist were connected by a layer of tough, transparent skin. If I remember correctly, these should be the membranous wings that the red dragon uses to fly. She also has a thick and powerful tail behind her butt. Whenever Reiner stroked her hair, her tail would sweep gently across the bed. At this moment, Fran grunted twice and suddenly opened her arms and hugged Reiner tightly. Crack! This guy actually knows how to act like a spoiled child. Besides, her skin is a little hot, so Nora will definitely like a hand warmer like this. Just as he was hugging her with all his might, he heard footsteps behind him. Reiner, I'm back. Anna gave us her wind magic book as a gift. Take it. Junice and Fran looked at each other and asked in confusion, Who is this woman? Reiner smiled awkwardly. You may not believe this, but my staff has turned into a woman for some reason, and now she insists on sticking to me. The next second, Reiner was knocked down by Fran. Chapter 128, What kind of woman do you like? It's unbelievable. When I went out this morning, I saw her as a staff. How did she suddenly become a human? Junice looked carefully at Fran, who was being bullied by Martina. Reiner told her what had happened. Of course, he still had some reservations about the system. You mean, she became a human because she was jealous? That's right. Reiner nodded. I felt it was quite strange at first, but considering that this happened to you, it suddenly seemed very reasonable to me. Junice didn't ask any further questions. She handed over a magic book. This is from Anna. Also, didn't you say before that if you want to do business like escorting caravans, you need to build a transit station in Merode for rest and recuperation? If that's the case, then someone will definitely need to run it. What do you think of Anna? Reiner was slightly stunned and began to think carefully. He hadn't spent much time with Anna, but Reiner felt that she must be a person of temperament. When Reiner tells Junice's brother Yul where she's been, Anna's anger doesn't seem like an act. She is suitable as a friend, but I'm not sure if she is suitable for doing business with me. From childhood to adulthood, Reiner has seen many relatives and friends who became enemies because of business. He actually had some resistance to this. His previous idea was to leave 1 or 2 people in Merode to run the transfer station. But considering the social status of Asians, there is no guarantee that there will be anyone to buy things in the market. Maybe it would be a little more convenient to let someone take this position. I don't know her well enough to jump to conclusions. This matter depends mainly on you. After all, You know her better. Junais touched her chin, thought for a moment, and then replied, She's a trustworthy person. Then let's do as you say. Reiner nodded. Okowo. Also, I plan to go back to Cannon the day after tomorrow. It's almost been a month since I've been going back and forth. Go pack your things. If there's anything you need to buy, I'll go to the market with you later. I understand. Junais nodded and then turned and left the room. Reiner looked back at Fran. Martina was riding on her, howling like a child. Don't bully her. She's our pet. Reiner reached out and patted the horse girl's shoulder. It's okay. She's very strong. Look at her hands. They're tightly wrapped in dragon scales. When she's exerting so much strength, even I can hardly hold her down. Come to think of it, Reiner hasn't looked closely at her stats yet. He used identification again. Name, Fran. Stage, subadult. Gender, female. Race, system creation. Current status, energetic and healthy. Talent details. Strength, S. Stamina, S. Agility, A. Perception, S. Spirit, B. Intelligence, D. Measurements, 60/51/76. If this attribute is converted into a subhuman, the quality is at least legendary. With a little training, she could be another fierce warrior, but it is unknown to what extent she can improve her strength. As for the last 3 measurements, most of her body was covered in dragon scales, and only blurry curves could be seen. Judging from her appearance, she is probably only as big as a steamed dumpling, but Reiner just keeps her as a pet, so the size doesn't matter. Fran was pinned down by Martina, and she complained unwillingly, crack. She suddenly exerted strength, broke free from Martina's restraints, stood up with a somersault, and pounced on Reiner. Her body was as hard as a rock, and the feeling of hitting him in the arms was like being hit by Martina's elbow. On the other hand, there is the kitten Nora. Her body was soft, and it was very comfortable to hold her in my arms. Gah! Reiner poked her nose and asked in confusion, What are you babbling about? Fran said nothing. She opened her mouth and gently bit Reiner's neck, leaving many bumpy teeth marks on it. Don't bite me. Your teeth are too sharp and hurts. Crack! She pulled Reiner's clothes open and pointed at another black and blue tooth mark on Reiner's shoulder, as if accusing him of injustice. This is the spot where Junais bit it yesterday. Martina also came over to take a look and said, I want to bite it too. It's my turn today. Her expression was as if others had done this, and she would suffer if she didn't learn from them. I'm glad you like it. Continue playing with Fran. Remember to clean up your room later. I'll go see Nora. Martina hummed softly and started playing with Fran's tail covered with dragon scales. Reiner passed by the living room and was about to go to Nora's room when Peggy, who was sitting in a corner, grabbed his trouser leg. She pointed at the fire magic book and asked, My benefactor, I don't understand a few words. Can you teach me? Reiner squatted down, took the book, and started reading. This, and this, how should I pronounce it? Reiner patiently explained the answer to her and repeated the spell to her several times. On the way, Peggy kept sneaking up on Reiner and deliberately making physical contact with him. From time to time, he pretended to touch her hand and deliberately leaned towards Reiner, sniffing him from time to time. Why didn't I notice before that he actually has a very strange fragrance? It smells so good. Wait. Peggy raised her eyes and glanced at Reiner, and their eyes met. What are you doing? Peggy replied expressionlessly. Sorry, I was a little distracted, but I've memorized everything. Thank you, benefactor. Reiner slowly stood up and prepared to leave, but Neve grabbed his trouser leg tightly. There was a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Brother, play with me. Reiner reached out and touched Neve's head. Let your sister accompany you first. I have to go pack my things now. We're going on a long trip tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Peggy also said from the side, Fufu, let go. Looking at the somewhat silly Neve, Reiner said in Diest, Why don't you give your sister a seal? Paige shook her head vigorously, took Reiner's hand, and pleaded, My benefactor promised me. I am willing to do anything. Please keep your promise. I'm worried that she might get caught by slave traders because, she's a bit clumsy, and I'll just give you the control over her. Then if I accidentally die, won't she also? This is called domination magic. I can set it to whatever I want, and I can also remove it. Reiner shrugged and continued, The decision is yours. I personally feel that while staying home is indeed safe, the world is full of dangers, so it's better to be prepared. Paige fell into deep thought. If he wanted to harm me, he would have done it long ago. There's no need to wait until now. Then I'll trouble you, benefactor. Reiner nodded and imprinted the covenant pattern on the bodies of the 2 white foxes. He stood up and was about to leave, but Peggy grabbed his pants again. What happened again? Peggy swallowed and said slowly, My benefactor, what kind of woman do you like best? Chapter 129, Unsettled. Reiner went to the market and bought 2 strong horses and a trailer to transport the goods. The next morning, he asked the subhuman slaves to get on the carriage and follow the caravan to Canaan. The elf Aliana was sent back by Selena yesterday at noon. She disappeared inexplicably for the whole day. It was obvious that although she had a lot of fun, she was also very tired. As soon as she got home, she went back to her room to sleep and slept from noon to the early morning of the next day. If it weren't for the departure, she would be reluctant to get up. Even her clothes were packed by Martina and Daisy. Reiner, I'm a little sleepy, so I'll rest first. Aliana yawned. In order to prevent herself from falling off the horse, she took out a rope to tie herself and Reiner tightly. Wake me up when it's time to eat. Being wrapped around the waist felt a bit uncomfortable, and Reiner said very reluctantly, Why don't you go sleep in a carriage? Let the sweet and soft demi-human ladies take turns holding you. Aliana closed her eyes, her voice becoming increasingly quiet. She whispered, Forget it. That subhuman sister named Roxanne looks so scary, like a snake. I don't like being around her. Reiner complained, reaching out to straighten her slightly crooked body. Nonsense. She's a snake-like demi-human, and she's actually quite pretty. Aside from her somewhat cold personality, she has almost no flaws. I don't want to. I want to follow you. Don't let me fall. Woo-woo. Just then, Martina came up on horseback. She looked puzzled and asked, Honey, who are you calling beautiful again? Reiner glanced at her and saw that this girl could actually understand a little Elvish, so he said, Of course it's you, my dear baby. Martina was very impressed by this. She raised her head, hummed twice, and stopped asking questions. Where did that stupid dragon go? Martina looked around and suddenly noticed that Fran had disappeared. Reiner tapped the fire magic stone on the top of his staff, which had regained its luster, and replied. She went back to the staff to rest. Maybe she was tired of playing with you. This morning, in front of him, Fran turned into a dazzling red light and entered the staff. Martina narrowed her eyes, put her face close to the fire demon stone, and looked at it, wondering, How can I get into such a small stone? This is magic, so please don't make random guesses. Reiner lit a flame in his hand and warmed Martina's hands. Now that the weather is getting warmer, the snow on the roadside is getting thinner, and large areas of black soil are exposed. Reiner had already made plans for the journey. While traveling, he wanted to teach the Demihumans the Barnet language. Although some of them knew Handy-Ast, they would be staying in Canaan for a long time, so they needed to continue learning. Among them, Peggy is not only smart, but also learns things very quickly. In just over 10 minutes, she can memorize hundreds of words that Reiner wrote on paper. Even Junice is ashamed of herself. In contrast, other demi-humans learn much slower than her. At this rate, it would take about 3 or 4 months to become proficient in Barnet. This girl is amazing. If I had her learning ability, I might have been able to learn Barnet from you in just a few days. Junice exclaimed. That's what it means to be too smart. Reiner reached out and pinched Junice's soft cheek, then glanced at Peggy. The two of them happened to look into each other's eyes. He's peeking at me? No, it's clearly me peeking at him. Reiner noticed the inner changes of the little fox. This guy has 800 ideas in mind, and 700 of them are focused on Reiner. One thing at a time, Reiner was generous with his praise. Peggy, you did a great job. Keep up the good work. I was praised. Paige's eyes lit up. Reiner smiled, rode to the front of the team, and started chatting with Nora. 2 days passed. Reiner was already in the nameless forest north of the Dawn Forest. He looked around, then quickened his pace to the carriage built by the caravan owner and said to him, This forest is not very safe. I need to take a long detour. The caravan owner was a thin, dark-skinned old man. He stroked his white beard and answered without thinking, Lord Reiner, you are more familiar with this. You will be the one to make the decision. Reiner took them on a long and winding route. Finally, we stopped in front of an open space, set up camp there to rest, and wait to continue our journey tomorrow. If I remember correctly, it's probably around here. Reiner followed Aliana to a pine tree and touched and patted its sturdy trunk with his hands. The old tree demon stood there motionless and did not react at all when being touched. Aliana said, Grandpa Tree, don't sleep. Reiner is here to play with you. After saying this, she knocked on the sturdy tree trunk with her staff. After trying for a while, there was no response. Reiner clearly remembered that the old tree demon was here. Could it be that we found the wrong place? Reiner began to doubt himself. After all, this forest is so vast. There are similar places, and there are not many reference points. I don't think so. I come here to play with Grandpa Tree every few years. It was he who told me through the elves that there were humans who could speak elven language here, so I came here. I will definitely not recognize the wrong place. Aliana said seriously, holding the staff. Just then, a voice came from not far away. Child, the place is right, but the tree is wrong. I am here. Reiner looked towards the source of the sound. They are all identical pine trees, and I don't know which one is the old tree demon. He took Aliana and walked over and started searching one by one. Soon they found the old tree demon with a human face. More than a month passed, and he hadn't changed at all. The nose that was twisted by Martina's punch also healed. You guys really came to chat with me, and Aliana is here too. I'm so happy to see that you have such a good relationship. Did you find the blonde woman you mentioned? I fell asleep again not long after you left. Found it. Thank you for your help in showing me the way. After saying that, Reiner called Junice over and put his arm around her shoulders. When she saw the old tree demon, she greeted him in broken Elvish, mud howl. The old tree demon laughed out loud, then asked, It seems like you two have a special relationship. Reiner didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there seemed to be something else behind its words. Well, she has become my woman. Reiner translated this sentence to Junice, making her blush. It's great to have energetic young people. The old tree demon stretched out his two skinny arms and moved them around. But the northern part of the forest has been getting more and more chaotic lately. Young people should pay attention to their safety. Reiner pricked up his ears. He vaguely smelled the scent of a mission. It still wants to live a few days of peace. What do you mean by making a fuss? The old tree demon chuckled and continued. You'll know once you leave the forest. Chapter 1, 30 Demons of the North. After nearly 10 days of long journey, Reiner finally led the caravan out of the forest. When Reiner saw the rubble wall in the distance, the first thing he did was to tuck his clothes tightly. The cold air that was supposed to continue moving south was blocked by the big forest behind it. It was almost spring in Melod, but the snow in Cannon had not yet begun to melt. The beast-eared girls were also shivering from the cold, and they all huddled around Peggy, who could use fire magic, to warm themselves by the fire. Especially Roxanne. She looked so motionless that she looked like she was about to hibernate. This place is so cold. It's completely different from Melod. The caravan boss's teeth were chattering. Reiner nodded and pointed to the city not far away and said, That's Cannon. Let's say goodbye outside the city. I hope you can make a lot of money. He looked at Cannon twice more and felt that after not seeing him for a month, the city seemed to have become dilapidated again. Many workers were building a rubble wall. Ho-ho. Thank you, Lord Reiner. This is the reward. The caravan boss rubbed his hands, then handed over 2 dais gold coins, and then led the caravan to continue moving towards the city. Watching the caravan go by, Reiner pondered for a moment before turning back to Junice and saying, Dear, you and the Demihumans should rent a house nearby and settle down for the time being. I need to go to the forest north of the city first to look for Fiona. I'm sure a lot has happened to them in the past month or so. Junice nodded. Okay, come back early. Martina, you follow Junice into town. Nora and Paige, you come with me. No, why don't you take me with you? Martina widened her eyes. Junice is a girl, and you're a strong female. Women have a relatively low social status in Barnet, so it's not safe for her to be with so many demihumans. I feel more at ease with you keeping things under control. In short, this is a very difficult task, and since you're the woman I value most, I can only entrust this task to you. Martina scratched her head, the corners of her mouth curled up wildly. I really can't do anything about you. Sometimes being too strong can also be a nuisance. Ha 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 ha. Nora, keep a close eye on Reiner and don't let him mess around with other girls, okay? Nora raised an eyebrow and gently took Reiner's hand. You don't need to tell me about this kind of thing. Go and do your thing. Seeing that everyone had split into 2 groups, Aliana decisively followed Reiner. You guys are going on another adventure? You're not taking me with you. Reiner patted his head and said slowly, If you want to follow, then follow. If you feel the weather is cold, you can go back and rest. Aliana put her hands on her hips and said seriously, Then I will definitely follow you. This little bit of cold can't stop my love of adventure. While they were talking, Reiner had already arrived at the forest entrance. Nora pricked up her ears and listened for a few seconds before saying, There are 3 orcs in the bushes. As soon as she finished speaking, a green-skinned orc poked his head out. You must be Lord Reiner. I finally waited for you to come back. Peggy saw the orc suddenly appear and hid behind Reiner. Is this an orc? It's just as ugly as described in the book, like a monster. Nora and Aliana were already used to this. What happened during the month I was away? So many things happened that we can't explain clearly. We have gone to find the chief, and she will explain it to you in detail. The orc seemed to sense Peggy's fear and took a few steps back. Chief. Well, several tribes have elected Lady Fiona, the former priestess in chief, as the chief of the Alliance. Reiner was ashamed. Even the Alliance chiefs have been involved. This guy is pretty powerful. After standing there and waiting for a while, Reiner heard a rapid, rustling sound, and then Fiona, wearing a black cloak, emerged from it, with several leaves hanging on her body. When she saw Reiner, she smiled with relief. You all should go back. I need to talk to Lord Reiner alone. Yes. The orc turned around and went back into the bushes and left the place. Seeing them walking away, Fiona couldn't wait to run towards Reiner. As a result, he only ran a few steps before he was tripped by his own black cloak and fell into the white snow. Peggy laughed, and her inner voice came through. This female orc is quite pretty and very big, but she seems a bit dull. Reiner stepped forward and helped her up, saying doubtfully, I can see that you haven't had a smooth time lately. Fiona nodded heavily and said with tears in her eyes, while you were away, I formed an orc alliance, but this alliance is now in danger due to internal and external troubles. Reiner felt that she was quite courageous and resourceful, but in the end she ended up in such a miserable state. I remember that when I left, you had already formed an alliance with Connor and the others, absorbed the remnants of the Black Wolf clan, and united with other orc tribes. Why did the situation take a sudden turn for the worse? The Viper clan in the north of the forest made a deal with the devil, selling their souls in exchange for unparalleled power. 3 days ago, they raided Cannon and our tribe, causing heavy casualties. Lord Aiden was also injured. Today, 2 tribes broke away from the alliance because of the fear of demons. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for us. Reiner scratched his cheek. No wonder Cannon looked like he had suffered a disaster. It turned out he had been attacked again. He asked Aliana beside him, is the demon thing powerful? Demons? My mother said they're just SOSO, but they were sealed away in the extremely cold land in the northernmost part of the continent thousands of years ago. Are you asking me this question because a demon has broken the seal and escaped? Let me ask again. Reiner relayed her words to Fiona. Did a demon escape? Fiona said with a sad face. Yes, we escaped many years ago. In order to avoid the invasion of demons, our Beastman tribe was forced to migrate south and finally fled here. But what I didn't expect was that just as I got my foothold, the group of demons chased after me. The southern part of the continent is all human territory, so we may have to migrate westward. Were there many demons that escaped? Approximately how many were there? I don't know the exact number. I've only heard of 4 demons in total. The demon trading with the Viper clan is called Sawdust the Blazing. He's a demon who wields fire, has a violent personality, and loves killing. He's very powerful. Reiner asked Aliana beside him, have you heard of Sawdust the Blazing? Fiona said he's very strong. Aliana lowered her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I've never heard of it. Reiner touched his chin and planned to find a day to evaluate it. Where's the Viper clan's tribe? Show me the map. I'll go take a look tomorrow. Reiner hooked his finger at her. Fiona pulled out a map from her bosom and pointed to a small circle in the north of the forest. It's probably in this area. Lord Reiner, you must be careful. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter the blazing Sawdust, don't hesitate. You must escape directly. Chapter 131, Building a New Home. Reiner looked at the half-collapsed house in front of him and fell into deep thought. For some reason, a huge rock smashed through the house. The second bedroom on the second floor and Junus' room on the first floor were smashed through by the rock. The Demihumans were constantly carrying out the rubble from the houses. Junais, who was standing nearby, explained, for days ago, a group of orcs attacked the town at night, and our house was unfortunately hit by rocks. Reiner looked around and saw that the whole road was filled with dilapidated houses and a lot of rubble piled on both sides of the road. The worst situation was not that only half of the house was left. Some houses were hit by stones and turned into foundations. Martina was also helping to move the rocks. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered, luckily the kitchen is okay. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any food. Besides, there's no room left. Looks like I'll just have to squeeze in with my deer today. Reiner was feeling somewhat helpless at first, but after she said that, he started to laugh for no apparent reason. Looking at the house that was no longer habitable, Reiner fell into deep thought. This house is built entirely of stone, unlike mellowed stone and wood structure. It may not be difficult to modify it using stone magic. My dear, I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. Martina scratched her head. Is it really that we can't eat? I think the kitchen is fine. It shouldn't affect heating the bread, right? Reiner remained silent. It seemed that in Martina's heart, white bread indeed had a higher status than him. He walked to the side of the house and called out to the Demihumans. Okay, all of you step back. I'm going to repair the house. The Asians put down the stones in their hands and retreated to the side of the road. Reiner held the wall with both hands, thought briefly in his mind, and then slowly injected magic power into it. After a few seconds, the broken stone wall grew out from the wall little by little, finally filling the gap in the first floor of the house and thickening the stone wall. He had not studied any knowledge about construction, but he felt that the first layer needed to bear the weight, so he made it a little stronger and thicker. Soon, the stone walls of the second floor were completed. After reinforcing the walls a little, he continued to build the third floor. The beast-eared women watched as their houses grew taller and taller, and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow!" Reiner stopped building the third floor like playing with building blocks. Although the house was tightly fitted and the stones were fused together, he was afraid that if it was built too high, the house would collapse if blown by the wind. After all, due to the limitations of the times, there is no reinforced concrete foundation here. Reiner walked into the house, looked around, and saw that there was nothing wrong, then went upstairs to observe again. There is no problem on the second floor either, and the second bedroom has also been repaired. He cut a hole in the ceiling and built an escalator to the third floor. The house he built was like a pyramid, with each floor smaller than the previous one. The space on the third floor is not very big, only about 50 square meters, but can definitely accommodate 9 beast-eared girls. As for Paige and Neve, she could just live with them on the second floor, since she was being well-behaved for the time being. Thinking of this, he built a stone wall and enclosed a small 3-by-3 room in the corner for Peggy and the others to rest. It was not good to let them sleep on the floor all the time. After the construction was completed, Reiner poked his head out from the second floor and shouted to the Demihumans downstairs, "Come up. I'll assign you places to live. Then make your own beds. You may have to live here for a long time from now on." The Demihumans rushed forward and soon crowded onto the second floor. As they were making the bed, Reiner found Ariana, who was helping Junais tidy up her room. "Well, there's no need for children to get involved in things like moving rocks. I have something more important to ask you." Aliana put the stone down and swung her staff at Reiner without mercy. "If you call me a child again, I will beat you to death." Reiner shrugged disapprovingly and continued. "Do you have any idea how to make the house stronger? I heard from Fiona that orcs are attacking the town at night, and our house can't withstand the rocks." Aliana narrowed her eyes and asked meaningfully, "Reiner, what exactly do you want to say? Can you enchant the house? Since you have a way to make weapons stronger, isn't there a way to deal with stone throwing?" Aliana remained silent for a long time and stopped talking. Reiner squatted in front of her and poked her nose with his hand. "Why are you silent? This house has 3 floors and is over 20 feet high. Are you trying to tire me to death by asking me to enchant it? So it's still impossible? I thought that the powerful teacher Aliana would definitely have a solution, but it seems that I was overthinking it. It's no use praising me. I need to call my mom over." After saying that, Aliana closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and stood there. Reiner thanked him, then bent down and began helping Junais clear the rubble. Crack! Friend came out again. She gestured with her hands and gestured excitedly, then pointed to Junais' bed with an expectant look on her face. Reiner probably understood what she meant. After touching the dragon horn on her head, he continued, "Don't you usually sleep inside the staff? Why do you need a bed?" Crack! Reiner and Junais looked at each other. Now he had no idea what he was saying. She probably wants to learn how to sleep in the bed like us, right? After observing her for the past few days, I've discovered that Fran seems to really like learning our every move, especially Martinez. She's learning both good and bad habits. Junais shook her head. "That's easy. I'll make you a bed next to the door. How about you sleep there? It's a great place." "Ha, gao gao." Fran nodded and smiled happily. Just then, there was a sound of horse hooves outside, and before he reached the door, he heard a rough and powerful voice. "Reiner, are you there?" Opening the door, Reiner saw Connor. I hadn't seen him for a month, and he looked a little haggard. His left arm was broken and wrapped in a bloody bandage. Behind him were several other warriors who were in the same miserable condition as him, covered in wounds. After seeing Reiner, Connor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master Connor, your arm. They were killed by orcs in the attack 4 days ago. Those beasts have completely transformed into monsters. He shook his head and was silent for a moment before continuing. The family's reinforcements are on the way and will launch a surprise attack on those orcs in 2 days. I hope you will join us, and I will pay you accordingly, Connor said with a deadpan expression, as if he had become a different person. I heard from Fiona that Lord Aiden was injured in the orc raid. How is his condition? Connor shook his head, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. He is too badly injured. He may not survive today. Chapter 132, Reiner rejected by June Ice. Reiner returned to the house, picked up his staff, and shouted upstairs, Nora, follow me. There was a sound of hurried footsteps, and Nora ran downstairs and stood next to Reiner. Fran was playing with Ariana, the two of them chasing each other around the table in the living room. When they heard Reiner's voice, they also ran over. She spread her arms, showing off the membranous wings connected to them. Katja. What? I can't take you with me. Fran didn't care about all this and decisively got back into her staff. The elf Aliana also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. She ran over with her staff in her arms and asked, Are you going on another adventure? Take me with you. There aren't that many dangers to take. I'm just going to help someone get treated. Just wait at home. I'll be back soon. Reiner took Nora's hand and walked out the door, then got on the horse. The elf chased out and stopped the horse with her arms outstretched. Take me with you. I want to see people and treat the sick too. Reiner couldn't persuade Aliana, so he carried her onto the horse. If that doesn't work, you can ask her to help. Connor opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief, Can you really cure Aiden? I'm not sure, but let me give it a try. I know a little about healing magic, Reiner said modestly. In fact, as long as the person is still breathing, Reiner could try to pull him back from the near-death state. Use hydrotherapy and light therapy in turn. If that doesn't work, give a bottle of holy water and consider it a favor to Aiden. In this world where reputation is more important than life, saving a lord's life is no small matter. After following Connor for a long time, they were finally brought to a low, dilapidated stone fort in the center of the city. Reiner knew that Cannon was backward, but he didn't expect it to be so backward that the Lord would live in such a place. On the other hand, although the castle where Melode and Demas lived could not be called luxurious, it was at the highest point of the city, with its back against the city wall and facing the entire town. At a glance, one could see the general situation of the entire city. But Reiner thought about it carefully and realized that every country has its own architectural style. Barnett, maybe that's the case. Wow, this house is so interesting. Aliana looked up at the stone castle and exclaimed. Connor looked back at her and asked in confusion, What is this elf talking about? He said your place looked interesting. Honestly, this place is no different from a dungeon. I'd rather live somewhere else. But since you're interested, I'll show you around later. After Connor lost an arm, even getting off the horse seemed particularly difficult. He handed the reins to the groom, then said something to the guard in front of the stone fort, and then the thick wooden door slowly opened inward. Come in. Reiner led Nora and Aliana into the stone castle. Although it was cold and dry inside, they could faintly smell a faint musty smell. In the hot summer, the smell here would definitely be even more unbearable. Reiner followed Connor through the long and narrow passage and finally came to a room somewhere in the stone castle. Two burly maids stood at the door. The brothers had surprisingly similar aesthetic tastes. As the maid pushed open the door, Reiner followed Connor into the room and saw Aiden lying on the bed at a glance. He was wrapped in light yellow bandages, and his left shoulder was stained red with blood, looking seriously injured. Connor asked the doctor accompanying the bedside, How is he? The doctor shook his head. The burns are too severe, and he may not survive tonight. Connor sighed, pointed at Aiden lying unconscious on the bed, and turned to Reiner and said, He was not only injured by the orcs, but also burned by the flames. However, he has managed to hold on until now with a strong will. Do you really have a way to save him? Reiner put the staff aside, then rubbed his hands together and said, Let me try. He untied the bandages on Aiden and saw his charred and festering skin. Given the medical level of this world, being burned like this and still being able to survive for 4 days is truly a rare miracle. Reiner released a ball of water that covered most of his body. Although hydrotherapy is very effective in treating burns, Aiden's burns were delayed for too long, and his skin was burnt. Come and help, elf. Please help heal the cut on his shoulder. Here I come. Under Reiner's continuous water therapy, his burnt skin continued to fall off bit by bit, and the pus was diluted by the water. I don't know how long it took, but under the dual treatment of light and water, Aiden's skin actually grew pink flesh again. Aiden's weak breathing gradually returned to normal. Lord, Aiden should be fine. Connor's eyes widened. This is unbelievable. It's amazing. I have to reward you. Reiner waved his hand, then looked at Connor's injured arm. It's just a small favor. My lord, let me help you heal your broken arm. Just think of it as a favor. Sometimes it works better than money. It was late at night when they came out of the stone fortress. Reiner and his companions arrived home, escorted by 2 warriors. After a day's journey, Aliana and Nora were exhausted, so they both chose to go back to their room to rest. As soon as Reiner entered the room, he turned into Junith's room and saw her lying on the bed, reading a water magic book. He lay down on her and hugged her gently. Wife, I'm back. At this moment, the system's voice rang in my ears. Mission update, kill the demon, the flaming Sadoros. Mission reward, 5 bottles of holy water that can be used to enhance the innate attributes of demihumans. Reiner fell into deep thought and asked the system in his mind, is it a designated attribute or a random attribute? Specify the attribute. Use 1 bottle to increase 1 level. If that's the case, then this thing is a good thing. For example, Nora, although his agility and perception have reached S level, his strength and endurance are both barely passing D level. If this potion of the system were to forcibly increase her strength to S, Reiner's mouth was watering just thinking about it. What are you grinning about? Junith pinched Reiner's cheek and pulled it gently a few times. You're always so mysterious. Reiner came to his senses and slowly moved towards her before gently hugging her waist. Junith's face flushed instantly. She gently pushed Reiner's cheek and refused. No, didn't we agree not to have children for the time being? I have a good idea. Reiner raised his eyebrows and kissed her neck. Junith struggled slightly. No, I really can't. After it starts, even if you can hold it back, I may not be able to hold it back. Junith shook her head vigorously, huddled in the corner, and continued apologetically. I'm sorry, Reiner. We're already together, but I still let you hold it back. How about asking Martina to come? She would definitely be happy to do it. Reiner sighed. She suddenly felt that this reward from the system was not as real as 5 boxes of baby disinfectants. The sweet and soft Junith is right in front of me, but I can't touch her. It's so sad. Junith touched Reiner's cheek as if to comfort him and said softly, I'd better be patient for a while. It seems that Martina needs you more than me. Reiner sighed. Since she was so insistent, today it could only be Nora or Martina. Chapter 133, Fiona's Urgent News. The next morning, Reiner brought a few people to the gathering place at the city gate. There were quite a few soldiers gathered. Looking around, it was densely packed with people, at least about 300 people. Half of them were cannon soldiers. They were wearing thick fur coats, holding double-edged axes, and wearing light half-body armor. The other half of the soldiers were reinforcements who were transferred from somewhere. They were fully armed and covered with many layers of thick chainmail. Only 2 dark holes were exposed in their full-face helmets, which looked a bit scary at first glance. The weapons they used were also different, including scimitars, spears, and hammers, unlike cannon soldiers who basically only used double-edged axes. Moreover, these soldiers were lined up in neat rows, standing in their places in an orderly manner. From the aura they emitted, one could feel that these soldiers must be very strong. Compared with cannon soldiers, they are simply scattered soldiers and elite troops. Just then, he saw Aiden commanding the soldiers on horseback. His originally red hair and eyebrows were burned off, leaving only a thin beard, and he did not look very good. Reiner quickly stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Master Aiden. Aiden looked at him with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. I heard from Connor that it was you who saved me. I'm very grateful for that. So what reward do you want? It's just a small favor. That won't do. I don't like to owe favors to others. If there's anything you need, just ask. I can help you to the best of my ability. Thank you, Master Aiden, but I really don't need anything right now. Reiner replied softly, then changed the subject. Master Aiden, what is the goal of our operation? Cooperate with Fiona to completely wipe out the Orsish Viper clan. If conditions permit, kill the demons that cooperate with them as well. Aiden answered softly. Reiner continued. Have you seen the demon named Sawdust? Aiden fell into a brief recollection and shook his head. At first, his tone was calm, but gradually became hurried. I heard Fiona talk about it, but I haven't seen the devil with my own eyes. The orcs who attacked the town that night were burning with terrifying green flames, like demons crawling out of hell. Reiner noticed the cold sweat on his forehead. Aiden also realized his own gaffe, and after a brief adjustment, he said, "But even so, we will definitely win in the end." After saying this, Aiden rode off and continued talking with several other warriors. Reiner looked back at the others. Martina was arguing with Nora, Junice and Aliana were standing there in a daze, and Paige was using fireball magic to warm her frozen hands. When I saw her with all white fur, I thought she must be a demi-human like a snow fox. But when I asked her yesterday, I found out she's actually from the southern part of the continent, and that's why she's particularly afraid of the cold. Reiner said to them in demi-human language, "It might be dangerous later. Everyone, please be careful. Stay together as much as possible, and don't be too far away from each other." "No, I haven't even tried out my lightning armor much. I want to kill as much as I can." Martina raised her greatsword and continued, "And this super powerful weapon, I haven't really tried it out yet. The enemies I encountered along the way were too weak. The enemy this time is different, so it's better to be cautious." Nora punched Martina and said angrily, "Just listen to me when I tell you to. Why are you saying so much?" Reiner patted the heads of the two beast-eared girls, then walked over to Nora and created a ball of fire to warm her hands. Nora stole a glance at Reiner, mustered up the courage, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Reiner in a lightning speed. "Sly woman. I want to kiss too." Martina also kissed Nora. She always wanted to compete with Nora on everything. A kiss on the face isn't enough. "I want a kiss on the lips." Reiner reached out and pinched her cheek, grumbling, "You're really like a child." Just then, Peggy came over with an intriguing smile on her face. Seeing her approaching, Martina consciously stood in front of her and looked at her expressionlessly. "I have to keep an eye on this woman. She's too slutty. I absolutely can't let her get close to my man." Peggy moved a step to the left, and she also moved a step to the left, blocking her tightly. After a while, Peggy finally couldn't help it and frowned slightly. "Why do you always stop me? What do you want to do to my man?" Martina asked with narrowed eyes. Paige pretended to be confused, then shrugged. "I'm not as boring as you, torturing him in different ways every day. I only have admiration for Reiner," Martina said with some disdain. "Huh, that sounds nice, but if I hadn't stopped you, you would have already stuck to me, right? You mock me, but you actually wish you could be me." Reiner covered his head and looked at Martina in disbelief. He didn't expect such words to come out of her mouth. It was shocking. To be on the safe side, Reiner tested her intelligence, but found that it was still D-level. "Paige, this guy is so difficult to deal with. If only I could be bought by Reiner earlier, it would be hard to get involved now." She shrugged and said indifferently, "Whatever you think, I won't be like you anyway." After saying that, she made a big circle and walked behind Reiner. I don't know how long it took, but at Aiden's command, the loose team headed towards the woods north of the city. Looking at the pine forest covered with heavy snow, Reiner felt vaguely uneasy. He put on his helmet and patted Martina on the shoulder. "Put on your helmet." Martina responded softly, then put on her helmet obediently. Nora beside her also pricked up her ears. At this moment, Aliana poked Reiner's kidney with her staff and muttered softly, "I suddenly have a bad feeling." "What do you mean? What did you find out?" Reiner turned around and looked at her. Aliana shook her head, then said seriously, "I just feel like we're going to get beaten up badly." As soon as she finished speaking, the bushes not far away shook. Seeing this, the soldiers raised their weapons. Immediately afterwards, Fiona ran out with several orc guards. She ran straight up to Aiden and struck up a conversation. Judging from her expression, it was probably a very urgent matter. After a while, Aiden ordered to continue moving forward, and Fiona stood on tiptoe and looked around the team, finally locking on to Reiner and running towards him. She panted, her chest heaving. "Master Reiner, please follow me." Chapter 134 Encounter with the Three-Headed Dog of Hell. Reiner took a few people and left the team, following Fiona to the orc army. Looking around, there were probably hundreds of orc warriors crouching and hiding in the snow. Most of the orc warriors were injured to varying degrees. Some had their arms wrapped in bandages, while others had half of their faces bandaged. The burns looked similar to the ones Aiden had suffered. Occasionally, you can see a few orc mummies that have been almost burned to charcoal, lying obediently in the middle of the snow. As soon as they appeared, they became the focus of the crowd, and the orcs cast curious glances at them. Fiona waved her hand and said softly, "Lord Reiner, I often mention you to them, so they are quite curious about you. Please don't mind it. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about what you just said about the summoning ceremony that the orcs of the Viper clan are currently carrying out. Tell me in detail," Reiner asked softly. Fiona had already led them for several kilometers in the forest. They were in a hurry and had no time to ask her. She only said it briefly, leaving Reiner confused. Fiona shuttled through the dense forest, occasionally brushing aside pine branches with her hands. The black magic of us orcs is a terrifying magic associated with darkness and death. Some of these extremely ancient black magics can use lives as sacrifices to summon extremely terrifying dark monsters. After saying that, she squatted in front of the bushes and gently beckoned Reiner to come over. Fiona gently pushed aside a patch of bushes, and what came into view was a large withered pine forest. There was no sign of life in this forest. Animal skeletons could be seen everywhere, and a strange green mist was emitting from the cracks in the dry earth. There's no doubt about it. This area is filled with fell energy. Aliana said angrily, "They destroyed the forest." Reiner opened his eyes wide and saw orc remains hanging on many pine trees, and black blood dripping into the crimson skull altar. The magic circle under the altar is shining with green light. A cold wind blew, and Reiner couldn't help but shiver. Fiona whispered beside him, "These are all summoning sacrifices. Most of them are captives they captured a few days ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Reiner saw some body parts that did not belong to the orcs. The vast majority of the sacrifices include members of their clan. Fiona nodded with some embarrassment. The older the black magic, the darker and more cruel it is. 10 years ago, when my father was still the high priest of our Rock clan, he occasionally used his own people as sacrifices. It was not until I became a priest that this practice was banned and wild animals were used as sacrifices instead. Reiner almost lost interest in learning the black magic. Thinking about it carefully, the goblin priest he had encountered before, when he was finally in dire straits, had directly drained the lives of hundreds of his tribesmen and injected them all into the half-dead tyrant's body. This is probably a very powerful black magic. Aliana was trembling. She hugged Reiner's arm tightly and muttered softly, "How cruel! Terrible orcs." Martina poked Reiner's butt and asked in confusion, "What is the elf mumbling about?" She felt the orcs were cruel, and she was very scared. Martina snorted softly, "It doesn't matter. I will take action." After saying that, she subconsciously stood up and acted arrogantly. In just 2 seconds, she was punched by Nora. "We are ambushing them. If you let us get discovered, I will." Before Nora finished speaking, there was a strange noise in front of her. Several people held their breath. Deep in the withered forest, 3 orcs with green flames burning all over their bodies were leading a group of orcs to the altar. Their skin was constantly burned and healed by the flames, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. Although they looked horrifying, they walked crookedly and seemed to be in great pain. "What happened to them?" Reiner asked in a low voice. In exchange for immense power, they sold their souls to the blazing Sodoros. While they gained incredibly strong bodies in return, they will forever endure the pain of the burning flames. Fiona pointed at the charred corpses. "We paid a heavy price to eliminate these guys." Reiner glanced back at the orc's corpse and asked, "How does it compare to the Minotaur chieftain from before? Who's more formidable in a one-on-one fight?" Fiona shrugged and said, "Of course it's Chief Minotaur, but there are so many of these guys, and if they gather in groups of 3 or 5, they will cause quite a bit of trouble. And what worries me most are the monsters they summon, and the demons that have never appeared before." Reiner pointed to the depths of the dead woods and asked, "Is the Viper clan's tribe located there?" Fiona nodded. "We'll see them after about 2 or 3 kilometers. In about 2 hours, the soldiers under Lord Iden's command will engage them. We'll need to cooperate with their attack then. Do demons have abilities similar to magical detection? I've never fought against them, but I heard that demons are very sensitive to magic." Reiner relayed her words to Aliana, who was standing beside him, and she agreed. "My mother said something similar, but I don't know the specific scope of the exploration. If that's the case, then there's no way I can just sit there and charge up my fireball spell for 2 hours." While they were talking, the 3 orcs, their bodies ablaze with flames, instantly killed the tribesmen they brought with them and poured their blood into the altar. In an instant, the summoning circle under their feet became brighter. Aliana muttered softly. I feel like something is wrong. Reiner nodded as well, because he saw the corpses of the orcs around him shriveled up instantly. The summoning array surrounding the altar turned into a silver-white mirror. This thing seemed to be a passageway to another world. From time to time, something could be seen poking out of it, causing waves. A few seconds later, a huge, dark dog head emerged from it, followed by the second, the third. Reiner recognized it immediately. Three-headed dog. A three-headed dog like a dog from hell jumped out of the teleportation circle. This guy was extremely strong and sturdy, like a mighty elephant. After the three-headed dog emerged from the magic circle, it first sniffed a few times, then its lava-like eyes swept around and finally locked onto the bushes where Reiner was hiding. Several people broke out in cold sweats. Reiner shouted, "It's targeting us! Quick!" Before he finished speaking, flames from the three-headed dog's mouth spewed towards the few people. In an instant, raging flames swept over and the entire forest became a sea of fire. Chapter 135. Sadoros appears. When the smoke cleared, Reiner was still standing in the flames. The moment he was locked by the three-headed dog, he used a barrier to protect the people around him. Those orcs who had no barrier protection suffered. They were set on fire by the flames and rolled in the snow wailing to put out the fire. Junice raised her staff high and began to chant a spell to pray for rain, extinguishing the flames around her. She then stabbed the ground hard, and several water walls appeared around her to block the flames. Martina let out a battle cry and rushed forward, covered in lightning. The flames spewed out by the three-headed dog were deflected by Martina's enchanted armor, setting the forests on both sides on fire. Seeing this, Martina smiled even more triumphantly. She jumped high and chopped off one of the three-headed dog's heads with a sword. Her full-strength attack directly chopped off the dog's head, and the resulting wind blade split the dead tree in the distance into two. The three-headed dog's shrill screams echoed through the woods, causing the earth to tremble. Martina stepped back a distance and covered her stinging eardrums. This guy gives me a headache. Nora's mental level was no longer what it used to be, and her cat ears, pressed against her scalp, seemed unaffected. Fiona shouted excitedly, commanding the orc warriors to attack one after another. More and more fire orcs emerged from the dead forest. Reiner used the wind blade to help Martina clear the monsters. Seeing that the effect was not good, he used the scorching sun spear he learned from Aliana. Each strike could kill a burning orc. "Honey," Martina shouted over her shoulder. The three-headed dog's severed head quickly grew into a slightly smaller body and turned into a hellhound. Although the attack power has been weakened a lot, it has become more agile. He had no intention of paying any attention to the orc warriors because their attacks posed no threat at all. Only Martina's greatsword, forged from mithril, could pose some threat to her. The orc warriors were also quite sensible. They knew they couldn't do it, so they left the three-headed dog to Reiner and turned to deal with the attacking burning orcs. Fiona said from the side, "Reiner, we may have to retreat. The enemy's reinforcements are coming, and we can't defeat them head-on. Kill the three-headed dog first, otherwise it will be caught up no matter how far you run." The hellhound was rushing towards them, and Reiner's blazing sun spear was fully charged, aiming at its head and releasing it. The hellhound jumped up and was shot down. Reiner had made a big hole in his head, and he fell to the ground, unable to move, but his skin and skull were still regenerating rapidly. In other words, this guy is still alive. Reiner had an idea and created a stalagmite in his hand, which he thrust directly into the gap in the hellhound's head, thus simply preventing regeneration. Drill a hole in his head and stuff something in it. Then it won't be so easy to resurrect him. As soon as Reiner finished speaking, he found that the two-headed dog seemed to be getting stronger. At the beginning, he couldn't keep up with Martina's speed and was completely suppressed by her unilaterally, but now they can fight back and forth. What a difficult guy. Help me. When they fought, they were just two shadows, and Reiner couldn't aim accurately at all. Attack its legs first, you're too fast. Martina smashed the two-headed dog's head with her shield, and while one of the heads was stunned, she chopped off its left forelimb with a sword. The two-headed dog slowed down to the point where Reiner could aim, and a scorching sun spear pierced his right forelimb and quickly shot in a stalagmite. With the cooperation of the two, Martina quickly cut off the head of the two-headed dog. She split one of the heads with a sword and then stuffed the shield into it. Reiner split the other head open and stabbed it with a stalagmite. But for some reason, the three-headed dog was not dead yet, and its chest was still beating violently. Reiner used earthquake magic again to bury its huge body deep in the mud. The orc warriors on Fiona's side have suffered countless casualties in order to hold back the burning orcs. The trouble is over. We can retreat now. Fiona raised her arms and shouted, "Retreat!" Reiner called Martina back and then started to escape with a few people. Although this guy has a lot of brute force, his strength will definitely be exhausted eventually, and he cannot fight a war of attrition with so many burning orcs. But at this moment, a chill came over him, and Reiner suddenly had a bad feeling. "Master Heaven!" Nora yelled. Without even a glance, Reiner grabbed a few people and deployed a barrier. Large amounts of green flames poured down, and even through the barrier Reiner could feel the burning sensation. Under such high temperatures, the orcs around them didn't even have the chance to wail before they were burned to charred corpses. The one coming this time should be Sawdust. Oh my god! Looking at her tribesmen turned into ashes, Fiona collapsed on the ground in despair. Junais shot out a water spear, but it evaporated instantly as soon as it left the barrier. She hugged the staff, looked at Reiner with a pitiful and helpless look, and said, "My water element is exhausted. Thanks for your hard work." She had just been holding back the burning orcs, so it was only a matter of time before her magic power ran out. Martina looked at the green flames outside and seemed eager to try. "Don't be stupid, don't go out. Didn't the elf enchant my armor? Isn't it afraid of fire? This flame is different from ordinary flames. The elf's enchantment may not work. If you're not absolutely sure, don't take the risk." Reiner asked Peggy to grab her. After a few minutes, the green fireworks finally dissipated, and the surrounding area became a scorched earth. There was a humanoid horned demon with green flames all over its body floating in the air. Its green single eye kept moving, looking extremely strange. Martina asked impatiently, "Can I go out now? Let's see the situation first." Peggy couldn't help but ask, "You're so stupid. You don't even know the opponent's strength, and you want to go out and fight. Reiner will tell you when he asks you to move." Martina pouted slightly and muttered softly, "There's no need for you, a stupid fox, to teach me a lesson. I am stupid." Ha ha ha. Paige laughed out loud. Sawdust slowly landed in front of the few people, his single eye looking straight at them. Reiner immediately noticed something was wrong and whispered, "Don't look into its eyes." Several people lowered their heads obediently and closed their eyes. The next second, Reiner felt a slight headache, which was a sign that his spirit was being eroded. Sawdust said expressionlessly, "It's really amazing. There's only one eye and mouth on his face, without even a nose or ears, and he looks extremely ugly. You are Sawdust of Blazing Flame, right? You are very powerful as well." After hearing this, Sawdust narrowed his eyes, looking a little shocked. "You actually know our language? Amazing, amazing. Who taught you this? Who is your master? If I knew him, I might be able to spare your life." Chapter 136, Death from Talking Too Much. After saying this, Sawdust quickly regretted it. "No, I must kill you here." "What?" Reiner scratched his head. "Although I don't know what's going on, your magic power is too astonishing. I have never seen such a terrifying amount of magic power. It's like a huge piece of gauze that burns the sky with all kinds of colors. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are more terrifying than the king. To be honest, before you let my pet out, you really scared me. But after trying it, I felt that you were just a facade. Although you have enough magic power, your application of magic is as clumsy as a little kid." Reiner sighed. All in all, he has only been here for a year and a half. I learned magic 4 or 5 months ago. If you were given a few more years, it would be hard to say who would torture whom. Sawdust smashed Reiner's barrier with his fist, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Such a powerful defensive spell must be very costly, right? But considering your magic power, it should last at least 4 or 5 days, right? Reiner gave a thumbs up. "You are so powerful. You saw through it at a glance." Sawdust shrugged, "But it doesn't matter. I can wait." Reiner now only hopes that Aiden's team can come more slowly. No matter how many people come now, they will die. After Fiona was attacked by the three-headed dog, she sent scouts to report the news. Aiden is probably on his way here now. Reiner licked his lips. Brother, you smell so good." Sawdust said expressionlessly, "Don't bother. I won't distract you." "I see." Reiner instantly unleashed his fiery spear, but Sawdust dodged it by slightly tilting his head. His reaction speed was incredibly fast, at least on the same level as the three-headed dog, or even much faster. Sawdust grinned. "No chanting spid? Sure enough, I can't leave you alone. But with an attack of this strength, even if I don't dodge, nothing will happen if I get hit. Are all demons immune to magic? No, it's just that you didn't charge up enough power. Reiner narrowed his eyes and said seriously, how long will it take me to charge my energy to penetrate your defense? Please tell me, this dying man. From what I've observed, your control over your magic isn't very good. It might take about 30 or 40 seconds. Sawdust suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if realizing something. Perhaps I don't have to wait. Reiner also reacted instantly. Everyone cover your ears. Before he could finish his words, Sawdust opened his bloody mouth and a sharp sound swept over him. Although Martina covered her ears in time, the sharp sound was very penetrating and she was still hit. She fell to her knees and hugged her head tightly. Junais whispered, Martina, hold on. Martina said nothing, stood up and pointed her sword at Reiner. Reiner tried to control her, but domination magic had no effect on a target in a frenzy, just like Nora was at the time. But Martina's will did not completely give in. From her trembling hands, it could be seen that her faith was being tested. Aliana hid behind Reiner and asked with a sad face, Aren't we friends? Don't be like this. Unexpectedly, Martina became even more excited after hearing this. Who wants to snatch the white bread from me? Paige stepped forward and said coldly, Martina, do you know who your sword is pointing at? Reiner is your man and your only family. He has done his best to give you warmth and love. And this is how you repay him? It's really chilling. The sword of Martina's hand fell. She covered her head in pain, knelt on the ground, and kept asking Reiner for forgiveness. Reiner whispered, Fran, hold Martina and don't let her do anything wrong. Crack! Fran turned into a red light, quickly emerged from the staff, and tightly hugged Martina, who was kneeling on the ground. Sawdust narrowed his eyes again. What is this thing? It can actually appear from the staff. There are more and more things on you that are beyond my imagination. I should kill you. Reiner picked up the greatsword on the ground and threw it towards Sawdust outside. Sure enough, Sawdust quickly dodged to the side. Reiner complained seriously. How stingy. It only hit you, so it shouldn't cause any harm, right? I'm almost dead, and you won't even let me hit you? You should know that we hate Mithril, right? Could it possibly hurt you? Sawdust continued. You're just talking nonsense. Are you trying to wear out my patience? No, just chatting. Reiner raised his staff high and continued to accumulate light. Sawdust smiled and said, I told you, your attack can't hit me. Of course I know. I'm sending a signal to others to stop coming here to die. They will all die sooner or later, so it doesn't really matter whether they survive or not. Aren't you worried that I might suddenly ejaculate in you? Satoru's eyes were fixed on the tip of Reiner's staff. I am concentrating. Reiner feinted a few times, scaring Sawdust into dodging everywhere. He said angrily, Are you kidding me? I promised to make your death worse than death. Reiner swung his staff again, but Sawdust seemed to be angry and didn't dodge. You lowly human, don't even think about teasing me again. Once your magic power is exhausted. Ugh! Before he could finish his words, a mithril dagger pierced Satoru's throat. With Nora's cooperation, Reiner shot the blazing sun spear and hit Sawdust. His upper body was completely shattered in an instant. This demon seemed really powerful, but died because he was too honest and had too little information. Nora walked out from behind a tree as if nothing had happened. Even when Sawdust was still setting fires, Peggy began to discuss countermeasures with Nora. After stopping the fire, Nora slipped out of the barrier. She had long noticed Nora's abnormality, and at this critical moment, she just gently touched her and made Nora show her invisibility on her own initiative. What a terrible woman. So smart that it's frightening. Seeing that the two remaining legs of Sawdust had disappeared, Reiner patted everyone's shoulders and said, Okay, you can open your eyes and ears now. Junais and Fiona still don't know what's going on. The demon was destroyed. Reiner patted their heads and said, Yes, we are safe, but we should run as fast as possible to be on the safe side. The burning orcs are probably coming after us. I feel like they should be dead. Their masters are dead, and the power derived from their masters will naturally disappear. Reiner, I'm going to go find my people first. The Viper tribe should be a shell by now. I need to seize this opportunity to attack them. I'll come to thank you in person later. Reiner responded, then turned back to look at the smiling Paige and gave her a look that let her figure it out for herself. It seems I have to invite her to my room and give her a lecture today. At this moment, Martina slowly stood up, took off her helmet, and asked foolishly what happened. Chapter 137, Reward Nora. On the way back, Reiner met Aiden's team, briefly explained the situation, and then returned home directly. Once home, he brought Paige into his room and observed her through narrowed eyes. Peggy sat down on the bed, then pretended to be shy and grabbed the quilt, whining and saying, "My benefactor, you are so bad." Reiner grabbed her white fox ears and gently lifted her up. Peggy then pretended to be in pain and begged pitifully, "Ooh, be gentle." As expected of a fox, it's quite good at getting a fever, and its talent points are added to strange places. Reiner got straight to the point. "Don't say a word about Nora." Peggy covered her mouth and smiled. Her eyes curved into crescents, and then asked, "If I tell others, how will my benefactor punish me?" "Isn't this easy? Just tie him up to the bed and give him 100 lashes." Reiner said seriously. Peggy pouted, and after a moment she muttered with some resentment, "You tied me up just to whip me? My benefactor, you're not capable of that, are you?" "No, if it wasn't possible, Martina wouldn't be so obsessed. Generally speaking, any human who has seen me will covet my beauty. If I were not smart and brave, I would have been bullied long ago. And you don't seem to have no desires or requests." Paige stroked her chin, seemingly lost in thought. Reiner shook his head. "Don't think about it, because I don't like you at all. You are such a scheming fox." "So what? I didn't hurt anyone. I played a part in killing that demon, didn't I?" Peggy clapped her hands, suddenly realizing, "So you like women like Martina, who are silly but also have big hearts." She lowered her head slightly to take a peek, shook her head slightly, and said helplessly, "Although my size is not as big as hers, it is at least normal. As for scheming, this has been my way of survival for over 20 years, but now I am honest enough with my benefactor." Reiner waved his hand gently. "Don't talk about these nonsense. Just remember to keep it a secret for me." "I know." Peggy stood up suddenly and deliberately rubbed Reiner's waist with her furry tail. After dinner, as soon as Reiner entered the room, Martina quickly followed him. She blinked, gently took Reiner's hand, and said a little aggrievedly, "My dear, I was wrong. I forgot what happened at that time. It was only when Nora told me after dinner just now that I knew about it." After saying that, she turned around and shook her ponytail. "I heard Nora say that you have to offer your tail to make amends, but when I think about it carefully, it seems that you usually hold it." Reiner reached out and touched her head, saying softly, "How could I possibly blame you? It's because of that demon that he's so powerful, right?" Her horse ears were warm, and Reiner couldn't help but pull them a few more times. Martina muttered quietly, "If it hadn't barked those few times, I might have been able to defeat it in a one-on-one fight. What a sinister demon. How stupid it is, and even more insidious." Reiner lifted her chin and kissed her twice. "Although you are indeed fast, and your weapon can hurt it, you can't guarantee that it has other killer moves. Don't be reckless when you encounter an enemy in the future. Learn to think carefully, understand?" Martina nodded heavily, then snuggled into Reiner's arms, suggesting frantically, "Then, let's take a break?" Reiner shook his head. "No, Nora has made great contributions today, but I have only praised her a few words so far. This is a bit of a neglect for her. I have to praise her and give her a few treats." Martina pouted. Although she was reluctant, she thought about what she had done during the day and agreed. "Okay, then it's my turn tomorrow." Reiner nodded, and then they all walked out of the room and headed toward the side room. After knocking on the door, Reiner saw Nora sitting on the bed with Daisy. She touched her belly and looked a little worried. Martina sat on the bed and patted Nora's shoulder. "You go to Reiner's room today. I will sleep with Aunt Daisy." Nora blinked and looked at Reiner for confirmation. After receiving a positive answer, she kicked her legs and jumped into Reiner's arms. On the way back to the room, Reiner met Peggy coming down from the third floor. She looked at him with some concern for a few seconds, then sighed. "I really envy Noila. If only my benefactor would treat me like this. Alas, I envy that I wasn't bought by my benefactor earlier." Nora said nothing, just stared at her. After entering the room and closing the door tightly, she finally spoke. "I don't know when Peggy discovered the power of my magic eye. Should we get rid of her?" "No, I told her. She actually didn't know about your mystic eye's abilities before. She just saw that you weren't behaving normally in battle, so she tried to trick you, and you fell into her trap." Noila Mo was slightly stunned, and then she suddenly realized. She plotted against me. At that time, I felt that the situation was not right. When she said that, although I was a little surprised, I didn't think much about it. I didn't expect that she was actually trying to trick me. What a cunning fox. It's okay. We were in danger at the time. If you had hidden yourself a little later, Sadoros might have noticed you, and it might not have been so easy to succeed. Reiner stroked her soft black hair and then asked, "What reward do you want? Tell me." Nora pondered for a moment, then supported Reiner's chest with her small hand. "A dagger. My dagger was melted by the owner's magic. What a pity. There's nothing we can do. The situation is critical. There's only a split second of weakness. If we don't seize it, we might all die." Reiner hugged her tightly and continued, "This isn't a reward, it's just a necessity. Tell me another one." Nora mumbled incoherently, I want to have a child with the master, but why haven't I gotten pregnant for so long? Mom said that since you're a human, it might be a little difficult, and asked me not to take it too seriously. Just let it go. Look at that idiot Martina. She doesn't have any either, right? Just take your time." Reiner gently pressed her little hand and pushed her along. "What other reward do you want?" Noila Mo's cheeks flushed, and her breathing became rapid. She clutched her clothes tightly and slowly said, "This is already a reward. As long as the master treats me well, I'm already very satisfied and do not need any other rewards." Reiner poked her soft belly with his finger and began to draw slow circles. "Do you like it?" Nora looked away, leaned against Reiner, and murmured weakly, I can't say it, but the master must understand me." Chapter 138, The Virtual Kitten. Early morning. Reiner woke up from his sleep, rubbed Nora's furry ears, and kissed her. "Wow, I want to sleep a little longer," Nora said softly, then grabbed Reiner's hand and bit it gently, leaving rows of clear teeth marks. "I had a strange dream last night. This kitten with sharp teeth loves to bite people. Whenever the two of them rest together, there will always be many clearly visible tooth marks on Reiner's body the next day." Reiner became interested. "Tell me in detail." After biting the man, she leaned over and kissed Reiner. "It's so cold. Let me hold you for a while. I'll get up soon and tell my master then." "Sleeping? That's not possible. Have you forgotten our agreement yesterday?" Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. Nora suddenly woke up. She touched her belly, smiled at Reiner, and then grabbed the quilt to cover them both tightly. After a long time, the two walked out of the room. Noila Mo's face was red, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. Peggy stood at the door of her little room, looking at Reiner with a strange look in her eyes. "So early in the morning? Are you really that addicted?" Nora also looked at her. Her eyes were not friendly at all. "How dare the stinky fox plot against me?" Peggy was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said, "Why are you glaring at me again? I've already pledged my loyalty to my benefactor. There's no need for you to stare at me every day. Who knows what's going on in your mind, you cunning fox?" Paige shrugged and walked back in her room to play with Neve. After breakfast, Reiner took Martina and Nora out of the city. He hid behind a tree and coughed dryly a few times. "Tongzi, you understand me. Don't let me rush you. Here we come. Mission: kill the demon, the blazing Sawdust. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued." As soon as the system finished speaking, several bottles of holy water appeared out of thin air in his hands. This holy water is different from the crystal clear, healing holy water. It is colorful like a rainbow in a bottle. This thing can only be used by demihumans. Can I use it myself? Can only be given to demihuman slaves. Each use increases one attribute by one level. The current recommended demihumans for this upgrade are Nora and Martina. Reiner nodded, put the holy water in place, and walked out from behind the tree. In the snow, Nora was riding on Martina's head and playing with her. Seeing Reiner coming out, she quickly jumped down and stood straight in front of him. Martina said, "Honey, I want a child too. Haven't we been asking for it?" "Then why not? Can you hurry up?" Reiner was a little confused. "Want a child? Can it be quick?" "Don't worry about these things. I'll give you something more powerful." Reiner already had his own ideas about how to distribute the attributes later. To be honest, Martina and Nora's attributes are not bad. They complement each other very well. One is responsible for attacking, and the other is responsible for reconnaissance. Nora, who occasionally becomes invisible, can also achieve a surprise victory. One has abnormal numbers, the other has a disgusting mechanism. Their only shortcoming is probably their spiritual deficiency. Martina's spirit is C, which makes her easily eroded, as evidenced by her battle against Sawdust. Nora's spirit is B, and the roar of the three-headed dog has almost no effect on her. When she waits for an opportunity to attack Sawdust, she is affected very little, not even enough to make her invisible appear. The two of them are already capable of standing on their own 2 feet, and the only thing they fear is mental attacks. If one day you are controlled by someone, it will be difficult to deal with. Reiner took out holy water. Nora took out 2 bottles, and Martina took out 3 bottles. Drink this water. Seeing that Nora only had 2 bottles, Martina said with some pride. Huh, it seems that the master still loves me more. Reiner reached out and knocked her on the head. I love you all equally. I gave you an extra bottle because your shortcomings are more obvious. Martina pouted and said sadly, You were talking nonsense. Reiner changed the subject and said comfortingly, Your shortcomings are obvious, but your strengths are equally obvious. Everyone has their strengths. Nora jumped up and knocked Martina on the head. Stop talking nonsense and drink. The 2 animal-eared girls drank the holy water in one breath. Then 2 game point allocation panels appeared in front of them. Reiner narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that even my measurements could be improved, but he would not waste the holy water on such a boring place. Nora and Martina were already perfect enough. Both of them were absolute beauties. Reiner reached out and tapped a few times on their spiritual levels, then raised both of their spiritual attributes to S level. After assigning the attributes, the void panel will naturally disappear. He prayed silently, hoping that using up the precious holy water was the right choice. Martina asked in confusion, Honey, what are you poking at? Nora also gave him a strange look. They can't see the system panel. It's nothing important. Reiner waved his hand and continued after a moment of silence. Do you feel any changes in your body? Martina shook her head. Change? I don't feel anything. Nora glanced at her and replied softly, I feel my mind is getting clearer. Martina realized it later and said, After you said that, I do feel a little clearer. I feel refreshed now. Try to lightning armor yourself. It should be stronger now. Nora and I will go back for a while. After saying that, Reiner took Nora's hand and walked aside and went into the woods. Noila immediately said, Master, thank you. Thank me for what? That water should be something that can improve my strength, right? Thank you for treating me like this. Reiner shook his head and continued, You are my woman. This kind of trivial matter is not worth mentioning. I am more curious about what you dreamed about last night. Nora nodded and whispered, I dreamed about the goddess who gave me the magic eye again. What did she tell you? He didn't say anything, just touched my ear and then left. So what? It was just a dream. Nora shook her head and covered her golden eyes with her hands. When she lowered her hand again, Reiner saw the color of her eyes change from golden yellow to a strange dark green. The color change? Nora shook her head and said with a smile, Master, I just discovered it when I was fighting with Martina. Just wait and see. She gently pressed her hand on Reiner's chest, and after a moment, her entire body passed through Reiner and walked behind him. Reiner turned and reached out for her, but missed. She was like a phantom, visible but untouchable. Isn't this the criminal's transformation? Chapter 139. Keep getting stronger. Nora's void is so sinister that not only can she be immune to all physical damage, but even spell damage is ineffective against her. Things like Fireball, Windblade, and Blazing Spear. As long as it touches her, it will instantly pass through her body and will not cause any damage at all. However, attacks through sound or vision are still effective against Nora. Reiner used the light magic dazzling technique he learned from Eliana on Nora, which generally can cause a certain stun effect on the enemy. But perhaps it was because her mental level had increased, but apart from some dizziness, she did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, she can also become invisible while using the void effect. Even if someone passes by her, she cannot be detected because the entity cannot be touched at all, just like an invisible ghost. It's incredible. Reiner couldn't help but sigh. Nora chuckled, then walked to Reiner with her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoe, and gently rubbed Reiner's chin with her head. I'm getting stronger and stronger. I will definitely be able to help the master more in the future. Nora is awesome. At this moment, Reiner was interrupted by a burst of laughter from outside. Martina's laughter was so magical that Reiner couldn't help but stick his head out to look. Nora wondered, what is she going crazy about? The lightning on this guy is more conspicuous than before, and his speed and strength seem to have also been improved. Reiner whispered, she should have gotten stronger too. At this moment, Martina gripped the greatsword tightly and swung it fiercely at the pine tree in front of her. There was a sound of breaking wind, and a pine tree nearly 30 meters high slowly tilted to one side, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Reiner subconsciously looked around and couldn't help but yelled, Hey, stop chopping trees randomly, or you'll attract elves, and it will be troublesome. Oh. Martina used her hand as a sword and stabbed it into the tree, then suddenly exerted force to lift the tree back to a smooth and flat stump. Reiner walked forward and used light magic and water magic to heal the injured pine tree, and surrounded the cut with a stone cover to secure it. If the elf were here, he'd probably scold you. She's so stingy that she can't even chop down a tree. We used to use trees as targets for practice. Martina muttered as she ran around at a very fast speed. She's like a husky with a lot of energy, but no way to release it. Reiner could only see a shadow, swaying constantly, and then leaving many bumpy footprints in the snow. Martina suddenly stopped, hooked her finger at Reiner, and said arrogantly, "Honey, hit me. If I hit you, you win." Conventional tactics certainly won't work, but Reiner has a killer weapon against Martina. What a naughty little thing. Martina stood still as soon as he thought of it. Reiner reached out and pinched Martina's cheek, then released his grip. "I hit you." Musum's face flushed red. "You're cheating. It's no fun trying to control me like this. I'm just teasing you. I can't beat you. I couldn't hit you before, and I'm sure I can't hit you now." Reiner touched her cheek. "Consider it my defeat." Martina's lips curled up slightly. "It's okay. I'll stay still and let you hit me tonight." Nora came over and walked around Martina, wondering, so the contract is still on her. "I heard you say before that you terminated our contract and only left your mark." Reiner nodded. "Yes, but Martina begged me to get it back. There must be something wrong with her. She just likes being controlled by me." After hearing this, Martina's face turned red like a kettle. She quickly reached out and covered Reiner's mouth. "My dear, you talk too much. Don't say it." Nora looked at the two of them meaningfully, then smiled softly at Martina, and then asked Reiner, "Master, do you like to control others?" "I don't like it. Who wants to control others when they have nothing better to do? If Martina hadn't begged me, I wouldn't bother with her." Nora sighed in disappointment. "Is that so?" The three of them walked towards home. Reiner looked at Martina, jumping up and down, and fell in a deep thought. Although his magic can deal with most enemies, there will occasionally be one or two monsters with excessive stats that he has no way to deal with. For example, Sadoros. If Nora hadn't taken the opportunity to sneak attack him and created a moment of opportunity for Reiner, they would probably have died here. The blazing sun spear taught by Aliana was powerful enough, but his reaction speed was too slow, making it difficult to hit an enemy moving at high speed. Reiner fell in a deep thought. Just then, Martina poked Reiner's cheek. "What's wrong, dear? You're in a daze again. Compared to you, I'm too weak now. What you said is obviously because I am too good, and Nora should not be as good as you, right?" Martina walked behind Reiner and massaged his shoulders. "Don't underestimate Nora. She's actually very powerful." "Really? How come I didn't notice that?" Martina moved closer to Nora and looked at her carefully. Nora glared at her, then poked her eyes with 2 fingers in a flash. "Oh, I'm blind." Martina covered her eyes and ran around aimlessly, attracting puzzled looks from the residents around her. Noilamo was speechless for a moment, and after a long time she cursed. "You are sick. I just poked you lightly." Seeing that the truth had been revealed, Martina returned to the two of them and suddenly hugged Reiner. "It's okay, dear. At worst, I will protect you from now on." Her eyes widened, and it was obvious that she was serious. Nora sneered at the side. "You were pointing a sword at the master at that time. If Peggy hadn't called your mind back, you might have done something terrible." Martina's cheeks flushed red, and she was broken down again by Nora's words. "I'm saying it again. It was just an accident. I would never hurt Reiner." As soon as she finished speaking, her ruthless iron hand reached out towards Nora, but was easily dodged. Furious, she began to chant spells, preparing to use the lightning armor to fight Nora. Seeing the two about to fight again, Reiner reached out and hugged them both. All right. Although you are both very powerful, it is not reasonable for a woman to protect a man. You are my wives. I should become strong to protect you." Nora remained silent, but took the initiative to shrink into Reiner's arms. Martina narrowed her eyes and said, "My dear, you are already a strong male. It doesn't matter whether you continue to become stronger or not. The most important thing is that I love you." Chapter 140 Fiona's Another Request. A few days passed. Reiner took his whole family out of the city. He specifically asked Martina to come over. "Come and spar. If you touch me, you win." During this period, Reiner almost tore through the Wind Magic Book and the Thunder Magic Book, and found 3 magic spells that could assist him in the current stage. Wind Magic, Flight, and Wind Realm. An extremely important auxiliary skill that allows the user to fly high into the sky, while the enemies on the ground can only watch the user being beaten. Another skill, wind field, allows the user to gain extremely powerful perception abilities. After casting the spell, the user can know the movement trajectory of objects within the casting range. Moreover, with the injection of magic power, the perceptible range becomes larger and larger, and the maximum distance is about 200 meters. This way, he wouldn't have to rely so much on Nora's scouting. The last magic, lightning speed, although the chance of adding any benefit to the physical body is minimal, its advantage is that it can greatly increase the user's reaction speed. Now he was completely confident that he could hit Martina, who was moving at high speed. Just Reiner, you want to be elbowed by me again? Wait until you can elbow them. Reiner chanted the spell, and amid the screams of the animal-eared girls, his feet gradually became airborne. Then he gradually accelerated and flew into the sky. In a blink of an eye, Reiner had reached a height of 100 meters. The cold wind here was like a knife scraping bones, making his cheeks hurt. Looking down at the people on the ground, they had turned into small dots of different colors in Reiner's eyes. Suddenly, Martina's body flashed with lightning. Her body bent slightly, and then she jumped with all her might. Unfortunately, she fell down after about 50 meters, creating a deep hole in the snow. The moment it fell, she shouted angrily, "You're cheating!" Nora and Peggy each grabbed one of her legs and pulled her out like a carrot. Reiner landed beside her and pulled her out of the snow. "Are you okay?" Martina grabbed Reiner's arm. Her eyes widened, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "I won." Reiner touched her warm horse ears and said lovingly, "Yes, you win." Winning or losing doesn't matter to him. What matters most is that his wife is happy. Nora hit Martina on the head. "How boring." Peggy shook her head slightly and echoed, "I thought you fell to your death and was about to be happy, but it turned out to be a waste of joy. Get lost. I won't give Reiner to you even if I die. You stinky fox deserves to be single for the rest of your life. I'm killing you with greed. I'm not your level. It doesn't really matter whether I have a man or not." Peggy narrowed her eyes, stole a glance at Reiner, and then said, "Of course, having one is definitely better than not having one." Reiner hit each of them on the head. "All right, stop arguing. Martina, run. Move as fast as you can. See if I can hit you." Martina nodded, turned around, and ran through the woods at a very fast speed. With the help of lightning speed, Reiner can now see her movements clearly. He held his breath, concentrated, and instantly unleashed the blazing sun spear, accurately hitting Martina's shoulder. A small dent was burned into her armor. Martina ran back, looked over her shoulder, and said in surprise, "You really hit me." Junice also came over and patted the snow off Reiner's body. "Have you been hiding in your room these days researching this?" Reiner nodded. "Well, after fighting with Sawdust, I feel that I'm still too weak. I must become stronger to protect my woman." Junice sighed. It's only been a short time. You've gone from being completely clueless about magic to becoming a magician 100 times more powerful than me." She seemed a little depressed. She picked up a branch, squatted on the snow, and began to draw circles. "How can the gap between people be so big? Just half a year ago, I was still your magic mentor, but now..." Reiner squatted down and hugged Junice tightly from behind. "It's okay. You are already very good. No matter what, you are still my teacher." Junice looked back at him, narrowed her eyes, and asked, "You're really getting better and better at pleasing girls. When I first met you, you were like a wooden man. The wives taught me well." Junice reached out and hit him on the head. At this moment, Aliana on the side finally spoke. "Humans are so disgusting. I have never seen my parents so loving. They are always ordinary. Unlike you guys who always kiss and hug, and then do things that pollute the eyes and ears. Stop complaining. I want to ask you something." "Ow!" Sawdust told me before that my control over magic is weak. What does that mean? In short, your control over magic isn't precise and careful enough. If Junice and you cast the same spell with the same amount of magic power, her casting speed and power will probably be stronger than yours. But you usually rely on your huge amount of magic power to support you, so you won't notice any difference." Reiner scratched his head. "In other words, I've been increasing my magic output to compensate for my lack of accuracy." Aliana nodded. "That's right. So you must have consumed more magic power than Junice. If you had her control over magic power, the power would definitely be increased by several levels. So, how do we improve our control over magic? It's a very vague concept, but my mother has always told me to control the amount of magic I release and try to do more with very little magic, and That should be enough. You'll feel uncomfortable at first, but before long, you'll feel like you become stronger. Simply put, it's weight training. Aliana nodded. At this moment, Reiner suddenly felt a group of orcs breaking into the territory. A moment later, Fiona emerged from the bushes. She was wearing a thick white robe, and the moment she saw Reiner, her face was filled with indescribable joy. Lord Reiner, what a coincidence. I was just coming to look for you. What? Are you planning to come and thank you in person? After saying that, Reiner's gaze couldn't help but fall elsewhere. As expected, he was hit by 2 elbows from Martina. Fiona was slightly startled, then she clutched her chest tightly. No. I came to Lord Reiner to seek help. I plan to visit him later to express my gratitude. Chapter 141, Expelling the Devil, Desire of Lalith. Reiner created several stone pillars on the snow, used wind magic to sweep away the snow on them, and gestured for everyone around him to sit down. Seeing Fiona sit down gently, Reiner asked, "How have you been these past few days?" "It's fine. Thank you, Lord Reiner. With your help, I've completely unified the orc tribes in this forest. However, there are still some problems. I can't solve them, so I can only rely on your help again." "Go ahead." Reiner raised his eyebrows at her. He guessed that what Fiona was talking about was still closely related to the devil. After all, the tribes have been unified, and there are few places where he can be used. After thinking for a moment, Fiona slowly said, "Ever since you killed Sawdust, another demon has become active. Her name is Lalice of Desire. This demon is very skilled at seduction and would harass our tribe from time to time. So far, more than a dozen male orcs have been bewitched by her and left the tribe, and their whereabouts remain unknown. The orcs obviously have limited abilities, and Fiona probably doesn't have the ability to deal with them. No wonder the only way to deal with the demons is to migrate south. But this new demon actually seduces." Reiner gave a sweet smile. Why did she have to wait until Sawdust was dead before she came out? Why didn't they act together? Fiona replied seriously. Demons are not good at cooperation. They basically fight on their own, and only join forces when it comes to life and death. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, when the demons were driven to the cold north by the various races of the continent, they once joined forces to resist them, but the results were not good. Come to think of it, back then, we orcs and humans were still a pair of mutually dependent allies. Reiner understood that the demons were all the worst, and they all wanted to reap the benefits. So, after killing this demon, there will only be 2 demons left active around here. Fiona shook her head slightly, seeming a little helpless. "I'm not sure. Maybe there are more demons out there, but they haven't been discovered yet. That Lilith, do you know her exact location?" Reiner patted the snow on his shoulder. After saying this, Fiona coughed awkwardly twice, then slowly said, "No, I just know she's often active in the north of the forest. Now, as soon as I find her, I'll report to you. If there's no trace of her, then there's no need." Reiner turned around and glanced at the others. "Let's go look for her now. Once we find her, I'll destroy her immediately. It's a good opportunity to test my combat capabilities and see if these magic combinations can pose a substantial threat to the demons. Wait, Lord Aiden and I should gather the troops first and go search and subdue them together." Reiner waved his hand. Such a meaningless sacrifice is unnecessary. To be honest, judging from Satoru's actual combat performance, ordinary people definitely cannot intervene in the battle with demons. After all, he just set a fire and turned nearly 100 orc warriors into ashes. Only they can fight a battle of this intensity. Reiner raised his eyebrows slightly and hinted frantically, "But the reward?" "Yes, I'm just not sure what you need, Lord Reiner. Is gold okay? This thing is hard currency everywhere, so naturally the more the better. 400 Barnet gold coins, will that do?" Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked softly, "I got 70 gold coins for helping you deal with the dishonest chief, and I didn't ask you for money for dealing with Sawdust. Now I only get 400 for helping you deal with another demon." Beads of sweat appeared on Fiona's forehead, and she was obviously frightened. Just as she was about to raise the price, Reiner covered her mouth with his hand and said, 400 is 400. Don't offer so little next time." Fiona nodded heavily. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears. "The main quest has been updated. Expel the devil, Lalith of Desire. Mission rewards. The appraisal module and the voice of the heart module have been enhanced and can now be used on characters with a certain degree of favorability." What is the desired level of favorability? Tongzi, he didn't explain it clearly. Reiner said with some resentment, He was tired of the system's guesswork. For example, Junice, Ariana, Fiona, Fran. This is great stuff. Reiner was tired of guessing what Fran meant every day. This guy can't talk, he just makes clicking sounds every day, and the two of them communicate only by guessing. After the voice module is strengthened, he won't have to guess every day. Besides, he was also a little curious about Junice and the others' panels. The system replied smugly, "Of course. When have we ever treated you unfairly?" After saying this, the system's voice disappeared completely without a trace. Reiner came back to his senses and found Martina right in front of him, observing him with wide eyes. It seems like her soul has returned. Noila Mo's unhappy voice came. "Don't get so close, others can't see anything." Reiner looked at the women crowded in front of him and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Martina took a few steps back and said seriously, "You're in a daze again. You just kept giggling and scared Fiona. So what are we going to do now? Just pack up quickly, then go into the forest to look for the demon." Reiner looked back at the others, his gaze finally landing on Junice, Aliana, and Paige. "You three should go back and rest. We'll be back soon." Paige shrugged and didn't react. But Junice seemed a little sad. She sighed softly. "Okay, I understand you. Be careful and come back soon." Ariana glanced back and forth at the two of them, finally landing her gaze on Reiner. "What do you mean? You're going on an adventure without me? See this big staff? I'm going to give you a spanking. You're going again, and then I'll scare you to tears." You're talking nonsense. I've never cried before." Aliana narrowed her eyes, reached out and grabbed Reiner's pants, and said in a tone that did not allow for negotiation, "Take me with you. I promise I can help." Reiner sighed and hooked his finger at the others. "Then come along, but remember, no matter what happens, you must stay close to me." Although Junice didn't say anything, a barely perceptible look of joy flashed across her face. It was obvious that she really wanted to help Reiner. Fiona, who was standing nearby, said softly, "Lord Reiner, if that's the case, I'll go back and wait for your good news. The tribe has been busy lately, so I'll come to thank you in person in the near future." Reiner nodded, then dragged his family into the woods. Chapter 142, We'll Meet Again. Reiner opened the perception range of the wind field to the maximum, and with Nora's cooperation, he searched back and forth in the forest. Along the way, he spotted many patrolling orcs. At first, they couldn't see clearly who was coming, so they observed for a while before daring to move forward. When they saw that it was Reiner, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Lord Reiner, do you know me?" Reiner looked at the orc patrol team. There were 3 members in total, 2 men and 1 woman, and the leader was an orc warrior who was over 2 meters tall and looked exceptionally strong. The leading orc warrior nodded. "Chief Fiona told us that you have done us a favor and are our benefactor. Which clan are you from?" "She and I are from the Rock clan." The orc warrior pointed at another, slightly thinner orc warrior. "He is from the Lion Claw clan." Reiner nodded and waved his hand to let them go about their own business. It can be seen that after Fiona unified the orc tribes in this area, she seemed to be doing quite well. Give them a few more years, and under Fiona's governance, they will definitely become stronger. After the orc warrior left, Martina began to stir. She took Reiner's arm and started to act coquettishly. "Dear, teach me those 3 spells too. My senses are not sensitive enough, and my reaction speed is not fast enough. More importantly, I want to learn to fly." Noila grabbed her ponytail and pulled it back a few times. "Don't disturb the master. If you have anything to say, talk about it when you get back." Reiner said seriously, "You like to elbow people. You can't learn flying while having this habit, or you might crash." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Nothing. I was just kidding you. I'll teach you when we get back. You won't be able to learn it right now anyway." Reiner reached out and touched her warm horse ears, then continued, "Be sure to pay attention to safety after you learn this. Falling from a height is very painful, even if you are strong." Martina chuckled and said, "I understand." Several people conducted a carpet search in the forest, and finally Nora followed the scent and led everyone out of the woods. After walking for a long time, I finally saw a vague figure standing in the wind and snow. Her appearance is very different from Sadoros, and from the outside, she is a completely charming and beautiful woman. She had long, smooth purple hair that fell to her waist, 2 curved brown goat horns on her forehead, and hairy goat hooves below her calves. Behind it are a pair of black wings and a very flexible black arrow-shaped tail. It's confirmed this guy must be a devil. I just didn't expect that the gap between male and female demons would be so obvious. Sawdust is as ugly as an alien, while Laylis is so beautiful and charming. She is the embodiment of desire, especially her deep black eyes. Just looking at them for a few more seconds will make your whole body hot. This guy's so... Reiner couldn't resist the temptation anymore and had to go back to play with Nora. Turning back to look at a few people. Their situation was not much better, especially June Ice, who collapsed to the ground, staring at Reiner with blank eyes, her rosy little mouth opening and closing. Even the usually serious elf's eyes gradually became strange. Reiner felt bloated. It seems that we must fight quickly and decisively. Reiner raised his staff, deployed a barrier, and asked, "Are you Lalith of Desire?" She didn't answer the question, but instead asked, "You can actually speak our language? You killed Sawdust, didn't you?" The flexible tail swayed from side to side from time to time. Reiner answered honestly, "Yes. That's right. I saw your terrifying magic power from a few miles away. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen magic of this magnitude. The royal capital is far inferior to you. I completely expected Sawdust to lose to you." "I almost died." Lilith frowned slightly, narrowed her eyes, and looked at Reiner again. "Honestly, with this amount of magic power, I can't imagine you losing." Reiner waved his hand and stopped talking nonsense. "Let's get straight to the point. I heard that you bewitched a lot of orcs. Where are they?" "Dead. These guys have too little magic power, not even enough to fill my teeth," Lalith said expressionlessly. "I should be clear in advance that I didn't provoke them personally. They attacked me as soon as they saw me, so I killed them. Those guys who have no self-awareness won't live long, so I might as well send them on their way." Reiner didn't answer, just listened silently. He felt that these demons all had the same tone and personality, with basically no difference. Like Lilith, Sawdust loved chatting. After a moment's silence, Laylis continued, "You really want to kill me. How did you know that? I can sense the aura you're emitting. The cat-like and horse-like demihumans next to you should be quite powerful as well, right? Their auras are no weaker than yours." Lilith's lips curled slightly. With a wave of her slender hand, a green chair materialized out of thin air. "Would you like to talk to me?" "What? I'm much more powerful than Sawdust. I might be the most powerful demon you'll encounter in a long time. You won't get any advantage fighting me. Besides, I don't like fighting. I prefer talking if I can." "What is there to talk about?" "I have a feeling that one day in the future, our king will surely be defeated by you. Until then, I want to pledge my loyalty to you. Don't be surprised. Not all demons fight for the Demon King. There are many like me who fight for ourselves. Hell is too boring. The world outside is more interesting. Am I asking for trouble by keeping a demon around?" Reiner's position was clear. After saying that, he began to accumulate a ball of light at the top of the staff. Layla smiled without saying a word and stood there motionless. "What? Are you that much stronger than Sawdust? You saw me gathering my strength, and you didn't run away." Lilith shrugged, lying on the void throne, and replied lazily, "Because there is absolutely no need for this." Reiner thought she was pretending. After charging for a while and seeing that she still didn't run away, he decisively fired the blazing sun spear. Lalith took the blow without a word. Most of her body shattered into pieces, and her head rolled to Reiner's feet. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she said sleepily, "We will meet again, and don't treat me like this then." As soon as she finished speaking, her head turned into powder and completely dissipated in the wind. Her voice sounded quite charming, making Reiner feel a little hot inside. Aliana came forward to take a look and said, "The clone technique allowed her to escape." Reiner shrugged, figuring that Lilith wouldn't attack for a while. Anyway, he had completed the system's task. Chapter 143, Junis Special Condition. After returning home, Reiner took Nora's hand and prepared to take her to her room, but she softly refused. "No need, master. I'm fine now." Nora put her hands behind her back, glanced back at Reiner, and said cunningly, "If master still can't recover, I can help." Reiner waved his hand. "Let's talk about it tonight. I'll be fine now." Martina, who was standing by, was drooling with greed. She blinked her eyes and kept harassing Reiner with her hands. I haven't recovered yet, dear. Help me." She swallowed, her eyes wandering over Reiner. Nora rolled her eyes at her. "Master said our mental resistance is about the same. If I'm fine, you should be fine too, right?" Martina glared at her fiercely, and then her inner voice drifted over. "Shut up, Nora. Even if you don't want it, I do. Such a good opportunity must be seized." Reiner was a little speechless. This guy really didn't miss a single moment. Just take a pair of straw sandals and pat them yourself. Wow, wow, wow. You're biased. Nora's okay, but I'm not. Martina rolled around on the bed, messing up the pillows and quilt. Seeing her sobbing, Reiner patted her shoulder and comforted her. All right, can't I just reward you tonight? You didn't cry before even when your arms and legs were broken, but you're crying over something like this. I don't know what to say to you. What else can you do with your wife? Pamper her. Suddenly I missed the time when I just brought Martina back. She was still a serious person at that time, with a look on her face that said, keep away from strangers and never give in, and I will never obey you even if I die. As a result, it became like this after only a few months. Martina grumbled a few words in grievance. Who told you to be biased? You clearly promised me that you would treat us fairly, but during this period of time, this guy Nora has monopolized everything. Reiner hugged her, gently stroked her hair, and comforted her softly. I know. After struggling for a while, Reiner was able to get away and came downstairs. Peggy stood at the stairs, leaning against the wall, and laughed teasingly. Oh my, the back garden is on fire. How are you? Are you okay? Reiner glanced at her and asked. I don't feel anything. Peggy smiled cunningly, moved sideways past Reiner, and deliberately rubbed his hand with her furry foxtail. Reiner looked towards the living room. The elf was sitting at the dining table, drinking several glasses of cold water. The blush on his face had faded, and he seemed to have returned to normal. But Junice was nowhere to be seen. She was affected more severely. Although she could still walk, she said her head was full of chaotic thoughts, and she couldn't concentrate at all. Where are the people? Reiner asked Aliana. The elf narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled a little obscenely. Room. She drank a few glasses of cold water, but still couldn't recover, so she went in. This guy's also become a bad boy now and often makes some strange expressions. Reiner walked to Junice's door and knocked gently. Wife, do you need my help? The sound of covering the quilt was heard in the room, and Junice replied hesitantly. No, I'll be fine soon. Reiner shrugged. He could probably guess what Junice was doing. Looking around the living room, her eyes finally landed on Aliana, which immediately made her alert. When you have nothing to do, go find Martina. Don't always think about me. Reiner shook his head. I'm not hungry now. I don't want to eat potatoes. As soon as he finished speaking, he was chased by the elf. He hid in the small cubicle used for washing and brushing his teeth. Seeing that Aliana was no longer chasing him, Reiner decisively questioned the system. Where's my mission reward? Why hasn't it taken effect yet? You mentioned expulsion before, right? Although I didn't kill her, I drove her away, right? Here it comes. I can't even sleep peacefully. Mission: expel the devil, Lalith of desire. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued. Reiner's vision was covered by a series of blue garbled codes composed of numbers and letters, but these garbled codes quickly disappeared one by one. He swaggered into the living room and looked at Aliana with a wicked smile. Identification: name, Aliana. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, Elf Day. Current status, healthy. Talent details: strength, B. Stamina, B. Agility, B. Perception, A. Spirit, S. Intelligence, A. The overall quality of this companion is legend. Current favorability, 85. No wonder it hurts so much when she hits people with her staff. It turns out this guy's strength is also B level. But her intelligence doesn't seem right. She doesn't usually appear to be very smart, but she is quite knowledgeable and knows a little bit about almost everything. Aliana pouted and asked, What are you laughing at? At the same time, her inner voice slowly drifted over. You stinky Reiner? You must be trying to play a trick on me again. I'll beat you to death when I do. Reiner shrugged and glanced at the staff beside him. Flan, come out of there quickly. A red light flew out from the fire demon stone and quickly turned into a human form. Crack! Fran showed off her membranous wings, and the scales on her cheeks were rapidly fading, revealing her fair skin. Name, Fran. Current favorability, 95. What is it that you are calling me for? Reiner looked her up and down, and seeing that she hadn't changed much, he waved his staff again, signaling her to go back. It's okay. You can go back. There's nothing wrong with calling me out. You're just trying to harass me. Bite. Gotcha. Fran bit Reiner's shoulder and then returned to the staff. This ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts is really useful. Just then, the door to Junice's room finally opened. She walked out with beads of sweat on her forehead, and her eyes were evasive when she looked at Reiner. Reiner reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead and teased with a smile. Why don't you ask me to come in and help? Jumai smiled and punched Reiner, then turned sideways and tried to squeeze past him. It's almost the same. I can handle it myself, so I won't bother you. After walking a distance, she bit her lower lip and looked back at Reiner. Reiner took the opportunity to use identification. Name, Junais Poitou Liliedda. Age, 19. Gender, female. Race, human. Current status, healthy, pregnant. Talent details. Strength, D. Stamina, D. Agility, C. Perception, B. Spirit, A. Intelligence, A. Measurements, 84/57/90. The overall quality of this companion is epic. Current favorability, 99. Reiner can understand the rest, but the pregnancy on the status bar. Chapter 144. Musum also wants it. At this moment, Junus' inner voice drifted over. It's strange. It's been almost a month since I last came. I've always been very regular. Could it be such a coincidence? Reiner and I only had that one time. It came true. Junais had previously told her brother Yule that they might have a child in 2 years. The result was really a hit. Reiner was suddenly at a loss, but thinking of the promise he had made to Junais, he took a deep breath. He is a man and must take due responsibility for his actions. Reiner walked over to Junais, gently took her hand, and said softly, "Do you have something to say to me?" Junais smiled and reached out to gently push Reiner. "Huh? What can I say to you?" Reiner narrowed his eyes at her. "You don't have anything to say to me? Huh?" If Junais doesn't want to say it, Reiner can't force her, but the system's identification should be absolutely true. After all, there has never been a mistake so far. At this moment, Junus' inner voice came. Why don't I tell him? But if I guess wrong, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Junais bit her lower lip again, then glanced at Ariana before her eyes finally landed on Reiner. She was debating whether to speak. Reiner raised an eyebrow and gently bumped her arm. "I'm your husband. There's nothing you can't tell me, right?" Junus' light blue eyes trembled slightly. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Reiner's clothes and suddenly stopped talking. "I first met her on the way to the Dawn Forest to fight goblins. At that time, she was graceful and her conversation was very pleasant, without any unnaturalness, and she exuded the faint aura of an aristocratic lady. And now she was actually shy, looking like a child who had done something wrong." After waiting for a long time, Junais breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had made up her mind. "Reiner, you wait outside first. We will go into the room and talk later." After that, she went into the room and tidied up. Reiner peeked inside, but was pushed out by Junais, her cheeks red. Her bed was quite a mess. Reiner stood at the door like a robot for a while until Junais opened the door again and reached out to lead him in. Junais sat at the head of the bed, looking serious and nervous, and remained silent for a long time. I don't know how Reiner will react. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "Don't be too surprised no matter what you hear later. I'm not sure about this matter, but I just feel it's possible." "Go ahead." Junais scratched her cheek, glanced away, and said cautiously, "I might be pregnant." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly glanced at Reiner and then looked away. Reiner looked in her eyes, then sat down beside her and slowly reached out to hug her. "Great. It looks like our family is going to have a new member." Junais raised her little fist and punched Reiner on the shoulder twice. "Why don't you ask me how I know this?" "I'm not really sure. It's just a possibility. Women experience periods of discomfort for a few days every month, and my period has always been very stable, but this month it was inexplicably delayed. I roughly calculated the time, and it coincided with our period that night. I finally said it. Phew, it's okay. I will take responsibility and do my best to take care of you and the baby." Reiner stroked her long golden hair and comforted her softly. Junais blushed. "It's just a possibility. It's not confirmed yet. Don't get too excited. I clearly didn't want to have a child so young, but I ended up getting pregnant accidentally anyway. It was just that one time." Reiner's lips curled up slightly, and he said softly, "Really just once?" Junus' face turned even redder. "That's annoying. Stop making trouble and let me touch it." Reiner reached out and touched her lower abdomen, which was still soft. "It's only been a month and nothing has changed." "What are you touching?" "Of course it's my future child," Reiner said seriously. Junais smiled gently and stroked Reiner's hair. "Indeed, you are different from others. When my mother was pregnant with my sister, my father just took a look and left without saying anything. Reiner, the luckiest thing in my life is probably meeting you." "You have a sister?" Reiner narrowed his eyes. He absorbed the key information. Well, I have several brothers and sisters. Junice nodded, then slowly stood up. Should we tell Nora and the others? After all, they're also part of this family. Reiner said happily, I'll go tell them now. At this point, Reiner was suddenly stunned. Could it be that Nora and Martina were also, just that they were a little slow and hadn't noticed yet? Thinking of this, he hurried out of the room and went upstairs. Martina and Nora were playing in the room. Reiner pushed the door open and used identification on them both. Unfortunately, neither Martina nor Nora got pregnant. What's wrong, master? Nora let go of the ponytail in her hand. I have some good news for you, too. Martina's eyes lit up. She stood up and walked over to Reiner, her face full of anticipation. Is there something delicious tonight? Reiner shook his head, thought for a moment, and then said softly, Junice is pregnant. Noilammo smiled. She is so lucky. If I remember correctly, that was the only time between you two, right? But you guys went through so much trouble that time, so it's normal to have it. It would be great if I were human. Maybe I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to have a child. Reiner touched Nora's head and turned to look at Martina beside him. These few simple words made her explode. Her ears pricked up suddenly, but quickly drooped again. It was obvious that she was not very happy about this. It's over. Junice is so beautiful, has a good figure and personality, and now she even has a child, but she has been surpassed by me. It won't be long before Reiner stops talking to me. Don't think too much. You are my woman, and I will always love you. Reiner pinched her ear and then held her in his arms. Martina pouted. Did you two secretly cook something while I wasn't paying attention? It's already here. Before Reiner could explain, Nora spoke first. My mother said that it is difficult for demihumans and humans to have children, but if we keep persisting like this, we will definitely have one. Martina hugged Reiner aggrievedly and muttered softly, I want it too. I want it now. Chapter 145, Fiona's Visit. Since learning that Junice was pregnant, Martina seemed like a different person. She would run to Junice whenever she had time and put her ear to her belly to eavesdrop. What's wrong? It's only been a month. There won't be any noise. Junice touched her head and said softly. Martina slowly stood up and said seriously, Can you give this child to me? Junice was slightly stunned and looked at her with a bit of embarrassment in her eyes. She said tactfully, You are also his mother, or you and Leninu can try to have a child. You can definitely do it. I can't get pregnant. I envy you humans. If I were human, I would definitely give Reiner a big litter. Martina turned around and glared at Reiner, then said angrily, Let's go back to the room now. It's so early in the morning, let's talk about it in the evening. Reiner stood behind them, taking a sip from the wooden cup. Martina stood up, hugged Reiner, and began to hum and act coquettishly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The whole family looked out the door at the same time. Nora, who was sitting nearby, moved her ears like radar, and then she slowly said, The female orc is here. Reiner opened the door, and Fiona stood at the door wearing a white robe, wrapping herself tightly. Those eyes were observing his house curiously. It wasn't until Reiner opened the door that her gaze returned to Reiner. I'm a little nervous. Reiner always gives people a sense of unpredictability. I hope this reward will satisfy him. Lord Reiner, your house seems to have changed a lot. It was not like this when I came here last time. Fiona stood up straight. When Sadoros sent his men to attack the town, this house was crushed by rocks. I reinforced it. Reiner looked her up and down, then asked knowingly, Why are you here? He looked behind Fiona and saw two orcs who were also wrapped tightly and were carrying boxes. They put the heavy boxes down, stepped back, and waited for Fiona's instructions. Fiona bowed her head slightly and said, Thank you, Lord Reiner, for your help. This is the reward for destroying the demon Lilith. I hope you can accept it. You've helped me so much, and I'm so sorry I haven't had the time to come and thank you in person. Reiner shook his head and answered honestly, I didn't kill Lilith, I let her escape. You don't actually have to pay me. Although I'm greedy, I know whether I can take some money or not. Fiona shook her head. Satoros' share is in there too. It's my fault for not thanking you properly before. Passers-by on the street cast their eyes towards him. There's so many people around, and it's not good for her to stay outside all the time. Reiner lifted the linen cloth and looked underneath, only to find it was filled with golden nuggets. He tried to carry the box into the room with one hand, but the box only moved slightly. It's too heavy. This box of gold weighs at least 1 or 200 kilograms. Reiner had an idea and used wind magic to lift it up, then slowly walked into the house. Come in and sit for a while. Fiona nodded and took small steps into the house. When she saw the people in the living room, she nodded respectfully. Seeing this, Jumai slowly stood up and patted Martina on the shoulder. Call Pasha, Eudora, Roxanne, and the others. They've almost mastered Barnett in the past few days. Let's go to the tavern today and see if there are any commissions. It's time to earn some living expenses. Reiner reached out and grabbed her. Why does it have to be today? Can't you let me go with you tomorrow? Junice looked at Fiona, then winked at Reiner. You want to talk to her, right? We won't stay here and disturb you. Are you sure you want to leave your man here? Junice's expression suddenly became serious. She turned and walked towards the room. Come here. Reiner followed happily. As the door closed, Junice slowly said, Reiner, I'm your wife, right? Certainly. In that case, there are some things I should make clear to you. I don't care what you do with demihumans, orcs, magic wands, elves, or demons, as long as it's safe. But you can only have one human wife. Reiner nodded. Yes, I understand. You will be my only human wife. Anyway, he didn't have any thoughts about women other than Junice. Junice breathed a sigh of relief and patted Reiner on the shoulder. That's no problem. Treat the guests well. Fiona is very capable. It will be beneficial for you to have a good relationship with her. Reiner nodded. Listen to my wife's instructions. Junice laughed and elbowed him. When the two walked out of the room, Nora and Martina had already gathered the demihumans to line up at the door. Martina put her hands on her hips and said angrily, Honey, I want to stay home with you. You go with Junice and protect her. Nora walked to Reiner and hugged him tightly. Master, you must pay attention to your safety when I am not with you. I know. The elf is at home with me. You should also be careful. Reiner kissed her cheek. After saying goodbye, Reiner stood at the door and watched them leave. After they left, Reiner turned around and looked at Fiona, who was standing beside him, and their eyes met. The first thing he did was to identify it. Name, Fiona Sandfox. Age, 22. Gender, female. Race, orc rock. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, A. Stamina, B. Agility, C. Perception, B. Spirit, S. Intelligence, A. Measurements, 104/67/99. The overall quality of this companion is legend. Current favorability, 80. Reiner narrowed his eyes and studied her again. Big, 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 big. It is said that the greater the mass of a sphere, the greater its gravitational pull. Reiner tried his best, but his eyes were still firmly controlled for a few seconds. Fiona noticed Reiner's gaze and subconsciously shrank to the side, but quickly straightened her back again. Forget it, just watch it. It won't cost me anything anyway, and only Reiner would think I'm a woman. Thinking of this, she straightened her back. Reiner was just a little surprised, but actually not very interested. This gold, Fiona quickly replied. It's a month's worth of gold from that abandoned gold mine. Lord Reiner, please accept it. Reiner raised an eyebrow and looked at the gold in the box. Although this is a lot, a gold mine only mines this much in a month. He bent down, picked up the largest piece, and took it away. The situation in your orc tribe hasn't completely stabilized yet, and right now is the time to trade these precious metals. Take the rest back. If you need anything in the future, just come to me directly. Chapter 146, Exploring the Orc Tribe. Fiona stood there, staring at Reiner blankly, with a hint of confusion in her expression. What does this mean? You're not going to help me anymore. She seemed a little anxious, looked at him with sincere eyes, and then said, Is it not enough, Lord Reiner? Reiner shook his head. No, I made it very clear that you need this gold more than I do. Besides, a big part of the reason I'm helping you is just because I want to make friends with you. At this point, Reiner's gaze couldn't help but move down a few degrees, accidentally looking at something he shouldn't have, but quickly looked away. But this conspicuous little movement was still caught by Fiona. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she asked, Lord Reiner, many males in our tribe died in the war, and now there are more females than males. If you are truly interested, I can help you find a few beautiful females of your age. Reiner quickly waved her hands. She couldn't afford that kind of fat female orc with big arms and a big waist. Nora is still the one who wins his heart the most. Fiona seemed to understand his thoughts and said seriously, There are beautiful ones. Please trust my aesthetic taste. Chiron, Hedda, Kitty, they're all extremely beautiful women. Reiner will definitely like them. Really? Then I'd like to try it to see how salty it is. Reiner said seriously, his hands on his hips. Although Reiner didn't have any hope at all, he could take this opportunity to visit their orc tribe and experience their customs and culture, just like traveling. Fiona came up to Reiner and said with a smile, "If you find someone you like later, tell me quietly. Although I can't order her to become your wife, I can secretly bring you together." "I see. You talk as if I'm a pervert." Reiner smiled bitterly. He was a serious man who was misunderstood. After a moment, Fiona walked up to him and asked softly, "So, shall we set off now?" "Okay, I want to come back early." Reiner stretched, then opened the door and walked out. If he didn't come back before Nora, the kitten would probably get worried again. He said a few words to the two orcs standing at the door, and they walked back one after another carrying the boxes. Aliana heard the noise, opened the door, and ran out, holding Reiner's clothes tightly to prevent him from leaving. "Reiner, I want to go on an adventure too." Reiner glanced back at her and said, "I'm going to the orc tribe. Are you coming with me?" Aliana nodded and tied the staff behind her back. "I will go wherever you go. Then hold me. I plan to fly over directly later." "All right." Aliana stretched out her arms and jumped a few times before finally hooking them around Reiner's neck. Then, she wrapped her legs around his waist like a child. "I'm Fina." Reiner stroked her long blue hair and smiled. "Aren't you scared?" 2 days ago, Reiner took Nora on a flight out of curiosity. After flying high in the sky, she lost her usual calmness and kept screaming. Reiner took a long time to soothe her until she got used to the altitude. But even so, Nora didn't dare to let go, and her hands were always tightly holding his waist. Aliana replied nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? My mom can fly too. When I was little, she often carried me around and flew me around." After saying that, she hugged Reiner tightly and stopped talking. Reiner turned to look at Fiona and hooked his finger at her. "I can fly. Come up with me." Fiona was stunned for a moment, took a step forward, and asked in confusion, "How should I get in?" Reiner smiled evilly, suddenly leaning down and slowly picking him up. "Ah!" The frightened Fiona screamed a few times, then curled up in his arms like a kitten, covering her chest with her hands. To be honest, her legs are quite thin and she's not as heavy as imagined. The two rabbits, tightly wrapped in a white robe, would sway slightly with her movements. "Her expression is a little cute, isn't it? Reiner picked me up? How embarrassing. Wait, I was staring at him for too long." Fiona hurriedly looked away and looked at the pedestrians on the street. She behaved like a girl who had never been in love. Reiner tapped her with his fingers and gently warned her, "Hold your hand around my neck. It's time to take off." Fiona hugged Reiner's neck tightly, then narrowed her eyes in fear. A few seconds later, Reiner took off into the air, carrying the two of them with him. The surrounding houses became smaller and smaller, and finally all that came into view was the endless forest. Fiona closed her eyes tightly, and after a while she cautiously opened one eye. Seeing that she was at a high altitude, although she had made sufficient mental preparations, her body still trembled violently, and she hugged Reiner tighter. "This guy is quite strong. It's a bit hard to breathe. You won't fall. Don't be too nervous. I'm an experienced driver." Fiona nodded, and this time she opened her eyes wide, feeling particularly curious about the scene before her. "So this is what the world looks like through a bird's eye view. It's so beautiful, but the wind makes me feel a little cold." Fiona's gaze returned to Reiner, adding a touch of tenderness. "Reiner is such an interesting man. From this perspective, he's not bad. No wonder some of the female warriors in the tribe have a crush on him. It seems it's not all about strength. It would be great if Reiner liked me. Bah. I'm daydreaming again. I have to devote my whole life to the tribe and don't have time for romance. But if it's just for a little while." Reiner was sweating profusely. It's okay to be remembered by Fiona. After all, she has very few orc features and is indeed a beauty. But forget about being remembered by other female beastmen. Because there were two people hanging on Reiner, his flying speed slowed down a lot. After several minutes, he finally arrived near the tribe of the Rock Clan. In order not to attract unnecessary attention, he chose to land slowly in the forest. "Okay, you can come down now." Fiona touched the ground with her toes, but her legs went weak and she sat down on the snow. She seemed to be still in shock. Reiner gently helped her up, brushed the snow off her body, and then asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Aliana hit him with her staff. "Why are you still taking advantage of me? Damn, Reiner, you're the best at picking up little girls." Fiona didn't understand what they were talking about, and she didn't pay much attention to Reiner helping her brush off the snow. She simply tidied up her clothes, turned around, and said to the two of them with a smile, "Come with me." Chapter 147. Is this the man you found outside? Is this what you call a beauty? Reiner folded his arms, staring at a sturdy female orc who was skinning a dead deer not far away, and fell into deep thought. The fangs on her face were huge, and the muscles in her arms were thicker than Reiner's thighs. She was as strong as a bison. Apart from a slightly protruding, unknown object on the chest, Reiner did not see any other female characteristics. Fiona nodded heavily and said seriously, "Her name is Chiron Grizzly. She is the most beautiful and powerful female warrior in our rock clan. She once fought 3 warriors from other clans alone and killed them. She is also my playmate since childhood. Even though she always frowns and looks fierce, she is actually a very gentle woman." Listening to her chatter, Reiner fell into deep thought again. After a long silence, he turned to Aliana, who was looking around, and asked, "Do you think that female orc is beautiful?" Aliana blinked and looked around. "Female orc? Where's the female orc? I don't see any. Where are you looking?" "The one skinning the deer." Aliana took a closer look and seemed speechless. To be honest, if you hadn't told me, I might not have realized that she was a woman. Her arms are almost thicker than my waist. As for appearance, it doesn't suit my aesthetic taste. Her answer was quite tactful. Reiner asked Fiona, "Are the beauties behind you also at this level?" "Yes, they're all first-class beauties." Reiner quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Forget it, I don't really like it either. Not to your taste." "Yes, our aesthetics are a little different. I like thinner women, of course, curvy where it's supposed to be curvy, and big where it's supposed to be big. And the smaller the fangs, the better. Just a little pointy like you is best." Fiona's face turned red again. She smiled foolishly and replied, "That's indeed different. I think the bigger the teeth and the stronger the body, the more beautiful it is. But I see that Lord Connor also seems to like this kind of strong woman." Reiner waved his hand. "We have different tastes. In my eyes, people like you are rare delicacies." Fiona's heart trembled slightly, and she replied with a blushing face, "Master Reiner, you are teasing me again. Is this what humans call a heartbeat? It's truly a strange feeling, even though Reiner was just trying to comfort me. But if I could become Reiner-sama's woman, maybe I—" Fiona's favorability is detected to be increasing rapidly, currently at 85. Fiona suddenly pinched herself and shook her head vigorously. "What nonsense are you thinking about? I have to work hard for the prosperity of the tribe throughout my life. My people have entrusted their future to me." Just then, Fiona's best friend Chiron came over, smelling of blood. She first glanced at Reiner, and finally her eyes fell on Fiona. "Just got back?" Fiona nodded. Chiron looked at Reiner again, sizing him up and down with a sharp gaze, then slowly said, "He should be the Reiner you mentioned earlier, right? After hearing the rumors about him, I thought he would be a strong human, but I didn't expect him to be so thin." Reiner considers himself a muscular man. Although he had been a little out of exercise since learning magic from Junice, he had been an adventurer for a year after all, so his body was full of tendons. "Don't say that. Lord Reiner is considered strong among humans." Chiron folded his arms and suddenly said, "Would you like to spar?" Fiona quickly stepped between the two and said softly, "Don't worry, Chiron. Although you are very strong, there is still a bottomless chasm between you and Lord Reiner. He was the one who killed the blazing Sadoros himself." Chiron said nothing and went back to skin the deer. Fiona smiled and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Don't mind. I'll take you somewhere else to go." The two of them strolled around the tribe. Along the way, many orcs saluted Fiona, which showed that she had great prestige in the tribe. Occasionally, an orc would greet Reiner, and it was obvious that Fiona often promoted her to them. After wandering around the tribe for a while, Fiona stopped in front of a large round wooden house. Reiner looked around and found that this wooden house was located in the center of the tribe and was connected by several dirt roads. It was obviously not an ordinary orc residence. Fiona turned around and said with a smile, "This is my father's house. Do you want to go in and rest for a while?" Reiner narrowed his eyes, his lips curling slightly. "In my hometown, men and women usually meet their parents like this when they decide to spend their lives together." Fiona was stunned when these words came out. Her cheeks flushed, and she said hurriedly, I didn't mean that. Let's go somewhere else." This is so embarrassing." Reiner waved his hand. Forget it. Since you are here, just come in and sit down. Lead the way." "Okay." Fiona closed her eyes, patted her cheeks, then walked up the steps and lifted the curtain. Reiner saw a tall and thin old orc priest sitting on a carpet in the middle of the hall. He held a goat head staff in his hand, his green eyes fixed on Reiner. Next to him sat a woman wearing a white robe and a white veil. The cold wind blowing into the room lifted a corner of her veil slightly, allowing Reiner to catch a glimpse of her true face. What a beautiful woman! Stunning alone is not enough to describe her beauty. Reiner rubbed his eyes hard, and when he wanted to take a closer look, the white veil had already covered his face again. Only the outline of her face could be vaguely seen. No wonder Fiona, a half-orc, is so beautiful. A big part of the reason is that she takes after her mother. Father, mother, Fiona said respectfully, lowering her head. She then turned and pointed at Reiner behind her. This is Lord Reiner, whom I often mention to you. He has always been helping our tribe. The older priest just nodded and said nothing. It can be seen that he is not a talkative person. The human woman sitting next to them slowly stood up and poured cups of white liquid for the three people. Fiona whispered, "This is the milk of beasts. Try it." Reiner took a gulp and felt that it was raw milk, but it had a stronger, fishy smell and tasted similar to yogurt. Aliana took a bite, and then her expression turned ferocious. You can tell she doesn't like it. At this moment, the old priest who had been observing Reiner slowly said, "Is this the man you were looking for outside?" Chapter 148, The Forgiving Nora. Fiona's hands were almost shaking, leaving afterimages. She flatly denied it. "No, we are just friends. This is so embarrassing. I should have known not to bring Reiner here." After hearing this, the old priest frowned, as if a little angry. When Neretta was your age, she had already given birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters for me. Fiona seemed to respect him greatly, not daring to disobey his wishes. She could only cautiously defend herself. "I want to wait until the situation in the tribe stabilizes a little before looking." The old priest waved his hand impatiently and interrupted. "No matter how busy you are, don't neglect things like breeding offspring. With your prestige, it won't be difficult to find a male you like in the tribe, so you should hurry up." Reiner never expected that a highly respected orc chief like Fiona would also be troubled by being urged to get married. While she was being nagged, Reiner dragged Ariana away, quietly, and took a tour of the spacious house. Sometimes he observed the strange runes on the pillars, and sometimes he peeked at the beautiful ant sitting quietly beside him. Aliana found a small notebook from somewhere and recorded the rune patterns on the pillars. Just as he passed by the window, he accidentally noticed a pair of very familiar cat ears that had inexplicably grown on the windowsill. Just as Reiner was about to reach out and touch it, Nora suddenly popped her head out. She blinked, and the ears on her head twitched twice quickly, while she sniffed hard at the snot that was about to flow down her nose. Reiner reached out and touched her cat ears, wondering, "Why are you here? Aren't you accompanying June Ice to complete the commission?" Noila glanced into the room. Although she didn't say anything, her inner voice came over. "I'm worried about you." She usually doesn't say such words out loud, but keeps them in her heart. Reiner bent down slightly, grabbed her arm, and carried her in through the window. "Why aren't you talking?" Noila said seriously. "Junis has assigned tasks to them one by one. I came to you if there is nothing for me." Reiner then asked, "Are the groupings still reasonable?" Nora nodded heavily. "It's a 3-person team divided according to the master's wishes. 2 can fight, and 1 is a support. It's very balanced." She gently grabbed Reiner's hand, put it to her mouth, and breathed on it to help keep it warm. "That serious look is really cute." Reiner casually asked, "Did Martina clamor to come along?" "Of course, but I told her that Jumice needed someone to protect her. After she scolded me a few times, she was forced to choose to stay." "Very smart." Reiner rubbed her cat ears and praised her. "Martina has been very obedient recently. I must find an opportunity to reward her generously." At this moment, Nora turned sideways and glanced at Fiona, who was being scolded, wondering, what's wrong with her? "My family is urging me to find a man." Reiner shrugged, feeling sorry for her again. Before he traveled through time, he had also experienced the feeling of being urged to find a girlfriend. Noila scratched her head and whispered, "Isn't the master her man?" Reiner put his hand over her mouth. Don't say that." Although he was indeed somewhat interested in Fiona, this matter needed to be considered seriously. He hopes that the relationship between the two can develop in a healthy direction towards friendship. Nora bit Reiner lightly, broke free, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, "That's what Junai said. She said that there will only be more and more sisters, and that we must love each other and not form cliques and exclude each other." At this point, Nora suddenly put her hand behind her back, bent down, raised her eyebrows, and looked at Reiner. "So it's true?" After being questioned by her, Reiner instantly felt a little guilty. However, the considerate Nora spoke first. Anyway, I think what she said makes some sense. This female orc is not ugly, and as the leader of the orcs, she will definitely be useful in the future. It will only benefit us to have a good relationship with her. But as for how to build a good relationship, that depends on a master. Reiner had the urge to hug her tightly. Master, please go over and help her out. I'll help you watch the elf. Nora pushed him gently. Reiner nodded and walked back to Fiona. Her expression became increasingly bitter, and she kept nodding her head to deal with it. Well, yes, that's right. I will pay close attention and look for it as soon as I get a chance. At the same time, her inner voice slowly came. If I had known not to bring Reiner to visit, I don't know how long I would have been scolded. Reiner's mouth curled up slightly, and he exchanged glances with Fiona. At first, she didn't understand what it meant until Reiner started to operate. Master Priest, allow me to interrupt your conversation for a moment. Fiona doesn't need to look for a man anymore, because I am her man. As soon as these words were spoken, the chattering people fell silent. Especially Fiona. Her big eyes were wide open. What is Reiner doing? The old priest took a sip of the beast's milk, squinted his eyes, and looked at Reiner. Then he asked, why is it different from what you said just now? Because of different customs, in my hometown, only men and women who are determined to get married privately will openly admit their relationship. But seeing that you've been blaming Fiona, after careful consideration, I decided to tell you the truth. The old priest narrowed his eyes and looked at Fiona, as if seeking confirmation from her. Fiona, feeling forced into a situation, sighed and chose to play along with Reiner. He's right. We've indeed been secretly together. I was planning to tell you later. The corners of the old priest's mouth curled up slightly, and he stopped talking. Then I'll take him on a tour and come back in the evening. The aunt beside her nodded, poured a bowl of animal milk for the old priest, and said softly, come back soon. Reiner hooked his finger at Nora and Aliana beside him, then followed Fiona out of the house. As soon as they left the house, Fiona couldn't wait to ask, Lord Reiner, this misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper. Reiner waved his hand dismissively. It's just a pretend play. You don't have to be urged by your family to find a man during this period. If you need it all the time, I can always accompany you to act. Fiona nodded, then poked Reiner's mouth with 2 fingers, signaling him to stop talking for the time being. I understand the logic, but we orcs have our own customs. If you tell them like that, we'll sleep together tonight. Chapter 149, Sleeping Together. Reiner and Eliana sat back to back in the corner. Nora had gone back to report the news and might not return to the tribe until late at night. At this moment, Fiona hurriedly brought the 2 of them light, yellow barley porridge. Lord Reiner, please come and eat something. I should have prepared a banquet for you, but this winter is too long and the food reserves are running low, so... It's okay, just keep it simple. I don't like this kind of lavish banquet. Reiner is not picky about food. He took the bowl and started to eat with big mouthfuls. Aliana, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. She was a very picky eater. After taking a few bites, she started to grumble, Reiner, this isn't tasty. Please help me finish it. Reiner glanced at the barley porridge that had barely been touched and answered without hesitation. No, you can't finish it and ask me to eat it? There's your saliva in this bowl, disgusting. Aliana hugged his arm and said coquettishly, it's just a little. We are such a good relationship, so don't mind it. Mom said that we can't waste food. Please. Reiner sighed and took the bowl helplessly. I should have asked Nora to take you back. There is nothing to eat here tonight. Aliana smiled slyly. It's okay. I brought half a piece of white bread when I went out. If I get hungry at night, I will secretly eat it. As the 2 were chatting, Fiona's thoughts drifted into Reiner's ears. Oh, what should I do tonight? Reiner looked up at Fiona. She had been sitting quietly beside him from the beginning until now. Don't you want to eat something? Fiona replied softly. I go to bed early at night and usually don't eat dinner. After saying that, she turned around and looked at the old priest who was sitting in the middle of the hall and eating. Seeing that he was not being noticed, he carefully moved closer to Reiner and muttered in Barnet. Why don't we just tell the truth? After thinking it over, I think I still can't lie. First, it will affect your reputation. Second, acting too genuinely will cause trouble, and acting too fake will be easily discovered. Reiner shrugged nonchalantly. What am I afraid of as a man? How can getting a wife affect my reputation? As for acting, don't worry, I majored in acting in college. A trace of confusion flashed across Fiona's face. Huh? What department? Reiner waved his hand and interrupted, Stop talking. I'm a good person to the end. I'm going to act the whole way. Just pretend like this for now. I'm sure there will be no problem in a year or two. Fiona slowly lowered her head, and her voice became softer and softer. So what should we do tonight? Just do what you have to do. It seems I have to experience the customs and culture of you orcs. Reiner narrowed his eyes and gave a wicked smile. Fiona's face turned red again. She couldn't stand any teasing. This is a bit embarrassing. I haven't showered in a while. Reiner seems to be very particular about hygiene. I need to go to the stream and break off some ice and give it a good wash. The nearest stream is several hundred meters away, so it's quite hard for them. Usually at home, Reiner, June Ice, and the epic Fish Pasha can act as faucets to provide water for everyone, so there's basically no need to go out to fetch water. As long as they want, they can take a bath every day, even in the harsh winter. Nora and June Ice washed almost every day, while Martina only washed at night when she had to rest with Reiner. Then take your time eating. I have something to do now, and we'll be back later. Fiona suddenly stood up. Reiner grabbed her and asked, "Where are you going? If you can't say it, you'll be disliked." Fiona thought for a moment and felt that no answer was appropriate, so she answered honestly, "I'm going to get some water." "Where's the water storage? Just let me help with this little thing." Fiona scratched her head awkwardly, brought Reiner to the kitchen, and pointed to several empty wooden barrels placed in the corner. Reiner raised his hand and released the water, filling the barrels. When they left the kitchen, they noticed Fiona's mother looking back at them. She was wearing a veil, so her expression couldn't be seen. Just then, she waved to Fiona and called her over. "Lord Reiner, please excuse me for a moment. My mother is calling me." "Go ahead." The masked beauty leaned over to Fiona's ear and whispered something, then took her into the kitchen to talk in private. It was a long time before Fiona came out of the kitchen. She carried the bucket and went into another small room. Then her mother walked straight to the wooden box in the corner, took out 2 thick blankets, and walked towards her, Reiner. She asked in fluent Barnet, "Where do you want to sleep? Orcs don't have beds. They sleep on the floor." Reiner shrugged. He didn't care. Anyway, their beds at home are all stone beds, which are not much different from sleeping directly on the floor. They just need to use blankets to pad them. Reiner pointed to the corner. "Just put it there. Thank you, ma'am." "It's okay. Be nice to my daughter. She's a kind woman." After she spread out Reiner's blanket, she spread another blanket about 5 meters away. That place should belong to Aliana. Then she brought 2 thick bear skins, folded them, and placed them on the blanket before returning to her original place. After waiting for a while and seeing that Fiona still hadn't come out, Reiner lay down on the blanket, covered himself with animal skin, and continued to wait. Although the bearskin blanket felt a little strange, it was quite warm. Reiner warmed up the bed in just a few minutes. Aliana also followed his example and lay down on the blanket. She turned over a few times and then became motionless. I don't know how long I waited, but after all the candles in the house went out, Fiona came out of the small room. She groped in the dark and sat down next to Reiner, then said, "My father should be asleep. Lord Reiner, you should go to sleep too. I will just sit here all night and come back in the morning to pretend." "No, it's so cold outside. Come in quickly." Fiona scratched her cheek, carefully slipped her legs under the covers, and then lay down next to him, but there was still a large space between them. "Lord Reiner, I'm done with my shower. This bearskin blanket is too small. It is just enough to cover one person, but it would be a bit tight to cover 2 people. Most of Fiona's body was still outside. If that's the case, why are you so far away from me? Come here." Reiner put his arm around her waist and pulled her over. "Ah!" Fiona screamed and then covered her mouth again. "No need to be nervous. It's just one night. Reiner turned over, leaned back to his side, and began to sleep soundly. At this moment, a corner of the quilt was lifted, and an icy cold, uninvited guest crawled into her arms. Judging from the feel of her hand, it's most likely Nora, who's returned from outside. Chapter 150, Can I Come to See You Often in the Future? Reiner didn't sleep well that night. This is not Nora's fault, nor Fiona's fault. It's entirely the old priest's fault. His snoring was like thunder, always waking Reiner from his sleep. Fiona seemed to be used to this. Not only did she sleep very soundly, she also hugged Reiner's waist tightly, and her 2 fat rabbits were squeezing his back. "Lord Reiner, I hate you." Fiona also likes to talk in her sleep. She muttered several times a night, and most of the content was about Reiner. It can be seen that she had a good dream. At this moment, Nora in Reiner's arms twitched her ears. She raised her head and kissed Reiner, then lowered her voice and said, "Good morning, master." After saying that, she stretched her neck and kissed Reiner, and only separated reluctantly after a long time. There were faint dark circles under her eyes. Nora, who had excellent hearing last night, was also disturbed by the snoring and couldn't sleep. She kept tossing and turning in his arms. "Good morning, let's go back and catch up on some sleep." "I can't sleep here." Reiner rubbed her furry cat ears, then leaned in and took a deep breath. A unique smell of kittens. At this moment, Nora's ears twitched, and she gently pushed Reiner's shoulder. "Master, the old priest is about to wake up. Hurry up and pretend." As soon as the voice fell, Nora quickly got into Aliana's bed like a big black rat. Since we were pretending to be a couple with Fiona, details like this must not be missed. He quickly turned around and grabbed Fiona's waist, holding her tightly. The old priest's snoring stopped abruptly. He turned over and slowly sat up. After looking at Reiner, he staggered to his feet and walked out the door. He stood at the door and opened the floodgate to release the water. However, at this moment Fiona began to move again. She kept trying to get into Reiner's arms, and her legs still tightly controlled Reiner. Although she has thin arms and legs, she is very strong. Reiner suddenly felt something was wrong, so he lowered his head to look under the quilt and found that Fiona was wearing so little last night that a rabbit was about to jump out. She was wearing only 2 pieces of clothing, a fur tube top and a slit nightgown. No wonder she was so nervous last night. It turns out she was really ready to do something big. But to be honest, her family was sleeping not far away, and Reiner had no interest in drawing his sword in this situation. After all, it would be embarrassing. If the environment had been brighter and quieter last night, and Nora hadn't come back, he might not have been able to hold back. After all, Fiona's figure is so smooth. After the old priest finished peeing, he went back to sleep, and Nora quickly got back into bed. She poked Reiner's lower back with her finger and said jealously, "Master, are you feeling comfortable in my embrace?" Reiner quickly released his hand. "It's okay, to be honest." Nora narrowed her eyes and suddenly bit Reiner's shoulder. Although he was wearing a thick cotton coat, Nora's fangs still pierced through the coat and pierced him. At this moment, Fiona's eyelashes trembled twice, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She and Reiner's eyes met. The first thing Fiona did after waking up was to look back at the old priest. Seeing that he was still sleeping, Fiona breathed a sigh of relief, then greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Lord Reiner." She gently covered her chest with her hands. Reiner replied, "Good morning." Fiona closed her eyes, twisted her body, and stretched. Nora's white and tender little hand took the opportunity to pass through Reiner's armpit and rubbed her body a few times unscrupulously. "Ah!" Fiona screamed, then suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Reiner, her cheeks changing color rapidly. Although she was taken advantage of, she didn't say a word. But the inner voice reached Reiner's ears. "Reiner, actually, that's all. This might be my only advantage. Let him be. Without his help, our clan wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in this forest like we do now. Anyway, being touched twice won't make you lose any flesh." Misunderstood as a pervert again, Reiner asked knowingly, "Why are you looking at me?" He then pointed at Nora behind him, only to find that the kitten had disappeared out of thin air. She must have used both dematerialization and invisibility together. He hides away after doing a prank. He's a hateful guy. It would be no use for her to beg for mercy tonight. Fiona stared at Reiner, then swallowed, straightened her back again, and put on an expression of whatever you like. What a generous donor. He had no way to defend himself, and was misunderstood by Fiona. "Lord Reiner, why don't we get up now and go out? There will be more messes and vulgarities. Leaving early can avoid those troubles. Is it okay to leave you here alone?" Fiona shook her head vigorously. "It's okay. You just get a few words at most. Anyway, we already stayed overnight last night. The most important customs are done. The rest is unnecessary. I don't think you'll like it either. Okay, then I'll go back first. I didn't sleep well last night. Wait for me. I'll change my clothes and send you off." Fiona got out of bed, and the breeze blew in through the half-open door, lifting a corner of her skirt. Reiner, the sniper, suddenly widened his eyes. He saw something extraordinary. This guy actually. Fiona didn't notice Reiner's gaze at all. She ran into the room and started changing her clothes. Fiona sent Reiner and the other 2 to the entrance of the tribe, her eyes always fixed on Nora. The kitten is combing its black hair with its hands. "When did she come in? I remember she went back yesterday afternoon before dinner." Reiner said seriously, "I came back last night. You were snoring while holding me. It's normal that you didn't know." Such a simple sentence made Fiona blush. Am I really that dishonest when I sleep? I clearly remember that we were back to back before we fell asleep. Never mind. Maybe I'm really attracted to Reiner. It would be great if I could win his favor. Fiona came to her senses and slapped herself. I'm daydreaming again. Instead of daydreaming, I should do something practical. My people are still waiting for my leadership. Reiner smiled and asked knowingly, "What are you doing?" "No, it's okay. There was a mosquito just now." Fiona put her hands behind her back and smiled brightly. "Then I'll go back. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Lord Reiner." Fiona waved her hand and watched Reiner leave. After the three of them walked away, she quickly caught up with them and opened her arms to block Reiner's way. After thinking for a while, she finally mustered up the courage to speak out the words buried deep in her heart. "Lord Reiner, can I come to see you more often from now on?" Chapter 151, 8-Hour Work System. When Reiner brought Nora and Aliana back home, he saw the family sitting around the table eating breakfast. Junais looked back at Reiner, who was standing behind the door, changing his shoes. Before Daisy could do so, she put down the white bread and walked towards him. She took the staff and helped him take off his outermost woolen sweater. She smiled and said, "You look very tired. Do you want to eat first or go back to your room to rest?" At the same time, her inner voice came over. Based on Fiona's stamina, they must have fought all night, but why is Nora also listless? Could it be? Thinking of this, Junais suddenly narrowed her eyes. Reiner quickly waved his hand and explained, "Yes, a little bit. The orcs all slept in the hall, and Fiona's father snored too loudly, so I didn't sleep well." Junais' lips curled up slightly, and she teased, "I see. I thought you were tired from other things." Reiner yawned. No, I just put on a show. I didn't do anything." Walking to the dining table, Daisy handed him 2 pieces of hot white bread, and then said to Nora behind him, "Sit down and rest for a while. I didn't expect you to come back in the morning. The bread is not heated enough. I will go and heat up some more bread now. No need to bother." Reiner waved his hand and handed 2 pieces of heated white bread to Nora and Aliana behind him, then went to the kitchen to get a piece of frozen hard white bread and sat at the table to eat it. Reiner noticed Martina sitting at the corner of the table. She was lowering her head, nibbling on the white bread bit by bit, her 2 horse ears drooping, and she seemed a little depressed. Normally, she would eat a lot of white bread and be very active. The most important thing is that she hasn't spoken to Reiner since she came back. Reiner was about to ask what was going on when Martina drank the milk in one gulp, then got up and walked upstairs with the white bread. Then my inner voice drifted over. I should go back to sleep. Seeing this, Junais gently elbowed Reiner twice and said in a low voice in his ear, "She performed very well yesterday. On the way back, she kept telling me that she would come to you for a reward in the evening. But you didn't come back yesterday, and then she was a little sad. Daisy said she hadn't slept all night, just like you. So that's how it is." Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I saw she was so depressed and thought she was sick, but it turns out she's just sad." Reiner ate faster and finished a large piece of white bread in half a minute, then walked upstairs without delay. I pushed open the bedroom door and saw her lying on the bed with her back to the door and facing the wall. After hearing the sound, she slowly turned her head and saw that it was Reiner who came in. She continued to sleep. At the same time, a voice in my heart also floated over. Reiner no longer loves me. There were tear marks on her face, and she looked really sad. Reiner sat down on the edge of the bed, thought for a moment, then lay down directly, hugged her waist tightly, and then asked knowingly, "Wife, why are you crying?" Martina wiped her tears and remained silent. "It seems that I have to use my ultimate move." Reiner stood up and locked the doors and windows. This sudden action really made Martina a little more energetic. She wiped her tears vigorously, and her expression became serious. In the afternoon, the two woke up one after another. Martina had restored the car to factory settings and had a happy smile on her face. She kissed Reiner several times, his horse ears twitching from time to time. "Dear, let's get up. I'll make the bed. Lie down for a while. I didn't get much rest last night." Martina nodded and snuggled into Reiner's arms again. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, "My dear, don't leave me again. Although Noilemo is with you, I still can't help but worry. I'm afraid you won't want me." Reiner hugged her tightly and kissed her forehead. "Don't be silly. I will never abandon you, I promise." Martina nodded and nudged Reiner's chin with her head like a cow. The two of them continued to lie down for a while, then cleaned up the room. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door, and then Junais came in. She glanced at the sheets piled in the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and asked in a slightly teasing tone, "Is it over? Is it convenient now?" I'll report yesterday's income to you. Martina came over, reached out, and gently poked Junice's belly twice, then put her ear close to her and listened carefully. Reiner glanced down at her and said, "Go ahead. It's nothing inconvenient." Junice nodded and pulled out a Barnett gold coin and a few silver coins from her waist pouch and handed them to Reiner. "This is the total income of the 12 Demihumans yesterday, including Martina and me." Reiner was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected there to be so many. This was what he thought before. A team of 3 Demihumans could earn half a gold coin a day and make their money back in about a year. Judging from the current results, he will probably be able to earn back the money he spent on buying slaves and equipment in less than half a year, and the rest of his life will be pure profit. Why so many? Junice smiled happily. I took them to take on commissions from morning to night. There were 4 teams, and each team completed an average of 3 commissions. We made so much money from selling the spoils. The efficiency of making money is quite good. You're pregnant now, so don't work so hard. Go to the tavern and help them take on the mission, and then come back. Reiner touched her soft golden hair. It's okay. I'll make some extra money while I can still move. I won't go out until the next 6 or 7 months. Junice nudged Reiner gently. You have to support me in the next few months. After all, I'm carrying your child. I can support you now. Junice rejected it outright. No, it's too early now. Let's talk about it after your belly gets bigger. Reiner couldn't persuade her, and Junice was actually quite stubborn. Take a day off today, and I'll take them out again tomorrow. Reiner remembered something and asked, How long did you work yesterday? I left home early in the morning and returned home late at night. Reiner's eyes widened. You're still out there doing commissions to make money after dark? Junice nodded. Paige and I can use fire magic to illuminate, while Roxanne and the others will hold torches. According to her description, they should have worked about 14 hours yesterday. She's the real capitalist. Reiner sighed, thought for a moment, and then said, From now on, go home as soon as it gets dark, limit the working hours to about 8 hours, and then let them rest for 2 days after working 5 days. Chapter 152, Let Fran Be Your Friend. Junice nodded and said softly, Reiner, you are really kind. In my hometown, slaves don't have the concept of rest. As long as they have food and drink, it is considered a privilege. And not only do you not make them work long hours, you also give them days off. After saying that, she gently took Reiner's hand and looked at him with some admiration in her eyes. 8 hours of rest, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of leisure, and 2 days off a week is already the limit. If you work more than 10 hours a day, your body will collapse after a long time. This is also done to enable them to work for a long time. Junice narrowed her eyes and fell in a deep thought. After a moment, she said, If you think about it carefully, it's true. It definitely won't work if you're exhausted. She suddenly stood up and prepared to go outside. Then I'll go upstairs to inform them. Reiner quickly reached out and grabbed her. They shouldn't be injured, right? Junice blinked, thought for a few seconds, and then answered, Roxanne's leg was slightly injured. She was bitten by a wolf, but I treated her with hydrotherapy, and she's now able to get out of bed and walk. Reiner was slightly stunned. Logically speaking, with close coordination, the 3-person team can easily kill the wolves. In addition, they are fully equipped, so there should be no casualties. Seeing Reiner thinking, Junice scratched her cheek and said, Well, her situation is a little complicated. Actually, I wanted to discuss with you just now to see if we could change her team, but I forgot. At this point, she fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, she slowly spoke. Changing teams is only a temporary solution, not a fundamental solution. Reiner, who had the ability to eavesdrop, immediately understood what she meant. She's not sociable. Reiner stood up and walked towards the 3rd floor with Junice. Then I'll go see her. Caring for employees is also a must. It would be troublesome if Roxanne developed a mental illness as a result of this. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw animal-eared girls of various races sitting on the bed and chatting. Seeing Reiner coming upstairs, they reminded each other and then said in unison, Good afternoon, Master. Okay. No need to think. It was probably Peggy who arranged them like this. This guy just likes to mess around. Reiner glanced around and found no sign of Roxanne. When I walked into the room closest to the stairs, I saw her curled up in the corner. She closed her eyes and looked extremely pitiful as she lay motionless. This guy seems to be isolated. Roxanne's body tilted, and after being awakened, she opened her eyes, looked at Reiner, and said, Hello, Master. She stuck out her tongue, and the tip of her long, slender tail slightly lifted up and then quickly dropped down. To be honest, Roxanne's expressionless face did look a little scary. Just looking into those cold eyes would make one's heart chill. Why is he here? He must be here to blame me. Reiner sat down beside the bed and began to offer his condolences. How are you? Are you getting used to your daily life these days? Roxanne was slightly startled, her snake tail twitching slightly again as she continued expressionlessly. I'm used to it. Being able to have enough food and warm clothes is already great. She hugged her knees and moved her feet slightly. How did your leg get hurt? Roxanne pulled back the covers, revealing her smooth calves. There were only 2 rows of small, bumpy holes on the leg, and there were also subtle lacerations next to the holes. This was caused by a wolf bite. Fortunately, it is almost healed after being treated with water magic. I guess the scar will disappear soon. Roxanne blinked, touched the scar on her calf with her finger, and said seriously, a wolf bite. Of course I know you were bitten by a wolf, but you're the scout in the team, so you're supposed to stay farther back during battle. Have you forgotten the basics of our training? Roxanne said nothing, but lowered her head silently. It can be seen that she actually feels a little aggrieved. That was true at the beginning, but when the fight started they couldn't take care of me anymore, and besides, they didn't like me either. Just from her expression, Reiner couldn't tell her emotional changes at all. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, and Roxanne, as a snake subhuman, has a low body temperature and has inherited some of the snake's habits. And the Demihumans here don't seem to like snakes. Especially Martina's playmate, the epic bull Eudora. Often when she is at home, she is seen driving Roxanne away from her. Reiner didn't pay much attention to it at first, but now it seems that such subtle issues must be paid attention to. Reiner called out, Fran. There was a noise downstairs, and Fran ran upstairs with a piece of burnt white bread in her mouth. She was covered in black, and it was obvious that she had just come out of the fireplace. She is not afraid of the heat at all, and can even sleep in front of a burning fireplace. Crack, what is it that you are calling me for? Reiner touched her dragon scales and found that the temperature was not too high, so he said to her, take care of Roxanne for the next few days. She is a snake-like subhuman and is particularly afraid of the cold. You can breathe fire to warm her up when you have time, but be careful not to set anything on fire. Kacha, Kacha, Kacha. No, I want to play. Reiner grabbed her chin and shook it left and right. Be good, and I'll buy you a delicious roast chicken in a couple of days. Fran scratched her head, then called out twice, Kacha. This king reluctantly agrees to your request. After saying that, she leaned over to look at Roxanne behind Reiner, then walked towards her. Seeing this, Roxanne shrank into the corner. She seemed very afraid of Fran. Quack. It's normal to be afraid of me. Reiner rubbed Fran's head vigorously and said, don't look at this girl as nervous. She's actually very friendly. Just treat her as our pet. Roxanne asked cautiously, won't she bite? She'll bite if she gets angry, but if you play with her seriously, she'll be fine. Reiner folded his arms. A quiet little girl with social anxiety like Roxanne should be played by a silly, slightly neurotic, but enthusiastic guy like Fran. Otherwise, they will always be isolated by other subhumans, which may cause psychological problems over time. Roxanne reached out and carefully poked the dragon scales on Fran's arm, then whispered, you have scales like me, but yours are warm. Ka-ka-ka-ka. What are you babbling about? I don't understand a single word. Fran threw herself into Roxanne's arms and started to toss with her. I don't know if they can get along well. I need to observe for a while. Reiner walked out of the room and said to June Nice, when you have time, keep an eye on Roxanne for me. She doesn't get along well with other demihumans. Don't let her get bullied. Let her follow you in the future. Chapter 153. Fiona asks for help again. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Reiner has been living in canon, and his life has been peaceful. He usually takes the beast-eared girls to the tavern to accept commissions, and on weekends he takes them out for a walk and for team building. He lives a very leisurely life. Martina stood in front of the simple calendar Reiner had made, carefully gesturing twice. Then she suddenly turned around and squinted her eyes at Reiner. It's a day off today, dear. You understand me, right? You can't rest for even a second. Reiner took a bite of white bread and waved his hand. What you said is obvious. It's always you who fails first. Martina's face turned red as a kettle after hearing this. She argued loudly. Nonsense. I'm just tired. Reiner didn't want to argue with her. He knew Martina's limits very well. But it doesn't really matter to Martina whether she has a holiday or not. But if she is on vacation, she will harass Reiner in broad daylight with all kinds of reasons, and she would like to stay with him for 24 hours. On the other hand, Nora is very sensible and often helps Reiner out of trouble. At night, Unless Reiner invites her to do so, she will usually just sleep in his arms. Reiner glanced down at Junus's belly, which still looked the same. Thinking of this, he used identification on Nora and Martina. There were no strange entries in the status bars of the two animal-eared girls. It seemed that there was still a long way to go. At this moment, Nora's ears spun like radar, and then she pointed in the direction of the door and said, "Master, the female orc is here." After that, she took another bite of the white bread. Martina puffed up her cheeks and snorted softly, punched Reiner, and then ran upstairs angrily. Ever since the last time I stayed in the orc tribe and made Martina sad, she hated Fiona deeply, and whenever she mentioned her, Martina would say a few bad things about her. Reiner stood up and opened the door, then looked out at the street and met Fiona's eyes as she walked slowly towards him. It's almost spring for Cannon, and she wears a lot less clothes. Although she is still wrapped tightly, she no longer looks bloated. Fiona also saw Reiner and waved her arm in greeting, "Lord Reiner." During this period, Fiona would often come to visit him whenever she had time. She liked to share with Reiner what happened in the tribe. Many times she would talk for 2 or 3 hours and then leave. In fact, she is very busy in the tribe and has to deal with many matters, big and small, every day, but as long as she has a little time, she will walk several kilometers to find Reiner. Occasionally, Reiner would go to the orc tribe to make himself familiar with them, and then deliberately act in front of the orcs. Reiner felt that she was not here to play this time. Because Fiona's expression at the moment was unusually solemn, something big must have happened, otherwise she would never show such an expression. Just as Reiner was making wild guesses, the next second she heard her inner voice, "How should I start? I need Reiner's help again." She walked quickly to Reiner and said with some sadness, "Lord Reiner, a demon has appeared again in the north of the forest. Last night, it attacked the weakened Viper clan and slaughtered nearly 1,000 orcs overnight." Reiner stepped back a few steps, motioning for her to come in. "How many demons are there in total? Do you know them? What special abilities do they each have?" Seeing the serious tone of the two people, the smart Nora realized that the matter must be complicated and started to put on armor. Martina peeked at the two of them from the corner of the stairs. Seeing Nora putting on her armor, she hurriedly ran down to put on her equipment. Fiona looked troubled and shook her head slightly. According to the description of the survivors, there seemed to be 2 demons. One of them should be Morris of the Scythe. According to my father, he is very good at manipulating the undead and is extremely powerful. As for the other demon, I'm sorry, there's no information yet, but I guess it should be Sapphirus of the Shadow, because she is one of the 4 demons active in this forest. She is extremely fast, strong, and very difficult to deal with. It could also be Lalith of Desire, but I think the probability is low because if it were her, she would be recognized immediately. Reiner frowned slightly. 2 demons, it seems a little difficult to deal with them. Although Reiner really wanted to test the results of his training during this period, it was still too dangerous for 2 of them to come down at once. During this month, whenever Reiner cast a spell, he would use the method that Aliana told him to control the output of magic power for weight training. At first, he couldn't control the output of magic power well, and the blazing sun spear he used couldn't even kill a grizzly bear. But now his control over magic power is much more precise than before. The power and charging speed are much stronger than before. "Okay, let's go now. You lead the way." Reiner looked up and shouted towards the building, "Fran!" Then the house began to shake, and she stumbled down the stairs. She rubbed her head in embarrassment and looked at Reiner. "Crack, crack, crack. Why do you call me? My people still need my help to keep warm." It turns out that she and Roxanne get along pretty well. The 2 of them would play together whenever they had time and would sleep together at night to keep Roxanne warm. "Stop clicking and get into the staff. We're about to leave." Fran bit Reiner, then got into the staff on the shelf and floated into his hand. Nora and Martina had already put on their armor and stood at the door with Aliana. Junice was still running back and forth between the room and the living room and seemed to be planning to follow. Reiner saw this and quickly reached out to stop them. "The 4 of us can go over there. You just stay home and take care of the baby." "Let me stay with you." Junice narrowed her eyes and gently elbowed him in the chest a few times. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm weak?" Peggy's lips curled slightly, and she took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "We're really a burden if we go over there. We can't hit the demons, and we can only hide inside the barrier and watch the battle, which also affects Reiner and the others' performance. This stinky fox." However, although it sounds unpleasant, it is indeed the truth. Junice glanced back at her, put down her staff with a look of disappointment, and said softly, "Actually, I'm just a little worried about you, and I don't think I can help. Reiner reached out and touched her head, then stood up and walked outside. I'm fine. Even if I can't win, I can escape. Don't worry about me. Junai sighed and sat back in the chair, holding her staff. All right, I'll study water magic at home and not disturb you. Be careful and come back soon. Chapter 154, Lilith's Comeback. Reiner followed Fiona deeper into the woods. Nora followed her, and the two of them carefully explored the way ahead. After walking for a while, her expression became serious again. What's wrong? Reiner asked, using his staff to push away the pine branches in front of him. I sent out several scouts this morning, but I haven't seen a single person yet. I have a bad feeling. Fiona sighed and continued, feeling a little sad. I told them to turn back as soon as they saw the target, but it seems none of them managed to escape. Reiner stared straight ahead. Dead trees have begun to appear in the distance. This area has not recovered since it was contaminated by the evil energy of Sodoros. Coming to this area means that you are not far from the tribe where the Viper clan is located. At this moment, Nora, who was walking in the front, grabbed Fiona and turned around and said, Master, there's something going on up ahead. Several people bent their bodies and followed Nora stealthily. After a while, they saw an orc wandering around. To be precise, it was a dead orc. His left arm was cut off, and there was a big hole in his chest, with his damaged organs clearly visible. Even so, he did not fall down, but wandered around here. Looking at his eyes flashing with green light, Fiona lowered her voice and said, This is one of the scouts I sent out. He is dead, but his body is still controlled by Morris of the Scythe. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice rang in her ears. Quest update. Help Fiona clear the hostile demons in the north of the forest. Mission reward. 5 bottles of holy water that can be used to enhance innate attributes. This task is good. It's just right to improve Junus attributes. In fact, there is another reason why I dare not bring her here, which is because her spiritual level is only A. Reiner feared that he was being controlled and taken over by a demon. After completing the task and getting the holy water, the first thing to do is to increase her spirit level and perception level. I'll let him rest in peace. Reiner quietly extended his staff. Fiona quickly grabbed his sleeve and said, No, it's under Morris's control now. If we kill it, Morris will notice it. It's best to go around it and not disturb him. Reiner scratched his head. According to Saturosa's description, the devil could see the enormous magical power in him. The 2 demons should have sensed his approach. But it doesn't matter whether the orc is saved or not. He won't pose any threat anyway. The 5-man team continued to grope deeper into the woods. The deeper you go, the more the surrounding trees die and a green, evil energy appears. This thing surrounded them like fog and became thicker and thicker. If it weren't for the high mental levels and sufficient resistance of several people, they would have probably been corroded as soon as they came in. After walking forward for a while, they found the body of another orc scout. The lower half of his body was missing, but he was still crawling on the mud with his hands. Just then, Nora poked Reiner's shoulder. Master, look at this. She pointed to the end of the crawlway, where there was a square symbol on the wet black soil. She seemed to want to convey some message. But Reiner squatted there and looked at it for a few seconds, but still couldn't recognize what it was. This is obviously not the writing of the orcs. Fiona took a closer look and said, The other demon is not the shadow of Seferis, but a demon we have never seen before. When I sent them out, I gave them tentative symbols. The triangle was Seferis, the circle was Lilith, and the square was the unknown demon. A new demon has appeared. I have a bad feeling. Lord Reiner, let's go back. This time it's a bit too dangerous. I want to help you collect more information. Nora's ears pricked up before she even finished her words. At the same time, Reiner also sensed that something had broken into the area. He instinctively deployed a barrier, and Nora also pulled Fiona into hiding. A drum hammer hit the barrier, instantly shattering it into powder. A minotaur with purple skin rushed towards them, clenched his fists, and smashed into Reiner's barrier with all his strength. The barrier was fine, but his hand was broken. Reiner recognized the guy. He is the bull-headed chief of the Black Wolf clan, but he was clearly buried in the mud forever by Reiner, but now he has been dug out. Its eyes, like those of the controlled orc scouts, flashed an ominous green light. Martina also recognized this guy and immediately used her lightning armor and lightning speed. She brandished her greatsword within the barrier and said eagerly, I know him. Darling, I want to challenge him in a duel. He bullied me so badly before, and now I want to avenge my humiliation. Martina's strength is no longer what it used to be. Even with bare hands, he could probably defeat the Minotaur chief. Reiner raised his hand slightly and said softly, "Don't be impulsive. Wait and see. There's something else coming." The controlled undead orcs came one by one from a distance. At the same time, 3 figures appeared in the sky. They have horns on their heads and a pair of black wings behind them, so they are most likely the target of this trip. Reiner immediately spotted Lilith hiding at the back. She was still as charming as ever. After meeting Reiner's eyes, she let out a giggle. "Long time no see. Did you miss me, Reiner?" The ugly demon in the front, wearing a black robe and holding a giant scythe, slowly landed in front of Reiner, carefully observing the barrier he deployed, and muttered to himself, "It's actually the magic of the elves. And this terrifying amount of magic power. Lilith is right. It's really interesting." Reiner said calmly, "You must be Morris of the Scythe, right?" Morris's mouth curled up, revealing his fangs. "It's even more interesting to be able to speak our language." "You are right. I am Morris of the Scythe. If your presence didn't pose a danger to us, I might not have been so eager to kill you," Reiner said to the demon in front of Lilith, who was tightly wrapped in rocks and was constantly burning. "What about the one up there?" The rock demon suddenly fell, and the ground shook violently. He walked towards Reiner step by step, his voice low and slow. "Hell rock Visser." Martina became even more excited. She tugged at Reiner's clothes and said, "Honey, I want to fight this big guy. Leave him to me later." Visser turned slightly towards Martina and said with a hint of displeasure, "Noisy." Lilith also landed in front of Reiner. She folded her arms and squinted her eyes, looking a little lazy. "Reiner, you didn't even answer me when I spoke to you. How rude." Chapter 155, The Fleeing Demon. Reiner set his eyes on Lilith. This guy's black eyes seemed to have an unusual magic, which always made Reiner want to take a few more glances at her. Her original sheep's hooves had turned into a pair of jade feet, stepping on the black mud. At first glance, apart from the pair of goat horns on her head, the long pointed ears, the black wings behind her, and the slender and flexible arrow-shaped tail, she seems no different from a human. Although she was complaining, there was no displeasure on her face, and she always looked interested in Reiner. Reiner looked her up and down and said seriously, "It's been a while since I last saw you. You've become even more beautiful. You're a beauty from every angle." Lacey covered her mouth with her hands and laughed so hard that her body shook. "I've heard this kind of thing countless times, but it's different when it comes from you." Morris turned and glared at Lilith, his green eye bloodshot. Lilith shrugged and walked slowly away. She seemed to have no intention of taking action. At this moment, another tall and slender blue figure suddenly appeared beside Lilith, and she appeared almost instantly. Another demon. Just when Reiner thought she could use teleportation, the surrounding dead woods were blown by a strong wind, making a rustling sound. The surrounding undead orcs were also a little unsteady on their feet. Lacey smiled and said to her, "Just come if you want to. Why make such a big noise?" The blue demon folded his arms and said nothing, not even looking at her. Fiona on the side said, "Cephalaris of the Shadow?" For demons actually appeared together. Reiner turned around and looked at her, confused. Don't demons dislike cooperation? Why do they appear together? Fiona lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. "I don't know either. This is what my father told me. Maybe there's some special reason." Seeing that the situation was not good, Aliana hugged her staff tightly with both hands and shrank behind Reiner. They are outnumbered and bullying the few. Morris noticed Aliana and narrowed his single eye. How on earth did this elf use to allow humans to use elven magic? Quite interesting and worth studying. The elf blinked and whispered, "What is he talking about?" Reiner simply translated it randomly. "She said you look like a potato and she's going to eat you later." Aliana's face was round with anger. She waved her staff and shouted at Morris, "How dare you insult me? When I call my mother, none of you will be able to escape." Reiner patted her head and said, "Don't bother me for now, Auntie. I'll try to solve it myself." He raised his eyebrows at Morris and Visser standing in front of him and asked, "Why are you suddenly working together?" Morris smiled and said, "You are too dangerous. This huge amount of magic power is something I have never seen before. It is safer to cooperate with others at this time." This made Reiner very happy. He felt that these demons, except for Lilith, seemed to be relatively honest. "So you plan to keep doing this until my magic power runs out?" Reiner raised an eyebrow at him. Morris nodded and stroked the sharp sickle with his dry, slender fingers. Of course, no one can save you. Even if you abandon them and run away, Zephyrus will catch up with you. You are a peculiar creature, and after you die, I will certainly make good use of your body to do something great. Reiner shrugged. In that case, he no longer had the desire to continue chatting. Reiner focused, raised his staff, and began a charge. Nora and the others were also ready to fight. Seeing this, Morris quickly flew back, allowing the hordes of orc undead to approach and surround the barrier tightly. But Visser stood there like a mountain, motionless, as if he was not afraid of Reiner's blazing sun spear at all. Reiner shook his staff lightly and asked Visser, "You're not even going to dodge?" Visser opened his mouth slightly, and a few pieces of gravel fell from his mouth. "That's not necessary. In that case, let's start with him." The blazing sun spear smashed his head directly, and the burning hell rock turned into powder. But his huge body did not fall down, and he still stood there. Reiner noticed that the stone at his feet was shaking slightly. The small stones around were moving towards Visser's feet and climbing up his legs. Finally, they were gradually melted by the hell rock, forming a burning skull. "No wonder you didn't try to hide. So that's how it is." Reiner released the water and poured it directly onto Visser's head, causing a cloud of steam to rise. Seeing the flames on his body being extinguished, Visser clenched his fists. The scorching flames gushed out from the cracks in the stone, but seemed to have no effect on him. "Deer, hit him with your wind blade, and see if you can cause any damage to him. Little elf, shoot him with the sun lance, and try to aim for the head, because he won't dodge anyway." Under Reiner's command, the two began to chant the spell. Reiner also began to gather strength. Visser seemed to realize what Reiner wanted to do and suddenly jumped into the air, but even so he was hit by the blazing sun spear and had one leg broken. Now it's obedient. Seeing that her target had disappeared, Martina simply slashed the wind blade accumulated in her greatsword towards the Minotaur chieftain in front of her, cutting him in half with ease. Sylph's fury can enhance the power of wind magic, and coupled with the improvement of her spirit level, her strength has now increased greatly. The corners of her mouth turned up, and you could tell she was very happy. Fiona whispered, "Lord Reiner, what should we do next? Should we retreat first?" "No, they're a problem that needs to be dealt with sooner or later. I plan to start here." Reiner turned to look at the elf and said softly, "You can just deploy the barrier and stay where you are with Fiona." Aliana, who was usually stubborn, nodded and began to chant a spell. Reiner closed his eyes, and as his control over his magic power improved, the range of his perception of the wind field began to gradually expand. From the initial 200 meters, it can still spread slowly even after 300 meters. Although his vision was blocked by the group of tall, orc undead in front of him, he still sensed the location of these demons. The 4 demons actually circled around here to avoid Reiner's attack. Since demons can see the flow of magic power, they can most likely see the domain that Reiner has unfolded, but they did not choose to leave the domain. Instead, they use their speed to dodge. It can be seen that they are very confident in their speed. In the past, Reiner would have been helpless against this, but now he has learned to improve his reaction speed. He chanted the spell in his heart, and at the instant the lightning-fast spell took effect, he randomly shot the blazing sun spear at one of the demons. Chapter 156, Legendary Backstab King Lelith. The surrounding orc undead instantly fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. The demon named Morris was hit in the vitals, and half of his body turned to ashes. "Elf, unfold the barrier. Martina, stay with her. Nora, come up." Nora jumped onto Reiner, and the two took off and chased after him, killing everyone they could. Reiner was preparing to attack the demon named Visser. He was huge in size, and his flying speed was not fast, so Reiner caught up with him in just a few seconds. "Go, Nora." Reiner pushed Nora with wind magic, and she shot out like a bullet and hit the fleeing Visser. The mithril dagger pierced his kidney. After being hit, Visser lost his balance and fell from a high altitude, creating a deep pit on the ground. Reiner first used a fiery spear to split his head open, and then water fell from the sky, extinguishing the flames on his body and dispersing the rubble that was trying to gather together again. At the same time, a blue-green phantom rushed towards Nora. The rows of sharp, saw-like spikes on its arms instantly passed by Nora's neck, but did not cause any damage. Zephyrus said in disbelief, "This? How is it possible?" After a brief moment of shock, she looked at Noila's special eyes and instantly understood. It's actually the magic eye. How unexpected. Reiner was gathering strength with his other hand and was about to launch a sneak attack on Sephiroth when she noticed it. She disappeared from the spot in an instant. Reiner turned his attention back to the fallen Visser. This guy's life force was really tenacious. Reiner released the water flow and used the blazing sun spear to smash the large pieces of hell rock on his body. It took 2 or 3 minutes for Visser to stop moving. He turned around and saw Sephiroth and Lilith, who were still standing there. You guys aren't going to run away? That's a bit disrespectful to me. After saying that, he attacked again. Sephiroth tilted her head slightly, easily anticipating Reiner's blazing sun spear. Not only is she fast in movement, but her reaction speed is also amazing. Even Reiner, who had used lightning speed to enhance his reflexes, found it difficult to keep up with her speed and make appropriate adjustments. Now the two sides are in a situation where I can't hit you, and you can't kill me. This Sephiroth was much more difficult to deal with than any demon he had encountered before. It's not too late to run now. You are such a terrifying human. I must tell the king about this. Before she could finish her words, a hand suddenly pierced through Sephiroth's chest. In her hand, Lilith tightly grasped the heart that was still beating and gleaming with a cyan blue light. She turned back to look at Lilith, her eyes full of disbelief. Why, you bastard, betrayed us. Lacey yawned lazily and continued. Oh, don't say such harsh words. What do you mean by betrayal? I have never been loyal to the Demon King from the bottom of my heart. That guy's too stupid, all brute force, but no brains. He's not a qualified king. If I weren't as powerful as him, I wouldn't even bother with him. If this continues, our ending will be exactly the same as 1,000 years ago. Lilith still smiled on her blood-stained face. This smile becomes more and more creepy. Reiner was quite shocked watching the fight from the side. The legendary backstab king. He didn't expect that Lilith would actually attack her own kind directly. Martina cheered from distance. Great, great. They're already fighting among themselves without us even having to do anything. A trickle of blood trickled from the corner of Sephiroth's mouth, and the wound on her chest grew larger and larger. She thought the situation was settled, but unexpectedly, Sephiroth, who was in a desperate situation, suddenly jumped up and pierced her neck with the sharp point on her arm. Reiner felt that these two demons were so entertaining that he couldn't help but applaud them. Lilith threw her out, holding her neck, which was bleeding in great pain, her chest heaving violently. Sephiroth laughed. She knelt on the ground and yelled, Don't even think about leaving alive. The pain on Lacey's face disappeared, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. I was just teasing you, but you actually took it seriously. After saying this, cracks appeared on her body and quickly dissipated bit by bit. Another clone? She is such a fool. Brute. Sephiroth's features twisted as she looked around, her gaze finally landing on Reiner. Reiner had been gathering strength nearby for 2 minutes. Sephiroth's first instinct was to run away, and she dived into the woods. But she was injured and couldn't run fast at all. Reiner's blazing sun spear instantly pierced her chest, and she quickly dissipated like smoke. The trouble has been solved temporarily, but I don't know where the sixth one, Lilith, is. Nora's radar-like ears twitched twice, and then she patted Reiner's shoulder and pointed to the depths of the deadwoods. After a while, Reiner also noticed that something had broken into the area. Lilith suddenly popped her head out from behind the tree. Reiner pointed his staff at her. You still don't trust me? I helped you get rid of 3 demons at once, but you still want to attack me. How can you repay kindness with evil? Lilith walked out from behind the tree, her face full of helplessness. Reiner placed his staff flat, looked at her face, and said slowly, You knew I could kill you, but you didn't even run away. This body is fake, right? Lilith smiled, walked slowly towards Reiner, then waved gently, used the evil energy to create a green void lounge chair, and then lay lazily in front of the few people. You are not stupid. It's not fun at all. I can't come to see you in my true form now, because you'll probably kill me. Reiner raised an eyebrow. A lot of people died in that orc tribe in the north of the forest yesterday. You were probably involved, right? Me? Lilith pointed at herself and waved her hand vigorously. What good would it do me to make enemies everywhere? You're wronging me. It was all Morris and Visser's doing. I was just sitting on the branch watching. It's right not to help the orcs, right? I have nothing to do with them anyway, so there's no reason to help them. They're both dead. Whatever you say is just your side of the story. She sighed, pretending to be sad, and said slowly, Oh, is there no trust at all between humans and demons? I know you don't trust me, but I still want to tell you that I keep my word. Reiner narrowed his eyes. I don't know whether what this guy said is true or not. Her favorability is not high enough, so the identification and eavesdropping functions don't work on her. Lacey shook her head slightly. Alas, it has always been men who please me, but now it is my turn to please men. Do you want to sign a contract with me? There's so many benefits. And the price you paid was no price at all to you. Reiner asked seriously, what do you mean? Are you thinking about my kidneys? Chapter 157 Devil's Contract. Compared to this, I'm more interested in your magic. Lilith floated in front of Reiner, her body almost touching the barrier. She closed her eyes as if to feel it, and after a long while, she said with a hint of intoxication, this magic is so rich. Remove the barrier. I won't do anything to you. Martina yelled from a distance. What are you doing, honey? Hit him. Aliana was jogging towards them. Noila asked worriedly, Master, are you okay? Reiner reached out and touched Nora's furry cat ears and replied softly, I'm awake. Lacey smiled and continued, how are you thinking about it? I'll only consider it if you tell me the price first. Reiner raised his eyebrows. Lacey narrowed her eyes and smiled meaningfully. 1% of your total magic power. This is not too much for you, right? As long as you agree to it, you will gain a loyal and powerful servant. Reiner subconsciously glanced at the place where Sephiroth died. She had disappeared so completely that not even a trace of her could be seen. Carrying a legendary backstab king around is like setting a time bomb on yourself, which might explode at any time if you are in a bad mood. Lilith noticed his gaze, raised her hand slightly, and the recliner formed by the evil energy under her quickly dissipated. The laziness on her face was swept away, replaced by a seriousness that did not match her temperament. We can sign a contract that neither of us can violate. I only have 2 conditions. 1. Gain 1 of your total magic power. 2. I yearn for freedom. I need to take a break every few months, and I won't listen to your orders during that time. You can propose any remaining conditions, as long as they are not excessive, and I agree. I can't be sure whether what you said is true or false, and you are very powerful. Maybe one day you will break free from your restraints. Reiner narrowed his eyes and observed her expression. Although she always gives people a frivolous feeling, she still looks believable when she is serious. But this guy seemed to be even more cunning than Peggy, and she could only be believed half of what he said. Lacey said seriously, this is a demonic contract, almost the strongest contract in the world. Unlike the magic that controls the elves, the demonic contract requires life as the price. Once signed, neither party can regret it. Let me tell you this. If the Demon King voluntarily signs a contract with you, he must honestly abide by the agreement, and the contract will not be terminated until you die. Even if you say that, I can't believe you. Lilith sighed, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. We are very trustworthy. Look at Sawdust. Those orcs sold their souls to him, and he really gave them power. Reiner always felt that her words were not credible. For now, his strength is sufficient, so there is no need to keep a time bomb around. Lacey suddenly shook her head and said slowly, your strength is not enough, at least not in the short term. You need my help. The seal on the door has been loosened, and the devil can come out at any time if he wants. Whether it is Sawdust, Morris, Visser, or Sephiroth, they're just small minions responsible for exploring the way. There will be more powerful guys coming to cause trouble next. Of course, there are also powerful guys on your human side. At most, only about a quarter of this continent will be occupied, but the final outcome will be the same as thousands of years ago. You will be driven back to that dark and gloomy place and continue to be imprisoned for thousands of years until the barrier loosens again. I chose the wrong side last time, and I won't make the wrong choice this time. Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked at her. So, you've lived for thousands of years? And you should be very strong, right? Lacey covered her mouth and smiled, then replied softly, I'm still a little girl. As for my strength, I told you when we first met that I'm the strongest demon you've ever encountered. There are only a handful of people stronger than me. Those 3 guys just now couldn't beat you, right? Just them? If I really fight, they won't even be a match for my clone. Lilith glanced at her sharp nails. Hiding myself and deceiving the enemy is the secret to my longevity. Reiner raised an eyebrow. So that's what you told me? There's no need to hide this from you. You're most likely my future master. Show me your strength. Lilith's hand was like a sharp knife, instantly penetrating Reiner's barrier and stopping in front of him. In addition to fear, Reiner felt more surprised. The defense he was so proud of was easily broken by Lilith. Reiner grabbed Nora, who was holding a dagger beside her. She was obviously frightened. Aliana, who had already walked to the side, was also dumbfounded. She pulled Martina, and Fiona quickly got into Reiner's barrier and then hid behind him. If you're this powerful, why don't you just talk to me in your real body? The corners of Lilith's mouth rose slightly. Because you do have the ability to kill me. I am not as fast as Sephiroth and cannot escape. You can only come out after we have reached an agreement. Leaning on his staff, Reiner asked calmly. So, killing Sephiroth was just your token of loyalty, right? If you don't show some sincerity, you won't even pay attention to me. Lilith let out a long sigh and smiled. It seems that you were willing to talk to me. Reiner was a little confused. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ask her, why did you choose me? According to what you said, there should be someone more powerful than me, right? Why did you choose me? Lilith shrugged. Because I'm not stupid, I know you'll become the most powerful magician in the world. Look at that enormous magic power. It's really amazing. Reiner closed the barrier and looked at her expressionlessly. Aliana poked him hard in the waist. Why? Why did you turn off the barrier? She's very dangerous. If she wanted to kill us, we'd probably be dead. In that case, it doesn't matter whether we open it or not. Reiner turned around and asked her in 2 languages, have you ever heard of the Devil's Contract? Aliana nodded heavily. Yes. Those who seek power will sign such a contract with the devil. But the specific signing method depends on the devil who casts the spell. Be careful not to get cheated. Just then, the system popped up. It's okay, host. I'll keep my eyes open and watch carefully. If it's an unequal treaty, I'll give you a hint. Since the system guarantees it, Reiner has nothing to worry about. He looked at Lilith and raised an eyebrow at her. How long will it take to sign a devil's contract? Layla said without hesitation, 80 years. Reiner is now 23 years old. Even if he can live to be 100 years old, some people only have 77 years left to live. If the balance is insufficient, do I have to ask the god of hell for credit? I won't live that long. Layla smiled and said, I know. I'll pay for your lifespan. You just need to come for 2 days as a token of your appreciation. 2 days is too much. Just give me 2 minutes. Reiner raised an eyebrow at her. Now, let your real body come over. Chapter 158. Taking Laylis into your service. After waiting there for a few minutes, Lilith flew over from a distance and landed steadily in front of Reiner like a dragonfly touching the water. She was about to speak when her body suddenly trembled. The smile on her face disappeared, and she became serious. That sharp gaze swept across every face in front of him, but then excluded them one by one. Reiner noticed a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. What's wrong? I sensed a murderous intent. Maybe it was just my imagination. Lilith seemed very nervous. Activate that defensive spell. Everything I just told you is the truth. I have absolutely no intention of hurting you or deceiving you. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything, but once she did, Reiner felt like the situation was getting worse. Laylis suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and regained her composure. No need. Everything is fine now. Let's sign the contract. She took a step forward, but was stopped by Martina with a great sword. You damned demon. Stay away from my man. The great sword, reflecting a strange light, made Lilith stop in her tracks. She smiled and said, I hate Mithril. Tell her not to do this. Reiner gently pushed away the great sword in front of him, turned around and winked at Martina, telling her not to worry. Lilith moved closer and closer, and the two of them were almost entangled with each other. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression seemed a little intoxicated. At the same time, the flexible black arrow-shaped tail behind her gently wrapped around Reiner's calf. Reiner, who couldn't hear her inner voice, was sweating profusely. He didn't know what this guy was trying to do. Can you be serious? Stay away from me. Reiner used his staff to stand between the two of them. Layli said without hesitation, You have a scent that I like. This feeling is so wonderful. I take back what I said. Besides magic, I'm interested in something else. We have to add a new condition to our contract. Reiner's neck was quickly licked by Lilith. This guy's tongue is long and thin and looks a bit creepy. Noila reached out and pushed her away, saying with a cold face, You are too close and make my master uncomfortable. Laylisi's eyes fell on Nora, and she smiled happily. Oh my, but jealous. The two of them could not understand each other's language and could only look at each other. Nora's face became increasingly red, and she finally looked away. Then, her inner voice reached Reiner's ears. I can't look in her eyes. Suddenly, I feel so hot, so uncomfortable. I want my master. Laylisi said slowly. Not bad. You can look into my eyes for so long. Reiner looked her up and down and asked angrily, "What did you do to my woman?" It just amplified her desires. Just bear with it for now. This is just a lesson. Reiner frowned slightly. Take it back. Oh, you can't wait to order me around before the contract is even signed. I really can't do anything about you. A ball of pink mist flew out from Nora's body and went into Lalith's palm. Stop talking nonsense and let's sign the contract. Reiner yawned and rubbed his eyes tiredly. What should I do? It's very simple. Lilith began to chant the spell in a low voice. A complex purple magic circle appeared out of thin air under her feet, and the outermost circle was covered with dense runes. Lalith's eyes flashed with purple light, and dark cracks appeared on her skin. After a while, she suddenly spoke. I am Lalith, the high-ranking devil of desire. My conditions are 1. Obtain 1% of the total magical power of human Reiner. 2nd, I need to rest for 1 month every 3 months, and during that time, I don't need to obey the orders of the human Reiner. She used her sharp nails to cut open the blood vessels, letting the purple blood drip into the magic circle under her feet. In an instant, strong winds blew all around. She asked slowly, Reiner, what are your conditions? Reiner had already drafted the conditions in his mind, and he said, First, accept my orders and obey them unconditionally. 2. Do not harm me, my women, and their offspring, including but not limited to Nora, Martina, and Junice. 3. If I die suddenly, you will not be able to survive. 4. Do not kill innocent people without my permission. 5. Do not have any messy thoughts about me. These are basically the 5 points. There should be nothing else to add. Lelisi waved her hand and continued. I've deleted the 5th clause. It's redundant. Now, make a cut and drip your blood onto the magic circle, and the contract will take effect. As soon as she finished speaking, the system pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of Reiner. The following is the content of the contract established by Desire Lalith. Lalith's conditions. 1. Gain 10 of your total magic power. 2. You will have 1 month off every 3 months. During that time, you're not required to obey your orders and can move freely. 3rd, you have to be her man and provide some special assistance when necessary. Conditions 1 and 3 have pitfalls. The host conditions have not been changed, and she will fulfill them as promised. The lifespan consumed by Lilith's contract, 80 years. The host's lifespan consumed when signing the contract, 2 minutes. They actually made a secret contract, and the system performed a great service. Reiner frowned slightly, staring into her eyes intently. The content is different. Isn't it one of magic power? How did it become 10? And you added an extra condition 3. What does that mean? Lelisi, you're not sincere. I hate being deceived the most. I will not sign this contract. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Lelisi's face disappeared and turned into confusion. How did you know? It doesn't matter. Interesting. It seems I underestimated you after all. Lalith stopped asking questions and waved her hand gently, causing several symbols on the magic circle to vanish. As compensation, I've erased conditions 2 and 3 and reduced the total amount of magic power in condition 1 to 1. Reiner checked carefully with the system, and after confirming that it was correct, he borrowed Nora's dagger and cut a small cut on his finger. The moment the blood dripped into the magic circle, Reiner felt a special power surge into his body. At the same time, he felt that part of his magic power was being stripped away. Lalith's eyes became brighter and brighter, and her body surface changed. The 7 elements emerged one by one on her body surface, sometimes igniting flames, and sometimes surrounded by lightning. At first, she seemed to be enjoying it, but soon her expression turned painful and the elements on her body began to dissipate in all directions. Seeing her expression soften, Reiner asked in confusion, What's wrong? Lalith tried to grasp the illusory magic, but eventually slipped through her fingers. She muttered to herself, Amazing amount of magic power. I can only absorb half. Reiner sighed. I can't even get 1%, and you were trying to get 10%? Do you know what boiling water is called? Lelisi was trying to catch her breath, but she still found time to answer. What's your name? Boiling Things. Chapter 159, Bringing Layla's Home. After signing the devil's contract, Reiner felt temporarily relieved about Lilith. She leaned lazily against Reiner and acted coquettishly. Oh my, now I should call you master. Martina, who was standing aside, frowned and was so angry that her teeth itched. Dear, let her stay away from you. Seeing this, Reiner reached out and pushed her aside. He found that Lalitha's skin was cold and as slippery as a loach. Fiona asked doubtfully, Reiner, this demon won't attack us now? What did you do? Reiner explained in various languages one by one. We have signed a devil's contract with her. She will not harm us at the moment. Aliana muttered softly. Demons are not to be trusted. I think it's best to find an opportunity to kill them. Look at the dead trees around us. This guy must have done it. Everything has two sides. This guy's not weak. If used well, it will bring more benefits than disadvantages to us. Reiner looked at Lilith, who was giggling beside him, and said to her, Can you restore this forest to its original state? My elf companions are unhappy. Lilith looked down at Aliana, her gaze finally landing on her tablet. She turned around to look at Reiner and said teasingly, Oh my, the master really has a wide range of interests. He doesn't let go of the big ones, and he also eats the small ones. He is not picky at all. The human I met earlier was probably your woman, right? Demihumans, humans, orcs, elves, there's so many different kinds. If that's the case, you will definitely not let the devil go, right, master? She came closer again, and her slender arrow-shaped tail wrapped around Reiner's legs again and again. Reiner said seriously, You are not answering my question. If you don't answer my question, I will control you severely. You keep threatening me. How abominable. Lilith turned serious, looked around, and said, After being corroded by the fell energy, it will take a while to recover. It will probably take decades, or even centuries. I didn't try to restore the forest before, so I don't know. As soon as she finished speaking, the thick evil energy around her, like fog, gradually gathered in her hands and was finally completely absorbed by her. Everyone's vision gradually became clear. Although the green mist is gone, the dead trees and cracked earth have not changed at all. The forest has become a barren land. I don't know how long it will take to recover. This is the best I can do. I have no other choice. Lilith spread her hands helplessly. Reiner narrowed his eyes at her. You are definitely the most wanted criminal in the eyes of the elves. Lilith said innocently, I didn't do this. It was Sadoros and Morris who released it. I absorbed the evil energy back. I didn't even need the elves to purify it. They even thanked me. I don't know whether what she said was true or not, since she is dead and there is no evidence. Now, she specifically puts all the blame on other demons. After saying that, Laylis walked up to Nora, bent down to observe the magic eye, and smiled without saying a word. Nora learned her lesson this time. She still didn't look at her in a good mood, but she no longer looked into her eyes. Reiner hugged the Catgirl to his arms, then warned Lilith, I advise you not to have any bad thoughts about her. Laylis shrugged. What else can I do to her? The contract has been signed. If I don't behave myself, you'll kill me. I haven't lived long enough. After that, her eyes fell on the petite Noila again. I really envy her if it were me. Reiner looked up at the sky. It was gradually getting darker, and it was already evening. He thought of someone waiting for him at home, so he interrupted, Don't be so naive. I have to hurry back. Do you want to stay here, or what? Lilith wrapped her long tail around Reiner's thigh and said coquettishly, I want to live with my master. To be honest, Reiner didn't want to live with her. After all, this guy was a demon. It would be troublesome if she hurt the other beast-eared girls in the family. Laylis seemed to see Reiner's concerns. She raised her hands and replied, Don't worry, I won't harm lives for no reason. At most, I'll just tease them for fun. Reiner glanced at her. I hope you can keep your promise, otherwise I will not forgive you. Laylis nodded with a smile. Several people left in that direction. When passing by the Orc tribe, Fiona said goodbye to Reiner. She walked in a hurry, and it was obvious that she was planning to gather the orcs to rebuild the Serpent Clan's tribe. It was completely dark when we left the forest, and the lights of cannon flickered in the distance. Reiner turned around and looked at Lilith, who was following behind him, and said, Disguise yourself. You don't look like a human. Because of the last attack, the residents here are generally hostile to demons. Even when Fiona came to see Reiner, she would usually cover herself tightly with thick clothes to avoid attracting the attention of other residents. Although Aiden has announced an alliance with the Orcish Horde, there are still many people who are prejudiced against the orcs. This was all thanks to the Black Wolf clan. They were committing evil deeds in this area at the time and ruined the reputation of the orcs. This cannot be repaired overnight. The corners of Lilith's mouth curled up slightly, and the horns on her head and the wings and tail behind her disappeared instantly. At this moment, she was just a woman with purple hair and a burning anger. What does your true form look like? Is it like that Sapphirus, like a praying mantis? She directly denied it. She relies on speed, so her limbs are long and thin, while I rely on my beauty, so my true form is naturally not particularly ugly. I'll show you sometime. After they entered the city, Laylis did not seem too surprised by anything around her. In her words, she had quietly visited this city countless times. When he arrived at the door, Reiner saw a familiar figure. Junice and Paige were standing at the door of their house, looking in the direction of the few people. Seeing Reiner coming back, she strode up to him and then quickly stopped. "You came back so late, I thought something happened to you." "Thank goodness, Reiner is back safe and sound. It was so hard." Peggy also came over. She saw Lilith following Reiner at a glance, but did not speak. "A new woman? She's quite pretty. There are so many beautiful women around Reiner. It's getting difficult again." Reiner said to Junice, "It's okay. I killed 3 demons and then contracted a demon." Contract. A hint of doubt flashed in Junice's eyes, and she also noticed Lilith behind Reiner. Chapter 160, The Devil's Loyalty. Junice was feeling a bit uneasy in the room. She would glance out the door from time to time. "Reiner, is it really okay for her to stay here? That's a demon? How could it be so close to us? We have a contract. If you are really scared, I will accompany you at night." Junice hit Reiner. "You are not serious again?" "I'm serious." Reiner said seriously. "She should be safe. The contract between me and her requires that you and our offspring not be harmed." He gently stroked Junice's soft golden hair and whispered, "I'll stay with you tonight." "What if Nora and Martina are scared too?" Junice sighed, looked out the door again, and then closed the door tightly. Reiner answered without hesitation, "Together." As expected, he was hit hard by Junice. "Don't worry, this guy won't do anything out of the ordinary." "I hope so," Junice murmured. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in Reiner's ears. "Mission: help Fiona clear the hostile demons in the north of the forest. Current status: completed. The reward has been issued." Reiner felt that his wallet had become much heavier, and the system's reward had arrived. He looked at Junice, who was a little uneasy, with affection. The two looked at each other. What happened?" She narrowed her eyes and asked in confusion. Reiner pulled 3 bottles of holy water from his waist pouch and handed them back. "Drink these." As for the remaining 2 bottles of holy water, he wanted to leave them to Nora. Junice stared at the colorful holy water in her hand and fell into deep thought. She picked up one of the bottles and shook it gently. "What is this? It's so beautiful, just like a rainbow. Can I drink it?" "Drink it. It's good for you." Junice was completely defenseless against Reiner, so she pulled the cork from the holy water and drank it in turn. In Reiner's sight, an attribute point addition panel appeared. He raised Junice's spiritual level from A to S, and then raised her perception from B to A. He originally wanted to add perception to the last attribute, but after thinking it over, he decided to add it to endurance, raising it from D level to C level. Junice is pregnant, and giving birth is very physically demanding, so it would be good for her to improve her endurance. After Reiner clicked confirm, Junice's eyes suddenly lit up. She instinctively spread out her palms, and after a brief chant, a ball of water rose up. "It's really gotten stronger. Both the intensity and output of my magic power have increased." Junice closed her eyes, carefully sensing it, and then said excitedly, "My magic crystal has also grown. Oh my God, it's doubled in size." Seeing her so happy, Reiner's mood also improved, and he couldn't help but smile. "Have any other things changed?" Junice blinked, looked around the room, and then slowly said, "I can see more clearly, and my ears are getting better." She raised her hand and waved it back and forth in front of Reiner. "I can feel the wind passing through me. My senses are becoming more acute." Reiner's mouth curled up slightly, and he poked her waist with his finger. Junice screamed, then opened her mouth and bit Reiner. "You become more sensitive." Reiner hugged her tightly. Junice blushed and said angrily, "What good stuff did you feed me? It's so powerful that it can even increase the size of the magic crystal. You have too many secrets." Reiner smiled without saying anything, pushed her down, and kissed her. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Activate achievement, Lord of Demon Lilith. Bonus effect. It is easier to gain her favor and dependence, and you can see her attribute panel and hear her inner voice. What you lack comes to you. This is a good achievement." Reiner touched Junice's cheek and said softly, "Then I'll go first. I'll come and rest with you tonight." Junice looked away shyly and responded softly. Reiner walked outside and looked for Lilith in the house. He asked Aliana, who was sitting at the dining table, "Where did that thing go?" Upstairs, should be on the third floor. The elf pointed above his head. Reiner went straight upstairs. Going up the stairs, he saw the animal-eared girl huddled in the corner, shivering with fear, while Lalith was lazily lying on her empty recliner. This guy bullied the indigenous people as soon as he arrived. What? Bullying them? Lacey denied it. No, these little animals are so cute. I want to play with them, but they seem to be afraid of me. Nonsense. You don't look like a good person at first glance. Stop playing. Come here, I have something to talk to you about. Lacey responded lazily and floated towards the stairs reluctantly. Her thoughts echoed in Reiner's ears. I'm being ordered around again. Life under a contract is not easy, but it's comfortable in hell. Humans can only live for 100 years. When he dies, I'll be free. Then I'll get a better identity, find a nice place to live in seclusion, and then... Lalith slowly opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes trembled slightly when she saw Reiner. It suddenly stopped. What are you standing there for? Come here, Reiner urged. Lalith's inner voice drifted over. What's going on? This guy suddenly became more delicious. Reiner noticed she swallowed. Lalith rushed over as if she had stepped on the accelerator and then followed Reiner steadily. The two came to the room on the second floor. Noila M.O. was making the bed, then looked back at the two of them and left the room decisively. Master, call me when you need help. I will keep an eye on this stinky devil. Don't try to do anything under my nose. As the door closed, she fell to her knees without waiting for Reiner to begin the appraisal. Then he dug out his bloody heart and handed it to Reiner. Looking at the bright red, still beating heart, Reiner felt a little nauseous. Layla said, Master, please accept my loyalty. From now on, your enemies are my enemies. I am willing to stay by your side forever and become the sharpest sword in your hand. Is this a bonus from the achievement? This guy's like someone who has eaten the general's purple egg and suddenly became so loyal. Don't give me your heart so easily. I don't want it. Take it back. Yes, Riley said without hesitation and pressed her bloody heart back. Reiner performed an appraisal on her, and rows of data unfolded before his eyes. Name, Desire of Lalith. Age, 4,913. Gender, female. Race, higher demon. Current status, healthy, absolutely loyal, fanatical worship. Talent details. Strength, S. Stamina, B. Agility, A. Perception, S. Spirit, S. Intelligence, S. Measurements, 94/67/97. The overall quality of this companion is legend. Current favorability, 100. Chapter 161, we will definitely defeat it. Early in the morning, as soon as Reiner opened the door, he saw Lalith standing at the door. She still looked the same as last night. Junice glanced at her and continued to hide behind Reiner. What are you standing there for? Reiner asked in confusion. Lalith replied seriously. When humans focus on something, they relax their vigilance. I need to guard the door at this critical moment. Reiner scratched his head, feeling something was a little strange. This place should be quite safe. Next time, don't stand guard at the door. Just go and do your own thing. Yes. Although Lalith agreed verbally, she still followed Reiner closely. So much so that every time he goes to the toilet, this guy will stand outside to record his toilet time and then analyze Reiner's physical condition. His loyalty is so high that it's a bit crazy. Reiner glanced at her as he came out, washed his hands, and walked to the dining table. Today's breakfast was a bowl of stew with half a piece of white bread and milk. Nora ate it with gusto, but Martina had no appetite. She would steal glances at Lalith from time to time. I hate this guy. He's actually prettier than Junice. It's really worrying. Reiner drank the milk in one gulp, then pushed half the bowl of stew to Martina. I can't finish it. Help me eat some. Martina nodded and started to show off her food. Reiner took advantage of the time when she was being controlled to walk up to Lalith and look at her carefully. The two looked at each other. There was no extra expression on her face, not even a smile. After being looked at by Reiner for a long time, she couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, master? Don't you need to eat? Reiner asked while chewing on white bread. Lacey replied, In the outside world, I only need to absorb the ubiquitous elements to survive. I don't need to deliberately eat or drink water. Does that mean you can eat? Lalith nodded. Reiner turned and walked into the kitchen, found a piece of black bread, and handed it to her, wanting to see her perform. As a result, Lalith opened her mouth, bit off a corner of the black bread, and ate it up in a few bites. Her speed was even faster than Martina's. Reiner looked back at everyone, then said to her, Come on, let's go upstairs. Lalith followed him upstairs obediently, then stood obediently by the door, her eyes always on Reiner. Even like this, she still gives people a burning feeling. Will maintaining a human form consume additional magic power? Yes, but not much. Let me see what your true form looks like. Lalith's skin was the first to change, gradually changing from fair to light pink. Then the goat horns and pointed ears appeared on her head, and her pupils changed from round to horizontal like those of a goat. Then her wings and tail grew out from behind her, and her pair of jade feet turned into sheep's hooves. Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked her over. Indeed, even in demon form, this guy is still very beautiful. At home, you can maintain the form you had yesterday afternoon. In a human city, you can maintain your full human form. In a deserted place, do as you please. Yes, Lalith responded and quickly transformed into that half-human, half-demon form. Her long, thin tail kept swaying from side to side, making her look particularly active. Soon, just like yesterday, it tightly wrapped around Reiner's legs. Lelisi glanced down and said without disguising anything, I can't completely control my tail. Her actions are completely in accordance with my inner instincts. My master is the perfect object in my mind. Although I can control the love in my heart, I can't control my tail. As she spoke, the long, thin tail kept twisting around Reiner's legs. You're a little scary when you're serious. I think your previous lazy, yet slightly nonsensical self is more interesting. You don't have to keep a straight face all the time. Lelisi said softly. That would be too disrespectful to the master. There are many ways to show respect. It doesn't have to be this serious. Just do it according to your personality. I won't ask too much of you on this point. As soon as she finished speaking, the corners of Lalith's mouth curled up slightly. She lay down on the bed without hesitation, and then, like a pervert, she greedily sniffed the smell on it, muttering to herself, It smells so good. Master smells good. From now on, Master's clothes will be washed by me. Reiner was sweating a little. This guy is two extremes. Either too serious or too neurotic. But the latter is better than the former in any case. Actually, I called you up here for something serious. Laylis narrowed her eyes, a hint of anticipation in them, and her tail wrapped tighter around Reiner. Master, please tell me. How can I help you? Please ask me something weird. Master, if it's you, I'll do anything. Reiner intended to disappoint him. It's like this. You demons are very sensitive to magic. You saw it when fighting with Morris. As soon as I use magic, they will immediately hide away. Is there any way to hide my magical powers? Of course there is. I make good use of that method to conceal my own magic power, thus making the enemy underestimate me. However, that method is related to the control of the opponent's magic power, and improving magic power control requires years of practice. I can release my own magic power and suppress it to the level of an ordinary human. It took me about 2,000 years to achieve this effect. Reiner sighed, suddenly feeling a little lost. Now these demons will run away when they see him. Except for those who are short-sighted or curious, it is difficult for him to kill the demons. After all, these things can fly, and most of them fly very fast. If you simply compare speed, they will soon escape the detection range of the wind field, and it is easy to lose them by observing with the naked eye. Reiner asked knowingly, So how long have you lived? Lalith held her face with one hand and thought for a moment before answering. According to your human concept of time, it should be about 5,000 years. I don't know the exact time, but I don't care about it. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled at Reiner and said, Master, you don't think I'm young, do you? I'm really sorry. I'm a little older than them. Reiner nodded. He was indeed 100 million years older. So how long can you live? Longer than an elf? Elves can live for about 2,000 to 3,000 years. We demons are divided into different levels. The lifespan of low-level demons is between several dozen and 1,000 years. The lifespan of middle-level demons is between more than 1,000 years and less than 10,000 years. The lifespan of high-level demons, which is the level I am at, is more than 10,000 years. Above me is only the extreme rank. This is the level of the Demon King. Their lifespan is close to eternal, and even if they die, they will be resurrected. Their strength is incredibly powerful. Having said this, she looked at Reiner again, her eyes filled with fervent admiration. And you, my master, you will definitely be able to defeat him in the future. Chapter 162. Martina tried her best, but couldn't win. Reiner has no interest in defeating the Demon King. After all, who knows when that will happen? All he wanted to know now was how to more efficiently kill the demons that might appear in the near future. What's wrong, Master? If you have anything bothering you, please tell me. I might be able to help you. Reiner's lips curled up slightly, and he slowly extended his hand towards her. Teach me the magic that can control the release of my own magic power. This isn't magic. It simply improves your control over your magical power. If you really want to use it, I have a way to help you strengthen your control over your magical power. However, it only lasts for a short time, about 5 days. It sounds similar to Ariana's enchantment. 5 days is enough time. Just carry Lilith with you. Then show me your skills. Lelisi patted the bed and said with a smile, Master, lie down. Reiner did as he was told. As soon as he lay down, Lilith came over and put her hand on his chest. Then she said seriously, You don't mind being in contact with me, right? Don't worry that I will hurt you. I am more loyal than you expect. Her tail was tightly wrapped around Reiner's thighs, and she seemed unwilling to separate from Reiner for a moment. No problem. That's good. Lilith slowly closed her eyes, and suddenly her inner voice came to her. This demi-human is worried about his master? He's actually eavesdropping. Nora is so adorable. I must go downstairs and praise her later. Just then there was a loud noise. Martina knocked the door lock off with a punch, then pushed the door open and glared at Lilith fiercely. She yelled, Damn devil. What do you want to do? This is my man. It turns out that the demi-human who was eavesdropping was Martina, as Lilith mentioned. Reiner quickly explained, You misunderstood. Lilith was just giving me. He was speechless for a moment. What is this for? Enchantment? It's helping me anyway. Can I help you with this? Why do you need her help? Martina pointed at her tail, tightly wrapped around Reiner's leg. Look at it. Look at what it's burned like. Nora Junice. Our man is going to be taken away. She grabbed Lelisi's wrist in frustration and pulled her up abruptly. Let's go out and fight one-on-one. Lilith's inner voice reached Reiner's ears. What was she saying? This demi-human is so annoying. If it weren't for her master, she would have died long ago. Reiner quickly grabbed Martina and said, You misunderstood. She was just teaching me magic. She narrowed her eyes. What kind of magic must be taught this way? Then, dear, teach me this kind of magic too. If you teach me, I will believe you. This horse racing girl is really cunning. I'll teach you tonight. Reiner grabbed her ponytail and shook it from side to side. Martina put her hands on her hips and let go of Lilith. Deal. In that case, I won't say anything more. But I still want to fight this demon one-on-one. Although I don't want to attack Martina, she is completely not on the same level as Lilith, and she will most likely be completely defeated. Be good. We won't fight her one-on-one, dear. Martina pouted. What's wrong? It's like I'm going to lose miserably. Reiner was speechless. Ever since he learned the lightning armor forging technique and obtained the Wrath of Sylph, this guy seemed to be unaware of the fact that there are always people better than you. At this moment, Lilith replied in her half-fluent, grammatically incorrect demi-human language. Yes, I'd love to spar with you, but sparring alone is too boring. We need to add some stakes. Not only Martina, but Reiner was also stunned. So you can speak demi-human language. Layla smiled softly and continued. To be precise, it's the language of the ancient Asians. After thousands of years of evolution, many things have changed, but I can still understand some of it. Martina clenched her fists, showing off her muscles in front of her. I'm glad you understand. Let's go out and fight. If you lose, stay away from my man from now on. Lelisi's tail wrapped around him even tighter. She smiled and asked, What if I win? Martina was speechless. She looked Lilith up and down and began to murmur in her heart. This girl, I haven't seen her fight before. Is she really that powerful to ask me this? With those skinny arms and legs, I feel like I can beat 10 of them. To be on the safe side, don't bet too much. Just as Martina was thinking, Layla said, If I win, you can't interfere with anything I do to my master from now on. Reiner heard everything she said clearly. Seeing Martina lost in thought, she said, You're not afraid, are you? Who said you don't dare? I agree, let's go out and fight. Martina, who had an intelligence of D, was simply played around by Lilith. She mastered the correct usage in just one day. Just like that stinky vixen Peggy. Reiner grabbed Lilith and squinted his eyes at her. You can spar, but don't get serious. The corners of Lelisi's mouth rose slightly. Don't worry, this isn't a contract. I won't hurt her. After saying that, they turned and left the room. Seeing this, Reiner hurriedly chased after him. Originally, Nora and Aliana were going to come, but because it was a matter of Martina's face, he didn't bring anyone. Arrived outside the city. Martina cracked her knuckles and Lalith chuckled beside her. What are you laughing at? It's really annoying. Are you ready? She asked angrily. Lalisi put her long purple hair in a bun and replied calmly. It's up to you. Just do it when you're ready. Martina puffed out her cheeks, stabbed the sword into the ground, and chanted a spell. She used lightning armor, lightning speed, and wind domain in turn, and then let out a battle cry. Lalith stood there and smiled, taking the opportunity to cast a wink at Reiner. This action angered Martina, and she disappeared instantly, followed by a muffled sound. Lalith caught Martina's fist with one hand, bent her knees slightly, and slid back a few steps. Then the jade feet turned into sheep's hooves, and the slender jade fingers turned into strong and powerful claws. She threw Martina towards an open space not far away. It can be seen that she did show mercy. If it crashes directly into the tree, Uma Museum will be in big trouble. Lalith flew into the air and attacked Martina directly, knocking her down with one punch just as she was using the flying technique. Reiner couldn't bear to watch anymore. The gap between the two was too obvious. Martina was suppressed almost the entire time. If it had been a real fight, she would have died long ago. The most important thing is that Lalith was in close combat the entire time. Reiner couldn't stand it anymore and stopped the fight. Chapter 163, The Devil's Blessing. That's enough, stop fighting. Lilith's fist stopped in front of Martina. She transformed back into human form, extended her hand towards Martina, and praised her confidently. You are indeed an excellent fighter. Of all the enemies I've encountered, only 3 are stronger than you in close combat. Her inner voice also drifted to her at this moment. She has good strength, but her speed and endurance are still a little lacking. In a dozen years, she will definitely be a formidable warrior. Logically speaking, Martina's strength is S, endurance is A, and agility is B. Lalith's strength is S, the same as hers, but her endurance is B, slightly weaker than hers. But the performance in actual combat is completely not on the same level. Reiner feels that one should not be overly superstitious about talents, as the basic values of each race should be slightly different. Even if the Demihumans' strength talent reaches S level, it is probably only barely on par with the demons A level. Martina held Laylis's hand, stood up with some difficulty, and patted the dirt off her body. You win. She walked over to Reiner and stopped talking. Is he not injured? Martina shook her head. Although she didn't say anything, her thoughts drifted over. It's incredible. Even with the water, she's still so much faster than me. I must be not working hard enough. I've been eating too much white bread lately. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to keep getting stronger until I can defeat this demon. Although I really want to have a child with Reiner, I have to put this matter aside for now. It was a little unbelievable that she actually locked herself up. Reiner wiped the dirt off her face and praised her softly. That's already impressive. You're still young. Let's take it step by step and don't rush things. Martina nodded and said in a serious tone, Dear, please teach me how to cast spells without chanting when we get back. I'm sure I can learn it now. Okowo. Lilith walked towards the two of them. She looked at Reiner and asked cautiously, Did I hit him too hard? Reiner shook his head. No, this is considered the normal intensity of sparring. If she let it go too obviously, Martina might feel even more uncomfortable. The 3 returned home. Seeing them come back so quickly, Jumice quickly surrounded them. She first glanced at Reiner, and seeing that he had all his limbs intact and was not injured, she then turned her attention to Martina. Seeing the horse girl looking so dusty and dirty, I could probably guess the result even without asking. She said softly, Be good, go take a shower and rest for a while. Martina nodded, stood up, and walked upstairs. Reiner looked at her back and subconsciously touched the 2 bottles of holy water in his waist bag. Let Nora and Martina share the holy water. It's not good to be too partial. Martina loves him no less than Nora. Reiner called Nora, who was standing nearby, to come over, and then they caught up with Martina together. After pulling her into the room, he gave each of them a bottle of holy water. Martina knew the miraculous effect of this thing, and her mood improved a little. She had just suffered a setback and was trying every means to become stronger. Noila shook her ears, blinked her eyes, and asked, Master, is this for us to drink? Of course, you 2 drink it. The 2 animal-eared girls drank the potion without thinking. Their attribute panels suddenly appeared in front of Reiner. Martina's only weaknesses now are perception and intelligence, and the next one is agility. As the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise. It is not her turn to be a scout in the team, and she has the wind field to make up for her lack of perception. Most of the advice and suggestions are Reiner's job, not hers, so it doesn't matter whether she has high or low intelligence. During the competition with Lalith, even though she used the lightning armor forging technique, her speed was still half a beat slower than Lalith. In that case, let's speed her up. Reiner raised her agility from B rank to a rank. Have I become stronger again? Martina felt a subtle change. Well, this potion should have enhanced your speed. Next up was Nora. To be honest, she basically has everything, although her endurance and strength are slightly lacking, both of which are D-level. But with her invisibility and virtuality, she can always play a role at the critical moment. After thinking for a moment, Reiner added the attribute to her endurance. The specific reasons are similar to Junus. If one day I accidentally have, giving birth is not easy. In order to deal with emergencies, you must have a little more endurance. After all, no one knows how many times the system will give you the holy water. Noilemo clenched her fists and said seriously, Master, I feel like I've become stronger. Reiner reached out and rubbed her belly, only to find it was still as soft as before, with no change at all. Martina thanked him, butted Reiner like a bull, and started to leave the room. Just as he took a step forward, Reiner reached out and pulled him back, comforting him. You're already very strong. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just take it slow. You will definitely become stronger. Yeah. Martina's eyes were a little moist, and she thought of her mother who always encouraged her and taught her patiently. After Martina left, Nora stood on tiptoe and kissed Reiner, the cat ears on her head trembling. Then her inner voice came over. Master understands me. He must understand me. Thinking of this, she hugged Reiner tightly, her eyes full of anticipation. Nora is gradually changing, and now she takes the initiative. The corners of Reiner's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly wanted to tease her, so he asked knowingly, What's wrong? Are you cold? Nora was slightly stunned, and her cat ears drooped. Her face flushed deeply. Master, you are so mean. You are teasing me on purpose. I really don't know. Nora curled her lips, then stood on tiptoe and whispered in Reiner's ear. Today, I want to... After saying this, her face turned even redder, and because she was too shy, she bit Reiner and ran away in her hollow. Not long after Nora left, Laylis walked into the room. As soon as she got close to Reiner, the long, powerful tail wrapped around him tightly. Master, no one should disturb us now. Let's continue what we were doing. I will help you improve your control over your magic power. Reiner asked doubtfully, Is this really necessary? Well, I want to temporarily pass on to you the skills I've accumulated over the years. I need something as a medium, and holding it tightly like this is the best. Reiner narrowed his eyes at her and said meaningfully, Really? Then why do you always push your legs against me? Laylis coaxed and lied. This is a blessing from the devil. More or less there will be a price. Just a hug. It is definitely nothing to the master. Chapter 164. The Shame of Lelith. After receiving the blessing from Lelith, Reiner went straight to the forest where the orc tribe was located the next morning, hoping to see if he could encounter a lone demon. Only Nora, Laylis, and Aliana were accompanying them. Junais continued to make money with the other Demihumans, and Reiner gave the task of protecting her to Fran, who was accompanying them. Although this stupid dragon looks silly, he is still powerful and can definitely protect Juna's safety. Martina didn't come either. After entrusting Reiner to Nora, she stayed in the room, training and studying ways to become stronger. The corners of Lelith's mouth curled up slightly, and she asked Reiner with a smile, Is it because I was too harsh yesterday? Reiner shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. She just realized that she seemed to be holding back, so she would withdraw into herself for a while, and then she would try every possible way to become stronger. The last time I saw her so sad was because she failed to defeat the Minotaur chieftain. Laylisi laughed twice, then walked to Nora's side, twisted her waist flatteringly, and said in the awkward Gaia language, Your name is Nora, right? Can I touch your ears? Noila looked at her. Her ears twitched twice, and then her inner voice came over. Touch my ears? Why are you touching my ears? What does it mean? I don't like this guy. After a brief thought, Nora looked at Reiner beside her for his advice. Although Lalith is a devil, she does like furry things. She had no ill intentions when she said this. She just wanted to touch them. Reiner made it clear directly. If you don't like it, then reject it. The decision is yours. Nora once again asked Liz and replied politely. I need to concentrate on the investigation now. If you touch my ears, it will disturb me. Layla shrugged, and her eyes fell on Aliana. The two of them, one tall and one short, looked at each other. The elf held his staff tightly in his arms, his eyes alert. What are you looking at? You stinky devil. Layla didn't understand the elvish language. She looked at Aliana with interest, then asked Reiner, This elf is so cute. What is she saying? Praise you for being beautiful. Really? That expression doesn't look like it. Lilith poked Aliana's chin with her finger like she was teasing a dog. Suck, suck, suck. What a cute little elf. The elf's fur instantly exploded. His blue hair stood up, and he raised his staff to hit Lalith. But she easily dodged the swung staff. At this moment, Lalith suddenly shuddered, then stood still, looking around and letting Aliana hit her. I always feel like there's a scary thing watching me. Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked, What's wrong? Lelisi breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing. It must be my illusion. Reiner suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, could the Demon King have a plan for you? A demon as powerful as you would be wary, right? Lelisi shook her head and said firmly, No. If such a thing really existed, I would definitely know it. The four of them quickly walked out of the orc forest, looking towards the north of the continent. What comes into view is a barren plain. Further in the distance are rugged hills. Reiner stepped on the ground and found that the land became barren after leaving the forest. The orcs' original living conditions were really harsh. We've come all this way and still haven't encountered any other demons. There's nowhere to test the effects of this blessing. Lelisi said with her hands behind her back, Master, your magic power is too great. Even if I try my best to control it, the magic power I observe is still about the same as Satoru's. But if it encounters someone who isn't afraid of death, it might come over to take a look. Reiner said softly, Let's go shopping some more. After wandering around outside the woods for most of the day, he didn't see a single living creature, let alone a demon. This place is so desolate. Forget it, let's go back. It will probably be evening when we get home from here. Junice will be worried if we go back too late. Nora nodded and followed closely behind him. Layla sat in the front, her long, slender tail swaying gently with her waist. This guy can't even walk properly. Just as Reiner was lost in thought, Lalith suddenly turned around with a smile. Alas, the master has shown interest in me after all. There's nothing I can do about it. What are you looking at? Reiner asked knowingly. Lelisi wrapped her long, thin tail around his thigh and said, Master, I am a demon that can sense human emotions. Nothing in your mind escapes my eyes. Her dark and deep eyes exude charming charm all the time. If you look at her for a few seconds, some extremely strange thoughts will arise in your mind. Come to think of it, you must have had a lot of men, right? Lelisi denied it bluntly. No, that thing is of no use to me. Higher-ranking demons wouldn't be interested in such frivolous things. Never. No. Reiner wanted to ask some more personal questions, but he swallowed the words back. A sly look flashed in Lelisi's eyes, and she said with a smile, Master, just ask whatever you want to ask. I won't hold anything back from you. Now that you've said that, it would seem a bit unromantic if I don't ask. Reiner took a deep breath and asked seriously, What about that kind of thing? Have you ever done it? Lalith understood what Reiner meant in an instant. She leaned close to his ear and said in a low voice, Never. Even though I've lived a long life, I've actually spent a considerable portion of that time sleeping or refining my magic. Even if I were interested, I wouldn't have the chance, not to mention that I'm not interested at all. Furthermore, my charm has nothing to do with the body. It's a spiritual erosion, not what the master imagines. Then, her inner voice drifted over. Of course, if the target is the master, I am willing to try it. After all, he smells so good, it must be delicious. From what I've observed, humans and demons should be able to have sex, but they just can't produce offspring. Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, So, you actually have zero combat record? Lelisi shrugged and said, This kind of thing has no real meaning. We were born from the malice of all things in the world, and we cannot give birth to offspring like you humans. Instead of doing such meaningless things, it's better to find a place to rest for a while. Of course, if you're interested in me, Master, I will be happy to answer all your questions and do anything for you. Please don't hesitate. After saying that, she raised her eyebrows and gave him a seductive look. Reiner looked her up and down and said meaningfully, You are a disgrace to the succubus. Chapter 165, The Elves' Visit. A month passed. The demon attacks began to become more frequent. At first, new demons would appear every now and then, but now Fiona comes to him for help almost every day. Reiner simply built 2 3-story huts in the Rock Clan and temporarily lived in their tribe. Fiona often had people send her sifted flour, some strange game and spices, and Daisy, who was good at cooking, always made the food delicious. Lacey sat at the dining table, sipping the pea stew Daisy had made, and rubbed her cheek with satisfaction. Eating is so interesting. I like this feeling more and more. Her flexible tail kept twisting behind her, and she looked very happy. This girl is indeed a smart woman. Her learning ability is on the same level as Peggy's. She can remember everything she reads almost immediately. In just 1 month, she used her free time to learn modern Demihuman, Barnet, Orcish, and Elvish. To be honest, Reiner was a little envious of her learning ability. Aliana, who was sitting opposite Lalith, would squint her eyes and peek at her from time to time. It can be seen that the elf really doesn't like her at all. On the contrary, it was Lacey who always liked to tease her. "What's wrong, little one? Do you want me to feed you something?" Aliana pouted and said angrily, "You damned devil. What are you laughing at? Are you looking down on me? I think you're cute. Come here and let me feed you." Lalith patted her thigh. Aliana puffed out her cheeks. "I don't need to be fed by a demon." After saying that, her eyes fell on Lalith, and she suddenly became even angrier. "What a great evil. It's annoying to watch." Lacey said with a smile, "It's okay, little one. I have a way to make you mature, but it only requires a tiny price." Aliana narrowed her eyes, and her tone became a little softer. "Really? You took it seriously just to tease?" Aliana ran over to her angrily and punched her a few times. "This girl, Lalith, is so mean. She has fooled almost everyone in the family this month, and only Peggy has escaped her harm." Nora glanced at the 2 people beside her, then lowered her head, scooped up some meat with sliced white bread, and slowly put it into her mouth. There was a sound of footsteps at the stairs. Martina quickly went downstairs to her seat, ate the stew in the bowl in 1 gulp, then took 2 slices of white bread and ran upstairs. These days, she has been studying how to improve the lightning armor. Although Reiner does not have high hopes for her intelligence, he is still worried that she will accidentally figure out the complete version. Noila, Mo muttered to the side, "Really, the food doesn't taste good anymore." Reiner nodded and shouted, "Come back. I'll teach you some other magic. You've been really crazy lately. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, you stay in your room and exercise." Martina's voice came from upstairs. "I'll study it for a few more days. I've found the trick." Reiner was sweating profusely. He was afraid that Martina would learn the complete version and use it indiscriminately, causing harm to him. At this moment, Junice had already changed her clothes and was asking the animal-eared girls to line up and prepare to go to Cannon's Tavern to take some commissions. She is a workaholic and can't stay idle even though her belly is slightly bulging. But thanks to their hard work, more and more people are willing to post commissions in the tavern during this period. Some people even bypassed the tavern and went to the house where Reiner lived in Cannon to seek help. Reiner spread his arms to block her way. "Okay, don't go out for a while. You're already pregnant, and you're still jumping around with them every day." Several Demihumans, including Paige, have already learned the Barnet language, so it's no longer a problem for them to take on missions individually. Peggy, who was standing nearby, nodded and answered affirmatively, "Yes, I'm already familiar with the process. Even if I'm the only one in charge, I can complete the task perfectly." Jumai sighed, "I'd better go with you. The residents here aren't as polite as those in Mellowed. They often insult women when they see them, not to mention that Paige and the others are subhumans. At least they won't resort to violence when I'm here." Peggy shook her head. "Don't worry, ma'am. I have the ability to avoid conflicts with those simple-minded people." Junice held the staff and looked at Reiner pitifully. It can be seen that she really wants to go out. Reiner hugged her gently, then walked to the dining table and comforted her. "It's just for a while. Why don't you read the magic book at home, okay?" As he spoke, he took the time to wink at Peggy, signaling her to hurry up and leave, because the longer she delayed, the more jealous Junice would become. After Peggy and the beast-eared woman walked away, she gently hit Reiner twice and complained, "It's your fault. I didn't even consider having children before I turned 30. Reiner bent down, picked him up, and walked into the room. "Isn't this a coincidence? I didn't expect to hit him with 1 shot." After settling her down temporarily, Reiner walked out of the room and saw Fiona, who came to visit him every day. She walked towards here with a smile on her face and seemed to be in a good mood. "What's wrong? You're smiling so happily. Are there no demons bothering you today?" Fiona shook her head. "Not entirely. I smile because I have encountered better things." Earlier, the scouts I sent to the north of the forest discovered traces of elves, and they hunted down an unknown demon that was good at using water magic. Elf. Reiner doesn't have a good impression of elves other than Little Potato and Potato Mom. Hearing that elves appeared nearby, he was happy about the lightening of his burden, but he was also worried that they might cause trouble. The orcs' houses are basically built of wood, and the trees around their tribe are almost cut down. It is estimated that these elves will come and blame the orcs sooner or later. Fiona was very good at reading people's expressions. Seeing Reiner's unhappy face, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's okay. Plant more trees when you have time. I think the land around the tribe is almost completely chopped down. I guess it won't be long before the elves come and cause trouble for you." Fiona blinked and responded softly. Just then, strange noises were heard outside. There were many orcs looking up at the sky. Reiner sidled past her, then walked out the doorway and looked up at the sky. She immediately spotted the two elves hovering above the tribe, a man and a woman. The blonde male elf is holding a scimitar, while the blue-haired female elf is holding a staff. Looking at them, Reiner suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 166, Lilith's Lesson. Lilith walked over to Reiner and picked her teeth with her sharp nails. She met eyes with the two elves in the sky. The next second, a male elf holding a scimitar swooped down and attacked Lilith. Reiner quickly deployed a barrier to protect the three people standing at the door. The blade made a dull thud as it struck the barrier. Lacey took a half step back, covered her mouth, and looked at him in surprise. When Aliana heard the noise, she ran out of the living room. She was surprised at first to see the strange elf, but when she saw that the situation was not right, she asked anxiously, "What happened? Who are you? Why are you bullying Reiner?" The elf holding the scimitar glanced at her and spoke his name accurately. "Aliana, daughter of Stargazer Serena. Why are you here?" He didn't know that the invisible Nora had already put a dagger to his neck, and it would only take a moment to kill him. Martina sat at the second-floor window, carrying a greatsword, looking at the few people ready to fight at any time. Seeing this, many orc warriors in the tribe also surrounded them with axes. "I'm out here for an adventure. Reiner is my good friend, and he's a good man." Aliana stood in front of Reiner. The male elf took a half step back and said coldly, "Is he the Reiner who can speak our language? But no matter what, he shouldn't collude with the devil." Reiner felt that these elves were looking for trouble, so he pulled the limp Aliana behind him and asked in a tough tone, "What do you mean by colluding with the devil? How did I collude with the devil? You're not really distinguishing right from wrong." Lacey also covered her mouth and said, "Oh my, I haven't done anything bad recently. I don't remember provoking you elves." The male elf looked at her, a hint of surprise flashing between his brows. "You can actually speak our language?" He glared at Reiner fiercely with sharp eyes and said angrily, "As a human, you not only colluded with the devil, but also taught him our holy language. Your crime is unforgivable." Reiner shook his head. "It's really incomprehensible. Although this girl is a demon, she has basically done nothing bad to you, right? And language can't be passed on to others? It's a tool for communication, and at most it's just practical. How can there be a distinction between high and low?" Aliana chimed in. "That's right, my mother can speak many languages. I asked her similar questions before, and she answered me the same way. Furthermore, this demon hasn't done anything bad so far, although she's a bit mean, but we can't decide to kill her just because of that." This month, Reiner interrogated Lilith in detail about all the bad things she had done after escaping from the seal. Although Lilith is vengeful, she doesn't like to attack other creatures. She had indeed killed a dozen orcs who attacked her in self-defense before, but that had nothing to do with the elves. At this moment, the male elf holding the scimitar in front of him spoke. "The devil is the embodiment of evil. Just because she doesn't kill people now doesn't mean she won't kill people in the future. Before that, we must completely eliminate this threat." Reiner waved his hand. "No need. I've already signed a contract with her. She will not kill people casually now." She actually signed a contract with the devil. No wonder you're on her side. You've all been bewitched by her. Reiner looked him up and down. "Don't make me scold you. I've killed over 30 demons in the past few months. Why didn't you come to eradicate the demons before? Now that there's a demon willing to help, you're meddling in my business." The female, elf flying in the air, was gathering her strength. A flickering light shone from the tip of her staff. "Olvi, don't waste your time talking to them. Stand back and let me do it. At worst, we can kill this human as well." Aliana hugged him tightly. Don't do this. Reiner and this demon have never done anything bad. I can vouch for him. If you dare to kill innocent people, I will tell my mother." Laylasai raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the elf in the air, a murderous look flashing in her eyes. "You want to kill my master?" Before she finished speaking, her dark eyes gradually turned purple. The elf in the air fell instantly and struggled for a while before getting up from the ground. Her eyes turned light purple, and she looked at them lifelessly. The elf named Alvi turned around and asked with concern, "Hida, are you okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, the blue-haired female elf named Shida threw away her staff, took out a dagger from her waist, and put it against her neck. "Damn it! How dare you!" Laylas suddenly attacked, instantly grabbed Alvi's neck, and lifted him up easily. She deadpanned. "How dare you question my loyalty to my master? Look at your companions. That's what happens to those who are enchanted." Fiona, who was standing aside, opened her eyes wide. She was shocked by the speed of Lalitha's attack. Reiner said quickly, "Just teach them a lesson. Don't kill them. We can't make enemies with the elves." Laylasai nodded and continued, "Be thankful that you've saved your life. With your feeble magic power, if my master hadn't forbidden me from killing people casually, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant." Alvi's face flushed red, and he looked as if he was about to die. Aliana grabbed her clothes and shook them gently. "They already know they are wrong. Lalith, don't." Lalith put him down, then clapped her hands and stepped back to Reiner. The female elf named Shida came back to her senses and stared blankly at the dagger in her hand, as if she didn't know what had happened. Alvi picked up the machete on the ground, turned around, and said to her, "Hida, let's go." The two elves flew away in shame. Aliana sighed, softly, and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Fortunately, there wasn't any conflict. They're really nosy. An elf must have told them about Lalith. I need to tell the nearby elves. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Will we attract even weirder creatures? The last time we encountered two Pokemon, it was the same thing. You're really worrying about nothing. Aliana lowered her head and snapped her fingers awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I made you laugh. Some old-fashioned guys are like this. They won't change even if you scold them. They're almost ruining our reputation," Laylisi said with a smile. "If it were up to me, we should teach them a lesson. If we cut off a hand or a foot, they'll behave themselves." Reiner patted her head and said, "Stop smelling it. The evil in you is about to overflow." Just then, an elf with short blue hair flew in the sky. Judging from his figure, he looks like a man. Chapter 167 Potato Daddy says something wrong and gets criticized by his daughter. Reiner thought it was another malicious person and decisively deployed the barrier. The blue-haired male elf landed steadily in front of everyone. He looked like a young and indifferent handsome man, with eyes of the same color as his hair, both light blue. He also carried two heavy-looking silver-blue scimitars on his back, and the blades always made crisp sounds when they collided. Before Reiner could ask, Aliana, who was beside Reiner, ran over and shouted happily, "Dad, you came to see me. Where's my mom?" Reiner rubbed his eyes. Is this Aliana's father? To be honest, he looks younger than Reiner. Just looking at his appearance, you can't guess his age at all. Potato Dad gave her a cold look and replied, "No." After that, his eyes fell on Reiner, and then he introduced himself. "You should be Reiner. Aliana often mentions you to the elves. I've often heard Aliana mention you. She said you're a very powerful Blade Walker warrior. What should I call you?" Potato Dad stared at Reiner and replied softly, "Just call me Oldek." "Hello, Lord Oldek." Reiner extended his hand to him. "No need to say master, just call me by my name." Potato Dad glanced down at Reiner's outstretched hand, then shook it. "Actually, I came here because I have something more important to discuss with you." "Are you looking for me or the Orc Chieftain?" Oldek's gaze switched back and forth between Reiner, Fiona, and Lilith. After a moment, he spoke. "Let's find the Orc Chief first. I'll talk to you later about Aliana and this demon. Do you need me to translate?" "No. I understand Orcish and have spoken with Fiona several times before." Reiner retreated into the house and invited them in. Oldek and Fiona didn't choose a place and started talking directly at the dining table. Reiner and Lilith sat on the side and listened. In short, demons are now appearing more and more frequently in the surrounding area, and some demons even bypass canon and directly enter the big forest where the elves live to cause destruction. The Elven Council of Elders hopes to cooperate with the orcs and establish multiple outposts in the north. The orcs will be responsible for exploration, while the elves will be responsible for fighting. in order to intercept the increasing number of demons outside the forest. Reiner hated meetings the most since he was a child. If he hadn't considered that this was Ariana's father, he would have been lying on the bed reading a magic book. You evil devil, don't touch me with your hands, no matter where you touch me. I hate you. Little Potato was playing with Lalith at the moment. You're so cute when you're angry. So endearing. You're just the opposite. Aliana puffed out her cheeks and tapped her twice lightly with her staff. Reiner yawned, waved to Nora, then arranged the stools in a row and fell asleep with his head resting on her thighs. Nora's slender fingers gently circled Reiner's hair. The scent emanating from her body always made people feel at ease, and he became more and more sleepy. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Reiner was gently woken up by Nora. Master, the elf's father is calling you. Reiner quickly stood up and rubbed his eyes, looking towards the door. It's still daytime. He suddenly felt something soft in his arms, and when he looked down, he found it was Aliana who was sleeping soundly. Perhaps out of guilt or for some other reason, Reiner subconsciously looked at Oldek, and their eyes met. In just a moment, he was sweating profusely. Potato, wake up. Why did you fall asleep on me? Aliana started to act coquettishly. She hugged Reiner's waist tightly with both hands and seemed unwilling to get up. Lacey, who was sitting next to you, said, seeing you sleeping, she felt sleepy too. But at first she just lay on her side next to you, but she was afraid she would fall down after falling asleep. So she climbed on top of you. Nora held her under her arms with both hands and finally got her off Reiner. Oldek said, this child is very solitary. It's rare to see her so clingy to someone. Reiner nodded and answered like a robot. She only clings to me occasionally. She's not like this usually. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Unfortunately, this is not some chat software where you can withdraw the messages you sent within 2 minutes. Oldek said nothing more, but fixed his gaze on Lalith. Lalith was also looking at him expressionlessly. At the same time, she thought to herself, this guy seems quite strong. After a moment of silence, Oldek asked Reiner, is this demon no longer harmful? Reiner looked at Lalith, who was squinting at Nora. She was thinking about the Catgirl in her mind. It should be fine for now. I can control her. And look at her. She's nothing like a demon that enjoys killing. Lalith looked at the two of them, then stood up and walked over to Reiner, gently pressing his shoulders with both hands and saying, I will obey my master in everything and will not harm a life without reason. Older said expressionlessly, I believe you. I hope you won't betray my trust, or I will never let you off easily. Lacey shrugged and said nonchalantly, whatever. I actually prefer playing with cats at home rather than meaninglessly killing people. After that, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Nora. The Catgirl pointed to the mithril dagger at her waist, unwilling to be outdone. Lacey covered her face and said, oh my, he's so cute even when he's a villain. I like him even more. Just then Aliana woke up. She stretched, left Nora's lap, and walked over to Reiner, gently tugging at his clothes. Reiner, I'm a little hungry. Where did you put the honey? I need to help myself. It's in the usual place. You have to wash up after eating sweets, otherwise your teeth will get rotten. No. Aliana staggered towards the kitchen. While she was tinkering in the kitchen, Oldek, who was sitting across the table from her, shook his head and said, we elves have always been monogamous. To be honest, I don't really agree with your relationship. Before Reiner could explain, Aliana, who was in the kitchen, poked her head out and cursed, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Reiner and I are just ordinary friends. She ran out of the kitchen with a piece of white bread and hit him on the head. Oldek's face was full of shock and then a little aggrieved. He first glanced at Aliana, whose cheeks were slightly red, and then his eyes fell on Reiner again. He suddenly stood up and walked out the door. My words are not pleasant. I'm going back first. Chapter 168, Expanding Business. The orcs and elves decided to build an outpost in the north of the forest and join forces to resist the demons' attack. For the time being, Reiner and the others have nothing to do. After a month of trial operation, Reiner found that it was feasible to buy demi-human slaves and use them to make money for himself. He planned to take advantage of his free time now to go to Melid to buy more subhuman slaves and then arm them for his own use. The story of the demi-human adventurer team has spread throughout canon, and the number of commission missions has skyrocketed. Reiner plans to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and expand the company. How much money do we have now? Reiner asked with his head down. During this period, he did not carefully calculate the accounts and basically gave all the money to his wife to manage. Junice and Aliana were squatting on the ground sorting stacks of currency according to their categories. Nora scratched her head and looked at the thick account book in her hand, seeming a little annoyed. Although she had memorized the multiplication table, she was still not very proficient in using it and often got stuck. Peggy, who was adept at using the formula table, stood by anxiously, her mind murmuring from time to time. "Oh, I really don't understand what's so difficult about this. Isn't it just deducting the expenses for this period and still having 643 Barnett gold coins left? It seems that accounting should be handed over to someone with a more flexible mind." Reiner raised an eyebrow at Paige. "Come on, you look like you really want to talk." Nora handed the account book to Peggy, who was standing beside her. She breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a strong feeling of frustration surged in her heart. Peggy glanced at it and answered with certainty. "Currently, it's 643 gold coins. Excluding travel expenses, if calculated according to the exchange rate of the Kingdom of Diest, it would be about 1,607 gold coins. Excluding travel expenses, if we use the previous spending to purchase and equip slaves, we can probably buy about 100 slaves." Seeing Peggy so confident and smart, Nora was a little shocked. She drooped her cat ears and whispered to Reiner, "I'm sorry, Master. I'm stupid too." Reiner rubbed her ears and said softly, "You're already very good. Every profession has its own strengths. Although you're not very good at settling accounts, you're good at fighting, right?" He kissed Nora, then held her in his arms and thought, "We don't need to buy so many weapons and equipment this time. Our ways of making money are not limited to being adventurers. Farming and mining are also possible. Fiona has given us certain mining rights to the abandoned gold mine controlled by the Rock Clan. 2 months have passed since the discovery, and they still haven't fully explored the reserves in the abandoned gold mine. But last time I was bored, I went inside to take a look and found quite a bit of silver and copper ore. Although silver ore isn't as valuable as gold, it's still quite valuable." Peggy nodded and began to record the information in the account book with a quill. Junice slowly stood up and walked to Reiner's side, gently elbowing Reiner. "Don't go to Melid to buy demi-human slaves. I have a better suggestion. Just go to my hometown to buy it. The Kingdom of Rosno is located in the south of the continent, which is the homeland of the Demihumans. Even in a small border city, the slave market is more than 10 times larger than that of Merode. The Demihumans, they're not only strong and powerful, but also cheap. The exchange rate between Barnet and Rosino is about 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. Peggy thought for a second before speaking slowly. "That's about 964 gold coins, but I don't know the exact purchasing power." Junice said, "Don't worry, it's definitely better than Diest currency." Reiner unfolded the map and looked at it. Although Rosno is a neighboring country of Diest, to reach there, one must cross Diest territory. The total distance is about 700 kilometers, and the road conditions are unknown. Not counting the time for purchasing slaves, a round trip is estimated to take about 2 months. Reiner subconsciously looked at her slightly bulging belly, but his gaze was easily noticed by Junice. "What? Are you worried about me?" "Don't worry, it's okay." Junice put her hands on her hips and smiled happily. "It's just riding a horse, it'll be fine. Why don't you stay in Cannon? I'll let Martina stay with you. She doesn't like to go out anymore anyway, and she's not even active in sleeping." Before Reiner could speak, Martina, who was sitting cross-legged beside him, objected. "No, I want to be with you too. Let's put things in perspective. If I don't see you for 2 months, I'll miss you." After hearing what Martina said, Junice also unlocked new ideas. She pretended to be weak and leaned into Reiner's arms, then said aggrievedly, "Dear, do you really want to abandon your pregnant wife and go to a foreign country for a month?" Reiner fell in a deep thought. At this moment, Leilasai stepped forward to help. "It's okay. I can take care of you in your place. Although I also want to stay by your side. It's only for 2 months. I can endure this time." Junice waved her hand and refused. "No demon." Reiner sighed, thought for a moment, and then continued. "In that case, let's wait until you give birth before setting off. We can do something else during these 7 months. Junice was anxious. She grabbed Reiner's shoulders and shook him hard. "It's okay, Reiner. Look at the peasant women here. They will go to work even if they are pregnant." She hugged Reiner and began to act coquettishly. "Please, Reiner, take me with you. I haven't been home for too long, and I miss my hometown a little bit." Reiner pinched her soft cheeks and shook them from side to side. "You're bragging again. I've never heard you miss home before. So why do you miss it all of a sudden?" Junice pouted. "That's what I was thinking. Then I'll just follow you obediently. Nothing will happen." Peggy walked up to Reiner and said, "Take me with you when the time comes. The south of the continent is my hometown. I escaped from there. Maybe I can help you. Bring Pasha and Eudora along. We'll go on the trade route and let them get familiar with the area. This should be useful in the future." Reiner nodded. In that case, he had to take them all with him. He couldn't possibly leave his helpless company employees here. After all, if he wasn't there, there would be no one in charge, and if anything went wrong, everything would be over. It wouldn't cost much to buy 2 carriages and take them both with you, so it wouldn't matter if you took them with you. Reiner looked around at the group and said, "All right, then everyone go pack your bags. We'll probably leave the day after tomorrow and expect to be back here in 2.5 months." Everyone returned to their rooms to pack up. He took the opportunity to slip out the door and headed towards Fiona's house. Chapter 169, Fiona's plan, was interrupted. Fiona doesn't actually live with her family. It is said that once orcs reach adulthood, both men and women must move out and live on their own. They will only return to their own homes for a night when they find a mate. Reiner came to Fiona's door and knocked on the wooden door, but no one responded. Not long after Potato Dad left, she also left, and no one knew where she went. Reiner randomly caught a passing orc patrol and asked about Fiona's whereabouts. I asked several people in a row, but they didn't know where she went, until Reiner saw a familiar figure. Chiron, Fiona's best friend, is said to be the most powerful female warrior of the Rock clan. Reiner quickly called out to her, "Do you know where Fiona went? What do you want to see her about?" Chiron was very alert. Her eyes gradually moved down and landed on a strange place. "Oh, you two are going on a date, but she's a bit busy right now. She's meeting with the chiefs of other tribes in the Beastbone Hall. You can go and wait for her there." Chiron suddenly came closer and said in a low voice, "She's a bit shy, so don't be too forceful when you're on a date. She'll get scared." Reiner left the place with an embarrassed look on his face. He asked around for the location of Fiona's meeting, and finally found a council hall that was supported by huge skeletons of some unknown creature and was tightly surrounded by wooden boards. On both sides of the curtain at the entrance stood dozens of beast guards, each wearing a different outfit and appearing to be from a variety of clans. Reiner looked around, leaned against a sturdy pine tree, and waited. I thought they would be done talking in about 10 minutes, but I ended up waiting for 2 hours until evening before some orc chieftains I didn't recognize came out one after another. They were cursing at each other and didn't seem to be having a particularly pleasant conversation. It was not until the lights inside went out that Fiona walked out with a tired look on her face. She didn't notice Reiner under the tree. After greeting the guard at the door, she walked towards home. Reiner quickly caught up with her, patted her shoulder, and their eyes met. "Reiner, why are you here? I've been waiting for you under the tree for a long time. It seems like you two didn't have a pleasant conversation." "Ah, yes, the clans are not particularly united. They all have their own agendas. Even in such a major undertaking as helping the elves defend against demons from the north, they are worried about losing out." Fiona lowered her head and muttered to herself, "In order to unite the tribe, I have always compromised. Now more and more people think I am weak, and the tribe has fallen into turmoil again." She is now thinking of countermeasures, and her brain never stops for a moment. When she reached the door of her house, she seemed to remember something and turned back to look at Reiner. "Come to think of it, you should have something to talk to me about, right? I came to see you on a date." "Ah!" Fiona screamed, her face completely red, and she subconsciously looked around. "Just kidding. I'm here to say goodbye to you. I'll be away for a while, about 2 months. During this time, I'll have Laylis leave 2 clones here to assist you. If there's anything urgent, you can tell Laylis." Fiona pulled Lena into the house and asked, "Is she safe? If she is, I will let her live with me." Reiner looked around and found that Fiona's house was still so plain. The living room only has a bed and a wooden dining table, and the small compartment at the deepest part of the house is the kitchen used for making fire and cooking. She didn't even have a wooden floor. The ground was just covered in dirt. "She's safe. Feel free to use her." "Oh," Fiona nodded, then clumsily pulled out a chair in front of the dining table. "Reiner, please sit down. You probably haven't eaten yet. I'll get you something to eat." After saying that, she went into the kitchen and started busying herself. "Okay." Reiner was not polite. He sat down at the dining table and waited. He planned to leave after eating. Fiona glanced at him and then walked out the door. "What? Actually, there's not much to eat at home. Just some peas and barley. I'm going to go borrow some meat from Chiron." Reiner couldn't help but tease. "You're the co-chief of an orc tribe, commanding at least 20,000 to 30,000 orcs. How come you're so miserable that you even have to borrow meat from others?" Fiona stood there scratching her head, feeling a little overwhelmed. Reiner spoke again. Just stew beans, I'm not picky about food. Okay. Fiona went back to the kitchen and started tinkering. After more than 10 minutes, she brought a bowl of green paste, which had a faint smell of peas. The appearance of this food is a bit like the food in India. Reiner thanked him, then scooped a spoonful into his mouth and savored it carefully. To be honest, although it looks unappetizing, it is actually quite delicious. After dinner, Reiner noticed that Fiona had been rubbing her shoulders, and their eyes met again. Fiona explained, "My shoulders are a little sore. Don't worry about it, Lord Reiner. Oh, if only those 2 lumps of flesh could be smaller. It's so tiring to carry them on my shoulders every day. Let me rub your shoulders," Reiner offered, then suddenly stood up and walked behind her. "But it's nothing. Just close your eyes." Fiona closed her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. "So gentle." Neither of them said a word. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, she took the initiative to break the silence. "Actually, I really hope you stay. Apart from you, I don't have anyone else I can completely rely on." She is not usually an active person. Reiner asked meaningfully, "You want me to stay tonight?" Fiona's face turned even redder, and she whispered, "Reiner, please stop teasing me. I'll be shy." Her ears also began to turn red. Reiner's hands increased in strength as he continued to massage her shoulders to help her relax. "It's only been 2 months. Lalitha's clone is also very powerful. She will do her best to assist you." "I hope so." The two fell silent again. Seeing that it was getting late, Reiner patted her shoulder gently and said softly, "Then I'll go back first. I have to get up early tomorrow to go to Cannon to buy 2 carriages. We will set off the day after tomorrow. I'll take you there when the time comes." Fiona turned and looked at Reiner. Her inner voice came over. "Speak up, you idiot. There's nothing to be shy about. Fiona, be braver. Fortunately, I took a bath yesterday, and my father and mother gave me courage." The next second, Fiona mustered up her courage, grabbed Reiner's clothes, and said loudly, "It's getting late today. Lord Reiner, please rest here with me." After that, she didn't give Reiner a chance to refuse, and took his hand and walked towards the bed. Although this guy is tall with thin arms and legs, he is actually just as strong as any man. "Master Reiner, please sit here and rest for a while. I'll wash the kitchen utensils." She spoke unclearly, and it was obvious that she was very nervous, afraid that her request would be rejected. It's a pity that she didn't make the right choice this time. At this moment, Nora was leaning on the windowsill, squinting her eyes as she met Reiner's gaze. Chapter 170, I hope the master will live forever. That night, because of Nora, Fiona was so shy that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This resulted in Reiner not being able to eat even a single cat hair. The next morning, he set out with his team. After a long journey of more than 20 days, everyone is now in the southern part of Diest, only 100 or 200 kilometers away from the kingdom of Rosno. Looking at the bumpy dirt road in front of them, if the road is this difficult to walk on before crossing the border, they will probably need to walk for about 10 more days. At this moment, rain began to fall from the sky again, dripping onto Reiner's cheeks. He and Junice each deployed 2 water shields to protect the team from wind and rain. The further south they went, the hotter the weather became, and they basically changed into cooler short-sleeve shirts. Flying beside Reiner, Lalith reached out to touch the raindrops, looked around at the lush vegetation, and said with emotion, "Is this the south of the continent? I like it here. Is this your first time here?" She nodded. "Yes, before I was sealed, I had hardly ever been anywhere. I had always lived in the northernmost polar region of the continent. There were only rugged hills and endless white snow." Having said this, she closed her eyes, and her thin and thick eyelashes trembled slightly. Martina, who was standing aside, had a dazed look in her eyes. She was still thinking about how to make herself stronger. What would happen if I unleashed all the thunder and lightning? I'll try it tonight. After nearly 2 months of hard work, she has almost figured out the complete version of the thunder armor. Not only that, she also developed many strange skills, such as releasing lightning in front of her when swinging her fist, or instantly releasing large-scale lightning to attack enemies around her. Although Reiner was proud of her, he couldn't help but worry that she would abuse this magic and cause damage to her body. Reiner reached out and touched her furry horse ears, saying softly, "You must be obedient, understand? No matter what, safety comes first. Don't keep using those weird magic tricks. I'll be very worried if you get hurt." Martina blinked and replied, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Reiner would believe this no matter who said it, but when it came from Uma Musim's mouth, it seemed a bit nonsense. Lacey listened to the conversation between the two, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Seeing her smirk, Reiner casually asked, "How's Fiona doing? Is she safe?" This guy's clone is extremely useful, and there is absolutely zero delay between it and his original body. No matter what happens to Fiona, she will know it at the first time, just like a wireless surveillance. Same old story. Although it was a little turbulent, her safety was not threatened. If you ask me, just kill those disobedient chiefs, so as to avoid the long nights of worrying about when they will rebel. I feel uncomfortable just watching them, Lilith said seriously. Hold on, your evil is overflowing again. Reiner reached out and grabbed her ear, gently pulling it. The York clans are diverse, and each clan has its own unique culture, making management difficult. If unification could be achieved by killing all the other chiefs, it would have been done long ago. Furthermore, hatred is hereditary. If we do this, the rebels will be like leeks growing back after each harvest. Lacey shrugged. Then kill them all, until no more can grow. Although we can certainly kill her hostile orc tribe without sacrificing a single soldier, it would be a waste. Population is also a resource. We should try to negotiate and then kill them if there is no other way. Lacey replied lazily, "Oh, life is so tiring, always thinking about this and that." Reiner grabbed the horns on her head and shook them gently. "You have such a useful brain, but you only use it to tease Nora and the others. We'll waste. I'm tired, even using my brain is tiring." Lilith fell behind Reiner. The horse was frightened and looked back, and involuntarily quickened its pace. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Fiona is starting to get dazed now. She becomes like this whenever she's idle, and then she gives off a scent of longing. I think she's thinking about you, because every time she comes to see you, she gives off that I want to sleep with you vibe." She was being quite euphemistic in her statement. When she first came, whenever Nora acted coquettishly with Reiner, she would say some very vulgar words. Although Nora didn't understand the devil language, she still gave the two of them a strange look after hearing Fiona's name. She muttered quietly, "Master, are you discussing what happened that night?" "No." Noila lowered her head and muttered softly, "It seems that I should have been 2 hours late." Lacey narrowed her eyes and asked curiously, "Which night? 2 hours late? What are you talking about?" Her eyes rolled around, and she guessed what was going on immediately, but she didn't say it out loud. She probably caught the master and the orc in the act, but this guy has such excellent perception, he probably did it on purpose. Well, doing that kind of thing all the time is bad for your health. You should take care of yourself. Excessive indulgence can lead to an early death. Reiner narrowed his eyes at her, letting this guy understand everything. Lilith glanced at Reiner, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Master, do you want to gain a lifespan of several thousand years so that you can live longer?" "I don't have any plans for now. I think people should just let nature take its course. Besides, is there such a thing as magic? I once asked an old tree demon that had lived for thousands of years, and it didn't know anything." Lilith shrugged. "It just doesn't know, it doesn't have it. Will you turn me into some mindless monster?" "Of course not. The master attracts me for more than just his magic. It would be meaningless if he turned into a walking corpse." Lilith gently hugged Reiner's waist, her tone lowered. "I feel sad when I think that the master will die in 100 years. How can a demon be sad? You make me feel like I'm going to die tomorrow. If I hadn't gotten sick, I could have lived for at least another 50 years. 50 years is but a fleeting moment for me. You may not believe this, but I'm very willing to live with you." She held his hand tighter. "During this time, I've experienced many things I've never seen before." Reiner stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. "Then can you let my wives live for thousands of years as well?" Lacey shook her head. "If I could reach the pinnacle and possess a near-eternal lifespan, then—" Chapter 171, Crossing the Border. Another week passed, and the border between Diest and the Kingdom of Rosno was in sight. As the team crossed the stream that served as the border and followed the passing caravans, slowly entering the broad plain, Reiner saw the city in the distance at a glance. Wow, this place does look nice. The city in the distance looked magnificent and huge, with many red and yellow woven woolen blankets used for decoration on its towering white walls. There's also a tall castle in the center of the city that is as magnificent as a palace. The buildings here are brand new, and there are many businesses. It looks really nice just from the outside. This was the most prosperous city he had encountered on the road so far. Junice rode up to Reiner and said with a smile, "This city is called Vosrich. It's a border city between Rosno and Diest. The kingdom of Rosno is the most powerful kingdom on this continent, stronger than Diest and Barnet. After saying this, she put away her smile and her expression became somewhat sad. Everyone says this to the outside world, but in reality, this kingdom is extremely corrupt and has long been terminally ill. Any war could drag it into the abyss. The prosperity you see is just superficial. There are no fewer hungry people, thieves, robbers, and beggars here than in Melid. Reiner looked at the caravan passing by. Although I don't know what the city is like, the business should be quite prosperous. If possible, he would also like to buy a few magic books and study them in depth. At this moment, the team suddenly became agitated. Epic Wolf and the others looked at the rows of slaves passing by and began to talk among themselves. They seemed to want to rescue their compatriots. Peggy, emphasize our discipline to them. Yes. Peggy rode to the back and the team soon quieted down, but they still felt a little sad when they saw their ragged compatriots passing by. Junais nudged Reiner a few times and whispered, "How many Demihumans do you plan to buy back this time?" Reiner shrugged and said, "It depends. If possible, I'll buy as much as I can. Even though I'll be making them earn money for me, it's still better than being slaves anyway. Come to think of it, won't you go back to your hometown to have a look?" A few days ago, Reiner asked her if she wanted to go back to her hometown, Lilith Tower, located north of Rosno, because their destination was the royal capital and they would pass by there. If he didn't want to go back and look, Reiner planned to go around there to avoid unnecessary trouble. And Junais said she would think about it, and has not given him an answer so far. The two of them slowed down their pace. Junais lowered her head and thought for a long time before slowly saying, "Let's just pass by from outside the city. There's no need to go in. I just want to take a look from afar. After all, that's my hometown." "I understand." Reiner looked back at the team. The long journey made everyone exhausted, especially the elf Ariana. She was looking at Reiner listlessly, as if she was about to fall off the horse at any time. "What's wrong, Potato? Are you feeling unwell?" I really want to sleep. The stinky demon kept harassing me last night, and I didn't sleep well." Reiner looked at Lalith beside him, and she looked away guiltily. "You're so bored. Why are you disturbing the elf's sleep? The child still needs to grow." Lelisi muttered, "Then I won't bother her tonight." After saying that, the guy flew to Aliana's horse and gently hugged the elf. "What are you doing? You're putting your great evil on me again." "To coax you to sleep. I know you don't believe me, but actually I love children the most." Lelis reached out and pinched Aliana's soft cheek. "You eat children? No, you are the child." Aliana hit her head twice with her staff. "We demons can survive without eating." Lilith rubbed her long blue hair. Seeing that the two of them were talking happily, Reiner turned his attention to the girl with animal ears. "That's all for today. Let's set up camp by the roadside." The beast-eared women left the carriage one after another, walked to the roadside with their luggage, and began to build a shelter, preparing to spend the night there. Peggy rummaged around in the carriage to make sure the food supply was adequate. "My benefactor, the food is almost gone. That should be enough for today, right?" "Well, it can last until tomorrow noon." Reiner raised an eyebrow at Junais beside him. "Dear, come with me to the city to buy some things. After all, this is the country you live in. You should be more familiar with it." Junais nodded and said, "Okay, the local currency dealers will cheat you. I'll follow you and help you check." Reiner called out to Nora and Martina. Nora followed obediently, while Martina planned to continue exercising while she had time, and had already laid on the lawn doing push-ups. The elf had no intention of following, because she had already fallen asleep curled up in Lalitha's arms. I wonder what Serena's attitude towards demons is, and what she would think seeing Aliana like this. Reiner patted Nora and Junais on the shoulders, and the three of them headed towards the city in the distance. As soon as he arrived at the Grand City Gate, Reiner saw that people entering the city handed their weapons to the soldiers guarding the gate for safekeeping. The shelves were filled with all sorts of weapons, mostly longswords. "What are you doing?" Nora hid her dagger and throwing knife in her clothes in an attempt to get away with it. Junais glanced at her and said with a smile, "Confiscate the weapons. Weapons like swords, long-handled axes, and long-handled hammers need to be placed here, but short weapons like daggers for self-defense can be brought in. But we are magicians, and our staffs are expensive items. For safety reasons, soldiers usually don't ask us to store them. In fact, no matter which country, any larger city has this rule. Small border cities like Malode and Cannon are more lax, and no one enforces it." Reiner narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. "I see. It's good to be out and about. I've broadened my horizons. He reached out and rubbed Nora's cat ears and chuckled softly. Take it out. People won't take your weapon. You can carry short weapons with you for self-defense. Nora blinked and said with a little confusion, Are you underestimating my weapon? For those who haven't received training, a dagger is definitely no match for these long weapons. Reiner leaned close to her ear and whispered, But you are an exception. You can become invisible and hollow, so you can do whatever you want. Nora raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and then she bravely kissed Reiner. Junais watched the two people's intimate behavior from behind and fell into deep thought. Chapter 172, Harvesting New Asians. Reiner discovered that the slave market here was indeed more prosperous than most cities in Diest. The largest slave market is located deep in the city. Outside the market, you can see many scattered vendors selling cheap and inferior slaves. He roughly estimated that there might be tens of thousands of subhuman slaves densely packed outside the market alone, and there were no fewer slaves inside the market. After a quick appraisal, it was clear that this place was indeed a country that produced demihumans. Even just on the outskirts of the market, epic quality demihumans were almost everywhere, and there were even several of legendary quality ones. The slave market in Melode was far inferior to this. What is the population of this city? Reiner pinched Junais' cheek and asked softly. Wasrich, if I remember correctly, it should be around 20,000. Reiner's eyes widened. So, this city actually has more demi-human slaves than residents. Junais nodded. That's right. Demihumans are abundant in the southern part of the continent. The further south you go, the more common they become. In the southernmost fields, you can hardly see any farmers working. They're mostly demihumans. I thought if they kept catching people like this every day, the subhumans would be extinct. Junais shook her head. Not really. The three of them stood on the street. Rows of demihumans walked past them, and slave traders shouted at the side. Seeing her compatriots being sold like commodities, standing in rags on the streets with no dignity at all, Nora clenched her fists in anger. Reiner pulled her into his arms and said, Let's go. Let's go to the market to buy some food for the journey, and then go back. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. Yeah. Nora lowered her head and stopped looking. Although she felt sad, she did not lose her mind. Just as they passed by the slave group, a skinny dog-like subhuman squeezed out of the group and pushed her daughter in front of Reiner. She said anxiously, Sir, please buy my daughter. She is a very smart and clever girl. Please. The dog-like Demihuman's eyes were filled with tears, and it was obvious that although she was reluctant, she had no choice. This subhuman child can hardly do any work, and no decent person would buy him. The vast majority of them died of hunger or serious illness at the hands of slave traders, or were bought by unscrupulous people and lived a life worse than death. The little girl looked at Reiner eagerly and looked back at her mother from time to time, her eyes full of anxiety. Mom, I don't want to leave. I want to be with you. It was obvious that she would rather stay with her mother than starve to death here. Be good and listen. The dog-like demi-human comforted her while introducing her. Don't look at my daughter's frailty. She will definitely become a powerful warrior when she grows up. My lord, please buy her. Nora watched from the side, and although she felt mixed emotions, she did not speak. The slave trader came from behind and raised his hand to hit. There were many whip marks on the dog breed Demihuman's body, and it was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. Reiner raised his hand to stop the slaver. These two dog breed subhumans, one large and one small, are both legendary. The big one is very smart, with both perception and intelligence at S level. The younger one is a natural-born warrior with S-level talents in strength and agility. With a little training, he will be quite good when he grows up. You can buy it. How much are they both? Nora, who was standing by, was slightly stunned. She said in Reiner's arms, Master, don't worry about my thoughts. Don't let me influence your judgment. Reiner rubbed her cat ears and said, No, I just thought they could buy it. Don't think too much about it. Nora muttered lies. The anger on the slave trader's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a flattering smile. He rubbed his hands together like a fly. Cheap, these are inferior goods. The big one has given birth to a child and is not worth much, and the small one is also worthless. The big one and the small one together cost 1 gold coin. Reiner converted it and found that 1 Rosno gold coin was approximately equal to 1.5 Dice gold coins. If you calculate it this way, although they are second-rate slaves in their eyes, they are indeed cheaper than what Melod sells them for. Reiner took a gold coin from his bag and handed it over. The dog-like demi-human was slightly stunned, as if she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She knelt in front of Reiner and thanked him repeatedly, putting on a flattering look. Anyway, we could be together now. I hope this human will treat me well. The slave trader said with a smile, Sir, please come this way. I will seal the indenture for you. Need not. No, that won't work. It's very dangerous not to stamp the indenture on the demi-human slaves. Even though these bastards are pretending to be submissive now, they might think of killing you when they get the chance. The slave trader handed the gold coin back. If you don't build it, I won't sell it. If something happens to you, it might affect my reputation. No need to go to such trouble. Reiner reached out and touched the shoulders of the two dog-like demi-humans. Instantly, a pair of black marks shaped like the moon appeared. I can cover them myself. The slave trader stared at Reiner's hand, puzzled. How did they do that? But he suddenly realized that he shouldn't ask too much, so he continued to recommend other slaves. Sir, would you like to take a look? These are inferior products, and there are more beautiful, high-quality products. Buy two and take them home to warm your bed. It will be so comfortable. Reiner declined. The bed at home is too warm to sleep in. He left the slave market and went to the bakery on the street to buy some food. Then he handed a piece of steaming white bread to the small dog-like demi-human following behind him. Eat. You must have been hungry for a long time, right? The little Asian looked up at Reiner, her eyes filled with desire, but in the end she hid behind her mother in fear. Her little tail was wagging from side to side. The Daya people taught him, be good, take what the master gives you with both hands, and then kneel down to thank the master. The little Asian obediently took the white bread, sniffed it gently, and then his eyes lit up. Instead of eating it first, it broke the bread and gave half to its mother. Daya didn't answer. She was watching Reiner's expression and acting accordingly. Eat. No need to kneel down and thank me. My name is Reiner. What are your names? The Daya lowered his head and said very respectfully, My name is Adia, and she is my daughter Barbara. Adia held half a piece of steaming white bread and felt secretly relieved. Goddess bless you. He must be a good master. I must do everything I can to please him for the sake of my daughter. Chapter 173, Demonic Ambush. What a lovely little girl, come here. Barbara is very popular with everyone. Almost every girl with animal ears can't let her go and likes to touch her furry ears. Every time she lay in Nora's arms, blinking her eyes, Reiner felt she was cute. Now they are on their way to the capital of Rosnow. It was only a few kilometers away from Junus' hometown, Lolita, and he could already see the towering city walls in the distance. At this moment, Idia strode to Reiner and whispered, Master, the trade route will become dangerous if we go further south. There will be blood demons active nearby. They like to rob passing caravans and travelers. It is very dangerous. I encountered them before when I was escorted by slave traders. These guys were elusive and killed many guards. A few days have passed since Reiner bought it back. The tattered linen she was wearing had been turned into brand new clothes, and her mental state had improved a lot, but she was still thin. Peggy asked doubtfully, Will the demons be active around here? They should be further south, right? It was indeed in the south several years ago. Reiner was confused as he listened to the conversation between the two. It seemed that the monster encyclopedia was going to be updated again. He asked the two people, So what are the demons? The white fox ears on Peggy's head trembled slightly. After thinking for a moment, she said, They are a race similar to orcs in the south of the continent, but they are more brutal, more bloodthirsty, and more powerful than orcs. Both demihumans and humans are afraid of them. She suddenly looked at the dazed Lalith and continued, These guys are the descendants of demons. Laelisi was slightly stunned, turned around to look at the others, and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Reiner raised an eyebrow. Have you heard of the Blood Demon clan? Laelisi fiddled with her hair at the temples, as if she was thinking, I have never been to the southern part of the continent, let alone heard of it. However, I heard that some traders stayed in the human world, but I don't remember the humans and we can reproduce. I don't understand. But if you catch one and show it to me, I might understand. Aliana rubbed her eyes and rode up to them. What are you talking about? The Blood Demon clan. Do you know their origins? Reiner asked. It said that they are humans left behind by demons, tainted and corrupted by fell energy. They can use a strange kind of blood magic that's neither strong nor weak. I don't like them. Laelisi landed behind her, gently kneading her soft cheeks with both hands, and praised. You cute little elf know so much. You are so lovable. You stinking devil, go away. You're teasing me again. As Reiner watched the two people arguing, they were getting closer and closer to Lolita Tower. Junice looked out at the city, lost in thought. There really hasn't been any change. It was the same when I left as it was when I came back. I don't know what happened to the teacher. Reiner approached her and poked her slightly bulging belly with his hand. Why don't you stay here for a few days? Take a rest while you're pregnant. You can't be too tired now. Junice shook her head. No, just a quick look from a distance is enough. I'm too easy to be recognized. Let's start taking a detour. Being beautiful but too recognizable is also a trouble. Reiner joked from the side. Junice smiled bitterly. The team left the trade route and turned into a small road with few people. After walking for a while, Reiner, who was walking at the head of the team, stopped. He felt that something strange had broken into his territory. There were about 40 humanoid units lying in ambush in the woods directly ahead. Lilith also sensed the abnormality ahead. She quickly transformed into human form, dismounted, and walked over to Reiner. Let me take over. Their magic power is very weak. I can easily deal with them. First find out what's going on. If they really have bad intentions, it's not too late to kill them later. Noila volunteered. Master, I'll go and help you. Okay, be safe. Nora drew her dagger and dived into the woods. In order not to alert the enemy, Reiner asked the team to slow down and continue moving forward. The other Demihumans in the team also noticed something was amiss. They all picked up their weapons and sat in the carriages, ready for battle. Only Fran, who loved playing with Roxanne, hadn't noticed anything was wrong and was still making the clicking noises. Martina rode up from the group and asked nonchalantly, what happened? Someone is ambushing us up ahead. We may have to fight. Be prepared in advance. Martina put on her helmet and drew her greatsword from behind her. Let me do it. I'm worried about having nothing to practice with. This is a good opportunity for them to try out this new technique I just figured out. Let's talk about it later. After a few minutes, Nora came back. She picked the leaves off the cat's ears and said, These are things I haven't seen before. They are bright red and have horns on their heads, just like what Lilith looks like when she turns into a demon. It just has no wings or tail, and it's hiding in a tree looking at us. It doesn't seem like it can fly. Peggy answered with certainty, It's the demons. They are setting an ambush on this road. Reiner then asked, Are they strong? I feel pretty strong, but I definitely can't beat that guy. As she said this, her eyes fell on Lilith, who was standing beside her. Nora paused for a moment and continued, Not far from the demons, there's a group of humans observing them. I know one of them. He's Junice's brother, that Juven. Yule, Junice corrected, then sighed softly. There's really no way to avoid him. We took a detour, but still ran into him. Reiner shrugged. In fact, Junice still wanted to go back and visit, and he didn't mind staying here for a few days. He reached out and patted Martina on the shoulder. Then you go ahead. If they attack directly later, you can practice. Let me know if you need help. Okay. Martina jumped off her horse, twirled the greatsword in one hand, and walked at the front of the team, chanting a spell. With the sound of thunder, the horse under Reiner was frightened and dared not move forward. There's no point not telling her about the complete version of the lightning armor. This guy has already figured it out on his own and added some things from his own explorations into it. Martina's armor was surrounded by lightning, and her eyes flashed with a terrifying purple light. Then the lightning on his body gradually turned into a strange light purple. At the same time, the electricity reacted with the surrounding wind field, and the buzzing sound of the surging current rang in everyone's ears. Reiner wondered if the demons secretly observing from the dark would choose to attack Martina after seeing her terrifying appearance. Chapter 174 Mother misses you very much. The team slowly entered the forest, and the demons hiding in the trees launched an attack. Several red shadows attacked Martina, who was at the head of the team. She dodged the attack by slightly turning sideways, and raised her head to glance into the depths of the woods, seeming a little disdainful. The weapon used by the demons to attack is a red spear that looks like a crystal. After the attack was dodged, the crystal spear instantly turned into a long stream of blood and quickly flew back into the woods. Martina chose the right time to release lightning, which followed the blood and hit the attacker hiding in the tree accurately. There was a loud explosion, and the whole tree was engulfed in flames. A charred corpse fell down, and several other demons who were on fire jumped to the ground and rolled around. More demons attacked Martina. She found that these blood spears could not even penetrate her armor, so she gathered her strength on the spot without dodging and slashed out with the wind blades. More than a dozen treetops were cut neatly. Reiner sensed that many demons died in this blow. They were killed by an incomprehensible force. Aliana wailed, "Tree." Reiner looked at the corpses on the ground. They did look somewhat similar to the demon form of Lalith. Martina stood still, took off her helmet, and ate some white bread she had gotten from somewhere. Then she said seriously, "Run away before I finish this piece of white bread." The remaining demons almost lost their will to fight, and they jumped off the trees and fled. Nora cursed from behind. "He's sick again. Can you solve it quickly? We still have to hurry." Reiner hit her, but with his staff. "Stop pretending they can't understand you. Try to kill them and catch them alive." Oh. Martina stuffed the unfinished white bread to Reiner, bent her body slightly, and rushed out. There were only a few loud noises, the ground was shaking slightly, and thunder fell from the sky from time to time. The noise Martina made was so loud that it was obvious that she did it on purpose. Standing aside, the worldly wise Idia murmured to herself, She's amazing. Master, can she be Barbara's teacher?" Reiner didn't dare to say a word. Letting her be a teacher is a disaster for the cute little lowly. Besides, she's not very reliable. A few minutes later, Martina came back, dragging an unconscious demon. This thing was covered with a piece of linen, had a light red skin, a pair of goat horns on its head, and was covered in muscles. Apart from that, it was not much different from a human. "You didn't electrocute her, did you?" "Probably not. Do you want me to help her wake up?" "Don't kill her." Martina nodded, and then lightning surged in her palm. She suddenly struck the demon in the chest with an electric shock, and the guy immediately screamed and sat up straight. She gasped for breath and looked at everyone with horror, especially Lalith. The moment their eyes met, she screamed and wanted to escape. Lelisi looked at everyone innocently and asked doubtfully, "Do I look scary?" She flew towards the demon that was trying to escape, grabbed it, and then asked the same question again. But the two of them didn't speak the same language, and neither of them could understand what the other was saying. "What is she chattering about? I feel like I can understand a little bit, but I also don't understand anything at all." "That's normal. You've been sealed for thousands of years. Since they existed before you were sealed, their language must have evolved for thousands of years. It's the same as the demi-human language. It's normal that you can't understand it." Reiner squatted in front of her and observed her carefully. The system's built-in translation function allows him to understand the language of the demons. Lelith came closer to observe and muttered, "These guys are just humans contaminated by fell energy. Aside from their skin color, there's almost no difference between them. The so-called blood magic is just a small branch of our black magic, and it doesn't seem to be that powerful." "Is that so?" Reiner raised an eyebrow at the demon in front of him, then asked, "What's your name? Why did you attack us?" The demon was stunned, and it was obvious that she was very surprised. Lalisai said with a smile, "Master is such a knowledgeable human being. He even knows their language." Peggy shrugged and agreed, as expected. The benefactor is omniscient and omnipotent. Reiner was speechless. His omniscience and omnipotence are exaggerated. At most, he just has a translation software. The demon sitting on the ground was still very frightened. Her eyes were wide open, and she kept begging for mercy. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm just very hungry and looking for something to eat." At this moment, a group of soldiers led by 2 knights walked out of the woods. Reiner recognized the man in the lead at a glance. Junus' brother, Yul. He held a knight's sword and focused all his attention on Martina. He must have seen everything Amama did when she slaughtered the demons just now. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Jew mice out of the corner of his eye. In an instant, the air completely froze. Until Junai said hello. "Yul, why are you here?" "I'm ambushing this group of demons. They've been committing a lot of evil in this area lately. I finally found their tracks." Yul glanced at the knight beside him. Then his gaze fell on her again, and then he asked, "What about you? Why are you back?" "I said I could give you 2 years." Junus' inner voice drifted over. As expected, nothing has changed. It's exactly the same as before. I don't feel comfortable at all. She held her slightly bulging belly and said expressionlessly, "Don't get me wrong. We came here just to buy more demi-human slaves. I'm living a very happy life now, and our child will be born in about 6 months." Yul's pupils trembled slightly. He looked at Junice in surprise, and then his eyes fell on Reiner beside him. He didn't seem to expect this to happen. Of course, Reiner didn't expect this either. Junice raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why? Did you really think I was acting back then?" "Reiner and I are very much in love. I feel a warmth from him that I've never felt before." Yul sighed. "You are a noble lady and shouldn't be with commoners." Junice frowned slightly, and she replied angrily, "Yul, I tell you the truth. Reiner is an outstanding magician. It won't be long before he becomes the object of the powerful and wealthy vying for favor. Remember what I said, and if you don't believe it, you can come back and see in 3 years. Yol looked at Reiner carefully. Then his gaze briefly fell on the demon captive, and then he slowly said, "Go back. Mother misses you very much." Chapter 175. Settle the Beast-Eared Girl. Reiner and his group followed Yule into the city's lid tower. This place seems to be even more prosperous than Worstrich. Every inch of the street is filled with flat gravel, and the storefronts of the shops on both sides look very exquisite and neat. And here, you can see civilians in gorgeous clothes everywhere. Most of them have kind smiles on their faces, and it seems that life here is quite rich. "This city is pretty nice," Reiner whispered in Junais' ear. Junais nodded and answered absent-mindedly. Liliita is already one of the most famous and prosperous cities in Rosino. She was anxious about the parents she might meet later. Of course, she was not worried about what would happen to herself, but she was worried that Reiner would be in trouble. Reiner nudged her lightly, then asked knowingly, "Why are you frowning? Are you unhappy?" Junai sighed and gently instructed, "If my father and mother say anything unpleasant, then we should just ignore them and leave." "I understand. I can understand. I'll follow my wife's arrangements." Junais' brow relaxed, and then she quickly walked to Yule and said a few words to him, then turned back. She put her hands behind her back, looking shy, as if she had something to say to Reiner. Although he had heard her inner voice, Reiner pretended not to know and asked, "What's wrong?" "Let Martina and the others stay in the hotel. Although there are places for servants to stay in the castle, the conditions are not particularly good, so—" Junais was actually worried that her parents would say something extremely hurtful and make Martina and the others angry. After all, demihumans in this world don't even have the most basic human rights. Reiner glanced back at them, thought for a moment, and nodded. "All right." Martina asked confusedly, "What's wrong, dear?" "We'll rest in this city for a day. I'm going to meet Junais' parents later. I'll only take Nora and Laylis with me. You guys should have a good rest in the hotel for the night." Martina put her hands on her hips and said in public, "No, I've lifted the seal. We haven't slept together for the past 2 months. Today I want to have a big fight with you." Reiner was used to this. "Then tomorrow. Today definitely won't work." Junais took her arm and whispered something in her ear. Martina pouted, rubbed the back of her head, and muttered, "All right then, I won't go with you. Nora, you have to protect our man, especially pay more attention to that demon." Laylis shrugged with a smile. Nora glanced at her and replied in an impatient manner, "I know." Aliana rode over on horseback, blinking her eyes and asking innocently, "What are you discussing in secret?" "I'm going to meet Junais' parents later." Before he could finish his words, Aliana interrupted him, yelling, "I want to go too. Don't even think about leaving me to take risks on my own." Eliana waved her staff and gently poked Reiner's arm. "Why are you following me when I meet my father-in-law? Are you acting like a third wheel or a burden?" Aliana dismounted, hugged Reiner's arm, and said coquettishly, "Take me with you. I'm a good boy and will follow you anywhere." Reiner looked at Junais beside him, asking for her opinion. The two exchanged glances briefly, but still chose to reject Aliana. Reiner found a 3-story hotel on the roadside that looked decent, and ordered 4 rooms connected side by side on the same floor for the dozen or so companions who were traveling with him to stay together. The environment here is completely different from the hotel in Melodina. The sheets are white and clean, and the quilt is also snow white. There is no peculiar smell in the house. It looks very clean and tidy, and the lighting is also quite good. The price for 4 rooms per night is 1 gold coin. They definitely couldn't afford to live here in the past, but now they are different. Reiner and the others have been camping most of the time along the way, so this is a good opportunity for them to have a good rest. Don't leave the room unless necessary, and be sure to keep your weapons safe. The soldiers guarding the city didn't take your weapons because of Junais' brother. Do you hear me? If you have any problems, go find Peggy first. If she's not here, go find Lilith. Even though she's a demon, she won't hurt you." Reiner instructed. If Lilith couldn't split herself and leave them alone in the hotel, Reiner would not feel at ease at all. Martina patted her chest and assured, "Don't worry, dear. I will help you manage them." "Don't say that. I'm most worried about you. Don't run around, okay?" Reiner rubbed her horse ears, then turned and left. In front of them, Lilith split into 2 identical bodies, and then followed Reiner in one of them. This inevitably made him a little confused. "You're always splitting up. Is there a limit to the number of clones you can have? Roughly how strong are these clones? She said without hesitation. There are 2 clones in the orc tribe, and 1 here, so it's probably only about a quarter of my strength. Through her inner voice, Reiner knew that she was not lying. Ever since she swore her loyalty, she has been completely open with Reiner and will answer truthfully no matter what he asks. Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked, so, the more you divide it, the weaker each one becomes, but there's no upper limit, right? There is a limit. I can probably create 10 bodies. What if the original body is killed? Layla's eyes shook her head. Master, these are both my clones and my true self. You can understand that each clone is me. In other words, if you were killed now, you wouldn't actually die, right? Lilith wrapped her tail around Reiner's legs and replied happily. That's right. Nora glanced at her, then stepped between the two and separated them, giving Reiner a quick kiss as she did so. This scene was captured again by June Ice. She took Noila's hand, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, Noila, I want to discuss something with you. After we get out, could you please be my maid? You can't have any close contact with Reiner. My family is a little special. Of course, once we leave here, it won't matter how much you cling to Reiner. I know this is an insulting request, but Noila M.O. promised. It's okay, I promise you. Thank you. June Ice hugged her tightly. Laylis asked expressionlessly, so I have to play the role of the master's maid too? June Ice looked at her, feeling a little uneasy. That's right, but please don't do anything out of line. I beg you. Laylisi raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled without saying a word. Chapter 176, I must tell my wife vent her anger. As soon as Reiner walked out of the hotel, he saw Yul standing at the door waiting. He was still as aloof and frugal with words as before. When their eyes met, they both nodded to each other. Several people walked along the wide street towards the castle located at the highest point of the town. Junice would chat with Yul from time to time. How are Mom and Dad lately? Are they doing well? Yul said without turning his head. Mother is fine, but she always says she misses you. Father is still the same. He is still trying to figure out how to remove the obstructing hill northwest of town. Reiner followed Junice's gaze and looked behind him. On the plain outside the city, there is a nearly 100-meter-high, abrupt-looking rubble mountain. It is bare and does not look very nice. Reiner was not good at socializing, so he didn't say anything in the subsequent conversation. He and Nora just followed behind and listened quietly. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the gate of the city's castle. The guard in charge of guarding this place opened the 2 thick wooden doors when they saw Ur. The pitch-black castle hall came into view. Even with torches lit, it still felt a bit gloomy. Several demi-human maids in simple clothes stood on both sides. Yul turned around and said, Father and Mother are waiting for you in the lobby on the 2nd floor. June Ice responded, then took Reiner's hand and walked up the stone stairs on the left side of the hall. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, Reiner saw 2 gorgeously dressed men and women sitting at a long table waiting for them. This male lord looks very similar to Yul, but is older and more arrogant. The lord's wife was very beautiful, almost a more mature replica of June Ice. The only difference is that her eyes are dark black. They prepared a banquet for the 2 of them, but although it was called a banquet, it was actually quite simple, with only a small amount of food that was not very sumptuous. Reiner could see that they did not welcome him, and everything they did was just politeness. June Ice walked up to them with Reiner in her hand and stood up straight. Father, Mother! The Lord glanced at June Ice coldly, then asked, Are you back? This made Reiner very uncomfortable. It can be seen that June Ice is not actually favored at home. June's face looked a little ugly, but she still introduced Reiner. Father, Mother, this is my husband Reiner. He is a renowned adventurer, Goblin King Slayer, Necromancer Defeater, Ruin Conqueror, Canon Guardian, Elf's Friend, Leader of the Orcs of the North, Dragon Slayer, Master of the Dragons, Lord of the Demonic Desires, and Demon Hunter. As expected of June Ice, she made up almost everything Reiner did after traveling through time and space into some awesome titles, and told them all. After saying this, she walked over to her parents and introduced them seriously. This is my father, Count Harold of Portalilitard. This is my mother, Madame Isabel Portaliletta Flopat. Reiner's brain froze. Of such a long list of names, he only remembered his father's name was Harold and his mother's name was Isabel. After June Ice finished her introduction, she looked at Reiner nervously. Oh no, I haven't taught Reiner the etiquette between nobles yet. Never mind, there's no need for that. They'll probably make trouble for Reiner. They'll miss him when he's not home, and they'll be annoying when he comes back. I'll take Reiner away later. Reiner looked at Junice. Although she really didn't teach him much, Reiner had some knowledge of certain film and television works before he traveled through time, so he still understood the most basic etiquette. It's just that he usually doesn't want to bother with it. In his eyes, it's all meaningless formalities. But considering Junice's special family background, Reiner bent his waist nearly 90 degrees, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed with his head lowered. At the same time, he slowly said, "My Lord Earl, my Lord Countess." Junice's inner voice echoed, "It's quite decent." Reiner has indeed received a noble etiquette education, but he's just too lazy to use it normally. At the same time, when Lilith saw Reiner bowing, the evil in her heart was about to overflow. She was planning to kill everyone in the castle. Nora stood obediently aside, secretly observing the positions of the guards around her. Harold said in a casual tone, "Look up." Junice's inner voice drifted back. As expected, it would be like this. This condescending attitude is really annoying. Reiner raised his head and looked at the two people in front of him. Their condescending expressions made him feel even more disgusted. Sure enough, when you fail to demonstrate your own value, being too humble will not only fail to gain the respect of others, but will also lead to contempt. In short, they gave too much face. "Bow. I bow to you." After all, those titles just now came from Junice's mouth, and they seemed a little pale and powerless without her own eyes. Reiner looked back at the windowsill, pointed at the small hill in the distance that Yell had mentioned, and said, "My Lord Earl, I heard from Junice's brother that you have always felt that the hill is an eyesore in recent years, right?" Harold was stunned. He didn't seem to expect that Reiner would actually take the initiative to talk to him. He hummed softly, then said, "Yes, this is a plain, and that hill is too abrupt." Junice couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed Reiner's hand and walked outside. Then she shouted at Harold with a dark face, "Enough! I shouldn't have come back to see your face. This is such a terrible place." "It's okay. Wait a minute before leaving." Reiner soothed him softly, then spoke to Lilith beside him in demi-human language. "Please help me see if there are any civilians near that hill. I want to perform a little acrobatics for the Earl." Lilith spread her wings and flew out under the horrified gazes of the hall guards and her father-in-law. Reiner raised his staff slightly and began to accumulate the most simple fireball technique. The fireball at the top gradually changed from the original red to blue-white, and the temperature in the hall continued to rise. Seeing that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were hiding a little far away, he turned around and asked, "Don't you want to come and take a look?" "Forget it. It doesn't matter whether you come or not." As Lilith returned to his side and made sure that there was nothing around the hill, Reiner shot out the fireball that had turned into plasma. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed in the sky, and the whole world seemed to be reduced to black and white. What followed was a terrible and scorching air wave, which overturned the unsecured shelf in the corner of the hall. Inside the castle, frightened war horses were wailing, and occasionally the screams of poultry could be heard. A moment later, the world returned to peace. The hill on the vast plain disappeared without a trace, replaced by a scorched crater dozens of meters deep. Harold, aided by the guards, awkwardly climbed to his feet. He looked out the window at the vanishing hill, then at Reiner, but only glanced at him, not daring to look him in the eye. "Goddess, what on earth did you do?" "My Lord Count, don't you dislike that hill? So I gave it to your beloved goddess." Reiner walked up to Harold, patted his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "To me, this city is just the hometown of my wife Junice, nothing more. I respect you and your wife very much, but from now on, I also hope that you can respect me and Junice, especially Junice. Your daughter is my magic mentor, and she is no worse than anyone else." Chapter 177 Father-in-Law. "I'm all right. Please let me go." Earl Harold was really too polite. He held a grand banquet. Although it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, he invited most of the important nobles in Lolita and introduced Reiner solemnly. However, the climate in the southern part of the continent is indeed a bit hot. During the dinner, Reiner noticed that Harold was constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and would quickly look away when his eyes met. The nobles who came to the dinner were somewhat absent-minded. They were discussing the explosion that occurred outside the city this afternoon. After the dinner, Lilith, who acted as Reiner's personal maid, took him to the bathroom to take a bath and change clothes. The Lord's attitude changed so quickly. "I think this should have been done long ago. The explosion should have occurred in the center of the city. Master, you are so merciful." Lilith stood aside and reflected on her mistakes as ordered by Reiner. Although she couldn't peek this way, She could still use her powerful perception to detect Reiner's every move. Evil has overflowed again. The residents are innocent. I'm not a lunatic, so how could I kill people indiscriminately? Moving mountains for the Lord is already a good deed. Reiner wrapped himself in a cashmere towel and wiped the water off his body. Then he put on a tight bathrobe and walked out. When I returned to the room in the main building, I found that Junice had finished her bath and was sitting upright on the edge of the bed waiting for Reiner. The strong aroma in the room was a bit choking. Reiner squinted his eyes and waved his hand. It smells so strong. It's actually quite humid here. If you don't use aromatherapy, there'll be a faint musty smell. Junice waved at him. Come here. I want to talk to you about something. By eavesdropping, Reiner already had a rough idea of what Junice wanted to say, but she still asked knowingly, What's wrong, honey? Junice pretended to be serious and coughed twice. Well, although I know you're venting your anger on my behalf, it would be bad if you accidentally affected the civilians passing by. After all, it's only 500 or 600 meters away from the commercial line. Although she said this, she was actually more excited than Reiner. Reiner nodded and admitted, Actually, I didn't know it would be that powerful. Lilith's blessing can enhance my magic control. Although I was a little angry at the time, I didn't think much about it. Nora suddenly poked her head out from under the covers and blinked at Reiner. Martina must have learned this from you, Master. You can't have two different people sleeping in the same bed. After saying that, she carefully got into Reiner's arms and started to fumble. Junice moved closer little by little, snuggling into his arms, while choking a little and saying, Thank you, Reiner. No one else will stand up for me like this except you. Reiner stroked her slightly bulging belly and whispered, You are my woman. Of course I can't let others look down on you. Junice wiped the tears from her eyes and slowly closed them. At this moment, Lilith's voice came, Interesting. Is this the punishment for being a demon? I have to be a light bulb for the three of you. Honestly, I'm a little jealous. Can I join in? She was squatting beside the bed, peeking with her head raised. Reiner waved his hand in disdain. Find a place to sleep and don't disturb us. Lelisi sat down at the end of the bed and muttered to herself, We demons don't need to sleep, so I'll just sit here. I don't know how long it took, but the atmosphere became a little subtle. Reiner asked softly, Are you planning on staying here tomorrow? Junice shook her head. I came back this time just to see my mother. She loved me very much when I was a child. We talked for a long time while taking a bath just now. Although I still want to meet my teacher and introduce you to her, I heard that she left here some time ago. So let's go and hurry up. Fiona, you can't leave for too long, right? Although Lilith's clone is helping her, she still really wants to rely on you. Reiner patted their heads and then laid down on the bed. Then let's rest first. We'll set off tomorrow morning. We're not far from the capital. Junice hugged him from behind. I'll listen to you, Reiner. I love you. Noila twisted in his arms and said, I love you too, Master. Laylis, who was sitting at the bedside keeping watch, also interrupted, Me too. Her purple eyes stood out like two gems in the darkness. You're the same. Sorry to bother you with keeping watch tonight. We'll rest first. Yeah. Layla stood up and walked towards a small window, looking out at the view of the city. The next morning, Reiner and his friends got up before dawn. The demi-human maid had been waiting outside the door for a long time with breakfast. Reiner took a look at the plates that were brought over. The food was varied and complex. Sliced white bread was used as a plate, and meats cooked in various ways were placed on the plate in order. The purple grapes were carved with exquisite patterns, and it seemed that a lot of thought had been put into them. Reiner glanced at it and continued. Could you bring me 2 more simple ones? Nora and Laylis haven't eaten yet. The demi-human maid nodded, and soon brought 2 more breakfasts. Junai smiled and said bitterly, If I had eaten breakfast in my room before, I would have been accused of being impolite, but now my father actually asked them to bring the food to me. I think it's okay to be a little loose in your own home, Reiner said as he handed his portion to Nora, and he and Lalith had the regular portion. Nora looked at the exquisite food on the plate and took a bite reluctantly. Finally, she picked up a piece and fed it to Reiner. After breakfast, Reiner simply tidied his clothes, put on his armor, and walked downstairs. Harold, Yul, and several family members that Reiner didn't recognize were sitting around a long table enjoying breakfast. Seeing Reiner coming down, they looked up at him almost at the same time, then stood up and saluted. This sudden change makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Harold took the initiative to speak and greeted him somewhat stiffly. Lord Reiner. Having lived for most of his life, he should rarely be like this. Reiner nodded and gave up his seat. Jumice bowed slightly. Father, Mother, We are leaving here, goodbye. Harold nodded slightly. Isabel stood up and walked to Junice and slowly said, Your father has prepared some travel expenses for you, and I hope you can use it. Although your father was very harsh to you, he never denied that you were his daughter. I hope you can forgive him. Reiner scratched his ears and waited for them to finish talking before going downstairs with Junice. He noticed a rather luxurious-looking freight carriage parked at the castle gate. But the carriage was completely empty, with only a heavy wooden box placed in the large space. Chapter 178. Interrogation of the Demons. Reiner looked at the box behind him and could roughly sense what was inside. He first went to the hotel to pick up the beast-eared girl, intending to do a careful inventory after getting outside the city. As soon as Martina saw Reiner, she started dancing and talking incoherently. Honey, you definitely didn't know yesterday afternoon. I was sleeping, and suddenly there was a bang that woke me up. And then, the beast-eared girls hugged each other, looking a little uneasy. Obviously, they didn't get enough rest last night. Noilemo raised her hand to cover her mouth. That was the noise made by the master, don't worry. Martina's eyes flashed with confusion. What do you mean? He was blown up. Forget it. I can't explain it to you clearly. Nora sighed, gave up explaining, and walked to Daisy and threw herself into her arms. Peggy's white fox ears trembled slightly. She noticed Lilith merging with her clone and complained. Lilith said the Demon King is attacking from the north, and the explosion was caused by a falling meteorite. She asked us to write a suicide note. Reiner looked at her, speechless for a moment. Sometimes, Lilith's pranks can really leave people speechless. He reached out and grabbed the demon's horns, shaking her head vigorously. Looks like I have to control you well. After leaving Lilith Tower, the team continued south towards the capital of the Kingdom of Rosno. During the lunch break, Reiner took Junice to the back of the carriage and gently opened the wooden box. A box of golden Rosino gold coins appeared in front of Reiner. There's also a layer of gold ingots at the bottom of the box. Reiner tried to move the box, but despite all his efforts, he only moved it a little. This thing weighs at least several hundred kilograms. No wonder it requires 4 horses to pull it at the same time. Is this a dowry or protection money? Junice asked in confusion. What is a dowry? What is protection money? I don't understand what you say sometimes, Reiner. This is a different world after all, so it is understandable that the customs are different. Reiner explained it to her in detail. Junice suddenly realized and said, Then I think it might be the latter. After what you did yesterday, my father has become less talkative. Reiner waved his hand. Forget it. Just consider it a temporary loan. Return these things when you have the chance, so that they won't look down on you and me. Junice smiled and shook her head. How dare you underestimate this? My father probably won't be able to sleep well for a while. Blowing up a mountain, there are only a handful of magicians who can do this, even looking at history. Reiner called Peggy over, and while she was counting the gold coins, he took Junice to sit on the lawn nearby and rest. Just as he was about to take a nap, he caught a glimpse of a slowly moving sack not far away. Suddenly, I remembered that I caught a demon yesterday. He stepped forward decisively and untied the bag. The demon, who was tied up like a caterpillar, crawled out, took a deep breath, and looked at Reiner with some horror. Nora also came over, her nimble fingers playing with the sharp mithril dagger. The demon looked at the glittering mithril and shrank aside in fear. Then he said, Don't hurt me. I will be obedient. Reiner suddenly wanted to do an experiment. He borrowed Nora's dagger and gently placed the blade against the arm of the demon in front of him. Hiss! A puff of green smoke rose up, and the demons wailed in pain. There was an area on her arm that was burned by mithril, and there were signs of collapse. The demons also seemed to belong to the category of evil spirits. Reiner used hydrotherapy to treat her burns, and after some effort, he finally healed the burns on her arms. Reiner brought a piece of black bread and waved it in front of her, saying comfortingly, Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. The demon's eyes were fixed on the piece of black bread, never moving away for a moment. The desire for food almost made her forget the pain she had just felt. Reiner called Martina over and asked her, Didn't you feed her yesterday? Martina touched her chin, her expression becoming more intelligent. Feed? Feed what? You didn't tell me. I tied her up, threw her in a corner, and went to play with the elves. Fortunately, I came back early. If the demon stayed in the castle for several days, he would probably starve to death. Reiner sighed and waved his hand. Go and rest. We still have to travel in the afternoon. Martina shook her head and hugged Reiner tightly with both hands. No, I want to stick to you. Reiner was already accustomed to this. He condensed a drop of water in his hand, then hooked his finger at the demon, signaling her to drink it. The demon licked his chapped lips with his slender tongue, then carefully leaned forward and took a sip. This guy, except that he is not as pretty as Lalith, has many similarities with her. After drinking the water, Reiner continued to ask questions. Do you have a name? The demon nodded, staring at the black bread in front of him, and said hurriedly, My name is Valisa. Reiner handed her the black bread. After taking the bread, Valisa started to eat it in big mouthfuls. Watching her wolfing down her food, Reiner couldn't help but think of the first time he met Nora. Have you always been hungry? How many of your kind are there around here? Valisa said nothing and just ate her meal. Laylis walked over quickly, snatched the black bread away, and slapped her in the face. She asked expressionlessly, My master is asking you a question. Didn't you hear? Only obedient guys can fill their stomachs. After being hit like this, Valisa knelt on the ground with her face covered, trembling all over. She was asked to play the good guy role, so Reiner had to play the bad guy role. He deliberately used the demon language and said, If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Why hit her? Then he asked Martina for half a piece of white bread and handed it to her. Don't worry, eat it slowly. No one will take it away from you. Valisa took the bread carefully and put it in her mouth bit by bit. Reiner reached out and touched her hair, but she closed her eyes in fear. It's okay, I won't bully you, just talk to me while you eat. Valisa muttered softly, I won't betray them, they're my family. Reiner gasped. Although this guy kept begging for mercy, he still had some nerve. Go ahead, I promise not to hurt them, provided they don't attack me. Reiner then explained, I'm just very interested in you. Valisa shook her head and continued, The magic power in you is too terrifying. If you regret it, you'll be doomed. You still see magic? Valisa nodded. Your magic is only slightly weaker than that purple-haired monster, but still terrifying. Reiner's exuding magic power has been hidden a lot by Lalith, and is now almost equal to hers. The skill of sensing magic is quite useful most of the time. This demon is quite interesting. Lalisi folded her arms and said coldly, Master, there's no need to waste time talking to her. Let me interrogate her. Chapter 179 Martina wants to compete. Verisa only stared at Lalith for half a second before confessing everything she knew. Her ability to resist mental erosion was almost zero, and in just a moment her eyes became clear. Even the fact that I thought Reiner was a handsome man was not forgotten. What did you do to me? Valisa curled up under the tree, covering her mouth, and asked Layalissa. She seemed a little collapsed. At that time, she just felt like she had met an old friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time, and revealed everything she knew. Lalisi folded her arms and looked coldly at Verisa in front of her. I didn't do anything. It's just that everyone likes to tell me the truth. Reiner learned that these blood demons were pathfinders coming from the southernmost tip of the continent. There was indeed a hiding place of theirs nearby, and there were about 20 or 30 blood demons left behind. Most of them were elderly people and children. Verisa humbly crawled to Reiner's feet and hugged him tightly. Please let them go. Let me take any blame. They didn't attack you. They are innocent. Reiner looked down at her, then narrowed his eyes slightly. But you must have killed a lot of people, right? Passing caravans, patrolling soldiers, villages outside the city. I heard from Yule that you have committed many evil deeds. Valisa stopped talking and just kept crying. But I can give you a chance. Hope lit up in Valisa's eyes. She wiped away her tears, suddenly looked up, and looked at Reiner seriously. From now on, you will be at my service. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. You will definitely be able to eat your fill. I can also give you a piece of land for farming. Although it is a little barren, at least you won't have to kill for food anymore. Reiner looked into her eyes. This group of blood demons can transform blood into various weapons, and they're also very agile when moving through the woods. After a little training, they will definitely be a group of tough fighters. Just as Valisa fell into deep thought, Lilith lifted her chin with her sharp claws and threatened with a cold smile. Still not agreeing? Do you have any other choice? Reiner looked at her and asked doubtfully, Can you understand what we are saying? Laylasai said without hesitation, To me, this is just a dialect. I will understand it quickly after a little understanding. Valisa swallowed, her eyes full of pleading. She said humbly, When the time comes, can you let me talk to them? It won't take long. Okay, in that case, then we have a deal. You will take us there after we finish our afternoon break. Valisa nodded, then curled up with her knees hugged. Reiner squatted down in front of her and pressed the seal on her arm. You are mine now. Don't try to escape, and don't try to attack me or anyone else. Do you hear me? Valisa responded heavily, still standing there motionless, as if only with her back against the big tree could she feel safe. Reiner nodded in satisfaction and took a few people back to rest. But after walking a few steps, Martina started yelling. She reached out and grabbed Lalitha's wrist, pointing to the empty space beside her. Let's go out and fight one-on-one. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. Lelisi looked at her and said with a smile, You've already lost before. Even if you win now, it won't change anything. My 2 clones are still in the orc tribe. This body only has half of its strength now. There is absolutely no chance of defeating her in a mere close combat. Martina pouted and muttered, I know, I just like fighting strong people. You have the right to sleep too, Reiner. Oh my, your unilateral consent is actually useless. My master doesn't even let me peek when he takes a bath. Lalith covered her mouth and laughed. Martina put her hands on her hips and puffed out her proud chest. That's because you have no ability. You only have a good appearance. You are not as charming as me. The corners of Lilisi's mouth twitched slightly, and at the same time, she thought to herself, Oh, what does a simple-minded guy know? If I want to make a move from now on, the master will only favor me and never even look at you. Be thankful for this. You're actually trying to compete with me in charm. How ridiculous. It was obvious that Martina's words aroused her competitive spirit. Although she was unhappy in her heart, her expression remained unchanged, and she replied gently, Okay, Martina is right. Pony is the cutest. Go play. Unfortunately, her advice had no effect. Martina continued to pester her relentlessly. Just one duel. Not even once? Lalith looked at Reiner with some embarrassment, hoping to get his help. After thinking for a moment, Reiner said, He only has half of his strength now. Let's talk about it after we get back. Martina refused without a second thought. No, this is almost becoming a problem for me. And she can use magic, isn't that fair? This time, before Reiner could speak, Lilith asked, Are you sure? I can use magic? Even though I only have half my strength left, I'm still very strong. Lalith, although this guy's speed far exceeds mine, if he can use magic, I'll still have the advantage. Martina shrugged and chanted a spell while removing her armor. Seeing this, Lalith also began to change her shape and turned into a demon. Reiner couldn't help but feel a little nervous watching the 2 people at the edge of their swords. He frowned and whispered, Just stop it. No one should take advantage of this opportunity to settle personal grudges. Got it. The 2 answered in unison, their eyes fixed on each other. Following the order from referee Nora, the 2 men, firing at full speed, disappeared from their original positions and suddenly collided with each other. As soon as the sparring started, Lalith was at a disadvantage. Dazzling purple lightning exploded, and she was elbowed dozens of meters away by Martina, rolling several times on ground. Lalith doesn't seem to be very good at using magic. Although she possesses some of Reiner's magic power, she can only release the initial elements. For example, releasing flames to burn Martina, or releasing strong winds to blow her away. But such attacks had little effect on Martina. Looking at the 2 afterimages that continued to attack each other on the plane, Nora sighed. This idiot is getting more and more powerful. Even I can't see her movements clearly. Reiner was sweating profusely, because even if he turned on the lightning speed to improve his reaction, it was difficult for his eyes to capture Martina's position. This guy is simply risking his life when using the lightning armor. As Lalith was struck by a bolt of lightning, she spun and fell from the sky. Chapter 180. Held difficulty before being born. Are you okay? You can't sleep here. Reiner picked up a small branch and gently poked Lalitha's thigh. She was like a radish, with her upper body buried in the soil and not moving at all. If her body hadn't started to dissipate, Reiner would have thought she had fallen to her death. Martina arrived late, and her movements seemed a little clumsy. She staggered a few steps when she landed. She grabbed Lelisi's 2 big white legs and pulled her out of the ground like a carrot, then asked with concern, Are you okay? I just felt a little pain. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to catch you. Lalith was covered in mud, and there was a hint of resentment in her expression as she looked at Martina. This was the first time she showed displeasure towards Martina. Her inner voice continued to reach Reiner's ears. Is this guy? He really her? She cursed very vulgarly, and it was obvious that she was really angry. We had agreed to stop at that time, but ended up getting electrocuted by the Lightning King Martina. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought a chop would be okay. Martina brushed the dirt off her hair and hugged her coquettishly. If you really can't help it, just give me a few shocks to vent your anger. Please forgive me. Her original straightforward personality has changed a lot, and now she occasionally shows her feminine side. She is also very familiar with acting coquettishly. Laylis narrowed her eyes and looked at her, seeing that she was usually silly, but now she was being shy. Such an interesting contrast made most of her dissatisfaction dissipate. She smiled again and said to Martina, "In that case, let me touch your ears as a punishment for hitting you." "What's so good about touching the ears?" Martina leaned forward. Laylis narrowed her eyes and rubbed it twice without any hesitation. It was obvious that she was very interested in furry things. As the two were talking, Reiner, who was standing nearby, asked, "Are you all right? I saw you were staggering a bit. I guess the lightning armor forging technique took a toll on you." Martina blinked, stretched her arms, and said innocently, "I don't know, but every time I use the lightning armor, my body hurts." "Nonsense. How can it not hurt to shock yourself every day? It's okay once or twice, but it will only harm your body over time. Do you only plan to live to 40? Reiner frowned slightly. He had used lightning armor before, but after about 3 hours of use, he would feel unbearable stinging all over his body. Although Martina's physical fitness is definitely far superior to his, this guy releases the lightning element many times faster than him. The faster it is released, the stronger the power will be, but the damage to the body will also be greater. She was completely hurting her body in exchange for a brief burst of unimaginable power. To be honest, he kind of regretted teaching her the lightning armor. If I had known that she, with an IQ of D, could explore the complete version on her own and even figure out some moves that cause great damage to the body, I would never have told her. 40 years old? That's more than 20 years. Every day you live is a blessing. Martina said seriously, with tenderness in her eyes. If it weren't for my dear, I would have died in that forest long ago. Let's be clear. I want you to live longer. At least until you're 70 or 80, right? Reiner grabbed her cheek and pulled hard. If we have children in the future, don't you want to watch them grow up? Martina fell in a deep thought, and the ears on her head twitched slightly a few times. My life doesn't matter. If I die early, my dear, you will definitely raise them, right? Reiner was even more speechless. Doesn't that mean I don't have a mother? Don't worry about those things. Besides, Nora and Junice can also be mothers. What my child will lack the least in the future is a mother. Reiner tugged at her cheeks. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Martina muttered disapprovingly. Besides, she's not pregnant yet. We'll talk about it after she gets pregnant. Reiner was speechless for a moment. People really laugh when they're speechless. That child is suffering too much. He's being electrocuted while still in the belly. And he's already chosen the hellish difficulty before the game even starts. Shouldn't she be killed by electrocution? Martina looked at Lalith beside her and said uncertainly, she should be. Look, she was fine after being struck by lightning. Reiner pinched her chin and shook it back and forth. How can a child compare to her? In short, you just need to be honest and obedient. Normally, use what I teach you. When you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, only when your life is at stake can you use what you have figured out on your own. Even without that move, you're already very strong now. You just need to exercise more often. Martina thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll listen to you. I'll only use it when there are particularly powerful enemies, not normally. But I will continue to study magic. It is much more powerful than physical exercise. Please stop thinking of such nonsense. Martina's eyes were firm, not wavering at all. No, that won't work. You're the only family member I have left. I won't stop getting stronger. I want to protect you. Laylis nodded aside. Not bad. I admire you for this. Reiner is tired, but if it's just pure research, it's not impossible. Noilemo walked over and said, Master, if it were me, just control her directly. This idiot doesn't understand human language, and it's troublesome to explain it. Martina pouted and retorted, You don't understand what people are saying. Laylis, in a good mood, stretched out her hand to her and said with a smile, Kitty, touch my ears. Nora twisted slightly to avoid her hand. After lunch, Reiner, his wives, and Valisa followed out of the camp and headed towards the distant woods. After walking for about an hour, everyone stopped in front of the woods. Reiner sensed something hidden in the tree ahead. Before she could speak, a red spear brushed past Valisa's cheek and shot towards him. But it was easily blocked by the barrier. Valisa quickly turned around and explained, Master, please forgive them and let me go over and explain my purpose. Lacey snorted coldly and said viciously, "How dare they attack my master? This is extremely disrespectful. They should all be killed." Reiner waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, a female demon with long white hair walked out of the woods and glared at Elisa fiercely. "What benefits did the human race give you? How could they allow you to betray your people? Where is the leader?" She looked very thin, with sunken cheeks. Reiner took a step forward and said in as friendly a tone as possible, "I'm not here to fight. I want to talk to you." Chapter 181. Taking the demons into your hands. "The humans know our language?" The demon in front of him was a little surprised, but quickly said, "That's great. Communication won't be so troublesome. So, where's our leader? Is he still alive?" Reiner shrugged, thought for a moment, and then replied, "I don't know. Maybe he's dead. The demons that attacked us with Elisa were all killed. They were all very capable warriors, but they had the bad luck to pick on the strongest target. In fact, the battle was completely one-sided. Reiner did not see how the demons attacked. He only saw that they fled very quickly, but Martina still killed the last one. I thought the demon in front of me would be angry, but she asked calmly, "You killed them all by yourself?" Reiner pointed to Martina, who was scratching her ear behind him. "To be precise, it was my wife who killed them all by herself." The white-haired demon said expressionlessly, "She doesn't seem to have as much magic power as you do. More and stronger are two different things. I might not even be able to defeat her." Reiner stared at the demon in front of him, paused for a moment, and then said, "What's your name?" "Name? I can only tell you after you defeat me." As soon as she finished speaking, blood gushed out from the wound on her wrist and gradually solidified into a double-edged axe in her hand. Nora stood on tiptoe and whispered in Reiner's ear, "Master, she is stalling for time. The other demons have escaped from the back of the forest. I heard them all on the wind." Reiner turned around and said, "Lilith, Martina, you two take Paige and the elf and fly to the back of the forest to intercept them. Try not to kill them. It would be best if you capture them alive." "Yes." They each held one and flew away. When the white-haired demon saw them flying over his head, he lost his patience and rushed towards Reiner, shouting. But after running a few steps, he was hit by two big water balls from June ice, and then was trapped in a quagmire formed by Reiner's earthquake magic. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. This made her so anxious that she suddenly cursed. "Sinister and cunning human race. Okay, you've already lost. Just tell me your name." Reiner walked slowly towards her. A spike suddenly sprouted from the demon's blood axe and flew straight towards Reiner, but was once again blocked by the barrier. I have to say that a human warrior with average attack speed would probably be hit before he could even react. It's really powerful. You're really fast, you're amazing. Come at me if you have anything. Most of them are women and children. Even we won't kill weak women and children. The white-haired demon who was stuck in the quagmire shouted with gritted teeth. Her hair was matted with mud and water. "What are you saying? Isn't my wife Martina a woman? I saw that they showed no mercy when they attacked." Reiner walked in front of her and slowly squatted down, looking down at her who was almost unable to move. "And I said, I'm not here to fight." Just then, Lalith flew back. She stood up straight and replied seriously, "Master, we have the situation under control. Not a single blood demon escaped, and no one was injured. Thank you for your hard work." Reiner patted her shoulder. Valissa knelt beside Reiner and pleaded for the demon in the swamp. "Master, please let her go. I am willing to do anything for you." Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, its expression became even more disgusted. "Master? Valissa, you traitor, a running dog of the human race. You are the eternal shame of the blood demon." Valissa lowered her head in silence. Lacey said with a smile, "She didn't betray you. It's just that everyone likes to tell me the truth. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." The moment their eyes met, the eyes of the demon trapped in the quagmire lost their luster. She was directly controlled. Lacey smiled and teased softly, "You can't even hold out as long as Valissa? What's your name?" The demon opened his mouth slightly and replied expressionlessly, "My name is Nephris." Lacey narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. She had a lewd expression on her face. After a pause of several seconds, she continued, "How many different men have you reproduced with?" Nephris fell in a deep thought, then said 4. Reiner reached out and knocked on Lilith's head. "Don't ask these nonsense questions. I'm not interested. Isn't this for the master's sake? She has been with 4 men and is already inferior." "Master, Please don't use her in the future. Reiner glared at her. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have to control you. Release your control over her. Lilith nodded, and Nephris in the swamp instantly regained consciousness. She had a complete memory of what had just happened. Blushing, she cursed at Lilith. Shameless. You two are the same. There's not a single good person in the human race. Laylis squatted down in front of her, her purple eyes fixed on Nephris, and she slowly said, It doesn't matter if you scold me, but scolding my master. Look at the wings behind me. Am I a human? Reiner didn't know what was going on. He only saw sweat on Nephris's forehead, her pupils dilated rapidly, and her heart beating wildly, as if she had seen something terrifying. That's enough. Lilith snorted softly, and Nephris returned to normal. She breathed heavily and greedily, no longer daring to look directly into Lilith's eyes. Breathe as much as you can. This is just a small lesson. If it happens again, you will definitely cry and beg for mercy. Lilith stood up straight. Reiner extended his staff, waited for Nephris to grab it, and then pulled her out of the quagmire. This guy even had difficulty standing. His legs were shaking constantly. Now that your leader is dead, who will be the next in charge? Nephris said cautiously, I am the leader's sister. She can't even speak clearly now. Reiner still likes her rebellious look. I'm giving you two options now. 1. From now on, follow me and work for me. I will provide you with food, land, and ensure your safety as much as possible. 2nd, I won't kill you. I'll leave this place and let you struggle to survive. As for how long you can survive, it depends on your ability. Reiner looked at the pale and thin Nephris. If it is true, as she said, most of the remaining members of their tribe are old, weak, sick, and disabled. If they are left, they will not pose any threat to the nearby cities and will starve to death soon. This can be regarded as a disguised agreement to Valissa's request. Nephris remained silent, stealing a glance at Lilith beside her. A voice came into Reiner's ears. If you dare to choose two, you are doomed. I advise you to have some self-awareness. Laylisi was glaring at her fiercely. Chapter 182, The Loyalty of the Demons. Nephris swallowed her saliva and answered decisively. From now on, I am willing to follow you with my tribe. Please don't hurt them. It can be seen that the reason she said this was because she was completely subservient to the tyranny of Layalissa. If Lilith is not around, Nephris will choose the second one. Reiner stamped a seal on her arm and patted her shoulder. Then we will be companions from now on. This life of starvation will end. Nephris nodded reluctantly, and it was obvious that she did not believe what Reiner said. Lilith said coldly from the side, Don't look so gloomy and think you're done. Just be happy that you've been chosen by my master. Serving him is 100 times better than living in the open air. You won't be able to thank me enough when the time comes. Reiner patted her shoulder and said, Stop talking. Lead the way. I want to see where they live. Led by Lilith, Reiner walked into the woods. Until they reached the center of the woods, Reiner only saw a few campfires, but no tents or other places for people to rest. Reiner asked in confusion, Where do they live? Laylis looked up at the tall, straight trees and replied softly, As expected, they probably live in trees like monkeys. After that, she turned to Nephris and asked, Am I right? Well, we usually live in trees. This way we are less likely to be discovered by humans and can also be protected from attacks by some monsters. Nephris answered cautiously. The few of them continued walking forward, passing through a slightly dense forest. Reiner saw Martina, who was waving vigorously. The captured demons stood in rows, their faces expressionless, clearly under the control of Lilith. Reiner roughly counted and found that there were about 80 demons, and, as Nephris said, most of them were old, weak, and sick. The proportion of the elderly and disabled is not high. Most of them are children and injured soldiers or women who are not very good at fighting. Nephris asked, her head bowed. I have pledged my allegiance to you, them. Reiner winked at Lilith. This group of controlled demons returned to normal. Their first reaction was to hide beside Nephris, huddled together like little animals, and looked at Lilith behind Reiner in horror. It can be seen that Nephris is usually quite trusted by them. After all, anyone who is willing to sacrifice his life to cover the retreat of his tribe can't be that bad. Reiner continued, Where's your food? Valissa dragged over a bag and showed it to Reiner. It was filled with all kinds of looted food, including game and poultry, but the most common items were cheap black bread and green peas. I guess this food is only enough for them to have one meal at most. Nephris whispered, This is our food for today and tomorrow. He has to eat one mouthful of food over 2 days. No wonder he is so hungry. Let them pack up and follow me, Reiner said to Nephris. Looking at the demons packing up their things and going their separate ways, Reiner's heart was filled with joy. I didn't expect to gain such a big reward. However, as the team grows, more problems will surely follow. The time to go back should be delayed. But Fiona has Lilith's clone, so the problem shouldn't be too big. After returning to the camp with a horde of blood demons, a small number of demihumans became hostile to them. In the southern part of the mainland, the two ethnic groups are in a competitive relationship. Many of their friends and relatives who were subhumans died at the hands of the blood demon. After Reiner sealed the blood demon with the seal, he had to repeatedly emphasize team discipline. I don't ask you to eliminate prejudices between you, but at least don't act rashly. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can tell me, and I will do my best to resolve it. The demihumans nodded in unison, while the blood demons didn't dare to say a word. They just huddled together quietly, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. Just give them some time to adjust, and they'll be fine. Reiner ordered the demihumans to bring 2 boxes of black bread. Eat up. You all look pale and skinny. Today we have plenty of black bread. The demons looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward to take the bread, as if Lilith would kill them if they reached out their hands. Reiner said to Valissa and Nephris, "Come here and give them some bread, 1 piece each." While Nephris was still hesitating, Valissa quickly stepped forward, took away several pieces of bread, and began to distribute them to other demons. After a few seconds, Nephris was also motivated to distribute bread to everyone. The demons who got the bread didn't dare to eat it, and they looked around vigilantly. At this moment, Reiner felt that his control over his magic power was gradually weakening, and the suppressed magic power was constantly leaking out. Only then did he remember that it had been a week since he last prayed for Lilith, and the time limit was almost up. I must ask her for blessing again tonight. Lelisi looked up at the sky and exclaimed with delight, "Master's total amount of magic power is truly astonishing every time I see it. Such a huge amount of magic power is simply not in line with common sense. Master, look, the entire sky is dyed like a rainbow, and this magic power has become even more powerful than when I first saw it." Reiner looked in the direction of his finger. In his eyes, the sky was still blue. "I don't see anything. I can't understand what you are saying. I'm really curious about what the world looks like in your eyes." Just then, Martina elbowed him in the waist and winked to the side. The demons around looked at Reiner with dull eyes, and Nephris, the leader, suddenly knelt at Reiner's feet. Next up is Valissa. "What's going on?" Reiner asked puzzledly. The elf Aliana hid behind Reiner and looked at this group of demons that seemed a little strange with great vigilance. More and more demons put aside the food they had obtained and began to kneel down to Reiner. Their postures were in unison, like devout believers praying to God. Layla shrugged. "I guess they were frightened after seeing your true magic power. I was also shocked when I first saw it." After that, she began to whip the corpses of the dead demons again. "I really don't know what kind of mentality Sodoros had when he came to find you. It's not unfair that he died for being so stupid." As soon as the words fell, Lilith couldn't help but kneel before Reiner and swore again. "Master, I am willing to stay by your side forever and become the sharpest sword in your hand." Idia stood aside and said, "I heard from my grandfather before that the demons can see the flow of magic power. They will elect the companion with the strongest magic power as the leader. Master, is your magic power also huge?" "It's okay." Reiner bent down and helped Nephris up from the ground. All right, everyone get up." He was so embarrassed that he almost got cancer. Nephris's eyes were blank, and she raised her hand slightly, as if trying to grasp something ethereal. "You must be the legendary god who can lead us." Chapter 183, going to the capital to purchase demihumans. Reiner went to a nearby town and bought many linen cloaks, which he put on the demons to hide them from the public. After all, bringing a group of demons to this place is too conspicuous. Sometimes when encountering a caravan, it will always cause some unnecessary disturbances. Moreover, as the team grew larger, the speed of movement slowed down. In this kind of flat terrain, horses could take advantage of their speed, but Reiner had to take care of the demons who were not riding horses, so he slowed down slightly. Because of the enormous magic power in his body, Reiner often attracts groups of demons. They come from far away just to see the source of the magic power, and then they're captured by Reiner, who is worshipped as a god by the demons. In just a few days, the number of demons in the team has increased from the initial 80 to about 100. Just by strolling around, you can recruit more members to the team. Reiner is really liking this place more and more. Just then, Mice rode up to him and asked, "We're almost at the capital. Why don't we set up camp here? It's difficult to even get close to the city, let alone enter it with the demons. There are many patrolling soldiers near the capital, which could easily lead to misunderstandings." The group was already very close to Delroji, the capital of the kingdom of Rosno. There were more and more caravans nearby, and it would probably be more troublesome to go any further. Reiner looked at the plain on one side of the road, then looked up at the scorching sun above his head, and then stopped his horse. "Then let's set up camp here. I'll go into the capital to buy some Demihumans and try to get back before dark. After a night's rest, we'll head back to Cannon." Junice nodded and asked everyone to rest where they were. "Nora, Lilith, come with me. Remember to leave a clone here for communication," Reiner said, turning around. Martina suddenly became depressed. She said pitifully, "You're not taking me with you." Junice decisively came to Reiner's rescue, pretending to be weak, and said, "Martina, I'm pregnant now, weak, pitiful, and helpless. I need a strong female warrior to protect me, so that I can feel a little safe." Reiner nodded and replied softly, "Yeah, who's the right person? It's so hard to guess." Even someone as foolish as Martina knew they were targeting her. She curled her lips, folded her arms, and said, Okay, then I'll stay with Junice." "That's a good boy." Reiner nodded. At this moment, Aliana's staff began to attack Reiner's kidneys again. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "What about me? You're just a potato. It doesn't take up any space. If you want to come along, just put it in your pocket. If you don't want to come along, just bury it in the dirt." Aliana hit Reiner twice with her staff, then slowly got on her horse. After Layla's finished splitting, she licked the corner of her mouth with her slender tongue, stared at Nora's ears, and said in a somewhat obscene manner, "Then can I sit behind the kitten?" Her inner voice came, "I will be able to touch her ears later." Nora shrugged, dismounted sideways, walked to Aliana, and patted her thigh. "You and the devil will ride in the carriage and take care of the money box. I will sit behind the master." Aliana said weakly, "Sister Nora, I can't do it. I can't pull the carriage." Noila Mo ruthlessly exposed it on the spot. "You can't hold it? I think you want to hug my man, right?" After hearing this, Aliana decisively left Reiner to prove her innocence and got on the carriage used for transporting goods. But her inner voice still reached Reiner's ears. Nora still discovered it. The elf has grown up and will start to think about all kinds of things. Nora jumped onto the horse nimbly, hugged Reiner's waist tightly, then tilted her head and bit his neck. Junice whispered softly, "Be careful." Martina glanced at her and said, not to be outdone, "Go early and come back early. You too, be careful." Reiner turned around and gave them one last look. The four of them immediately headed towards Delroy in the distance. They had not gone far when they encountered soldiers on patrol on horseback. They were wearing light armor and holding lances, and they looked sharply at Aliana and Lalith, whose hair was strangely colored, behind Reiner. These two guys, one blue and one purple, are indeed too conspicuous. To be on the safe side, Reiner still asked, "You elves shouldn't have any grudges against humans, right?" "Probably no, right? We love peace and are unlikely to make enemies with humans." Aliana thought for a while, then said seriously. Reiner shook his head. "You can only say that you love peace. As for other elves, I beg to differ." Aliana scratched her cheek. "Maybe I should ask the elves here." After that, she handed the reins to Lalith behind her and said, "Hold on to the rope, you stinky devil. I need to ask the other elves something." After completing the handover, she just closed her eyes and stared blankly. Reiner continued to ride his horse and gallop towards the distant city. He had already seen the red and yellow tapestries on the towering city walls. At the same time, more and more caravans appeared around them, and their forward speed gradually slowed down. A passing merchant took the opportunity to start selling something. "Friend, would you like to see these mithril daggers? These are weapons forged by dwarves. Evil spirits would run away if they encountered them. We're offering a discount right now. You can get this exquisite mithril dagger for just 1 gold coin." "Let me see." Reiner took the mithril dagger and waved it gently a few times. Judging from the weight alone, it is certain that this is a fake. Mithril is very light. Nora's dagger is as light as a feather, but this thing feels heavy. Reiner rubbed Lelith's arm with the back of his dagger, and when she didn't react, he returned it. Your dagger is ordinary, and the devil is not afraid of you at all. The cunning businessman smiled and said, How is that possible? I want to use this dagger to easily cut the throat of a demon. Reiner was speechless. To what extent did he brag in order to sell his things? Lacey smiled silently, observing the merchant in front of her with interest, and then matched his boasting. You're amazing. It must have been very dangerous back then, right? When I was little, my mother often told me stories about demons, which scared me so much that I couldn't sleep. Hey, it's just a demon, no big deal. As long as I have this dagger. The carriage in front sped up, and before he could finish bragging, Reiner sped up to catch up. Lalith laughed heartily as she thought about the conversation just now. Come to think of it, I've never seen you use a weapon before. My body is strong enough. I don't need that kind of thing. Lilith narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a smile, Of course, if the master is willing to give me a weapon, I will definitely treasure it and regard it as a token of our love. Before she could finish her words, the elf elbowed her. Stop making so much noise with your chatter. Stop teasing Reiner. Chapter 184 Stalker. Reiner was thinking about giving Lalith a weapon. Although demons are almost unable to use weapons made of mithril, it is not impossible for them to use weapons made of other materials. He had seen Lilith playing with his adamantium staff before, so perhaps adamantium would have no effect on demons. Although this thing is not as light as mithril, it is definitely hard enough. The evidence is the staff in his hand. It has been with him on adventures for so many years, but it is still as new as ever, without even the slightest scratch. I really don't know what happened to the original breath of the red dragon. At this moment, Lalith's inner voice reached her ears. The master's dazed look is so cute. I really want to eat him up in one bite. I envy Nora every day. Reiner glanced at her, and their eyes met. Lalith narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she had no intention of looking away. If nothing else, judging from his appearance alone, the master is truly handsome. No wonder Nora always blushes, so this is what it feels like to be in love. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. Reiner noticed her blush and couldn't help but tease her. You're a succubus, but you only have this much willpower? Laylis looked away, gave a few awkward laughs, and didn't refute anything. I want to build good relationships with the three of them. Even if it's not my turn now, it doesn't mean I won't have a chance in the future. After a long time, the four finally arrived at the gate of Delrigi. From the outside, it's not much different from Worsrich or Lilitower. The most obvious difference between these cities is probably their size. The size of the capital of Rosno seems to be about 4 times that of Lilitower. In comparison, Jinna's hometown seems like a small place, and Melode is even smaller. As for Cannon, Reiner couldn't find a more appropriate adjective for a moment. The caravan guards at the front had their weapons confiscated by the soldiers defending the city. Reiner and his companions did not carry any long weapons and thought they could pass through smoothly, but they were stopped by the guards at the city gate. What's wrong? Reiner had already taken out the pouch from his waist, ready to pull him aside and prepare a bribe. This is how Junais taught her. In the kingdom of Rosno, if a guard stops you for a strange reason, just drag him to a secluded place and give him a few silver coins. If you still don't agree, add a little more money and slip a gold coin over. She said that although the kingdom looked bright and beautiful on the outside, it was actually rotten on the inside and could collapse at any moment. Such incidents were common, and soldiers would often try every possible means to enrich themselves. But if he refuses to give up even a single gold coin, then you're probably in trouble. Fortunately, the soldier at the door simply asked him, "Which country are you from? What are you doing here?" Reiner thought about it and was about to say Diest, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to speak from a distance. "I'm from Cannon, Barnet. I'm a slave trader there. I'm planning to come to the capital to buy some good quality and cheap slaves to take back and sell." The soldier looked at Reiner sharply, as if thinking. You can look at the map. The city is in the primeval forest in the northernmost part of the continent. Of course I know. The soldier replied expressionlessly. Then his eyes fell on the 3 women accompanying him. What about them? Reiner opened his mouth and said, "That cat-type demihuman is my slave, the purple-haired and blue-haired my elf friend." He boasts without any hesitation. However, Aliana and Lalith do have some similarities. For example, the ears are pointed. The difference is that the elves' pointed ears are larger, while the demons' pointed ears are smaller. Seeing that Reiner was smiling and showed no signs of guilt, the guard simply asked them a few questions and let them pass. "Put your hoods on." The different hair color will be too noticeable. The two of them moved in unison and put on their hats almost at the same time. Reiner randomly asked passersby on the roadside, and after learning the location of the slave market, he rode there. After walking a few steps, Nora poked Reiner's kidney with her finger. She lowered her voice and said, "Master, there is a woman on the left rear side who has been watching us. Although her face looks kind, she gives me a particularly dangerous feeling." Without even turning her head, Leilis said, "Her magic power is enormous, almost as great as that of Sadoros and the others. She must be coming for me. Can you feel it? Well, I can feel her ill will towards me. She wants to kill me." Reiner pretended to look around and glanced at her with a sense of foreboding. She was an elderly magician with gray hair, a gray cloak, and a deadwood staff. For some reason, Reiner felt that this person was strangely familiar. She probably won't do in the city, but you still have to be a little careful and don't stray too far from me. Leilis said disapprovingly, "No need. Although I'm only a quarter of my strength at the moment, she shouldn't be able to defeat me in a one-on-one fight." Reiner felt relieved after hearing her words. "Anyway, let's pick the slave first. She will probably come to us herself once we leave the city." Reiner headed for the slave market, and Nora behind him asked softly, "Is it really okay to ignore her?" "No, because she's gone, and I've activated Thunder Speed and Domain. If she plans to attack, I'll deploy the barrier immediately. If she still follows us later, that's another matter, but if she doesn't, forget it." Nora responded softly, hugging Reiner tighter. After arriving at the bustling slave market, Reiner left the carriage at the stable at the door, used wind magic to drag the box full of gold coins, and led everyone into the slave market. Then the crowded slave market was appraised. Under evaluation, perhaps due to the large number of people, Reiner stood there and waited for a long time before the system responded. Identification completed. The host's field of vision contains a total of 13,700 demi-human slaves, including. Reiner interrupted, "Just tell me about epic and legendary slaves." Among them, there are 121 epic-level slaves and 13 legendary-level slaves. It turned out to be the right decision to come to the big city to buy slaves. The tens of thousands of slaves identified were just the tip of the iceberg of the market. If he could fly to the sky, he could identify more slaves at the same time. Stop this dangerous idea of yours. There are at least tens of thousands of slaves in this market. Identifying them is exhausting. Isn't the life of the system a life? Woo! Be good and listen to me. I'm just tired for a while." Reiner raised the corners of his mouth, and then he found an alley where no one noticed him and hugged Nora in his arms. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the elf. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Aliana, I'm going to show you something magical next. Can I trust you?" "Of course, we are companions." The elf nodded heavily, then asked softly, "What's wrong? Do you have any little secrets?" "That's good." Reiner pinched Nora's waist. She sensitively twisted it twice and then took Reiner into stealth mode. Chapter 185. The Demihuman Homeland in the North. Reiner and Nora hid themselves and looked down at the entire slave market from high above. The dense crowd looked like tiny dots in his eyes. Nora said with some sadness, "I didn't expect that the first time I saw so many of my kind, it would be in a human city." Reiner stroked her furry cat ears, not knowing how to comfort her. The only thing he could do now was to buy more demi-humans. At least if you follow him, you don't have to worry about starving to death or being abused. After a long wait after the identification, the system's voice finally appeared in Reiner's ears. It gasped for breath and replied weakly. Identification completed. The host's field of vision contains a total of 31,481 demi-human slaves, 307 of which are epic-level slaves and 35 are legendary-level slaves. At the same time, all the demi-humans in his field of vision were highlighted. The epic level is purple, the legendary level is gold, and all of their attribute panels can be mobilized with just a thought. The drop rate is too high. It's almost like you can get gold easily. Thank you for your hard work. If the system wasn't in front of him, he would have rubbed its shoulders. Never mind. Maybe I was born to be a beast of burden. The two landed in the alley and quickly appeared. Aliana was playing with Leilis, and she puffed out her cheeks as if she was angry. "What's wrong with you two? That stinky devil just used that puppy noise to insult me again. I'm going to beat her to death." Leilis stood there motionless, allowing her to hit her head with the staff. What a cute little guy. Although this guy is evil, he is still very gentle when treating his own people. Especially towards the elves and Nora, He has no temper at all. After Eliana vented her dissatisfaction, her eyes flashed and she looked at Reiner. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? She pouted and suddenly felt aggrieved. Sister Noila has the magic eye, and you actually hid it from me. Don't you trust me? After saying that, she pointed at the playful Lacey and suddenly felt even more aggrieved. Even she knew and I didn't know. Oh, it was obviously me who came here first. Lacey squatted down and hugged her. Although she was comforting her, her smile was still bright. Don't cry, don't cry. The elf is the cutest and the best. Reiner clarified himself. Let me correct one thing. This was not told to her by me. She discovered it herself when she was fighting Sephiroth. Really, Aliana wiped away the tears in her eyes and pouted again. Then you still don't trust me. Reiner narrowed his eyes and said in a slightly obscene tone, You're so stupid. What if someone accidentally finds out one day? You're not allowed to tell Mom and Dad about this either. This is our little secret. The next second, she was mercilessly beaten by Aliana with her staff. I'm stupid? Even I'm considered stupid. Then what is Martina? It doesn't matter. I will tolerate her with love. Reiner sighed. Just as he was about to lead a few people out of the alley, Aliana hooked his trouser belt with her staff. Her expression was serious, and she looked like she would not tolerate any refusal. When you get back, tell me in detail. I enchant your equipment every day, but you're still wary of me. It's so sad. Only after he agreed did the elf let go and let him go. Reiner walked out of the alley and took them to pick out the Demihumans in the market. The system also thoughtfully created a map in his field of vision, marking the identified epic and legendary Demihumans with purple and gold dots. Before long, a long line of Demihumans formed behind the four of them. But Nora felt more and more uncomfortable as she looked at her compatriots everywhere. She cautiously poked Reiner's shoulder and asked, Master, can I help them in my own way? Reiner was bargaining with the slave trader, and when he took a break, he replied, Tell me about it. Nora avoided the slave traders and lowered her voice, saying, I want to spread the news to them. Tell them that if they have the chance in the future, they can come to the Orc tribe in the northern part of the continent. As long as they are willing to work for you, they will be protected. Is that okay? She still thought too simply. Delroy is nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Cannon. Moreover, the road conditions were extremely complicated. Even with their equipped carriages, they took more than a month to travel, not to mention the demi-humans who had to rely on just their 2 legs. They encountered many dangers along the way, including brutal bandits, terrifying monsters, and hungry beasts. The reason why they walked so easily was because they had many top fighters to protect them in the team. If the scattered demi-humans choose to go from here to Cannon in the north, the death rate on the road alone is estimated to be around 50. Secondly, spreading the news so widely might ruin the jobs of slave traders. It will be troublesome if someone were to keep an eye on you when your career is not yet stable. I'm not afraid of others doing it openly. I'm just afraid of them using shady tactics. Reiner caught a glimpse of the smiling Lilith standing beside him. On second thought, even if I use a shady trick, how shady can it be? Can it be more shady than the devil? If you want to become bigger and stronger, you will eventually have to go through this step. That's fine, but I suggest you think carefully. This place is too far from where we live. Nora shook her head, her eyes firm. Master, the fear of death is nothing in the face of hope. Even dying on the road is better than living a life of hiding and hiding. Reiner looked at her and thought for a moment. Then you can secretly tell them that near the primeval forest in the north of the continent, there's a nation formed by various races. It will be the future home of the Demihumans, and they will be protected once they arrive there. Nora's ears perked up, her blue eyes gleaming with hope. She nodded solemnly. Reiner was buying slaves in front, while Nora was sneakily whispering to the slaves passing by. After working for the whole afternoon, Reiner turned around and looked at the group of people following him. He bought 35 legendary-level slaves and 265 epic-level slaves, a total of 300 demi-human slaves. He had spent almost all the gold coins in the box, and now he could easily lift it with one hand. Reiner glanced up at the darkening sky and realized it was getting late. Including these 300 slaves, their food can probably last for a day or two. As for clothes and other things, they can buy them on the way back. These 300 slaves were obviously well-trained, and even though they were uneasy inside, the team did not fall into chaos. At the same time, their voices bombarded Reiner's ears. Out of desperation, he temporarily turned off the voice function. Just as he was about to say something soothing, Nora poked his kidney. Master, the woman I saw at noon is here again. Chapter 186 June Ice is my wife. It was now completely dark, and the accompanying caravan had to either rush into the city as fast as possible or choose a safe place to camp for the night. Reiner walked in front of the team, holding a fireball to illuminate the way, and then asked casually, "Guess what you will do next?" At this moment, the magician who was following Reiner has entered the realm of wind. She was lying in ambush in the grass by the roadside, 300 meters away. Nora said without hesitation, "I guess she will attack Lalith directly." Aliana muttered softly, "I feel like she'll probably keep following us, observing us for a while before deciding whether to attack or not. After that, she hid in the carriage and hid herself tightly. I have to find a place to hide so that I won't be hit by accident when I fight this stinky demon later. Don't worry, I'll deploy the barrier." Reiner raised an eyebrow at Lilith beside him. "What do you think?" Lelisi answered without much thought. "I think that when we get close, she will slowly come out and block our way." Although he had heard her inner voice, Reiner still subconsciously asked, "Why do you say that?" "It's simple. To have magic power almost on par with ordinary demons is definitely the best among humans. Possessing this ability can easily make people feel superior and create an illusion of self-importance. When a person believes that his power can completely crush the enemy, he usually won't launch a sneak attack, let alone such a proud top human magician. The admiration and awe of others could easily foster her arrogance, and perhaps I could dampen her spirit." Reiner's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but teasing, "You know a lot." "Of course. Before I was sealed, I had seen some very powerful humans. I was lucky enough to survive, but since then I haven't been very ostentatious because I know there are many, many more powerful people than me." Layla's patted Reiner's shoulder and continued, "For example, Master, with this terrifying talent, I estimate that in 5 years he should be able to easily bully me. Then I'll borrow your good words." After walking for about a few minutes, they were already very close to the old magician. Just as Reiner was puzzled, she really walked out from the bushes on the side of the road, as Lalith said. Her eyes looked particularly bright in the firelight. Reiner stopped his horse and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Aliana cautiously poked her head out of the carriage and also peeked at her. The gray-robed magician pointed at Lalith with a dry finger. Her voice was a little hoarse, and Reiner had to prick up his ears to hear every syllable. "There is evil energy flowing around this girl. She shouldn't be human, right?" The guard said, "You tell them it's an elf, but I've seen elves and I know they don't look like this. She looks more like a demon." Laylis slowly dismounted, revealing her true form, with the little tail behind her wagging excitedly. She also replied in Rosno, "How interesting, human, to be able to see the evil energy around me." Seeing this, the gray-robed wizard said nothing more and started chanting the spell. Reiner knocked on Lilith's head, then said to the gray-robed wizard in front of him, "Can we not fight? This is a good demon. There is no need to attack her." As soon as she finished speaking, 3 water spears attacked Lalith. The force was so strong that it almost pierced through the barrier that Reiner released instantly. According to Aliana and Lealissa, being able to master the gentle water element to this extent, her control over magic must be very strong. The gray-robed wizard narrowed his eyes and looked at Reiner and said in surprise, "If I remember correctly, this should be the magic of the elves. You are not human." Reiner couldn't remember how many times he had been questioned as not being human. He was used to it. "As a human, can't you just listen to what I have to say? I'm not interested in fighting with you." The gray-robed wizard shrugged and chanted a long spell, and then the ruby on the top of the staff flashed with a strange light. Lelisi volunteered to take a step forward. "How about letting me deal with her?" Reiner quickly waved his hand. "No, just stand where you are and don't move." Before he finished speaking, a huge stream of water emerged around the gray-robed wizard, and they turned into tiny water needles, piercing towards the barrier one by one. Seeing that it had no effect, she changed her strategy and condensed the water around her into an almost transparent water gun, which she suddenly stabbed at the barrier. Reiner's barrier had become quite solid after accumulating power, and this time it didn't even cause any ripples. But he noticed that it seemed as if droplets of water were slowly seeping through the barrier. The next second, the seeping water droplets turned into water needles and instantly attacked Reiner's chest. Just as he was about to stab him, Reiner used his other hand to unfold a small barrier and block it. This is a pretty shady move. If Reiner hadn't activated his lightning speed and domain, allowing him to see almost every move around him, he might have been caught. It's my turn. As soon as she finished speaking, several stone pillars suddenly rose up around the gray-robed wizard to form a solid stone cage. She was unable to dodge and was trapped inside. Reiner condensed a fireball in his palm and deceived the gray-robed wizard with a simple feint. He quickly released a stream of water to form a water shield in front of him. Then he wrapped himself in the water flow, tried to protect himself. The electricity at the top of Reiner's staff surged and quickly struck the water shield in front of him. After being attacked, the gray-robed wizard screamed a few times, and the water ball in the stone cage quickly dissipated. Reiner put down his staff and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "You know magic of 4 different attributes." The gray-robed wizard gasped for breath. She held on to the stone cage and seemed to have difficulty even staying standing. "You know a little bit." Reiner walked up to her, and after making sure she could stand steadily, he dismantled the thin stone pillars around her that restricted her movements. The gray-robed wizard was still staring intently into Reiner's eyes. "You have such power, and yet you collude with the devil." "Stop. Don't be so quick to scold me. I'll explain it to you later." Reiner took a deep breath and then asked softly, "Do you know Jumais Poitalilidita?" The gray-robed wizard's face darkened, as if he was thinking. Seeing her reaction, Reiner was probably certain that the guy in front of him was Junus Magic Mentor, because their staffs were almost identical, and even the robe she was wearing was the same one Reiner had seen Junais wear. When Reiner first met Junais, he asked her about the source of these equipment. She said that the staff was custom-made by a craftsman, and the ruby on the top was particularly valuable, which was why she always wrapped it in a black cloth. Most importantly, the spell she just cast was one that Reiner had also seen Junais use. However, Junus' use of water magic was far less proficient than hers. The last point is that Junais once said that her mentor is currently working in the royal capital. The gray-robed wizard asked cautiously, "Do you know my disciple?" "Of course, Junais is my wife." Chapter 187, Ikuin Years Missed. The gray-robed wizard remained silent, and there was a hint of hostility in her eyes as she looked at Lilith. Reiner glanced back and continued, "Don't worry, she's safe. I signed a devil's contract with her." Lelisi put her hands on her hips, and although she had a kind smile on her face, her tone was threatening. "Honestly, if I really wanted to kill you, you would have died 5 minutes ago when you were hiding in the bushes. Your strength is enough to deal with ordinary mid-level demons, but forget about dealing with a high-level demon like me." The gray-robed wizard remained silent, his eyes fixed on Reiner and Lilith. "What? You still don't believe it? Although I have seen demons left over from ancient times, living incognito in the human kingdom. That guy is a 1 in a million exception, but this guy looks so different from him that it's hard to believe." The gray-robed wizard wiped the water droplets from his cheeks and replied, "What's that guy's name? Maybe I know him." Lilith slowly approached and kindly lit a fire to dry her wet robe. The gray-robed wizard cautiously dodged to the side. "Miraz." Laylis extinguished the flame in her hand. "Bloodwing Miraz? I know him. He is the #1 traitor among us demons. In the Great War thousands of years ago, he was willing to be a lackey of humans in order to stay here, and revealed a lot of information. Otherwise, your coalition forces would not have been able to defeat us so easily. For the first 2,000 years of being sealed, I kept cursing that guy, but later I figured out. Instead of fighting a war with almost no chance of winning and then being sealed in the fiery hell for thousands of years, it would have been better to just run away and join the humans from the beginning. Ha ha." The gray-robed wizard narrowed his eyes at Lilith and fell silent. Reiner then spoke. "I don't know your name yet. Can you tell me your name?" "Frida Gary." "Then, Ms. Frida, please come with me. Junais really wants to see you. She was sad for a long time because she didn't see you when she returned to Lolita." Reiner moved aside to make way for her. Aliana thought she was going to get on the carriage too, so she quickly pulled the curtain and hid inside. Frida said expressionlessly, "My horse is in the nearby woods. Wait for me for a moment." It was already night when Reiner returned to the camp. From a distance, he saw Jumais standing by the roadside waiting, holding a staff for lighting. After Reiner dismounted, Junais complained with some concern, "You're back so late?" She reached out to help Reiner tidy up his messy hair, her eyes full of tenderness. This whole scene was seen by Martina, who was standing next to him. "Junais is really good at this. I've learned another trick." Reiner walked over to her and touched her bulging belly. "Well, something happened and delayed me a little. Junice responded, then suddenly said, I see. Lelisi told me that you went to the tavern to play with other women. Reiner grabbed both of Lalitha's clones and slammed them together, cursing, this girl is full of lies. Don't bother with her. Junice raised the corners of her mouth and hummed happily twice. She leaned sideways to glance behind the carriage and saw that the line behind was very long, and the eyes of the Demihumans were flashing various colors in the light of the fire. Frida was standing nearby on her horse, and Junice didn't see anything at all. She exclaimed, wow, I bought a lot. 300 in total. I carefully selected these. Junice narrowed her eyes. Really? If you really want to carefully select 300 Demihumans, it will take at least a day or two, right? I think you probably just bought them randomly. This is true for ordinary people, but Reiner can just fly into the sky and conduct direct identification, and only the system will be affected. He called Peggy and asked her to take the Demihumans behind him back to the camp. Junice looked at the long line and was about to sigh a few more times when she heard someone calling her. Junice. She was slightly stunned, looked towards the source of the sound, and then rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What? Have you forgotten me after 2 years? Frida dismounted sideways with a smile on her face. It seems that she is quite gentle when facing her disciples. Junice practically pounced on him, shouting with joy, Teacher, 2.5 years to be exact. But she soon noticed something unusual. Why are your clothes all wet? Frida looked at Reiner and said softly, That's a long story, but I brought a change of clothes. Then don't stay here and change into dry clothes. Don't you see I have a lot to say to you? Reiner watched their backs as they walked towards the camp, and just as he was about to follow them, Martina reached out and grabbed his pants. What's wrong? She imitated Junice and pretended to be gentle and said, Dear, your belt is loose. Let me help you fix it. Nora passed by her and reached out to pull her ponytail. Reiner said seriously, Let's talk about it tonight. Martina's horse ears drooped. She retracted her hand and followed Reiner with her cheeks puffed out. Reiner returned to the camp and found that the Demihumans were distributing food to their newly purchased companions. Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. It's safe from now on. Our host is a very kind man. We don't have to worry about going hungry anymore. You are all lucky people. Even the introverted Roxanne found some of her own kind. She was talking to a slow-moving, turtle-type Demihuman, and then introduced the lively Fran to her. This atmosphere of mutual help is pretty good, and they should be able to integrate into the group in no time. The demons, sitting in a circle, also cast curious glances at them. The Demihumans and demons are enemies, so I need to emphasize discipline with them later. Reiner's ideal team state is, no matter what happened in the past, since we are now companions, we must put aside our past grudges and unite against the outside world. But it would certainly not be that easy to implement. After all, there's been a long-standing grudge between the two tribes, and it is impossible for them to live in harmony with just a few words. We still need to find a way. Reiner walked to the carriage alone and opened the box to check the remaining money. He spent more than 1,000 gold coins in one afternoon, and now there's only a layer of gold ingots left in the box. Junice said that these would be worth about 500 Rosino gold coins. It is definitely impossible to arrange a set of armor for each of them, but as for weapons, they could buy cheap ones. Just as he was thinking, Junice came over and said softly, Reiner, Teacher Frida wants to talk to you about something. Let's go and talk to her. Chapter 188, A More Suitable Candidate. Frida was sitting by the campfire, roasting half a pickled fish. She had changed into a dry white robe, and her messy white hair was neatly combed. Reiner and Junice sat across from her, not knowing what to say, so they looked at her carefully. Looking at it now, Frida should be around 70 or 80 years old. Her skin was covered with wrinkles, her slender fingers were like dead wood, and her long hair had turned silver white. But she moved with grace and exuded an indescribable beauty. Reiner felt that she might have been very beautiful when she was young, even as beautiful as Junice. Just as he was lost in thought, Frida suddenly spoke up. Mr. Reiner, I just had a brief chat with Junice about you. Actually, there are many things about you that surprise me. Can I ask you a few questions? Reiner shrugged. Ask anything. Frida bombed out right away. How many types of magic do you know? Regarding this, Reiner really didn't know whether he should say it out loud. But thinking about the fact that he had performed magic in front of many people, even if he kept it secret now, strange rumors about him would eventually spread. To be on the safe side, Reiner glanced at Junice. She understood and nodded slightly. Teacher Frida is a trustworthy person. She won't spread news. Reiner shrugged and answered without hesitation. The 5 natural attributes, the light and dark attributes of the elves, and the dark magic of the orcs. I can learn if I want, but there's no need for it right now. I just don't like it that much. I don't like living sacrifices. Frida opened her mouth slightly in surprise. This answer seemed far beyond her expectations. So, you can use magic of about 8 attributes. Reiner nodded. That's right. My magic crystal can accommodate a variety of elements, and I've learned a wide variety of magic. I'm usually more proficient in fire magic, rock magic, and light magic. Fire magic is mainly used to deal group damage. Rock magic is a control skill and can also be used for infrastructure, and light magic is responsible for defense and precise killing. As for other attributes, they're mainly used for auxiliary purposes, or he will only use it when there is a restraining relationship. Frida muttered to herself, her eyes a bit confused. Dual attribute magicians are already rare in the world, and 3 attribute magicians are unheard of. 8 attribute magicians. Reiner didn't know what to say, so he just kept nodding like a humanoid. The plugin given by Tongzi is really useful. Frida continued. Also, I just noticed that you didn't seem to chant when you cast the spell. Junais took over and said, this is a chant-free spell that Reiner developed himself. It can almost be cast instantly. I tried to learn from him for a while, but so far, all I can do is shorten the chant. With that, she chanted briefly, and a flaming fireball appeared in her hand. Reiner then performed a spell without chanting. Frida raised her staff and widened her eyes, as if she was learning to cast a spell without chanting. It's a pity that nothing happened after holding it in for so long. Junais shook her head. It takes practice, but it's hard to reach Reiner's level. Frida sighed and continued. I once considered casting spells without chanting, but after trying various methods for a while without success, I gave up. I think the longer you study magic, the harder it becomes to learn to cast spells without chanting. Your thinking becomes rigid, and it's not easy to correct it. But if it's teacher Frida sighed and shook her head gently. I am old. This era belongs to you. After saying that, she raised an eyebrow at Lalith in the distance. Is this demon really safe? Junais thought for a moment and nodded. She has lived with us for 2 months. So far, apart from teasing us, she hasn't done anything else out of the ordinary. She should be safe. And Reiner signed a contract with her. The devil should keep his promise. Frida's gaze shifted from Eliana and Lalith to the demons sitting around the campfire, praying to Reiner. What about them? What's going on? Anyway, due to various coincidences, these demons now regard Reiner as a god. They pray like this every day after waking up, before eating, and before going to bed. Frida exclaimed, it's amazing. The demons are not easy to deal with, but they can actually coexist peacefully with these guys. Junais' lips curled up slightly, and she gently hugged Reiner beside her. Of course, Reiner is an excellent man. It turned out that escaping was the right decision. Frida looked at Junais' slightly bulging belly and asked, are you pregnant? Junais' cheeks immediately turned red, and she admitted frankly, well, it's been 4 months. I'm happy for you that you found the person you love. Frida smiled gently. Although she's old-fashioned in some things, from what we can see so far, she is indeed a respectable magician. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, Frida suddenly picked up the staff and said, actually, I came to the capital this time on the king's behalf. There is a mountain range south of Delrigi, where a powerful earth dragon appeared and threatened the safety of the royal capital. I came here to meet up with 5 other great wizards, and then start the mission in 10 days to find and destroy the earth dragon. But now, I seem to have found a better candidate. As Frida said this, her eyes fell on Reiner. Earth dragon? To be honest, he was very interested in this rare resource. It is said that dragon scales and dragon skin can be used to make equipment. It's time to change my wife's equipment. Nora is still wearing the plate armor that I bought at the beginning. The equipment on Martina was given to her by Demas before she conquered the ruins. As for Junais, she never seemed to wear armor. The only protective gear she had was the robe she was wearing. Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked, if I kill the earth dragon, its body should belong to me, right? Frida and Junais looked at each other and laughed. Your first reaction wasn't to worry about whether you could win. You really are a very powerful magician. Reiner looked at Martina, who was playing with the epic bull Eudora, and then looked at Lelith, who was teasing the elves in the distance. If this earth dragon is not big and does not have any tricky skills, then their combat power should be enough. Take Martina, for example. If this guy were to meet the red dragon she encountered before, she would probably be able to end the battle within 5 seconds. Frida said softly, "The spoils will definitely be awarded according to merit. Whoever kills the earth dragon will get the lion's share." Reiner's lips curled up slightly. "Then I'm happy to take on this task." Frida nodded. "Then we can set off tomorrow morning. Let me watch you fight." Chapter 189. Lure Out the Earth Dragon. The next morning, Reiner rode his horse around Delrigi and headed straight for the large mountain range south of the royal capital. To be on the safe side, Reiner brought Martina with him this time, and Nora stayed in the camp with Junice. Faced with the thick-skinned and tough dragon, Nora had almost no way to deal with it. This kind of opponent is best dealt with by Martina, who is known for her brute force. Looking at the mountains stretching for hundreds of miles in the distance, Reiner fell into deep thought. There are so many nooks and crannies in such a large mountain range. If the earth dragon intends to hide, it may not be easy to find it. Laylis, fly over and take a look. If you find a target, come back and tell me. Yes. She handed the reins to Aliana in front of her, then spread her wings and flew high into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Frida exclaimed, "She's really fast. She's an agile demon, and her movement speed is almost the fastest among us." "Almost? Are you faster than her?" Reiner nodded and looked back at Martina, who was sulking. When this guy uses the complete version of lightning armor, his speed is indeed faster than Lalith. Of course, this is only on the ground. Her flying speed is slightly slower than Lalith's, and she cannot maintain long-term flight. Their eyes met, and she pouted slightly again. "Damn, Reiner, you didn't rest with me yesterday. I washed so thoroughly yesterday, but it was all in vain." Reiner sighed. The main reason was that Junice's teacher was sleeping not far away, and there was no shelter around. Although Martina doesn't mind being a field soldier, Reiner really doesn't dare to draw his sword in such an environment, because he felt that many eyes were staring at him all the time. Maybe a certain demon couldn't sleep late at night and hid in a corner to observe him every day. Just thinking about it makes me lose interest. Maybe I could use rock magic to build a temporary hut tonight, then treat her well, and then spend some time dismantling it when daybreak comes. "Okay, don't be angry." Reiner hooked his finger at her, motioning her to come closer tonight. "Yeah." Martina instantly became full of energy, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. By noon, Reiner and his group had arrived at the mountains. Laylis landed in front of them and shook her head slightly. "Master, I didn't find anything. I flew along the mountain for about 50 miles. Reiner relayed the words to Frida, who was standing beside him. She thought for a moment and then said, "Make some noise. Maybe we can attract it out, Mr. Reiner." Frida looked at Reiner without saying a word. She was hinting. "I know what to do." Reiner gripped the staff tightly with both hands and then gently touched the bottom. His rock element returned to the earth and was rapidly spreading across the entire mountain range. The elf yawned sleepily, then leaned on Martina and started fishing. Reiner glanced at her and then asked, "You said before that your father Oldek killed an earth dragon. Is this thing powerful?" "Didn't you ask me before?" "Earth dragons are wingless, burrowing turtles with thick skin and flesh. The bigger they are, the more dangerous they are. The one my dad killed was only 60 meters long, but honestly, I didn't think it was that powerful." "Oh, and the earth dragon can use rock magic, so that's the only thing you need to be careful about." Aliana suddenly took a few steps towards Reiner, then squinted her eyes, opened her arms, and said sleepily, "Reiner, can you hold me? I didn't sleep well last night, and now I don't feel like walking." "Then why did you insist on coming here this morning? I'll bury you in the dirt, you stinky potato." Reiner reached out and pulled her long ears, threateningly. Aliana giggled twice, then started to shy away. "Aren't I just worried about you?" Hee. Reiner released his hand and ignored her, focusing all his attention on the earthquake technique he was about to launch. Conventional earthquake magic will definitely not work. For such a large area, the rock elements in his magic crystal are definitely not enough. The intensity and frequency must be reduced. Anyway, his goal was just to lure the earth dragon out. At this moment, his magic power has permeated the entire mountain. "Laylis, continue your investigation. If you find anything, tell me immediately." "Yes." Martina nudged Reiner with her, but said seriously, "Honey, I'll fly up to the sky too. If anything happens, I'll go help the devil." "No, just stay by my side. The thing can't fly, so it can hardly threaten her. After we lure it out, we can attack it together. This is the safest way." "Okay." Martina took off her helmet, walked over to Reiner, and hugged him gently. The elf is like a piece of hamburger meat sandwiched between two slices of bread. Frida cast curious glances at the two of them from time to time. Judging from her expression, she'll probably tell Junice about it when she gets home. Reiner gripped his staff tightly, and the rock elements all over the mountains became agitated instantly. A moment later, the mountains in the distance began to tremble slightly. The frightened birds flew to the top of the mountain and then fled in all directions. The stirred-up dust spread towards the foot of the mountain. Immediately afterwards, several muffled sounds were heard, and the earth shook violently. Reiner's vision was obscured by the dust and fog, but he guessed that it was the sound of mountains cracking and huge rocks falling. Frida looked at the slightly bouncing stones on the grass, then looked up at the distant mountains and sighed. Your total magical power is truly terrifying. But soon, she became worried again. How much rock element do you have left? Can it sustain the rest of the battle? Reiner roughly sensed the elements within the magic crystal, then said nonchalantly, I reduced the intensity and frequency of earthquake. It's only half left now, but it doesn't matter. I don't usually rely on rock elements in combat, so I have plenty of other elements. Frida was silent for several seconds before she spoke. Even so, this magic power is so huge that it is terrifying. Among all the rock mages I know, no one has more magic power than you. Reiner put his hands on his hips and thanked the system again for the plug-in. At this moment, Lala flew back from a distance, her expression seeming a little excited. Master, I saw the Earth Dragon. It's about 40 meters long, a big guy. Very good, you lead the way. Martina and I will follow later. After saying that, Reiner turned back to look at Frida. Would you like to come with us? You guys go your own way. I'll just ride over there. It shouldn't take long for me to catch up. Okay, then be careful. Reiner picked up Aliana with one hand, and then his body was lifted up by an invisible wind and caught up with Martina, who was chanting a spell. In the flying dust, Reiner vaguely saw a round shadow. Chapter 190, The Weakness of the Earth Dragon. Is this an Earth Dragon? Reiner used strong wind to blow away the dust. He said this while looking at the turtle-like Earth Dragon that was searching for its target. This thing has a short body, short and thick limbs covered with ochre-colored rock slabs. The tail behind it looks thick and powerful, with a round stone hammer covered with spikes at the end. The most eye-catching thing is the neat and uniform scales on his back that look like a tortoise shell. Seeing that it moved slowly and looked honest and simple, Reiner couldn't help but ask Aliana, who was being held by him, Is this the Earth Dragon? Why does it look like a turtle? The elf raised his head and asked, Why not? Your tone is so presumptuous. If the Earth Dragon could understand you, it would probably be pissed to death. Is this thing powerful? We've been flying in the sky for a while, and it hasn't even noticed us. The Earth Dragon looked around for a while, and seeing no threat, it twisted its wide body and clumsily crawled into the valley. Reiner looked at him, speechless for a moment. Can this thing really attack the city? Why does it look just like Martina? Martina, who was far away, thought Reiner was calling her and cast a curious look at him. The elf nodded heavily. Of course, this thing eats everything. Rocks, trees, and even living things. Once it finds a threat, it will immediately go crazy. Dragons are not kind. The temper of the Earth Dragon is second only to that of the Red Dragon. It is very fierce. Is that so? Then I'll do it. Go ahead. The Earth Dragon has a terrifying ability to recover and is very tenacious. Even if you chop off its head, it won't die. Instead, it will just fly around like a headless chicken. It has 3 hearts and 5 lungs. If you want to kill it completely, you must destroy all 3 of its hearts at the same time, otherwise it will regenerate rapidly. Although it doesn't pose as much of a threat as the Red Dragon, it's still incredibly formidable. Reiner, you have to be careful. Will the method used to deal with the Hellhound work on him? The elf shook his head. It's useless. If it's blocked by a stalagmite, the heart will regenerate quickly nearby. So, where in his chest is his heart located? Aliana scratched her head, looking a little embarrassed. Well, I'm not sure. I remember it should have a heart in its belly. What anti-human structure? He suddenly regretted not bringing Nora with him. If the kitten was there, she could turn on the void and invisibility and crawl into the dragon's belly to find its weakness. So, you said your father Oldex single-handedly killed a 60-meter-long Earth Dragon. How did he do it? Aliana scratched her rough blue hair with her staff. My mom told me it was pretty simple. The Earth Dragon couldn't regenerate as fast as my dad's sword. It died after being chopped into minced meat. Reiner's sweat dropped. From her description, Old Ek looked like a daughter slave, but he was actually stronger than Martina, who was giving her all. Just then, both Lalith and Martina flew back to him. Master, the Earth Dragon is going back in again. What do you say? Martina's arms were electrified, and she seemed incredibly excited. Honey, this guy looks so strong. It's time for me to go all out again. Reiner reached out and hit her on the head. Be obedient and use what I teach you. Anything you figure out on your own can only be used as a trump card. Otherwise, I won't play with you tonight. Martina puffed out her cheeks and stopped talking. Reiner raised his staff and began charging a fireball. From what Eliana described, it shouldn't be easy to kill it. I want to see if I can blow up the mountain. If I can kill it, that would be great. If not, I'll try other methods. Eliana opened her eyes wide and observed carefully. It's worth trying out Elaine's magic. There are no trees on this mountain anyway, only some flowers and plants. Reiner nodded, and the fireball at the top of the staff changed dramatically, eventually turning into a blue-white color similar to lightning, and continued to emit a buzzing sound that made people's scalps tingle. Lilith looked at the fireball with great interest, her eyes full of admiration. Such a pure and rich fire element. So beautiful. Isn't it just a fireball? It feels very ordinary. Martina put her hands on her hips and said disapprovingly, It's normal that you can't appreciate the magic since you can't see it. Lalith shrugged. After Reiner finished charging his energy, he glanced in the direction of Frida. She was still far away from here, just a small that was constantly moving in the sight. It shouldn't affect him. If you think the noise is too loud, you can cover your ears now. Martina obediently covered the horse ears on her head. According to her, she was woken up by an explosion last time, so it was normal for her to be a little scared. But she glanced at Reiner beside her and found that he had no extra hands to cover her ears. After a moment's thought, she flew over to Reiner and blocked his ear holes. I don't need it. Human hearing isn't as developed as your Demihumans. Martina replied seriously. No, I think it's loud anyway, and I have to protect you. Reiner looked back at her, suddenly feeling the urge to kiss her. Let's build a room in the camp tonight and give her a good treat. At this moment, the Earth Dragon hiding in the valley seemed to have noticed something. It stretched out its long head and looked out, and happened to meet Reiner's eyes. The next second, a blue-white compressed fireball shot towards it. At the same time, Reiner deployed a barrier to protect everyone. In an instant, a strong light flashed, and everyone subconsciously narrowed their eyes. Immediately afterwards, a deafening sound was heard. Even with Martina's help in covering his ears, Reiner still felt a stinging pain in his eardrums. What came last was a scorching flame, but it was completely blocked by the barrier. When the thick smoke cleared, an elliptical crater with a diameter of about 200 meters appeared on the mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. The Earth Dragon was not dead. The scales on its back were burned red and fell off piece by piece. It rolled in pain in the deep pit, wailing. Reiner looked at Frida in the distance, who was struggling to get up from the ground. The gust of wind, just now, knocked her over. The elf exclaimed, wow, it can actually move. The mountain was flattened, and the Earth Dragon only lost some scales. Martina Lelisi, you two should get ready. I will continue to release the blazing sun spear to cut through its body. Please observe carefully for me and see where its 3 beating hearts are. Lalith responded, but Martina was still staring blankly at the rolling Earth Dragon. It wasn't until Reiner elbowed her twice that she slowly came to her senses and shouted at the top of her voice, Honey, your voice is so soft. Why don't you speak louder? Sweat broke out on Reiner's forehead. This time, Martina was deaf. Reiner used light magic to briefly heal her hoarse ears, and when he saw that she had responded, he repeated what he had just said. Meanwhile, Lelisi seemed to have discovered something. She pointed at the Earth Dragon and said, There's no need to go through so much trouble. I see the magic power on its body is gathering towards 3 dots, which should be where its heart is. Master, follow me. Chapter 191, Reiner's Gift. Reiner was held by Lalith's waist and flew towards the Earth Dragon at a high speed. Before he got close, he noticed several vortexes of gravel on the ground. Then sharp stalagmites flew out from it and stabbed at the 2 of them. Lalith reacted quickly, twisting her body with Reiner and nimbly dodged the stalagmite's attack. But Reiner was not having a good time. The high-speed moving Lilith made him spin 108 times in 1 second, making him see stars. Let me go. I can't aim. As soon as she finished speaking, Lalith let go of her hand, and the 2 of them hid behind a barrier. Stalagmites hit the barrier, causing only slight ripples. This earth dragon should not be able to penetrate the barrier. Lilith explained, I want to find a suitable angle so that you can use light magic to penetrate two of the hearts at the same time. What a pity, I've divided up too much of my strength. Otherwise, I could have killed this dragon alone. Take your time. It doesn't seem to pose any threat to us right now. We have plenty of time to slowly wear it down. Let me test its defenses first. Reiner clenched his fists, and several stone pillars suddenly grew out of the mountains to restrict the movements of the earth dragon. But its thick and powerful tail, like a stone hammer, swept across the surrounding stone pillars and easily shattered them. Reiner changed his strategy, raised his staff high, and began to chant the rain spell, which he was not very proficient in. In an instant, thick, dark clouds gathered over the valley, and raindrops as big as beans hit the barrier. White smoke rose from the earth dragon's burnt red scales, followed by a crisp sound. Reiner blew away the thick steam in front of him and found that the scales on the earth dragon's back had cracked, revealing pink, tender flesh. Tiny milky white scales, like stalagmites breaking through the ground, are emerging from the skin and flesh little by little. Reiner seized the opportunity, briefly charged up his strength, and swung out the blazing sun spear, piercing the earth dragon's flesh but failing to penetrate it completely. The earth dragon screamed miserably and twisted its not-so-flexible body to try to escape. This guy is really thick-skinned. The elf flew over on Martina's shoulders. She shouted impatiently, Reiner, don't let him escape. Dragons are very vengeful. You beat it so badly, it will definitely take revenge on the nearby towns. Of course, Reiner knew he couldn't let it go. He slammed his staff to the ground and then cast an earthquake spell. The earth dragon instantly fell into a quagmire and began to struggle hard. However, this guy is huge in size, and this small piece of swamp can only temporarily restrict its movements, and it is impossible to completely control it at all. Martina, help me create opportunities. Laylis, let's find his weaknesses. What about me? Aliana stood there pitifully, holding the staff. Find a safe place to hide and gather your strength, waiting for the command to attack with us and destroy the 3 hearts of the earth dragon at the same time. Martina wondered, why don't you let me do this? Because it takes time for the Pokemon to charge. She can only kill with 1 strike, and can't continuously cover us. Reiner patted her shoulder and said solemnly, this task of covering us must be given to a strong female. Martina rubbed her head and said with a silly smile, haha, so that's how it is. There's really nothing we can do about it. Aliana murmured quietly, but I don't know where its heart is. Reiner said patiently, like an old father, I'll find a way to mark it when the time comes. Don't release it too early or too late. Pay attention to the instructions. Okay. Aliana ran away with her staff in her arms. Lalith held Reiner's waist and flapped her wings vigorously to carry him flying. Almost in an instant, they arrived above the earth dragon. We need to mark an easy-to-target heart for Ariana. Laylis nodded. Her left hand transformed into a sharp claw, and she tore off a piece of dragon scale from the earth dragon. Here, about 10 meters down, is its heart. Reiner used the sun lance to shoot a hole and then inserted it into the stalagmite as a mark. The earth dragon twisted its body in great pain, and just as it swung its claws towards them, Martina, who came to its rescue in time, chopped off 2 of its claws. However, the dirty mud and water still splashed all over the 3 people. You can gather your strength now, Master. I'm going to take you to find a more suitable angle. Lalith hugged Reiner's waist and shuttled back and forth between the earth dragon's bodies, finally stopping in front of its right shoulder. She grabbed Reiner's staff and helped adjust the angle. That's it, Master. Reiner turned around and shouted, Potato, do it. Almost at the same time, 2 beams of white light penetrated the earth dragon's body. After twitching a few times, the giant creature collapsed powerlessly into the mud. The battle is over. Reiner stroked the heads of his 3 good friends and praised them softly. At this moment, Frida came quickly. Although she is old, her steps are still steady. But she has been knocked to the ground and now looked dirty. What terrifying magic, Mr. Reiner. You possess the power to rival even a small nation. I don't deserve it. I'm not proficient enough in manipulating magic. There are probably many more powerful magicians on this continent than me. Frida had a complicated expression. She smiled bitterly twice and then continued, but if we only talk about the total amount of magic power, I'm afraid no one can compare to you. I heard from June Ice that you have been exposed to magic for less than a year, but in this short period of time, your control over magic power is excellent. Although Junis' control over magic is slightly stronger than yours, it took her nearly 10 years to reach this level. Your magical talent is truly terrifying. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Frida has already praised me to this extent, and it would be a bit too modest to be more modest. I will continue to work hard. After saying that, Reiner turned to look at the dead earth dragon and fell into deep thought. This guy's scales are still quite intact. I wonder if he can make a set of dragon scale armor with it. Teacher Aliana, please help me get rid of this thing. I want to change some equipment. The elf narrowed his eyes and muttered angrily, when I'm not needed, I'm just a potato. When I'm needed, I become a teacher. Reiner, you're a fickle man. Reiner shamelessly patted the elf's shoulder and said, let's not be so formal with our relationship. We're all Kanba brothers. After that, he pulled Aliana aside and whispered. After a long moment, the elf exclaimed, wow, you're quite thoughtful. Where's my share? Is there any? She gently pulled Reiner's arm and started to act coquettishly. We knew each other earlier, right? If she has it, I should have it too, right? Right. Reiner had actually already bought a gift for her, but to tease her, he said seriously, you're an elf lady, you don't need that kind of stuff. Chapter 192, The Lord's Welcome. Before the elves took away the dragon's body, Reiner asked Martina to cut off a dragon's horn that was taller than a human. It is said that weapons made from this thing can enhance the power of earth element magic. Products made from dragon horns can be considered a symbol of power. He planned to give this horn to his father-in-law. Although he is a bit snobbish, he is, after all, a famous earl of the kingdom of Rosno and the lord of Lilitower. He might be of use in the future, so it would be a good idea to try to maintain a good relationship with him. Besides, Junis is his wife, so he must save face. By giving her a rare dragon horn, his father-in-law will have something to brag about to celebrities and nobles. Nobles care a lot about face. After the last experience, Junis was not worried at all when she returned home this time. Instead, she felt quite relaxed and happy. He talked and laughed with Nora along the way and looked very happy. When his father-in-law Harold heard that Reiner was passing by, he immediately sent a team of fully armed knights to greet him. Even Junis' brother Yul was in the queue. As soon as they approached the town, the ceremonial band on the city wall began to play. Civilians who did not know what was going on stopped on both sides of the road to watch. Frida looked around and whispered to Reiner, it seems that Lord Harold values your relationship very much. This is the kind of ceremony only reserved for welcoming distinguished guests from the royal family. Junis nodded and whispered to Frida with a smile. Teacher, have you noticed that the hill at the city gate has disappeared? Reiner helped my father move the hill that had been bothering him for so long. Frida was slightly stunned, looked back, and found that the mountain in the distance had indeed disappeared. She seemed a little helpless. No wonder I felt something was different. I can probably guess how that hill was moved. Nora and Martina, who followed closely behind Reiner, seemed a little uncomfortable with being treated as distinguished guests. They were extremely vigilant along the way, fearing that someone would take the opportunity to attack them. Martina lowered her voice and asked, are we so popular? Did we become heroes of the human race because we killed the earth dragon? Noilamo smiled and scolded her. Stupid, people are welcoming the host. We are just incidental, don't think too much. Martina muttered a few more words under her breath and followed even closer. After arriving at the castle, Reiner saw Harold standing at the door to greet the team. The weather here is not that hot, but he always has sweat on his forehead for no apparent reason. Reiner gently placed the earth dragon horn lifted by wind magic in front of Harold. But even so, when the heavy dragon horn hit the ground shook violently. The knights responsible for escorting Reiner were startled, and the harp sound coming from the castle stopped abruptly and only started again after a while. Harold looked up at the earth dragon horn, which was 2 heads taller than him, his eyes filled with shock. His voice trembled slightly. Goddess. What is this? Reiner poked his head out from behind the dragon horn and said, this is an earth dragon horn. I hunted it a week ago in the mountains south of the royal capital, Delrigi. This dragon horn is my gift to Earl Harold. Everything I have now is inseparable from Junis' guidance. Thank you and your wife for raising such an outstanding daughter. Harold wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is too expensive. Take it. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Reiner used wind magic to bring the dragon horn into the castle and placed it in the most conspicuous corner of the hall. Harold hosted a banquet for several people. and this time he invited almost all the nobles in the city. The castle was bustling with activity. At the same time, he officially and solemnly announced that Reiner was his son-in-law and Juna's husband. Seeing this, many nobles took the initiative to come forward and talk to Reiner. Kleiner was not good at chatting, so he left everything to Junice, while he sat aside and fed Nora, Martina, and Laylis. Master, why don't you go and talk to them yourself? In your human culture, this might be seen as a sign of weakness. Lilith raised an eyebrow slightly at Harold, who was chatting with other nobles. Your father, Junice, was the one who hosted the banquet the entire time, while her wife just sat quietly by the side, rarely participating. I think it would be beneficial for you to improve your relationship with the nobles. Reiner shook his head. When a person has no ability, he will not be taken seriously in front of others, even if he talks a lot. When a person is capable, he will not be looked down upon, even if he just sits aside and says nothing. For example, now, while chatting, the father-in-law would sneak a few glances at Reiner and observe his expression. It doesn't matter. I'm not naturally good at this kind of thing. I don't like socializing. All I do is to make Junice happy. I love her. Lalith supported her cheeks. Her eyes fell on Nora and Martina again, and she said with some distress, I really envy them. Just then, the elf poked Reiner's kidney with his staff and ran over with a bunch of purple grapes. What is this? It's delicious. Grapes are a fruit from the south. They're generally hard to find back home. Reiner stroked her long blue hair and said softly, Are the dishes at the banquet not to your liking? Why don't you continue eating? As an elf, you're also their honored guest. Aliana put the grapes in her mouth, but her eyelids were fighting. I saw that you didn't want to eat, so I followed you. I'm a little sleepy. After the dinner, Reiner slept in the same room as last time. The difference is that the rooms of Nora, Martina, and others were also arranged aside. But when I returned to the room after taking a bath, I found it was crowded with people. Martina was wearing a bathrobe. Obviously, she had also taken a shower and was jumping on the bed. Seeing Reiner come in, she decisively lay down in the middle of the bed. Honey, this bed is so soft and comfortable. Of course, this can't compare to the stone bed at home. Now that conditions are better, we could get a new bed when we get back. After saying that, Reiner looked at Lilith and Aliana sleeping in the corner. I understand them coming here, but don't you two have your own rooms? I prefer to stay with my master. I don't like sleeping alone in an unfamiliar environment, so I want to come to your room. Martina yelled, That won't do. My dear and I are going to spar tonight. Reiner quickly covered her mouth. This guy really tells everything. Junice and Nora both blushed. The elf looked confused at this, but soon understood what she meant, and then hit Reiner on the head with the staff, and she walked away with a red face. Chapter 193, A Gift for Everyone. The next morning, Reiner and his group officially set out on the journey back to the north. Martina stretched with full energy, and in a flash, she stretched her neck and kissed Reiner, then rode her horse to the back to play with the epic bull. Seeing this, Junice and Nora looked at each other, and their faces turned red at the same time. The elf, like a grudged woman, hit his kidneys hard with his staff as he rode past him. As a result, just as he was about to escape, Reiner used wind magic to lift him off the horse's back and placed it behind him. Aliana folded her arms and said angrily, Bad man, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Reiner reached back and gently pinched her soft cheek, saying with a smile, Look at what you said. You will experience this when you grow up. The elf punched it twice again. Humph, I'm not looking for as much as you are. Reiner carried her from behind to the front, pinching her cheeks with both hands, and then asked in a low voice, How are the equipment I asked you to ask your family to make? It's been a week, and it's still not finished. Aliana closed her eyes and said deliberately, I don't know. Anyway, there's no place for me in it. Hurry up and tell me. Teacher Aliana is the most gentle and kind. Reiner helped her massage her pointed ears. The feel of the elf's ears is similar to that of human ears, but because they are relatively slender, they feel different when held. She sighed and said sadly, My mom said it's on the way and should be delivered to you today. Damn, Reiner. I'll only forgive you if you tell me 2 bedtime stories today. It was probably time for the lunch break. The elf's mother, Serena, appeared in the middle of the camp like a ghost. Seeing this, the surrounding blood demons immediately stood up and entered combat mode. Reiner waved his hand and quickly stopped them. Don't be nervous, we are one family. Selena only took one look at the blood demon, and they were frightened and trembling. Reiner suddenly became curious about what Potato Mom's magic looked like in Lalitha's eyes. Just as he was daydreaming, several pieces of equipment gradually appeared around Selena. There were weapons, protective gear, and even some khaki clothes inside. The most eye-catching one is a crimson platinum spear, which is the weapon Reiner gave to Lilith. After killing the Earth Dragon near the royal capital, Reiner took Lilith to the best weapon shop here to choose weapons in order to find out this guy's preferences. After walking around and trying almost all the weapons, she finally found that she was only interested in the spear. The best weapons in this weapon shop are all made of mithril, which Lilith can't use at all. Something like refined gold is priceless, even a little bit of it, and even the capital of Rosno will not sell it publicly, so he can only ask Aliana for help. Reiner raised his hand, and the spear flew into his hand of its own accord. After thinking for a moment, he held the gun in both hands and stabbed around randomly twice. Finally came to the conclusion that he didn't know how to use a gun at all. Selena introduced, "This gun is called the Salamander Fong, and it has a very good affinity with the fire element. Among us elves, only very powerful blade walkers can wield it. Normally this gun is forged from mithril, but Aliana specifically told me that it should be made of adamantine." Reiner nodded and winked at Lilith, who was hiding in the distance. "Lady Serena, I gave this gun to her. She can't touch mithril, so she can only use weapons made of adamantium. I'm really sorry to trouble you." Serena shook her head and said softly, "This is nothing compared to how you take care of Aliana." Reiner chatted with her for a few minutes, then started fiddling with other equipment. He picked up the light yellow Earth Dragon scale armor, activated the lightning armor, and swung his staff towards it. When the adamantine staff hit the dragon scales, it made a dull sound, but did not cause any substantial damage. It is quite hard, but also quite heavy. But its defensive performance is definitely better than the ordinary plate armor Martina is wearing now. She is so strong that she will not care about this slight change. "Martina, come here," Reiner shouted back. The horse racing girl came running over with a flower picked from somewhere in her hair. She raised her head, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Honey, is this the new equipment you gave me?" "Sure, try it on." In full view of everyone, Martina hugged Reiner and kissed him gently, then began to remove the heavy armor layer by layer. Reiner called Nora, Junice, and Paige over again. The three of them were equipped with a cloak made of Earth Dragon leather. According to Aliana, this dragon skin cloak is scratch-proof and puncture-proof, and has good heat insulation properties. Most importantly, it is immune to many magical attacks and can enhance mental defense. Nora and Junice, who received the gifts, put on their cloaks and then kissed him from the left and right, imitating Martina. And Peggy has something more to say. She gently shook her white tail hidden behind her, then walked past him deliberately and rubbed his hand with her big furry tail. "Thank you, benefactor. I will always remember your kindness." She tiptoed slightly, leaned close to Reiner's ear, and whispered softly, "Benefactor, if there is anything I can do for you, please let me know. You are very charming." Reiner nodded in approval. "Okay, it happens that managing so many demihumans is quite troublesome. I'll be sorry to trouble you with your troubles when we get back." "Good benefactor." Although Peggy said this, her heart was thinking about it. She seemed helpless. "Oh, that's not what I meant. How on earth should I pursue this man?" At this moment, Serena, who was standing nearby, glanced at Laylis in the distance and said softly, "Since I've delivered the things, I should leave now. I'll ask you to help take care of Aliana. Why don't you stay and keep her company? You haven't seen each other for several months." Selena's body gradually dissipated in the wind. "No, she has grown up." Potato Mom left just like that, without even seeing Aliana. Reiner looked back and saw that Lilith was still hiding a little far away, so he shouted at her at the top of his voice, "What are you still doing there? Come here." As soon as she finished speaking, Lilith flew to Reiner's side, looking around. Reiner asked knowingly, "What are you doing?" Laylis breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, that elf just now was so terrifying. Fortunately, she is not an enemy. Let's put this topic aside for now. Take it. This is a gift I picked for you. I hope you like it." Reiner handed over the crimson platinum spear. Laylis was slightly stunned, pointed at herself, and her voice trembled slightly. "This is for me?" Chapter 194, The Grateful Elf. Lilith took the Fong of Salamander with both hands, and her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Her tail couldn't help but wrap around Reiner's thigh. "Since I was born, this is the first time someone has given me a gift, Master. Thank you." Reiner reached out and knocked her on the head. "Are you addicted to acting? You're so smart. How could you not guess that I wanted to give you a gift?" Laylis stuck out her long tongue and wiped away her tears, Oh my, the master saw through me again. She leaned lazily against Reiner, and then continued in a charming voice. But I didn't lie before the master. No one had ever given me a gift. I'm really happy, but I'm actually quite indifferent, so I just want to act happier. No, just be real. Reiner stroked her soft purple hair and raised an eyebrow. Try it. Actually, I don't know what you like, but you seem to be quite good at playing with guns, so I'll give you this. Laylis shook her head, her purple eyes flickering towards Reiner. Actually, the only person I like is the master, and I also like anything the master gives me. In order to facilitate communication, she now basically speaks in demi-human language. Martina stood there dumbfounded. What she had just said was tantamount to slapping him in the face. But because she didn't win the previous duel, she couldn't say much and could only stand by and observe the two of them. Okay, let's try it. Reiner sighed. Lalith held the gun in one hand, turning it very flexibly, and then suddenly exerted force, stabbing several times in succession in a flash. The air made a sharp whooshing sound as it rubbed against the tip of the gun. Lalith closed her eyes, and the salamander fong in her hand instantly caught fire. The muscles in her arms bulged, and she suddenly threw the spear out. With the help of that terrifying speed, the spear produced a sonic boom, scaring the birds in the woods away, and the spear disappeared without a trace. Martina finally found her chance and began to criticize him righteously. Even if you don't like it, don't throw it away. You've let Reiner down. The devil is so mean. Laylis glanced at her, and the corners of her mouth rose again. She hooked her hand, and the fong of salamander flew back from a distance. Reiner was a little shocked that she could remotely control the weapon to fly back. Martina blinked. Her expression changed instantly, and she moved closer to Lalith, pouting and muttering. How did you do that? Teach me. Before each battle, Martina would use a thin iron chain to tie the hilt of the sword and her wrist together to prevent the weapon from accidentally falling out of her hand. If she learns this trick, she won't have to go through so much trouble in the future. Laylis raised her eyebrows and started to play tricks. I won't teach you. Martina hugged her and acted like a spoiled child again. Teach me. Lilith ignored her and turned to Reiner to comment. This gun feels good, and the weight is just right. It's a rare fine product. It's a pity that close combat is not my forte. At this point, Lalith subconsciously looked at Reiner and explained, Of course, I don't mean to dislike this weapon. Reiner scratched his head. He hadn't thought it through. Maybe I should give her some accessories that can enhance the power of magic. However, since my master has given me a spear, I will hone my combat skills from now on and strive to become a magic warrior like Martina. After saying this, she suddenly looked into the distance. Aliana came back from a forest with a basket filled with muddy mushrooms. She said it had been raining here for the past 2 days, and there might be mushrooms growing in the forest, so she took a few friends she knew and went in, and now they are finally back. Aliana glanced at them and realized that Reiner was giving them gifts. Then she sat down in front of the campfire with a somewhat lonely look, put down the mushrooms, picked up a piece of white bread, and started to toast it. Reiner saw this and left Lilith. He found a small box in the carriage, then walked up to the elf and said in a mean voice, What's wrong, little potato? Aliana looked up at him, hugged her knees, and said, Nothing. Then she broke off half of the warm white bread and handed it to Reiner. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat some too? The elf at this moment is like an angel. Reiner took the bread and placed it on the tablecloth beside him. He took out the small box containing the gift from his pocket. Aliana's eyes lit up immediately. She stood up and threw herself on Reiner, reaching out to grab the gift box. Me. I knew you would buy me a gift too. Reiner, you were so nice to me. I'm falling in love with you. Reiner was possessed by his acting spirit. He was stunned for a moment, then asked Ariana, what gift? At the same time, he opened the small box and found a brand new silver knife inside. I just want to cut everything off the white bread. A trace of loss flashed in Aliana's eyes. She sat back by the campfire and started baking bread, gradually regaining her composure. Realizing that Reiner might not have prepared a gift for her, she remained silent, feeling a little uncomfortable and her nose a little sour. Potato, what's that on your neck? Aliana looked down. At some point, a silver necklace was hung on her slender white neck. As the light changes, the metal necklace flashes with a strange light. Aliana looked at the angular Rosino cornflower sapphire in the middle of the necklace, which was the size of a pigeon egg, and couldn't help but exclaimed, wow. This gem is the finishing touch of the necklace, and she looks like she has a blue star hanging around her neck. This necklace suits Aliana very well. Although her face is still very young, she looks much more mature with the help of this accessory. This was carefully selected for her by Reiner at the jewelry store in the royal capital after he killed the Earth Dragon. His intuition told him that the elf would definitely like it. The jeweler said that the elves around here really like this gem because it can increase the power of magic, so I bought it for you. Do you like it? Aliana nodded heavily, threw herself into Reiner's arms, and hugged her tightly. I like it. I like it very much. I like everything Reiner gives me. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. As soon as she finished speaking, she burst into tears. Reiner patted her back gently and comforted her softly. Don't cry, as long as you like it. At this moment, he suddenly felt something breaking into the territory. Looking up, I found an elf with long blue hair standing in the woods next to the camp. It looked very familiar. Serena didn't leave in a hurry. She looked at Reiner and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 195, Return to Canon. Call. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Canon standing in the distance. After a long journey of 1.5 months, he finally returned to Canon in the north with nearly 500 demihumans and demons. While crossing the primeval forest, they almost caused trouble due to the hostility between the demons and the elves. But in the end, with the help of Aliana, they all walked out of the forest safely. A cold wind blew, and Reiner shivered. Paige commanded the demihumans who could perform magic and cast fireballs to keep the team warm. Reiner also wrapped the cloak draped over his armor tightly around him. It's already summer in Rosno, but it's still freezing cold. He stretched out his hand and felt the temperature outside. It's only about 6 or 7 degrees. It seems that it is very cold here in the north all year round, even in summer. I guess it will snow again in 2 months. Reiner turned around and shouted, Nephris, Verisa. 2 blood demons ran from the back of the team. They stood up straight and puffed out their chests. Master, can your people adapt to the climate here? Nephris, the temporary leader of the demon clan, replied solemnly, Report. The climate here is not too cold. We can overcome this difficulty. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Lalith has driven them a little crazy. Now, these demons are like fanatical religious believers. Every time they communicate with Reiner, they either speak in a serious tone or kneel down directly. They also come to pay homage to Reiner every morning and evening. If you need anything, just tell me. There's no need for you to act tough. Just mind your own business. Reiner waved his hand. Yes. They turned and left. Aliana muttered, If I hadn't been to the south, I would have thought everywhere was as cold as here. Laelis, who was sitting behind her, hugged her gently, and the two began to play again. Reiner led the team forward. He planned to bypass Canon and return directly to the Orc tribe in the north. After all, we have to support more than 500 people now, and the first problem is to find a place for them to live. Fiona's tribe is a good choice. Just find a piece of vacant land and use rock magic to build large houses for them, and the housing problem will be solved. The second step is to put them into production and let them support themselves. At this moment, Peggy walked up to him, holding her staff, and said seriously, Master, let me take a group of people to walk around the city. By the way, let them familiarize themselves with the commission process. It will be more convenient when the time comes. Okay, remember to come back early. Yeah. Peggy nodded and rubbed Reiner's arm with her tail again. She entered the town with about 50 demihumans, including the extremely intelligent Idia, who was almost as smart as Peggy. The two Kennedy get along quite well. Junice also rode up and followed. I'm not sure if she can go alone, so I'll go with her. Reiner glanced at her nearly 6-month-old belly and shook his head quickly. No, it's inconvenient for you to even get on or off the horse now. Just stay with me and rest. The women in TV dramas are basically very cautious at this time and will not go out of the house. But Junice was the complete opposite. She was jumping around all the time and didn't stop at all. And she didn't have even the slightest abnormal reaction, didn't have any dietary restrictions, and enjoyed everything she ate, just like before she got pregnant. It's okay, look at those farm women in the fields. They're doing heavy work, even with their bellies bulging. Compared to them, I have it much easier. And with Laelisi by my side, it's okay. After saying that, she waved to him, and Laelisi split into another clone and walked quickly to Juna's side. Reiner sighed and said helplessly, Then be careful. If you encounter any trouble, be sure to tell Lalith. I will fly over as soon as possible. Well, don't worry, it's not dangerous. Junice walked to Reiner's side, and when he leaned over, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him. After a long time, they separated. Let's go. I'll leave the house to you. Looking at Junis departing back, Reiner sighed softly. Lelisi said softly, Master, don't worry. I will take good care of Junis. I have also informed Fiona and will have her hold a welcome ceremony. There will be a banquet prepared for you when we return to the tribe. Before she could finish, Reiner interrupted, Stop. Don't get all fancy. Keep it simple. I don't want this to become a big fuss. Fiona hasn't even secured her position as the United Chief yet, so she should keep a low profile as much as possible during this period. In addition, the Orc tribe supplies are not abundant. If Fiona acts recklessly like this, she will easily be criticized by other Orcs, and she will also feel embarrassed. Lailasai shrugged. Well, Master, you really are not ostentatious at all. It turns out that men with low-key behavior are more attractive. Martina squinted at her and cursed with disdain. You stinky devil. You're such a flatterer. Even if Reiner farts, you'll still say it smells good. Lelisi glanced at her and threatened. Don't ask me if you don't understand something in the future. In the words of the Master, you are like picking up the bowl and chopsticks to eat and putting down the bowl and chopsticks to curse. Martina folded her arms and uttered a disdainful sound. Tisk. Reiner continued to lead the team towards the tribe, encountering many Orc scouts along the way. The accompanying Demihumans and demons had never seen these green-skinned creatures with fangs, and their eyes were full of curiosity and confusion. Orcs are distributed in the north of the continent, while they are all southern species. If Reiner hadn't brought them here, they might never have encountered Orcs in their entire lives. Lord Reiner. Sir, the chief is waiting for you up ahead. The scouts greeted him enthusiastically and were also curious about the demons following behind. Reiner sighed. He hoped that the two tribes could coexist peacefully in the future. After walking in the woods for a long time, Reiner finally saw the mountain tribe in the distance. There's still no change compared to before I left. Everything is still the same. The tall Fiona was standing under the wooden thorn wall. She was wearing a thick white robe with a few leaves hanging on her body. She looked like she had been waiting for a long time. And the two clones of Lalith stood beside her, one on the left and one on the right. Without waiting for Reiner and his team to approach, she trotted over. Aliana stared at her surging body and muttered, Such great evil. Lelisi smiled and said pointedly, You are just jealous. I'm not jealous. Aliana rolled her eyes at him. Then her gaze shifted uncontrollably downwards as she added, You two are about the same age, and both are evil. Lailis didn't refute, but simply puffed out her chest and deliberately nudged Aliana, who was sitting in front of her. Chapter 196, Still Being Urged to Get Married. Lord Reiner, you are finally back. Fiona stood beside the horse and looked up at Reiner. I haven't seen her for nearly 3 months. She seems to have become more haggard and her voice is a little weak. Reiner also saw a thin white hair on her head. If I remember correctly, she is only 22 years old this year. Yes, I'm back. I brought back so many demihumans and demons from the south. Does your tribe have room for me to house them? Fiona glanced sideways at the back, roughly confirming the number of people, and then replied, If it's Lord Reiner, then there will definitely be room. Even if it's expanded, it won't take much time. That's good, let's go in. Reiner walked into the tribe and went straight to where he lived, then started chatting with Fiona beside him. When they arrived at the place, Martina and Nora gave orders for him to let the demons and demihumans set up camp on the spot. The arrival of these uninvited guests attracted a lot of onlookers from the Orcs. The demons huddled together again in this unfamiliar environment. Only a few young warriors stepped forward and spontaneously became guard around. Reiner called Nephris and Verisa over again. Tell them to relax. It's safe here. You can move in once I finish building the house. Nephris stole a glance at Lelith beside her and said timidly, Master, these guys look so ugly. Won't they hurt us? You two races, one red and one green, are no better looking than the other. Don't worry. I'm here. The Orcs won't hurt you. Okay, then I'll leave. Nephris nodded, pulled Verisa back to the camp, and began to give a speech. Looking at their backs, Fiona asked cautiously, Lord Reiner, are these devil-like guys safe? It's safe. They're pretty stable when there's enough food. I think their temperaments are similar to your beast tribes. Fiona breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Nora walked past Reiner with Daisy and Martina, accompanied by the epic cow Eudora and the others. Master, let's go clean the house first. You can walk around outside. Call me if you need anything. Lailis dismounted and carried Aliana down with her. She said with a smile, Oh, now that we're back, I want to go out for a walk too. Before she could finish her words, Nora caught her tail and said, "You are not allowed to leave. Clean your own room, but if you want to sleep on a dusty bed at night, just ignore what I said." Lacey covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Oh my, Nora is really strict. She really has the style of a legal wife." Nora's face flushed red after hearing this. She stole a glance at Reiner, then glared at Lalith angrily, her little mouth full of poison. Then go to hell. After that, she took Daisy and Martina's hands and walked into the house. Lacey was still chuckling beside her. "A kitten is a kitten. Even when angry, it's so interesting. I like it." Aliana complained from the side. "You just deserve to be scolded, and you deserve to be scolded." After they entered the house peacefully, Reiner began to look around the house. The place where they lived was at the edge of the tribe, next to a large open space, and in the distance was a wooden thorn wall that separated them from the outside world. Building 20 or so three-story buildings is not a problem at all. The total number of demons and demihumans captured during this trip south was nearly 500. If a three-story building can accommodate about 20 people, then only 25 buildings need to be built. Reiner walked to the wide open space, used his staff to mark the construction area of each house one by one, then clapped his hands and began to build a house. Seeing a thick rock pillar rising from the ground, the surrounding demihumans and demons exclaimed in amazement. Reiner was already accustomed to this. Although some of these guys can use rock magic, their total magic power does not allow them to build houses like this. So they will be very surprised. Fiona came over and stayed with Reiner throughout the whole process. Reiner asked casually, "How is it? Is the tribe stable now?" He is just consolidating the foundation now and does not need to focus too much for the time being. "Well, Lady Lalith used some tricks, and everything is fine for now. The defense line we established with the elves in the north of the forest is also very solid. While blocking the demon attacks, it has caused almost no casualties in the past 3 months. The elves are still very strong and reliable." At this point, Fiona asked with some confusion, "Didn't Lady Lilith report these things?" "I report to her every night before going to bed about what happened that day." Reiner was speechless for a moment. It turns out that Fiona reports every day. Every time he asked Lalisai, she would answer seriously, "It's nothing important, Master, don't worry." The only time Fiona told Reiner was when she asked Lilith to mentally control the 2 disobedient chiefs. Reiner scratched his head. "She barely told me anything. I'll control her tonight." Fiona quickly waved her hand. "Actually, these are basically insignificant things. Lord Reiner, please don't be angry. Anyway, I hope nothing major happened during the 3 months I was away. How's Aiden doing?" Fiona pondered for a moment and answered without reservation. "Not very good. I heard that a war broke out on the western border of the Kingdom of Barnet. Now that the war is getting intense, the Barnet Hero King is demanding that Lord Aiden provide more soldiers and pay more taxes to support the kingdom, and now they are in conflict. A month ago, Lord Aiden organized his army and rushed to the battlefield. Now Cannon is under the temporary management of Lord Connor." Reiner shrugged. "This is the way of the world. Frictions often break out between countries, and war is the norm. Just these 3 things?" Fiona nodded heavily. "Well, other than that, they are all unimportant things." After saying that, she suddenly paused, then looked around furtively. "What's wrong? Just say what you want to say." "Lord Reiner, my father is urging me again. If it's convenient, could you accompany me home for dinner tonight? Just for show, you don't have to stay overnight. Yours are going to have a wedding too." Fiona shook her head heavily. She felt like there was something stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say it. Reiner overheard her thoughts and was speechless for a moment, but after thinking for a while, he asked knowingly, "Please explain yourself a little more clearly." Fiona scratched her cheek and looked away. After thinking for a moment, she said very embarrassedly, My father urged me to have a child with you." Chapter 197. The goal is to build a nation. Reiner worked until evening. 15 of the original 25 three-story buildings had been built, and he was almost tortured to death. Although building a house does not consume a lot of rock elements, it is a torture to the brain. If you are not careful, the structure will go wrong, which may affect the subsequent living of the residents. After the house was built, Reiner was taken home by Fiona for dinner. Neither he nor the old priest was good at chatting, but they still chatted idly. Fiona, who was sitting next to him, noticed Reiner's fatigue. After dinner, she found an opportunity and left quickly with Reiner. "I'm so sorry, Master Reiner. You just came back from a long trip, and you've been busy all afternoon without much rest. And then you have to accompany me to deal with the family in the evening. It's a small matter, just a few words over a meal. Be a good person and act the whole way. Reiner waved his hand. The two of them walked and talked, and before they knew it, they had arrived at Fiona's cabin. At the same time, a discordant sound reached Reiner's ears. After a moment, Fiona mustered up the courage to grab Reiner's hand, then slowly said, "Lord Reiner, you're tired from the journey. Stay with me tonight. Lalith left a wooden bed here for me. You could just tidy it up and sleep there." Her eyes were burning, and her breathing became a little rapid. Although Reiner has a strong body, the long journey still makes him very tired. He is too lazy to even move now. Fiona seemed to see through his thoughts at a glance, and said with a blushing face, "Just lie down. I'll help you rub your shoulders. It will help relieve your fatigue." Reiner directly exposed it. Women's mouths are deceitful. "Didn't you say you were just going to have a meal?" Fiona's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's so hard to find a man, so hard, so hard. Reiner reached out and touched her long hair and whispered, "Next time I will take the initiative to come to you." Then hope rekindled in Fiona's eyes. But he quickly looked away and muttered quietly, "Tease me again." Reiner smiled and said, "You should go back too. You've had a lot of gray hair lately. Make sure you get some rest and don't overwork yourself." "Yeah." Fiona opened the door, stepped one leg over the threshold, then turned back to look at Reiner. "Well, see you tomorrow, Lord Reiner." After saying goodbye to Fiona, Reiner went straight back to his home. After entering the room, Nora walked towards him. She sniffed around first, then helped Reiner take off the cloak he was wearing outside. Junice had returned and was slicing some white bread while chatting with Peggy. "Then we'll have to make a little less money." Reiner squatted down next to her and touched her bulging belly. "What's wrong? What do you mean by earning less?" Junice looked down at him, sighed, and replied, "Isn't there a tax deduction before you get paid for completing the commission? The tax rate on commissions has been getting higher and higher in the 3 months we've been away. The taxes we had to pay for our previous work were only a few copper coins at most, but after all this time today, they probably collected about 2 silver coins in taxes from us. So how much did you earn today?" Junice tilted her head and thought for a moment before answering, 50 people, a total of 4 Barnet gold coins. Today, I'm mainly helping them get familiar with the process. They'll definitely be able to complete commissions faster in the future." Reiner did a rough calculation in his head. This tax is almost doubled. I don't know what other industries in Canada are like, but if they were all like adventurers, there would have been chaos a long time ago. I heard from Fiona that Barnet is at war right now, and the king is asking Aiden to pay more territory taxes, so this will definitely affect us as well. Junice blinked and tucked her long hair behind her ears. "I have also heard some rumors. There are rumors that the Hero King intends to take back the land of Canaan and redistribute it to the generals who have made meritorious contributions in the war. However, Lord Aiden's family has lived in 3 border cities, including Canaan, for generations, and this has led to a conflict between him and the Hero King." Reiner rubbed his chin. "Taking back the territory and distributing it to other generals will reduce your favorability." Junice suddenly leaned close to Reiner's ear and lowered her voice. "When I was doing a commission mission, I passed by the primeval forest in the south of the city. Guess what I saw? No need to be so secretive. There's no one else in this house." Reiner poked her belly gently. He had already eavesdropped clearly, but he still asked knowingly, "So what did you see?" Junice cleared her throat and said, "I saw Lord Connor training soldiers in the forest. There were about 400 to 500 of them. I guess it won't be long before they break away from Barnet and head south to Diest." Speaking of this, Junice touched her chin again. "Although there is no war between the 2 countries now, Diest may suddenly stab us in the back and then open up a battlefield behind Barnet." Peggy shook her head. "From what I know, Diest is a small country. Their king certainly won't go toe-to-toe with the 3rd strongest nation on the continent for a little profit. I think he'll rely on other forces." Martina sat at the dining table, chewing on white bread. "Are there other forces? Who are they?" Laylis laughed beside her. "Who is it? It's so hard to guess." Except for Martina, everyone looked at Reiner at the same time. Peggy spoke first. "My benefactor, although we are few in number, our strength is not very weak. After a period of development, we can definitely compete with those 3rd-rate small countries. The Devil, Martina, Nora, and you, any one of them is a very troublesome existence. Fiona's orc tribe has a population of at least 30,000 from all clans combined, and there are probably around 6,000 to 7,000 capable warriors, which is also a considerable force. If used properly, we can easily severely damage or even completely wipe out Barnett's main army. Generally speaking, the main armies between these countries have about several thousand to 10,000 people, and there may be 3 or 4 main legions on a battlefield. If Fiona was willing to lend him a hand, they could indeed quickly arm a legion. But in fact, with just a few of them, if they work well together, they already have the strength to rival an entire legion. Nora can cause enemy generals to die randomly, and without intelligence, there is almost no way to counter it. Martina and Lalith are almost invincible on the front battlefield, and Reiner can watch from the sky, where there are more people. Of course, the above assumptions are all based on the fact that the enemy army does not have high-end combat power. It is impossible for such a large Barnet to be without powerful guys. The real battlefield must be 100 times more complicated than he thought. Peggy whispered, "My benefactor, can I hear your thoughts? If you are willing, I will do my best to assist you." After pondering for a moment, Reiner sighed and slowly said, "I want to establish a country in the north." Chapter 198, Share Lord Reiner with me. The next morning, Reiner chose to wait and see, silently waiting for the opportunity. Peggy took some demihumans and demons to the town to take on commissions and make money, and the remaining demihumans and demons were also assigned jobs by Reiner. At this time, Reiner was continuing to build a house next to his home. Nora was catching butterflies nearby, while Lalith squatted beside Reiner, holding the salamander Fong, and yawned sleepily. Ever since Reiner gave her the spear, she never let it go and even hugged it when she slept. "Master, you should take a rest. That stupid horse didn't let you sleep well last night, and now you have to build a house for them in the morning. The human body can't stand such hardship. If you ask me, we should just let them camp like this forever and not build any houses for them." After saying that, she stabbed the gun to the ground, then stood up and rubbed Reiner's shoulders. "Don't worry, this won't tire me out. A few years ago, I often stayed up all night playing games." Reiner thought briefly in his mind, and then a square stone pillar rose from the ground. "But it would be great if I had a clone like you." Layla sighed. "Oh, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just like charm. It's a skill that's completely unique to me, something I was born with. I can't teach you even if I wanted to." After thinking for a moment, Reiner gently grabbed her hand and tried to let the system copy her ability. After a few seconds, the system's somewhat resentful voice finally reached Reiner's ears. "The system is busy. Please try again later." Reiner had a sudden idea before and wanted to copy the ability of Nora's magic eyes. But the system is always busy. From this we can conclude that although the system can copy magic attributes, it cannot copy this special skill. Laylisi covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Oh my, the master actually held my hand. Is my skin smooth? Are my fingers slender and beautiful?" Reiner released his hand in disgust. "Nail that long, just like Cohen's claws." Layla said nothing, thought for a moment, then put her hand to her mouth and started chewing it. "What are you doing?" Reiner grabbed her hand again. "Master, don't you like long nails? I'll bite it off." "Keep it. I was just saying it casually." The corners of Lalith's mouth curled up slightly. She smiled happily, and then pounced on Reiner. The long, thin tail was wrapped tightly around his waist. This guy deliberately took advantage of Reiner and stuffed tofu into his mouth. "Pa, pa, pa, pa. Go away and stop bothering me." The corners of Laylisi's mouth rose, and she stretched out her slender tongue to lick Reiner's neck. "Oh, don't be so stingy, master. Take a rest for a while, and I will help you massage your shoulders and back." Just then, Nora came over holding the butterfly. She looked at the butterfly in her hand, then looked at Reiner, who was being held by Lalith, and decisively let the butterfly fly away. Lalith also let go of her hand tactfully. Nora muttered, "I was just catching some bugs for a while. Why are you guys hugging each other?" Her eyes first fell on Reiner, but soon shifted to the playful and smiling Lilith. "What a strict wife." As soon as these words came out, Nora glanced at Reiner with a sly look, then glared at Lalith with a red face and threatened, "If you keep talking nonsense, don't ask me for help in the future." Normally, Lalith would have continued to tease, but today she tactfully kept her mouth shut. "I'm not going to tease her anymore." Nora hummed softly, then walked to Reiner with cat steps and silently protected him. Reiner looked down at the newly laid foundation and couldn't help but say, "You two don't need to stand on my left and right to guard me. It's safe here." Laylis was the first to speak. "I'm just sitting around doing nothing in the house anyway, and I don't know how to do anything else except sleep. Why not just stay with the master? Maybe there's something fun to be had there." Noila glanced at her, then ruthlessly pointed out, "You just miss him." Ever since being teased by Lilith several times, Nora completely regarded her as an enemy and would take the opportunity to finish her off whenever she had the chance. But Lilith was different from Nora. She admitted directly and openly, "Of course I miss my master. Who wouldn't like such a good man?" After that, she pointed to the salamander Fong stuck in the ground and said seriously, "Besides, no one has ever given me a gift before my master." Nora curled her lips, took Reiner's arm, and stopped talking. After building houses for a whole morning, Reiner counted and found that there were only 4.5 houses left to complete. His stomach was empty, and Daisy had already prepared lunch when he got home. Reiner had just sat down, and before he could even get comfortable, Martina ran back. She was covered in mud, and wherever she walked there were footprints. This guy seemed very happy, with a lewd smile on his face. Noila glanced at her and couldn't help but complain, "What's so fun about getting covered in mud? You're such a child." Reiner asked her, "Where did you get so dirty? Did you roll in the mud?" Martina pointed to the filled sack behind her and said, "No, Pasha, Velissa, and I caught a lot of fish in the river. Honey, dig a pond outside and raise the fish." Reiner walked to the door with the bowl in his hand, bent down slightly, dug a hole with rock magic, and then poured water into it. Martina turned the sack over, and all the fresh fish fell into the pit. These fish are not small in size, almost as thick as a wrist. "I wonder if fish can survive in this magical water." Martina blinked and answered very wisely, "It should be okay." After that, she ran back to the house to take a shower. Reiner returned to the table and continued eating. During the time he was away, Lilith seemed to be discussing some shameful secrets with Nora. As soon as Reiner came back, the two of them shut up and started eating. After a while, Lilith suddenly said, "Master, after dinner, you and Nora come to my room. I have something to tell you." Reiner nodded. After dinner, Lilith brought Nora and Reiner to the room and gestured for Nora to sit down. "If you have something to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to be so mysterious." Martina is still eating downstairs. Nora said seriously, crossing her legs and leaning lightly on Reiner's shoulder. Reiner had heard her thoughts and scratched his head subconsciously. Lilith put away her nonchalant look and became serious. Suddenly, with lightning speed, she knelt down and prostrated herself at Nora's feet. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Nora was startled and shrank into Reiner's arms. Lilith's wings suddenly spread out, and she cried out, "Please share your master with me." Chapter 199, Completely Conquering the Devil. "Why do you always think about me?" After lunch, Nora agreed to her request. At this moment, Lilith was hugging Reiner's waist tightly, rubbing her face all over his body, and sniffing him hard from time to time. Her long, thin tail was constantly wrapped around Reiner's thighs, getting tighter and tighter. Reiner grabbed Lilith's goat horns and tried to push her away. But this guy was so strong that I couldn't push him open at all. I don't know, but the master's every move and gesture deeply attracts me. Even scolding me makes me happy. Lilith raised her head, and her faces got closer and closer. I asked Jumice yesterday, and she agreed. Now there is no obstacle between me and the master. She looked at Reiner with her purple eyes, exuding a unique charm. That strange feeling of heat appeared again. "That's for tonight. What are you planning to do in broad daylight?" Reiner tugged at her cheek. "I still have to continue building the house this afternoon." Layla quickly stood up and kissed Reiner on the ear. "Okay, then I'll come to see the master in the evening. Anyway, I've already talked to Jumice, and she will definitely give the master to me in the evening." She left the room happily. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and was about to close his eyes for a while when Nora walked straight into the room. She sat on Reiner's belly and squeezed Reiner's cheeks with both hands. "Master, you're always being missed by other women." Reiner gently grabbed both sides of her waist and pressed Nora under him to bully her. "If you don't agree, forget it. I'll listen to you." "Never mind. Actually, I don't particularly care about this. Although Lilith is a bitch, I can see that she is absolutely loyal to you. As Jumice said, it's in our interest to maintain a good relationship with her." As soon as he finished speaking, she began to twist in his arms, her furry cat tail rubbing against Reiner's thighs. "Take a nap, master. I want to sleep in your arms." Reiner touched her furry cat ears with relief. After dinner, Reiner returned to his bedroom and looked out the window at the rows of brightly lit houses. It was not too late yet, and the Demihumans and demons who had finished their work were chatting downstairs. After nearly 2 months of getting along, they have basically been able to live in harmony. But occasionally there are still some fights. Crack! Hearing the sound of the wooden door opening, Reiner subconsciously looked back. It's Lalith. She changed into the white silk pajamas she had bought from the capital of Rosino, walked over to Reiner with a smile, and said softly, "I'm here. I've already agreed with everyone that no one will disturb us today." Without waiting for Reiner to speak, he pushed Reiner down little by little and gently pressed him down with his body. "I'm going to start." Reiner looked at her impatient expression and couldn't help but teasing her. "It's not even dark yet. Why are you so anxious?" "Yes, I'm almost dying of anxiety." "Master, open your eyes wide." Lalith suddenly came up, and her purple eyes seemed to pass through Reiner's eyes and into his inner world. It wasn't long before Reiner started to feel drowsy. He entered a strange dream, with endless white clouds as the background. Suddenly, the clouds dissipated and a bed appeared out of thin air in the clouds. And Lalith lay on her side on the bed, looking at Reiner with a charming face. "Master, it's really difficult to invade the spiritual world. Even I spent quite a bit of time on it. Is this my dream?" Reiner lowered his head and clenched his fists, and found that the touch was completely real. "You can understand it that way, but what happens here will also be reflected in the real world." Suddenly, Lalith split into dozens of clones, and then each of them turned into a Lalith of different styles. These clones include girls, Lolita, mature women, and young women. "You are too." Reiner swallowed. The Laylas smiled contentedly. They extended their hands to Reiner and said softly, "Master, let us forget all our troubles." After an unknown amount of time, Reiner woke up from his dream. He lay on the bed, while Lalith sat at the head of the bed. Looking out the window, Reiner noticed that it was still evening. "How long have I slept?" 5 minutes. Lalith still smiled. "How is it? Shouldn't it be bad?" Reiner lifted the covers and took a look. "So, this is what it means to be reflected in the real world. It's time to wash your pants." Reiner complained. "How is this different from dreaming? It's meaningless and too empty." "So what does the master want?" Reiner said seriously. "Let's have another real show." Lalisi covered her mouth and laughed, then waved her hand and refused. "Forget it, master. I have to think about your health. It's not good to do this too often. I'll come to you one day when I see you are in good condition." After that, she slowly opened her arms. "Come on. You haven't been idle during the day today. Try to rest early. Hold me and sleep." Reiner lowered his gaze and swallowed hard. "No, that won't do. It's only evening now, and I can't sleep. Besides, I've already sharpened the knife. It's impossible for me not to take action. Lie down." Lalisi was slightly stunned, then sighed, and then obediently lay flat on the bed. "Then it's up to the master, but only once. More than that is not good for your health." She showed no emotion the whole time. Although he was somewhat interested in this, he did not show any nervousness or excitement at all. It's completely different from Nora and the others. "You're not shy at all." Lalisi shrugged. "Because I'm not really interested in this kind of thing. I feel that the real world is not as interesting as the spiritual realm. In the spiritual realm, I can be whatever I want and change however I want. How interesting it is." Reiner sighed. "How do you know if you haven't tried it?" Lalith said expressionlessly. "I've peeked at you guys and found you quite boring. Perhaps as a demon, I'll never understand." After that, she created 3 more identical clones. They stood respectfully by and extended their hands to Reiner. "Get down to business, master. Try to rest early. Humans can live longer if they maintain a good sleep and rest schedule." Reiner looked at the 4 identical Laliths and felt a little creepy. "You're better take the clones back. This feels weird." The corners of Lalisi's mouth curled up slightly. "Don't you like it? This is 4 times the happiness." She retracted all her clones and then waved to Reiner. "Then come on. I'm different in the real world than in the dream. Please don't despise me." "No." Reiner grabbed Lilith's horns with one hand and held her down gently. After an unknown amount of time, the initially expressionless Lalith gradually began to grip the bedsheet tightly, unable to help but let out a strange sound. Chapter 200. If she can do it, then I should be able to do it too, right? When Reiner opened his eyes in the morning, he saw Lalith sitting in front of him. She frowned and looked very annoyed. "Why aren't you happy? I saw you seemed quite happy yesterday." Reiner recalled last night, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "Is this the sage mode of you demons?" The so-called desire of Lalith is actually just like this. At that time, she was not much different from a normal woman, and sometimes her reaction was even stronger than that of a kitten. Lalisi shook her head. "I'm a demon embodied by desire, and in the end, I succumb to my own desires. I clearly intended to consider my master's health, but in the end, I turn out to be a waste. I've lived for 5,000 years, 2,000 of which I've spent tempering my spiritual strength. Yet in the end, I can't even control this lowest of desires. It's okay. For some reason, you've been holding it in for 5,000 years. Reiner gently stroked Lilith's hair. Don't blame yourself. In fact, Martina is usually the same as you were yesterday. She shook her head vigorously, and her long, thin tail no longer entangled Reiner. From now on, I will control my desires. No need. Just live happily. Why torture yourself? After a moment, she whispered in Lilith's ear with a devilish whisper. One last time? Lilith looked at Reiner's strong chest and swallowed subconsciously. Her faith is being tested. After a long mental struggle, she tied up her long purple hair, stole a glance at Reiner, and said with a trembling voice, This is really the last time. After this is over, I will immediately control myself. You said this at least 7 times last night. You don't have to hold it in any longer. After saying that, Reiner grabbed Lilith's horn again. An hour later, Lacey curled up in the quilt, seemingly withdrawn. The reasons for autism are obvious. Okay, this isn't something to blame yourself for. Are your legs still weak? If not, come downstairs and eat. Layla stuck her head out and hugged Reiner tightly. Master, you are the real succubus. No wonder Martina, the boiling object, can't help herself. Now I can understand her. Also, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like I've become stronger. After saying that, she opened her palms, and a small ball made up of 5 natural elements kept spinning in her hands. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in Reiner's ears. Congratulations to the host for activating the achievement, Conqueror of Lilith. Bonus effect. As the number of dates increases, Lilith's strength will gradually increase, increasing by 0.1 of the base value each time. Another weird achievement. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, it is a good thing to be able to enhance your strength, and the most important thing is that it is free. Reiner hugged Lilith gently, bit her pointed ear, and then said softly, Be my woman, Lilith. Without even thinking, Lacey shook her head and refused. The master will be embarrassed if you do that. After all, Nora, even though she agrees with you, she will definitely be a little upset in her heart. Not to mention Martina. That guy is a complete idiot, and she will definitely be unhappy if she is not satisfied for a period of time. Although I do love my master, I would rather be a toy than his woman. Looking at her determined face, I guess she had thought this way a long time ago. Reiner respected her strange ideas. Master, hurry up and change your clothes. Going too long without breakfast is bad for your health. I already hurt you last night. You absolutely cannot do that again. Don't worry, I can handle it. Reiner picked up the clothes beside him and put them on. He has a strong heart and speaks in a very firm manner. Lacey shook her head. Master, you are being stubborn. This is not good for your health. If you are overworked in the future and Martina keeps pestering you, I will help you out. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Yesterday, it was clearly Lilith who begged for mercy, but now, for some reason, he's the one showing off. After getting dressed, Reiner took Lilith downstairs. Nora and Martina sat upright at the dining table, their expressions somewhat intriguing. Eliana stood up and walked to Reiner, puffing out her cheeks. She held the staff tightly in her hand, as if she was about to hit Reiner on the butt at any second. Lacey reached out and touched the elf's long blue hair and asked knowingly, What are you doing standing here? Eliana glanced at her and decisively swung her staff to hit her. Damn demon, I hate you the most. I will never speak to you again. Lacey didn't take it seriously, still smiling kindly. Sooner or later it will be your turn. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry. This simple sentence made Eliana blush. She yelled incoherently, No way. Bad devil. Devil. After saying that, she quickly ran back to the room holding her staff. Lacey's face was filled with smiles. Without stopping for long, she picked up the white bread and went upstairs. There were only 3 people left in the living room, looking at each other. Reiner was the first to break the silence. Where's June Ice? Noila Emo said slowly. Just like yesterday, I went out early in the morning. She stood up and sat in Reiner's arms, sniffing around a few times, then pouting. Martina kicked Reiner lightly under the table and said jealously, Honey, I want to have it too today. Reiner knew that he couldn't escape this disaster. It is also necessary to treat everyone equally. He couldn't leave anyone out, that was his promise. No problem at all. Reiner put the white bread into his mouth. Just then, Nora looked towards the door. A few seconds later, there was a strange noise from the direction of the door. It was Peggy coming back. She trotted into the house. "My benefactor, I have something important to report to you. Please follow me." She spoke in a hurried tone, pretending to be in a hurry. Little did she know that Reiner had already heard her thoughts. After putting the white bread down, Lynn followed her upstairs. As soon as she walked out of the stairs, Peggy came up to Reiner and pretended to rub his arm with her big furry tail accidentally. Reiner asked knowingly, "What exactly do you want to say?" Peggy looked around and suddenly hugged Reiner tightly, with her furry fox ears touching his nose. "They're the smell of small animals." "What is this for?" Reiner asked righteously. Peggy remained silent, and after hugging him for a long time, she slowly spoke. "My benefactor, since even that demon can do it, can I do it too? I am very confident in my beauty. You won't be disgusted by me, right?"